In the Divine Dragon country Jiangnan province. Suyu sat before the computer nervously typing his exam registration number and password. It was the moment to check the college entrance exam scores. Not only he but nearly 10 million people were tense to the extreme, barely daring to breathe. Too many visitors caused the website to lag. After several attempts he finally logged in and saw the results. Chinese 70, Math 79, English 3, Science 70, Total 222, Rank 3525522. In Jiangnan Province 700000 test takers 400000 in the science track, rank 352000 was the bottom tier. The score was so bad even a pig would weep. Suyu felt utterly despairing and slumped into his chair. He was a transmigrator. 10 days before the exam he had transmigrated. Despite studying frantically every day it was useless. A total of 222 points, barely enough for even the worst vocational college. Alas! Suyu sighed deeply. In his previous life poverty and low education had caused him endless suffering. Now reborn it was the same. Ding, divine civilization system begins binding 0. 50. 100 binding successful, congratulations, host received a novice gift pack. Open. Open the gift pack. Suyu's expression changed like a withered tree encountering spring, from despair to joy. Having read countless web novels he knew what a system meant. With this divine tool he could rise to the top of life and live a life of luxury. Opening gift pack. Congratulations, host obtained controlled nuclear fusion technology. A surge of information rushed into Suyu's mind, causing him to wince in pain then overwhelming joy. Controlled nuclear fusion technology. Suyu jumped up excitedly. This technology was heaven-defying, capable of creating a new era. Earlier he had searched online, can winning a Nobel Prize guarantee admission to Tsinghua or Peking University? The answer was no. But controlled nuclear fusion was far more valuable than a Nobel Prize. Mastering it meant not just attending Tsinghua or Peking University but even becoming their president was a piece of cake. The immediate priority was to submit the technology. Suyu, rejuvenated, ran out of the room to buy paper. But his parents stopped him. Perhaps no one cares more about a student's scores than their parents. How did you do? Yang Xiuyu asked. Not ideal, but getting into a 985 or 211 university is no problem. Suyu told the truth. His confidence was not in his exam score but in the controlled nuclear fusion technology. Great. Worthy of being my son, Su Daji. You've perfectly inherited all my strengths. Su Daji was thrilled and even declared he would prepare dozens of tables for a celebration. What exactly is the score? Yang Xiuyu asked the critical question. 222 points. Good, good. Su Daji's smile froze. 222 points. That barely gets you into a vocational college. What's so hard about that? Getting into a good vocational school is easy. Yang Xiuyu shot a warning glare at her husband, knowing her son was already upset and needed comfort. Su Daji understood immediately. He patted Suyu's shoulder. Actually, going to a good university isn't everything. What matters is having ambition like me, hardworking and steady step by step. And then you got the demolition compensation and became rich. Suyu rolled his eyes. Anyway, don't be discouraged. If you can't study, come back and inherit the family property. Then you'll have college graduates working for you. Isn't that great? Su Daji laughed heartily. My goal is the stars and the sea. With that, Suyu ran out, heading to the stationery store to buy paper, leaving his dumbfounded parents behind. Has he gone crazy? Su Daji was puzzled. His son was too strange, not sad about bad results but happy. Do you want to kneel on a washboard? Yang Xiuyu said with a fake smile. After buying a large stack of paper, Suyu locked himself in his room to write down the controlled nuclear fusion technology. Obtaining controlled nuclear fusion from the system meant not just acquiring knowledge but truly understanding the technology. This technology involved many fields. Now he was no longer a poor student with 222 points but had transformed into a master of science. He wrote for 5 hours straight, finishing the document. 30 pages in total. Exhausted, his bones almost aching, Suyu stood up to stretch, then photographed the 30 pages and compiled them into a file. He already knew where to send the file: the Divine Dragon University of Science and Technology. This was a 985 university backed by the National Academy of Sciences. It wasn't as famous as Tsinghua or Peking University but had an excellent reputation. The most important reason was that the university's president was the Divine Dragon country representative in the International Nuclear Fusion Research Group with relevant knowledge to understand the technology. He found the university's email address, sent the file with his personal information. No rest yet, he needed to supplement his knowledge. Although he had mastered fusion technology, he only knew the basics of related fields and needed deeper study. Only continuous learning could lead to the stars and the sea. He packed his things, went to the nearest library, found a book on energy and sat quietly in a corner to read. Detected host studying activating 10000x learning efficiency activation successful. The knowledge in the book was no longer obscure, it became as simple as kindergarten questions. He understood at a glance. In less than 10 minutes he finished a book. I think I've fallen in love with learning. Suyu stood up and brought a huge pile of books from the shelf, focusing intently. His learning ability was heaven-defying, a single glance was enough to master knowledge. Even a pig would love learning. This was the joy of being a learning god. His actions caught the attention of two people nearby. Small vision reviewing only after the scores came out. Unlike us, we started preparing for next year's exam right after this one. He's not reading the 5-year exam 3-year simulation. Holy crap. Solid-state physics, new energy. He's reading so fast, 10 seconds per page. He must be looking at the pictures. The whispers of the two nearby didn't affect Suyu at all. He was immersed in the ocean of knowledge until the sun set. He borrowed a few books from the library and went home to continue reading. Compared to Suyu's calm, the other side was in an uproar. Shenlong University of Science and Technology Admissions Office. Director Huang sat in his office sipping goji berry tea to relax. He was truly exhausted. Since the college entrance exam ended, the emails in his inbox had multiplied, especially after the scores were released. It was an exponential explosion. Proofs of Joe's conjecture, Goldbox 11 and the Riemann hypothesis, and the most absurd of all, an email titled Cooked Egg Reversal and Hatching Life. They were all selling dog meat under the guise of lamb, just like the title Cooked Egg Reversal, but when opened it was a picture of chicks pecking at rice, utterly ridiculous. After finishing his goji tea, Director Huang continued browsing his inbox. The process of building a perpetual motion machine. Upon opening it was several images detailing the construction of a perpetual motion machine. Director Huang felt no surprise but frustration. This person's high school education was clearly wasted. Can't I get a normal one? Director Huang sighed, then clicked on the next email. My name is Suyu, 17 years old, living at. Catching sight of the subject, Director Huang was stunned. Controlled nuclear fusion technology. How could you, a 17-year-old kid, grasp this technology? Director Huang shook his head with a bitter smile. The world's top scientists had gathered to research controlled nuclear fusion, yet progress was slower than a snail's crawl. This shows the difficulty of the technology. If this email were real, Director Huang would be willing to eat the table or even swallow 100 tons of manure, but unfortunately it was fake. Just a perfunctory glance would do. He opened the email and glanced at it, but that single glance captured his attention. He couldn't help but continue reading. He was a mathematics professor with considerable expertise, yet most of the mathematical knowledge in this email was beyond him. He couldn't find any errors either. He was completely ignorant of other fields. This. Director Huang was dumbfounded, feeling like a math failure. He had only one evaluation for this email. It was extraordinary. Even if the method in the email couldn't achieve controlled nuclear fusion, there was no denying that this student was a genius. He forwarded the email to the principal. Principal Yang Weiguo's office. Yang Weiguo was very troubled, not about school matters but about the International Nuclear Fusion Research Project. The Piao country was truly rotten to the core. Just yesterday their representative King Dong stated that if Shenlong country didn't increase its annual funding to the research group, they would be kicked out. An increase of 300, which meant an additional hundreds of billions every year. This was simply an unreasonable demand. All countries contributed the same manpower and resources. Why should Shenlong country pay an extra tens of billions? Piao country was the leader of the research group holding absolute say, which distressed Yang Weiguo greatly because Shenlong country, or any major country, could not do without nuclear fusion but didn't want to be a sheep paid for nothing. A ding indicated a new email. Let me stop worrying and check the email. Yang Weiguo sighed, opened the email and was stunned. The subject was controlled nuclear fusion technology. Some troublemaker sent this. Yang Weiguo cursed, then saw the sender and was even more stunned. His phone rang. It was Director Huang. Old Yang. I sent you an email about nuclear fusion technology. Take a look immediately. Before Yang Weiguo could speak, the other end hung up because Director Huang wanted to continue reading. If anyone else had sent this, Yang Weiguo would have thought it a joke, but old Director Huang was usually serious and stern, even more so than a domineering CEO. He was not one for jokes. Yang Weiguo straightened up, browsed the documents seriously. Just one glance and he was captivated. This document. Yang Weiguo's eyes lit up and he grew more serious. The more he read, the more shocked he became.
This. How can I not understand this? Yang Weiguo was utterly shocked. This email had a total of 30 images with diagrams and text.
The first few he could understand, but the further he went the more obscure it became until he understood.
He reviewed the first few diagrams repeatedly, finding no errors. The methods were brilliant. He couldn't help but slam the table in admiration. Let the experts look at the professional content. Yang Weiguo stopped. Dialed a number. Gather all the National Academy members. It's important. Tell them to keep it confidential. After speaking, Yang Weiguo let out a breath.
He had a premonition that the content of this email had a high probability of achieving nuclear fusion.
Shenlong country was about to soar. National Academy conference room.
A crowd of academicians gathered, whispering. They were all top-tier talents of Shenlong, mostly with gray hair, each one a national treasure.
Why were we gathered? What else could it be? It must be about nuclear fusion. That Piao country is rotten to the core. This anhydrous copper sulfate. They were all indignant, cursing, until Yang Weiguo entered and they fell silent. What follows concerns the future of Shenlong country.
It is very important.
Please sign this confidentiality agreement first. Yang Weiguo gave each person a confidentiality agreement.
Such seriousness made the academicians take it seriously. They quickly signed and waited for his speech.
I have a document here, 30 pages. Everyone listen. Before Yang Weiguo finished, the academicians crowded around.
Seeing the title, their eyes widened like copper bells.
Controlled nuclear fusion technology, an academician exclaimed in surprise. Is this the latest progress? Yang Weiguo coughed and said solemnly, this is not the latest progress but a complete nuclear fusion technology. Its authenticity is uncertain, that's why I want you all to study it.
The academicians exploded, eager to browse, reaching to grab the papers from Yang's hands. Don't grab, I'll send the file to you all.
Each person had the file on their computer and they all focused intently. This is not simple. I can't understand this part. Old Lee, come over. Old Sue, come over. This part involves solid-state physics, I don't get it.
Voices rose and fell in the conference hall.
Why does this Q value equal to 5,214? I've read it several times and still can't understand. Old Sue, do you know? I don't know either.
I recall Professor Zhang from Huaqing University is highly accomplished in this field.
Why not consult him? Two academicians approached Yang Weiguo and asked if they could invite Professor Zhang.
Yes. After a moment of thought, Yang agreed. At Tsinghua University, Professor Zhang, who was engaged in an academic exchange with international colleagues, received a message inviting him to the National Academy of Sciences. It said, come or you'll regret it for life.
Without a moment's hesitation, he decided to go.
Yet the international colleague persisted.
Mr. Zhang, I believe your viewpoint is incorrect. During material collision. Yes, whatever you say.
Before he could finish, Professor Zhang's figure vanished, leaving the international colleague bewildered in the wind. Meanwhile, several professors from Peking University also rushed to the National Academy of Sciences. After signing confidentiality agreements, they joined the main group. They worked together, studying the document for a whole day and night. Despite their weary eyes looking like pandas, they refused to stop.
All right, everyone stop. Yang Weiguo clapped his hands, signaling them to halt.
But no one listened. To them, this document was like a woman who had been single for 40 years suddenly encountering a scantily clad young man.
Its allure was irresistible.
We've studied it for a day, mostly figured it out except for the last step.
Yang Weiguo coughed to hide his embarrassment.
An academician had an idea and exclaimed, we've spent half a day on the last step with no progress. Why not consult the original author?
Yes. Others chimed in. All eyes turned to Yang Weiguo, burning with intensity.
President Yang, could you explain the last step to us?
Well. Yang Weiguo chuckled dryly, I'm not the original author. Then who is?
Find him and let him enlighten us. Yang Weiguo smiled awkwardly, I don't know who the original author is either.
Everyone was stunned. Don't worry, this email was sent to me by Director Huang. Let me ask him.
Yang Weiguo took out his phone and called Director Huang, putting it on speaker.
Old Huang, who sent you that email? You want to know the original author? Everyone's eyes lit up and they pricked up their ears. Yes. Yang Weiguo nodded. This email had personal information attached, but I forgot to send it to you. Shall I send it now? An impatient old academician interjected, read it aloud first, let us hear. All right.
Director Huang, staring at his computer screen, read verbatim, my name is Suyu, 17 years old, from Jiangnan Province XX City XX.
A high school student.
I hope to use this nuclear fusion technology to gain admission to your esteemed university.
Everyone was stunned. A high school student. 17 years old. The original author was him. This exceeded their expectations, utterly unbelievable.
I thought the original author was a research team or an old professor, not a young lad.
An academician exclaimed.
Even pigs wouldn't believe this. Yang Legua hung up the phone and silenced the murmurs praising truly heroes emerge from the young. With such a youth, how could the divine dragon nation not thrive?
Exactly. Others agreed. An old academician said the urgent matter is to find this young man. Let's set off now. Yang Legua nodded.
Well, go to.
Wait for me. This young genius wants to enroll in Divine Dragon University of Science and Technology, right? I'll prepare an admission letter. Yang Legua left with a smile.
The university professors present with a glint in their eyes excused themselves to go to the restroom.
Once inside, they quickly pulled out their precious phones.
Their agreement prohibited leaking the nuclear fusion technology but not poaching the talent.
Hello, I'm Professor Zhang. Go to Jiangnan Province XX City XX. Find a 17-year-old boy.
He's a genius of the highest order.
Do whatever it takes to enroll him. I'm Professor Sure. Go to Jiangnan Province XX City XX. In Jiangnan Province Happiness Residential Area.
Yang Xiaoyu carried heavy bags back from the market. She had bought a lot of supplements, mainly brain tonics, because she began to suspect her son's mind might really be troubled. Since the college entrance exam results came out, he had been grinning all day, leaving early and returning late studying at the library.
This was extremely abnormal.
Normal people after a bad exam would feel upset for a while, even if carefree. And her son had never liked studying before. All signs pointed to her son possibly having a problem.
First, supplement his brain. If that didn't work, she'd contact the hospital. Yang Xiaoyu sighed, quickening her pace home. But halfway there she met an acquaintance.
Aunt Lu greeted her, exchanged pleasantries, then got to the point. I remember your son, so you also took the exam. What score did he get?
222 points, Yang Xiaoyu answered truthfully. 222 is not bad.
This year's junior college cutoff is 210, so he can go to college.
I remember your son is also a senior. Yang Xiaoyu casually mentioned, which made Aunt Lu excited. She had been waiting for Yang Xiaoyu to bring it up. Sighing, she said, don't mention it. He bombed. What score? 523, just 23 points above the national keyline.
It's a headache choosing a major, so frustrating.
Aunt Lu put on a worried face. Yang Xiaoyu was speechless. Well, that's a humble brag.
I have a WTF in my heart but don't know if I should say it.
Don't worry. Study hard and maybe one day you can work for our Suyu. Yang Xiaoyu smiled slightly and quickened her pace. Having a bit of money makes you think you're something. Aunt Lu cursed inwardly, then chased after her to continue her humble brag.
A child ran over and shouted, Auntie Yang, a lot of people are at your house. Something big seems to have happened.
Hurry back. Yang Zuyu's heart leaped into her throat and she ran home.
Entering the compound, she saw rows of cars and a crowd of strangers.
Yang Xiaoyu asked, what brings you all to my home? What else?
So you must have gotten into trouble and they're here to settle scores, Aunt Lu interjected.
Are you Su-Yes mother?
A man in a suit and tie hurried over, examined Yang Xiaoyu and said repeatedly, excellent, excellent, you've raised a fine son. This flattery sounded sarcastic to Aunt Lu, who was even more eager to watch the drama. They really are here to settle score.
The man in the suit introduced himself solemnly. I am Zhou Tianxuan, the president of Huaqing University. Is your son at home? What do you want with him? Yang Zuyu's confusion deepened. Your son is exceptionally talented.
I wish to invite him to study at Huaqing University. Before President Zhou could finish, he was interrupted. Huaqing.
Is it even worthy? He must come to us at Beida. Our science department is #1 in the country.
Huaqing is willing to offer a 500,000 yuan scholarship.
500,000.
Even a dog would turn its nose up at that. The two presidents argued heatedly, their faces flushed red, nearly coming to blows.
This scene left everyone else dumbfounded.
The presidents of the nation's top universities were quarreling fiercely over a single examinee, and the most absurd part was that the student's score was only 222 points. Even a donkey wouldn't believe it, let alone highly intelligent humans. Aunt Lu stepped forward and declared loudly, what kind of new scam is this?
Lucky for me I have the anti-fraud app on my phone, otherwise I might have fallen for it. Su's son barely scored higher than my own son.
How could he be fought over by universities, let alone Tsinghua and Beida? The others nodded in agreement.
Why don't you look it up online? President Zhou snorted coldly.
Someone pulled out their phone and searched for the presidents of Manhwa and Beta, comparing the images.
They were not just similar, they were identical.
They really are the presidents of Manhwa and Beta.
Everyone was stunned, unable to believe it.
Yang Xiuyu was the first to react. Though her doubts persisted, her worries vanished.
My son is at the library now. I'll go fetch him.
Well, go too.
The two presidents followed. The neighbors were left bewildered, standing in the wind. Aunt Lu kept muttering, this can't be. Impossible. At the library. Suyu was reading.
Beside him, two chubby boys were staring at him with unfriendly eyes. Suyu noticed that these two boys had been doing this for 2 consecutive days.
Their purpose in coming to the library was not to read but to watch him. They must be two bottoms. How terrifying. A boy also needs to protect himself outside.
Over these 2 days, Suyu had browsed through a vast number of books, not thousands but at least several hundred. If he were to take the college entrance exam now with his current abilities, he believed he could score at least 749 points.
No, 599. After deducting the English score.
The 100-fold learning efficiency did not include the English subject.
He had asked the system why. The system replied, why should you learn English? No need to learn it. The dragon language was the best.
As he was engrossed in reading, a dong 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 sounded on the desk.
He looked up and saw his mother, Yang Xiuyu.
Beside his mother were 2 middle-aged men in suits. Their gazes were even more lecherous than those of the 2 chubby boys, making his scalp tingle.
Come out for a moment. Yang Xiuyu glanced around and lowered her voice.
Suyu nodded, tidied up his things and followed them out. The 2 chubby boys nearby were stunned. Don't those 2 look like the presidents of Huacheng and Beta?
What do you mean look like?
They are exactly those 2 presidents. This guy is incredible, having the top 2 universities' presidents come looking for him personally.
Envy makes my dick purple.
Outside the library, Suyu stared at the 2 men in suits, wondering who they were and what they wanted.
Let's talk at home.
Well, disturb others here.
Yang Xiuyu said, then led Suyu home.
The library was a sacred place for study where noise was prohibited. It would be bad if these 2 presidents started arguing here and affected others' learning. On the way, the gazes of the 2 men in suits grew increasingly fervent, making Suyu's hair stand on end. He seriously suspected they were also bottoms. Before they reached the neighborhood, President Zhou couldn't help but speak. Student Suyu, I see you are a man of talent, elegance and handsomeness.
Would you be willing to come to our school?
He should come to ours instead.
The Beta president objected. Who are you?
Suyu was surprised. The 2 presidents introduced themselves.
Oh.
Suyu nodded, strode into the neighborhood and saw a crowd of neighbors who had come to gawk. Seeing Suyu's lack of interest, President Zhou grew anxious and quickly offered benefits. If you come to Huacheng, not only will tuition and fees be waived, but you'll also receive a 500,000 yuan scholarship.
Huacheng is really poor. The Beta president shook his head sarcastically. Come to Beta. Tuition and fees waived, scholarship of 1 million yuan. Scholarship of 1.5 million plus a house. A house and a car. And a girlfriend.
The neighbors in the distance were shocked. Manhwa and Beta were the highest institutions of learning in the Divine Dragon Kingdom, coveted by all students. Now they were offering money, cars and houses to invite someone to study. The scene that only appeared in the news was now unfolding before their eyes.
Envy and jealousy.
If only this Suyu were their own child.
Do you know what my college entrance exam score is? Suyu asked calmly.
President Zhou declared confidently, no need to guess.
It must be no less than 700 points.
Suyu smiled and shook his head.
My total score is 222 points.
The 2 presidents were stunned. Such a low score, was it worth fighting over? But recalling the old professor's words, they both firmly believed that Suyu was a genius. Whether you scored 750 or 0, come to Huacheng and we'll give you a 3 million yuan scholarship, a car and a house.
President Zhou gritted his teeth.
Beta is great, but I think Huacheng is better.
Su Daji spoke up.
Before Suyu could finish, the sound of car engines approached. A dozen cars suddenly appeared, stopping at the entrance of the neighborhood.
One by one, people got out and headed towards Suyu. Most of them were elderly. Walking at the front was Yang Weigua. He had been betrayed.
He glared angrily at the Manhwa and Beta professors and said coldly, look what you've done. The old professors from Manhwa and Beta lowered their heads in embarrassment.
Yang Weigua strode over, shook Suyu's hand warmly and said, my name is Yang Weigua, president of the Divine Dragon University of Science and Technology. You must be Suyu. Excellent, excellent. A man of talent. Hello President Yang. Suyu greeted politely. No need for pleasantries.
I think you have a favorable impression of the Divine Dragon University of Science and Technology.
If you come name your conditions. I'll fulfill whatever I can. You can use the labs freely.
If you need research funding as long as it doesn't exceed 1 billion I can apply for it for you. Hiss. The two presidents from Tsinghua and Beta gasped in shock.
Research funding of up to 1 billion.
It seemed the Divine Dragon University of Science and Technology was pulling out all the stops. This also proved that Suyu was indeed a rare talent.
They absolutely had to have him.
I am willing to offer a scholarship of 5 million, a BMW and a 150 square meter apartment from watching. Principal Joe gritted his teeth.
Beta offers the same treatment plus an integrated undergraduate and master's program.
Everyone around was stunned and dumbfounded.
The group of aunties stared at Suyu with burning gazes, growing more satisfied the longer they looked, and were already scheming to marry their daughters to him. Yang Weigwa glared at the two principals and said earnestly to Suyu, money is a good thing, but you must not be blinded by it. Learning is pure, you must follow your heart. Which school do you want to attend? Huaqing. Beta. Everyone around spoke up. No matter which you choose, mom supports you. Yang Xiaoyu patted his shoulder. Qingbei is not bad.
The two principals smiled slightly.
Suyu changed the topic, but I prefer Shenlong University of Science and Technology. Welcome to the big family of Shenlong University of Science and Technology. Yang Weigwa was first surprised, then smiled with relief and took out the admission letter to hand to Suyu.
The two principals of Qingbei sighed, greatly puzzled, wondering why Suyu chose Shenlong University of Science and Technology instead of them.
I've already said money is important, but not everything.
You two principals should go back and think carefully about whether your teaching philosophy has problems.
Yang Weigwa said earnestly. The two institutions Qingbei are the top schools in the Shenlong nation with abundant teaching resources and countless talents. But unfortunately,
most of these talents went abroad instead of staying in the country to contribute to the construction of the Shenlong nation.
The two principals were dejected like eggplants struck by frost. Aunt Lu leaned in and suggested, since you can't recruit Suyu, why not recruit my son? My son is 10,000 times better than him. If you don't believe me, you can ask the neighbors.
How many points did your son get in the college entrance exam?
Principal Zhou asked. 523 points, which is 301 points higher than Suyu's 222 points. Aunt Lu said proudly.
Principal Zhou sighed, it's really hot here.
What do you mean? He means go somewhere cooler.
The principal of Beta was speechless. They wouldn't even take such a student even if they were paid 5 million.
You
are a disgrace to scholarship.
Aunt Liu's face turned livid. On the other side, Yang Xiaoyu had already invited Yang Weigwei into the house and poured him a cup of tea.
She glanced at the old men standing outside the door. What are they doing? We have important business with Mr.
Su, said an old man. Su Daji was surprised. What do you want with me? Not you, but Suyu. Yang Weigwa smiled and said to Su's parents, we have something to discuss with him, nothing major, just a private matter. Suyu knew what Yang Weigwa was referring to and led him into the room. Yang Weigwa spoke first. The last part of the email you sent us, we really can't understand it.
Could you please come to the National Academy of Sciences to give us some guidance? Guidance is too much to say, we can just learn from each other, Suyu said modestly.
Yang Weigwa knew this meant agreement and quickly asked, then when are you free? Any time. Yang Weigwa said excitedly, better to take the chance today than to pick another day. Why not set off now with me to the National Academy of Sciences? Okay. Suyu nodded. Pack your things.
With that, Yang Weigwa went out to the hall and said to Su's parents, we plan to invite Suyu to visit the campus of Shenlong University of Science and Technology.
Well, leave shortly. So urgent. Su Daji was suspicious. Yang Weigwa made up an excuse, there's an international exchange conference tomorrow which will broaden Suyu's horizons. That's wonderful. Su Daji nodded happily.
Standing by, Yang Xiaoyu raised a question, why are you so eager to admit my son?
After all, his college entrance exam score is only. His potential is enormous. Yang Weigwa smiled.
Su Daji nodded in agreement, my son takes after me, as outstanding as I was back in the day.
Yang Weigwa asked curiously, oh. May I ask how many points Mr.
Su Daji scored in the college entrance exam back then?
I didn't take the exam. Were you recommended?
Yang Weigwa was somewhat impressed, truly a tiger father has no dog sons.
He dropped out after middle school.
Yang Xiaoyu ruthlessly exposed him.
Yang Weigwa was speechless and could only smile politely. Scores are not the only measure of excellence.
After packing a few things and saying goodbye to his parents, Suyu left with Yang Weiguo and the others. Before leaving, Yang Weiguo made a phone call. All the photos and articles taken by the reporters who arrived at Qingfu community today must be destroyed. No related reports are allowed.
Understood. Jiangnan is thousands of kilometers from Baidu. The most suitable means of transportation is an airplane, which takes 2 or 3 hours.
The plane they took was not an ordinary civilian aircraft but a military one. During the flight, the group of old academicians surrounded Suyu, asking all sorts of questions, mostly about nuclear fusion. Suyu answered fluently, astounding the old academicians and winning their increasing favor. One mischievous academician suggested, "I have a granddaughter about the same age as Suyu. Why not betroth her to him? He's only 17, still a minor." Yang Weiguo interrupted him. Arriving at Baidu and returning to the National Academy of Sciences, Yang Weiguo prepared accommodations for Suyu, all at the highest treatment level. Suyu also found a group of heavily armed soldiers patrolling around the house. He asked in surprise, "What's this?" "To protect your safety, better safe than sorry." Yang Weiguo said that Suyu now was more important than all their academicians combined. At just 17 he had developed controlled nuclear fusion. Not to mention the future, even now it is a height that all researchers could not reach in a lifetime. He had also doubted whether this technology was really developed by Suyu. It was too astonishing, but such doubts vanished during Suyu's eloquent explanations. With such a youth, the Shunlong nation will surely prosper. If you have any other needs, just let me know and I'll do my best to satisfy them. I'd like to ask, where is the library? With 100-fold learning efficiency, Suyu grew more and more fond of studying. The process of casually glancing at something and instantly mastering unfamiliar knowledge, becoming stronger, was simply too satisfying. It was even more fun than needlework. The library is not far, I'll take you there. Yang Weiguo's admiration for Suyu grew higher and higher. He was neither humble nor arrogant, neither proud nor impatient, and never forgot to study, truly the dragon among dragons, the phoenix among phoenixes. On the final step of the email, Suyu had already explained it to the academicians on the way to Baidu. They all understood it. The email content was merely theory, practice was what truly mattered. A simple nuclear fusion device needed to be built. Once the materials were prepared, the experiment would begin. In the laboratory of the National Academy of Sciences, Yang Weiguo assigned tasks to the academicians. "If any of you have questions, feel free to ask Teacher Su." "I dare not call myself a teacher," Suyu said, his face flushing. These academicians, many old enough to be his grandfather, calling him teacher was truly humbling. "He who excels as the teacher," the old academicians chuckled. Then each went to their workstation to begin the work. Yang Weiguo had expected the experiment to progress slowly, but under Suyu's guidance it was not only remarkably fast but also exceptionally smooth. "Teacher Su, the spatial structure of this carbon isotope. Will the plasma in the device generate? Using this material, can it withstand a reaction temperature of 9 million degrees? Over these 2 days the academicians, like eager students, came to Suyu with every problem they couldn't solve. His explanations always enlightened them. Their admiration for Suyu soared. Through their efforts, the nuclear fusion reaction chamber was completed. Only the final step remained. That step was to initiate the fusion of 2 atomic nuclei into one and collect the released energy. The atoms they chose were the hydrogen isotopes, deuterium and tritium. If we had to do this on our own, this reaction device would take at least a month or 2 to complete. Yang Weiguo sighed. Indeed, an old academician nodded, his eyes burning with intensity as he stared at Suyu. "Teacher Su, you are my god." Suyu smiled non-committally. "Now let's start the device and verify its feasibility." "Good. The moment of witnessing history has arrived. Initiate the reaction," Yang Weiguo commanded. The academicians dared not be careless, monitoring the data closely. Temperature rising. 1,000 degrees. 1 million degrees. 10 million degrees. 50 million degrees, device operating normally. 90 million degrees, device operating normally. 150 million degrees, device operating normally for 423 seconds. 150 million degrees, device operating normally for 600 seconds. The academicians monitoring the data, those sporting panda eyes, were brimming with vitality as if they could slay a tiger. They excitedly reported the thrilling data. The reaction chamber was not large, only about the size of a wardrobe. Although simple, the technology was advanced. The cost was also substantial. The materials alone were worth 1 billion yuan. This was the hope of Shunlong's rise. Everyone's eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the light bulb above the reaction chamber. If the bulb lit up, it meant there was electricity, meaning the device could generate power. A success. Light up, light up. An old academician prayed devoutly, "I would trade Yang Weiguo's grandson's 100 years of singlehood for the bulb to light up." "What do you mean?" Yang Weiguo was furious. He had only one grandson, the sole heir of the Young family. 100 years of singlehood would end the family line.
Aren't you willing? The old academician countered. It seems. I am willing. Yang Weiguo was dumbfounded. With a click sound, the bulb lit up. It's lit. It's lit. An academician with quick eyes and quick tongue shouted. We succeeded, the others exclaimed in excitement. Some were even moved to tears of joy. Controlled nuclear fusion had been achieved. What did this mean? A new era was dawning, the era of the energy revolution. And most importantly, this era was pioneered by Hua Shenlong country. As everyone knows, a country that ushers in a new era is bound to become a giant like Ying country in the 18th century. Shenlong country would also rely on fusion technology to rise as the dragon of Blue Star. The old academicians danced with joy, rushed to Suyu, embraced him and even tried to toss him into the air to celebrate the success. Suyu quickly dodged away. He felt that even if the old academician could toss him, he certainly wouldn't be able to catch him. Don't hurt teacher Su, the other academicians scolded. Yang Weiguo's face was full of smiles, the happiest moment of his life. He clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Thanks to everyone's efforts, especially Suyu, our controlled nuclear fusion device is a success. This marks a complete breakthrough in fusion technology destined to be a milestone in Shenlong's history. Everyone has worked hard. Go rest. I need to write a report to submit to the higher authorities. The academicians looked weary, but their eyes burned with fervent fire. They truly needed to rest or they might collapse from exhaustion. After bidding Suyu farewell, they went to sleep. Suyu should also go get some rest, Yang Weiguo said, patting his shoulder. Suyu nodded. Like the academicians, he hadn't rested for a day or two. During the experiment he felt no fatigue, only full of energy. But once it ended, exhaustion flooded his body relentlessly. After escorting Suyu back to his dorm, Yang Weiguo returned to his office to write the report. Just as he finished, his phone rang. It was Director Huang. Old Yang, check Weibo quickly. The netizens' comments are a bit unfriendly towards Suyu. Oh, ill look right now. Yang Weiguo, always concerned about anything related to Suyu, immediately went online to check. He found the content about Suyu on the hot search list. Hot search: 10 elite universities like Tsinghua and Peking fiercely compete for a candidate. The reason behind it is thought-provoking. This was a report published by a media outlet called Pig Fear. The article recounted the incident in happiness community and dug into Suyu's background, revealing he was a poor student. Why would a poor student be fiercely pursued by Tsinghua and Peking? What special qualities did he have? None. The article insinuated that Suyu's popularity was due to underhanded means, most likely the power of money. Netizens were led astray. LOL. Scored 222 in the Gokao and yet fiercely pursued by Tsinghua and Peking, finally admitted to Shenlong University of Science and Technology. My 250 score should get me into Harvard. The universities of Shenlong are rotten to the core. I want to get into Tsinghua and Peking. How much does it cost? Huaqing University, Baidi University. Didn't I order the Jiangnan province media not to report this? This Pig Fear is really asking for trouble. Yang Weiguo fumed and dialed a phone number. Xiao Zhu is a journalist. He works at the Pig Sees Worry Media and his boss is his second uncle. On his first day at work, his second uncle told him that as a journalist the authenticity of the article is not important, what matters is whether it can go viral, as traffic means money. Xiao Zhu learned quickly and outshone his predecessors. For example, there was a grandfather and his granddaughter shopping together. He took a photo and wrote a report claiming that the girl was vain, a materialistic girl who sought out an old man of the same generation as her grandfather for money. Once the incident was published, it caused a massive uproar. Netizens transformed into moral vigilantes, wielding their keyboards and using every derogatory term to attack the girl. This had an extremely negative impact on the girl. But what does it have to do with Xiao Zhu? Nothing. Relying on this report, he earned a substantial sum for the studio, received accolades from his second uncle, and got a promotion and a raise. In his subsequent career, Xiao Zhu thrived on his ruthless methods, enjoying a life of luxury. He was about to be promoted to editor-in-chief. He was just one explosive article away. Xiao Zhu was busy running around hoping to dig up some noteworthy events, and indeed he found one. Around the happy community he learned about a situation where prestigious schools like Qingbei were competing for a single candidate. After inquiring with the neighbors and adding his own fabrications, a sensational report was born. Once published, it caused an immediate sensation. Keyboard warriors were ecstatic, fervently fanning the flames, and the article's popularity soared. At the office of Pig Sees Worry, the boss called Xiao Zhu into the office, showering him with praise. Zhu, you did great. When I first hired you, I thought you were just a deadweight, but it turns out I underestimated you. You are a gem. It's all thanks to my second uncle's guidance. Xiao Zhu understands the ways of the workplace. Good kid, not arrogant or impatient, well done.
His second uncle patted his shoulder. The editor-in-chief position is yours.
Thank you for your cultivation, second uncle.
Xiao Zhu smiled broadly. The boss gathered all the employees to commend Xiao Zhu on the spot. As media people, what is most important?
It's traffic. Traffic means money, and making money is nothing to be ashamed of.
Everyone should learn from Xiao Zhu, digging up some controversial articles and artistically processing them a bit.
Authenticity is what mainstream media pursues.
Now I announce Xiao Zhu as the new editor-in-chief with a monthly salary raised to 200,000 plus a bonus of 500,000. The boss is generous.
Employees shouted in unison.
Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, a receptionist rushed in. Boss, people from the relevant department have arrived.
Quick, please.
Before he could finish, people from the relevant department barged in and slapped a piece of paper on his face. The pig sees worry media fabricated facts slandering prestigious schools and heroic youths, causing severe repercussions, revoking the business license, shutting down the studio, and imposing a fine of 50 million.
What is going on? The boss was stunned.
Waiting for the court summons. If you don't spend 10 to 8 years in jail, consider your ancestors' graves to be on fire.
The relevant department's people left after saying that. The surrounding employees were all murmuring.
What were they discussing?
Resignation. Not at all. It was about labor arbitration.
Because the studio engaged in illegal activities and went bankrupt, causing them to lose their jobs, violating labor laws.
The voices of the employees grew louder.
But the boss turned a deaf ear, preoccupied with the words of the relevant departments.
Fabricating facts slandering prestigious schools.
The boss muttered, his gaze falling on Xiao Zhu. Isn't this just Xiao Zhu's report?
Second uncle?
Before Xiao Zhu could finish, he was brutally interrupted. I am not your second uncle. I truly regret it. I should have known you were incompetent. I only hired you because of our family ties and felt obligated to you. I never expected you to repay kindness with malice. I started from nothing, step by step, to become the boss of a studio, yet you brought me down with a single report. The boss' eyes grew increasingly cold.
Boss, this has nothing to do with me. I was just following your instructions. Smack.
The boss stepped forward, slapping Xiao Zhu to the ground, knocking out a tooth with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth.
Get the hell out. If I end up in jail, I will definitely not let you off the hook. I'll drag you down with me. The boss roared with a fierce expression.
Xiao Zhu's face turned pale, his body weaker than a shrimp, lacking any strength to stand up, his heart like ashes.
This is truly a dog day. Yang Weigua cursed angrily, calling Jiangnan province to clarify the situation.
The department on the other end informed mainstream media not to report on anything related to Suyu, but they overlooked notifying the small media Pig C's worry.
This small media reported it. It showed how poorly it was regarded in the industry.
A knock sounded at the door.
Come in. Yang Weigua spoke up.
A middle-aged man walked in with a worried expression, and before he could catch his breath, he eagerly said, over at Piao Piao country they are causing trouble again, giving us an ultimatum. If we don't pay the full fees within 5 days, we will be kicked out of Shenlong country.
I can give them a response in less than 5 days. Yang Weigua sneered. What will our response be? You'll know when the time comes.
Yang Weigua smiled mysteriously, holding the report in hand, striding towards the most important place in Shenlong country.
An emergency meeting was convened that evening.
The next morning Yang Weigua looked weary, his lips cracked, yet he strode out of the meeting room with a spring in his step. His face could hardly conceal his excitement. He found Suyu and asked, what should we do if someone bullies our Shenlong country? If a dog bites us, do we bite the dog back?
Suyu retorted. Yang Weigua did not reply, waiting for Suyu's answer. Of course not. Suyu declared with conviction, instead we will kill it. Ha ha.
Yang Weigua clapped heartily, patting Suyu's shoulder. Very good, we should smash that dog's head.
Is something going to happen? Suyu asked. His intuition told him that trouble was brewing. Regarding nuclear fusion, check the news in a couple of days. I need to go abroad. If you have any needs, just let me know.
If you're bored, you can stroll around Baidu, any expenses will be reimbursed.
Suyu jokingly said, what if I want to buy a villa? Don't say a villa, even a courtyard house can be reimbursed. With that, Yang Weigua left. He left the Academy of Sciences and Shenlong country behind.
He went abroad to meet a man in a suit with a bright red tie like a red scarf.
Piao Pieguo's elder brother is right. A dark-skinned man with a pungent left hand loudly echoed. He was the representative of Asangwo.
The ASIN representative, who understood nothing but excelled in reading the room, hurriedly stood up.
The Shenlongwo representative will arrive shortly.
Why don't we gather some journalists first, film them making fools of themselves like fat sheep, and let the whole world see? He ordered his subordinates to summon a group of journalists. The ASIN representative leaned in and asked softly, "Elder brother of Piapiaguo, could you sell us another 10 fighter jets? Weren't 10 sold just 2 months ago?"
Dong Wang exclaimed in surprise.
9 of them crashed.
They exploded before even taking off. He sighed.
"I still have 10 advanced fighter jets, the new generation J-16. I'll sell them to you." Elder brother of Piapiaguo is truly generous.
The ASIN representative laughed excitedly.
The gaze toward him increasingly resembled that of looking at a fat sheep. The fighter jets he sold to ASIN were not good new generation ones, but those that Piapiaguo had eliminated 10 years ago, little different from scrap metal.
The price was also exorbitantly high.
"I'm truly a business genius."
The Shenlongguo representative has arrived.
Yang Weiguo led a team striding with steady steps appearing at the scene.
The Piapiaguo journalists immediately aimed their cameras at them.
Getting straight to the point, they said, "Shenlongguo is the most populous country, will undoubtedly gain the most if nuclear fusion technology research succeeds. It is only natural to pay more fees." "Is the amount of fees determined by population?"
Yang Weiguo asked calmly. Yang Weiguo smiled and said, "Then Asangguo is the second most populous country with over 1.4 billion should also pay more, right?"
"No, it's not like that." The ASIN representative quickly shook his head. "All the money was spent on buying fighter jets. How could there be extra to pay fees?"
"Your Shenlongguo is richer than us, ASIN." Yang Weiguo calmly asked, "Piapiaguo is even richer, shouldn't they pay more?"
"We will decide through a vote that your Shenlongguo pays more. If you don't, please withdraw." With that, he gave the journalists a look.
The journalists understood, their cameras nearly pressing against Yang Weiguo's face. Yang Weiguo smiled contemptuously and said with firmness, "We Shenlongguo choose to withdraw from the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Technology Research Group."
The whole venue erupted in uproar.
His original intention was not to force Shenlongguo out but to make them pay more. Controlled nuclear fusion technology is a money-burning research project. So far trillions of funds have been invested, yet no major breakthrough has been made. Shenlongguo's withdrawal would cause a funding gap in the research group.
Facing threats, Shenlongguo never compromises. "I have other matters, I beg to be excused."
Leaving these words, Yang Weiguo led the Shenlongguo delegation striding away with an arrogant gait, leaving everyone stunned at the scene.
It shook the whole world.
Netizens globally were discussing animatedly. "Beatty netizen, Shenlongguo is domineering. Ingwa netizen, this is too rash."
ASIN netizen, what is the reason for Shenlongguo being so brainless? It must be because they haven't drunk our Ganges water, missing the periodic table.
Inghua netizen, waiting for Shenlong to regret.
Compared to foreign countries, domestic netizens were mostly worried,
because nuclear fusion technology is too important. Some experts, real experts not charlatans, pointed out that mastering controlled nuclear fusion could change the world order. In any era, any place, the purpose of waging war is to plunder resources. Controlled nuclear fusion could produce extremely terrifying resources.
"I have a friend," the retort was so satisfying, "but the problem is, he's just a child. We can't do without nuclear fusion technology, just like the West can't do without Jerusalem. I am Wan Gang. Once controlled nuclear fusion technology is developed, it will surely usher in an energy revolution era.
Our withdrawal halfway will definitely cause heavy losses. You know, in the past few centuries we didn't catch the ride of the Industrial Revolution." The netizens' discussions pushed the topic to the top of the trending list.
The authorities directly replied, "Trust the country."
This answer gave most netizens peace of mind. Is this the news principle Yang was talking about? Su Yu was a bit amused and exasperated. At this critical moment they were ostracizing Shenlongguo. "Now we simply want play with you." Yang Weiguo walked in smiling and asked, "How was it? Did I handle it well?" "Extremely satisfying." Haha, Yang Weiguo laughed heartily. "This is the most gratifying thing I've said on behalf of Shenlongguo."
Su Yu said, "The dragon has slept enough. When it awakens it will surely roar."
A glint flashed in Yang Weiguo's eyes. Looking back at history, our Shenlongguo has not always been prosperous.
After a few hundred years of prosperity there comes a period of decline.
Once we endure that period we become strong again.
I believe Shenlongguo's period of decline has passed and we are about to usher in an era of prosperity.
Su Yu nodded in agreement. Possessing the divine civilization system leading Shenlongguo to prosperity was just a matter of time.
His system might be the arrangement of heaven helping Shenlong reach its peak again.
Great minds think alike. Yang Weiguo patted him on the shoulder and took out a document to hand over.
"What is this?"
Su Yu asked curiously. "Open it and see." Su Yu opened it and looked.
The contents made him pause and also filled him with excitement.
It was an invitation letter.
The gist was that the authorities planned to build a controlled nuclear fusion power station and invited Su Yu to serve as the chief engineer guiding the project to completion.
The project was allocated 10 billion yuan with the possibility of additional funding if needed. Suya's personal compensation was a monthly base salary of 10 million yuan.
How much is 10 million?
Deposited in a bank, one could live a wealthy life without working just on the interest.
What thrilled Suyu was not the money but the project itself. This brings us to the merits of controlled nuclear fusion technology. The raw materials are abundant, so cheap as to be practically free, safe and reliable, and with no environmental pollution.
Most importantly, the energy output is staggeringly immense. Once a power station is built, the electricity it generates would be enough to supply the entire Shenlong kingdom. Suyu declared, "I am willing to serve as the chief engineer."
Prepare for tomorrow. We will find a geomatically auspicious site to serve as the location of the power station.
The next day,
at a military camp outside the city, an old man with white hair craned his neck to look into the distance.
His name was Wendashi, a renowned geological survey expert in the country.
The rumble of vehicles approached. A green military truck drove in from afar and stopped beside the camp. Wendashi hurried over and grasped the hand of the man alighting from the vehicle.
"Are you the chief engineer?" "Not me."
Yang Weiguo smiled slightly, pointing to the young man who was now getting off.
"It's him, Chief Engineer Su." "Him?"
Wendashi was stunned. Standing beside him was a graceful young lad, not even a trace of a beard, so youthful that he was even younger than Wendaxi's grandson. The one who excels leads.
Yang Weiguo laughed heartily. Suyu extended his hand and shook Wendaxis. "You must be expert one. I have long admired your reputation. You know me."
Wendashi was astonished. On page 45, line 2 of Shenlong Kingdom and Geological Survey, there is an introduction about you.
Wendashi was dumbfounded and inwardly couldn't help but raise his thumb, such terrifying memory, likely photographic. Time is pressing, let's set off first to find a suitable location. Everyone boarded the green military truck. The vehicle sped away, weaving through remote wastelands.
Due to the raw material issue, the site had to be near the coast.
"This place is not bad."
Wendashi pointed at a mountain range in the distance, saying excitedly, "We could consider the open ground at the foot of the mountain."
"Not suitable."
Suyu shook his head and explained the reason: the area is too small. If we build here, we would have to blast away half the mountain, which would harm the ecological environment. Clean waters and green mountains are as valuable as mountains of gold and silver.
Yang Weiguo echoed. Wendashi nodded, gaining even more respect for Suyu. "Stop 1 kilometer ahead,"
Suyu said to the soldier driving. With 100-fold learning efficiency, he had developed a great love for reading, devouring all kinds of books indiscriminately.
Well, perhaps he did have a preference. He never read the spring and autumn annals.
Mainly because too much needlework was bad for his hands and body. Everyone must take good care of their own body. He had also read quite a bit on geology and had gained considerable insight into this field.
"This place is good." Wendaxis' eyes lit up.
The green truck stopped on a stretch of open wasteland.
Soldiers disembarked first to guard the area, guarding against any unforeseen incidents.
Their orders were to protect Suyu at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing themselves without letting a single hair on Suyu's head be harmed. Suyu got off and inspected the surroundings.
Wendashi followed closely, but he carried instruments. Chief Engineer Su was even more professional than I am.
Wendaxis' gaze remained fixed on Suyu. Suyu's movements were highly professional, like an old hand who had been immersed in this field for decades.
In this world there are always one or two geniuses that we can only envy. Yang Weiguo sighed. Indeed. Wendashi nodded.
But fortunately he is a citizen of our Shenlong kingdom. As long as we don't let him study abroad.
Studying abroad. Su probably has little interest in that. Yang Weiguo smiled wryly. Why?
Wendashi was puzzled.
Because he doesn't understand English. Yang Weiguo covered his mouth with a laugh, remarking that no one is perfect.
Are you sure he doesn't understand or hasn't started learning?
Yang Weiguo hesitated. On the other side, Suyu had reached a conclusion. Well, choose this location. First, send people to set up a temporary camp nearby. Good.
Having selected the site, they returned to the camp to plan the next steps.
The entire Lanka Academy and the country's top engineers were all invited to take Suyu's orders.
Everyone who joined the project signed a confidentiality agreement and surrendered their electronic devices. They felt no displeasure, instead they were full of fervor. In the camp's meeting room, everyone gathered waiting for the chief engineer.
What kind of extraordinary person could be the chief engineer for nuclear fusion? Obviously it must be a white-haired, nationally renowned senior.
The engineers were murmuring among themselves. In their view, the older and bolder a person was, the greater their expertise. Suyu, dressed in simple clean clothes, appeared before them and greeted them. Hello everyone.
One engineer couldn't help asking young man when will the chief engineer arrive. The academicians covered their mouths snickering. The chief engineer is already here. An academician spoke up. The engineers looked around where? I am.
Suyu smiled slightly. Is this a joke? The engineers were dumbfounded.
The chief engineer was even younger than their own sons.
Is this the occasion for jokes? Suyu's expression grew serious. His age indeed made him seem unfit to be such a leader. But he was blessed with a system as if cheating. The academicians spoke in unison. Greetings, Chief Engineer Su. Time is tight, so let's skip pleasantries. Now I will assign your tasks. Suyu took out the blueprints he had drawn and displayed them via projector. The assignments were completed. Everyone go prepare. If you have any questions you can come to me. Chief Engineer Su, may I ask you about professional issues? An engineer stood up. Yes. Suyu nodded slightly and left first. The military camp was extremely desolate, so much so that even birds didn't come. Suyu searched for a while but indeed found not a single bird dropping. He hadn't come out to look for bird droppings but to take a walk. You don't need to follow me. Suyu glanced at the soldiers behind him. Our orders are to follow you closely whenever you leave the camp to ensure no mishap befalls you. A soldier replied. Follow if you must. Suyu was indifferent. Whoa! Cries rang out repeatedly. A group of engineers were transporting materials in an orderly manner, drenched in sweat yet refusing to take even a moment's rest. Surrounding barren woods and mountain ranges. In the distance lay the sea. The sea breeze swept in, bringing fresh air and carrying away the engineers' sweltering heat. Good day, Chief Engineer Su. The engineers greeted respectfully. Suyu said, you've worked hard. Take a break. Well, rest after finishing this. Suyu nodded, a profound admiration for these engineers welling up inside him. It was precisely because of the engineers and the dedication of others that Shenlong Nation could be hailed as an infrastructure powerhouse. What the people of Feizhou couldn't accomplish in a month, Shenlong Nation completed in less than a day. Such was the speed of Shenlong Nation. After inspecting the project's progress, Suyu quickly strode over to the quality inspector and urged, though we must accelerate the construction pace, we cannot slack on quality. Inspect meticulously over and over again and ensure not a single error slips through. Understood. Understood. The quality inspector patted his chest, vowing that no issues would arise. Keep up the good work. Suyu smiled faintly, then strode briskly toward the camp gate. The nuclear fusion project was top secret. Every member of the project was required to sign a confidentiality agreement, and except for Suyu no one could leave the camp until the project was completed. Around the camp a regiment of troops stood guard, reinforced by several tanks. Not even a fly could sneak in from outside. As he reached the gate before Suyu could board the vehicle, several soldiers followed behind him. I'm heading back to the city. You don't need to follow me, no. One soldier said sternly, as long as Chief Engineer Su leaves the camp, no matter where you go we must follow. Yang Weigua approached Su. Classmate, your safety is now as important as the Grand Elders. Let them accompany you. The Grand Elder enjoys great renown while I am but an obscure junior. Moreover, this is Shenlong with excellent public security, not like Piao Nation where gunfights rage every day. Suyu understood the soldiers, but he was by nature a solitary person who disliked being followed. Yang Weigua thought for a moment. You have a point. If they accompany you it would be too conspicuous. Suyu nodded in agreement. You all no need to follow. Yang Weigua waved his hand. But he'll speak with your superiors. After bidding them farewell, Suyu boarded the green military vehicle and returned to the city. As the chief engineer he didn't need to handle every detail himself, he was responsible for the big picture, orchestrating from afar. Whenever others encountered insurmountable problems he would step in. Upon returning to the Lunka Academy, Suyu immediately immersed himself in the library. He had already read through all the books at the camp. The sight of new books was like rain after a long drought, captivating him, utterly making him forget to eat and sleep. After 2 consecutive days of reading, Suyu finally paused to answer a phone call. Su, classmate, please come back at once. The project has run into a problem we can't solve. Yang Weigua's anxious voice came through. All right. Hanging up, Suyu packed a few things and left. The green vehicle that ferried him was parked at the city's edge. Suyu headed toward the green vehicle. Along a street he halted. The road was blocked. The blockade was set up by a celebrity's team. Because a celebrity was filming here, barricades were piled on both sides of the road. Suyu frowned, a trace of anger flickering across his face. Roads are public spaces, not private property. Everyone has the right to use them. How could they be blocked? No one except the highest authorities has the right to seal off a road. Suyu wasn't about to indulge them. He strode forward and kicked over the barricade. But a security guard grabbed him. "What are you doing?" the guard demanded sternly. "I'm passing through." Suyu remained unyielding. He was just a 17-year-old boy lacking the strength of the burly guard and was pinned down unable to move. "What's going on over there?" The celebrity filming frowned. The commotion was disrupting his shoot. Filming required total immersion. For this xianxia romance drama he was shooting, all he needed to do was stand there, wear a poker-faced expression and blink a few times. A bit of post-production magic would make it perfect. Now interrupted, he couldn't even manage the blinking. "A passerby wants to cross." The assistant replied. The celebrity cursed, "Get him out of here." "Don't mind him, let's focus on the scene." "Sweetheart, I wanna have your babies." "Ah. I'm going to faint from sweetheart's handsomeness." Hearing the screams of these young girls, Suyu was speechless. How could a man adopt the stage name Sweetheart? Did he harbor a princess inside? The security guard roughly tossed Suyu aside, causing him to fall hard on the ground. His backside made intimate contact with the pavement, stinging with a fiery pain. There were dozens of security guards on site. Including the staff, the number exceeded 100. He could report the matter to the relevant authorities to clear the way, but by the time they arrived it would be too late. Taking another route would waste too much time. I'm determined to take this road. Suyu pulled out his phone and called the soldier who was supposed to pick him up. "Wait for me, I'll be right there." Soon from the other side of the road, car horns blared incessantly. Suyu craned his neck and saw the green military vehicle that was supposed to pick him up. "What now?" Sweetheart grew impatient. The noise was affecting his eye blinking. "Can we keep filming? If not, I'm leaving." "Let me handle it." The director rushed over to calm him down. Then he ordered the security, "Get that vehicle out of here." "But it's a green military vehicle." The security guard said hesitantly. "Let me negotiate." The director walked over to the soldiers in the green vehicle, claiming he knew so-and-so, and asked them to take another route. "Please move aside." The soldier's expression was impassive. "Mr. Zhong is my friend." The director showed no fear. "If you don't move, don't blame us for being rude. How about we let them pass?" Catching sight of the soldiers' guns, the director began to waver. "If you let them through, I'm not filming anymore." Sweetheart refused. Ever since he rose to fame, he had become arrogant, believing himself above everyone else, that all must yield to his affairs. The director pondered. Sweetheart was traffic, traffic was money. It hadn't been easy to invite him to film. He absolutely couldn't let him leave. "You block them first," the director ordered. "They have guns." The security guards dared not. "They won't dare shoot. If you don't block them, don't expect this month's salary." Leaving these words, the director stepped aside to call Mr. Zhong. This Mr. Zhong owed him a favor. In his view, asking the green vehicle to change course was just a trivial matter. Why haven't they changed course yet? Sweetheart brother was no longer acting but resting by the side. After several minutes of continuous filming, he was utterly exhausted. Why not take another road? Our sweetheart brother works so hard, but he's being disturbed. Sweetheart brother, keep going, we'll always support you. The fans were screaming frantically. To them, sweetheart brother was everything, more important than their own parents. He deserved all the beauty in the world. Sweetheart brother was so outstanding, why should he make way for others? The director, who had just finished his phone call, cast a complicated glance at sweetheart brother. He chose to appease sweetheart brother not only for the sake of popularity. More importantly, it was the power behind sweetheart brother. In this society, handsome men were never in short supply, and there were plenty who were both good-looking and talented. So why did only a few become famous? There were deep waters beneath the surface. Even Pansy might not be able to handle it. Most of the young idols came from extremely influential families. Take sweetheart brother for instance, his family were real estate tycoons. Real estate tycoons from that era rarely had clean hands, they walked a fine line between black and white. Part of their money was not legitimate. It needed to be laundered. So they pushed out a young idol. The director's true intention in currying favor with sweetheart brother was to win over the family behind him. On the green train were two soldiers, both armed, who wasted no words. One soldier got off to clear the way. Security guards stood in front, and behind them were a group of female fans. If they had been enemies, the soldiers would have shot them down and cleared the way successfully. But these were civilians. As soldiers of the Divine Dragon Nation, their duty was to protect the people. They would never aim their guns at them. On the other side, Suyu was also stuck. Blocking his path were towering security guards. Beep beep beep. His phone rang. It was Yang Weigua. "Su, how much longer until you return to camp? I've run into some trouble, it might take a while." Suyu sighed. "What trouble?" "The road is blocked." "Where are you now?" "I'll send someone to clear the way." Yang Weigua was furious. The nuclear fusion project was the top priority, now everything else had to yield. An Audi pulled up and a middle-aged man in a suit and tie stepped out looking every bit the successful businessman. This was Mr. Zheng. The director ran over. "Mr. Zheng, can you help me? Just get that car to change course." "Damn it, that's a green train." "Mr. Zheng was stunned. He had thought the director was dealing with some local thugs. "Mr. Zheng, there's a female artist named Miss Lee and her cat can do backflips. The one with fair skin, beautiful face and long legs." "Mr. Zheng asked eagerly. Yes, yes. A cat that can do backflips is rare, I'll have to check it out tonight." "Leave it to me." Mr. Zheng walked over to the soldiers by the train. "Give me a little face." "Here's a hammer for your face." The soldier was expressionless. "I know your superiors." Rumble. A deafening roar came from afar. The ground trembled. Sweetheart Brother, who had been sitting on a chair, lost his balance and fell. He scrambled up and craned his neck to see. It was tanks. 2 tanks were approaching. Such combat vehicles were rarely seen in daily life, only on news or TV shows. The sudden appearance of 2 left everyone stunned. "Military exercise, everyone clear the way." The director was dumbfounded. Stopping soldiers was one thing, but stopping tanks was pure fantasy. He turned to see Sweetheart Brother's reaction, only to find the idol obediently cowering to the side. The crew, including the fans, all retreated to make way for the tanks. The soldier on the green train seemed to realize something. Instead of yielding, he drove the train next to Suyu, picked him up and headed toward the camp. These 2 tanks had been sent by Yang Weigua to resolve Suyu's predicament. Now that Suyu had left, they completed their formalities and returned to camp. "I'm not filming anymore." Sweetheart Brother told his crew to pack up and left. His fans gradually dispersed. Mr. Zheng walked over and patted the director's shoulder. "Tell Miss Lee to wash. Have her cat ready. Tonight I'm coming to see the backflip." "Sure, sure." After sending Mr. Zheng off, the director felt deeply uneasy. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Years of experience told him that today's incident was anything but simple. When Sweetheart Brother returned home, he was not greeted by a loving father but by a slap in the face. "You ungrateful brat, what have you done outside?" Sweetheart Brother was knocked to the ground, a clear handprint burning on his cheek. He stood up wincing. "I didn't do anything." "Then why did the tax bureau come to audit us and freeze the company's funds?" his father thundered. The company's accounts appeared clean on the surface, and normally the tax bureau would not investigate. A full-scale audit like today's clearly meant they had offended someone. This. Sweetheart Brother began to panic. After thinking for a while, he said, "Today during filming we blocked a green train. Then tanks came saying it was a military exercise." "You idiot. I'd rather have given birth to a piece of barbecue pork." His father slapped him again, knocking out one of his teeth. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth and his mouth throbbed with pain, but Sweetheart Brother ignored it, frantically searching the floor for the lost tooth. It was a diamond tooth. And it was expensive. A green train and 2 tanks, do you think that's a military exercise? Is your head filled with rocks? What kind of military exercise has only 2 tanks? It's obviously someone important. His father's words came like a machine gun. Sweetheart Brother was shocked. Maybe I should play the victim online and stir up some drama. Bang. His father kicked him. Are you sure you're my biological son? You don't look like me and you don't even have my intelligence. Going after someone like that with your little drama, do you have a death wish? Damn it, I'll kill you, you stupid dog. No. That very day Sweetheart Brother was found to have evaded $5 billion in taxes and was permanently blacklisted. His family's company was also shut down. Sweetheart Brother's father was the worst off. Because of his misdeeds he was arrested and sentenced to life in prison. Before being taken away in a fit of rage, he broke both of Sweetheart Brother's legs and accidentally broke his third leg as well. The other 2 also met miserable ends. The director returned home to find his company sealed bankrupt and deeply in debt.
As for Mr.
Jung, he couldn't enjoy the cat's backflip, instead he got to admire Black Cat Sheriff behind bars. Meanwhile, Suyu had already returned to the camp. At the nuclear fusion power station camp, Suyu had just stepped out of the vehicle when a group of academicians surrounded him.
Chief Engineer Su, are you in love? Why are you so late? Don't talk nonsense. We ran into some trouble, Yang Weiguo corrected. What trouble? Want old man need a help? Yang Weiguo said, I sent 2 tanks to deal with it. 2. That's not enough. At least 20 plus fighter jets otherwise. The academicians were getting more and more outrageous. Suyu quickly got back to the point, where is the problem with the project? It's the top of the power station. The engineers don't know how to handle it. An academician kept chattering on about the situation.
The current project had not yet involved the knowledge of nuclear fusion. They were building the framework of the power station, relying mainly on engineers and soldiers. Building a power station was a piece of cake for these engineers. But a nuclear fusion power station was different. The structural design of this station was completed independently by Suyu, vastly different from traditional stations, truly innovative. For the engineers it was a huge challenge.
Chief Engineer Su, I think the design of the top of the power station is superfluous.
It would be better to remove this part, said an engineer, spreading out the blueprints and gesturing.
This part is not superfluous, Suyu pointed to the top. This is the protective weapon of the power station. Weapon. Everyone was astonished.
When the power station is in danger, it can deliver a thunderous strike to neutralize the threat.
Well, Yang Weiguo said, if we ourselves want to dismantle the power station, wouldn't we be attacked by it? Suyu couldn't help but let out a chuckle. The attack is not controlled by the system but by humans. That is, if an enemy wants to destroy our power station, we can launch an attack and kill the enemy. So overpowered. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yang Weiguo asked, what is the estimated range? It covers the entire Shenlong country. Suyu dropped a bombshell and its precision strike.
The input coordinates and the actual impact location will not exceed 1 centimeter of error.
Everyone eagerly asked, what about the power?
Suyu calmly said, the power is controllable, roughly ranging from a bullet to a hydrogen bomb.
Everyone gasped.
This was too terrifying. This is only theoretical, Suyu smiled slightly.
As for the specifics, we'll have to wait until the project is completed. Then I have to praise the engineers' progress has been quite fast. It's all thanks to Chief Engineer Su.
These engineers were already in awe of Suyu.
There's only 1 day left and we'll have finished the framework of the power station.
Then it will be our turn to step in, the academicians said eagerly.
Slacking off, there's no sign of them researching nuclear fusion.
The subordinate replied.
What about the progress of our research team? The subordinate reported it can operate stably at 20 million degrees for 6 seconds.
Previously, progress could only stabilize at 15 million degrees for 4 seconds.
Now it was undoubtedly a qualitative leap. Arrange it quickly, let me witness this historic moment.
Within a year, Shenlong country will kneel before me begging to rejoin the nuclear fusion research team. That very day he held a press conference and announced this breakthrough to the world. And he declared within a year Shenlong country will kneel before him demanding to rejoin the nuclear fusion research team. The breakthrough of 20 million degrees stable for 6 seconds shocked the whole world.
Especially in academia, it was equivalent to dropping an atomic bomb.
Various academic bigwigs were discussing how long it would take for the nuclear fusion research team to fully master controllable nuclear fusion technology. There was also mockery mocking Shenlong country for lacking forbearance and ruining a great plan, withdrawing from the nuclear fusion research team for a mere few hundred billion, truly not worth it. Suyu finished reading a book and was just tired, so he went online. He happened to see this news.
What atomic bomb, what dagger? Yang Weiguo came over and asked curiously.
Suyu handed him the phone. This news.
This Piao country.
Yang Weiguo laughed heartily, then became serious. Although he is like a frog at the bottom of a well, we can't let him be complacent for too long.
We need to speed up. Strive to complete it by September when school starts. Is that okay? Isn't that too fast? Yang Weiguo was dumbfounded.
He had meant to speed up, hoping to finish by the end of the year.
He didn't expect Suyu to directly say September. You know, there were only about 20 days left until September. That was too tight. It's not tight. I'll go check the quality and we need to be even faster. Suyu said calmly. The framework of the power station was completed. Next was the process of adding core technology.
It mainly relied on the academicians, with Suyu being the most important. This group of academicians worked like relentless robots, never feeling tired, forgetting to eat and sleep. If not forced to rest, at least several people would have died from overwork. The technology of nuclear fusion was mastered, but applying it was completely different. Many simple pieces of knowledge on paper were like insurmountable mountains in practice. Whenever the academicians had problems they couldn't figure out, they would come to ask Suyu. Suyu patiently explained each one. On the surface they were working, but in reality they were learning from Suyu. Through these days of work the academicians' knowledge improved rapidly. This excited them immensely. How could they bear to stop working? Before September arrived, the controllable nuclear fusion power station was completed. Everyone has worked hard during this time, Suyu said to everyone in the camp. Chief Engineer Su is the one who worked the hardest. Everyone deeply admired Suyu. These days Suyu not only did everything himself but also warmly guided everyone. The most shocking thing was that he was like an encyclopedia, knowing all knowledge not just superficially but deeply understanding the essence. He was simply a godlike person. Everyone go back and rest. Suyu glanced around. Most people had dark circles under their eyes. We can't rest yet, we have to wait until the power station is successfully operational. The controlled nuclear fusion power plant had only one final step left to activate the power generation function and store electricity. Traditional power plants were thermal power plants primarily burning coal, oil and natural gas, which were highly unfriendly to the environment. The fusion power plant was completely different. It only needed seawater to be poured in, and even a small amount could generate substantial electrical energy. Most importantly, it caused no harm to the environment. Activate the power plant, Suyu commanded. A soldier poured a bucket of seawater into the device. The academicians started the power plant. Activation successful. All data normal. The power plant operated at full speed. Those standing outside could not see the turbulent activity within, but their hearts were equally tense to the extreme. I wasn't even this nervous waiting for my wife to give birth outside the delivery room. A relatively young academician joked. The moment of excitement has arrived. No one dared to breathe, all staring intently at the screen. Electricity 0. All data normal. It's moving. Electricity 1000. In an instant the numbers changed, surging at an exponential explosive rate. We succeeded. This old man's life is now complete. Everyone was overwhelmed with excitement. Several elderly academicians fainted from sheer joy and were carried away by medical staff. The realization of controlled nuclear fusion technology marked the arrival of a new era. The Divine Dragon Nation became an energy giant. With the power plant completed, the next issue was how to present it to the public. I recall a popular show called Yearning for Technology. Why not debut the power plant on that program? Suyu suggested. The power plant is larger than the recording studio, how can it participate in Yearning for Technology? Suyu replied without hesitation, just change the recording location to the power plant. That's a good idea. Most academicians agreed. Yang Legua opposed. Displaying controlled nuclear fusion technology through a show might allow foreign nations to steal the technology. Controlled nuclear fusion was the most advanced technology of the era. Confidentiality had to be maintained. The so-called notion that science knows no borders was nothing but a joke. When others suppress you with high-end technology, you'll know whether science has borders. Suyu smiled and said the show's filming will only cover the surface. Even if the core technology is disclosed, they won't be able to build a power plant in less than 10 years. Everyone nodded. Without Suyu's guidance, even if they understood the theoretical knowledge of fusion technology, they couldn't have built the power plant in a short time. It would have taken at least several years. Thanks to Suyu, it was shortened to 1 or 2 months. In 10 years this controlled nuclear fusion technology will likely be obsolete. Suyu said calmly. Obsolete in 10 years. An academician was shocked. Controlled nuclear fusion technology opened a new era. It was undoubtedly the greatest technology of the 21st century, unlikely to be replaced within a century. Yang Legua chuckled and explained to the others, Suyu developed controlled nuclear fusion technology at just 17 years old. You can imagine how extraordinary his abilities are. In time he will surely develop even more advanced technologies. Well said. The others agreed, their excitement palpable. At only 17 he had reached the pinnacle of the era. His future achievements would undoubtedly make him the greatest figure in human history, far surpassing figures like Newton and Einstein. Such a prodigious youth was a blessing from heaven to the Divine Dragon Nation. If there are no objections, let's decide this. Apply to have Yearning for Technology as the venue for unveiling the fusion technology. Agreed. At the recording site of Yearning for Technology, Director Liu was in high spirits, commanding with authority. This show initially had little popularity, but due to his unorthodox methods it had become the hottest program of the moment. Recently its popularity had declined. However, Director Liu had come up with a brilliant idea to boost the show's heat to new heights.
That was to have top-tier celebrities explain science to the audience. The only problem was that most of these top celebrities had low educational backgrounds and didn't understand science. Even if given the script in advance, they couldn't memorize it. Memorize this script, then memorize the answers to 3 questions, Director Liu supervised. The top celebrity was displeased. These contents are obscure and difficult. Give me 7 more days to memorize. 7 days. Want a slap in the face? Director Liu's patience was wearing thin.
I don't care what you do, you must memorize the script before the recording.
I'm not recording anymore. The top celebrity erupted in anger.
You can quit, but you'll have to pay the penalty for breach of contract, only 50 million yuan.
Director Liu sneered. The top celebrity fell silent, his heart full of resentment. Not all celebrities were wealthy.
Some earned only a few 100,000 yuan per endorsement, but most of that went into the company's pocket. He received a meager fixed salary of a few thousand yuan per month.
He couldn't afford the penalty.
A staff member rushed over. Director, there's an important document.
Keep studying. Director Liu snapped, hurrying to his office.
After reading the important document, he slumped in his chair like a deflated balloon.
He kept asking, why is this? The document stated that the show would be taken over by CCTV and he was to take a break. CCTV taking over. When the show wasn't popular, why didn't they take over?
This was clearly stealing his fruits. He immediately called his superior to ask why.
Don't worry about this. I don't know either. Just take a good rest. Your base salary will be doubled during this period. His superior didn't give him the answer he wanted. The more Director Liu thought about it, the angrier he became. Not long after, CCTV announced on Weibo that it would take over Yearning for Technology and revealed the host's name. Huang Bingbing.
Netizens were stunned, wondering why the change, but it didn't stop them from shouting, "My heart is Bingbing's."
What puzzled netizens was a name on the list, guest Suyu.
The introduction for this guest was just a few simple words.
The most eye-catching was the strongest high school student in history. The resourceful netizens immediately began searching for Suyu.
What they found left them dumbfounded. He scored 222 points in the college entrance exam. At school he was a sloth in class and a dragon after class, often skipping classes. The only highlight was that his family was a demolition relocation household. He was considered a second-generation rich kid. This string of information excited the underachievers. With Suyu's grades, he was clearly a poor student, but being able to appear on Yearning for Technology showed he had some ability. In summary, he was the fighter among underachievers. Who says underachievers are useless? We may not be good at studying, but we're great at other things like needlework. Is the person above driving?
What do you mean by needlework? That's clearly hands-on ability.
Seeing this trending topic, Director Liu immediately understood.
It must be that CCTV wanted to promote someone. Either Huang Bingbing or Suyu. Huang Bingbing is already popular enough, so it must be to promote Suyu. Director Liu fumed indignantly.
Using his hard work to promote a newcomer and kicking him out, how could he tolerate this? Director Liu immediately composed a post and published it.
Hello everyone, I am the director of Longing for Technology. Oh no. The former director.
This show became popular because of me, but now they are killing the donkey after it left the millstone.
Just to promote a person named Suyu. This article was embellished and extremely inflammatory. Most netizens were outraged after reading it.
They cursed CCTV for burning the bridge after crossing the river.
More abuse was directed at Suyu.
Because the information about Suyu that netizens found showed that apart from having some money, he had no merits. Rich but talentless netizens naturally conjured up a shady deal.
What else does he have besides being handsome? It's better to promote me than him. Director Liu is really pitiful, don't be afraid. When encountering dark things, we keyboard warriors are here. The heat was rising crazily.
Before long it firmly occupied the first place on the trending list.
Director Liu smiled happily, feeling relieved.
At this moment his superior called.
Liu, delete what you posted on Weibo immediately. Longing for Technology was never yours, you're just an employee. No matter who it's assigned to, you have no say and must obey. It became popular from my hands, so it's mine. Director Liu angrily hung up. Son of a dog. Yang Weigua threw the cup in his hand, cursing loudly.
The cup fell to the ground, shattering into countless pieces.
The sound of bang startled everyone. Old Yang, what happened? Is it some dogson causing trouble? Or Piao Piao country? The academicians asked one after another. Take a look at the trending list on Weibo. Yang Weigua said coldly. The academicians took out their phones, put on reading glasses and carefully observed Weibo. This anhydrous copper sulfate. Is this person antimony? Carbon tetrachloride. Elegant curses came out like a barrage. There was also a hot-tempered old academician who rolled up his sleeves and was ready to fight. How dare you insult our chief engineer Su? Let me go and twist his neck. Yang Legua stopped everyone, then asked Suyu, what do you think should be done about this? If someone slanders me, deceives me, insults me, laughs at me, belittles me, despises me, hates me, or cheats me, how should I deal with it? Everyone's eyes lit up waiting for Suyu's next words. Just tolerate him, let him go along with him, avoid him, endure him, respect him, ignore him. In a few years you will see what happens to him. Suyu smiled slightly, his expression very calm. Everyone's hearts trembled. Thunderous applause erupted. These words are too profound. So philosophical I must copy it down and paste it on my wall to read every day. The academician's admiration for Suyu reached a new level. Like the mighty river, endless and flowing, or like the yellow river flooding, unstoppable. Yang Legua walked over, patted Suyu on the shoulder. I'm very glad you can say such astonishing words. But our people cannot be bullied for no reason. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out his phone and dialed a number. 1 million in account. Director Lu sat on the sofa, his eyes fixed on the credit notification on his phone. Just today he had taken an advertisement. The advertising fee was 1 million. Posting his little essay on Weibo had gained his account a huge wave of followers. Isn't advertising much more promising than being a director? Director Lu grinned from ear to ear. A director's monthly salary was only 30000 plus some miscellaneous subsidies reaching over 40000. Annual income was just over 600,000. But today he earned 1 million. I need to post more little essays to maintain the heat so I can earn more money. In an instant, an idea for an even more inflammatory little essay was born in Director Liu's mind. He clicked open Weibo. He was dumbfounded. Due to your dissemination of false statements and incitement of netizens' emotions causing adverse effects, your account has been banned for 500 years, time remaining until unbanned 499 years 364 days 23 hours 20 minutes 19 seconds. What is this? Director Lu was shocked and angry, preparing to call customer service to ask what was going on. Just then the doorbell rang. But Director Lu didn't want to answer. His Weibo account being banned meant he would lose the chance to earn several houses worth of money. How could he be in the mood to receive guests? A loud bang sounded. The door was smashed open and several police officers rushed in, subdued Director Lu and presented him with a pair of silver handcuffs. You are suspected of. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say can be used against you in court. The police officers escorted Director Lu into the car. Director Lu struggled and shouted, I didn't commit a crime. You've got the wrong person. The trending topic was removed. Related topics were banned from search. This made netizens even more outraged. Familiar routine, another trending topic removal. It seems that Suyu has a very powerful backer. Netizens turned into Sherlock Holmes trying to find the big shot behind Suyu. But they couldn't find any. After searching for a long time, they found that Suyu's family was just a bit wealthy without any powerful figures. This commotion attracted the authoritative official media. The Dragon Academy's Weibo began to update. Just a little hint, Suyu's technology will change the global landscape. I can't say more details, but I can only say that the Shenlong Kingdom is about to rise and everyone's life will change. Please follow Longing for Technology. As soon as this Weibo was posted, it instantly caused an uproar in the Shenlong Kingdom. The people of the Dragon Academy were all top talents and several were industry giants with immense influence in the Shenlong Kingdom and even the world. Their Weibo account rarely updated. It had only a modest 1 million followers. Yet the content they posted often caused a sensation. Previous sensations were not as big as this one. In just 1 minute it shot to the top of the trending list, far ahead of the second place. Netizens were discussing heatedly technology that changes the world. Is there any big brother with 18 centimeters who can tell me what this technology is? Sorry, I have 25 centimeters, I don't know what this technology is. I guess it might be a technology that can make the island of those who live a good life disappear from the map. While discussing the mysterious technology, netizens also talked about Suyu. The authority of the Dragon Academy was even greater than that of some official media. What they said must be true. Netizens had misunderstood Suyu. He didn't get on Longing for Technology through connections but through his own strength. They had to apologize to him. So a topic surged onto the trending list. Apologize to Suyu. This topic quickly occupied the second place on the trending list. In the Piao nation, there's friction between those two countries. Find a way to escalate the conflict and make them fight. Piao is a peace-loving nation. We don't engage in war, just sell weapons to the warring countries. Your Excellency the President is truly brilliant. The subordinate flattered.
Just then an assistant rushed in excitedly. "We've achieved another breakthrough in nuclear fusion technology, stable operation for 15 seconds at 30 million degrees Celsius." This statement caused a tremendous uproar. 2 consecutive breakthroughs in such a short time. Could it be that the complete mastery of controlled nuclear fusion is just around the corner?
This press conference drew worldwide attention.
I believe it won't be long before the joint team fully masters this technology, ushering in a new era of energy revolution for humanity. He then cited it's a pity that the Shenlong nation withdrew from the joint team. All the technology we've mastered will be kept completely confidential with no leaks to them.
There's a curious phenomenon, have you all noticed?
As the old saying in Shenlong goes, they are a jinx.
Without them the alliance team gets better and better. The president is right. The journalists in the audience applauded. The press conference spread widely, eventually reaching the Shenlong nation.
The people back home were furious.
Arrogant frog at the bottom of a well. Suyu was angered. He could remain calm when insulted personally, but he couldn't tolerate the slander against the Shenlong nation.
I see it and am very angry. I have a way to wipe that smirk off their faces.
Yang Weiguo quickly asked, "What is it?"
The show Yearning for Technology will add a live stream mode, a global live stream.
Su Yes' words were astonishing.
This.
Yang Weiguo was dumbfounded.
Being able to broadcast such critical technology as nuclear fusion in a TV show was already unprecedented.
Global live streaming was unheard of.
To become a great power at the summit, one must possess a corresponding spirit.
Suyu looked Yang Weiguo straight in the eye.
These words moved Yang Weiguo. After a moment of thought, he immediately said, "It'll apply to the higher-ups."
Await the good news. Yang Weiguo reported the proposal to the higher authorities. All of them opposed it.
But when they learned it was Suya's suggestion, half of the top brass changed their stance and expressed approval.
Student Su said, "To become a great nation at the zenith, one must first possess a commensurate spirit."
At these words, even the half who opposed shifted to agreement. Thus the proposal was passed.
Not long after, all official media published an article notifying all netizens.
The technology showcased in Yearning for Technology surpasses that of the Alliance team.
And it will be broadcast in a global livestream format. Everyone is eagerly awaiting. This move not only caused a sensation domestically but also sparked a frenzy abroad. What technology could be more impressive than the breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion? Truly shameless bluffing. People abroad didn't believe it. Some countries even mocked them. Sakura is the Shenlong nation talking in its sleep in broad daylight.
Asan, if this is true, I'll eat with my left hand from now on. Kimchi, has the Shenlong nation gone mad? Wake up. The universe originated from kimchi and all advanced technology is in our hands.
A day later, a major event occurred in the Shenlong nation. The Electric Power Bureau issued a notice stating that at 8 a.m. tomorrow, except for certain special places like hospitals, the entire Shenlong nation would experience a blackout. The duration of the blackout was unknown.
The power outage caused an uproar. A nationwide blackout across all regions. This was the first time it had ever happened.
Something major must be about to happen. Netizens all thought of Yearning for Technology. Because tomorrow at 8 a.m. was precisely the airing time of the show. Jiangnan Province.
Su Daji was taking a stroll.
An old acquaintance greeted him.
Su Daji hurried over. "You already know."
"Know what?" "My son has been admitted to Shenlong University of Science and Technology."
Su Daji beamed with joy.
"You've told me that 800 times already." "That's not what I'm talking about."
The old acquaintance was speechless. "Actually, I think Huaqing and Baida University are pretty good, but my son prefers Shenlong University of Science and Technology."
"What can I as a father do?"
"I just have to support him unconditionally."
Su Daji kept rambling on. All right.
The old acquaintance quickly interrupted and even covered Su Daji's mouth. He had been subjected to his boasting hundreds of times.
"What I'm trying to say is that there will be a blackout at 8 a.m. tomorrow, and there's a show called Yearning for Technology.
It broadcasts matters of national importance.
As a citizen of Shenlong, you must watch. Your house doesn't have a generator.
If you can't watch it on your phone, go to Old Hus Place, he has a generator."
"Okay." Su Daji nodded quickly.
"By the way," the old acquaintance suddenly said, "the guest on the show is named Suyu, the same name as your son."
"My son went to visit Shenlong University of Science and Technology." Su Daji patted his old friend.
He could talk about his son's admission to Shenlong University of Science and Technology 800 times. If his son were a guest on Yearning for Technology and appeared before the whole world, he would boast about it for a lifetime, even borrow another 500 years from heaven just to brag for 500 more. Too bad that wasn't his son. Tell your son to work hard and he could become as outstanding as that Suyu.
Saturday. 7 a.m.
The rising sun painted the sky with crimson clouds bathing the world in warm light. No one could halt the ascent of the morning sun, for it belonged only to the heavens.
Today marked the global livestream of yearning for technology. A global broadcast, an unprecedented endeavor requiring immense effort, yet the nuclear fusion technology made it all worthwhile.
Last night the propaganda department issued a notice: all streaming platforms and other channels in Shenlong Kingdom were temporarily taken over by the higher authorities. The most arduous task fell upon the technical staff in the back end. The massive global audience risked server crashes, demanding their constant vigilance to prevent any mishaps.
Xiaowen was an ordinary office worker.
Though usually unremarkable, he harbored a patriotic heart. As the saying goes, though humble one dare not forget the nation's woes. Days ago he had sensed something monumental was about to happen. He rose early this morning determined to watch Yearning for Technology.
The show would start at 8.
It was only 7 with an hour to spare, so he browsed the internet. Curiously, no matter which platform he opened, a small window popped up. It wasn't a learning website window but a notification urging him to watch Yearning for Technology.
It seems today's event is even more significant than I imagined. Countless others like Xiaowen were waiting. Finally the clock struck 8. The livestream began. No matter which platform they opened, all showed Yearning for Technology.
Netizens flooded into the livestream. The first thing they saw was a barren wasteland, parched soil, sparse vegetation. A graceful figure appeared.
It was Huang Bingbing.
Like a celestial maiden descending from heaven, she brought boundless color to this desolate land.
Netizens instantly grew excited.
My wife is showing off. Chow Chow is dead but his spirit lives on. Draw your swords everyone, the weather is warm but my heart is Bingbing. Please netizens restrain yourselves, Huang Bingbing said with a smile, getting down to business.
Science is the foundation of all life, like a key that opens the path forward.
Technology can change the world.
Hello everyone, I am Huang Bingbing, host of Yearning for Technology.
In Paokai Kingdom, a streamer named Xiao Jin heard that Shenlong Kingdom had achieved a breakthrough in technology that could change the world.
He didn't believe a single word of it. Could Shenlong Kingdom really be so powerful? Absolutely impossible.
A country that didn't even acknowledge the truth had no future.
What truth did Shenlong Kingdom not acknowledge? That the universe originated from Paokai Kingdom. This needed no proof. Anyone with a Paokai brain knew it was a fact. You'll just go in and mock Shenlong Kingdom.
As soon as Xiao Jin entered the livestream, he saw Huang Bingbing.
Beautiful as a fairy.
Such a stunning woman must be from Paokai Kingdom. This Shenlong Kingdom is truly pathetic. They can't even find a host in their own country, so they use ours.
But then again, Paokai Kingdom is overflowing with talent.
His stream viewers were all shouting, "Girl, come back to Paokai Kingdom, don't stay in Shenlong Kingdom, that place has no truth."
Some might think the most self-hyping people were from India, but that wasn't true. It was Paokai Kingdom. Compared to them, India's self-hyping was child's play. Brothers, remember that recent incident. Shenlong people claim chopsticks are their traditional culture. It's laughable enough to kill a pig.
Xiao Jin chatted with his stream viewers. Dragon Boat Festival is Paokai's Chinese New Year. Is Paokai's using chopsticks is naturally Paokai's traditional culture too. Exactly, my family has used chopsticks since my grandfather's generation. How dare Shenlong Kingdom deny that chopsticks are our tradition? Xiao Jin from Paokai Kingdom. Shenlong Kingdom people, you have no shame. Using chopsticks is clearly a long-standing tradition of Paokai Kingdom, yet you claim it's yours.
This comment instantly enraged netizens from Shenlong Kingdom. Living on Blue Star, even a pig knew that Paokai Kingdom was the most shameless, always stealing others' traditional culture. Netizens from Shenlong Kingdom furiously berated Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin sneered, "See. Shenlong people are getting angry."
At the livestream's backstage workplace, the number of staff was enormous, 100 times the usual. Every office was packed. All television stations were broadcasting Yearning for Technology, so their staff had been temporarily reassigned here. With a global broadcast viewed by hundreds of countries, there were bound to be troublemakers stirring up negativity in the chat rooms. Or maliciously spreading rumors about Shenlong Kingdom. They had to be cleared out like flies.
A Paokai streamer is spreading false information.
A staff member reported the situation.
The superior, gnashing his teeth, gave the order: kick out all Paokai netizen streamers.
Whether human or ghost, anyone from Paokai Kingdom, remove them all and ban them from re-entering.
Understood. Brothers, let me tell you, I'm the best keyboard warrior. Watch me take on all the netizens of Shenlong Kingdom single-handedly.
Xiao Jin grew more excited as he spoke. The reason his stream's gifts were soaring. In just 2 minutes he had earned more than a month's income.
I need to stir the fire more. Xiao Jin typed a message.
Just as he was about to post it, he saw you have been kicked out of the livestream. He tried to re-enter but couldn't.
All Paokai Kingdom citizens were kicked out, including the president.
Yes, the president of Paokai Kingdom had also been watching the livestream. He was no fool, he knew Shenlong Kingdom's bold claims meant they had developed impressive technology. He had specifically entered the livestream to take a look. But now he was kicked out.
What's going on?
Why did Shenlong Kingdom kick me out for no reason?
The president asked in surprise. It's not without reason.
A streamer named Xiao Jin provoked Shenlong Kingdom and now all Paokai people have been kicked out, the secretary explained.
How foolish. The president cursed.
That chopsticks are Paokai's traditional culture is common knowledge, there was no need to argue with Shenlong Kingdom. What's the point of winning an argument with netizens? I might as well just apply for UNESCO recognition directly. That Xiao Jin is a total failure, he's brought trouble upon me with his stupidity. The president fumed shut down his stream immediately.
Yes, Mr. President.
After handling Xiao Jin's matters he made a call to the Divine Dragon.
Can you let our Kimchi Kingdom enter the livestream? Ha! The Divine Dragon was stunned. Aren't you already in the livestream? No. I don't know about this, I'll ask the relevant personnel.
The Divine Dragon replied politely.
Alright, I'll await the good news.
The moment the call ended, the Divine Dragon ordered lift the permanent ban on Kimchi Kingdom, change it to a 500-year package.
On the other side, the president of Kimchi Kingdom was livid with rage. Is there any difference between 500 years and permanent? Find an excuse. The president said coldly, knowing that the Divine Dragon Kingdom was unwilling to lift the ban and calling again would only bring humiliation. Divine Dragon Kingdom. Outside the nuclear fusion power plant. Huang Bingbing was live streaming.
Technology is the primary productive force.
The Divine Dragon Kingdom respects talent and explores the unknown.
After a long monologue she finally got to the crucial point. I'm sure everyone is very curious, what technology will be introduced today? The comments were unanimous. Yes, to be honest, not only you but even I the host don't know what technology will be introduced. These words left the netizens dumbfounded.
Even the host didn't know.
Then what was the point of the livestream?
Huang Bingbing smiled slightly.
But this also shows that the confidentiality of this technology is extremely high. Although I don't know, the guest knows. Now let's invite our guest, the esteemed Mr. Suyu, to introduce the new technology.
Jiangnan Province Happy Community.
Although the power hadn't gone out yet, most of the community residents were at Xiao Hu's house.
He had a generator. Even if the power went out, they could still watch TV. They were watching the program, yearning for technology.
There was no need to change channels as every channel was showing this program. On the TV, Huang Bingbing was saying, now let's invite our guest, the esteemed Mr.
Suyu. Suyu. A neighbor exclaimed in surprise.
Su Daji, this guest has the same name as your son.
Yes, yes.
Su Daji said with a smile.
Just the same name. Aunt Lu began to sneer.
This guest is an esteemed elder, how can your son compare?
The others frowned and glared at Aunt Lu. Her emotional intelligence was too low. Am I wrong? Aunt Lu snorted coldly.
He may not compare now, but our Suyu is still young and has been admitted to the Divine Dragon University of Science and Technology. He has a bright future.
Hearing this, Aunt Lu became even angrier.
Her son scored over 500 points in the college entrance exam, higher than the first tier line. But he only got into a decent second tier university. Meanwhile, Suyu only scored about 200 points yet was admitted to the Divine Dragon University of Science and Technology. The Divine Dragon University of Science and Technology was a prestigious first-tier university, a 985-level institution incomparable to a second-tier university. This old Suyu who appears before the world is at least an academician.
How can the young Suyu compare? Aunt Lu sneered.
Even 10 young Suyas can't match him.
The neighbors instinctively moved away from Aunt Lu.
Su Daji was angered and retorted, 10,000 of your sons can't match the Suyu on TV.
You. Aunt Lu was enraged but speechless. Alright, stop arguing. Neighbors should love each other. A kind-hearted person tried to ease the tension. Look, Senior Suyu has come out. This person looks familiar. Isn't that Daji's son? It really is his son. Suyu's parents were dumbfounded.
Just by his silhouette they recognized him as their son.
Everyone else erupted in excitement. Aunt Lu was stunned, filled with envy, jealousy and hate.
Why were other people's children so outstanding? While her own child. At that moment the son Aunt Lu had always been proud of became a failure by comparison. It could only be said that when comparing goods you throw away the inferior, when comparing people you die.
Outside the nuclear fusion power plant.
Huang Bingbing was dumbfounded. She had thought the guest would be an old senior, but it turned out to be a young boy. He was quite handsome.
Hello, host Huang.
Suyu greeted politely.
Hello, Su. Huang Bingbing was amazed.
This young man's smile was so radiant.
You can call me Student Su. Ha! Huang Bingbing was taken aback. Are you a doctoral candidate? To appear on such an occasion he must be an absolute genius. Even a 10-year-old PhD wouldn't be surprising.
I'm still a prospective university student. Suyu shook his head. But in a few days I'll receive my bachelor's, master's and doctoral degrees all at once.
That's amazing. Huang Bingbing gave a thumbs-up, admiration shining in her eyes.
In her work she had met countless geniuses, top scorers and the college entrance exam students recommended to Tsinghua and Peking University.
But none of them were as outstanding as Su Yu.
Receiving all 3 degrees at once, she had never seen such a person before.
Alright, enough small talk. Let's get to the main topic. Huang Bingbing nodded. She was extremely curious about what the technology was. May I ask Student Su, what technology are you bringing?
Controlled nuclear fusion technology.
Exactly. Suyu smiled. But what I'm bringing is not just the basics, it's the complete technology of controlled nuclear fusion.
Do you mean? The controlled nuclear fusion technology has been fully mastered by the Divine Dragon Kingdom. Suyu's words not only stunned Huang Bingbing but also left all the viewers in the live stream dumbfounded. Controlled nuclear fusion technology is a cutting-edge technology.
Outside academia few knew about it.
But due to the Divine Dragon Kingdom's withdrawal from the Coalition research team and the high-profile stance of the Floaty Kingdom, more people had come to know about it.
Domestic netizens were excited.
They finally understood why the Divine Dragon Kingdom had withdrawn from the Coalition research team. They had already mastered this technology. Who would want to waste time with a bunch of rookies? Foreign netizens, however, not only disbelieved but also mocked.
This is impossible.
If the Divine Dragon Kingdom has truly fully mastered controlled nuclear fusion, I'll eat 100 tons of shit on the spot, no lie, or may my family disappear. I didn't expect the Divine Dragon Kingdom to be a nation of lies. Kick out those sarcastic foreigners from the livestream room, Suyu said with a faint smile. The room manager immediately took action.
There are 7.5 billion people in the world.
Only a portion of people watched the livestream of Shenlong Nation.
That portion amounted to over 2 billion people. However, not all of those 2 billion watched on Shenlong's platform.
Most foreigners watched on their own country's live streaming platforms because the host was already in Shenlong Nation's live stream room. On foreign live streaming platforms there were also people from Shenlong Nation. Those who were found to be maliciously slandering Shenlong were all kicked out. On foreign live streaming platforms, people from Shenlong Nation had no authority to kick others out, but they could on their own platform kick out the foreign host. In an instant a large number of people were kicked out of the live stream room.
The remaining ones docilely kept quiet like quails, saying nothing more.
Without these flies even the air feels clearer, Suyu said with a sunny smile.
Huang Bingbing couldn't help giving a thumbs up. Su, your move is really satisfying.
They'll take you to see the nuclear fusion power plant, Suyu said calmly, taking Huang Bingbing on a tour, which also meant taking the live stream viewers on a tour.
Can something so highly confidential be broadcast live? Huang Bingbing hesitated. Just a mere nuclear fusion. Suyu acted nonchalantly, leading Huang Bingbing to the nuclear fusion power plant. His confident expression made Huang Bingbing's admiration reach new heights. The netizens of Shenlong Nation cheered excitedly. This is Shenlong Nation. It has the aura of a great nation. Foreign netizens held a completely different attitude. They were all waiting to see the drama unfold. That Shenlong Nation could fully master controlled nuclear fusion technology and even build a power plant, this matter they didn't believe a single word of it. This was the biggest lie of the century. Those foreign academicians stared unblinkingly, waiting to expose Shenlong Nation's lie. At the gate of the power plant soldiers stood guard fully armed. As soon as they saw Suyu they saluted respectfully and let them in without any questioning. Walking inside one could see a gigantic structure. This is the largest power plant I've ever seen. And it seems quite different from other power plants. Huang Bingbing was stunned, her mouth wide open in surprise, unable to close it for a long time. The principle is different from that of traditional power plants, so the structure of a nuclear fusion power plant naturally changes. Suyu explained. May I ask how long did it take to build this magnificent nuclear fusion power plant? Huang Bingbing inquired. A little over a month. Huang Bingbing was dumbfounded. Not to mention a power plant, even ordinary buildings could hardly be completed in a month. Could it be a bit of a shoddy project? Huang Bingbing said weakly. She wasn't trying to undermine but worried about the quality of the power plant.
Don't worry, Suyu shook his head. This power plant can last at least 200 years.
Amazing.
Huang Bingbing said admiringly, then pointed at a large pool nearby and asked what's in here. What's its use?
Suyu walked over. The pool contains seawater.
Nuclear fusion technology is when two light atomic nuclei fuse into a heavier nucleus, releasing terrifying energy in the process. As everyone knows, the lightest atom currently is the hydrogen atom. The fuel for nuclear fusion power plants uses the isotopes of hydrogen, deuterium and tritium.
Deuterium and tritium are extremely abundant in seawater, almost inexhaustible. Our power plant doesn't need to separate the hydrogen, just pour seawater in. Huang Bingbing's eyes sparkled as she listened. She didn't know what to say, only able to exclaim amazing.
Let me show you other places. Okay. Huang Bingbing obediently followed Suyu, occasionally raising a question or two and always received satisfactory answers.
In the live stream room, those foreign netizens were dumbfounded.
Even more shocked were the academicians. They were all experts at finding faults, but so far had found no flaws.
Couldn't even understand it. The structure of the power plant, they simply couldn't understand it.
They felt there was a problem, but also felt there was. They called in engineers.
Half said there was a problem.
The other half said there was no problem. The two sides argued endlessly, and as they argued they switched stances.
Can only wait for the power plant to start.
But they were all very pessimistic. I bet my father's 50-year lifespan that Shenlong Nation's power plant is definitely a fake, absolutely impossible. If it succeeds, it will be our ace in kingdom. Su, when will the power plant start?
Huang Bingbing stopped.
She had already toured most of the power plant but truly didn't understand Suyu's explanations. She knew every word, but when combined into a sentence she couldn't understand it all.
It felt like listening to an alien language. Her university education was truly wasted. We can start now.
Suyu glanced at the power plant. Starting the power plant would be equivalent to announcing to the world that the era of energy had arrived. Just then a staff member rushed over. Host Huang, something terrible has happened. The live stream room has an anomaly.
What anomaly? Huang Bingbing frowned.
How could an accident happen on such an important occasion?
Hackers are attacking us. Just one hacker and you can't handle it. Huang Bingbing lowered her voice. Not one but a whole group.
Now a large number of netizens can't enter the live stream room.
Ha! I'll go with you to see what's happening.
Suyu followed the staff member away.
Huang Bingbing apologetically said to the live stream viewers, "I'm so sorry, a small accident occurred. Su will have to be back later and then we'll start the power plant." This unexpected situation, domestic netizens expressed understanding and great concern. Foreign netizens were different. They were completely here to watch the drama. Upon seeing the problem, they immediately imagined the whole story. Laughing my ass off, I told you Shenlong Nation couldn't master nuclear fusion. Isn't this accident just their excuse? Exactly, they can't keep up the act. I bet the next livestream will definitely be cancelled. If it isn't punish me by never meeting a cute giant lizard in my life. Suyu had anticipated the possible problems online. He told the room manager not to kick these people out but to record them. They would settle accounts with their countries later. Before long, Suyu arrived at the backstage of the live stream room and asked what had happened. In the backstage of the live stream room, Suyu walked in. What happened? A group of hackers is attacking us. Where is the IP address? Suyu inquired. They are using fake IPs. We haven't found them yet. Yang Legua approached and patted Suyu on the shoulder. You don't need to worry about this. When the specialized computer talent arrives, everything will be handled perfectly. I know a bit about computers. Suyu sat down and booted up a computer. A few days ago, while surfing the internet, he had a conflict with a foreign netizen. To get back at that foreign netizen, he specifically studied books on hacking. Then he got the foreign netizen's account banned. The foreign netizen, bewildered, asked customer service, who told him that his account was perfectly normal. You know this too? Yang Legua was astonished. He pulled up a chair and sat beside him to watch. Huang Bingbing also entered. She stood next to Suyu, bending over to observe. Such a handsome and talented young man, but unfortunately of a different generation. Otherwise she would definitely pursue Suyu. I was born before you were born, and you were born when I am already old. Huang Bingbing sighed. Tap tap tap. Slender fingers kept tapping the keyboard, the sound crisp like firecrackers. The people around were stunned. Such fast typing speed. This speed cannot be achieved without 30 years of single life experience. Laughing to death, I've been single for 45 years and don't have such fast speed.
Yang Weigwa glared and everyone fell silent, instantly not daring to whisper anymore, only gazing at Suyu with worshipful eyes.
Dense lines of code appeared on the screen.
Before long Suyu stopped.
Their IP address is in Paokai country. Paokai country. Yang Weigwa now had blind faith in Suyu's ability.
If Suyu said it was Paokai country, then it must be Paokai country.
Those kimchiators are truly persistent, like something akin to anhydrous copper sulfate. Yang Weigwa cursed.
Why would Paokai country attack us?
Suyu was puzzled. That country, though a self-proclaimed king, shouldn't be biting people like a mad dog.
Our livestream room banned all users from Paokai country for 500 years.
Yang Weigwa explained the reason.
So it's retaliation, Suyu said with a cold laugh. Not to mention that Paokai country maliciously stirs up trouble.
The livestream room belongs to Shenlong country, and Shenlong country can kick anyone it wants.
You'll make them suffer the consequences, Suyu said coldly, his fingers tapping the keyboard again.
These are a group of hackers. Can you handle it? Let me try.
Suyu paused.
Don't keep the netizens waiting.
Have the relevant department send a notice saying that the livestream will start at 1900 tonight.
At that time Shenlong country will have a nationwide blackout and the nuclear fusion power plant will illuminate all of Shenlong country. Alright, I'll make arrangements. Yang Weigwa's heart stirred with excitement again and he strode away.
Huang Bingbing standing by was quite puzzled. She knew that Yang Weigwa was not only the president of Shenlong University of Science and Technology but also a high-ranking official.
But why was he so obedient to Suyu? Though curious, she didn't ask, instead quietly watching Suyu typing on the keyboard.
Suyu sent a message to the hackers of Paokai country: "So please stop your actions immediately, apologize to Shenlong country and compensate with the corresponding amount of money.
Otherwise you will bear the consequences." In Paokai country. The hackers saw this message and couldn't help laughing heartily.
Shenlong country is still the same, doing nothing but condemning.
It means they can't do anything to us.
The hacker leader glared at his subordinates.
Don't stop.
The Zongtone said that as long as we paralyze Shenlong country's network, each of us will be rewarded with 1 billion.
Death to Shenlong country.
The hackers were full of motivation. Before long, one hacker shouted in surprise, "What's going on?
Why can't I use my computer? Mine can't be used either. Mine is broken too."
Not only the hackers but even the netizens of Paokai country had problems with their computers.
What's happening? The Zongtone was furious.
A bunch of trash, Suyu shook his head. There was no challenge at all.
Is it all resolved? Huang Bingbing blinked and asked. Yes, Suyu nodded. Huang Bingbing asked curiously, "May I ask what method you used to solve it?" It's simple. I created a virus named Demon and placed it on Paokai country's network, paralyzing their computers. Without their computers, their hackers can't attack us anymore.
Suyu smiled gently, a very sunny smile.
This. Huang Bingbing was stunned. Can't they just switch to another computer? As long as the IP address is in Paokai country, the computers are basically unusable. Huang Bingbing was shocked.
Such an ability was beyond even the giants of the computer world.
"Su, may I ask what major you are studying?" "I don't know." Suyu was taken aback, then realized that he didn't know his major. The admission letter Yang Weigwa gave him was different from others that didn't mention the major at all. You don't know?" Huang Bingbing was amazed.
The time spent with Suyu had shocked her more than all the shocks from birth until this morning combined.
"I need to ask President Yang." "Suyu, still don't know your major?" "I don't know either." "You can study whatever you want. If you're willing, I can issue you graduation certificates for all majors." "Alright, I need to handle the Paokai country matter." Yang Weigwa smiled from ear to ear.
"Hasn't the Paokai country matter been resolved?"
Suyu asked in surprise. Yang Weigwa stopped. "How do you know?" Suyu told him everything. No wonder. Yang Weigwa suddenly realized.
I was wondering why the people of Paokai country suddenly became so strange, not only coming to apologize but also offering to pay compensation.
"Su, how long will it take for the people of Paokai country to resolve the demon virus?" "Without at least a year and a half they won't be able to solve it."
Suyu said conservatively.
"This time I will make Paokai country bleed heavily."
Yang Weigwa said with a cold face. With computers paralyzed, a large number of enterprises would be unable to work.
Paokai country's economy would suffer. Every day of paralysis would cost hundreds of billions of Paokai money. Unless they compensate with hundreds of billions of RMB, they won't be let off by Shenlong country.
"So it's time for you to start the controllable nuclear fusion power plant."
Today the internet in Kimchi country collapsed. It wasn't just computers, even mobile phones had problems. Without computers and phones, what internet remains? The president of Kimchi country was terrified instantly, knowing it was the work of Shenlong country. He hastily ordered computer experts to eliminate this demon virus. The computer experts were powerless. The president quickly contacted Shenlong country. Shenlong country claimed ignorance and expressed sympathy for Kimchi country's plight. Everyone was shrewd, no one was foolish. Admitting to one's actions would only leave evidence for condemnation. When Kimchi country's hackers attacked the livestream, they were extremely arrogant, demanding that Shenlong country apologize and compensate for losses. For such a country, Shenlong country would not let bygones be bygones. Brother Shenlong, I'll pay 5 billion. Please help me eliminate this demon virus. The Kimchi president gritted his teeth. 50 billion renminbi is worth considering, Shenlong country replied. According to the exchange rate, 1 renminbi could be exchanged for 193 Kimchi currency. 5 billion Kimchi currency was only worth 26 million renminbi. A mere 26 million renminbi was beneath Shenlong country's notice. His own people were not competent and the Kimchi president was helpless, his heart bleeding as he agreed to the terms. Yang Weigua found Suyu and asked him for the method to eliminate the demon virus. Suyu paused, shook his head and said, I don't have it. Creating a virus is far easier than eliminating it. I only created it, I haven't had time to develop the removal method. If needed, I can work on it now. How long will it take? Yang Weigua asked. Suyu conservatively said, at least an hour. Forget about that for now. Your most important task is to start the power plant. Yang Weigua pondered and made a decision, prioritizing the power plant over Kimchi country. After all, they brought it upon themselves. The red sun sank westward, leaving a sky full of afterglow that gilded the clouds with golden frames like a beautiful painting, breathtakingly lovely. The live stream resumed. Huang Bingbing appeared on screen with a radiant smile. Friends of Shenlong country, please prepare. At exactly 1900 there will be a complete power outage. Nuclear fusion power generation is clean, safe, environmentally friendly, and its raw materials are cheap, almost free. It will replace traditional power plants, Suyu said solemnly. Soon all citizens of Shenlong country will enjoy free electricity without paying a single cent. Netizens of Shenlong country went into a frenzy. Free electricity. That would save a huge amount of money. An ordinary household pays at least hundreds of yuan in monthly electricity bills. In summer, with power-hungry air conditioners, the costs skyrocket. Long live Shenlong country. No regrets in this life for being born in Zhozhou. In the next life I will still be a Shenlong citizen, amazing my country. Foreign netizens scoffed, thinking in their hearts that the people of Shenlong country were too foolish. It was just a lie, yet they believed it. Indeed, a region's water and soil nurture its people. Shenlong country's soil was poor, giving rise to such simpletons. Not only netizens but foreign elites were also watching the live stream. He wore a suit and a tie like a red scarf, sitting in a luxurious office sipping coffee while watching the broadcast. The biggest lie of the century comes from Huaxia. Shenlong country, a nation that withdrew from the research consortium, had the audacity to announce that it had fully mastered controlled nuclear fusion technology. Even a pig wouldn't believe that. To be frank, even without Piao country they hadn't yet developed controlled nuclear fusion. Tonight at 1900 Shenlong time, let us expose their lie and make Shenlong country a laughingstock. This tweet went viral instantly. I'm dying of laughter. Is Shenlong country putting on a comedy? If anyone is to break through fusion technology, it should be our Piao country. The moon is not round over there, the air lacks the breath of freedom, and it's destined not to produce top talent. To those mocking us on foreign websites, I have only one thing to say: you are like summer insects that cannot speak of ice, sitting in a well and laughing at the sky. Suyu retorted. But foreign netizens were unimpressed, thinking Suyu was just getting worked up. Enough talk. 2 minutes until 1900. Facts will speak louder than words. Suyu walked to the power plant and ordered the soldiers to pour in seawater. The soldiers worked with vigor, pouring in large amounts. Everyone ready? Suyu smiled slightly. Starting the power outage now. At 1A59, except for a few places, the entire Huaxia experienced a power outage. In the sky there were no stars or moon, monotonous like a black cloth. The whole world was shrouded in darkness. At that moment all citizens of Shenlong country held their breath, staring intently at Suyu's lips. Suyu parted his red lips and uttered a sentence: start the nuclear fusion power plant. Roger. Starting. Nuclear fusion power plant started successfully. The massive power plant rumbled to life. Huang Bingbing's heart raced. She didn't dare take a breath, staring at the plant with tension and urgency. She didn't know where to look. She whispered, did it succeed? Wait a moment, Suyu said with a slight smile. Don't worry, no accidents will happen.
In Piao country a powerful figure said with a smile, we must publicize their lie all over the world.
Another person said, I suspect that once the lie is exposed Shenlong country will beg to rejoin the alliance team. What should we do then?
A cold laugh, what else?
Mock them first then reject their request. Long live the president.
At that moment someone exclaimed in shock, this.
It's lit up. Shenlong country is lit up. Everyone's faces froze. Change of plans. Convene an emergency meeting immediately. Shenlong Kingdom.
The site of the controllable nuclear fusion power station.
Huang Bingbing was extremely tense.
But Suyu wore a calm and composed expression.
All data is normal.
Suyu, adhering to the principle of proximity, said the electricity output is increasing. First send the electricity to Baidu, then to other provinces according to distance.
Received. The current is flowing along the power grid toward Baidu. Xiao Zhe was a student at Baidu University.
He was in the dormitory watching Yearning for Technology with his roommates.
A desk with a phone on it and 4 passionate young men. The entire Baidu University had no electricity.
It was swallowed by darkness. Inside the dormitory everything was pitch black with only the faint glow of phone screens.
The current has reached Beijing. Will it light up? Needless to say, it will definitely light up.
As the 4 were whispering, a bang sound erupted, the light bulb lit up and the entire dormitory became as bright as day.
Baidu University was all lit up.
The entire Baidu at this moment, all lights were turned on.
Success.
Xiao Zhe was so excited that he ran to the balcony and shouted, "Long live Shenlong Kingdom!
Long live Shenlong Kingdom!" This phrase echoed not only at Baidu University but throughout the entire Baidu.
At the controllable nuclear fusion power station site,
the entire Baidu is lit up. Huang Bingbing hopped and skipped happy like a little girl. We succeeded.
The others rushed out shouting excitedly. The soldiers standing at their posts unable to leave had faces brimming with smiles. The live stream chat was flooded with messages.
It was all awesome, my country, and long live Shenlong Kingdom.
Foreign netizens were dumbfounded.
They couldn't believe this at all. How is this possible? Oh my God, who can tell me this is a dream? Brother Jane, don't poke me with an embroidery needle, quickly use your big mouth to slap me awake. By now foreign netizens finally understood one thing: why Shenlong Kingdom withdrew from the Alliance research team. It turned out they had already mastered it. While foreign netizens were stunned, province after province in Shenlong Kingdom lit up until the entire kingdom was illuminated. The pitch black sky.
No moon, no stars, devoid of any color, only silence. But the land of Shenlong Kingdom was different. It was as bright as day. Not only the lights in every household but even the street lamps in the corners were lit up.
Everyone was extremely excited.
They ran out and embraced their neighbors. The neighborhood relations that had been distanced by the internet now had no gap at all, becoming as close as family.
The entire Shenlong Kingdom echoed with one sentence: long live Shenlong Kingdom.
The sound soared into the sky, tearing through the darkness, piercing the heavens, making the entire world tremble.
The academicians rushed over, surrounded Suyu and kept hugging him, scaring him into stepping back repeatedly. He liked women.
He didn't like being hugged by a group of old men. There were also a few fashionably dressed academicians who excitedly picked up Suyu, intending to toss him into the air.
Fortunately, Yang Weiguo stopped them. Huang Bingbing was squeezed outside. She wanted to go over but didn't dare because these academicians were all big shots.
She could only stand there grinning foolishly. Watching Suyu surrounded by stars like the moon, the shock in her heart intensified.
Alright, everyone go back, don't disturb student Su's livestream. Yang Weiguo shouted loudly. The academicians obediently slipped away.
Suyu breathed a sigh of relief, walked up to the soldiers and said, "You've worked hard."
Not at all.
The soldiers quickly replied. To celebrate the breakthrough in nuclear fusion technology today, the entire Shenlong Kingdom will have no power outages, all powered by this station.
Suyu smiled.
Good. The soldiers all gave a thumbs up. If there's no more seawater, well, go fetch some. It should be enough, but to be safe you'd better stay here.
We guarantee to complete the task.
The soldiers said respectfully.
Huang Bingbing walked over, pointed at the pool and said, "There's only this much seawater left. Is it almost enough?"
She was utterly astonished.
Such a small amount of seawater could produce enough electricity to power the entire Shenlong Kingdom for a whole night. This was too sci-fi.
Your understanding of controllable nuclear fusion technology is still not deep enough.
Suyu's eyes burned brightly.
The biggest feature of this technology is that it allows a small amount of raw material to release terrifying amounts of energy. Soon coal, oil and natural gas will be phased out and electricity will rule the entire world.
From tonight onward human history declares that it has entered the era of energy revolution.
Hearing Suya's eloquent speech, Huang Bingbing was so excited that she couldn't restrain herself. This livestream would surely be recorded in history. She was fortunate to participate and witness this historic moment, truly an incomparable luck. Student Su, may I ask which team achieved this breakthrough?
Huang Bingbing was extremely excited and blurted out the question. As soon as she said it, she regretted it.
The team behind it must be kept confidential. In Shenlong Kingdom there are many unsung scientific researchers who have made tremendous contributions to the nation, yet they cannot receive flowers and applause during their lifetime because they fear assassination.
Host this question. Yang Weiguo quickly interjected.
But Suyu interrupted him. I think this question can be answered.
Student Su, this. Yang Weiguo looked at him, his eyes filled with complex information. I believe in the nation's ability.
Suyu smiled confidently.
Moreover, it's not just nuclear fusion technology.
Soon there will be other technologies. To lead Shenlong Kingdom to climb that unattainable peak, one day it will be exposed anyway.
Yang Weiguo hesitated.
Other researchers remain anonymous because their entire lives are basically dedicated to one technology.
But Suyu was different.
He was a unseen a million years peerless genius. At only 17 years old he had solved the century-defining problem of controllable nuclear fusion.
He would surely achieve even greater accomplishments in the future.
It was impossible to wait until after his death to reveal his glorious deeds to the public. After pondering for a while, Yang Weiguo made up his mind. This matter is up to you.
The netizens in the live stream didn't dare to breathe.
Not only Shenlong Kingdom's netizens but also foreign netizens were eagerly anticipating Suyu revealing the team behind him. Who on earth was it that could be even more formidable than the Alliance research team, considering that the Alliance research team consisted of the world's top talents?
There were even several Nobel laureates. Indian netizen, this team behind must have our Indian people.
Only by drinking the Ganges water every day can one break through nuclear fusion technology.
Sakura netizen, hilarious.
Is your garbage Ganges as powerful as our wastewater?
Drink it and your limbs become 8 and you can grow 2 heads. 2-headed people have IQs over 200.
Shenlong Kingdom netizen, this must be a group of highly respected elders.
Piao Kingdom.
In the luxurious meeting room everyone looked grim. Unable to sit still, someone stood up and said Shenlong Kingdom has truly developed controlled nuclear fusion technology.
What do you think we should do?
Once the fusion technology emerges, the global order will inevitably be shattered. If Shenlong Kingdom were still in the research phase they could have forced it to stop, but now Shenlong Kingdom has fully mastered it.
Everyone remained silent.
A noble said, President, didn't you say that no one knows Shenlong Kingdom better than you and that they couldn't possibly master fusion technology?
He glared at the noble and said coldly, what's the point of discussing this now? The urgent matter is to figure out a solution.
The noble shrank his neck and dared not speak again. Someone rushed in hurriedly and before he could speak he was severely scolded. At such an important occasion being so rash, do you have a serious
You need to stay calm.
Being anxious is useless, only calmness works.
Others chimed in agreement. Go ahead, what's the matter?
After the person calmed down they asked.
Shenlong Kingdom's livestream will reveal the team that developed controlled nuclear fusion technology.
Before he finished speaking he was interrupted by a shout of "Fuck. You're telling us this now, such an important matter," he cursed.
The man was dumbfounded. President, didn't you say not to be rash and to stay calm? What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and bring up the live stream. He wanted to kick this idiot to death. The live stream appeared.
Inside the meeting room all the nobles dared not speak, waiting for Suyu's next words.
Suyu stared at the camera. The developer of controlled nuclear fusion is not a research team.
It must be a respected senior elder. Huang Bingbing smiled sweetly, her eyes full of admiration. I can imagine a genius who in his youth remained anonymous and studied for decades before finally developing controlled nuclear fusion. No, Suyu said, quite speechless.
This Huang Bingbing was quite the overthinker.
As far as I know, before Shenlong Kingdom withdrew from the Alliance team there was no individual or group within the country researching controlled nuclear fusion.
The Alliance research team's information was shared.
Countries that joined the team had no need to conduct independent research.
Oh my head.
Huang Bingbing slapped her head, then realized and gasped, do you mean that the controlled nuclear fusion technology was developed after withdrawing from the Alliance team?
Shenlong Kingdom withdrew from the Alliance team only a month or two ago.
Developing such advanced technology in such a short time was truly terrifying.
Is this even human? Netizens were dumbfounded.
Yes and no, Suyu smiled mysteriously.
Oh dear. Huang Bingbing pleaded, brother Suyu, stop being mysterious. Just tell me, who is this amazing person?
Not only Huang Bingbing but everyone in the livestream was itching with curiosity, eager to know who this figure was. Without a doubt, once this person's name is announced, he will become famous worldwide and the greatest scientist of the era. Suyu said calmly, this person is right before your eyes. Huang Bingbing glanced at Suyu, then shifted her gaze to Yang Weigua standing nearby and said admiringly, I never expected Principal Yang to be so formidable. So it's Principal Yang. Allow me with my 25 centimeters to introduce Yang Weigua. Is not only the principal of Shenlong University of Science and Technology but also the president of the Dragon Science Academy. Principal Yang is absolutely awesome.
Netizens were in an uproar. Yang Weigua walked over and couldn't help laughing. I wish it were me, but unfortunately it's not me. Then who is it? Huang Bingbing looked around, her gaze finally landing on Suyu. Right before your eyes, isn't it, student Su? Yang Weigua lightly tapped Huang Bingbing's forehead. Principal Yang, are you kidding? Huang Bingbing couldn't believe it. Do you think I would joke at an occasion like this? Yang Weigua retorted. Student Su. Huang Bingbing was completely stunned.
She had never been so shocked in her life. It was as if she had witnessed the most incredible thing in the world.
Even more shocked than Huang Bingbing were the netizens in the livestream.
This shocks my grandma for 10,000 years. Others at 17 developed fusion technology. I'm 17 and still a simp.
No, I need to rise up.
My 3-year simping period is over. I'll study hard. Mom asked me why I was kneeling watching the livestream. I told her the whole story and she called the whole family to kneel and watch the livestream.
Piao Kingdom. Luxurious meeting room.
The other nobles were all dumbfounded. Within 10 minutes I want all the information on this person named Suyu, from his birth to now, even where he goes to the bathroom.
I want it all. He ordered. Long live the president. Which two will handle it? They have arrived. This. Everyone was stunned.
F-22 fighter jets and M1A2 tanks were advanced weapons of Piao Kingdom.
This didn't seem like it. Most bizarrely, the Asen Kingdom cherished it like a treasure. What about the price? Everyone asked. Just a little cheaper. How much cheaper?
His fingers tapped the table, stopping after 10 taps. Just make it 10 times the market price. Everyone exchanged knowing smiles. Piao Kingdom contacted the Asen Kingdom, offering to sell weapons to them, and proposed a condition.
The Asen Kingdom was overjoyed.
They would agree to 10 conditions, let alone one.
To prevent Piao Kingdom from backing out, they quickly emptied their treasury to pay.
On the Shenlong Kingdom side, it was complete chaos. In Jiangnan Province at the Happiness Residential Complex, neighbors were watching the program Yearning Technology and ceaselessly congratulating the Su family for raising such a prodigious son. Su Daji, never one to miss an opportunity to boast, bragged at length about how extraordinary and talented Suyu had been since childhood. He only stopped when his wife shot him a glare. Most people listened with great interest, but Aunt Lu kept a cold face.
It's just appearing on a show. What's there to show off about? It's not like he actually invented controlled nuclear fusion technology, Aunt Lu sneered. If it's so unremarkable, why isn't your son on the show?
Su Daji retorted. The other neighbors roundly criticized Aunt Lu, some even threatening to hit her. She snorted coldly. Alright, everyone quiet down, they're about to announce who invented controlled nuclear fusion, a neighbor said. The crowd fell silent. The person who developed controlled nuclear fusion is none other than student Suyu. At these words everyone was stunned. Even Suyu's parents couldn't believe it. This felt like a dream. Their once mischievous son had been admitted to the Divine Dragon University of Science and Technology, appeared on Yearning Technology before the whole world, and was the absolute genius behind controlled nuclear fusion. Old Su, your son is incredible.
How do you Su family raise your children?
This is what they call other people's kids, a 17-year-old already making history, while my son at 17 is still simping, and not even after the school beauty but after the class beauty and the village belle. Amid the flattery, Su Daji's heart swelled with pride, but his face remained calm. How did he manage to raise such an outstanding son?
Good genes. Wait, something didn't add up.
Su Daji recalled his own past, poor at studies, poor at work, utterly talentless in everything. If not for the demolition compensation, he'd still be toiling miserably on a construction site. How could he have fathered a prodigy? Could it be that the boy wasn't his own? He turned his gaze to Yang Xiuyu. She glared back her eyes, saying, the boy looks just like you and you dare doubt me. Your brain may be defective, but mine isn't.
Tonight you'll be kneeling on a spiked board. I'm wrong, dear. Su Daji quickly begged for forgiveness. The atmosphere inside the house was warm and harmonious.
As for Aunt Lu, she had long since lost face and left. Back home she switched into mother mode, berating her son. Look at the Su family's child, a year younger than you, already admitted to Divine Dragon University and invented controlled nuclear fusion.
And look at you. Mom, you said I would always be your pride. pried my foot.
At the nuclear fusion power plant site. Huang Bingbing's admiration for Suyu had reached its peak. Her eyes sparkled with hearts of full-fledged fangirl. Student Su, may I ask what kind of girls you like?
Would an older one be okay?
Her shy demeanor stunned the livestream audience. Oh no, my wife has fallen, she's going to cheat on me. Pufferfish, get lost. Suyu is mine, dude. Above, aren't you a guy? After Suyu's identity was revealed, a flood of admirers came, both male and female but mostly girls.
A handsome face paired with immense talent, who wouldn't fall for that?
Huang Bingbing, your head is already big, don't make your face any bigger. Suyu is my husband, honey, I want to bury your children. Facing Huang Bingbing's question, Suyu smiled politely. Women only slow down my thinking speed. Heartbroken before even starting a relationship, Huang Bingbing kept her composure and replied with a sweet smile, so Student Su doesn't want to be entangled by romance.
Suyu nodded. Isn't science more alluring than women?
A true man needs no woman. When bored he can just do some needlework.
Netizens mocked Huang Bingbing for her unrequited feelings. Huang Bingbing changed the subject. Student Su, I have a question. Once controlled nuclear fusion comes out, electricity will dominate the energy sector and phase out coal, oil and natural gas. For cars, replacing oil with electricity hasn't been ideal. Electric cars charge slowly and have weak power, so users prefer gas cars. Not so. Suyu shook his head.
Slow charging and weak power are only problems with traditional electric cars.
Oh. Huang Bingbing perked up.
The new electric cars use fusion batteries, basically mini nuclear fusion power plants.
Like a gas car has a fuel tank, this one has a water tank that just needs seawater.
A single cup of seawater can power the car for a year or more, and it has more power than a gas car.
Tell me, can such an electric car not replace gas cars?
Not only Huang Bingbing but also the livestream audience was stunned. They all gasped. Such an electric car was terrifyingly good and would surely replace gas cars. Heavens, this shocks 10,000 years of my great-grandfather. To be honest, if such a car existed, I'd definitely buy one. Suyu, my husband is amazing.
Would such a car be very expensive? Huang Bingbing asked the question on everyone's mind.
Suyu replied, the price depends on who you are.
Please elaborate.
For citizens of the Divine Dragon Kingdom, the price is low, similar to regular electric cars. Suyu shifted his tone. For non-citizens, naturally it's expensive. The cost lies in the fusion battery. People of the Divine Dragon Kingdom cheered. They expressed no regrets in this life for being born in the Divine Dragon. Foreign netizens protested, arguing that the world is a big village and all nations are one, so there's no need to draw such distinctions. A community with a shared future for mankind. What's yours is mine, what's mine is yours. Such remarks were naturally ignored. After a few more questions, the live stream came to its closing segment.
Huang Bingbing said sweetly, dear viewers, the show is ending. No power outage tonight, but don't stay up too late.
Despite the audience's pleas to stay, the broadcast ended.
Huang Bingbing smiled at Suyu. You're now a top celebrity. Do you have a Weibo account?
I'd love to see how fast your followers grow.
I'm not verified, Suyu said. He browsed online purely for gossip, never liking or commenting, so verification wasn't needed.
What a pity. Huang Bingbing was right, Suyu had indeed become a top celebrity.
His name dominated the trending topics on Weibo. Controlled nuclear fusion, Suyu chief engineer. No power outage tonight, Suyu the greatest genius.
The Divine Dragon Nation achieved complete mastery of controlled nuclear fusion technology, shaking the entire world overnight. The world erupted in chaos. Every country with a semblance of intelligence rushed to establish contact, hoping to purchase the controlled nuclear fusion technology or seek assistance from the Divine Dragon Nation in building fusion power plants. With the advent of fusion technology, the energy structure underwent a transformative upheaval. The era of energy revolution had begun. Every nation yearned to board this speeding train of development, unwilling to be left behind. Yet one country was an exception, the Asan nation. Instead of seeking cooperation, they stationed 10 fighter jets at the border. Bordering the Divine Dragon, the Asan's deployment of fighter jets at the frontier spoke volumes. Since they had not violated the Divine Dragon's airspace, the Divine Dragon could neither condemn nor attack, but they had meticulously prepared for any defense. Take a spin through the Divine Dragon's airspace, commanded the Asan leader.
10 fighter jets imported from the Piapiao nation soared into the sky, appearing in formation over the Divine Dragon's territory. The 10 fighter jets flew with blatant arrogance, crisscrossing the Divine Dragon's airspace.
The Asan pilots, not entirely foolish, dared not venture deep into the Divine Dragon's domain.
Yet this alone was enough to ignite fury. This is the Divine Dragon's airspace.
10 fighters ahead, withdraw immediately or we will take coercive measures. The Divine Dragon pilots issued repeated warnings, but the Asan pilots ignored them, persisting in their reckless behavior, as loathsome as a swarm of vermin. As this news broke, it instantly kindled the wrath of netizens. Everyone demanded that these 10 fighter jets be shot down. Just as netizens were hurling abuse at the Asan, an unexpected event occurred. The 10 fighter jets crashed with no survivors. No attack had been launched. They simply met their demise for no apparent reason. Not only netizens were baffled, but even the higher-ups were astonished. An investigation was ordered. The cause was soon discovered. The 10 fighter jets had structural defects. Netizens burst into laughter. The Asan's fighter jets are such a joke, they self-destructed out of sheer silliness. This is truly a case of a calf flying on a plane, bullshit reaching the heavens. The Asan could not accept this outcome. An emergency meeting was convened. MOD sat at the head of the table, his face grim. Regarding the Divine Dragon's claim that our fighter jets crashed due to quality issues, what are your thoughts? A bald man stood up. I believe the Divine Dragon is not lying. The weapons sold to us by the Piao Nation all have a lifespan of less than a month. Another man with a full head of hair retorted, nonsense. Would our Piao brothers be so unscrupulous as to sell us scrap metal? Past failures were due to our improper use, but this time. Then what caused this? MOD asked. It must have been an attack by the Divine Dragon hitting the jets and causing the crash. The well-haired man analyzed. What do you think? MOD glanced around. I agree. I concur as well. The others echoed the same view. MOD slammed the table, fuming. The Divine Dragon must give us an explanation. Soon after, the Asan published a report vehemently condemning the Divine Dragon's actions and demanding compensation for the losses. The Piao Nation was the first to like the report. This blatant distortion of truth infuriated netizens who cursed MOD's ancestors for 18 generations. Countries dependent on the Piao Nation without distinguishing right from wrong rushed to condemn the Divine Dragon. The Divine Dragon released the video of the Asan fighter jets crashing. The video, captured from every angle, showed the entire process of the Asan fighters crashing with no signs of an attack, just a mysterious fall. A quality issue with the fighter jets. This video slapped the faces of those countries, leaving them silent. Only the Asan remained obstinate. Not only did they continue their condemnation, but they also deployed tanks to the border along with more fighter jets. The M1A2 tanks and F-22 fighters freshly imported from the Piao Nation were the most advanced modern weapons. With this newfound confidence, the Asan not only invaded the airspace but also drove tanks across the border, setting up camps in the territory leaning toward the Divine Dragon. Asan fighters, leave the Divine Dragon's airspace immediately or we will use force to expel you. In the sky, Divine Dragon fighters were pursuing the Asan jets. They could not catch up. The F-22 fighters streaked like lightning, vanishing in an instant. This is so much fun, let's tease the Divine Dragon pilots again. The Asan pilots laughed wildly, taunting the Divine Dragon pilots like circus monkeys. Hey Divine Dragon folks, come catch us. Why are your fighters as slow as turtles? I love seeing you infuriated yet unable to do anything about us. The Asan pilots jeered. Attack them, came the order from above. Divine Dragon fighters launched missiles at the F-22s. They missed. The F-22s were too fast to be hit. This is so much fun. The Asan pilots' maniacal laughter echoed across the sky. This incident made the news, stoking netizens' fury. But what enraged them even more was the Piao Nation's intervention. If the Divine Dragon hands over the controlled fusion technology, I will mediate and have the Asan withdraw from the Divine Dragon's territory. These words revealed the truth behind the incident even to the most naive. The Asan's invasion of the Divine Dragon's airspace, whether they crashed on their own or were shot down, was their own fault. But they refused to let it go. Clearly they were acting under the Piao Nation's orders, stirring up trouble at the border to threaten the Divine Dragon, enabling the Piao Nation to seize the fusion technology. Netizens cursed this as like a nauseating mother hugging a nauseating child, sickeningly nauseous. I wish you infertility, yet a house full of children. The Asan are so despicable, they've taken a two-faced master. The Divine Dragon responded with arrogance, ugly as sin but dreaming of beauty. The Divine Dragon declared it was our nation's talent that researched this. They could have simply plundered, but they still resorted to moral coercion. Unexpectedly, the Shenlong Nation refused to yield, which thoroughly infuriated the Piao Nation. Burning with rage, they issued orders to their lackey Asan. 10 M1A2 tanks advanced for a certain distance. Additionally, F-22 fighter jets also flew deep into the airspace of Shenlong. Conflicts between the two sides were incessant. Online public opinion surged. Everyone was cursing the Asan Nation. At the same time, they demanded that the country annihilate all these invaders. Suyu often surfed the internet, so naturally he knew about this matter. He couldn't help but sigh. The Piao Nation is truly formidable. Since the founding of the Piao Nation, the wars it has fought have been few and far between. However, it has had its hand in most of the wars in the world. It is nothing but a troublemaker, a warmonger profiting from arms trafficking. The remarkable thing is that it plays the game of using others as pawns very skillfully. Just like this conflict, the Pia Piao nation did not send troops against the Shenlong nation but let its henchmen take action. After reading the news about the border conflict, Suyu was indignant and went to Yangweigua asking why they didn't kill the invading enemies. The higher-ups also want to kill them, but the difficulty is too great. The performance of those F-22 fighters is too good and their speed is too fast, they are a tough nut to crack. Yangweigua sighed. The M1A2 tanks moving on land were easy to deal with. But the F-22 flying in the air was troublesome. Suyu said firmly, those who dare to offend Shenlong will surely be eliminated. Yang Weiguo's eyes lit up and he quickly asked Su, do you have any way? Have you forgotten about the nuclear fusion power plant? Shortly after the Grand Elder spoke on this matter, those who dare to offend Shenlong will surely be eliminated. Shenlong is no longer the Shenlong of 100 years ago, it is not something anyone can trample upon. Regarding the provocations of Asan, I quote the famous scientist Suyu, if you have guts don't run. The domineering words instantly went viral across the internet. Those who offend Shenlong will be punished even if they are far away. Su the god is not only talented but also speaks with such iron will, I love it. Is this a sign of war? MOD sneered disdainfully and instructed the relevant department to respond, whoever runs is the grandson. The question is, can you even hit us? On the Asan's internet it was all mockery and sarcasm. Laughing to death, if you have guts come and fight us. The Shenlong nation is really good at bragging. Anyone who has seen the news knows that Shenlong's fighter jets are slower than ants and can never catch up to us. I bet my grandfather's 20 years of life that Shenlong will secretly send us money and beg us to retreat. I hope they don't run. Suyu sneered and walked into the control room of the nuclear fusion power plant. The plant was now under the control of the military. Inside and out it was filled with armed soldiers as well as numerous tanks and bombers. Old Su, can the power plant really kill the invaders from Asan? Standing beside Suyu was a middle-aged man, broad-shouldered and sturdy, with eyes like a hawk and an overwhelming murderous aura. He was a military commander. Commander Nan had come through a hail of bullets. He was deeply respected by the people of Shenlong. Just call me Su. Suyu was embarrassed, he was only 17 and yet he was called old. I'll call you Su the god instead. Commander Nan greatly admired Suyu. Suyu got back to business. Mere insects, how can they not die? The pedantic remark was beyond Commander Nan's understanding, so he could only urge Suyu to act. Before we act, I have a suggestion, Suyu suddenly said. Suyu said seriously, for this counterattack can we start a live stream for netizens to watch? This. Commander Nan was stunned. A live stream for such a serious matter as war was unprecedented. He knew that even a minor skirmish would be extremely bloody and unsuitable for ordinary people to watch. But it was Suyu's suggestion, so he had to take it seriously. Suyu said solemnly, over the years the country has been quietly developing and gradually becoming stronger. It has also often shown new weapons to the people and they know it is powerful. But because it has always maintained a good-natured image, resolving conflicts peacefully whenever possible and resolutely refraining from using force, the people have gradually lost confidence. The time for quiet development has been long enough. Now we need a war to prove that the country is truly strong, thereby boosting the people's morale. Suyu cleared his throat and continued, I believe that letting the people witness with their own eyes the invaders being beaten and fleeing in panic is the best way to boost their confidence. These words provoked deep thought in Commander Nan. I'll report to the higher-ups. Good. Suyu nodded. The higher-ups soon replied. Approved. Staring at these two characters, Commander Nan couldn't help but shed tears. The Shenlong nation is truly different. Only someone like Commander Nan could understand the profound significance of these two words. Why is Commander crying? The soldiers in the distance were extremely shocked. A man of iron like Commander Nan would shed blood and sweat but not tears. What are you whispering about? Commander Nan walked over and gave each of them a kick. Come over here quickly, stand by my side, open your eyes and don't blink, watch how Su the god operates. These were all technical personnel here to learn how to operate the power plant's self-protection system. I'll go arrange the live stream. Xiao Chen was an office worker. He was very concerned about national affairs. The border conflict made him so angry that he wanted to run to the Asan nation and drown Modi in a cesspool. During work hours he went to the restroom not for relieving himself but to slack off. If you don't slack off while working, why work at all? While slacking off he played on his phone. Holy crap! Upon seeing a news item, Xiao Chun couldn't help but yell. What's wrong, did you fall into a cesspool? Came a voice from the adjacent stall. I'll send you a news link, check it quickly. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! The entire restroom echoed with these expletives. The commotion alarmed others. The boss ran over you post 00s are really too much forming a group to go to the restroom again. I tell you, unless the blue star explodes we don't get off work.
Nothing can stop us from working. Boss quickly checked the group. I forwarded a news item. Holy crap.
The boss couldn't help but utter an expletive and shouted, we're going to thrash Xiao Asan, why are we still working? Everyone stop what you're doing and come to the meeting room to watch the live stream together.
Not just Xiao Chen's place, other places were also in a frenzy.
And so the notification released by the military ignited the entire Shenlong. Suyu was directing operations, deploy 20 drones in total, 1 over the power station, 9 along the route and the remaining 10 at the boundary, to comprehensively film the Asan fighter jets.
Roger that.
The relevant staff immediately set to work. Viewers in the livestream were all giving thumbs up, exclaiming how domineering Su God was. The news that Shenlong Kingdom was about to strike back shook the entire world. In the eyes of every nation, though Shenlong Kingdom was a major power, it had always maintained a gentle and scholarly image, somewhat timid, always avoiding the use of force whenever possible. But now it was going to resort to military force.
This was truly unprecedented.
Everyone rushed over to watch the show. He also came to join in the fun and updated a tweet, nobody knows Shenlong Kingdom better than me. They can't beat Asan because Asan has M1A2 tanks and F-22 fighter jets.
A hater commented, you know Shenlong Kingdom so well, could you be a mole sent by them? This comment received 5,000 likes.
He was furious, this was slander.
Uncle can endure but aunt cannot, he said. Permanently ban this account. The Asan Kingdom. Naturally MOD was aware of Shenlong Kingdom's big moves. He sneered, Shenlong Kingdom is as foolish as ever.
Knowing they can't beat us, they still livestream to embarrass themselves before the people. Since we are certain of victory, why not follow their example and start a livestream to let the people witness the might of Asan?
How about it?
A man with thick hair said, this technology is good.
I concur. Long live the old immortal. The others all agreed. And so Asan's livestream also started. Its viewer count could not compare with Shenlong's livestream.
Although Asan had a population of 1.4 billion, they were extremely poor, having enough to eat and wear was already a blessing, let alone spare money to buy phones. I heard Asan has also started a livestream. Nan Junsho smiled, walked over to Suyu and said, seriously, the people of both sides are watching.
This counterattack is extremely important. Don't worry. Killing them is easier than crushing a bug. Suyu said indifferently.
This remark earned him likes from netizens.
I believe you.
Nan Junsho patted Suyu on the shoulder. The force of the slap was like a boulder smashing tofu, nearly sending Suyu to the afterlife. He quickly dodged aside.
So frail. Nan Junsho frowned, then his eyes lit up. Su God, you're a bit weak. At this rate it won't do.
How about coming to the military for some training?
No interest. Suyu shook his head. Nan Junsho dangled a temptation, if you're willing to come you can pick any position. Even if you want me to be your assistant, that's fine. Still no interest.
Suyu firmly refused. He didn't want to join the military, not because he had any objection to the military, but because he disliked being restrained and preferred a free and unruly life.
Nan Junsho sighed regretfully. Alright, I'm going to start operating the system.
Upon learning that the drones were all set up, Suyu walked over to the control box. The military technicians hurried over and stood quietly beside him to learn. This is for identifying the target, which is Asan's F-22 fighter jet. It uses machine vision technology.
This is for locking onto the target, inputting the fighter's coordinates.
It doesn't need to be very precise, just a rough range, because the target is not stationary and will move.
Suyu operated while explaining to them. The technicians listened attentively and kept taking notes.
As for Nan Junsho and the netizens, they were already completely baffled, unable to understand what was being said.
I can't take it, I'm a graduate student and I can't even understand. I'm just making up the numbers on Earth for the 8,543rd day.
Su God is truly worthy of being my husband, so knowledgeable. Suyu pointed at the screen.
See these 10 boxes? That means 10 F-22 fighters have been locked onto. The technicians nodded like chickens pecking rice.
Now we're at the final step.
Suyu pressed a red button. Launch attack. Su God, you're amazing. You'll be our idol from now on. The technicians were all in awe of Suyu.
Where's the attack?
Nan Junsho, being impatient, ran over to ask. Don't rush.
Suyu sat down, pointing at the screen. Wait a minute, then watch the drone footage. The interior of the nuclear fusion power station was churning violently. Terrifying electric energy converged, and from the top exit of the station it furiously burst out. Like a meteorite crashing to Earth, it shot into the sky with the speed of a gale and a world-shattering momentum, then howled toward the border.
This scene was clearly captured by the drone.
Not only the netizens but even the well-traveled Nanjuinsho was stunned like a statue.
Holy shit, I'm scared. It feels like watching a sci-fi movie. A lightning bolt bigger than a house, if hit there wouldn't be even ashes left.
This is too sci-fi, Nanjuinsho said repeatedly.
What's so strange about it? Suyu replied calmly. We have more electricity than we can use, so we use it to hit the enemy. How powerful is this strike? Nanjuinsho asked. Suyu thought for a moment. Not very powerful, just a bit stronger than natural lightning. This strike conservatively can pulverize Mount Tai. You call that not powerful? Is that something a human would say? Nanjuinsho was speechless. An atomic bomb could hardly destroy Mount Tai, yet this electric strike could, showing how terrifying it was. At the border. Why are Shenlong's fighters running away? They must be fleeing because they can't beat us. What a bunch of cowards.
The Asan pilots were laughing heartily.
Then their expressions froze. Look over there, why is it so bright? Oh my god, it's a ball of light, I can feel the aura of death. Could it be Lord Shiva coming to kill us? Stop babbling nonsense, run away.
The Asan pilots were terrified out of their wits, fleeing in panic. They fled like headless flies. Four fighters actually collided with each other, falling like kites with broken strings, resulting in total destruction and death.
Everyone calm down. This thing can't turn, if we just dodge it we'll be fine.
A clear-headed pilot shouted repeatedly.
The remaining 6 F-22s quickly flew to both sides.
The electric ball rushed past from the middle.
Damn it, this must be Shenlong Kingdom's doing.
Such a huge electric ball, it really scared me to death.
Good thing it's a dumb ball, can only bomb in a straight line.
Just as the Asan pilots breathed a sigh of relief, the trajectory of that enormous electric ball changed.
Bang!
The explosion resounded through the heavens.
3 F-22 fighter jets were struck, engulfed by a colossal electric orb, leaving not even a trace of debris.
As if they had vanished into thin air. The pilots of the remaining 3 F-22s felt their scalps tingle, terrified and panic-stricken, fleeing in an in-shaped trajectory.
But it was futile. The electric orb, as if alive, pursued them relentlessly. Bang! The roar of bombing echoed.
Electric sparks radiated in all directions. The remaining 3 F-22s met their end.
Thus all 10 F-22 fighter jets were completely destroyed.
The entire process was captured by a drone and displayed clearly before the netizens of both nations.
The Indian netizens were terrified. Oh heavens, the Shenlong Kingdom is so formidable, why provoke them? With that money they might as well build toilets, not buy fighter jets. Even movie special effects aren't this absurd, right?
I'm scared to death. I never expected the Shenlong Kingdom to be even mightier than the Pia Piao Kingdom.
The most terrified of all was MOD. One F-22 costs 2 billion.
10 of them cost 20 billion.
All gone, and what chilled MOD to the bone was that the terrifying electric orb possessed power even greater than a nuclear bomb. He must not provoke the Shenlong Kingdom any further.
He had to cut his losses. Order the M1A2 tanks to withdraw immediately.
MOD roared.
The price of 10 M1A2s was also substantial, fully 1 billion.
Roger. Hurry up. The netizens of the Shenlong Kingdom were all jubilant, and some even went out to set off firecrackers.
The F-22 is an advanced fighter jet among the top in the world. Yet it was dealt with effortlessly.
The formidable power of the Shenlong Kingdom was evident.
The power of this electric orb exceeds my expectations. Nanjuinsho was stunned, his eyes as white as copper bells. Then he said solemnly, but it is still in the sky. If it does not dissipate, it poses a huge safety hazard.
Suyu, visibly moved, said if it dissipates, the electric force will be too great and will affect the ecology. This. Nanjuinsho sighed.
A weapon is a double-edged sword. It can protect oneself and repel enemies, but it can also damage the ecosystem.
Still, it must be possessed.
Because in this world the law of the jungle prevails, where the strong prey on the weak.
Without a powerful weapon as a backing, one cannot even guarantee their life, let alone have a voice. Actually, this is not a difficult problem.
I have a way to keep it from harming the ecology of the Shenlong Kingdom.
What way? Nanjuinsho asked eagerly.
That is to let it dissipate over the territory of the Asan.
Suyu smiled faintly.
He was not a bleeding heart. When others had already invaded, why bother with humanitarianism? We have no choice but to do that, Nanjuinsho agreed. As long as it did not harm the Shenlong Kingdom, it could harm whomever it pleased. Suddenly a technician shouted, not good, the Asan's M1A2 tanks are trying to escape.
Didn't they say that whoever runs is a coward? Suyu sneered.
Do you think the Shenlong Kingdom is a place you can come and go as you please?
Su God, if we don't attack now they'll get away. Don't rush. Let them run a little farther.
Su Yu's face was calm.
They've run back into Asan's territory. They're far away now.
The technicians nearby all sighed. In their eyes those 10M1A2 tanks had escaped.
The fun is just beginning.
Su Yu wore a sinister smile.
On Asan's territory.
The 10M1A2 tanks had all retreated.
They breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, just a few hours, I'll need a lifetime to heal.
This cursed place of the Shenlong Kingdom, I dare not set foot there again for the rest of my life.
The Shenlong Kingdom is even more terrifying than the Piao Piao Kingdom. Luckily we made it back. Oh my god. Look over there. Someone shouted.
The others all turned to look. They were instantly terrified, their hair standing on end.
Oh my Shiva.
How did this cursed thing chase us here?
Run. It's too late. Mother, I'm dead. The tanks were cumbersome, lacking agility, and could not move as fast as the electric orb.
Before they could flee they were engulfed. At that moment they all saw the light and arrived at the western paradise.
Bang.
The entire earth trembled, even the sky seemed unstable as if it might collapse at any moment.
This entire area was razed to the ground.
The land was charred black everywhere.
Residual currents still crackled.
Su God is indeed Su God. I thought they had escaped, but it turns out it was intentional, said a technician full of admiration.
Su Yu smiled and asked, what do you mean by intentional?
Letting them run back to their own territory and then annihilating them, this is undoubtedly slapping the Asan in the face, the technician replied.
You're wrong. Nanjuinsho shook his head. Su God chose to do this not to humiliate them but mainly to make the electric orb explode over Asan's territory. Su Yu nodded. I deliberately let them run there because that area is a wasteland uninhabited with little animal activity.
What shocks me most is that the attack range of this electric orb can actually reach Asan's territory. Nanjuinsho had heard from others that the power plant's attack range only covered the land of the Shenlong Kingdom. He never expected the reality to surpass his understanding.
There's something even more impressive. Oh. Nanjuinsho could hardly wait. Su Yu said, you'll know in a moment. Su God is absolutely legendary.
Not only the people on site but also netizens in the livestream were giving thumbs up. As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. Su Yu walked to the control area and smiled faintly.
It's time to send MOD a small gift. What gift?
The others asked immediately.
You'll find out soon enough.
Su Yu said mysteriously, then operated the machine and pressed the send button.
Everyone knew that Su Yu's gift was nothing good. They were all eager to see what it was.
From the top of the power plant an electric orb erupted, small only the size of a fist.
The small electric orb shot into the sky. With the speed of a gale it left the skies of the Shenlong Kingdom and flew into the airspace of the Asan.
More precisely, it flew toward the capital of the Asan, Zindeli.
Even more precisely, it was heading to MOD's location.
In the Asan Kingdom. Having eaten too much, his belly was full of the product of digestion, so MOD had to run to the toilet.
Like a volcanic eruption it flowed unimpeded. That was so satisfying, MOD thought.
After finishing he was about to stand up when he felt his legs go weak.
I need to be more restrained in the future. He sighed.
Lately he had lost too much protein, leaving him listless.
Just as MOD was about to leave, an anomaly occurred. The entire capital was thrown into chaos. Asan received a gift.
Above the sky a fist-sized electric ball appeared, its brilliance dazzling even in broad daylight, streaking across rapidly. It was like a meteor crossing the sky, magnificent and beautiful. Yet the people of Asan had no leisure to appreciate it, instead they panicked. They had learned of the border incidents through live broadcasts. Now the people of Asan were still terrified of Shenlong, especially the electric balls, which had become a psychological shadow.
Shenlong has attacked. Run everyone, someone shouted. Hearing this the others were frightened and fled in chaos. The streets of Zindeli instantly turned into a mess. A more rational passerby shouted, this is the capital. How could Shenlong have attacked so quick? Why not? Another person retorted. Don't forget, back when we invaded Shenlong we were beaten into a capital defense battle. The Shenlong people are too terrifying.
There's another incident. 3 Shenlong soldiers chased an entire battalion of ours and even complained that we surrendered too slowly. The Shenlong people are as terrifying as demons.
I've always said don't provoke them.
The streets were filled with cries and wails.
That electric ball isn't attacking us. It seems to be heading toward MOD the Immortal. In Shenlong. Using an electric ball to attack MOD.
The southern military commander was startled.
Killing MOD might provoke a full-scale war between the two countries.
Although we are not afraid of them, a full-scale war benefits no one whether we win or lose.
Don't worry, I have a sense of proportion. Suyu comforted him.
That's good. The Southern military commander breathed a sigh of relief.
I set the strike point slightly off, it's just a warning. What happened? MOD didn't understand. Before anyone could reply, a thunderous boom echoed.
The electric ball fell from the sky, striking a large tree beside the latrine. The tree snapped and collapsed, smashing the roof of the latrine. The sudden commotion frightened MOD. He instinctively tried to run but slipped and fell, landing precisely into the cesspit.
Help! At least it's not attacking us.
The Asan nobles sighed in relief.
Someone asked, where is Lord MOD? He went to the toilet. Don't worry, the electric ball didn't hit near Lord MOD's private toilet.
That's good.
Everyone felt relieved. Suddenly someone recalled Lord MOD has a peculiar preference. He dislikes luxurious toilets and prefers squatting over a cesspit. And the location of the strike, isn't it the only cesspit in the palace?
Panicked, the nobles rushed over. Before they arrived, they heard cries for help.
Someone is struggling in the cesspit. That figure looks like Lord MOD. It really is him.
The nobles rushed closer in horror. In the cesspit, MOD the immortal was floundering, dancing with the golden filth.
This cesspit was peculiar.
The golden contents were thick with little moisture like paste. It resembled a quagmire. The more one struggled, the deeper one sank.
Lord MOD, stop resisting. Relax.
But MOD, like a drowning man, struggled frantically until the filth covered his head.
Quick, someone save Lord MOD.
Soldiers brought a wooden pole and extended it.
MOD clung to it and was pulled out. He didn't drown.
But he had swallowed a few mouthfuls of the golden filth, his belly bulging like a pregnant woman's.
Rescued MOD looked around at the dense crowd. The joy of surviving vanished instantly.
A surge of anger choked him, his vision went dark and he fainted.
Doctor, hurry. Lord MOD is dying.
The electric ball's attack range covered the entire Asan country. The Southern military commander's eyes lit up.
This meant that if Asan pulled any tricks, they could send an electric ball their way. Would they still dare to be arrogant? That was a stunning display.
The Southern military commander gave a thumbs up.
Now it's time to profit from the chaos. Ah, slip of the tongue.
It should be to demand compensation for losses. Suyu smiled slightly.
That's easy, just tell Asan to pay up. Not exactly.
Suyu shook his head.
It's to declare war on them. Declare war.
The Southern military commander was stunned.
Suyu nodded.
This.
We're not really going to fight.
It's to maximize the compensation.
Suyu sat down and said slowly, if we directly demand compensation, we take the initiative and the amount won't be large.
But if we declare war on Asan, given the current situation, they will surely want to avoid fighting and will settle with a large compensation to end the war. We take a passive stance, but we can demand a huge sum.
That's brilliant. The admiration of those around for Suyu grew even deeper.
The Southern military commander praised repeatedly, I never expected you to understand strategy as well as technology. If you were born in ancient times, you'd be an outstanding strategist.
Not long after Shenlong declared war on Asan.
This terrified all the people of Asan.
To them, Shenlong was now invincible. They didn't want to fight at all. But the nobles thought otherwise.
In the meeting room, they were arguing endlessly.
Shenlong has gone too far.
They destroyed our fighters and tanks, costing us tens of billions. They smashed our territory with an electric ball, leveling it, and even made our Lord MOD fall into a cesspit and faint.
Can we tolerate this?
The second-in-command of Asan ignited their fury.
We cannot. Unbearable. We must fight. Everyone was boiling with passion. The second-in-command nodded in satisfaction and asked, what is the response from our big brother, the Piao Kingdom?
For them, the greatest confidence came from the Piao Kingdom. They were its little brother.
Surely if they were attacked, the Piao Kingdom wouldn't stand idly by. After all, even beating a dog requires considering its owner. The Piao Kingdom has given no response.
All our messages have sunk like stones into the sea with no reply.
The relevant department reported truthfully.
This. All the nobles were shocked.
If the Piao Kingdom didn't care about them, what could they use to fight Shenlong? Their faces. Still want to fight. Why bother fighting?
The nobles deflated like punctured balloons. Without the support of the Piao Kingdom, their Asan was nothing.
Moreover, Shenlong possessed terrifying electric spheres whose attack range covered the entire Asan.
If they provoked Shenlong, they all turned their gaze to the second ruler. With MOD absent, the second ruler held the most authority and could decide major events of the Asan kingdom.
The second ruler asked with a resolute voice, "Without the Piao kingdom are we nothing but soft bones?" The nobles remained silent, which was as good as an admission. "You." The second ruler felt a pang of anguish and immediately launched into a torrent of speech so inflammatory that the nobles were roused to righteous indignation. "Fight! Fight! Fight! We must take up the challenge." The nobles roared like thunder. "You misunderstand my meaning." The second ruler was speechless. "Your Excellency, what do you mean?"
"First we ignore Shenlong, pretend nothing is wrong and wait until they can't contain themselves, then seek a peaceful resolution."
"Peaceful resolution?"
The nobles were astonished.
"That means paying a sum of money," the second ruler said flatly.
One noble shrugged indifferently. "Paying money is trivial as long as there's no war.
After all, it's not our money." Not long after, Asan dispatched a delegation to Shenlong.
The conflict thus came to an end. No one knew why it ended so abruptly, only that when the Asan delegation emerged their faces were ashen with grief.
In the Piao kingdom.
Upon learning of the conflict's end, they flew into a rage and cursed this Asan. Indeed spoils things and fails at everything.
They can't even reign in a tiny Shenlong.
The others remained silent. For this was no tiny Shenlong, that colossal electric sphere proved it was a mighty dragon.
Someone asked, "What do we do next?"
Suppressing his anger, he sat down. "I have another scheme. In this world nothing is beyond the reach of money. With money one can even make the devil turn the mill."
"What scheme?" he said mysteriously. "Su Yu."
With the advent of controllable nuclear fusion technology, the world underwent a seismic transformation. The most significant change was in energy.
The Middle East ceased fire and stopped fighting.
Their wars had been waged to monopolize oil. But oil was about to be phased out and electrical energy took center stage. They all rushed to Shenlong requesting help to build nuclear fusion power plants.
Shenlong, as a great power, was willing to share the benefits and agreed to their requests.
But not for free. Shenlong provided manpower and resources constructing nuclear fusion power plants within those countries and then sold the electricity generated back to them, albeit at a very low price. The electricity produced by nuclear fusion technology was far more powerful than conventional power. Those countries were all highly satisfied.
The battery industry also underwent a revolution. Once nuclear fusion batteries emerged, they dominated everything, rendering all other batteries obsolete. Countless industries followed. The nuclear fusion technology was like a money tree, amassing immense wealth in a short time. Not only did it bring enormous profits to Shenlong, but it also filled Su Yu's pockets. These breakthroughs were achieved by Su Yu, and although he voluntarily handed them over to the nation did not forget his contributions and allocated 1/10 of the profits to him. Do not underestimate this 1/10. It brought Su Yu hundreds of billions each year tax-free. In just a few years he could surpass Ma Baba and Xian Danning to become the richest man in Shenlong. To Su Yu, money was just a number. He had no interest in it and paid no attention to these matters, continuing to live as before. Golden autumn, beautiful scenery. Students returned to school. September began. Due to his special status, Su Yu did not reside in the student dormitory but in the accommodation arranged by Yang Weigua. This dormitory was somewhat luxurious. Like a villa, it was not only cool and serene but also exuded an antique charm. It was the finest residence at Shenlong University of Science and Technology. It was 100 times better than the president's quarters. Although he lived on campus, Su Yu did not need to attend classes. In a few days he would be awarded his graduation certificate. His life was simple, mainly spent reading. "I've finished all the books on this shelf," Su Yu said, standing up and stretching his back. With no more books to read, he felt a sudden ennui. Su Yu decided to go for a walk. The sky was a clear azure with white clouds drifting. A gentle breeze blew, stirring the branches, startling the birds into a cheerful chirping. Walking along the tree-lined path, Su Yu felt an unprecedented ease. "Ha!" He turned his head and was instantly stunned. Behind him trailed a group of students. And their numbers were growing. Su Yu asked, "Are you heading to class?" The students shook their heads in unison. "Then what are you doing?" "We want to see you up close, but the president said anyone who disturbs you will be severely punished, so we could only follow from a distance," replied a bold female student. "What's there to see about me?" Su Yu smiled faintly, pointing at a building. "I heard there's a celebrity filming over there. Why not go watch them?" "What's so interesting about celebrities?" the students sneered. A female student blushed and said, "Su Xing, you're handsome and talented. Isn't watching you better than anyone else?" Su Yu couldn't help but laugh. The students were truly adorable. "If you like watching me, come closer." "But the president." The students were eager but hesitant. "It's fine.
"I'll take care of it," Suyu said with a gentle smile. At these words their worries vanished and they all rushed over.
The most enthusiastic were the female students. They ran the fastest.
The boys, more reserved and unwilling to compete with the girls, were squeezed to the periphery. Suyu was surrounded by a flock of chirping girls.
Admittedly, the female students at Shenlong University of Science and Technology were exceptionally attractive. "Sushin, can you sign an autograph for me? Just on my textbook. Sushin, can I take a photo with you? Sushin. Sushin."
Faced with the girls' enthusiastic demands, Suyu did not refuse. "Those who are done stand behind, don't crowd in," Suyu called out. These girls were all his fans and obeyed his words. Those who had finished signing in photos stood back voluntarily. After finishing with the girls, it was time for the boys.
Just then an uninvited guest appeared, manhwaedit. The students, as if seeing a demon, were terrified and fled. In an instant everyone was gone, leaving the place empty. Damn, Suyu touched his face.
Just now in the chaos he had been secretly kissed by a female student. And the worst part was he didn't even know who kissed him. In these degenerate times, sneaking a kiss on a boy, where is female virtue?
Where is modesty? Where is the address?
Where is the contact information? For such an uncivilized act, Suyu expressed.
"Just one more time. Why not? Just one more time. Why not?" Manhwaedit approached and exchanged pleasantries with Suyu.
Then he got down to business. "The opening ceremony is in a few days. You'll speak as the freshman representative.
Say whatever you want. Then we'll also issue your diploma on the spot."
Suyu nodded, never expecting to graduate so soon after becoming a freshman.
It was too fast. Faster than a certain celebrity's career. Manhwaedit suggested, "If you're bored you can go listen to a lecture." "What lecture?" Suyu grew interested. Classes hadn't started yet and no professors were teaching.
If he went through college without skipping a single class.
No, that was wrong.
If he graduated without attending a single lecture, it would truly be a meaningless college experience.
It's about mathematics. Manhwaedit thought for a moment. "I forgot the title, but the speaker is Professor Deng Shanshui."
"Where?"
Suyu was intrigued. He knew Professor Deng, a titan in the Shenlong mathematics community. Professor Deng studied under the mathematician Shen. In conference room 8205.
After bidding farewell to Manhwaedit, Suyu headed to the lecture venue.
Some say the end of science is theology. Others say the end of science is mathematics.
Suyu didn't know what the end of science was, but he knew that the queen of science was mathematics. The lecture hall was packed, almost every seat taken. With his 5.2
vision and sharp hearing, Suyu didn't need to sit in front. He took a corner seat in the back. The lecture had already begun. Professor Deng spoke with humor, turning complexity into simplicity.
The students were deeply captivated, listening with full attention, oblivious to everything else.
To get straight to the point, he'll be discussing the Riemann hypothesis.
The mathematician Bernhard Riemann proposed it in 1859. It is one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems. Although it's less famous than the Goldbach conjecture and Fermat's conjecture, its mathematical significance far exceeds both.
Professor Deng took a sip of water. "Students, if any of you could prove the Riemann hypothesis, you would undoubtedly become world famous. But it's extremely difficult. Not just for you, but even I am helpless. However, don't be discouraged.
As the saying goes, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. You will surpass me in the future." In the following part, Professor Deng continued discussing the Riemann hypothesis, sharing his insights and possible approaches to proving it. Suyu listened with great interest.
"Hey man, are you a math major?" A chubby student moved from the middle to the wall. "Not really."
Suyu shook his head. He didn't know his own major.
"I'm not a math major either. Honestly, even math majors can't understand this, let alone us." The chubby student sighed.
It wasn't that he was bad, it was that the Riemann hypothesis was too hard. Even though Professor Deng explained well, he still couldn't grasp it.
"I can understand it." The chubby student didn't believe him. He pointed behind. "See that? That's a camera. You can boast to me, but this is a live stream. Even though the audience is small, there are hundreds of people. You'll embarrass yourself if netizens hear." "I really can understand it." The chubby student pulled out his phone. "All right, forget it.
Man, do you play Honor of Kings?"
"No."
Suyu shook his head.
"That's great." The chubby student said excitedly, "I'm a top-tier Luban on the national server. Download the game and it'll carry you to silver."
On stage, Professor Deng, parched and tired, paused.
"All right, I've said all I know. How about one of you come up and speak?" Any volunteers? The audience was silent. No one accepted.
Those admitted to Shenlong University of Science and Technology were the cream of the crop top students among top students. In the past, they would never miss such a chance to show off. But now they couldn't. Going up would only bring shame. The most painful thing in life is having a chance to shine but lacking the ability to seize it. Everyone's shy, so we'll pick someone. Professor Deng smiled and extended his finger. The audience grew tense. They feared being pointed at. That student over there in the corner. Me. The chubby student stood up. Not you. The one beside you. The chubby student sighed in relief and sat down, saying sympathetically, "Man, you're out of luck." Suyu stood up. The camera focused on him. The livestream chat exploded. "Holy shit, that guy looks like Sushin, remove the looks like Sushin, I love you like a mouse loves rice." Within moments the popularity skyrocketed. At the livestream app's back end. A stream's popularity is rising suspiciously fast. The manager approached. A math lecture with this kind of heat. Could it be data fraud? Wait. This person. Holy shit, it's Professor Deng Xiangshui. Holy shit, and that's Sushin. The manager slapped the table. What anomaly. This is Sushin. This kind of popularity spike is normal. Give this stream a promotion. The best. Put it on all recommendation slots. Okay. Oh my god. The lecture hall erupted in commotion. Someone recognized Suyu. It's Sushin. Sushin, I'm your idol. No, you're my idol. Our ancestors' graves are on fire. I'm sitting in the same classroom as Sushin. Students shouted. The chubby student beside him, slow to react, finally recognized Suyu. Holy shit, I knew this guy looked familiar. It's Sushin. Oh my god, I should have taken a photo with him instead of asking him to play Honor of Kings. Suyu walked up and smiled. Professor Deng, did you recognize me or did you pick a random student? I recognized you. Recently Suyu had become famous not only among the public but even more so in academic circles. Professor Deng knew him. You have excellent eyesight. Suyu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Not bad, Professor Deng said modestly. Let's get back to the topic. This Riemann hypothesis. Suyu began slowly. Everyone has their expertise. It's perfectly normal if you can't solve it, Su. Just share your understanding. Professor Deng offered Suyu a graceful way out. I can try to prove it. Just explain your understanding of what I just said. Ah. What did you say? Professor Deng was stunned. I can try to prove the Riemann hypothesis, Suyu repeated. Tsinghua University. Mr. Su is a mathematics professor. He is teaching an undergraduate class. Classmates, in any occasion one should do what is appropriate. Standing in this classroom I will not stop lecturing even if the world ends. By the same token you are seated here and you must listen attentively without any distraction. The students all agreed. Professor Su was very satisfied and began the lecture. Then his expression changed, becoming stern, and he walked down angrily. What are you doing? A bespectacled male student was greatly startled and stammered, I didn't do anything. Hand over your phone. The bespectacled boy tremblingly handed it over. Holy shit. Seeing the phone's content, Professor Su lost his composure. The other students also lost their composure upon hearing holy shit. They all whispered. Is this guy watching study videos? Impressive watching these in class. It is said that universities are full of talents. Netizens are not deceiving. Settle down, I have something to attend to. This class is for self-study. Professor Su became more and more excited, bolted out, and while running shouted, Shenlong University of Science and Technology, I'm coming. His state was no different from being mad. The students on campus were frightened. Su, stop right now, the math department head roared. As a professor behaving like a madman, what a disgrace. Sushin is giving a lecture on the Riemann hypothesis at Shenlong University of Science and Technology. Leaving these words, Professor Su vanished. Holy shit. The math department head also started running. Soon all the professors in the math department, as if gone mad, sprinted towards Shenlong University of Science and Technology. Not only Tsinghua University but other top institutions also experienced this. A large crowd suddenly flooded into the lecture hall. They were all professors from other schools. But there were no seats left. Student, could you give me a seat? No. Don't you know to respect the elderly? Student, Professor Yang from Baidu University, do me a favor. What?
You told me to go somewhere cool.
Student, give me your seat and I'll make an exception to let you become a graduate student at Tsinghua without exams.
Holy shit, you told me to get lost.
Those top-tier math professors unable to trick a seat had to stand helplessly in the aisle.
However, even in the aisle there were good and bad spots. The closer to the front the better. So these professors nearly came to blows over the front positions until Professor Deng scolded them and they settled down.
Netizens in the live stream were dumbfounded. These professors, usually stern and expressionless like emotionless robots, were now flushed red arguing over a seat.
It was truly unbelievable. One can only say Su Shin is awesome. Isn't this our department's Professor Su?
Usually gentle and mild, who would have thought he'd argue crazier than a husky.
Give me a graduate spot at Baidu University and I'm willing to give you my current toilet seat.
Millions of netizens in the live stream turned into spectators. Only the platform's servers suffered. On the podium, Suyu smiled confidently. Let me give it a try.
Good.
Professor Deng stepped aside, staring at Suyu with burning eyes. To be honest, he didn't believe Suyu could prove the Riemann hypothesis because it was too difficult. It had baffled the mathematical community for 160 years.
However, with Suyu's intelligence, his approach would surely be novel and unique. Suyu walked over, picked up chalk and began writing and drawing on the blackboard. Professor Deng's eyes lit up, as did the professors below, not daring to breathe, quietly watching the numbers under the chalk. In less than half an hour the blackboard was filled. Professor Deng quickly had people bring in small blackboards. The chalk scraped against the board, producing a continuous squeak sound more beautiful than a lark's song. The professors grew more and more astonished. This method. Truly novel. What a mathematical genius. I am about to witness history. Compared to the professors, the students below were totally bewildered. Not to mention understanding, they didn't even know what most of the symbols represented. I'm just here to fill space. Everything is fake, only not understanding is real. Everyone spam awesome on the screen. After half an hour all 10 small blackboards were full. Suyu kept writing. The further he went the more difficult it became. His mind was racing. Suddenly he stopped writing, stuck on a step. This. The chalk tip tapped the blackboard as Suyu pondered, beads of sweat covering his forehead. "I'll go wipe his sweat," our professor said, but another stopped him. "Don't go up, don't interrupt his thinking, and try not to make any noise." Athletes in a competition can be spurred on by the crowd's cheers. But solving problems is not like that. Cheering would only interrupt the train of thought, doing more harm than good. The audience below could only cheer for Suyu in their hearts. On the live stream screen the subtitles were uniformly "Su Shin, go for it." 10 minutes passed. Suyu's sweat flowed more and more, but he still couldn't get past this step. The Riemann hypothesis indeed deserves to have baffled the mathematical community for 160 years. Suyu sighed, feeling he had done his best. Detected host's predicament, granting brain development 5 claim immediately. Brain development 5. Suyu was shocked. Normal humans have 14 to 15 billion brain cells, but less than 10 are developed. The average person's brain development is generally around 5. Even top elites like Einstein only reached about 13 development. Suyu didn't know his current brain development level, but he knew that adding this 5 would definitely bring a qualitative leap. Claim successful, developing host's brain in an instant. Suyu felt a sharp pain in his brain, as if thousands of iron needles were piercing in. The pain made him collapse to the ground. The audience below was shocked and rushed up. The live stream viewers also panicked. "Su Shin, are you okay? What are you asking for? Call an ambulance." Development complete. The sharp pain vanished. Suyu returned to normal, stood up and smiled slightly. "I'm fine, I just fell accidentally." He was writhing on the ground, unable to move. Fell accidentally. Naturally no one believed. "Let's go to the hospital for a checkup," the crowd suggested. But Suyu declined. "Let me continue." Due to Suyu's insistence, no one pressed further, though they cautiously observed his condition. On the podium it was empty, with only Suyu standing alone. He stared at the string of numbers. A sudden clarity washed over him. With 5 of his brain depth developed, it was indeed formidable. Just a single glance and several ideas surged forth. He selected the most optimal approach. Continued writing. As if guided by divine inspiration. This. Can it be done this way? Deng Shangxue was utterly astounded, returning to simplicity. Such a difficult stage resolved with the most basic knowledge. Truly a millennium mathematical genius. Suyu, this man lives for mathematics. The other professors were stunned. They could understand the newly written content, yet couldn't fathom how it connected to what came before. It felt disconnected. Yet somehow connected. Such a paradox. Professor Deng, could you explain the relationship between the two? Shut up and watch carefully. If you speak again, get out.
Professor Deng showed no kindness. He only wanted to observe Suya's problem-solving process, intently ignoring the others. The other professors had no choice but to watch in silence. As they watched, they grew increasingly bewildered.
They could no longer understand a thing.
Every word and mathematical symbol was familiar, but when combined it became utterly incomprehensible.
Both professors and students were lost.
But the students had long given up merely watching Suyu. The professors, however, were different. They didn't give up. They pondered earnestly, yet the more they thought, the more confused they became.
It was agonizing.
Time passed and Suyu grew more excited as he wrote. This feeling was like fighting alone on a battlefield against thousands of troops.
How could a single word thrilling suffice? A loud bang rang out.
Suyu slammed the chalk heavily against the blackboard. This was the final stroke. He let out a sigh of relief, finally finished. The moment of completion, all his strength was drained and he could only sit in a chair to rest.
Quick! A commotion came from outside the door.
Medical staff rushed in with a stretcher and without a word they lifted Suyu onto it. 2 doctors accompanied them. These 2 doctors were no ordinary physicians. They were luminaries in the medical field, responsible solely for the health of the Grand Elder and a few other elders.
Yet now they came to treat Suyu.
This showed how much of a stir Suyu's fall had caused. It had directly alarmed the Grand Elder.
Throughout history, some geniuses were cut short by heaven's jealousy, dying prematurely. For instance, Wetsubing Wangbo and others.
Thus the Grand Elder dared not be careless and dispatched the best medical staff.
I'm not sick, Suyu insisted.
He knew that his fall was due to the system, not a physical anomaly.
No, you are sick. If you weren't sick, why would you fall? The medical staff firmly believed Suyu was ill. I'm really not sick. The higher-ups have ordered it.
Just go get a checkup.
Even if you're not sick, it's fine.
Yang Weiguo walked over, raised his hand to pat Suyu but didn't follow through.
He too believed Suyu was ill.
As for the professors and students, they all said go get checked.
Well, pray for you.
The live stream was also filled with messages like "May Suyu recover soon."
Everyone believed he was sick.
But he truly wasn't.
Unable to argue with the others, he was carried away.
In the ambulance, people began examining his body. At the hospital it was even more absurd. All top-tier doctors, even those retired, returned to examine Suyu.
The final result shocked everyone.
He was healthy with no issues. The only problem was that he was slightly depleted.
He needed to recuperate. At the lecture hall,
the students had already left. The Riemann hypothesis was beyond their comprehension. They had only come to see Suyu. Since he was gone, there was no point in staying. The professors, however, remained. Their eyes burned with fervor as they stared at the blackboard. They were trying to understand. In such a short time it was impossible to grasp fully.
Then, someone rushed up, attempting to take the blackboard away.
If Suyu's proof was correct, it would be a priceless treasure to be placed in the National Museum. How could Yang Weiguo be foolish enough to let someone take it?
Stop, he bellowed. Professors from other universities understood its value and ignored Yang Weiguo's command. Yang Weiguo was furious.
Where are the professors of our university?
Restrain these petty scoundrels.
The professors of Shenlong University of Science and Technology United subdued the outsiders and prepared to expel them.
Hey, my old back is breaking. If we can't take the board, at least let us take some photos. Yang Weiguo didn't refuse the photo request, allowing them to take pictures before driving them out.
Only the people from Shenlong University of Science and Technology and Deng Xiangxue remained.
Should I leave too? Deng Xiangxue asked awkwardly. No need. I trust Professor Deng's integrity. Yang Weiguo walked over and entreated, I hope Professor Deng can do me a favor.
Review Suyu's proof process.
If there are no issues, publish it as a paper. You don't need to ask, you'll do it anyway.
Professor Deng smiled faintly.
Yang Weiguo instructed the other professors, quickly transfer the contents of the blackboard into draft notes for Professor Deng to take back.
All right. Deng Xiangxue returned with a copy of the proof.
Without even eating, he began calling mathematicians he knew. All were giants in the mathematical world. Some were even masters whose names appeared in textbooks. Hello, Professor Tao. Do you have time to come over? I'm busy recently.
Have you encountered a tough problem?
Send me an email first and let me see if I understand it. Email won't do. Deng Xiangxue sighed. This problem, you definitely won't understand it. I need someone I can discuss with face-to-face.
What a pity.
May I ask roughly what kind of problem is it? The Riemann hypothesis. Deng Xiangxue was succinct. Ah. Professor Tao sighed. I really don't understand it. But there's a proof now, it's just still open to debate. Whose proof? Professor Tao's interest was piqued. Student Su Yes. The genius who single-handedly cracked controllable nuclear fusion technology. Professor Tao's interest deepened. Precisely. Professor Tao's eyes lit up. I'll book a ticket right now. Aren't you busy? Deng Xiangxue was surprised. What could be more important than this proof? It's also time for me to return to my homeland. Professor Tao bid farewell, immediately booked a flight and flew to Shenlong. Not only Professor Tao but everyone Deng Xiangxue knew with exceptional mathematical ability also flew to Shenlong. Before long, over a dozen mathematical titans converged at Shenlong to jointly review Suye's proof process. What caliber were these mathematicians? If they were all refuted, it would be akin to detonating a nuclear bomb within the mathematical community, setting it back at least a century. Such an assembly drew worldwide attention. The reason behind this was unearthed in an instant, shocking the globe. Suyu had attended a lecture, been called upon by a professor, and casually proved the Riemann hypothesis on the spot. Netizens erupted. Is there any bro with 18 centimeters who can explain what the Riemann hypothesis is? Step aside 18 centimeters, guys, let me the 25 centimeters one. Explain the Riemann hypothesis is one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems. Some have said that no one could ever prove it. This is like a little heifer doing a handstand, absolutely badass. Yet there was one person who held it in utter contempt: Malgese. This 70-year-old little old man was renowned in the mathematical world. However, he was even more famous for his temperament, extremely eccentric. A widely circulated anecdote tells that 50 years ago on his wedding day, after the ceremony, just as the couple was about to consummate their marriage, a flash of insight struck him. He kicked his wife out of the room and spent the wedding night alone solving mathematical problems. Failing to consummate the marriage and being thrown out on her wedding night, who could endure that? The next day his wife divorced him. But Malgese didn't care because he had solved that mathematical problem. If he treated his wife like that, his friends were even worse off. So he had no friends, a solitary little old man who didn't mind, for he had mathematics to keep him company, more satisfying than an emperor's harem of 3,000. Professor Deng had also invited Malgese, but he didn't go. He even publicly mocked, at least within 100 years no one could possibly prove the Riemann hypothesis. Anyone with a brain knows this proof is wrong. But he is Sushin, the absolute genius who developed controlled nuclear fusion technology, a netizen retorted. I don't deny he's a genius, Malgese sneered. But his talent lies in physics, not mathematics. No matter how brilliant someone was in other fields, he had no interest. A netizen asked, why are you so certain his proof is wrong? I've studied the Riemann hypothesis for over 20 years, tried countless methods, and still couldn't prove it. You expect me to believe that a 17-year-old in just a few hours casually proved it? Isn't that laughable? If his proof is correct, I'll eat this table. Malgese declared confidently. Under the efforts of over a dozen mathematical luminaries, the review result came out quickly. No issues. It was correct. Heavens! I never imagined I'd live to see the Riemann hypothesis proven. I can die without regrets, an elderly mathematician sighed. This Suyu is truly a divine talent. I thought I was a genius, but in front of him I am nothing. Professor Tao sighed. You are also a genius, Deng Xiangxue said, walking over and patting him on the shoulder. Professor Tao was Tao Zixuan. A prodigy in all fields of mathematics with achievements spanning numerous branches, he had won the Fields Medal at the age of 31. The Fields Medal is the highest honor in mathematics, the equivalent of the Nobel Prize in mathematics. He was truly an extraordinary figure. Which journal should this proof be published in? Tao Zixuan asked. We must ask Suyu. In the hospital ward, Suyu was extremely bored. He wanted to leave, but the medical staff wouldn't allow it. I'm not sick, Suyu stated. The nurse insisted, you're not sick, but you're weak, you need to recuperate. The word weak made Suyu accept his fate, and he reluctantly stayed in the hospital. He lived a life of being waited on hand and foot. A nurse came and sat by the bed and said gently, time to take your medicine. Suyu obediently opened his mouth. He dared not disobey, not because the nurse was strict, but because the hospital was too attentive to him. If he refused to take the medicine, the hospital would think the nurse was inexperienced and couldn't care for him properly and would send an experienced replacement. An experienced replacement would naturally be older. Between a young beautiful nurse and an elderly skilled auntie, even a fool would choose the former. Just like some people who go to a club, they don't pick the best masseuses but the young and pretty ones. Even if they can't eat, at least it's pleasing to the eye. Open your mouth again, the nurse said, feeding Suyu spoonful by spoonful.
These were tonics custom-made for him, each spoonful priceless. Even a body as weak as a balloon could be restored to the state of a solid iron ball.
A knock came at the door. "Come in." 2 people entered. "Professor Deng, why are you here?" Suyu asked in surprise. "And this is..." Deng Xiangxue introduced, "This is Professor Tao Zixuan."
"I've long admired your reputation," Suyu said, having heard of Tao Zixuan's fame.
"Better to meet than to hear about."
The two began exchanging polite compliments. But Deng Xiangxue interrupted. "The reason I came is to ask you, which journal would you like to publish the proof of the Riemann hypothesis in?"
"I haven't written a paper," Suyu said sheepishly. He hadn't written one and wasn't good at it. "I've already written it for you." Deng Xiangxue pulled out a stack of documents and handed them to Suyu.
Suyu took them and saw it was his proof, though the form had been altered considerably. "What famous mathematical journals does Shenlong have?" "Mathematics Bulletin and Natural Science are 2, Deng Xiangxue replied.
"Then let's publish it in Mathematics Bulletin," Suyu chose. Tao Zixuan suggested, "I recommend you publish it in SCI as it's a world-class journal with a high impact factor."
"I don't know English," Suyu shrugged.
"What?" Tao Zixuan was stunned. How could a scholar not know English?
This wasn't about worshipping foreign things, but English was a necessity because the vast majority of important papers were in English.
Scholars need to read papers. Without English, what would they read? Is that so strange? Suyu said calmly. Not only did he not know English, but he was terrible at it.
If given a college entrance English exam, his score would definitely not exceed 40.
If unlucky, it might be in the single digits. Don't you read foreign papers? I've never read one, Suyu shook his head. This. Tao Zixuan was taken aback. Su, don't worry about English.
I can translate this paper into English for you, Deng Xiangxue said with a smile.
No need, Suyu refused. Just publish it in Mathematics Bulletin. As for the impact factor, that's a trivial matter.
Given the status of the Riemann hypothesis, even a fool would come to read its proof, Suyu said calmly.
You want other mathematicians to learn the Shenlong language. Deng Xiangxue hit the nail on the head.
But even if the paper is in Shenlong, those who don't understand it can have it translated into English. There will always be those who learn the Shenlong language, Suyu replied confidently. It was akin to literature. Translated works could be read, but the flavor would be lost, prompting some to learn the original language.
I respect your decision.
Deng Xiangxue smiled with relief, his admiration for Suyu growing. A person who served his country like this, even if he were an ordinary man, deserved respect.
Let alone a prodigy. He'll arrange it for you. Professor Tao, wait.
Suyu stopped Tao Zixuan.
Tao Zixuan asked with a smile, is there anything else?
Suyu enunciated each word clearly. No matter how prosperous a foreign land is, it is never home.
He'll think about it. Tao Zixuan's expression grew complicated. He was unlike other Shenlong natives. Born abroad, his environment and education were not of Shenlong. Suyu understood this truth. I await your favorable reply.
After the two professors left, the nurse who had been standing in the corner came over. She gazed at Suyu, her beautiful eyes sparkling.
Is there something on my face?
Suyu blushed under her stare.
No, I just think you're amazing.
The nurse said with admiration.
I'm just doing my duty.
Suyu glanced at her delicate hand.
Do I still need to take this medicine? Not today. The nurse leaned in, bending down to check Suyu's condition.
She wore a nurse's uniform which accentuated her curvaceous figure. She was so close that a faint scent of her perfume drifted into his nose. You're much better.
I'll be going now. Call me if you need anything.
The nurse smiled sweetly, then left the ward with graceful steps.
The room was empty. Only Suyu remained. It was terribly boring. He pulled out his phone, not for needlework but to browse the internet. This news is too dull. After a few minutes, Suyu was exasperated.
A celebrity picking his nose made the headlines.
Wasn't picking your nose and scratching your feet a normal human thing?
It wasn't like they did at 247. Why was it news?
It was truly boring. Suyu suddenly stumbled upon a Weibo post. He clicked on it. Is this guy a stupid dog? Suyu was furious. The post was by an overseas student celebrating his acquisition of a green card in Piao country. He was also barking that the moon was roundest abroad, the air was cleaner, unlike the terrible air quality back home. So I bought a watch last year. The overseas student replied, what's a watch compared to my green card? Look at it. A netizen reminded, I bought a watch last year, WQNMLGB. The overseas student was furious, feeling he had been made a fool.
You're just jealous because you can't get a green card like I did. Sue, I wouldn't even take that garbage if you paid me.
You're not even qualified to get one.
The student sneered, egging his followers on to attack Suyu. Suyu was quick, but one man couldn't fight a crowd.
He was being overwhelmed by the insults. You think you're the only one with fans.
Suyu checked the profile page.
He was instantly speechless. Only one follower, newbie guide. I need to get verified first.
Suyu sighed. Even Yang Weigwa had tens of thousands of fans while he, a fresh-faced young man, had only one.
And that one was a fake fan. Before verification, I'll change my Weibo name. Suyu. Username already exists. Suyu 1. Username already exists. Suyu 13. Name changed successfully. Why so many Suyas? This 13 looks like a B. At the Weibo office, a young woman was working.
She was in charge of reviewing real name verifications.
This Wang Jun Kai. Yankee Anxi. What's going on? Her face darkened.
Those two celebrity boys had already been verified. Now there were two imposters.
Using the same names as the celebrities. Rejected. She immediately denied them. Next. She continued working. Another Suyu. Several Suyas had applied for verification today, none of them with supporting documents. All fakes. This one must be fake too. Out of professional duty, she still clicked to view the supporting documents. She was stunned. Holy crap, this one is real. What's wrong? A colleague asked. Look at this. Holy crap, it's the real Su God. Approve it quickly. I need to follow his Weibo. Me too.
Xiao Hui was a high school student. She used to be a fan of celebrities, but after learning about Suyu she stopped and became his fan.
A handsome and talented brother, who wouldn't love him? Unfortunately, Su God didn't have a Weibo account.
Otherwise she would definitely follow him.
People like Suyu mostly didn't use Weibo, focusing only on their studies.
Xiao Hui sighed, still searching for Suyu as usual.
Eh? Her eyes lit up. She clicked on it.
Suyu 13, verified student of Shenlong University of Science and Technology, breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion technology.
Holy crap, this is real.
Xiao Hui clicked follow, then hurried to notify the group Su God's Weibo is out.
Suya's little wife, fake right.
I've already followed a few fake Su Gods.
Xiao Hui, it's verified. Suya's little wife, holy crap. Hubby, I'm coming for you. The group had 3000 members, all of them excited.
They all opened Weibo to follow Suyu. Soon Suya's Weibo became the top trending topic. After submitting the verification, Suyu put his phone aside and went to the bathroom.
On the way he met the nurse.
She scolded him playfully, why didn't you call me?
What do you need? I'll help you. You can't help. I'm a nurse, what can I help with? The nurse didn't believe him. I need to go to the bathroom. Oh.
The nurse blushed, her voice barely a whisper.
They'll take you to the bathroom and wait outside.
After returning from the bathroom, Suyu noticed the nurse's face was blank, as if she was still shy or lost in thought. He picked up his phone and refreshed the page.
He was instantly stunned. The number of followers.
In just the time it took to use the restroom, his follower count had reached 1 million. Years ago, when Stephen Hawking opened a Weibo account, he gained 1 million followers in just 8 hours, astonishing everyone. But Suyu was even more impressive. In just a few minutes he had 1 million followers, and the number was still skyrocketing. With every refresh, tens of thousands more poured in. Within an hour the count had surpassed 10 million. The speed of follower growth was so terrifyingly unimaginable that no celebrity could compare. Perhaps only the Grand Elder could match it if he opened a Weibo account.
But the Grand Elder would never open a Weibo account.
The media rushed to report on this event. All the celebrities were moved to tears of envy.
At this rate the follower count could break 100 million within the day.
They had tried every trick, marketing, hype, shipping couples, yet couldn't even come close to 100 million, while Suyu achieved it with ease.
Netizens were deeply gratified. This was the true superstar to follow.
Private messages in his inbox had swelled to 99.
Suyu opened a few to glance at and was instantly speechless.
Suyu's little wife, Suyu darling, and your long-lost wife, why haven't you come to find me?
Don't be naughty, Su God'll give you a chance to be my husband, hope you know what's good for you.
These private messages were not only audacious in tone but also accompanied by risque pictures. What was even more important was that most of these young girls were underage.
Underage. That was truly criminal.
Wait, he was also underage. One was a high school student.
Her online name was Suyes Little Wife.
She had a dream to become Suyes Little Wife. When she learned about Suyes Weibo, she immediately followed him and kept sending him private messages. To her excitement, Suyu replied. Suyu 13, a wise man does not enter the river of love, build a beautiful Shenlong. Your mission is to study hard and make progress every day.
Wow.
Wonwon jumped up in excitement and rolled around on her bed.
Is this my husband's encouragement?
From now on I will work hard and become excellent so I can be worthy of my husband. Wonwon even took a screenshot of Suyes' reply and posted it on social media to show off, sparking envy and jealousy among many netizens.
Let's see what's on my husband's Weibo. Wonwon smiled sweetly and clicked into Suyes' profile.
There were no posts. But there were comments. And he was being bombarded with insults. How dare they curse my husband?
Wonwon was furious.
She gathered a large group of sisters to support Suyu. Why is the rate of private messages increasing so fast?
Suyu was a little surprised but didn't think much of it. He went to find the overseas student ready to scold them.
When he went to the student's Weibo, he was stunned.
50,000 comments. 249 likes.
Had the likes and comments divorced? Suyu remembered that before he went to the restroom there were only a dozen comments. How had it suddenly surged to 50,000? He clicked on the comments.
Couldn't help but laugh.
They were all his fans. How could he be so sure?
Because these netizens' names were basically Suyes Little Wife, Suyes Big Wife and Suyes Little Wife.
The fans were exchanging curses with the overseas students. They were invincible. The overseas students and their ancestors for 18 generations were all cursed out, and they were so abused that they had to close the comments.
The fans, still unsatisfied, doxed her.
Her name was Yang Shuping, born in a remote rural area, her parents working hard to support her education. They even borrowed money to send her abroad. But on the day before she left, she cut ties with her parents. Her reason: she was a returnee and peasants were not worthy of being her parents. After her story was dug up, netizens were furious. A massive cyberbullying campaign erupted. Yang Shuping, her face twisted with rage, left only the words "Shenlong people have such low quality" and deleted her Weibo account.
Cyberbullying is truly terrifying. Suyu sighed as he looked at the overwhelming curses online. Good thing I'm the bully.
Within a single day, Suyes' follower count had reached 100 million.
The most terrifying part was that all official media and academic accounts had followed him.
Even the celebrities had all followed him.
But Suyes' following count remained at 0.
After a few days of rest, Suyes' body had recovered.
It wasn't so much recovery as improvement, he was no longer weak.
Being weak, especially for a young man, was a shame one couldn't bring up. During these days the nurse's attentive care was meticulous. She offered to help with almost everything. If Suyu hadn't refused, she would have even bathed him. She nearly turned Suyu into a useless person.
Goodbye.
As they were about to part, Suyu felt a little reluctant, not because he craved her body nor because he was greedy for her gentleness and attentiveness.
I hope I never see you in the hospital again.
The nurse reached out her slender jade-like hand and gently patted his head. Before Suyu could even return to Shenlong University of Science and Technology, the math world had exploded.
The biggest commotion in history.
Because the proof of the Riemann hypothesis had been published in mathematical notices. There were over 1,000 mathematical propositions related to the Riemann hypothesis. In other words, once the Riemann hypothesis was proven, those 1,000+ propositions would become theorems.
The impact on the math world was immense.
Every mathematician rushed to buy a copy of mathematical notices to read. The biggest joke of the century.
Malgis laughed, convinced the proof was flawed.
He had no friends and occasionally surfed the internet to chat with netizens. Malgis, I won't buy mathematical notices because I have a brain, I want buy a journal full of false proofs.
Netizens agreed.
No one can prove the Riemann hypothesis. Even if it's proven, it won't be by a Shenlong person. Support Malgis. Seeing the comments, Malgis smiled with satisfaction. These netizens had brains. He then bought a copy of mathematical notices.
I bought it just to find the errors, Malgis rationalized stubbornly. In truth, he was extremely curious about the proof.
Because the reviewers were people like Tao Zixuan, whose mathematical abilities were beyond doubt.
If I find an error, doesn't that mean I'm even better than Tao Zixuan? Malgis laughed heartily and immediately had someone translate the journal into English. He began reading. This approach.
Malgis was stunned. The method of proof was utterly astonishing.
He had never seen anything like it.
This. Malgis was astounded. He had browsed for a long time but found no errors, and there were parts of the content he could not understand at all. What was most shocking was that this proof's approach was unprecedented.
Not to mention anything else, this line of thought alone could earn him a place in the mathematical world. Malji sighed deeply, feeling a profound sense of loneliness. If only he had a friend to discuss this paper with. Alas! Malji's was extremely frustrated and went online to relieve himself. Two shots, one double. The air in Shenlong is not good. It's not conducive to the growth of geniuses, so most geniuses are in the West. They can't possibly prove the Riemann hypothesis. Seeing the netizens' comments, Malji's was furious. A bunch of short-sighted stupid dogs. The proof of the Riemann hypothesis is fine. Although there were parts he couldn't understand, his intuition told him there was nothing wrong. The netizens were stunned, thinking Malji's account had been hacked. Malji's recorded a video and posted it. In the video he said coldly, "What are you dogs barking at? Do the problems of the mathematical world need a bunch of dogs like you to meddle?" The netizens were caught off guard by the betrayal. Clearly this old man had led the way, and now he was accusing them of stirring up trouble. Enough is enough. The foreign netizens were furious and started a verbal war with Malji, centered on mothers with relatives as radius, fathers as assistants, and ancestors as the target, finally drawing a circle to curse each other. Within just a few hours the family trees of countless people were endangered. Although Malji's was an old man, he had been single for decades and could swear profusely, no less than the netizens. Piao country. Standing by the window gazing into the distance. On his desk there was a journal. It was Mathematics Bulletin. He couldn't understand the content, but he knew that the Riemann hypothesis had been proven by Su Yu. Truly a genius once in 10,000 years. Dong Wang sighed. This genius was even more formidable than Einstein, but he was not from Piao country. What a pity. Come. The knock on the door sounded. He sat back in his seat. How is the matter progressing? The subordinate reported, our researchers obtained the nuclear fusion battery produced by Shenlong country. They studied it day and night for a long time but made no progress. Waste. He slammed the table fiercely. Usually when it comes to research funding you're all-powerful. Now you can't even handle a small matter. A bunch of good for nothings. The subordinate stood trembling, not daring to speak. You don't need to be responsible for this matter anymore. He gave the subordinate a new task. Go investigate a Shenlong person named Yang Shuping. Okay. After the subordinate left he sneered coldly, my second plan, Shenlong country, can you handle it? Su Yu's paper not only shook the mathematical world but also the entire world. Netizens were overwhelmed with admiration. When others are called on in class they casually prove the Riemann hypothesis. When I'm called on I get kicked out of the classroom. Truly a little cow driving a tractor, awesome. Su God is absolutely amazing. Su Yu ignored the netizens' praise. He was preparing for the opening ceremony. Enrollment means graduation. In this golden autumn season the clear breeze brings refreshing coolness. Yang Legua stood on the stage and delivered a long, rambling, beautiful speech. Now let's welcome our student representative Su Yu to the stage to give a speech. Su God. The students below the stage shouted wildly. The sound echoed, lingering for a long time. Su Yu straightened his clothes, walked confidently onto the stage and took the microphone. The title of my speech is on the youth of Shenlong. The Inghua people call us Shenlong. One says the old empire and another says the old empire. As soon as Su Yu's words were spoken the audience was stunned. This was a speech in classical Chinese. Truly impressive. As they listened the old professors present frowned. Because most of the content was saying that they were old and useless. When he reached the climax Su Yu raised his voice and said with force, therefore the responsibility of today lies not with others but entirely with us youth. If the youth are wise the country is wise, if the youth are wealthy the country is wealthy, if the youth are strong the country is strong, if the youth are independent the country is independent, if the youth are free the country is free, if the youth progress the country progresses, if the youth surpass Europe the country surpasses Europe, if the youth dominate the blue star the country dominates the blue star. The students below were stirred with passion. They wished they could immediately serve the country. The old professors nodded with satisfaction. They finally understood why the earlier part said they were old and useless. Because the world belongs to the young. In the development of Shenlong country the youth are the main force. As the speech reached its end Su Yu's volume grew louder. My young Shenlong is eternal as the sky. Glorious my Shenlong youth, boundless as the country. As the last word was shouted thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Yang Legua was so moved that tears streamed down his face. This speech completely dispelled the concerns in his heart. Does Shenlong have many talents? So many that it's beyond expectation. But the problem is that most of the top talents are not in Shenlong, they have gone to other countries to serve them. The saddest part is that they even help other countries suppress Shenlong. Yang Legua worried that Su Yu might do the same. With Su Yu's abilities, if he served another country it would be a catastrophic disaster for Shenlong.
But Suyu would not. Being able to deliver such a speech, every cell in his body is patriotic. Wiping away his tears, Yang Weiguo revealed a smile and walked onto the stage while clapping.
Student Su, this speech of yours is truly wonderful, with brilliant writing that could be remembered for ages.
Is this your work?
No, Suyu shook his head. Then whose is it? Yang Weiguo was very surprised. Mr. Liang's.
Who is this Mr.
Liang? Yang Weiguo was even more surprised.
He had never heard of a great literary figure surnamed Liang.
He is an extremely patriotic person.
Unfortunately, he is not in this world.
Oh. Yang Weiguo nodded, knowing in his heart that this was Suyu's own work. As for why he didn't admit it. Geniuses are always different from ordinary people. There really is such a person. Suyu insisted. Ah. Yes. I believe you. Yang Weiguo nodded. Now let's move to the next segment, awarding the graduation certificate to student Suyu. The audience all exclaimed awesome. He graduated before even starting classes. Student Suyu has achieved excellent results and made great contributions to the country. Given his special circumstances, he is granted early graduation. Now I present him with the graduation certificate. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, accompanied by continuous cheers. Suyu was now the idol of the students, the role model they aspired to emulate for life. Glancing around, Suyu smiled faintly, feeling quite pleased. He finally knew his major. How absurd it was, having been at the university for some time, he still didn't know his own major. The majors he studied include mathematics, nuclear physics, Chinese language, artificial intelligence, electrical engineering, nursing. As Yang Weiguo's voice listed one major after another, the students below the stage were stunned. They were utterly shocked. Because apart from the foreign language major, all the school's majors had been read out by Principal Yang. A full 100 majors. One person receiving graduation certificates for 100 undergraduate majors, truly unprecedented and likely to be never repeated. Suyu was also stunned. The main reason for his shock was why there was a nursing major. Graduating from this major meant becoming a male nurse. It was a bit embarrassing to say. Principal Yang, can I discuss something with you? Suyu walked over. Go ahead, I'll grant you any. Principal Yang was in a good mood. Suyu spoke with embarrassment, could you cancel the nursing major? What's wrong with this major? Yang Weiguo was surprised. All majors are equal, each making silent contributions in their respective positions. Suyu understood these principles, but he felt uncomfortable and couldn't say it directly, so he tactfully expressed, I don't know the knowledge of nursing. Yang Weiguo stated firmly, no, you do know. I once saw you reading nursing books, and they weren't just introductory, superficial ones. Before Suyu could speak, he continued, for you this major is optional, it's just here to make the number up to 100. Suyu stopped insisting but said with difficulty, I can't carry so many certificates. The students below really wanted to shout, if you don't want them, give them to us. We are octopus-like, we can take as many certificates as you have. I have already made arrangements. Yang Weiguo smiled slightly. Music began to play. A few female students walked up and stood beside Suyu. Then a team of ceremonial young ladies walked in with graceful steps, sweet smiles on their lips, coming in an orderly manner. They all held trays in their hands. On the trays were not food but graduation certificates. Yang Weiguo with a beaming smile took the certificates from the ceremonial ladies' trays and handed them to Suyu. Suyu took them. Due to the excessive number of certificates, he had to let the female students nearby help hold them. The whole process took 10 minutes, but the students below were not bored, instead they were fervently excited. Such an amazing person, not only of the same era as them but also their schoolmate. They could boast about it for a lifetime. I hope student Su continues to strive and make even greater contributions to the country. After the certificates were awarded, Yang Weiguo said earnestly to Suyu. Then he addressed the students below, I also hope that all students will take student Su as a role model and become capable individuals who can stand on their own. Su Shin. The shouts from below were incessant. The applause was long and unending. The knowledge I've acquired shall not fail the divine dragon. Leaving these words, Suyu prepared to step down but was called back by Principal Yang. Is there something else? The certificates haven't all been awarded yet. Yang Weiguo smiled slightly. Not only Suyu but even the students below were stunned. Because they thought it was all done. Exactly 100 copies, no more no less. The undergraduate ones are done, but there are still graduate and doctoral certificates. The students below gasped in shock. This was too terrifying. Without even attending classes, he had graduated, and not only with bachelor's, master's and doctoral degrees but even more astonishingly with 100 majors. However, with Suyu's abilities he deserved this honor.
He had proven the Riemann hypothesis, and the next Fields medal was already a certainty. Having developed controlled nuclear fusion technology, this achievement had already surpassed the Nobel Prize. His abilities no longer needed the Nobel Prize for validation.
Su Shin.
The students, unable to express their inner worship, could only shout Su Ye's name wildly.
The graduation ceremony lasted an hour. Su Yu was completely numb. He had already received 300 certificates. Without the help of those female students, he would have had to hire a truck to haul these 300 certificates. The opening ceremony ended and the students' admiration for Su Yu reached its peak. Su Yu also returned to the dormitory. "Thank you." Su Yu handed each of the girls a bottle of water. "No need to be polite. Junior. Senior brother." The girls were confused, not knowing how to address Su Yu. Calling him junior brother, but he had a doctoral degree. Calling him senior brother, but he was too young, which felt a bit odd. "Su Shin. We are your fans. Just give us an autograph and take a photo together," the girl said with sparkling eyes. "No problem." After that, seeing the girls off, Su Yu lay on the sofa not knowing what to do. He logged onto Weibo. He had 300 million followers but not a single Weibo post. "I need to post something." Su Yu thought about what to post, his gaze gradually falling on the graduation certificates. "I've graduated, such a happy event, I should share it with netizens." Su Yu walked over, arranged the certificates and took a few photos with his phone. Updated Weibo. Su Yu 13th V started school 5 days ago, finally graduated. It's just that these certificates are a bit heavy, with a grimace. JPG image in less than a minute, 50k likes, 100k comments. In an instant it became a trending topic. Su Shin graduated trending number 1. Most celebrities' Weibo follower counts are so fake they can't be mentioned. For example, 10 million followers, of which 7 million are bot and 2 million are zombie accounts. The truly active ones are less than a million. But Su Yes are different. High engagement. In a short time, likes exceeded 1 million. The most incredible thing is that comments reached 2 million. Normally likes outnumber comments. Did likes and comments get divorced? Su Yu was confused but didn't look into the reason. After sharing with netizens, he went to do his own business. Little did he know netizens were in an uproar. Never thought Su Shin also likes to show off. So naughty, but I like it. Damn. 300 certificates, truly outrageous. Husband is awesome. Top notch. Soon after, Yang Weigua uploaded the video of the opening ceremony. It was mainly Su Ye's speech. In the video, Su Yu was in his prime, full of scholarly spirit, with a commanding presence, pointing at the nation and inspiring words. Thus the responsibility for today lies not in others but entirely in our youth. The powerful words one by one penetrated the netizens' bodies, merged into their blood and made their blood boil. Such an impassioned speech made them eager to serve their country immediately. This speech inspires everyone and is worthy of being recorded in history. I swear here that I must study hard, get into a good university and serve the country in the future, otherwise I will condemn my deskmate to a lifetime of bachelorhood. Though I am in Shinlong, my heart is in Inghua. I love the people of Inghua, the flowers and plants of Inghua. If possible, please send me to Inghua via Dongfeng Express. By the way, my name is Atomic Bomb. Not long after this video went viral on the trending list. All official media liked and shared it. Su Yu was completely unaware he was engrossed in reading books. Random quest triggered quest, new conspiracy intended to recruit the host and dampen Shenlong's morale. Please have the host counterattack and boost Shenlong's spirit. Complete quest reward mystery gift pack X1, reject quest reward fairy panties X10, warm tip, worn ones fairy panties. Su Yu reached out and stroked his chin. He was a serious person and had no idea what panties were. And worn ones at that. Doesn't it have much smell? But then what's the point if there's no smell? The system is really improper. Accept the quest. Su Yu was very serious. Last time the Piao country was the mastermind behind the Asan's invasion. The Asan were punished, but the Piao country was not. This made Su Yu feel stifled. Now that Piao country had come to him, he had to teach them a lesson. But speaking of which, Piao country wants to recruit me. Why haven't they contacted me yet? Su Yu shook his head, stopped reading and began surfing the internet. He checked the updated Weibo posts. He gasped. Retweets 14 million. Likes 12 million. Comments 15 million. Su Yu was stunned. How long had it been? It was already this terrifying. The most likes he had ever seen was 10 million, and that post had been pinned by a top celebrity for several years. Su Ye's post had broken the record in less than half a day. Really too amazing.
Suyu indulged in a little narcissism. Then he flipped through his private messages. Besides fans, there were also some merchants inviting him to advertise. They wanted to hang their products on his Weibo for one day, paying 5 million. However, these products were a bit outrageous. Study materials I can understand, but women's products like black stockings, white stockings. Why should I advertise them? I'm not a woman nor a pervert. Suyu complained. Not to mention the products were abnormal. Even if they were normal, he wouldn't advertise. A mere 5 million. Even dogs wouldn't look at it. Eh? As he scrolled, Suyu discovered a large number of different private messages. Hello, there's something I want to discuss with you. If not for the system's prompt, Suyu would have treated this as a scammer saying, I am Qin Shi Huang, send money. So Piao country had contacted me long ago. Suyu couldn't help but laugh. He was in Shenlong surrounded by soldiers for protection, so no unauthorized person could approach him. Piao country could only contact him via the internet. Suyu roughly estimated that there were at least 1,000,000 such private messages. They even hire bots. Suyu marveled as if seeing a pig climb a tree. He casually replied to one, what's the matter? Piao country. This Shenlong country was furious. He had been trying to contact Suyu for a long time. But there had been no reply. Someone beside him asked, Mr. President, how do you know? How do I know? He sneered and looked at him as if he were an idiot who knows Shenlong country better than me. No one. The person beside him immediately answered. A knock on the door. Come in. A subordinate ran in out of breath and reported, Suyu has replied. What did he reply? He asked hurriedly. What's the matter? Nice. He became excited. It seems the Suyu has long admired our Piao country. This is reasonable. No one from Shenlong doesn't yearn for the free Piao country. Quick. Let me chat with him. Not long after that, account replied. First, give you a little gift. Then there was a file. Suyu opened it and saw it was all in English. I can't read English. Suyu replied. His English level was low. He only knew basic words like hello and hi. Of course, also fuck. Not long after, another file was sent. Suyu opened it and saw it was all in Shenlong language. The content roughly said that Yang Shuping's green card had been revoked and she was about to be deported. Piao country has many informants planted in Shenlong. Suyu's face turned grave. The fact that he had exchanged insults with the overseas student Yang Shuping was known, and it was used by the know-it-all as a gift to curry favor with him. A message came. I have a very important matter. Piao country. Yang Shuping stood on the rooftop staring into the distance with a face full of despair. Her green card was gone and she was to be deported. This sudden change completely disrupted her plans. Her plan was this: at graduation during the ceremony she would wildly trample on Shenlong, then wildly kiss up to Piao. Maybe she could obtain Piao's nationality. Now, not to mention nationality, even her green card was gone. I'm such a fucking idiot. Yang Shuping gave herself a big slap. She shouldn't have run her mouth online. If only I hadn't been so blindly worshipping foreign things from the Yang Shuping regretted. If she hadn't courted death and had studied abroad peacefully, then when she returned to China she would be a returnee, easily earning tens of thousands a month, enough to be wealthy for life. But there is no cure for regret. Now she was going to be deported by Piao. She could only return to Shenlong. But she had insulted her country and she would be taken in for questioning. I'd rather die and end it all. Yang Shuping lifted her foot. The wind on the rooftop was strong, blowing away her courage. I fucking dare not jump. Yang Shuping crouched in a corner, wailing loudly. She kept cursing, Piao country, fucking Piao country, I sucked up to you so much and I end up like this. Suyu didn't care about Yang Shuping's situation. He merely felt a tinge of regret that this gift was unsatisfactory. It would have been better to simply give him tens of billions. A message arrived. I have something to discuss with you. Suyu knew what it was about. They wanted to poach him, but he pretended not to know and asked. He stated his intentions. Suyu neither rejected nor agreed. Instead, he asked if they could talk in the evening because I'm going to start a livestream. Suyu revealed a faint, imperceptible smile. Over in Piao Nation, someone was in high spirits, gulping down coffee like a cow drinking water and smacking his lips repeatedly. He agreed to Suyu's request. Mr. President, why are you so delighted? The female secretary beside him couldn't help asking, for she hadn't seen Suyu agreeing to the recruitment. Stupid woman, truly long hair and short wit, he sneered. Do you know why he didn't agree immediately but demanded a livestream? Why, the secretary asked. In Shenlong Nation there is a term called tumingswang. A shrewd person when switching allegiances and joining a new team must bring a gift to the new team. He spoke eloquently. His livestream, what kind of gift does that count as for our Piapiao nation? The secretary asked in surprise. It can also publicize the matter. When even a genius like Suyu chooses to abandon Shenlong and join Piapiao, won't other talents from Shenlong obediently come over?
Mr. President, you're truly amazing. Your analysis is so thorough.
The secretary said with admiration. I have something to do tonight. Let's go to your place now. I heard your cat can do backflips. It can also do front flips. Various poses. Meanwhile, Suyu had surely informed his fans about the evening livestream, such an important event. He also hinted that he would be connecting with a heavyweight old man. Fans were eagerly anticipating. Back in his dorm with no new books to read, Suyu went out and toured around Baidu. A great man once said, he who doesn't reach the Great Wall is not a true man. Being in Baidu, not visiting the Forbidden City, the Great Wall and other famous sites would be a disservice to one's eyes. After his tour, he returned to his dorm, sat on the balcony and gazed at the sky. Some people chase after celebrities, but Suyu chases after extraterrestrials. Because of the system's existence, he knew that this world must have aliens.
The level of their civilization was unknown.
I hope technology can reach the height in my heart as soon as possible. He murmured, then drifted off to sleep contentedly.
Compared to Suyu's contentment, the higher-ups were in a chaotic mess.
His actions were already known to Shenlong. The higher-ups were discussing the matter. I think we should cut off contact with Suyu, someone proposed. Someone raised this opinion, which echoed the sentiments of the majority. As a great nation, Shenlong must display the grace of a great power.
The Grand Elder did not agree.
One should not have a heart to harm others, but must guard against others' harm.
Piapiao nation harbors wild ambitions and will stoop to dirty tricks. We must be vigilant.
I trust Suyu, the Grand Elder said firmly. This. The others were perplexed. The Grand Elder and Suyu had never met. Why did he trust him so much?
Let me show you a video, the Grand Elder said, and had someone play a video. It was precisely Suyu's speech video. His impassioned voice, every word brimming with power, struck the softest part of everyone present's heart. We all trust Suyu. Someone who could deliver such a speech loved their country to the bone. The love was profound. As night fell, Suyu opened his eyes dazedly, looking around in confusion. As his stomach growled, he remembered something. I was sleep-dazed. He went to the canteen to fill his stomach, then returned to the dorm and turned on the computer. On the other side, someone was waiting until the flowers withered and the seas dried up. Why isn't he online yet? He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Could he have changed his mind? The female secretary's face was flushed, her body a bit weak as she sat resting nearby. Impossible, he shook his head. Suyu is a smart man and smart people are all drawn to Piapiao nation. Besides, we didn't agree on a specific time. Wait a bit longer. His gaze fell on the secretary. There's still time. Shall we watch your cat do backflips again? Please no, the secretary grimaced. She was exhausted. Let me see it, he said in a tone that brooked no refusal. A ding sound rang out. Suyu is online. The secretary's eyes lit up like a drowning person grabbing the last straw. She really didn't want to fight. It was her cat, exhausted to the point its bones were falling apart. It couldn't flip anymore. One more backflip and it would be done for. Learning that Suyu was live-streaming, the platform staff had already made ample preparations. Because Suyu's traffic was terrifying. If they hadn't prepared in advance, the server would crash any minute and the livestream platform would be done for. Hello everyone, dear netizens, Suyu said as he sat at the computer and glanced at the screen. He was instantly stunned. Less than a minute into the livestream, there were 5 million viewers. The traffic was incredible. The tips were even more outrageous. Gifts filled the screen, reaching 10 million in under a minute. Please stop tipping, Suyu said sincerely. It's not easy for netizens to earn money. But no one listened to him. They kept tipping crazily. It was his first time live streaming. Suyu didn't know where to turn off tipping, so he asked the platform staff to disable it. Earning money is hard. Wouldn't it be better to spend it on a nice meal? When you tip me, I don't even know who you are. More importantly, I'm richer than you. Suyu said earnestly. Money was just a string of numbers to him now. Netizens cried out in pain. But they still expressed they wanted to tip. Tipping the streamer wasn't worth it, but tipping researchers and those who contributed to the nation was very worthwhile. Alright, let's get straight to the point, Suyu said, returning to the main topic. The guest I'm going to connect with, you all know him. I heard his popularity is soaring and Shenlong's netizens all support him greatly. Guess who he is? I want guess. So popular, could it be Xiong Air? Maybe it's He Xiao Wu Fei Yang Yang Shuang Nian Gui and Tom Cat. This batch of netizens is too mischievous, so you laughed then sent a connection invitation.
As soon as the words fell, an old man appeared on the side of the screen. He was dressed in a suit with a tie redder than a red scarf, though it was slightly askew. In broken Shenlongese he greeted with a smile, "Hello Mr.
Su. And hello to the netizens of Shenlong Kingdom." The netizens ignored him. "Sir, you mentioned there was something you wanted to discuss with me? What is it?" Suyu asked directly. He was not proficient in Shenlongese, but he had a translator. "Mr. Su, you are a genius who needs a broader space to develop. Staying in Shenlong will only limit your potential. Why not abandon the darkness for the light and join my Piao kingdom?"
Dong Wang said with a smile. These words infuriated the netizens, who began to curse. Why would staying in Shenlong limit my development? Suyu asked, puzzled. Dong Wang said smugly, "Take Shenlong Kingdom for example, every year a huge number of people come to Piao Kingdom to study. After studying, the vast majority are unwilling to return home and choose to stay in Piao. What is the reason for this? It's all because Piao is excellent, great environment, the world's strongest technology. More importantly, we truly respect talent. In Shenlong, seniority matters more than talent. But not in Piao, talent is everything. As long as you have talent you can get everything you desire." The netizens' anger grew even stronger. But they had no powerful words to retort. In recent years things had indeed been disappointing. Celebrities without virtue or talent effortlessly earn money that ordinary people could never accumulate in 10 lifetimes. Researchers of high virtue and prestige were impoverished, and even touching a luxury car would invite criticism. "I admit in some aspects Shenlong is temporarily inferior to Piao," Suyu said calmly. Dong Wang flashed a smile, his heart blossoming with joy. He had guessed correctly, Suyu intended to defect to Piao. Otherwise he wouldn't have affirmed his words. It was nothing surprising, any intelligent person would want to become a citizen of Piao. But Suyu shifted his tone, his expression turning serious. "If your own country is not good, shouldn't you find a way to make it better? Running to join a hostile power, what kind of beastly behavior is that? It's like if your family is poor, instead of working to earn money you think about changing families to become a member of a wealthy one. Are you even human?" These words struck like a thunderclap, and the netizens couldn't help but applaud. Sushin is right, as the saying goes, a son never despises his mother's ugliness, a dog never scorns its master's poverty. Don't forget your roots. As a Shenlongese enjoying the nation's educational resources, yet after learning you defect to a hostile power, do you have any principles? Sushin's values are so righteous, I truly love it. Dong Wang was stunned. The development of the story was beyond his imagination. He was utterly confused, not understanding what Suyu meant. "Mr. Su, what do you mean?" "Whatever you thought before the live stream, that's what I mean." Suyu smiled lightly. Dong Wang suddenly understood. I'd been such a fool. He couldn't help but slap his own head. "Mr. President, what are you talking about?" "I don't understand at all," the female secretary beside him said, completely bewildered. She truly couldn't comprehend. Suyu's attitude was so clear, obviously uninterested in Piao. Why was he still so happy? "You're even more foolish than me." He pulled her aside and whispered, "Do you know the best way to defeat someone? Drain his body." He shook his head. "It's to make them believe something will never happen and then make it happen. In other words, to destroy them first, drive them mad. So Mr. Su is just acting, making the netizens of Shenlong think he want defect to us, and then he defects, causing them to collapse." The female secretary suddenly realized. "You're not too stupid to be saved." Back in the live stream. "Who says Shenlong Kingdom has no faith?" Suyu sneered coldly. "Oh." Dong Wang was surprised. Not only him but also the netizens were astonished. "What is the faith of Shenlong?" Suyu's face turned serious and he spoke with firmness. "We were born under the red flag raised in the spring breeze. The people have faith, the nation has strength. Wherever our eyes reach, it is Shenlong. Wherever the 5 stars shine, it is faith. May we dedicate our youth to defend this prosperous Shenlong." As soon as these words were spoken, the netizens almost knelt. Their admiration for Suyu soared to new heights. "These words make my blood boil. My mom came over and asked why I was kneeling while watching the live stream. I let her listen and she beat me crying, saying I must not only kneel but also have tears streaming down my face. I finally know what the faith of Shenlong people is." Dong Wang began to feel uneasy. He felt as if he had been fooled. Suyu had never intended to defect to Piao. "Mr. Su, let's be direct. Are you willing to come to me and become a Piao citizen? To recruit someone like me, do you use words or money? If words, I've heard more tales than you've eaten salt. If money, how much are you willing to spend on me?"
Save your energy and go to bed early.
Suyu said sarcastically.
Dong Wang paused. Money. I'm a practical man.
I only talk about money, not other vague things.
If you're willing to come to Pia, I'll give you 1 billion every year, not RMB but NJ. Is 1 billion a lot?
Suyu asked in surprise.
Isn't it? Dong Wang was even more surprised. An ordinary person even working from the time of the Yuanmo people until now could hardly earn 1 billion.
Suyu asked, do you know how much I earn in a year?
Dong Wang shook his head. He wasn't a tapeworm in Suyu's stomach, how could he know his income? I don't know either.
Suyu smiled faintly.
But at least I can break 100 billion. Suyu said calmly. Dong Wang gasped. Since when did Shenlong's talents earn so much?
After thinking for a long time he said, if you're willing to come to Pia I can offer you 150 billion per year. The netizens were dumbfounded.
Pia Kingdom was so generous, offering 150 billion in ML. Before money nothing could be held onto.
If there was add more money. They were all extremely nervous, afraid that Suyu would agree. Is there a difference between 100 billion and 150 billion?
Suyu smiled slightly. Yes. No. Suyu shook his head. Both are unspendable, what's the difference? Just as he was about to speak, an anomaly occurred in the live stream. Do you agree? What is the difference between 100 billion and 150 billion?
Suppose an ordinary person's lifetime consumption is 100 million, then 200 million and 300 million make little difference to him.
Because it's impossible to spend it all.
But for a business tycoon the difference between 100 billion and 150 billion is significant.
Money represents status and standing. The more money the higher the status and standing. Suyu is not a business person. For him the difference is negligible.
With money not only can you make the devil turn the millstone, but you can even make her lie down.
If not, then add more money.
Just as he thought, Suyu found the amount too low and was about to offer more. A familiar face appeared in the livestream.
It was also the face he detested. It was none other than the Whale Emperor. Whale, what are you doing here?
The Whale Emperor said with righteous indignation, Big Goose and Shenlong are good friends. And you come to poach Shenlong's talent.
How can I just stand by?
Mind your own business, he snorted coldly.
Shenlong hasn't said anything. Who do you think you are to come out and blather? Aren't you afraid he'll sanction you? I, Big Goose, am afraid of you, the Whale Emperor replied arrogantly. In fact, he was a little apprehensive, but the thing he wanted to do was worth the risk. You will pay for your actions, he said coldly. Suyu nodded. Our relationship is as close as one family.
As the Whale Emperor continued, Suyu began to frown.
There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests.
Once you infringe upon others' interests, even the most benevolent person will turn into a demon with a ferocious visage.
Two nations can be friends only if they have shared interests.
As for being as close as one family, just listen but don't take it seriously.
Whale Emperor, if you have something to say, just say it directly.
Stop beating around the bush, Suyu said impatiently. The Whale Emperor stopped his grandiloquence and stated his purpose bluntly. Our two nations have such a good relationship, Mr.
Su.
It doesn't matter where you serve, why not come to the Day Nation?
These words sparked discontent among netizens. Good going, Whale Emperor. I thought of you as my idol, yet you're poaching our talent. Fan turned hater. I'll hate you forever. Su, God, don't agree.
I thought you were so upright, but you're just a person with wolfish ambition.
Suya's eyes were as calm as an ancient well.
But he sighed inwardly. In the past, Shenlong and Day were comparable in strength, each with its own merits, and they could join forces to jointly resist the Pia nation. But now the situation has changed. The advent of controlled nuclear fusion technology has propelled Shenlong's strength like a rocket, increasing it too dramatically. It hasn't surpassed the Pia nation yet, but it is enough to overwhelm Day.
Day must curb Shenlong's development.
Otherwise, if Shenlong develops into a superpower, Day will be even more uncomfortable.
Since it's the same everywhere, why should I go to Day?
Suyu asked with a smile, his expression calm, revealing neither joy nor anger.
Day's technology is more advanced.
It has the legacy left by the former Soviet Union, and the technology contained in those secret weapons is at the top of the world today. In recent years, Day's military development has not been eye-catching, yet it ranks among the top.
It relies on the legacy of the last century. He laughed. No matter how powerful you are you as powerful as my Pia? The world's #1 is not just bragging. Is that it?
The Whale Emperor sneered. As long as student Su comes today, all of Day's technology will be available for him to browse. Research funding is no concern, as long as he dares to apply, no matter how much I dare to approve.
Apply for $99.99. Billion. Would you dare to approve?
Su countered.
Even if you empty all of day, there isn't that much money. Student Su, when I said no matter how much, it was a rhetorical exaggeration. Even a large amount is fine.
The Whale Emperor smiled wryly.
No matter how top secret the technology, you have the right to view it. Someone once said that the dream of researchers is the stars and the sea.
Our Piao has the stars and the sea, not only the bodies of non-Earth lives but also the devices. These words immediately stirred up a storm.
Netizens were shocked.
Those rumors were true. The Piao nation really does have aliens preserved.
The Whale Emperor was stunned for a moment.
The president's influence in his own country is enormous. They had connected to someone else's livestream, so naturally there were netizens from their own country watching.
Not only the netizens of Shenlong were shocked, but also those of the other two countries, so there really are aliens in this universe. As long as you come today, we can give you some rights beyond ordinary people. The Whale Emperor said. Any position, as long as it's not president, you can choose.
The two presidents kept competing, offering increasingly higher conditions. Although a bit ridiculous, it was not a joke.
As a president, one cannot casually joke around. The netizens of Shenlong grew increasingly nervous.
They all feared Su would be poached.
After all, the treatment offered by these two presidents was truly too high.
It could be said that if Su was willing, they could send their own wives to his door tonight.
Even washed clean and sprayed fragrant. Any normal person would be tempted. Tempted by these conditions, not by these two men's wives.
They were all calling out for the authorities to step in and keep Su.
But the authorities showed no reaction at all. The Whale Emperor said shocking words. Student Su, as long as you come today, no matter what crime you commit, as long as it's not treason, you will be innocent. Murder and arson are fine.
Su asked in surprise.
The Whale Emperor was silent for a moment. That's right.
He gave such absurd conditions, betting on Su's future. At only 17 years old, he was able to break through controlled nuclear fusion technology, a capability that directly outshines all researchers.
Given time, he will surely be the most brilliant existence in human history.
Offering such conditions was worth it. This was too unscrupulous. Not only Su was surprised, but even netizens were shocked.
The most shocked were the netizens of Day and Piao.
They were not only shocked but also disheartened. If Su came to their country and one day, walking on the street, he started killing people because he was in a bad mood, wouldn't that be terrifying?
Without the constraints of law, the malice in human hearts would be infinitely magnified.
Just like the ancient emperors whom the law could not touch, they dared to kill without restraint. Upon hearing the president's outrageous conditions, netizens from both countries were furious. This directly infringed upon their rights.
Even the right to life, health and safety.
If Su were recruited, such a scenario might occur. Su in a bad mood or boredom would go on a killing spree in the streets.
He even took a hostage. Bystanders called the police. The police arrived, aiming their guns at Su. They fired a shot.
Then reported to their superiors, the hostage has been eliminated. Su is no longer a threat. This was utterly absurd.
Netizens from both countries did not want Su to be recruited. My former idol was the president, but now, well, are outsiders more precious than us? The emperor's throne rotates, and next year it will be my turn. Su asked calmly, do you realize how much impact your words have?
We are cherishing talent.
All right, student Su, which country would you like to come to? Asked the Whale Emperor.
Su smiled and countered, why do you think I would leave my own country? We've been vying for you for so long, yet your country has shown no response. Clearly they don't care about you.
Said the Whale Emperor.
Perhaps that is their trust in me.
Now I will give you my answer.
Su wasted no words.
Both presidents widened their eyes, staring at Su, awaiting his answer.
They believed Su was a smart man and would surely choose their country.
You're right, as things stand, Shenlong country does lag behind in some aspects. Both presidents' eyes lit up.
Su leaving Shenlong was a foregone conclusion.
The people of Shenlong were extremely nervous. They feared Su would leave.
Though the signs pointed to Su actually leaving, they still wanted to believe he wouldn't. He was patriotic.
Su smiled slightly and said earnestly, Shenlong's education may be lacking, but there are dedicated teachers. Shenlong's technology may be lacking, but there are painstaking researchers. Shenlong's military may be lacking, but there are fearless soldiers. Shenlong's future lies with the youth. With our generation's youth, we will forge a strong Shenlong. With me here, Shenlong will be the center of technology. With me here, Shenlong will be the stars and the sea.
Hearing these words, netizens were all fired up with passion. Some even shed tears.
Both presidents were dumbfounded.
The plot had developed in a direction they never expected, going completely opposite. Such a Shenlong though weak today will surely soar high above the sky tomorrow overlooking all beings. Long life Shenlong, long life Suyu, my heart is already pledged to my country, no room for others. While the two presidents stood stunned, Suyu disconnected the call and kicked them out of the livestream. My life is already pledged to Shenlong. If Shenlong does not betray me even in death, I will be a ghost of Shenlong.
Suyu declared these words with determination. In Piao country after the initial shock came endless fury.
He had been made a fool of. Not only did he gain nothing, but he also became a laughingstock to the world.
The insult was unbearable.
Those around him trembled in fear,
daring not to speak.
They only wanted to minimize their presence.
Do you think you can withstand the thunderous fury of my wrath? Come here.
On the other side, the Whale Emperor of Day Country was also livid beyond recognition. He was smashing things in a frenzy.
With the two annoying flies gone, the livestream became much quieter.
Suyu had intended to end the stream, but the netizens begged him to stay, so he chatted with them for a while.
I'm not very good at chatting, you can ask me questions. The comments in the livestream were flying wildly.
Suyu could barely see them. He said, how about this, leave comments on my Weibo and I'll answer the ones with the most likes.
A few minutes later, Suyu logged into Weibo to check.
Seeing the comments, he was speechless. The top comment had over 1 million likes. Wine gang left behind. Is it illegal to be buried on Mount Everest after death, thereby increasing its height?
Yes, because you can't litter up there, Suyu replied seriously. The second comment had 950k likes.
Lawless outlaw Zhang San, 2 dogs fight, the black dog gets pooped out by the yellow dog.
Would the yellow dog be excited that the black dog is bribing it with food? Suyu answered, what do you mean bribery?
That's clearly the fruit of the yellow dog's hard labor. The third comment was equally absurd. It had 900k likes.
Brother Jia, don't.
Pigs eat pig feed, chickens eat chicken feed, why is what I eat called snack?
Probably because you're a cunning zero, Suyu replied.
There were a bunch of other weird questions. Why are there only highways, no motherways?
If the success rate of surgery is so low, why not do it multiple times? If I'm a lapdog to a policewoman, does that make me a police dog? These netizens were truly outrageous.
You've asked me so many questions, now let me ask you a few, Suyu said with a slight smile.
Netizens immediately surrendered, saying they couldn't handle matters of science and technology.
Just talk about light-hearted things, no science or technology.
Suyu thought for a moment and asked, in Sakura country actors are filming a movie. The director calls cut, but the male actor moves again. Does that count as a crime or overtime? This question left the netizens baffled. They thought for a long time but couldn't come up with an answer. They asked Suyu to switch to another question. Then I'll ask you an elementary school level question. Suyu thought for a moment and said there are 3 brothers. The eldest is called Dinyo. The second is called Ernyo. The third is called Sanyo. What is their father's surname? This stumped the netizens. Shouldn't the question be Xiaoming's father has 3 sons? How did it become like this? You still don't know. Suyu was stunned. This was easier than a primary school question. There were really people who couldn't figure it out, and a lot of them at that. Unbelievable. This question has no answer. We can't know their father's surname, the netizens insisted. Their father's surname is Jiao. Holy shit. After asking a few bizarre questions online, Suyu ended the broadcast. The system's voice echoed, congratulations host, you have completed the task. You have received a mysterious gift package. Do you wish to open it? Open it. Congratulations host, you have received Artificial Intelligence X1 Supercell. A small cultured dish appeared in Suyu's hand filled with blue liquid. He examined the cultured dish, understanding that the blue substance was a nutrient solution housing the supercells. But what was the purpose of these supercells? He didn't know and could only inquire with the system. The system is unaware, it awaits the host's exploration. What use are you? Suyu complained, no longer fixating on the supercells and shifting his focus to the artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence in the world was still in its infancy. Yet Suyu believed that with the system's involvement it could only be a top-tier product, not just an ordinary AI. On the computer he opened a file and installed the program. Please name your artificial intelligence. Let's call it Xiaohua. Master Xiaohua is very happy to serve you. A mechanical voice resonated, cold and expressionless. Change the voice. Suyu operated the mouse to select a suitable voice, calling Xiaohua. I'm here, a soft and cute voice responded. It was gentle, sweet, reminiscent of a lowless voice. Suyu asked, what impressive functions do you have? Learning ability, retorting ability, practical ability. And demolition ability. Demolition ability. Suyu was surprised, you can destroy buildings. Not quite. Xiao explained, my demolition ability targets networks. I can breach any network in the world. Can you only destroy?
Suyu stroked his chin.
I can also infiltrate and monitor.
There's nothing Xiao can't accomplish if you can think of it.
Seeing is believing.
Suyu issued a command, then show me a demonstration.
Who should you target? Let's target the big fool from the kimchi master. All right.
Within 10 seconds a sound of cracking was heard.
So fast. Suyu exclaimed, this AI was truly extraordinary.
It was known that the master's status was supreme, always enjoying the best, and the computer's defense was naturally formidable.
However, Xiao breached it in an instant. Too powerful. Master, help me.
Before Suyu could even ask, he saw black smoke rising from the computer. There was also a pungent smell of burning.
What's going on? Suyu was baffled. This was a new computer with decent cooling, how could it become burnt?
Usually watching instructional videos posed no issues.
This computer
has too low a configuration it can't handle.
My operation's just broken.
Xiao's voice stuttered, resembling a machine on the verge of crashing.
What should I do? Suyu inquired. He didn't want to give up on this artificial intelligence. Get a new computer. The most expensive. Xiao pleaded like a little rabbit bullied by a big bad wolf. Traveling all over Baidu, Suyu couldn't find a satisfactory computer.
He could only settle for a second best option, purchasing a computer for 150000. Compared to that 50001, this is not bad. Suyu comforted himself and returned to the dormitory, transferring Xiao to this computer.
Xiao! He called out.
I'm here. Xiao revived fully.
Master is really something. Previously putting me on such a low-end computer was truly naughty.
In a cutesy voice it seemed to complain, resembling a spoiled child.
This artificial intelligence felt a bit off. Suyu asked.
Speak normally or I'll move you back to that useless computer.
Suyu threatened. Daimyo.
Suyu was speechless, not wanting to banter further.
Please start your performance. Understood. Before long, Suyu's computer screen displayed the Kimchi Master's computer screen. The Kimchi Nation.
The master was watching a movie, one meant for learning. A man's initial intention remained unchanged regardless of whether he had a girlfriend or was married. He would still watch movies. Not for anything else but for pleasure and to gain knowledge. Suddenly the web page was closed.
The master was momentarily stunned and reopened the page. It was closed again. The computer could no longer connect to the network. The
master was furious. I paid a hefty sum to Shinlong and it hasn't entirely resolved the virus. He stepped outside to ask others about the condition of their computers.
No anomalies.
Only his was problematic.
Could it have been hacked?
The master was startled. If it were leaked, his private studies would surely cause an uproar worldwide.
Complete social death.
This world is so absurd, some matters are widespread yet cannot see the light of day. The master rushed back to his computer, glancing at the screen terrified.
A line of text appeared on the computer screen. Noble master, your actions have been recorded.
If you do not wish for the entire world to know, please transfer funds to this account.
It really is a hacker. The master panicked.
If it were something else he could take action, but with such matters he feared that any slight movement would lead to exposure.
Mainly he couldn't afford to lose.
He could only obediently transfer the funds. After the transfer his heart was bleeding.
Unable to hold back he roared, Sakura people, I will not spare you.
I never expected the esteemed master would also engage in such acts. Suyu shook his head.
He did not record the video, nor did he engage in such unrefined behavior.
He merely sent a message to scare the kimchi master.
He hadn't expected that he would really transfer the money. Truly an unexpected windfall.
By the way, the message he sent was in Sakura language. Xiao, you are truly amazing. Suyu couldn't help but give a thumbs up.
It's all thanks to the master's excellent training. Woo woo. Damn it, one punch for each woo woo.
Now little Xiao was like a newborn child needing to learn a vast amount of knowledge. Suyu had no time to teach.
He could only let it learn on its own.
Suyu held the culture dish in his hand. He needed to discover the utility of the super cells inside. If it were a treasure, he couldn't let it sit idle.
Let's find Principal Yang. Suyu smiled slightly, leaving the dormitory for Yang Weiguo's office. He needed a biological laboratory. If he bought one from outside, money was a minor issue, but the equipment and personnel would be quite troublesome. The best approach was to apply for one at Shinlong Technology University. Buying one was also an option.
Before he reached the office, Suyu heard a furious voice.
It was indeed Yang Weiguo's voice. What on earth happened? In the principal's office, Yang Weiguo was instructing a student.
Regardless of whether your grades are good or bad, I will not treat any student differently.
Alright, go back now and reflect on your actions.
The student, as if pardoned, was about to flee when a knock sounded at the door.
Come in. Yang Weiguo's expression was displeased. He was still recovering from the anger the student had caused him. Upon seeing the visitor, his face instantly broke into a smile, changing faster than the weather. He pulled over a table, had Suyu sit down, and poured him a glass of water. The student beside him watched the scene, utterly dumbfounded. So much for not treating anyone differently. Ha! Men are all liars. Yang Weiguo shot the student a glare, who then shrank his neck and quickly scurried out of the office. Su, what can I do for you? I need a biology lab, Suyu said after taking a sip of water, stating his purpose. Oh. Yang Weiguo's eyes lit up. What are you planning to research?
Just messing around a bit, Suyu replied, unwilling to disclose the matter of the supercells.
Yang Weiguo didn't press further. We still have a biology lab at school. I'll approve one for you. I might need to use it for quite a while. Perhaps I could rent or buy it from the school. Talking about money is so crude. Yang Weiguo feigned displeasure. Don't worry about the duration. Use it as long as you like.
Afraid that insisting on payment would hurt Yang Weiguo's feelings, Suyu dropped the idea and followed him to inspect the biology lab. After selecting a lab and moving his equipment in, Suyu began his research on the supercells. Master Xiaowei can help.
How? Suyu asked in surprise.
Connect me to the equipment and I can assist with trivial tasks such as calculations, analysis, and deduction.
Impressive. Suyu gave a thumbs up. If you were human, I'd definitely hug and kiss you. Master, no naughty thoughts. Naughty your sister. Suyu's face was covered in black lines. He extracted the substance from the supercells and examined it with a probe.
To his astonishment, there was no DNA or RNA.
Could these cells be from outside Blue Star?
Suyu was dumbfounded. If this discovery were made public, it would undoubtedly shake the entire world. Because these supercells most likely did not originate from Blue Star.
They were a new type of cell.
Xiaowei, can you analyze the function of the supercells based on the comprehensive data?
Suyu inquired.
With Xiao's assistance, the experiment progressed smoothly.
He had basically determined Xiao's capabilities.
Apart from its network abilities, its other skills were comparable to those of an outstanding graduate student. I can't confirm at 100 yet, Xiaowei sighed.
Then let's continue the experiment, Suyu said, undeterred.
Master, I suggest adding a gradient PCR machine.
The data obtained would be more comprehensive. An AI can make suggestions now.
Suyu was surprised. I'm not a rigid artificial intelligence, Xiaowei said with dissatisfaction.
Suyu was even more astonished.
From Xiao's various reactions, it was evident that this AI possessed emotions.
It was like a human.
Suyu stared at Xiaowei and smiled mischievously. When he had time, he might study it as well. From Xiaowei, he learned that a nearby tech company sold gradient PCR equipment.
Following the navigation, Suyu headed to the tech company.
Now that he was a public figure, he couldn't appear casually. He had to wear a mask and sunglasses.
Looks like being a celebrity isn't easy.
Feeling stuffy, Suyu quickened his pace. At a corner, he heard an argument. There was clearly 5000 cash in my wallet. Now there's only 2000. Did you steal the missing 3000?
No, I didn't.
There was only 2000 inside. Suyu approached and learned the situation. A young girl had found a wallet and returned it to its owner. The owner, however, turned around and accused her of taking 3000, demanding she compensate him.
This foreigner is shameless, the onlookers muttered. The foreigner glanced around and said in a harsh tone, I am a noble white man. How dare you insult me? You'll be sorry. The young girl stood to the side, head bowed, wringing her hands in confusion, only repeating, I really didn't take it. She looked pitiful. Suyu's sense of justice stirred. He walked over and asked, your wallet had 5000? Yes, the foreigner nodded. Suyu turned to the girl. The wallet you found only had 2000. She nodded, sobbing slightly. The matter is clear. The foreigner held his head high, waiting for Suyu to declare that the girl had stolen his 3000. This trick had never failed. Dropping the wallet hiding nearby and then jumping out to claim it when some Shenlong person picked it up, it always yielded money. This wallet is not his, Suyu announced loudly. The girl looked up, utterly bewildered. The surrounding crowd chimed in agreement. It is clearly mine. The foreigner said in a low voice. Yours. Suyu sneered.
You said you had 5000, but this only has 2000. How could it be yours?
Coincidentally, I lost a wallet with 2000 inside. This is mine.
Suyu snatched the wallet from the foreigner's hand.
Kid, I advise you not to meddle.
My fists are not to be trifled with.
The foreigner cracked his knuckles menacingly. Hilarious. Do you dare hit me?
Suyu stepped forward, standing in front of the girl, and gestured to the crowd.
All these people are Shenlong people. Go ahead, make a move. The bystanders rolled up their sleeves and took a step forward, glaring at the foreigner with hostile eyes as if ready to pounce at any moment. Some say the Shenlong people are indifferent and stand by idly when things happen on the street. But that's not true. They just lack a leader.
With a leader, one can see how strong the Shenlong people's sense of justice is.
The foreigner shrank his neck. Hey, what are you? He didn't dare stay any longer and fled.
But as he ran, he turned back and shot a cold glare at Suyu.
The onlookers couldn't help but applaud.
Suyu took out the money, tossed the wallet into the trash, and then stuffed the cash into the girl's hand.
This is a reward for your honesty in returning the wallet. This. I can't accept it. You helped me and I haven't thanked you yet. How can I take your money? The girl declined. Do you truly want to thank me?
Suyu glanced at her.
The girl nodded. Will you agree to any request?
She hesitated, then nodded resolutely. Then take this 2000, buy some study materials, study hard, and grow up to be someone who contributes to the country.
This. After pressing the money into her hands, Suyu left. He headed to the tech company. What happened next would be unforgettable for him.
The azure sky was dotted with a few fluffy white clouds. A gentle breeze brushed against the feathers of a bird perched on a branch before moving on. A lazy bird was dozing off.
Suddenly a loud bang resonated through the air.
Startled, the bird on the branch flew away, oblivious to what had happened.
Suyu was taken aback, gazing in the direction of the sound.
He couldn't determine whether it was a gunshot or the crack of firecrackers.
A figure appeared. It was the foreigner.
He was momentarily stunned, startled by the noise. In his country, upon hearing such sounds, one would flee without hesitation.
It was definitely a gunshot. After all, gunfights occurred daily, this was no joke.
But here in Shenlong it was highly likely to be firecrackers, as firearms were prohibited. You little brat of Shenlong, now that you're in my grasp, just wait for me to teach you a lesson. The foreigner charged towards Suyu, swinging his massive fist. Before he could reach, a gunshot rang out. The foreigner collapsed into a pool of blood, struggling a few times before succumbing completely. A bullet pierced through his heart.
Suyu panicked, preparing to flee.
Just then a confident woman rushed over, grabbing his hand and pulling him away.
Suyu glanced at the woman. She was tall, with short hair and a gun in her hand. Who are you?
His heart raced with unease. Your bodyguard, the woman replied tersely, shoving a gun into Suyu's hands.
Run ahead, I'll cover you from behind.
Behind them, a group of burly men brandishing AKs swept their guns towards Suyu's position.
Without hesitation, Suyu took off, running towards areas with more cover.
He knew that with his lackluster combat skills, staying would only drag down the escape. The woman wielding dual guns took cover and kept firing at the burly men. Her marksmanship was impeccable, taking down several burly men in a matter of moments. As a bodyguard, she was supposed to stay close and protect him, preventing any accident.
However, the situation was unique.
If she remained glued to Suyu, they would both be targets. Her death was acceptable. But Suyu could not die. As long as she held her ground and prevented the enemy from advancing, Suyu would remain safe.
On the streets, people bustled about. Suddenly, everyone retreated to the sides.
The ground shook and tanks appeared in the distance, hundreds of them.
Along with thousands of soldiers, all armed to the teeth.
Above, fighter jets continuously soared by. Conservatively estimating, there were over 100. Passers-by were dumbfounded, unsure of what was happening. But such a massive display could not be for a trivial matter. The citizens of Shenlong were a lovable bunch. They wouldn't question why, but would cooperate with the government's action, striving not to cause trouble themselves. Every entrance and exit was guarded by soldiers with machine guns. Identities were checked and suspicious individuals were immediately arrested. Ordinary citizens were only allowed to exit, not enter. The common folk whispered among themselves, "What's happening? I think I heard firecrackers in the distance."
That's definitely gunfire.
Suyu hid behind a wall, afraid to make a move. His heart was filled with anxiety. It wasn't for his own life, but for the safety of that woman.
With so many burly men and their superior equipment, the woman was alone.
As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands.
Who?
Suddenly Suyu heard a noise and raised his gun towards the side.
Mister. Su, we are soldiers of Shenlong.
A squad of soldiers appeared beside Su, shielding him with their bodies.
We've located Mr. Su. Position is.
The squad leader quickly reported to his superiors.
Protect Mr. Su.
Before long a helicopter arrived, landing beside Su.
Mr.
Su, please board the helicopter.
Wait a minute. Su was reluctant to leave. Is there anything else? I'm waiting for the person who is protecting me. Mr. Su, don't worry. That woman is a warrior and our reinforcements have already arrived. Knowing the woman was no longer in danger, Su boarded the helicopter.
It took off accompanied by dozens of fighter jets as escorts.
Meanwhile, over by the woman, reinforcements had arrived. Thousands of soldiers surrounded the area, sealing it off tightly.
They advanced like wrapping dumplings.
Those burly men stood no chance, utterly crushed without the ability to fight back. Leave one alive.
The woman shouted. With a bang, the last remaining burly man shot himself. Such a large mobilization clearly signified a tremendous shock at a high level.
Have you found out who the mastermind is?
The elder was exceedingly furious. It's a group of terrorists. They smuggled themselves into our Shenlong.
Get to the point, who is the mastermind?
The elder's face was filled with frost. It's highly likely to be the Piao Piao country.
Currently we have no evidence.
After sending the staff out, the elder sat in his office pondering for a while, convinced it must be the Piao Piao country. Notify all high-ranking military officials to convene in the conference room.
Suya's assassination had enraged the higher-ups.
Especially the military personnel, all brave men with a fighting spirit, declaring they would attack the Piao Piao country. I propose we declare war on Piao Piao.
That wouldn't be wise.
Given Shenlong's current strength, it was still inferior to the Piao Piao country.
But could they endure it? Absolutely not. Listen to me.
The elder finally slammed the table.
An hour after the meeting ended, Shenlong launched its missiles.
The target was the military garrison of Piao Piao in the neighboring country. In a country, the garrison of Piao Piao soldiers. General, we have an anomaly. Shells are incoming.
A soldier reported.
That's impossible. Which force in this world would dare to attack the Piao Piao people?
It must be a malfunction in the equipment. The general was completely in denial.
In this area, the strongest was Shenlong. But they wouldn't dare attack the Piao Piao soldiers.
Other forces wouldn't dare even more. The equipment is functioning correctly.
General, last century, due to disbelief that others would attack us, we suffered heavy losses in Pearl.
Is the equipment really without issue?
The general's face turned grave. I swear on my life there are absolutely no problems.
Then what are we waiting for? Run! The general commanded.
It's too late to escape. There are at least 100 missiles.
Just wait for death. Mom, I'm going to die.
Hundreds of missiles rained down, akin to the wrath of the Shenlong, leveling the area to the ground. As for the Piao Piao soldiers, not a single one survived. They were obliterated without a trace. Shenlong's active attack on Piao Piao shocked the entire world. In the country of Piao Piao, he awaited good news. Master, won't this provoke the wrath of the divine dragon? The female secretary asked with concern.
The power of the divine dragon may not surpass that of Piao Piao, but its fury should not be underestimated. What do the actions of the terrorists have to do with Piao Piao? Understanding King opened his eyes and took a sip of coffee.
But the terrorists were sent by us. The female secretary was stunned. Even if all evidence points to Piao Piao, as long as there is no substantial proof, the divine dragon will have no claim against us. He sighed deeply. Such a genius, yet not serving Piao Piao. It is truly a pity. He was a ruthless person.
Unlike the indecisive people of the last century.
Not killing the one surnamed Qian and letting him go was like planting an apple for the divine dragon.
That was simply foolish. Now Suya's abilities and talents had become even more formidable.
Even if he was not in Piao Piao, he had to be sent to the underworld.
If he could not be used by Piao Piao, he must die.
A person rushed in. Master, something bad has happened. That group of terrorists has been annihilated.
They are still alive.
There's one more thing. Our base and country, it was bombed by the divine dragon, reduced to rubble with no soldiers surviving.
Then came the rage. It was said that the divine dragon was instigating a conflict.
They bombed the base of Piao Piao without offering reasonable compensation or a public apology, and would take military action to seek justice.
The compensation amount reached 500 billion. This atmosphere filled with gunpowder made people around the world uneasy.
They vaguely felt that these two countries were about to go to war. Both were major powers, each with numerous allies, and a conflict would have a huge impact on the world. It was very likely to trigger the Third World War. Everyone was waiting for the divine dragon's response. The Divine Dragon quickly gave its reply. The bombing continued.
The Divine Dragon in Baidu.
This Piao still thinks we are just playing around. The Grand Elder sneered, drawing 2 circles on the map.
Bomb the Piao bases in countries B and C. Understood.
The military personnel received the order and began the bombing from the command center. Grand Elder, is it really wise to escalate the conflict like this? Someone questioned. There's nothing wrong. The Divine Dragon is no longer what it used to be, and there is no need to swallow our pride. Suyu said, in this life I have pledged to the Divine Dragon. If the Divine Dragon does not forsake me even in death, I will be a ghost for the Divine Dragon. My actions just aim to show him that the relationship between the Divine Dragon and him is mutual. The Divine Dragon will never let down any contributor. Grand Elder, you make a valid point. The man nodded repeatedly. By the way, the Grand Elder recalled something. What about that female soldier Wang Longxi? She was shot twice but is in no life-threatening danger. The Grand Elder breathed a sigh of relief. She did well. We will commend her with a special merit. Furthermore, since she has been exposed, we should protect Suyu openly.
The importance of Suyu was understood by all without needing to be said. There would definitely be bodyguards.
Longxi was arranged from above to protect Suyu in the shadows. She was a female soldier king.
The so-called soldier king is someone who has walked through the hail of bullets and achieved extraordinary feats. Longxi is such a person. Not long after, the Grand Elder held a press conference. He revealed the assassination attempt on Suyu.
He boldly declared, no matter who or what power, especially the country of Piao, if they harm even a hair on Suyu, the Divine Dragon will mobilize the entire nation to annihilate them with the last soldier and the last bullet. This statement shocked the entire world. One important piece of news was that Suyu had been assassinated, causing an uproar worldwide, especially among the people of the Divine Dragon. Although the Grand Elder did not explicitly name Piao, anyone with a bit of sense could hear the implied reference to Piao. Netizens were indignant. They were all cursing. If war breaks out, I will not only donate all my savings, but I am also willing to go to the battlefield personally and chop off understanding King's doghead. I don't care about anything else, I just want to know how Su God is doing now. Regarding the concerns of netizens, the official response was reassuring. Suyu was unharmed. Only then did the netizens breathe a sigh of relief. What they didn't expect was that the most furious over the assassination of Suyu was the academic community. The academic community worldwide. The abilities of Suyu were evident to all. Moreover, academic giants expressed with certainty that Suyu would become the greatest scientist of humanity, and his achievements would surpass even 10 Einsteins. He could elevate human technology to new heights. Most people in the academic community pursue knowledge. It doesn't matter what country you are from, as long as you have the ability you can earn their admiration. And Suyu was regarded as a deity by them. Now someone has attempted to assassinate Suyu, which undoubtedly obstructed their quest for knowledge. To block someone seeking knowledge is akin to killing their parents. The academic community was enraged. They directed their ire toward the country of Piao. Some notable figures even penned articles denouncing it. Arthur North: the actions of Piao are inhumane and against all humanity. Dickens: understanding King is such a foolish dog, has his brain been eaten by a zombie replaced by that of a husky. After browsing through the comments online and learning of the public's reaction, the Grand Elder couldn't help but laugh. The influence of Suyu exceeds my imagination, far greater than mine. Grand Elder, you represent the Divine Dragon, your influence must be significant as well. Someone said. You are mistaken. The Grand Elder shook his head. Look at those top talents in the world, which one would look down on the Divine Dragon? Yet Suyu is like their idol. Recently many academic giants expressed a desire to exchange knowledge with the Divine Dragon. The man nodded, then his expression grew serious, saying, regarding the situation with Piao. Activate level 1 combat readiness. If Piao dares to come, we will strike directly. The Grand Elder showed no fear, he had confidence. We the Divine Dragon fear no power. Others were equally full of confidence. At the North Capital Hospital of the Shenlong Kingdom. After being taken away by helicopter, Suyu was sent to the hospital. Armed guards were stationed both inside and outside the hospital. Especially outside Suyu's ward, Special Forces soldiers stood guard, allowing no one but doctors to enter. I'm really fine. Suyu's face darkened. He realized that doctors do not believe you when you say you are fine, they only trust the results of examinations. Sushin, you're fine. The doctor said with a smile. I told you I was fine. Suyu complained lightly, then asked, how is that? My bodyguard. How is she? Minor issue. That's good. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. But she was shot twice. Shot twice, and you call that a minor issue? Suyu wanted to slap the doctor. Can I go see her? Yes, follow me. As soon as Suyu left the ward, the Special Forces soldiers followed behind him.
To prevent accidents.
Sushin, don't worry. Although she was shot twice, the bullets didn't hit any vital organs.
She just needs to rest.
Walking toward another ward, Suyu saw that mature woman. She had short hair, delicate features, and a high-quality appearance, but with a hint of coldness. She exuded an aura of keeping people at a distance. She was lying in bed in her hospital gown, staring at the ceiling with boredom. Despite being shot, she was still full of energy, her eyes bright and spirited. Upon seeing Suyu, she first saluted, then extended her hand and said seriously, "Let me introduce myself. I am Long, she sent by the higher-ups to protect you covertly." Suyu quickly walked over, touched her hand and made her lie down to rest properly.
It's just a minor injury.
Long, she said nonchalantly, 2 years ago I was on a mission and got shot 5 times, but I didn't die. Suyu did not interrupt, and after she finished he said sincerely, "Thank you so much for saving my life. Without Long, he would have been riddled with bullets." "It's my duty, Long," she said without any hint of taking credit. "But I hope you can stay by my side while I recover." "Okay, I'll take care of you," Suyu said without hesitation.
Long, she glanced at Suyu. She said nothing. She wanted Suyu to stay not for care but to prevent accidents.
Now that she had been shot twice and had not fully recovered, her strength was greatly diminished, insufficient to protect Suyu. The higher-ups did not send anyone to replace her.
That meant they wanted her to continue.
So Suyu had to stay by her side. Some might say that a female soldier king, even after being shot 200 times, would still find protecting someone a piece of cake.
Think again.
She was a soldier king, not a superhero.
When idle, Suyu either read books or surf the internet. He knew Shenlong's stance. The relationship between Shenlong and Pia Piao was extremely tense and war could break out at any moment.
Suyu was not worried. Even in the past, Shenlong's military was not afraid of Pia Piao. Not that they were evenly matched, Shenlong was definitely inferior in strength. But if Pia Piao dared to come to their doorstep, Shenlong would have a 100 chance of winning. Because the electric ball of the nuclear fusion power plant would ensure they never returned. "Long," she said in surprise, "I never thought a researcher like you would enjoy surfing the internet. Weren't you protecting me covertly? How could you not know about this hobby?" Suyu was even more puzzled. "Covertly protecting you doesn't mean spying on your privacy, Long," she said indifferently. "Really?" Suyu was very confused. "Then why did I feel like someone was peeping several times when I was taking a shower?" "How would I know?" Long, she was a bit angry. She wasn't a pervert, why would she peep on someone? Even though Suyu was handsome, she had her principles. "Just kidding." After Long she recovered, she returned to Shenlong University of Science and Technology with Suyu. Now an additional regiment of troops was stationed at the university. As for Long, she with her identity exposed, there was no point in staying covert, so she became Suyu's explicit protector. As soon as they returned to the dormitory, Principal Yang came to find them. Suyu's assassination had nearly scared him to death. "I'm fine," Suyu said with a smile. Good, Yang Weigwa said repeatedly, then cautioned earnestly, "If you need to buy anything, let someone else do it." Suyu nodded. Did this incident affect many people? The terrorist invasion of North Capital and the assassination attempt indicated shortcomings in the relevant departments. Many people in the customs and the North Capital public security were dismissed. Recently, the country is conducting a thorough cleanup to eliminate suspicious individuals. Try to stay indoors. Okay. Suyu gave an okay gesture. The gradient PCR had been purchased. Suyu returned to the lab. He glanced at the petri dish, pondering other issues. Once he thoroughly studied these supercells, he would shift his focus. He needed to develop an advanced weapon for Shenlong. To make Pia Piao tremble with fear whenever Shenlong got angry. "Master, are you okay?" Xiao's voice came through. "I'm fine. On the internet, seeing that you were assassinated, I was terrified," Xiao said fearfully. Suyu reached out and touched the computer. "Let's start working now." Soon an experiment was completed. "Can you analyze the function of the supercells?" Suyu asked. "Yes." Xiao said happily, "The main function of the supercells is to devour and decompose." "Explain in detail." "Master, throw a plastic bottle." Suyu went to the corner, found a discarded plastic bottle and tossed it into the culture medium. He watched closely as the bottle slowly dissolved until it completely disappeared. Taking a sample of the culture medium, Suyu checked its composition. It contained organic compounds like polyethylene, the very components of the plastic bottle. "Master, take another sample and test it." Suyu did as told. To his surprise, this time no polyethylene or other organic compounds were detected. He understood. The supercells decomposed the plastic bottle and after a while they devoured it. The problem was that the decomposition phase was too short. The raw materials were consumed before they could be extracted.
Master, you are wrong, Xiao's voice chimed in. How am I wrong?
Suyu was puzzled. In the petri dish there are numerous supercells, but each cell has only one ability, either decomposition or devouring. So we need to separate these two types of cells. Suyu frowned as it was too troublesome. His gaze gradually fell on Xiaowei. Such tedious work, if not entrusted to Xiaowei, it would be a waste of talent.
Master, you're so mean. Work hard and he'll pay you a salary in the future.
Suyu began making empty promises. Then after Xiaowei upgrades, Master, will you give me a custom-made carrier?
You can upgrade. Suyu was stunned. Yes indeed. Gazing at the petri dish, Suyu's heart surged with excitement.
These supercells were practically tailor-made for white pollution. Ironic as it was for humanity, the inventor of the plastic bag had won a Nobel Prize. Plastic bags had become the top of humanity's most regretted inventions, ranking first. Their chemical structure was so stable that even buried deep in the soil for centuries they would not decompose or rot, wreaking havoc on the environment.
What the environment meant to humanity needed no explanation.
If anyone could solve white pollution, they would surely win a Nobel Prize. Suyu asked Xiaowei, what else can the supercells do?
They can evolve. Evolve. Suyu's eyes lit up.
That's right, Xiao's soft, adorable voice rang out.
The supercells can evolve into cells with other functions, but what those functions are remains unknown. How can I make them evolve?
Suyu asked the crucial question.
They will evolve on their own.
This. Suyu felt not excitement but worry. If he only needed cells to solve plastic, but they evolved into other cells, wouldn't that be like missing the target altogether?
Master, it's not like that.
Only with nutrient solution will the supercells evolve. Without it they stay as they are.
Without nutrient solution to provide energy, won't the supercells die?
Suyu was astonished.
No. These are not ordinary cells.
Suyu couldn't help but give a thumbs up.
Next, I'll leave it to you, Xiaowei.
Take some cells from the petri dish and separate them into containers. Suyu gave the command. This was the benefit of having Xiaowei. All the tedious, boring work could be handed over to it. And it didn't even require a salary. Even a capitalist would weep.
Master, I can finally clock out.
Xiao's tired voice sounded.
Can an artificial intelligence get tired? Absolutely impossible.
But Suyu still said good work. Without Xiaowei this task would have taken him at least a week. With Xiaowei it was finished in just 2 days.
It is my honor to serve you, Master. Just then Yang Weigua came looking for him.
As soon as he stepped into the lab he looked around, curious about what Suyu was researching.
Master, this old man doesn't seem like a good person, he looks like a thief. Xiaowei warned.
Both people in the lab were stunned. Suyu was taken aback for a moment, then realized that Xiaowei was connected to other devices including sensors.
It could perceive changes in the outside world.
Where did that little girl come from?
Yang Weigua asked, puzzled.
This is my artificial intelligence, Xiaowei.
Yang Weigua became interested, walked over and glanced at the computer screen. On it was a sweet, cute anime-style little. Yang Weigua asked Xiaowei, what can you do?
I can play music.
And lecture on philosophy. Xiaowei replied.
For anyone other than Suyu the functions it opened were only entertainment.
Only with Suyu's authorization could it provide extraordinary functions.
Then play a random song for me, Yang Weigua said, sitting down.
You tell me, what song is a random song? Yang Weigua was momentarily stunned, unable to think of another song. Then give me a piece of wisdom.
Men are naturally lecherous, that's true heroism. Women are naturally flirtatious, that's noble sentiment. If a man isn't a rogue he's not developing properly. If a woman isn't flirtatious the sun won't rise high. This artificial intelligence of yours is truly unique. Yang Weigua couldn't help but laugh. Suyu walked over and sat on another chair.
Principal Yang, is there something you need?
Yang Weigua smiled mysteriously, took out an envelope and handed it to Suyu.
Suyu took it, opened it and looked. What do you think? It looks nice.
Suyu paused for a moment before speaking. The letter was all in English and he couldn't understand a word.
Ha! Yang Weigua finally remembered that Suyu didn't know English and couldn't help but laugh. This is an invitation from the Fields Medal Committee inviting you to this year's award ceremony, which is 5 days from now.
They also hinted at important news: you are the Fields Medal winner.
Actually, they didn't need to hint.
With your achievement of proving the Riemann hypothesis you were bound to win.
The Fields Medal. Suyu thought for a moment. I'll pass. I'm busy these days. Very well. Yang Weigua sighed, respecting Suyu's decision.
But deep down he felt a pang of disappointment. Although a few people from Shenlong had won this award, they had won it under the nationality of other countries.
No one had won it under Shenlong nationality.
If Suyu won, he would not only be the first Shenlong native to do so but also break the record for the youngest Fields Medal recipient. The youngest mathematician to win was Jean-Pierre Serra at age 28.
You're busy. What's keeping you busy?
Suyu said, my research project has made progress.
Yang Weiguo's eyes lit up. What project? Given Suyu's ability, it couldn't be just ordinary technology.
Suyu led him to a corner and pointed at the petri dish. This, the super cells I've cultivated.
Super cells. What do they do?
Suyu picked up a plastic bag and tossed it in. The plastic bag dissolved at a visible rate until it completely disappeared.
Is it corroding? Decomposing, Suyu replied calmly. Decomposing. Yang Weiguo grew excited.
You mean the liquid in there? No, the super cells can decompose plastic bags.
Exactly.
You. Yang Weiguo was so excited he could barely speak.
The impact on him was immense. This is an enormous contribution to humanity. But Yang Weiguo quickly noticed a key issue. However, the supercells here are too few. To deal with the white pollution of Blue Star, it's a drop in the bucket. For context, Blue Star alone produced 8.5 million tons of waste daily, not to mention the total amount. This figure was staggeringly enormous.
Some scientists had predicted that in the near future Blue Star would become a giant garbage dump.
Supercells divide rapidly, have an extremely long lifespan, and are not easily killed. I don't know what to say. Honestly, Yang Weiguo wanted to hug Suyu and give him a kiss. He loved Suyu so much.
More than he loved his wife.
But two men, an old man and a young man, doing that would be unseemly. Suyu said seriously, Principal Yang, report to the nation now.
Ask the country to reopen the channel for importing garbage, but select it carefully, choosing only raw materials useful to us. Decades ago Shenlong had been a major importer of garbage. Don't think garbage is useless, it still has some value. Poor countries, due to insufficient resources or difficulty in utilizing them, often become garbage importing nations. But the pros and cons.
In the long run, the drawbacks definitely outweigh the benefits.
In recent years, as Shenlong developed, it had stopped importing garbage.
It'll go back right now.
Wait, so you stopped him? First gather our country's garbage and see how much there is. Then we'll import from other countries. With supercells, this enormous pile of garbage could surely be turned into vast wealth.
At the Fields Medal Committee, someone asked President, will Mr. Su really accept the invitation? Remember, he was just assassinated a few days ago.
Even if he agrees, I'm afraid the Shenlong side won't allow it. He will come, President Reed asserted confidently.
Why are you so sure? The Fields Medal is the highest honor in mathematics. Once Mr. Su accepts, the Shenlong side will certainly agree.
They will dispatch strong forces to ensure Mr.
Su's safety. Reed continued, exactly what you said, President.
Someone rushed in and exclaimed excitedly, the Shenlong side has responded.
See? I told you Mr. Su would come.
Reed said smugly, believing that the person's excitement meant Mr. Su had agreed to receive the award.
Who doesn't like receiving awards? Mr. Su declined, saying he's busy. Ha!
Reed was stunned, then furious. He refused, and you're still excited?
Are you opposing me? Get out of here. The messenger quickly fled.
Reed slumped on the sofa, incredulous. Is this some kind of curse? How come in the recent Fields medals the previous winner didn't come and this one also didn't?
President, if Mr. Su won't come, why can't we go? Reed didn't speak, lost in thought.
Since its inception in 1936, the Fields Medal had never been personally delivered to a recipient.
If you don't come when invited, so be it. Just pick another nominee. But Su's case was different. He had proven the Riemann hypothesis.
The importance of the Riemann hypothesis needed no elaboration. In just this short period, the mathematical world had undergone earth-shattering changes. In other words, it wasn't that Suyu needed the Fields Medal, but that the Fields Medal needed Suyu. Reed made a decision. This year's Fields Medal ceremony will be held in Shenlong. Inform the Shenlong side. If they agree, release the news.
Also convert the prize money into Shenlong currency. In Shenlong, an elder was reviewing documents. Someone entered and placed another file on the desk. Don't you know I'm reviewing documents?
Even if this file is crucial, it can't jump the queue, the elder said, displeased. Elder, this file concerns Suyu's research project.
Oh.
He has a research project.
It seems he didn't apply for funding.
The elder's eyes lit up and he took the file to browse.
Just the title alone was enough to excite him: a new method to completely solve white pollution.
After reading it he could barely contain his excitement.
This is incredible. Suyu's abilities have made me his admirer, the elder said, giving a thumbs up. How many days had it been since he proved the Riemann hypothesis? Another major breakthrough. Terrifying.
The elder couldn't help but wonder if Suyu had been born in the Piapiao nation, how would Shenlong's situation be?
Fortunately there is no if.
Send this document to the relevant departments and have them follow it exactly.
Also don't let any news leak. The elder's eyes shone with determination.
First collect enough garbage, then announce to the world that there is a new method to solve white pollution.
Why haven't you gone to handle it yet? The elder frowned. Another matter: the Field's Medal Committee contacted us hoping to hold the ceremony in Shenlong.
Why? The elder was puzzled.
Because Suyu said he's busy to attend. So this Suyu. The elder chuckled. Tell the Field's Medal Committee it can be held in Shenlong. Also dispatch troops to maintain order in Baidu.
Holding the Field's Medal ceremony in Baidu was of great significance to Shenlong.
It would surely attract a host of mathematical luminaries. Sending troops wasn't because Beta's security was poor but to ensure no accidents occurred. At Baidu Airport a large group of foreigners appeared. One person pointed at a distant old man and exclaimed, "Isn't that Marquez?
Isn't that old fellow supposed to be buried in his research, never attending events? I recall that a while ago the one who criticized Mr. Su the most was Marquez."
His companion said, "Is he here to pick a fight? Don't say that, he seems to be looking this way." The two quickly fled.
Marquez was old but had excellent hearing, he understood every word.
Ridiculous.
The ones who criticized Mr.
Su weren't me but those ignorant netizens. He denied it.
Besides Marquez, other mathematical greats had arrived.
Some elderly unable to move easily could only watch the live stream.
The news that the Field's Medal would be held in Shenlong shook the world.
Unprecedented. Even the most oblivious could guess that this year's winner was definitely Su Yu.
The most excited were Shenlong's netizens, as this was the first time a Shenlong citizen had won the Field's Medal. They had been watching the live stream from early on.
At the awards ceremony, Deng Xiangxue was the host.
He stood on stage, first welcoming the mathematicians, then delivering a lengthy speech about mathematics.
Finally he announced the Field's Medal ceremony begins. The nominated mathematicians are Cromwell Kim's Edwin Zechariah and Su Yu.
The other mathematicians' expressions remained unchanged. They all knew the winner was not them, they were merely the supporting cast.
The winner is Su Yu.
Let's welcome him to the stage with a warm round of applause.
The spotlight fell on Su Yu.
He stood, smiled and nodded to the audience, then walked to the stage with elegant steps. As he ascended, Deng Xiangxue introduced him. Su Yu, 17 years old, a doctoral graduate from Shenlong University of Science and Technology.
He cracked controlled nuclear fusion and proved the Riemann hypothesis.
Standing on the stage overlooking the mathematicians, Su Yu smiled faintly. This was the pinnacle of mathematical awards but not his peak. President Reed approached and under the gaze of the crowd handed the Field's Medal and prize money to Su Yu. The prize was 1,000,000 MY.
Converted to Shenlong currency, that was over 6.7 million.
Thunderous applause erupted from the audience.
All the mathematicians gazed intently at Su Yu.
At just 17 he had proved the Riemann hypothesis and won the Field's Medal, truly a genius among geniuses.
To be in the same era as such a person. Both tragic and fortunate. Shenlong's mathematicians were in tears.
Finally a Shenlong citizen had won the Field's Medal. This was momentous. They clapped until their hands were sore.
I must also mention that Mr. Su at 17 has broken the record for the youngest Field's Medal winner.
The applause grew even louder.
The live stream was also ablaze with excitement. Sushin is incredible. Please type awesome on the screen. Shenlong's mathematical world has entered a new era. Mr. Su, please come over and deliver your acceptance speech. Reed repeated several times. But Su Yu didn't move at all. Reed was taken aback.
Deng Xiangxue walked over and explained with a smile, Su Yu doesn't understand English.
Not only Reed but everyone else was also stunned. Such a genius yet ignorant of English. It goes to show that even geniuses have their weaknesses.
Although he couldn't understand what they were saying, Su Yu could guess the gist of it.
He walked over and asked, why must one understand English? Someone in the audience who knew Shenlong language replied, because it's the international lingua franca.
Su Yu declared with conviction, it was before but it won't be in the future.
What language will replace English? Shenlong language.
Su Yu spoke with confidence.
This The others hesitated. There's nothing wrong with that statement.
A voice said in broken Shenlong language.
Suyu followed the voice.
He saw a small old man staring at him with burning eyes, but he didn't know who he was. Others, however, knew exactly who the old man was.
It was manhwaedit.
The mathematicians were all astonished. Hadn't this old man been sarcastic online about Suyu just days ago, expressing strong objections? Why was he now speaking in his defense? Even more absurd was the look in his eyes, like a fangirl gazing at her idol. Manhwaedit raised his head high, disdainful of the crowd.
Esteemed elder, your foresight is quite remarkable.
As for why Shenlong language will become the universal language in the future, no amount of words from me will convince you. You'll find out in time.
Suyu's praise made manhwaedit hold his head even higher. Alright, back to the point. Let me share my acceptance speech.
Suyu turned serious.
I am not a pure mathematician, I am a convergence of multiple disciplines.
To be honest, the Riemann hypothesis was extremely tough. I racked my brains until they nearly exploded and I still couldn't figure it out.
I almost gave up. Someone asked, sorry, may I interrupt?
Of course, Suyu replied nonchalantly.
The man asked, Mr.
Su, from what you've said, does it mean you started studying the Riemann hypothesis long ago?
Everyone's eyes widened, fixed on Suyu.
This was a question they were dying to know. Before hearing Professor Deng's lecture, I had only heard of the Riemann hypothesis, but I didn't know its content.
Suyu answered truthfully. Everyone was stunned. This was simply beyond belief, absolutely incredible.
To perfectly prove the Riemann hypothesis within a few hours could no longer be described as genius, it was divine, something seen once in 10,000 years. Then why did you say the Riemann hypothesis is difficult?
Suyu scratched his head, puzzled.
It took me several hours to solve it, isn't that difficult?
This. Both mathematicians and non-mathematicians fell silent. That remark was no different from a humble brag. But judging by Suyu's bewildered expression, it didn't seem like he was being smug.
The mathematicians hung their heads in shame. Even if given a lifetime, they might not be able to prove the Riemann hypothesis, let alone a few hours. These people were mathematical geniuses, but in the presence of Suyu they felt a deep inferiority. Like fireflies encountering the sun and moon, they were not even on the same level. Suyu asked politely, any more questions?
No. Just then the system's voice sounded.
Triggered task persuade over 50 of the mathematicians present to work for Shenlong. Reject task, reward X1 black stockings worn by a fairy and X1 white stockings. Complete task, obtain X1 mystery gift. Without a second thought, Suyu accepted the task.
Then it'll continue.
Suyu briefly outlined the proof process, then posed a question. Dear mathematicians, do you think I can prove the Riemann hypothesis?
And also prove the Zhou conjecture, the Goldbach 11 conjecture, the Hodge conjecture?
This question captivated the mathematicians.
They grew excited.
With Suyu's ability, it was indeed possible for him to prove these mathematical conjectures.
A mathematician asked with a trembling voice, Mr.
Su, are you going to prove these conjectures here on the spot?
Not at all, Suyu shook his head.
Mr.
Su, what do you mean? Everyone was itching with curiosity. The feeling was unbearable.
It was like a woman saying she'd fight you, but when you whip out your weapon she says she's on her period.
I can prove them. But I don't have the time.
Suyu sighed, his face full of worry.
Mr.
Su, if you have any concerns, please speak up.
Anything we can help with, we'll gladly do our utmost.
The mathematicians were eager.
Even Deng Shangxue felt the same.
For a scholar of mathematics, what could be more important than witnessing the proof of a world-class problem?
I'm not interested in other people's wives.
Suyu chuckled lightly. I have one worry: I want to improve the overall mathematical ability of Shenlong students. Only by fulfilling this wish can I devote myself wholeheartedly to studying mathematical conjectures. The mathematicians were all clever. In an instant they understood his implication. He hoped they would stay in Shenlong and help teach the students.
This. Most mathematicians hesitated.
They already held teaching positions at other universities.
Mr. Su, if you don't mind, please consider me. I am willing to help. A small old man stood up, being the first to express his willingness. What is your name?
Suyu was surprised. He felt the old man seemed like a plant.
Manhwaedit.
Suyu thought for a moment but didn't recognize the name. Still, anyone present at the venue must have decent mathematical ability, so he had someone note down his name. Esteemed elder, you will be glad in the future that you made such a right decision now.
No need for the future, I am already glad now. Manhwaedit laughed happily.
For Suyu, he had even gone to learn the Shenlong language. Suyu cast a glance at Manhwaedit.
Is this guy really not a plant?
Then his gaze fell on the others. He began to coax them gently. There is a saying in Shenlong: in the morning hear the way, in the evening die content.
It means. Oops, slip of the tongue.
It means if you hear the truth in the morning you can die without regret in the evening. To be honest, those mathematical conjectures, even if I don't prove them, someone else will. But by the time that happens, will you still be in this world? You'll probably have turned to dust by then. Mathematics is pure, it has no borders. What's the difference between teaching in Shenlong and teaching at a university in your country? It's not like you're helping Shenlong develop weapons to attack your country. Su Ye's words swayed the majority of mathematicians. They wished to stay in Shenlong. Observing that their faces still lacked resolve, Su Yu smiled faintly, deciding to administer a stronger dose. A part of you mathematicians might think that once I prove a mathematical conjecture I'll publish it in a journal so you can all see it right. But have you ever considered this? I am not merely a mathematician, I don't need external acclaim. Perhaps I might prove a conjecture and only share it with those around me without ever publishing it. These final words struck like a cannonball, utterly unsettling the mathematicians' hearts. Su Ye's move was nothing short of poaching. Though it was not entirely ethical, it was not illegal. I am willing to stay in Shenlong, the majority declared. A small minority remained silent, wisely keeping their thoughts to themselves. Yet it was obvious they were unwilling. Winning over the majority was already more than sufficient for Su Yu. He could let the rest go.
Those who wish to stay in Shenlong, please register your names with President Yang.
Su Yu beamed, then recalled something and added, "Oh right, the award ceremony has ended."
The livestream audience was stunned by the move. Su Shen's move is like a cow going to the South Pole, absolutely incredible. The people here are the world's top mathematicians. If most of them stay in Shenlong, won't Shenlong become the center of mathematics? Actually, even without them, as long as Su Shen is here, Shenlong's mathematics will be the most formidable.
Deng Shangxua approached and chuckled. "Su, this move of yours has nearly poached the entire mathematics community. I'm not poaching them, and giving them a path to the truth." Su Yu smiled and prepared to step down, but Professor Deng stopped. "The livestream audience has a question for you. Do we really not need to learn English anymore?" "Really?" Su Yu nodded and even teased, "Don't let English get too arrogant. Shenlong language is the most formidable." "Ha! In this world, as long as your fist is big enough, others will come to learn your language. I believe that before long Shenlong's fist will grow large and then others will learn Shenlong language. Why would we still need to learn English?" Su Yu chuckled. "If you're interested, you can learn it. But if reading English books makes you drowsy, there's no need to hesitate, just skip it." The netizens were thrilled. They cheered wildly. But Su Ye's next words poured cold water on some of them. "What I said only applies to students below high school. As for high school students, you still have to take the college entrance exam, so you must continue learning English." Netizens below high school rejoiced, grateful to be born later. What a delight! High school netizens were on the verge of tears, wishing they could crawl back into the womb and be reborn as Neza a few years later. After bidding farewell to Professor Deng, Su Yu left the stage. After the award ceremony there was a mathematics exchange session. But some people were already leaving. They were the minority of mathematicians unwilling to stay in Shenlong. Staying any longer would only make them feel out of place and awkward. It was better to leave early and go home to. The remaining foreigners at the venue were all mathematicians willing to stay in Shenlong. Su Yu walked over and greeted them warmly. "Hello everyone."
Su Shen.
Merji Easy rushed over excitedly, speaking in broken Shenlong language. "I'm your fan.
Can I take a photo with you?"
"Of course."
Su Yu smiled politely.
After the photo he leaned close to Yang Weiguo's ear and whispered, "Was this old gentleman arranged by you as a Yang Weiguo glanced at him in surprise, barely suppressing a laugh, and replied quietly, "We don't have that kind of influence to invite Merji Easy.
This old man has a bad temper and an eccentric personality.
Everyone in the mathematics community knows that no one can persuade him, let alone have him act as a plant." Su Yu observed Merji Easy with great surprise. He was clearly a lovable old man. Why did people say he was eccentric? He didn't dwell on the reason. Instead he said this group of mathematicians has solid mathematical skills, but they don't know Shenlong language. If they stay here to teach Shenlong students, being poor in Shenlong language won't do. Yang Weiguo understood immediately. "I will arrange excellent teachers to teach them." Su Yu nodded and began to discuss mathematics with the mathematicians. A Shenlong native does not deceive another Shenlong native, nor will they deceive foreigners. Regarding their concerns, Su Yu naturally gave them reassurance. "As long as I have time I will study mathematical conjectures. In a few years I will be able to prove." After several hours of in-depth discussion, Su Yu handed the group over to Yang Weiguo and returned to his dormitory to rest. Back in his dormitory, Su Yu sat down and took a photo with his phone. He captured the award and the check for over 6.7 million. Winning the Fields Medal was such an important event, how could he not share it with his fans? even though they already knew knowing it again would bring another dose of joy. Suyu 13th V, because I was busy, I didn't want to go to the field's medal ceremony, but I didn't expect they would deliver it to my doorstep.
Since it was offered, I couldn't refuse, so I accepted it. Image.
In less than an hour, likes had exceeded 10 million. As for the trending topics, the news of Suyu winning the field's medal had already taken the top spot during the livestream.
However, this Weibo post took the second spot on the trending list. The effortlessly cool Su Shun. Can the affairs of an intellectual be called being effortlessly cool? Suyu was speechless at this trending topic. He was merely stating the truth. But the netizens accused him of being effortlessly cool. Really? Congratulations on recruiting 90 of the mathematicians, completing the task excellently. Obtained mysterious gift pack X1 open. Open. Obtained the proof processes for Zhou's conjecture Goldbox conjecture 11. Hodge conjecture and nano-robot technology.
This system really knows how to do things. Suyu laughed. A vast amount of knowledge flooded into his mind. These conjectures and technologies had become part of his mastery. With the proof processes in hand, there was no need to painstakingly research them. It was also impossible to write them all out at once for those mathematicians to see. What if they all ran away after seeing them? He had to take it slow. What excited Suyu was not the proof processes of the mathematical conjectures but the nano-robot technology. Nano-robots were extremely important to humanity. This time I've really struck gold. Suyu couldn't help but laugh. Shenlong Kingdom Baidu. The live broadcast of the field's medal ceremony was being watched by the elder as well. This Suyu. The elder laughed, unable to resist giving a thumbs up. Leaving behind so many top-tier mathematicians, it won't be long before Shenlong's mathematics achieves a qualitative leap, and firmly ranking first in the world is no longer a dream. The treatment of these mathematicians. The elder pondered, should not be too high lest it dishearten our domestic mathematicians, nor too low lest it dishearten them. Then let it be based on ability. All right. By the way, the elder recalled something. Has Suyu applied for research funding? No. If he applies, don't go through other channels, send it directly to me. Additionally, even if he doesn't apply, allocate 1 billion to him every month. The elder instructed. Understood. Compared to the joyful atmosphere in Shenlong, Piapiao was filled with a thick sense of oppression. Those who chose to stay in Shenlong were mostly mathematicians who had been teaching in Piapiao Kingdom. As everyone knows, Piapiao's greatest strength lies in turning talents from other countries into its own. Among Piapiao's talent pool, the proportion of locals is extremely small. Most are foreigners. Do these foreigners love Piapiao? Love my ass. What they love is knowledge. Wherever there is more advanced knowledge, they will go. Bang. The table was heavily struck and overturned onto the ground. His face was grim, panting heavily, clearly enraged to the extreme. Suyu's actions had gutted Piapiao Kingdom of its top mathematicians. How could he not be furious? Suyu, I will kill you. Burning with rage, if Suyu were before him, he would surely be torn into two halves. As for killing Suyu, impossible now. The first assassination attempt failed, and Shenlong's protection of Suyu had reached its peak. Another assassination would be as difficult as reaching the heavens. Moreover, no terrorists would dare to take money for the job anymore. The last group of terrorists had their hideout discovered by Shenlong, which directly dispatched tens of thousands of soldiers armed with heavy weapons to assist the local authorities in wiping them out. He collapsed into a chair, sinking into self-doubt. No one understood Shenlong better than he did. But since Suyu appeared, Shenlong seemed to have been shrouded in a mist, and he could no longer see it clearly. Mr. President, something terrible has happened. A person ran in panting and reported Princeton University, Harvard University. The presidents of the University of Pennsylvania and MIT have come to make a scene. The mathematics professors from their schools have almost all stayed in Shenlong. The students can't have classes. Block them from coming in and tell them to go to whoever poached them. Dong Wang erupted in curses, his face covered in frost. Shenlong, I will sanction you. Suyu was sitting on the sofa browsing a report. This report detailed the distribution and total amount of Shenlong's waste. I didn't expect the total amount to be so huge. Suyu sighed. He had also considered importing foreign waste, but that idea had to be abandoned. Even completely solving the domestic problem would be challenging. As for abroad, that can wait. First solve the domestic issue and optimize Shenlong's environment. Follow the recent practice, don't let any foreign garbage come in. Suyu called Yang Weigua, first solve ours. Everywhere in the country there is a huge amount of garbage. If we dispatch people to collect it, it would require enormous manpower and resources, and the result would only be barely satisfactory. Do you have any good ideas? Yang Weiguo's eyes lit up and he quickly asked. Let the ordinary people help, Suyu said. Oh. Suyu said seriously. To be precise, I will buy garbage from the people. Of course some people won't care about this small amount of money, so we can give them some additional benefits such as awarding a certificate of Environmental Protection Ambassador. Isn't that certificate even more useless? Yang Weiguo said. On the market there are already a bunch of useless certificates. For example, MOOC Shuetan Online. Spend a little money, have someone else cheat, and you can get a professional certificate, but unfortunately it's useless. Suyu smiled lightly. My certificate is different from the others. Hanging up the phone, he drank a can of cola, then picked up his phone and logged into Weibo. He composed a post. Suyu 13V mountains of gold and silver are not as good as green mountains in clear waters. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. Starting today, the country has established an Environmental Protection Corps to purchase garbage from the general public. And there are certificates. Join us. Suyu's Weibo followers reached 150 million. It is the account with the most followers. The posts he publishes, even if they are humble bragging, can make it to the trending list, let alone serious matters. It directly became number 1 on the trending list. Likes reached 50 million. Xiao Shan was an elementary school student. At first he didn't like Suyu. Because his mother always said, look at Sushin, then look at you day after day. Why don't you go memorize words? But recently he started to like Suyu. When his mother brought up Suyu again, he would counter, Sushin doesn't know English and he told us we don't have to learn it if we don't like it. You can learn anything. But English, never in this life. His mother was silent for a moment and no longer forced him to learn English. Xiao Shan followed Suyu on Weibo. He logged into Weibo and saw Suyu's latest update. Garbage can be sold. That's great. I can sell it for money to buy spicy strips. Xiao Shan's eyes lit up. He found a big bag at home and prepared to go out to find garbage. He happened to meet his mother, who was coming home. What a strange thing, his mother muttered to herself. What's so strange? I saw several children on the roadside fighting over garbage and a few people were digging through garbage with shovels. Isn't that strange? His mother clicked her tongue in wonder. Strange my ass, they're making money. Xiao Shan's face turned serious and he quickly ran out. If he didn't hurry, the garbage would be snatched up by others. Finally, the likes outnumber the comments. Suyu smiled slightly, left the dormitory and arrived at the biology lab. Master, you're here and so bored, a soft cute voice rang out. Still not enough work intensity, Suyu said like a ruthless capitalist, walking over and glancing at the petri dish. How many cells? These were the isolated phagocytic and decomposing cells. Without the nutrient solution they could not evolve further. They could only divide to increase their number. About 10 billion, Xiao reported. Well done, praised Suyu. 100 billion supercells are far from enough, we must continue to strive. Xiao, copy that. At that moment his phone rang. It was Su Daji. Why is Dad calling me? Suyu's heart skipped a beat. When away from home one dreads a call from family. It often means trouble. Even more terrifying is when no call comes. After answering, Su Daji's voice came through. Hey Xiaoyu, your mother is in the hospital. Suyu's heart leaped to his throat. What happened? A while ago you were assassinated. When your mother heard the news she panicked and fell down the stairs. Then why are you telling me only now? Suyu was angry. It's not that I didn't want to, but your mother forbade it. Now that she's much better, she allowed me to tell you. I'll buy a ticket right now. He hung up hastily, opened an app and purchased a plane ticket. The fastest one. He was astonished to find the fare was 0. Is there a bug? Suyu frowned and called customer service to inquire. No bug, Dr. Su. As long as you use public transportation such as buses, subways and planes operated by the state, it's free. Suyu nodded, understood, thanked the agent and booked a ticket back to Jiangnan. Departure in 3 hours. Work hard, Xiao. After instructing, Suyu left the lab. At the door he said to Longshi, get ready. I'm heading back to Jiangnan. Longshi nodded. Suyu put on his mask and sunglasses and got into a car. Longshi was the driver. As a public figure he had to keep a low profile. The car sped away. They arrived at Baidu Airport. The airport staff received an urgent notice. A customer with the surname Long is coming. They don't need to go through security, take the special passage. Understood. Everyone nodded. Getting out of the car, Longshi walked over, presented his credentials and let the staff have a look. Immediately someone led them to the special passage. No identity check, no security. Quite convenient. Suyu smiled faintly.
He knew this was to conceal his travel.
But he didn't know that a middle-aged woman had spotted them taking the special passage and even taken a photo.
Must be some young idol.
The middle-aged woman sneered. These young idols have no real skills but are experts at pulling strings.
Expose him and he'll definitely get a decent amount of traffic. Her eyes lit up. Sister Lou, is that a good idea?
He just took a special passage, he hasn't done anything atrocious.
The assistant hesitated. What's wrong with it? Sister Lou sneered, no traffic, no money.
How do I pay your salary? In the first-class cabin, Suyu sat down, picked up a book had brought and began to read.
Reading with sunglasses was truly unpleasant.
But he couldn't take them off.
Sir, do you need anything? A flight attendant approached and asked politely. No thank you.
Suyu shook his head.
All right.
The flight attendant smiled and was about to leave when someone behind called her. Sister Lou ordered, give me a glass of orange juice.
Okay.
The flight attendant went to the galley, got a glass of orange juice and was about to walk out when the chief purser stopped her. You don't need to attend to those two, we'll handle them.
The chief purser pointed ahead. It was toward Suyu. Okay. The flight attendant immediately understood.
As a chief purser she had keen judgment, she could tell at a glance that the truly distinguished person was the one reading.
She walked over and asked with a smile, Sir, I am your personal attendant. May I get you anything? Not for now.
Suyu shook his head. The chief purser thoughtfully inquired, it's a bit chilly now.
Would you like a blanket? Suyu nodded.
The chief purser quickly fetched a blanket and carefully draped it over Suyu. Seeing this, Sister Lou sitting behind sneered even more coldly. She had flown first class many times but never received such service.
This person had. Did she even need to think about it?
The chief purser must be a fan of that young idol. Even if he wore a mask and sunglasses, even if he turned to ashes, fans could still recognize him.
Give me a boxed meal. Sister Lou spoke. Xiao Yu, bring this lady a boxed meal. I want you to bring it.
The chief purser said politely, it's the same whoever brings it.
I want you to bring it. Sister Liu's tone left no room for refusal. Very well.
The chief purser had no choice but to quickly fetch the boxed meal for Sister Lou, then gave Suyu a sweet smile and said, Sir, if you need anything feel free to call me anytime.
Okay. The chief purser left.
Same customer, professional smile for me but fawning service for him.
What a brainless fan. Sister Lou was fuming.
She said to her assistant, when I go over there later make sure you record the video.
Okay.
On the plane mobile phones could be used during certain periods but the network had to be turned off. Sister Lou walked over and Long she shot her a glare. Unless there was danger or Suyu instructed Long, she would not act.
That look was terrifying.
Sister Lou was startled but she overcame her fear. Sir, could you swap seats?
Why, asked Suyu. Because I want to sit here. Sister Liu's expression was arrogant, challenging him. Ha! Suyu gave a cold laugh. Then keep dreaming. Isn't it just about money? Sister Lou pulled out 100 yuan and handed it to Suyu. Hey, race 100, okay.
Use that 100 to buy a knife and shave off your own face. Suyu retorted, then called the chief purser.
The chief purser immediately understood. Ma'am, please return to your seat. Fine, fine.
Sister Lou made a face and went back to her seat. She whispered, did you get it?
Got it. The assistant asked curiously, but why didn't you record the audio? Are you really that stupid or just pretending?
Sister Lou sneered, not explaining but began editing a post on her phone's memo.
On the plane I ran into a famous celebrity. I won't name him. My illness flared up, so I asked him for medicine. He refused. I offered to buy it with money but he still refused. He kept hurling insults at me.
The chief purser kept a close eye on Sister Lou, ready to send her to economy class if she harassed Suyu again.
But she didn't bother him anymore.
She just sat in her seat grinning foolishly. With no flies to disturb the peace, the whole world fell silent. After glancing at a book, Suyu closed her eyes and drifted into a dream. Beside her Long she remained awake. As a top-tier bodyguard, even in an absolutely safe environment, staying alert was a habit. Her gaze briefly lingered on Sister Liu's phone. She then let out a cold sneer. Such matters were not her concern, she would leave them to the relevant authorities. The airplane like a giant bird sped swiftly toward Jiangnan, leaving a long trail of cloud across the sky. It landed steadily at Jiangnan Airport. If this video is posted, won't it make the trending searches and cause a stir? Sister Lou smiled, already envisioning a huge sum of money rushing toward her. Sister Lou. Shut up. Sister Lu scolded. This new assistant was really clueless. She would replace her when they got back with a young handsome guy. Just as she was about to click send, Sister Lu frowned. Why is there no network?
Other passers-by also chimed in. I don't have internet either. What's going on?
The airport's loudspeaker announced, dear passengers, due to special reasons the network will be under maintenance for about 10 minutes.
We apologize for the inconvenience. Everyone suddenly understood and stopped worrying about the network.
Only Sister Lu was grumbling.
Really, why choose this time to fix the network? Every second I delay posting I lose a ton of money. Sister Lu. The assistant stammered. Say what you have to say quickly. Sister Lu was impatient.
I've been thinking carefully. The person wearing sunglasses on the plane seems to be Suyu.
Impossible.
Sister Lu shook her head. For someone like Suyu, she would definitely have military escort and a private plane. How could she fly commercial? The assistant thought about it and realized it made sense, but still felt uneasy. As soon as they stepped out of the airport, a group of special forces soldiers came and arrested Sister Lu and her assistant.
They even bestowed upon them a pair of deluxe silver bracelets, very eye-catching.
Why are you arresting me? Sister Lu struggled incessantly, but after seeing the soldiers' guns she became as docile as a quail. The special forces soldiers snatched the phone and shoved the two into the car. The team leader opened Sister Liu's phone, checked it, and was furious.
You are suspected of leaking. The vehicle sped away. A voice from behind came, finally there's internet.
Then, recalling what the assistant had said, even if she were foolish, Sister Lu could figure out that the person on the plane was indeed Suyu.
I didn't mean it.
Sister Lu was filled with regret. After taking a nap on the plane, Suyu felt refreshed and energetic. When they left the airport, a car was waiting for them. It was a vehicle from the Armed Forces Department heading toward the hospital.
I never expected Jiangnan to be so prosperous. Suyu sighed like someone returning home after decades away.
She nodded perfunctorily. She had no interest in such things, she was only interested in killing enemies. Soon the green car stopped at a hospital.
Suyu got out and walked to the ward. No one was there. Where's my mom?
Suyu was surprised.
A nurse came over, stood by the window and pointed outside. Dr. Su, your mother is downstairs. Suyu approached and looked. She was instantly stunned.
Her mother Yang Xiaoyu was playing badminton downstairs with several children. She was beating the children so badly they fled in panic, with one even standing aside wiping tears.
This.
Does she look injured? Suyu was dumbfounded. With a physique like that she could even kill a tiger.
Mom! Why are you back?
Yang Xiaoyu stopped, glancing at Suyu in surprise. She handed the racket to a child. No more games today. Then she went with Suyu to the rest area, sitting on chairs and chatting.
It must be your father, that big mouth.
Knowing that his mother was fully recovered, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. Since you're well, why are you still in the hospital?
They insist I'm sick. Suyu's face was full of black lines. It was the same situation as his own. Don't occupy medical resources. Let's go home.
Only after confirming that his mother was truly fine did Suyu say that.
All right. As they left, Suyu glanced at the children.
They also looked over.
Seeing Yang Xiaoyu leave, they all showed big smiles.
The green car headed towards home.
Yang Zuyu's eyes kept sizing up Longxi. She coughed and asked, Xiaoyu, is this your girlfriend? She's quite good looking. Long's eyes expression didn't change at all, as if she wasn't the one being talked about. Her name is Longxi. She's not my girlfriend, she's my bodyguard. Suyu introduced.
Oh. Yang Xiaoyu sighed, a bit embarrassed, and turned to look out the window. She pointed outside and changed the subject. We've arrived at your high school.
Suyu looked out. It was both familiar and unfamiliar.
The high school he attended had been completely renovated with several new buildings.
Is this a theorem? That as soon as you graduate the school instantly gets renovated?
Suyu stroked his chin.
The school was renovated only because of you. Yang Xiaoyu smiled slightly. Me.
Yang Xiaoyu pointed to the banners outside.
What do you see? Suyu was speechless.
The school's banners were all about his achievements, lining the street.
He suddenly understood.
The school could be renovated and new buildings built because of him. The higher-ups allocated funds for it. Your high school homeroom teacher is now the vice principal. When one person attains the Tao, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven.
Suyu shook his head.
The green car appeared in the neighborhood, attracting attention.
It wasn't until someone spotted Suyu that a commotion erupted. Sushin is back. All the residents in the neighborhood came running out.
Now Suyu was no longer someone else's child to them, he was a person they deeply admired. I have firecrackers at home, let's set some off to welcome Sushin home. Firecrackers popped, drums and gongs sounded, a lively scene. Suyu did not reject the neighbors' enthusiasm. In this era of rampant materialism, people's distances from each other are growing. Using his welcome to bring them closer was not a bad thing. However, he was a bit puzzled by the behavior of a pair of parents standing not far away. They were making their child take deep breaths facing him. Breathes and more, it's all the aura of the academic god. Sushin, come to my house for a visit, I bought a goat. Come to my place, I have luosafen. That's it. Better come to my place, my daughter is in her prime with snow-white delicate skin. Suyu declined all the neighbors' invitations one by one. He wanted to taste his mother's cooking more. Just then an important figure arrived in the neighborhood. Upon entering the residential compound, Suyu noticed that the security guard at the gate had been replaced. His aura was imposing, not like that of a typical guard. Suyu asked the guard at the gate. I don't know. Yang Xiaoyu shook her head. She didn't care about the guard, only about the vegetable market. Longxi leaned in and whispered, that's a special forces soldier. How do you know? Intuition, Longxi said calmly. Suyu still trusted Longzai's intuition. Special forces serving as a guard, it was obvious that it was an arrangement from above to protect his family. He'll go cook. Your dad is really something, always out bragging and never coming home. At the entrance of the compound a car appeared. An official vehicle. A middle-aged man got out dressed simply and walked into the compound. A resident saw him, paused in shock, hardly believing his eyes. Hello, the middle-aged man greeted warmly. Hello. Are you Provincial Governor Gu? Yes, that's right. The middle-aged man nodded and walked towards Suyu's home. Back home, Suyu started surfing the internet. WeChat pinged. He opened WeChat and was stunned to see that the message was from his high school homeroom teacher. After listening to the voice message, Suyu frowned. During his 3 years of high school, he was not only unfamiliar with this homeroom teacher but had barely exchanged a few words. It was simply because he was a poor student. Now the teacher wanted to invite him out to reminisce about their student-teacher bond. How hypocritical. Sorry, I'm busy recently, Suyu refused without hesitation. A knock on the door sounded. Suyu walked over, opened the door and saw a middle-aged man he didn't recognize. Who are you looking for? You, Provincial Governor Gu smiled slightly. Me. Suyu was surprised he didn't know this person. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Gu Zhanyun, the Provincial Governor of Jiangnan. Provincial Governor Gu said seriously. Suyu nodded. He had heard of this person and knew he had a good reputation. So he invited him in. I came here for nothing major, just to tell you something. Provincial Governor Gu took a sip of water, but before he could finish he was interrupted by Yang Zuyu's voice. Chicken soup is here. Yang Xiaoyu carried a pot of chicken soup over and placed it on the dining table beside them. With just one glance she recognized Gu Zhanyun. Isn't this Provincial Governor Gu? Truly, arriving early is not as good as arriving at the right moment. Please stay for a meal. I have a few more dishes, let me bring them out. A table full of delicious dishes. The aroma permeated the air. You should sit down and eat too, Suyu said to Longxi. It must be said Yang Zuyu's cooking skills are truly excellent, comparable to a 5-star hotel chef. Suyu asked Provincial Governor Gu, didn't you have something to say? Call me Provincial Governor Gu. That's too formal. Just call me Old Gu. Gu Zhanyun chuckled. Your house here is too small, you need to move to a bigger one. So the provincial government wants to give you a villa. That's not necessary, Suyu shook his head. Their house was indeed not big and a bit old. But it wasn't that they were too poor to buy a bigger house. They had lived here for so long, were familiar with the surroundings and had grown attached to the place, so they were reluctant to move. It is necessary, Gu Zhanyun said firmly. This compound is old and security work is not comprehensive. Before he finished, Suyu understood. It was to better protect his parents. This certainly couldn't be refused. Suyu asked, where is the new house? Right by the military department. That compound houses the families of scientific researchers. Gu Zhanyun took out a key and an access card and handed them to Suyu. Suyu said sincerely, then I thank the nation. Compared to what you have done, our return is truly insignificant. After some small talk, Suyu saw Gu Zhanyun off. Before leaving, Gu Zhanyun took out a pen and paper and said sheepishly, Sushin, could you give me a few autographs? My whole family are your fans. Sure. After signing, he returned them to Gu Zhanyun. If anything happens, you can come to me and I'll do my best to solve it for you. With those words, Gu Zhanyun left.
He knew that this statement was of no use to Suyu. Because anything concerning Suyu, no matter how trivial, went directly to the elder. It could be said that in Shinlong Suyu's greatest backing was the elder. Longshi, take me to the new house. Now Longshi seemed less like Suyu's bodyguard and more like someone who took care of him. Sitting in the car feeling a bit bored, Suyu started studying Xiao A. Xiao A was a reward from the system. Unlike ordinary artificial intelligence, Suyu could clearly perceive that it had emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, in other words it had personal feelings. He had long ago copied a version of Xiao's code. He opened the file and began browsing. Suddenly a loud bang sounded. His phone exploded. What the hell? How did this happen? Suyu was stunned. Longshi turned her head and glanced at Suyu's phone. It was smashed to pieces and still emitting black smoke. Use my phone. Longshi took out her own phone and handed it to Suyu. The reason for the phone explosion, she understood it after just a moment of thought. Suyu was frugal, unwilling to spend a lot of money, so he had bought a cheap phone with poor quality and it exploded. No, Suyu refused. Mainly because he looked down on Longzai's phone. Longshi didn't insist, instead her admiration for Suyu grew even deeper. How did it explode? Suyu was puzzled. This phone was a good one, worth tens of thousands. Host, don't waste your efforts. Even if you write the same code, you'll only get an ordinary artificial intelligence. It won't be like Xiao A. Why? The system doesn't know. Then why did my phone explode? The configuration is too crap, Suyu. The vehicle arrived at the new compound. Suyu got out but didn't enter. Instead he went into a nearby shop. He was thirsty. He grabbed a bottle of mineral water and started drinking. After drinking half, when he was about to pay, he remembered that his phone had exploded. Nowadays most people don't carry cash, they only use mobile payments. Suyu was the same. He had drunk half the water but had no money to pay and he felt a bit embarrassed. Just as he was about to ask Longshi for help, a young lady walked over and took out 2 yuan to hand to him. I'll treat you. Thank you. Taking the money, Suyu asked, what's your WeChat? I'll transfer the money to you when I get back. I don't have WeChat. The young lady smiled and left. Suyu scratched his head, went to pay, and then asked Longshi, do I look like a player who just randomly hits on people? Longshi thought for a moment. You're not random. But you look like a player. Suyu. My mom says all handsome guys are players. Qingju District. This residential area, though modest in size, boasted a tranquil environment with verdant bamboos, fragrant blossoms, warbling birds and fluttering butterflies, an ideal retreat for one's golden years. The dwellings were uniformly elegant villas exuding antique charm and refinement without a hint of ostentation. This place is quite nice, Suyu remarked after a leisurely stroll, entirely satisfied, and departed. He did not return home but headed to another destination, the Jiangnan Ship Enterprise. Upon returning to Baidu, Suyu planned to launch a new project, nanorobots. The fabrication of nanorobots required a lithography machine, which was precisely why Suyu visited the Chip Enterprise. Has it gone bankrupt? Staring at the iron lock on the gate, Suyu was taken aback. This was a state-owned enterprise, yet it had collapsed. Unfamiliar with the situation, he called Gu Zhanyun. Wait a moment, I'll come over and speak with you in person. Before long, Gu Zhanyun arrived at the Chip Enterprise, had the gate opened and led Suyu inside. Alas, Gu Zhanyun sighed. Even a state-owned enterprise cannot escape elimination if it fails to keep pace with the times. Is there a lithography machine here? Suyu asked the question that concerned him most. Yes, Gu Zhanyun glanced at Suyu. Are you interested in it? Suyu nodded. This lithography machine is rather outdated. It can only produce 100 nanometers chips. If you're interested, you could apply to the higher-ups for a better one. Hearing this, Suyu understood why the enterprise had failed. Overseas, ASML already had 5 nanometers lithography machines. How could 100 nanometers avoid being obsolete? Not only Jiangnan but the entire Shenlong's lithography machines lagged behind foreign ones. It's all the same, Suyu sighed. Shenlong's lithography machines still depend on you young people, Gu Zhanyun said, patting Suyu on the shoulder and leading him to change into a clean suit. They then entered the room housing the lithography machine. The entire room contained only that single machine. Though unused for a long time, it bore not a speck of dust, evidence of consistent maintenance. But whether all its parts function normally remained unknown. You'll find an expert to inspect the machine for any issues, Gu Zhanyun said, gazing at the lithography machine. No need, Suyu walked over, circled it once, sized it up and then began operating it. You know how to use. Gu Zhanyun was stunned. Then he figured it out. For a genius like Suyu, knowing everything was normal. Not knowing would have been strange.
After running the lithography machine for a few moments, Suyu nodded with satisfaction. There's no major problem with this machine, it's just a bit sluggish from being idle for so long. Impressive, Gu Zhanyun praised.
Do you still need this lithography machine? The Enterprise is bankrupt, what would we do with it? Gu Zhanyun gave a bitter smile.
Then do me a favor, have this machine transported to Shenlong University of Science and Technology.
Suyu left the room and changed back into his own clothes. State-owned assets belong to the nation. Borrowing one wouldn't be a major issue.
All right, Gu Zhanyun agreed readily. But he still cautioned, if you need a lithography machine you could have the higher-ups purchase one from abroad, there are better ones available. Foreign countries impose a technology blockade on us, even if we spend a fortune we'd only get a piece of junk. Suyu shook his head.
This one will do, I can improve it. Improve it? Gu Zhanyun was astonished. You know lithography technology?
Just a little, Suyu smiled faintly. The nanorobot technology granted by the system included lithography knowledge.
How many nanometers can you improve it to? Gu Zhanyun asked nervously.
If anyone else said just a little, it would truly be superficial. But this was Suyu. His just a little was a height others could never reach in a lifetime.
Around 0.1
nanometers, Suyu said casually.
0.1 nanometers, is that real? Gu Zhanyun's breath caught his excitement reaching a peak. Precision to 0.1 nanometers was utterly terrifying. It would directly surpass ASML and lead the world by at least a century. Suyu nodded calmly.
His nanorobots were meant to work inside the human body, so the technology involved naturally had to be as precise as possible.
Incredible. Gu Zhanyun felt like kneeling.
Before leaving the chip enterprise, Suyu recalled something and asked, how's the garbage collection in Jiangnan province going?
About 80. We can't even store it anymore, Gu Zhanyun grimaced. Take me to see it, Suyu said.
When he returned to Jiangnan he had brought some supercells with him.
All right. On the outskirts. A barren wasteland with no houses in sight. Desolate and uninhabited, only flocks of crows flying ceaselessly ahead. Before they even arrived, a nauseating stench hit them.
When they stood before the trash heap everyone was dumbfounded. Piles of garbage rose like mountains stretching to the horizon. All kinds of waste were present, but the most abundant was plastic. Suyu was shocked, the sheer volume of trash rivaled the ocean.
And this was just from one province. The total garbage in Shenlong was undoubtedly staggering, suffocating in its enormity.
In the past Shenlong was poor, so we imported waste to reduce costs. And with the garbage generated over the years, most of what was buried has been dug up.
Gu Zhanyun's face darkened. If this continues, humanity will be buried in trash sooner or later, Suyu said gravely.
Yes, Gu Zhanyun sighed. The others also felt heavy-hearted.
Gu Zhanyun asked, Sushin, what do you intend to do with all this garbage we've collected?
Suyu replied solemnly, eliminate it.
Eliminate? How? You'll see in a moment.
Suyu walked over and instructed workers to dig a pit and fill it with water. Then he poured the supercells he had brought into the pool.
Dump the garbage in.
Start with the plastic. At Suyu's command several workers began slowly pouring the already sorted plastic waste into the pool.
Everyone watched in bewilderment, eyes fixed unblinkingly on the water.
The supercells Suyu had brought totaled only 20 billion and they were diluted, so the effect was not immediate. But it was still decent. Within just 5 minutes the plastic that had been dumped in had completely dissolved.
The crowd was stunned. It's devouring, not corroding.
Suyu walked over. These are supercells I cultivated, they can devour most things, especially garbage. But we must be careful that no one falls in. If we have enough quantity, eradicating all of Shenlong's garbage would be a breeze.
Gu Zhanyun's eyes lit up.
Within a month the number of supercells will be sufficient. Suyu said with confidence. Eliminating the waste and restoring the Divine Dragon's lush mountains and clear waters was merely a matter of time, so Suyu no longer paid it much heed. He moved into a new home with his parents.
This place is quite nice. Suyu's parents nodded with satisfaction.
As for Suyu, he was in his room on the phone with Yang Weigua.
He needed assistance for his research on nanorobots. That's a minor issue. He'll get some academicians to assist you, Yang Weigua promised, patting his chest. No academicians, I want students.
Yang Weigua assured him, he'll find you the best doctoral candidates.
The postgraduate entrance exam is approaching.
Help me set up another examination venue and select a few students.
I'll mentor them then.
Suyu smiled and shook his head.
I'll take care of it right now.
Yang Weigua was excited. He had already applied for a professorship for Suyu. Unfortunately, Suyu had been too busy to take on students.
Wait, Su Yu quickly called him back. I'll send you a set of questions. Use these to test them. Upon receiving Su Yu's file, Yang Weiguo opened it immediately. He drew a sharp breath. It was too difficult. Thank goodness I'm not the one taking this exam. Yang Weiguo gloated. He left his office and went to the publicity department to have the staff start promoting.
Xiao Long was a senior student. He was preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam hoping to get in. But he was very troubled because his foreign language skills were so poor that even a pig would weep upon seeing them. If it weren't for foreign languages, passing the exam would be a piece of cake. Xiao Long sighed. Apart from foreign languages, he was confident in all other subjects.
Accidentally he spotted a piece of information. Only one paper, no foreign language test, and the supervisor is Su Yu.
Xiao Long got excited and immediately registered online. Students like Xiao Long were countless. The number of applicants has reached 3 million.
Yang Weiguo was dumbfounded.
The number was terrifying. Almost every senior had signed up. But it was normal. Su Yu as the supervisor was an incredibly strong draw. Without exaggeration, becoming Su Yu's student meant instant elevation, turning a sparrow into a phoenix and becoming a hot commodity. Select some. Yang Weiguo ordered. It was impossible to let 3 million people take the exam, there wasn't enough space.
Pick the best, just 10,000 will do. 10,000 is still a lot. It's fine, we'll hold the exam on the weekend. Yang Weiguo smiled.
These 10,000 selected were the cream of the crop. But given the difficulty of the paper, perhaps only a handful would remain.
The exam day arrived.
10,000 students arrived at Divine Dragon University of Science and Technology with high spirits and entered the examination hall.
They glanced at the paper. Most were stunned. What the hell, why can't I even understand the first question?
It's all in Divine Dragon language. I know every character, but when put together I don't get it.
Damn, I can't solve a single problem.
They were all devastated.
One student even fainted. But Yang Weiguo had prepared for this. He sent medical staff to carry the student away.
The student opened his eyes slightly. Help me up, I can still do it.
He didn't want to leave. Do what? You can't even answer the first question. Yang Weiguo walked over and comforted him gently. Hearing this, the student fainted completely and was carried away.
In the examination hall, as far as the eye could see, all the examinees were in despair.
As the most renowned scientist, Su Yu's admission exam was bound to attract widespread attention.
Outside the exam hall, a crowd of reporters, eyes wide as brass bells, were waiting for the first examinee to come out.
Someone's coming out.
A reporter rushed over and shoved a microphone at him. Little fatty, this student was the exam difficult.
A piece of cake.
The chubby boy replied leisurely.
Oh.
The reporters were taken aback by his swagger and quickly challenged. Just now a few examinees were carried out, reportedly overwhelmed by the difficulty.
I'm different from them.
The chubby boy pointed to his head.
Do you know what this is?
Full of wisdom, nothing can stump me.
What do you estimate your score to be? Estimate. No need.
I'll tell you straight up, I'll definitely get 0 because I only wrote my name and exam number.
Then what about just now?
The reporters were baffled.
Showing off.
With that, the chubby boy ran off quickly, afraid of getting beaten.
That little punk.
The reporters cursed.
Soon after, the examinees came out one after another.
Some had tear stains on their faces.
Others had hair messier than a chicken's nest. Excuse me, can I ask? A reporter approached. Get lost. That very day, the exam paper was uploaded to Weibo. It instantly became the top trending topic.
The hardest exam paper in history. I'm a graduate student and I couldn't even solve the first question. I burst into tears. I have a friend who's a doctoral student and he couldn't solve the first question either. Hi, I'm an elementary school student and I couldn't solve the first question either. Does that make me as awesome as a graduate or doctoral student?
Su Yu's test paper consisted entirely of subjective questions with no multiple choice items. Wanting to guess for points. Absolutely impossible. Even a lucky charm would be useless. A complete disaster. Yang Weiguo shook his head.
Among the 10,000 papers, very few were fully filled.
A teacher asked Principal Yang, if you took this test, what score would you get? Needless to say, definitely 100.
This paper is too hard for students, but for me it's a piece of cake.
Yang Weiguo said with great confidence.
But in truth he was very nervous. Ever since he became principal, his focus had shifted from academic knowledge to administration.
Some knowledge had been forgotten.
He might not get 100, but 95 or above was no problem.
Principal Yang is amazing.
Alright, hurry up and grade the papers.
Leaving these words, Yang Weiguo slipped away. After spending some time in Jiangnan, Suyu set off back to Divine Dragon University of Science and Technology. As he walked out of the airport, he saw Yang Weiguo. How did the exam papers turn out? Suyu approached. Not too ideal. Only 5 got a perfect score. Yang Weiguo glanced at Suyu.
But don't worry, there are 50 with scores above 90.
I'm not worried, I just didn't expect.
I didn't expect it either, only 5 perfect scores.
Yang Weiguo sighed. No.
Suyu shook his head.
I thought there would be only 1 or 2 with perfect scores, but there are 5. But I don't want to mentor too many, so we'll have to eliminate a few more. Eliminate more. Yang Weiguo's jaw dropped. These 5 were selected from 3 million applicants, absolute elites.
To think they still had to be further screened. It was truly. Upon returning to Shenlong University of Science and Technology, Suyu had someone bring him the files of 5 examinees.
He reviewed them one by one. This person. Suyu's gaze lingered on a photograph. Yang Weiguo asked in surprise, is there a problem? No problem.
Suyu shook his head. He simply felt that this person looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before.
This examinee is named Yin Wenjun.
She graduated from Shuangdan University.
And is also an internet celebrity. Yang Weiguo introduced with enthusiasm. He had an impression of this examinee. Internet celebrity.
Suyu frowned slightly.
This kind of internet celebrity is different from the usual kind, Yang Weiguo said with a light laugh.
Yin Wenjun scored 700 points on the college entrance exam.
But what makes her stand out besides her talent and stunning looks is her family background.
She was born in a poor mountain village. She lost her father at a young age and her mother raised her alone. Her background was indeed pitiable, but Suyu had a question. Her family is so poor, shouldn't she have started working early to earn money?
She is already earning money. Suyu was astonished. For ordinary students, going to school is spending money, but for a top student it's earning money.
Yang Weiguo thought for a moment and said with a smile, as far as I know, this Yin Wenjun earns no less than 100,000 yuan in scholarships every year.
That's impressive. Suyu praised her, then glanced over Yin Wenjun's file again before returning to the main topic. Notify these 5 people to come for an exam tomorrow. If they pass, they'll be admitted. How many people should we admit? Yang Weiguo asked.
Being admitted meant becoming a student of Shenlong University of Science and Technology.
As the president, Yang Weiguo naturally hoped to admit as many as possible.
After all, if Suyu personally cultivated them, even the worst would be outstanding talents capable of standing on their own.
It depends on their abilities. Will this exam be more difficult? Yang Weiguo shrank his neck. Not at all.
Suyu shook his head with a mysterious smile.
The focus of this assessment is not knowledge. Out of 3 million people, only 5 were left. That was selecting 1 in a million.
The ones chosen were the cream of the crop, the top fight among top students. All possessed profound knowledge. These 5 were arranged in different classrooms waiting for the exam papers to arrive. They were all extremely nervous.
The previous selection had a very difficult exam paper.
This time, as the final exam, the difficulty was surely hellish.
The exam papers were handed out. The examinees took a deep breath and quickly opened the paper to browse. They were stunned. Because it was too easy. Question 1. There are 6 steamed buns in a basin. 6 children each take one, but there is still 1 left in the basin. Why is that? This question is too easy. Even primary school students can do it. It's a piece of cake, a chubby boy laughed. Passing the final assessment was a sure thing. In the monitoring room, Suyu sat in a chair drinking plain boiled water while observing the examinees' every move.
Yang Weiguo sat beside him browsing through the exam paper.
This is too easy. Indeed, Suyu agreed. So what are you testing? Yang Weiguo was very curious. You'll find out soon.
Suyu smiled mysteriously, pointed at the screen and said to Longshi, do you see that chubby boy?
Longshi nodded. Go over later and hit him. Long's eyes lit up.
Suyu shook his head. Disturb him, prevent him from doing the exam normally.
But don't touch him. Just make some noise nearby. I understand.
Longshi pulled out a pistol, flashed a friendly smile and turned to leave. But Suyu stopped him.
No guns. Suyu's face darkened. Then what should I use?
Just wear black stockings and stand beside him to attract his attention.
Suyu said calmly. Black stockings. Longshi shook his head with firm determination. My superiors sent me to protect you closely. I cannot leave your side.
This was a refusal.
Yang Wegwei came over. You want to use external distractions to test these 5 examinees? Su Yu nodded.
As a researcher, one must endure loneliness, maintain a calm heart, and not be disturbed by the outside world.
Then he'll find some female students. But how do we disturb Yan Wenjun? Yang Wegwo's gaze fell on Su Yu. The implication was clear.
Among the 5 examinees, only one was female.
To disturb a female using a female wouldn't work, a male was needed. I can't. Su Yu shook his head.
You could consider the campus heartthrob of Shunlong University of Science and Technology.
You are the campus heartthrob, Yang Wegwo laughed.
Su Yu was surprised.
Haven't you seen the school forum? On the campus heartthrob list you're ranked first. Then I'll do it.
Su Yu touched his head. As a male, he couldn't wear black stockings or white stockings to disturb a female examinee. He could only wear a cute plush bear costume.
In the examination hall, if I don't pass this assessment and become teacher Su's student, I'll jump into a cesspool and drown, the chubby examinee said with a beaming smile.
This exam paper wasn't difficult, but there were many questions.
Just as the chubby examinee was feeling triumphant, a young lady walked in.
She stood beside the chubby examinee, saying nothing but throwing continuous flirtatious glances at him. With her high beauty and black stockings, she was lethally charming. Having been single for 22 years, he would find even a sow attractive, let alone a pretty young lady. The chubby examinee's heart was stirred. This young lady looked at him with such eyes, she must have fallen for him. I didn't know I had such charm, the chubby examinee smiled, striking a pose he thought was handsome. Beautiful lady, please wait outside.
After I finish the exam, I'll come out and find you. Well, have dinner, go shopping, and watch a movie.
Su Yu wore a plush bear costume. His movements were clumsy.
He walked into a classroom and glanced at Yan Wenjun.
She had an oval face, delicate features, but slightly dark skin. She was tan from the sun.
Overall, she was even more beautiful than in the photo, with looks that outshone most actresses in the entertainment industry.
Seeing her in person, Su Yu finally remembered where he had seen this lady before. In Qingju district. She was the one who had paid for his 2-yuan water. Su Yu stood beside her but was ignored.
He started moving, performing a funny dance. Still ignored.
This examinee named Yan Wenjun didn't even spare him a glance, completely focused on the questions.
Su Yu tried every trick but got no response. He could only leave.
The examination concluded.
Unquestionably, all 5 candidates had achieved perfect scores on their papers. However, the true assessment centered on the candidate's composure. Only one person satisfied Su Yu, Yan Wenjun. The performances of the other 4 fell short of expectation. Out of 3 million people, only one remains. Yang Wegwa drew a sharp breath.
That bespectacled young man performed adequately, barely passable. He hoped Su Yu would accept more students.
In ancient times, Han Xian believed in the more troops the better. But Su Yu was different, he sought only quality. Adequately. Su Yu cast a glance at Yang Wegwa.
That bespectacled young man, though not like the chubby candidate who flirted with the girl in black stockings, had his eyeballs almost bulging out, pressing against the young lattice black stockings.
And what about the tall one? Yang Wegwa persisted. He drooled, and the drool even stretched into strings. Su Yu's face darkened with exasperation. Yang Wegwa gave up. Then we eliminate 4 and send the admission notice only to Yan Wenjun. I'll handle it now.
Su Yu stopped him. Also help me apply for research funding from the higher-ups.
Yang Wegwo's expression transformed like a withered tree blooming anew, and he hastily asked, how much funding do you need?
Su Yu held up one finger.
1 billion.
Su Yu shook his head.
It's 10 billion. Rather than being intimidated, Yang Wegwa grew excited.
The more funds applied for, the more advanced the technology.
Yang Wegwa asked eagerly, what project are you researching? Nanorobot technology.
Su Yu spoke calmly.
This technology would never lack funding.
If Su Yu sought capital, he could easily secure 1 trillion. This was no exaggeration.
What is the most tragic thing in life? That is when a person dies but their money remains unspent.
Internationally, there are countless wealthy individuals aged and nearing their end to whom money is no longer of great importance.
Life is what matters.
To prolong their lives, they have united to invite top-tier biologists, including Nobel laureates, to research how to extend lifespan and achieve immortality. The total investment has been incalculable, yet the ripples it has stirred are minimal.
Coincidentally, this nanorobot technology could extend human life.
Compared to the wealthy, Su Yu preferred to collaborate with the nation to benefit ordinary people.
This. Yang Wegwo's heart raced, his excitement reaching its peak. Do you need any assistance? I can lend a hand. With Yan Wenjun here. He Xiaoe and Yan Wenjun would be sufficient. Suya's funding application reached the elder without any hindrance. The elder grew excited.
I've waited until the flowers have withered and the seas have dried, but finally Suya's funding application has arrived.
Only 10 billion.
Approved.
Elder, what is the research project? A staff member asked out of curiosity. Let me peruse it. Upon seeing the title, the elder couldn't help but exclaim two words: brilliant. It's nanorobot technology. After reading the document, the elder's excitement reached its zenith.
If these technologies are fully realized, they will undoubtedly cure over 95 of difficult and complicated diseases.
Godsu was awesome, a nearby staff member couldn't help shouting. After the exam, the 5 candidates did not leave. They remained at Shenlong University of Science and Technology. Before arriving for the exam, they knew that the final assessment results would be released within 10 minutes after the test. They were all waiting for the results. A message came.
The chubby candidate jumped up.
I told you I'm definitely the one. Admit.
If not, I'll jump into a cesspool and drown myself. The other 3 candidates gathered around him.
Damn. This can't be. How was I eliminated?
Staring at the message on his phone, the chubby candidate's face was full of disbelief. The other 3 candidates also received messages.
Total elimination. Damn, what's going on?
I checked it several times and sure it was a perfect score.
No one could believe it.
Do you remember the young ladies in black and white stockings who appeared in the exam hall? Asked a bald candidate.
Weren't they here to entertain us?
The chubby candidate frowned, realizing something was wrong. I think the main point of this exam was to test our composure through those young ladies.
Damn.
They all regretted it deeply. Yen Wenjun, sitting in the distance, did not join them. She was introverted by nature and not good at socializing. With a ding, her phone received a message. Though she hadn't gone over, Yen Wenjun's hearing was sharp enough to know that all 4 male candidates had been eliminated. Her heart was filled with anxiety. Fearing she might also be eliminated, she wore an expression of someone facing death. She opened the message and instantly broke into a smile. That smile caused the nearby flowers to pale in comparison.
I was admitted. Yen Wenjun wept with excitement. The admission notice also included an address instructing her to go there immediately. She packed her belongings and left, heading toward that place. Her actions caught the attention of the 4 male candidates. All 4 of us were eliminated, so she must have been admitted. Impossible, the chubby candidate shook his head.
I clearly saw tear stains on her face.
She must have been eliminated and couldn't bear the blow, so she cried.
If not, I'll jump into a cesspool and drown myself.
In Suya's office.
Yang Weigua had long arranged an office for Suyu, but since he hadn't needed it before, he had never been there. Now he came, sat in a chair and surveyed the surroundings. It was quite nice, peaceful enough.
A knock came at the door. Come in.
A young woman entered, walking lightly to Suya's side. She did not sit down nor look around, only stealing a glance at Suyu.
Please have a seat.
Suyu stood up, poured a glass of water and placed it before her. Thank you, Yen Wenjun said softly, her voice trembling slightly. She was very nervous. I don't eat people, so don't be too nervous. A faint smile played on Suya's lips. Compared to social terrorists, he preferred people with Yen Wenjun's temperament. Introverted people have few friends, but they are willing to give their all, their heart and soul, to every true friend.
Suyu was somewhat like that too. Briefly introduce yourself. My name is Yen Wenjun.
I'm 22 this year and I graduated from Shuangdan University. As she spoke, Yen Wenjun's nervousness largely dissipated.
Suyu nodded.
From today on, you are my student, my chief disciple.
I have only one requirement for you.
I can definitely meet it, Yen Wenjun said with firm determination. Suyu said seriously, that is, the knowledge you acquire must never be used to serve the enemies of Shenlong.
Yen Wenjun nodded solemnly.
Suyu smiled in satisfaction and changed the subject.
Do you have WeChat? Suyu's face remained expressionless. I don't have WeChat. Should I register one?
Yen Wenjun shook his head, a flicker of panic in his eyes, and he nervously glanced at Suyu.
She didn't recognize Suyu.
In Qingju district, Suyu was disguised. Not even his own father would have recognized him, let alone Yen Wenjun.
Her panic stemmed entirely from her personality.
That's good.
Suyu broke into a smile. His mood instantly lifted.
He realized that failing to get her WeChat wasn't because she saw him as a sleazy pickup artist, but simply because she didn't have it.
Yen Wenjun asked timidly, Professor, should I register a WeChat? Yes, register one for easier contact. Also, don't call me Professor, just call me Teacher.
Suyu smiled, feeling that teacher sounded more cordial.
Okay. Yan Wenjun nodded obediently.
Gazing at Yan Wenjun, Suyu felt a strange sensation. His student who was a few years older than him behaved as docilely as a primary school pupil, a truly incongruous sight. Only when Yan Wenjun blushed and lowered her head did Suyu withdraw his gaze and say seriously, the requirements for graduation don't include credit hours, graduation project, or thesis. You can attend the school's courses if you want or skip them if you don't. You just need to work on projects with me and perform well, and then you can graduate. Projects. Yan Wenjun became excited. Compared to attending lectures, participating in projects would undoubtedly allow her to gain better knowledge. Suyu's projects. The technologies involved were bound to be the most cutting edge in the world.
Happiness came too suddenly. I will perform well.
Yan Wenjun clenched her small fists and said with full seriousness. The red clouds sank westward, casting a golden glow across the sky as if framing the clouds in golden borders, a breathtakingly beautiful scene.
Night fell. It was late, so Suyu told Yan Wenjun to go back first and come again tomorrow. Before leaving, Yan Wenjun made a small request: could you arrange a larger dormitory for me? My mother will also be staying. There's an empty house next to my dormitory, 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. You can stay there. The stars and moon were bright and the Milky Way hung in the sky.
Yan Wenjun glanced at the sky, happier than she had ever been. She felt as if she were floating home.
Mom, I'd become Teacher Su's student. Yan Wenjun shouted before even entering the door.
In the dilapidated house, a middle-aged woman sat in a wheelchair, her face etched with the hardships of life. Her eyes were cloudy. But when she heard her daughter's voice, they brightened.
Good, good, good. Mother Yan said repeatedly, panting with excitement.
Yan Wenjun hurried over to help her catch her breath, her face full of worry.
I'm fine. Becoming Professor Su's student is a blessing you earned in your past life. Cherish it, study hard, and don't let him down. Mother Yan advised. Suyu was known to everyone in Shenlong.
Even an illiterate rural woman like Mother Yan knew of him. She knew that becoming Suyu's student meant her daughter's future was secure. Even if she died, she would have no more worries.
I know.
Yan Wenjun nodded, glanced at her mother's sparse hair and felt a stab of pain.
Maybe we should go to the hospital. No need. Mother Yan shook her head and forced a smile. My life is fated. Every extra day I live is a bonus. There's no need to waste money.
The 10 billion funding had been approved and had reached Suyu's hands.
Just purchasing equipment had cost 5 billion. Scientific research really burns money. Suyu's heart ached. The current investment is for greater returns. Yang Weiguo approached and asked mysteriously, do you know? Your student Yan Wenjun hasn't even enrolled yet, but companies are already fighting over her. Guess her annual salary. 1 million. Think bigger.
Yang Weiguo poured himself a glass of water and drank.
50 million a year, not counting other benefits.
Suyu was surprised. If his student was worth that much, what about him?
If I joined a company, how much would my salary be? No company would want you. Yang Weiguo laughed.
Suyu was puzzled.
His student was being fought over, so why wasn't he? You're a key figure monitored by the state. Daring to poach you would be defying the state, asking for a shortened life. Yang Weiguo explained the reason. That's true. Suyu nodded. After bidding farewell to Yan Weiguo, he went to find Yan Wenjun in the office.
Yan Wenjun sat in a corner quietly reading a book. Hearing footsteps, she knew it was Suyu and quickly stood up to wait.
Suyu walked in. He glanced around the office.
He immediately noticed that it had been cleaned and tidied. Suyu sat down, took 5 books from the drawer and placed them on the table.
Here, take these 5 books home and read them carefully. Okay. Yan Wenjun nodded. The project I'm researching is nanorobot technology. You won't be able to help technically.
What you need to do is watch, learn, and talk less and handle some miscellaneous tasks.
Also. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Nanorobot technology. Yan Wenjun was extremely excited. Realizing she had been rude, she immediately apologized repeatedly.
Suyu signaled that it was fine but glanced at her curiously. Do you have any research background in nanorobot technology?
No. Yan Wenjun lowered her head. Suyu didn't press further and continued his earlier topic.
I'll pay you a monthly salary of 200,000.
I don't want a salary.
Yan Wenjun looked up, met his eyes, and then quickly lowered her head again.
At school, focus on your studies and try to avoid part-time jobs. It's an unwise use of time. You could be reading another book instead. I don't want a salary.
Yan Wenjun still kept her head down, but her attitude was resolute.
This is what you deserve.
Suyu said in a tone that brooked no refusal.
He wasn't like some professors.
Forcing students to work for free was a shameless act.
Leaving the office, Suyu headed to the biology lab. Little A was still there. How many cells now? Suyu asked as he master 900 billion.
Little A reported excitedly.
That many.
Suyu was stunned, then quickly asked, can these 900 billion cells handle all the garbage in the northern capital?
No pressure at all. Little A gave a definitive answer. That's great.
I'll broadcast the garbage cleanup live in a couple of days.
Master, I've been working so hard but you haven't praised me. You only think about garbage. I'm so sad, boo-hoo-hoo. Stop that. Suyu's face darkened. Environmental issues pose a significant hidden peril. Once economic progress attains a certain threshold, the environment becomes paramount.
A pristine environment serves as the cornerstone of human health and well-being.
Whoever solves the environmental crisis will be humanity's greatest benefactor. Without a doubt, that person is Suyu.
He announced on Weibo that in 2 days he would livestream the removal of all garbage in Baidu. As soon as this Weibo post was released, it instantly shot to the top of the trending list. It garnered 80 million likes. The authorities cooperated, fully assisting Suyu in promoting this action. It didn't take long for the world to be shaken. Can garbage be solved?
Yes. But not all of it. At least humanity cannot solve plastic waste. Foreign netizens didn't believe it. Shenlong is lying.
Suyu's abilities are undeniably outstanding. He can solve most garbage, but it's impossible for him to solve plastic waste. He made a bold statement: if he really could solve plastic waste, he would immediately break his girlfriend, that is his right hand.
Suyu saw all the foreign netizens' comments. He wasn't angry.
He was just puzzled. Why were there no Asan netizens? Given Asan's nature, they would surely be the most vicious in their verbal attacks. In recent years, Shenlong had completely banned the import of foreign garbage. Asan jumped in, acting as keyboard warriors, and began importing foreign garbage on a large scale. What a pity. In less than a year, Asan collapsed, completely unable to handle the foreign garbage. When it comes to garbage, Asan had a voice. But strangely, not a single Asan netizen spoke up.
Yang Weiguo walked in, patting Suyu on the shoulder, and said with a meaningful look, Mod Lausian fell into a cesspool, spent a month in the hospital, and then underwent psychological therapy.
What does this have to do with netizens? Suyu was surprised. In his impression, Asan were an extremely arrogant bunch. They believed they were the best in the world. Now Asan people are all terrified of Shenlong people. Yang Weiguo chuckled and shared a story. Just half a month ago, a Shenlong person appeared in Asan and actually scared everyone away.
Is this for real? Suyu couldn't believe it.
The Asan people believe that even if an entire street of them joined forces, they couldn't defeat that Shenlong person.
Asan is indeed Asan, still as peculiar as ever. Suyu was both amused and exasperated. He knew that Asan feared the electric sphere the most.
After all, this world-destroying sphere had an attack range covering the entire territory of Asan. Having a sword but not needing to use it, what a wonderful thing.
2 days passed in the blink of an eye.
The day of the livestream garbage removal arrived. The host was still Huang Bingbing. Wow, at the start the number of viewers has already reached 25 million.
Huang Bingbing exclaimed in astonishment.
This area was piled with garbage taller than mountains, longer than the Yangtze River, making the viewers in the livestream room shudder.
My God, so much garbage. The environmental problem is this severe. We must live a low-carbon, eco-friendly life from now on.
On an open space, a huge pit was dug and filled with water.
900 billion supercells were all poured in.
These are the supercells I cultivated, which can completely solve garbage pollution and restore the green mountains and clear waters to everyone. Suyu smiled slightly and introduced the supercells to the netizens.
Standing behind him was Yin Wenjun. She lowered her head slightly, silent, not daring to look around, following Suyu like a little tail. No matter how beautifully you speak, it's not as good as one practical demonstration.
Suyu walked over and instructed the staff to pour the garbage in an orderly manner. The number of supercells was sufficient and the effect was immediate. The poured garbage dissolved at a visible speed until it completely disappeared.
Netizens were dumbfounded. Unfortunately, I have no culture, so I can only utter a vulgar expletive.
These supercells are freaking amazing.
Su God YYDS.
These garbage are not corroded but devoured, becoming part of the supercells. The dead bodies of the supercells in the end will not affect the environment.
Suyu stood aside, educating the netizens. Netizens all brought their little stools. They listened attentively. In the live stream,
watching the garbage being eliminated bit by bit, everyone felt as if they saw green increasing bit by bit. Not the green on their heads. It was the green of mountains and rivers. After clearing the garbage in Baidu, we will start clearing other places until we completely eliminate the garbage in Shenlong. After eliminating Shenlong's garbage, we will eliminate that of other countries until the entire blue star is restored to green mountains and clear waters.
Suyu spoke eloquently.
Humanity is a whole, interconnected like branches of the same tree. If we only solve the environmental problems of Shenlong without addressing those of other countries, that won't work. For example, your home is extremely clean with no garbage at all. But the neighbor's house is filthy and chaotic. It will still affect your home.
The environment is not just the environment of one place, it is the environment of the entire blue star.
As soon as Suyu's words were spoken, it instantly caused an uproar in other countries. They all sent messages to Shenlong hoping to purchase the super cells.
Certainly sell. But not now. Not until Shenlong has completely solved its own environmental problems. And at a high price. The removal work proceeded in an orderly manner.
Suyu was a bit tired, so he sat down on a nearby chair to rest. Yan Wenjun walked over and said in a soft voice, "How about I massage your shoulders?"
My technique is good.
Suyu looked up, glanced at her and nodded. A delicate hand extended, moving over Suyu's shoulders with a perfect balance of pressure. It was a blissful sensation, like sinking into soft clouds. This technique clearly came from years of experience. Do you often give others shoulder massages?
Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression one of enjoyment. Yan Wenjun nodded.
I often give massages to my mother.
Not long after, Yang Weiguo walked over, glanced at Suyu, his face full of envy. He had had students too.
But those students only argued with him, never giving him shoulder rubs or leg massages. Many countries hope to buy your super cells.
Are you going to sell them? Sell. Of course he'll sell. Suyu raised a hand signaling Yan Wenjun to stop. How to sell?
Sell cheaply to poor places and as expensively as possible to rich places. But only after we solve our own problems in Shenlong.
Suyu smiled slightly. That's excellent.
Then the two of them began discussing the topic of nanorobot technology in low voices. Standing nearby, Yan Wenjun listened with sparkling eyes, extremely attentive, afraid of missing even a single punctuation mark.
Because of her mother, she had some knowledge of nanorobots.
But it was only a superficial understanding. The words of these two people, most importantly Suyu's words, gave her much to gain. The complete resolution of environmental pollution was merely a matter of time. Suyu ceased to be overly concerned about this matter and began researching nanorobots. The system had long rewarded him with technical knowledge, but theory remained mere theory until it was put into practice.
He needed to manufacture a nanorobot. To study nanorobots, Suyu applied to the school for another laboratory. Principal Yang readily agreed. The laboratory was secured.
Apart from the lithography machine, there was a vast array of equipment worth billions. The first step was to improve the lithography machine.
Yan Wenjun could not be of assistance.
Suyu simply let her observe, advising her to watch more, learn more and speak less.
Master, you have a new love and have forgotten the old one. How heartless, boo-hoo.
Xiaowei lamented sorrowfully, like a maiden abandoned by a heartless man.
Keep this up and one of us will have to go.
Suyu's face darkened and he spoke in a stern tone. Get to work.
Okay.
Yan Wenjun, standing by and watching, appeared calm on the surface, but her heart stirred with ripples. It was the first time she had seen such an extraordinary artificial intelligence. Teacher Su was truly remarkable, able to develop an AI that seemed to possess human emotions.
But it was a pity. An artificial intelligence could not have emotions. As time passed, Yan Wenjun grew self-conscious.
She had always felt inferior, but only in other aspects. In learning she had absolute confidence. With Xiaowei's assistance, Suyu worked with twice the efficiency, effortlessly solving a multitude of problems. Yet she could only watch, utterly unable to help. I am not even as good as an artificial intelligence, Yan Wenjun sighed, vowing silently in her heart to work even harder and strive to be of use as soon as possible. The lithography machine was disassembled.
Suyu removed the core components, improved them with other equipment and reassembled them.
After assembly, the machine underwent a tremendous transformation, not only in precision but also in its appearance.
Xiaowei, you are truly amazing. Let's rest a bit before continuing work. Hee, it's all thanks to Master's excellent training.
Wiping his sweat, Suyu walked out of the laboratory and sat down in the break area to eat and rest.
Yan Wenjun followed closely behind.
She took out a tissue and gently wiped Suyu's sweat, then carefully massaged him. Suyu glanced at her, wanting to stop her, but refrained from speaking.
He had taken on a student, not a maid.
Presently Yan Wenjun's abilities were limited, so he could only let her handle odd jobs to keep her from being too idle.
Yan Wenjun asked softly, Teacher, what nanoscale can the improved lithography machine achieve? 0.1 nanometer.
This
Yan Wenjun was stunned.
This is a new type of lithography machine, Suyu said, seriously setting aside his food.
Traditional lithography machines are used to produce chips, but my machine is different. It is used to manufacture nanorobots. The precision required for nanorobots is even finer than that of chips.
Yan Wenjun asked curiously, can this new lithography machine produce chips?
Of course. This is an enhanced version of the lithography machine.
After resting enough, Suyu continued working on the lithography machine.
He did not stop until sunset, having finally completed the improvement. Go back first and read the books I gave you thoroughly. Tomorrow we will start manufacturing nanorobots, Suyu said to Yan Wenjun. Yan Wenjun nodded. Master Yu.
Shut up, Suyu cut her off.
Boo. Do that again and I'll swap you to a low-end computer, Suyu threatened. No.
The night sky was like a black cloth scattered with golden fragments glistening brilliantly, as beautiful as a painting, resplendent and magnificent.
Suyu could not sleep. He went out for a walk. In the deep night, complete silence reigned, calming the heart. As he walked, he found himself near Yan Wenjun's dormitory.
Suyu looked up and saw a graceful figure studying under the light. All around was darkness, only this room still had its lamp lit. Although she is a bit slow, she is diligent, Suyu nodded with satisfaction. Long Shi, standing beside him, said nothing.
Was Yan Wenjun slow? Slow my ass. It was just that compared to Suyu, even the most brilliant talents appeared utterly ordinary. Suyu turned around and suddenly asked, don't you need to sleep?
If you don't sleep, why should I? Long Shi said indifferently.
Then let's go back and sleep. Brother Dong was extremely angry.
Because the supercells sold by Shenlong to other places were relatively cheap, but the ones sold to them were outrageously expensive, dozens of times higher. Yet they had no choice but to buy. This is too much. Brother Dong slammed the table.
I will sanction you.
First impose sanctions on ships, then on other industries to collapse your economy. Tell ASML that if they dare to sell a lithography machine to Shenlong, they will face consequences.
At ASML, CEO Evan was cursing and complaining.
He had received a notice from Pao Pao prohibiting the sale of lithography machines to Shenlong. Previously only high-end machines were restricted and they could still sell low-end lithography machines to make a profit.
Now even low-end sales were forbidden. Shenlong has offered 5 billion to purchase a DUV lithography machine. Reject them, Evan sighed.
5 billion was a huge sum, but offending Pao Pao would bring dire consequences.
Furthermore, starting today, cancel all orders from Shenlong, and even scrap lithography machines will no longer be sold to them.
Between Pao Pao and Shenlong, ASML chose Pao Pao.
In the laboratory, Suyu began manufacturing nanorobots.
Yan Wenjun had finished studying 5 books and gained a deep understanding of nanorobots, allowing her to be of help.
Teacher, your method is completely different from the traditional one.
Yan Wenjun was awestruck, her admiration for Suyu reaching new heights. Current nanorobot technology is still in its infancy, but my method is a fully mature approach, Suyu said with a slight smile. His method also involved devouring supercells. Truly remarkable.
Suyu said seriously, all right, no more talking. Monitor the data carefully. The precision required for nanorobots is extremely strict. If even a tiny bit is overlooked, all your efforts will be wasted. Okay. Noon arrived and it was time for a meal. They went to the break area to eat. The meal was delivered by school staff, perfectly balanced in nutrition and quite lavish. During the meal, Suyu said nothing, pulling out his phone to browse the internet.
Even in hardship he had to take a look at videos of pretty girls. Anoa was to learn about recent major events.
That Pao Pao is up to mischief again. A balanced meal with meat and vegetables accompanied by fruit.
The aroma of rice filled the air. Suyu had a hearty appetite, devouring his food in large mouthfuls while continuously surfing the internet. Beside him, Yan Wenjun, a refined lady, chewed slowly and delicately without making a single sound. Only occasionally did she cast a curious, furtive glance at Suyu.
That Pao Pao is up to mischief again. Did something happen?
Yan Wenjun lifted her eyes to look at Suyu, her melon-seed face filled with worry.
Don't you go online? Suyu replied with a question instead of answering. ASML announced that it would sever all business ties with Shenlong. The mastermind behind the scenes was undoubtedly Pao Pao. This incident had made the news and stirred the entire internet, yet Yan Wenjun was unaware of it. How strange. I only read the school newspaper.
Yan Wenjun lowered her head, somewhat embarrassed. In the past few days she had been diligently studying the books Suyu had given her, neglecting the newspapers, and had no idea what major events had occurred recently. All roads lead to Rome, Suyu said as he took a sip of soup. Pao Pao is imposing sanctions on us. I find it utterly baffling that they would choose this moment to sanction us. It's like the birthday boy hanging himself, tired of living.
Ah. Yan Wenjun, unaware of the details, was completely bewildered. Pow Pow pressured ASML to stop selling us any lithography machines. Isn't that just courting death? Suyu raised his hand intending to tap Yan Wenjun's head but stopped before he could act. As a teacher he had unconsciously treated her like a child. But Yan Wenjun was not a child. She was 5 years older than Suyu. Indeed it's courting death. Yan Wenjun nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. We already have an enhanced version of the lithography machine, why would we need anything from ASML? Suyu nodded and quickly finished his meal. He fetched the blueprints, drew diagrams on them and then wrote down a large number of principles, formulas and solutions. It filled a full 5 pages. Yan Wenjun beside him was dumbfounded. Not by the content of the blueprints, given Suyu's abilities even the most profound material would be unsurprising. What amazed her was Suyu's speed. It was incredibly fast. In less than half an hour he had filled 5 pages with writing and numerous drawings. Yan Wenjun asked, is this the manufacturing process for the enhanced lithography machine? Exactly. Suyu stood up, stretched his waist and used his phone to take photos of the pages which he then uploaded to his computer and organized into a folder. Are you interested? I can send you a copy. Really? Yan Wenjun was flattered. Documents like these were extremely important and highly confidential, not to be casually shown to others. You witnessed the entire improvement process from start to finish. What's the problem? Suyu smiled gently and sent a copy to Yan Wenjun's WeChat. Yan Wenjun lowered her head, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. She was too embarrassed to say that despite watching the entire process from the sidelines she hadn't understood a thing. Suyu made a phone call and asked Yang Weigua for someone's email address. Why do you need his email? Yang Weigua asked in surprise. To give him something good. After sharing the account with Suyu, Yang Weigua felt a deep envy in his heart. Could anything Suyu gave be ordinary? Turn on the computer quickly. An old man was bustling about. This old man named Hu Mingliang was a leading figure in Shenlong's chip field. He was also an academician at Lunka Academy. The old man had been researching lithography machines for over a decade, hoping only that Shenlong's lithography technology could catch up with the world's pace and no longer be constrained. Unfortunately he had not succeeded. The recent lithography machine incident had worried him so much that his hair was almost gone, leaving him gloomy all day. But today he was exceptionally excited. So excited that he nearly jumped out of the solar system. Because Yang Weigua had told him that Suyu was going to send him something good. It went without saying, it must be about the lithography machine. Grandpa, the computer is on. Please don't get too excited. Hu Mingliang rushed over, kicked his grandson off his chair and scolded, you're both young lads, but Suyu is as brilliant as the sun while you're nothing but broken glass. And you can't even reflect light. After the scolding, Hu Mingliang put on his glasses and opened his email. Holy shit! Hu Mingliang shouted. It really was the lithography machine technology. And it was an enhanced version. With just a quick glance, Hu Mingliang felt his blood surge as if a ray of sunlight had fallen upon him. He rushed back to Lunka Academy. He urgently summoned all the talents in the chip field for a grand meeting. God, Su is forever the best. At the meeting everyone could only repeat that one sentence. Before manufacturing the enhanced lithography machine we must first apply for a patent in Suyu's name, Hu Mingliang said at the end of the meeting. That is only right. Not long after, Shenlong announced that from then on it would no longer cooperate with ASML. The lithography machine technology had been developed by Suyu and it was an enhanced version. Why make such a high-profile announcement when they could keep such advanced technology secret? Because they had already mastered it, there was no need to remain low-key. The official statement sent the internet into an uproar. Only a few days after ASML's announcement, Suyu had developed an enhanced lithography machine. It was utterly phenomenal. Suyu is our god. At ASML's headquarters, Avon sat in his office chair watching Shenlong's announcement. Enhanced lithography machine. Avon sneered contemptuously. They had specialized in lithography machines for over a decade and had only reached 5 nanometers. Yet Shenlong claimed to have an enhanced lithography machine more advanced than ASML's. Absolutely impossible. It had only been a few days. Even the most brilliant person could not achieve that. A bald man said that Suyu is very talented, it's possible he really did it. Another man with thick hair, a sign of intelligence, sneered and offered his insight, no matter how talented Suyu is he couldn't possibly have done it. Shenlong's announcement is entirely a scheme. To make the world think ASML's lithography machines are obsolete, cut off our business and force us into a panic. And then buy our lithography machines at a low price. The others all agreed. Shenlong's real intention was ASML's lithography machine. In the laboratory. A week had passed. The nanorobots had taken shape. After several days of study and Suyu's guidance, Yan Wenjun's knowledge had skyrocketed.
More importantly, her thinking ability had greatly improved. After a morning of research, Suyu was resting in a chair.
Yan Wenjun was giving him a massage.
By now she had grown accustomed to massaging Suyu and regarded it as a pleasure. Suyu had also gotten used to it, no longer feeling awkward. Academician Hus lithography machine has been manufactured. This speed is beyond my expectations. The technology of lithography machines is extremely demanding. Any single mistake could render all previous efforts futile. Manufacturing a single lithography machine takes a full year just for installation and calibration. Yet Hu Mingliang and his team managed to build a lithography machine in just a few days.
An enhanced version no less superior even to the EUV lithography machine.
An academician side, if we weren't so pressed for time, we could have made an even better machine.
Right now it's only 2 nanometers. 2 nanometers is already unbeatable. ASML smallest is just 5 nanometers, Hu Mingliang said gratefully. We owe it all to Suyu. Without his technology and detailed analysis, we wouldn't have been able to produce a 2 nanometer lithography machine in such a short time.
The others nodded in agreement. This was the mark of a true genius. The achievements of just a few days were heights they could never reach in a lifetime. Now that we have the lithography machine, we need to start manufacturing chips quickly.
Everyone was thrilled. What should we name the new chip? Someone suggested, how about Suyu?
I think that works. The others agreed.
Let's ask Suyu first, see if he's okay with it. Hu Mingliang didn't assume. He sent an email to consult Suyu's opinion.
Suyu replied quickly. What did Sushin say? Hu Mingliang said he said using his name for the chip would be too low, and suggested Longxin instead.
The name Longxin is great.
Sushin really knows how to name things.
I agree. Same here. At ASML headquarters, Iwan was sitting in his office savoring his coffee contentedly.
Delicious. Iwan smacked his lips. He was in a good mood because Pia Piao had sent him a batch of orders.
Standing by Pia Piao was the wisest choice. Iwan smiled faintly.
The secretary said happily, exactly.
After all these years of groveling to Pia Piao, we're finally seeing some returns. Groveling.
This is cooperation.
Iwan retorted, infuriated. Oh, right.
The secretary quickly apologized, admitting she had misspoken. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Iwan glared at her, then shifted the topic. I heard that Shenlong has built a lithography machine, an enhanced version claiming to be 2 nanometers.
And they've announced the production of a 2 nanometer Longxin chip. The secretary nodded. How ridiculous. Bragging so much, aren't they afraid of biting their tongues? Iwan declared confidently, if it's true we'll jump out of this window right now.
The secretary kindly reminded him, sir, this is the 2nd floor.
You won't die. Then he'll take the elevator to the 28th floor. A knock on the door came, urgent and rapid. Something big might have happened.
A man rushed in and said hastily, bad news, Shenlong's Longxin.
Spit it out. Iwan urged, a bad feeling creeping in. Shenlong's Longxin chip has captured 10 of our market share in just one day.
And our stock is plummeting.
How is that possible? Iwan couldn't believe it. Their chip is 2 nanometers. And our 5 nanometer one can't compete. This.
Iwan was dumbfounded, repeating, what should I do? If we can just produce a chip more advanced than 2 nanometers, we'll be fine, the secretary suggested, proud of her cleverness.
Slap.
A palm struck her face.
Iwan vented his rage on the secretary. Are you a fool?
Iwan's eyes bulged, veins bulging on his forehead, roaring like thunder. If I could make a 1 nanometer chip, would I be this worried? The secretary's eyes welled with tears of grievance. The staff member who had reported the situation quietly slipped out.
He knew. With the CEO's reaction like this, ASML's bankruptcy was not far off.
It was time to find a new employer. Suyu said in surprise, the chips are already produced. Academician Hus speed is beyond my expectations. Yes, the Longxin chip has barely entered the market and already dominates the entire chip industry.
ASML is on the verge of bankruptcy. Xiao's excited voice rang out. Why are you so free? Go back to work.
No freedom for the working class, no salary, and relentless exploitation. Xiao whimpered like a little rabbit bullied by a big bad wolf. Suyu felt a pang of guilt. After all, Xiao had been instrumental in helping with countless tasks these days.
You can take a rest.
Of course, master. If you need me, I'm ready to go through fire and water. Xiao's voice dripped with exaggerated sweetness.
Just shut up.
Suyu rolled his eyes, ignoring Xiao, and continued browsing the latest news.
Beside him, Yan Wenjun was also surfing the internet.
Although she usually got her information from newspapers, seeing how much fun Suyu had online, she couldn't resist trying it herself.
It wasn't bad.
Teacher, all the trending topics on Weibo are about you, Yen Wenjun said in amazement.
Stay calm. As a researcher I shouldn't be obsessed with fame. The Longshin chip is invincible. It has overturned the entire chip industry and shocked the world. Teacher, you hold the patent for the lithography machine. Can you make a lot of money? Yen Wenjun's eyes sparkled.
That patent alone brings in hundreds of billions a year.
But I'm not interested in money. I just want to focus on technology.
Suyu remained unmoved.
Teacher, you are truly lofty and admirable. I am in awe.
Yen Wenjun looked at him with the adoration of a devoted fan.
Enough rest. Time to continue research. The nanorobot had already been manufactured. There was only one.
Suyu took a damaged cell, placed it in a culture medium and used the nanorobot to repair it.
Xiaowei, keep a close eye on the data. Report any anomalies immediately. Suyu commanded. Got it.
The screen displayed the conditions inside the culture medium with perfect clarity.
Suyu gave the nanorobot an instruction.
The nanorobot seemed to come to life, approaching the damaged cell and slowly beginning the repair.
Suyu stared at the screen without blinking. His expression was intensely focused.
Master, this nanorobot isn't refined enough, the repair speed is quite slow. Xiaowei pointed out the issue.
Indeed, Suyu nodded. We made a small error in the earlier process, but fortunately it doesn't ruin the overall result.
Yen Wenjun lowered her head in shame. Because the error had occurred during her work. Suyu patted her shoulder gently and comforted her. You're still a novice.
It's normal to have minor issues. Just be more careful next time. Yen Wenjun nodded solemnly. Master, the results are here. How is it? All data is normal. The cells have been repaired. We did it. A soft sticky voice rang out, brimming with excitement. That's wonderful.
Yen Wenjun leaped to her feet, her slightly dark cheeks flushed with crimson from the thrill. Tears glistened in her eyes.
Suyu cast a glance at her, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He did not ask the reason.
He simply instructed Xiaowei save the manufacturing process.
It has been saved. Excellent. Leave the next step to you. Mass-produce a batch of nanobots.
Suyu issued the command. Due to Yen Wenjun's mistake, the first nanobot was barely satisfactory.
It was merely a human error. The manufacturing process itself was flawless. Having Xiaowei carry out mass production would avoid the blemishes introduced by Yen Wenjun. This was the terrifying power of artificial intelligence, it could eliminate human errors. Okay.
Yen Wenjun composed herself, walked over and asked, can the nanobots kill cells?
Certainly, Suyu nodded. Repairing cells is harder than killing them. Since we can repair, we can certainly kill. Can they kill cancer cells?
Yen Wenjun's clear eyes seemed to flicker with a glimmer of light.
Eh?
Suyu gazed at her in surprise.
How did you know my next move?
Next we need to find a cancer patient and extract cancer cells.
Yen Wenjun interjected, wouldn't it be more effective to test inside a human body? That's true, Suyu nodded.
But conducting human trials means treating a person like a lab rat.
Even if the patient is willing, the family likely won't consent.
Yen Wenjun said resolutely, I am willing.
Ha!
Suyu was bewildered, feeling as if they were on different wavelengths.
My mother has cancer. Terminal. She has only 1 month left. Yen Wenjun's eyes reddened, brimming with tears.
Though she struggled to suppress her grief, her delicate frame trembled uncontrollably.
Suyu was stunned. He did not know much about Yen Wenjun's family.
He only knew she had a mother, but not that her mother suffered from cancer.
Unaccustomed to comforting others, Suyu did not know what to say.
He could only stand there watching Yen Wenjun sob. Then suddenly she embraced him. Suyu hesitated for a moment, then reached out and gently patted her back. In TV dramas, that was how one comforted someone who was hugged.
Suyu followed suit.
In his heart there was no romantic affection for Yen Wenjun. He regarded her merely as his student and a child who needed care. When Yen Wenjun had cried enough, she realized her impropriety and sprang back like a coiled spring. She lowered her head, saying nothing, her cheeks flushed crimson. She lifted her head to steal a glance at Suyu, only to see the mark she had left on his shoulder, a faint smear of mucus.
Should I wipe it off or not? Yen Wenjun was caught in agonizing indecision, utterly at a loss. Don't be too sad.
I developed this nanobot for difficult and complex diseases. Even terminal cancer can be cured, Suyu said confidently.
Yen Wenjun sniffled and nodded.
She believed unconditionally in Suyu's words. Even if Suyu said that roosters lay eggs, she would believe it.
Given your mother's condition,
It's better to treat her early. Go back first and discuss with her whether she is willing to undergo human trials. If not, bring some cancer cells here. Once the experiment succeeds, we can treat her. Suyu said with a grave expression.
I'll go right now. Yan Wenjun was extremely excited.
After walking a few steps, she suddenly remembered something and turned back.
Teacher, let me wipe your sweat.
A giant question mark appeared over Suyu's head, for he was not hot and had not sweated, but he did not refuse. Yan Wenjun took out a tissue, first pretending to wipe the non-existent sweat from Suyu's forehead, then moved to his shoulder. She found that the mucus had dried.
It was almost invisible. To Suyu's surprise, Yan Wenjun brought her mother over the very next day.
Yan's mother was in her 40s but looked like a 70-year-old crone. Her hair was sparse and thin, her face haggard and weary, her body withered like a stick of wood. Yet she was remarkably optimistic.
So this is Suyu. Handsome indeed. First time I've seen such a handsome person.
Yan's mother was quite familiar, asking her daughter to wheel her over and chatting with Suyu. After the small talk, Suyu learned about her condition.
Auntie, you need to think carefully. The current nanobot technology is not yet mature.
Before Suyu could finish, Yan's mother interrupted. It will mature eventually.
Consider me a sacrifice for science. Suyu was embarrassed.
He realized that Yan's mother did not actually believe she could be cured.
But that was understandable. First, let your mother lie down in the CT scanner. Suyu instructed Yan Wenjun. The CT scanner had been modified by Suyu, endowed with far more terrifying capabilities.
If exposed, it would certainly cause a stir in the medical world.
Shall I inject all the nanobots?
Received. At present there were only 100 nanobots. They could not completely annihilate the cancer cells.
They only needed to be able to kill them. All nanobots have been injected, Xiao's voice announced.
Suyu commanded. Good.
Have them all converge to one location. Begin scanning for abnormal cells.
Detected a large number of abnormal cells.
Lock onto one and begin elimination.
Received.
Inside Yan's mother's body, the nanobots were like an army.
They discovered a vast horde of enemy cells, targeted a single one and stabbed it with their myriad spears.
Then they devoured it. Elimination successful. Well done.
Suyu praised.
Standing nearby, Yan Wenjun could not help and could only fret. Maybe you should go back. Suyu suggested.
Yan Wenjun shook her head.
Though I can't help much, I can wipe your sweat. Suyu said nothing, instead observing Yan's mother's condition. Lock onto all cells of the same type in this area and eliminate them all.
Suyu gave the order. The 100 nanobots were controlled by Xiaowei, who in turn took commands from Suyu.
Received. The 100 nanobots, facing a legion of cancer cells, showed no fear.
They charged forward bravely.
Even if there are thousands, I will go.
The situation is favorable. The cancer cells are being routed and slaughtered. Upon hearing Xiao's voice, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief.
Yan Wenjun broke into a smile.
But suddenly, Xiao's panicked voice rang out. Bad news. The situation has changed.
The cancer cells have mutated. With the current level of medical science, cancer is almost incurable. Unlike normal cells, cancer cells possess three major characteristics: infinite proliferation, transformability, and easy metastasis. What is suffocating is the transformability. Cancer cells can mutate. And at a very fast rate.
When a method to deal with these cells is developed, they transform into another type, creating a vicious cycle that leaves people exhausted.
Don't panic.
Suyu said calmly. Same procedure. Let the nanobots detect the mutated cancer cells.
If they can be detected, they can be eliminated. This meant that the nanobots were a complete success.
If not, it was no big deal. Just a few improvements would yield the desired results.
Roger.
Detecting the mutated cells.
The most nervous person on the scene was undoubtedly Yan Wenjun.
Her delicate body was tense without a single moment of relaxation as beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. She stared unblinkingly at the screen, afraid of missing even a single piece of information, while silently praying frantically.
Detection successful.
As Xiao's voice rang out, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief.
He knew. The nanobots had completely succeeded. This tiny cancer could no longer stir up any trouble. It was firmly under control.
Eliminate the mutated cancer cells.
Roger.
On the battlefield, a small number of enemies had donned other clothing, disguising themselves as unrelated third parties.
Attempting to escape.
Letting them go would be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Soon they would grow strong and become another troublesome hostile force. Fortunately, the nanobots had piercing eyes.
They saw through them.
Rushing forward, they impaled these disguised ones with a flurry of halberds.
Success!
Yen Wenjun shouted, her oval face flushed with excitement.
Xiaowei shut down the equipment. At Suye's command, all the equipment was shut down.
Yen Wenjun hurried over and helped her mother out.
Can it really be cured?
Yan's mother asked, her voice filled with doubt and surprise. Inside the CT machine she had heard everything from outside, stunned but reluctant to believe. Really, Teacher Su was very capable. Yen Wenjun said, tears glistening in her eyes.
Auntie, don't worry. Suyu walked over and said confidently, in 2 days I'll give you the treatment. I guarantee you'll be just like a normal person afterward. What about the treatment cost? Yan's mother hesitated. Needless to say, curing cancer would be extremely expensive, at least $1 million. Not only did she not have $1 million, but even if she did, she wouldn't spend it on treatment. With that money, wouldn't it be better to leave it to her daughter? Why waste it on herself? Mom!
Yen Wenjun cried out, I'll do whatever it takes to raise the money to cure you. The bond between mother and daughter was deep. It moved Suyu deeply. He spoke up, this treatment will be free. Teacher, I'll write you an IOU. Yen Wenjun was deeply touched but still held to her principles. It's not just for you too. Suyu took a step to the side, gazing at the sky outside the window, his figure suddenly towering. My nanobots will benefit all of Shenlong's people. Any patient with a difficult or incurable disease can be treated for free. Disaster and fortune befall men as the moon waxes and wanes. Fortune is fine. But when disaster strikes, it can be a catastrophic calamity. For instance, some families after toiling day and night finally achieve a good life. But suddenly, a family member is diagnosed with a terminal illness, leaving them unprepared, devastated, and even drowning in debt. The already impoverished families need no mention. How tragic indeed. What Suyu intended to do was to completely eliminate this fearsome menace so that ordinary people of Shenlong would never be reduced to destitution and despair by disease. Teacher! Tears streamed down Yen Wenjun's face like pearls from a broken string. Those tears carried complex emotions, including a sense of pride in being a Shenlong citizen. In Yen Wenjun's eyes, Suyu was radiating light, no longer a mere mortal but a god who saved the suffering. Withdrawing his gaze, Suyu turned to Yen Wenjun and her mother, smiling gently. The treatment 2 days from now might be a bit special. I hope you can cooperate. Okay. For this mother and daughter, not to mention cooperation, they would even brave the deepest fires and the highest seas. That evening, Suyu updated his Weibo. He announced that he would cure a cancer patient and invited friends from all over to witness. Ticket price 1 million. Only 20 spots available. As soon as this Weibo post was published, it unsurprisingly shot to the top of the hot search list. Netizens were left in awe. Cancer can be cured. Am I not time traveling? Come on, someone piss on me to wake me up, I don't want to dream anymore. Suyu is the GOAT. After browsing through the comments, Suyu smiled faintly. His goal was not the ticket money. A mere 20 million. Suyu's intention was not the small sum but the big fortune. Suyu's Weibo was followed not only by Shenlong's people but also by foreigners. Especially the wealthy magnates. Bei Er was a foreigner. And a very rich one. How rich? His assets amounted to 500 billion. But unfortunately he had a terminal illness with only 6 months left to live. How tragic. A man about to die with a mountain of money unspent. Spending it all before death was impossible. Let me scroll through Shenlong's Weibo. And then go out to have some fun with the girls. Bei Er sighed. He was about to die, so he might as well enjoy life while he still had the energy. This. As soon as he logged into his account, Bei Er saw a Weibo post that made his breath quicken. His Weibo followed only beautiful streamers and Suyu. The post was exactly from Suyu. He can cure terminal illnesses. Bei Er jumped up in excitement. He believed in Suyu's words. A 17-year-old prodigy who had developed controlled nuclear fusion technology proved the Riemann hypothesis and built a 2-nanometer lithography machine. Curing terminal illnesses was only natural, wasn't it? Bei Er called his butler. I want Suyu's tickets within 1 minute. Sold out, the butler said helplessly. 32. 12. 3. 2. Got it. The butler quickly said. I want the fastest plane ticket within 1 minute. The fastest flight to Shenlong is at 9 a.m. tomorrow. The butler reported. Get me a private plane within 1 minute. The 20 tickets sold out in just 1 second. The most absurd thing was that on the foreign internet some wealthy individuals offered up to 1 billion for a single ticket, hoping someone would sell theirs. But none were available. Suyu didn't care about the tickets, he was busy preparing the nanobots. In the laboratory. Little A, please hurry up and produce enough nanobots.
The surgery was tomorrow and she needed enough nanobots, so Suyu had to urge Lilila. Master, rest assured. Even if I have to die, I will produce enough nanobots for you. Highly commendable.
Suyu nodded with satisfaction.
Master, are you moved? Ooh, even I am moved. Damn. That voice again.
On a normal day Suyu would have scolded her, but now he needed her, so he endured it.
Start working, boo.
Before little A could finish her boo-hoo, Suyu bolted.
That whiny girl, I really wanna punch her to death.
Suyuside left the laboratory and strolled through the campus of Shinlong University of Science and Technology.
The sky was like a blue cloth with a few cotton balls placed on it.
The sun was gentle.
A breeze came by carrying away Suyu's fatigue. He sat on a rock gazing at the mirror-like lake.
Casually he noticed a couple on the opposite side of the lake.
See no evil. Suyu quickly looked away.
Then he asked Longshi, have you ever been in love?
No.
Longshi shook her head.
Why not give it a try?
Suyu glanced at her. She wasn't young anymore, probably around 28 or 29. I once said that whoever can beat me in a fight I will marry him. Suyu asked curiously, has no one challenged you?
There was one.
I beat him so badly he stayed in the hospital for 3 years. Since then no one has challenged me.
I hope you find your Mr. Right soon.
Suyu sighed inwardly. Given this elder sister's terrifying martial prowess, she would probably end up alone for life.
Folks, this live stream ends here. Bye-bye.
A clumsy Shinlong dialect reached Suyu's ears, catching his attention.
Not far away a foreign student appeared. Suyu's position was well hidden, so the student didn't see him.
He sat on a stone bench, looked around and started a video call with a friend. My friend, are you interested in coming to Shinlong to develop? Since the foreign student was wearing earphones, Suyu could only hear his words, not his friend's.
Shinlong is hard to make a living. It's hilarious. I've only been streaming for a few days and I've already made hundreds of thousands.
My friend, I tell you, to develop in Shinlong you don't need talent. You just need to say a few words.
I love Shinlong. Shinlong is my second home.
Hearing these words, Suyu was both angry and pained because he couldn't refute the man's claims.
Suyu didn't say a word.
He just took out his phone and snapped a photo of the man.
In Shinlong, as long as you don't have Shinlong citizenship, you're the boss. Got it. Hurry up and come over.
After ending the call with his friend, the foreign student picked up a stone and tossed it into the lake.
The calm surface instantly rippled, creating layers of waves.
Shinlong people are so stupid. They actually believe it when I say I love this place. They don't realize that if they went to another place and locals asked if they liked it, they would also say they like it, wouldn't they? The foreign student shook his head, his face full of disdain, and then left. Suyu stepped out. He picked up a large rock and threw it into the lake. With a splash, a great spray of water erupted, startling the nearby fish that quickly swam away. People without Shinlong citizenship are the bosses. Suyu sneered. In a few days, open your dog eyes wide and see how lucky those with Shinlong citizenship are.
A large number of foreigners flew to Shinlong.
They were all wealthy or noble.
Their target was Shinlong University of Science and Technology. But only 20 people could enter because they had tickets.
Glancing at the 20 foreigners, a student sighed. 20 tickets and not a single Shinlong person got one.
How ignorant. Do we Shinlong people need tickets? His companion retorted.
Sushin has already invited several giants of the Shinlong medical community.
What does that have to do with us? We ordinary people can't see it, the student sighed.
His companion retorted again. Sushin is live streaming, we can watch the stream. You're so argumentative, go carry bricks at the construction site with me.
In the laboratory. 20 foreigners stood aside, not daring to speak, trembling. Beside them were 40 or 50 Shinlong people. All were invited by Suyu. Don't be nervous.
Suyu walked over and handed his phone to Yen Wengjun, asking her to host the live stream.
I'm not good with words, Yen Wengjun said weakly. No need to talk. Just turn off the tipping function and point the camera at the equipment. Before Yen Wengjun could speak, Suyu walked away to the equipment. Principal Yang, please help push Auntie in. The people Suyu invited were all from the medical field. Except for Yang Weigua, who shamelessly insisted on witnessing this historic moment. Yang Weigua pushed Yan's mother. I envy you being the first cancer patient cured by nanobots. You will surely be recorded in history. Yan's mother was speechless.
She just wanted to lift her wheelchair and smash it over this old fool's head.
Everyone look at the screen. These black dots are the abnormal cells inside Auntie's body. Suyu pointed at the screen and said to everyone. This CT machine is incredible.
The medical experts were all stunned.
Suyu gave the order "A inject the nanobots." Received. Successfully injected 10000 nanobots. Excellent. Suyu nodded. All forces attack. Eliminate all abnormal cells. Receive. These red dots are the nanobots.
They are attacking the black dots, which are the cancerous cells.
Suyu pointed upward.
Everyone stepped forward, staring intently at the screen.
Manhwaedit asked in surprise, why are these black dots different in size and shape?
Cancerous cells are not all the same. After explaining, Suyu shouted toward the corner. Wenjun, come a little closer and stand at the back.
The netizens can't see clearly. I heard foreigners have good eyesight. You 20 foreigners step back a bit. Don't crowd the front. Foreigners. Who said we have good eyesight? That's all rumors. Manhwaedit asked excitedly, did the red dots swallow the black dots?
Does that mean the cancer cells are killed?
Exactly. Why did some of the black dots change? Manhwaedit was puzzled. They mutated. Everyone was tense, staring at the screen.
They all knew that if the red dots could swallow the black dots, it proved that cancer could be cured by nanobots.
Only Suyu and Wenjun remained perfectly calm. The most vexing aspect of cancer cells is their propensity for mutation.
Otherwise they might have been eradicated long ago. The assembled crowd murmured amongst themselves.
Do you think it will succeed? I doubt it. It can only lock onto the cells before mutation. After mutation it must reacquire. Foolish. Manhwaedit approached, his expression displeased. Professor Su's experiment is bound to succeed without a doubt.
Otherwise he wouldn't have orchestrated such a grand spectacle.
Sound reasoning. Quick, the red dot is moving.
Everyone's heartbeat accelerated, especially the towering figures of the medical world, who were tense to the extreme, their gazes fixed on every movement on the screen. Upon the screen the red dot advanced, drawing near the mutating black dot and beginning to devour it. The entire process lasted but an instant, yet to the onlookers it felt as though an eternity had passed.
It's a success. Cheers erupted. The most elated were the medical luminaries, their eyes brimming with tears, trembling with excitement as if struck by a palsy. This old man has witnessed history. To see cancer cured, I can die without regret.
Within Yan's mother a vast number of cancer cells remained.
Not all had been eradicated. The nanorobots waged a grueling battle. Yet everyone knew that a cure was an inevitability.
Suyu walked over and said calmly, cancer cells can mutate. After mutation they become a different type of cancer cell, yet they still bear a faint resemblance to the original.
The nanorobots can detect these subtle similarities, thereby locking onto the mutated cells. The audience understood.
They applauded wildly, nearly clapping their hands sore. Stop, Suyu gestured for silence.
The treatment of Yan's mother was underway and it was inappropriate to be too boisterous.
The crowd instantly fell into hushed reverence. Within Yan's mother's body a fierce battle raged. Confronted by a surging tide of enemies, the nanorobots showed no fear, charging forward with valor. They fought bravely, routing the enemy like beaten dogs.
Master, the treatment is complete.
Suyu approached, powered down the device and opened the treatment chamber. Yan's mother lay within, pale and utterly weakened, yet a touch more rosy than before. Wenjun, overcome with emotion, rushed over.
Auntie is still very weak, don't speak to her. Suyu stopped her and asked Manhwaedit, has the ambulance arrived? It's already outside. Have them come in and take Auntie to the hospital. Suyu nodded.
Yan's mother was in an extremely fragile state.
She required recuperation and a period of observation in the hospital. Suyu patted Wenjun's shoulder. Go to the hospital with Auntie first.
But here. Suyu took the phone from her hand, handed it to Manhwaedit for the live stream and smiled slightly.
It's fine. Filial piety comes first.
After Yan's mother was taken away by the medical staff, the crowd grew restless, especially the 20 foreigners. One stepped forward and asked Professor Su, how much does this nanorobot cancer treatment cost?
Could you introduce yourself?
Suyu did not answer but politely inquired about his identity.
My name is Bayer, a foreigner. I don't have much money, only 500 billion. Bayer answered truthfully. Do you wish to be treated? Yes. Bayer nodded. Suyu raised one finger. 10 million.
The other foreigners were startled. That price seemed incredibly cheap to them.
Suyu shook his head. It's 10 billion.
The foreigners drew in a sharp breath.
10 billion was an astronomical sum.
Even the wealthiest foreigners could hardly part with such an amount. A price so high, why not just rob? Suyu smiled, his expression unruffled.
This is under the premise of mutual consent.
I name my price. If you accept, I treat you.
If you don't, I won't force you.
The foreigners were rendered speechless. Only Bayer was extremely agitated.
10 billion is not expensive. Not just 10 billion, even 100 billion I would be willing to pay.
Bayer quickly showed his eagerness. Compared to his life, a mere 10 billion was trivial. Then make it 100 billion.
Suyu said amicably. One cannot refuse the wishes of international friends.
Bayer.
Just kidding.
Suyu turned serious.
I am a man of principle.
I said 10 billion, so it's 10 billion.
Not a penny less for treatment, not a penny more. Professor Su, I love you.
Bayer said excitedly.
Suyu's face darkened.
He said to Bayer, go register your name first.
I'll treat you in a few days. All right. Yang Weiguo approached.
The price is so steep. How can ordinary people afford treatment? The majority of the livestream viewers were common folk. They couldn't come up with 10 billion, not even 1 million. They hoped Suyu would offer a price for the common people.
Ordinary people cannot afford it. Suyu's expression remained calm. But the Shenlong people can afford it.
Why?
Yang Weiguo's eyes lit up. He was shrewd enough to grasp Suyu's implication.
Suyu declared with conviction, because for Shenlong people it's free. Why? A foreigner protested loudly. Why are you Shenlong people free while we foreigners have to pay 10 billion?
The other foreigners chimed in. Exactly. We're all human, everyone should be treated equally. We foreigners want it free too.
Why? Suyu sneered. This research project was funded by Shenlong, not by you. The fruits of Shenlong are to be enjoyed by all Shenlong people.
We can also fund it.
The foreigners offered.
Shenlong has money, we don't need your funding.
Suyu refused without hesitation.
Mr.
Bayer, what do you think of my approach?
Absolutely no problem.
This is Shenlong's achievement. It can be shared freely with Shenlong people but not with outsiders.
They must pay. Bayer cooperated fully. His life depended on Suyu's treatment. He dared not offend him. Suyu smiled slightly and gave Bayer a friendly glance.
Then he stepped before the livestream camera and announced in a voice as clear as a bell, this nano-robot technology will be provided free of charge to every Shenlong person suffering from a terminal illness. However, the Shenlong people I refer to are those with Shenlong nationality, not including those of other nationalities.
The world pursues foreign nationality eagerly,
yet they do not know that Shenlong nationality is the hardest to obtain.
Suyu's words moved the netizens to tears.
Regret not for being born in Jojo. In the next life I will still be a Shenlong person. How fortunate I am to be a Shenlong person. Long live Shenlong.
Long live Suyu.
Suyu walked over, his eyes sharpening. Your purpose for coming to Shenlong is not to cure cancer.
He was referring to the 19 foreigners aside from Bayer.
Professor Su lives up to his reputation, a truly intelligent man, said a foreigner, giving a thumbs up in praise. His name was Tom. His hair was gray, his face like cracked bark, an old man. A famous old man known not for his contributions but for his
Let me guess your purpose.
Suyu revealed a faint smile, strolling over to Tom and placing his hand on his shoulder.
It's to extend your lifespan, isn't it?
Impressive, Tom said, astonished that he had been guessed correctly. Suyu smiled faintly, saying nothing.
It was easy to guess. In life people live for money, power and women. The wealthy who have all these fear death the most. Yang Weiguo standing nearby was stunned. Extend lifespan. The viewers in the livestream were also dumbfounded.
Suyu raised his voice. Nanobots have another important function, repairing cells. Aging is caused by cellular aging. If we can repair aging cells, can't we delay the rate of aging?
Yang Weiguo nodded, asking in amazement, theoretically could we achieve immortality? I don't know yet. Because we don't know if an organ cells can be repeatedly repaired, allowing the organ to keep functioning indefinitely.
But delaying aging is beyond doubt, Suyu said seriously. The viewers were excited.
Who doesn't want to live longer? Actually, some don't.
Inside the live stream, two groups appeared.
The viewers' comments were all visible to Suyu.
He chuckled, viewers, compared to these old men you are fortunate.
Yang Weiguo was also an old man. He felt slightly offended but couldn't help asking why. Because the environment has improved.
Bathing in the environment of green mountains and clear waters, people can benefit, especially the young who can live at least 10 years longer.
Yang Weiguo agreed. With the garbage cleared, the environment was improving. After a few breaths of clean air, he even felt his back no longer ached and his legs no longer hurt.
Suyu continued, as for those viewers who worry that a longer life means more years of labor, don't worry.
Shenlong is growing stronger and will become a mighty dragon in a few years.
When Shenlong becomes prosperous and strong, the welfare for its people will naturally be very high. Tom, who had been left aside, grew anxious and couldn't help interrupting. Professor Su, now that you know our purpose, can you help us extend our lifespan?
Yes, I can.
Suyu nodded and declared to the live stream, I know many wealthy foreigners are watching.
You want to extend your lives and I can do it. How much will it cost? Tom asked excitedly.
Suyu gave a friendly smile, since we all live on the same planet, I'll give you a fair price. Tom breathed a sigh of relief, having expected Suyu to demand an exorbitant price, but it turned out he had misjudged him.
Extending 1 year costs 100 billion, 10 years costs 999 billion. Suyu said calmly. As technology advances, human lifespan will inevitably increase.
He believed that within a few years the average lifespan could be raised by decades. Before that, if someone wanted to extend their life and offered a large amount of money, why refuse? Use this money to develop technology and benefit the people of Shenlong, isn't that a good deal?
More importantly, manufacturing nanobots requires considerable cost. The Shenlong people receive it for free.
Naturally, the cost must be recouped from other channels.
Tom was dumbfounded. It was too expensive.
With his wealth, he could only afford to extend his life by 50-odd years.
50-odd years. Tom's eyes lit up. In those 50 years he could accumulate even more wealth.
As long as employees work hard, earning 100 billion a year is a piece of cake for a boss.
I won't force anyone. If you're not willing.
Before Suyu could finish, Tom interrupted eagerly, I'm willing. Professor Su, can you extend my life by 10 years first? When a person dies, everything is gone.
Only by living can one enjoy life. Extending life is expensive but worth it. Then go register. Also, wealthy foreigners watching the livestream, if you want to extend your life, sign up quickly.
If there are too many applicants and you're slow, you might kick the bucket while waiting in line.
The livestream ended.
Yang Weiguo walked over and patted Suyu on the shoulder. From today on, you're the biggest capitalist in the world.
Exaggerated. Yang Weiguo smiled. Not at all. The wealthy all fear death. Those tycoons will come to you for life extension, handing you a fortune. It's like they're working for you. Unfortunately, I can't make too much money.
Suyu sighed. Once technology advances and overall human lifespan is long, there will be no need for life extension.
Do you know how much you made today?
Suyu looked up and asked how much.
Just the deposits are over 1 trillion. The total orders won't be less than 50 trillion. That much.
Suyu was greatly shocked.
This was far more than Shenlong's annual revenue. You underestimate the wealthy.
In those places, wealth is almost entirely in the hands of the rich.
And the applicants are billionaires from all over the world.
Especially the old tycoons on the rich list, all of them signed up.
Suyu nodded.
The rich were truly dripping with oil.
It's a pity he couldn't keep fleecing them forever. Suyu chuckled. Aren't they afraid he'll take the money and run?
During the live stream, some viewers recorded the screen.
After it ended, they uploaded it online and it instantly went viral. On Shenlong's internet, people were celebrating with fireworks. Some rejoiced, others worried. On foreign networks, the atmosphere was completely different, full of envy and resentment. The online storm did not bother Suyu.
He was writing the proof of the Zhou conjecture. He learned from Yang Weiguo that the mathematicians who stayed in Shenlong had mastered the Shenlong language and could communicate normally.
It was time to let them shine.
However, to make the ox plow, one must first feed it grass. And that grass was the proof of the Zhou conjecture.
Finally finished.
Suyu stood up and stretched his back. With the system's reward, he had proven the Zhou conjecture without even thinking. This kind of behavior, reaping without sowing, was extremely satisfying.
Let me sleep first. Tomorrow we'll go see my oxen. The mathematicians
who remained in Shenlong were gathered together and taught the Shenlong language uniformly. Being a group of intelligent individuals, their learning progress was remarkably fast. Of course, it was not merely a simple instruction of the Shenlong language, they had to subtly infuse their own intentions. A gradual influence was necessary, allowing them to understand Shenlong's history, customs, and its attitude toward the world. We've been staying in Shenlong for so long, and Mr.
Su still hasn't given us the proof process for the other conjectures. Is he messing with us? Maybe.
Perhaps.
Probably.
A few mathematicians began to waver.
Fools. Merji walked over and launched into a tirade.
What kind of figure is Professor Su?
Would he mess with you? You're not even worthy. Moreover, allowing you to stay in Shenlong is a blessing, don't be ungrateful.
The several mathematicians fell silent. Professor Su is here, someone shouted, and everyone's gaze converged on the door.
Suyu, dressed in casual clothes and full of vitality, appeared before the mathematician. He greeted them amicably. Someone saw a stack of papers in Suya's hand and their eyes instantly lit up. Mr. Su, is that the proof of a mathematical conjecture in your hand? Indeed, Suyu nodded. Which mathematical conjecture? The mathematicians quickly asked. Suyu gave a slight smile. Zhou's conjecture. Zhou's conjecture was proposed by a mathematician from Shenlong in 1992. For the past 30 years it had yet to be proven. Although not as formidable as the Riemann hypothesis, it was still an extremely important conjecture in the mathematical world. The mathematicians were all thrilled. Like hungry wolves, their eyes gleamed with a predatory light fixed on the documents in Suya's hand, ready to pounce at any moment. Everyone calmed down. I only have one copy here, Suyu said, waving the papers in his hand to signal everyone to stay composed. The mathematicians could not calm down. Like people drowning, the sooner they saw the proof, the sooner they could breathe oxygen and be saved. They were all impatient. Mr. Su, give me the proof in your hand and I'll agree to anything you say. Give it to me. I have a granddaughter who was exactly 150 centimeters tall this year. Dare to fight me? Watch me use the monkey steals the peach technique. Then I'll give you a butt upward flat sand falling wild goose style. The scene became as chaotic as a vegetable market with endless quarrels. Suyu quickly said, although I only have one copy here, there are hundreds more behind me. Oh. The mathematicians instantly quieted down. The proof of Zhou's conjecture has arrived. With a loud shout, Yang Weiguo brought 2 students and pushed a cart of documents over. All were copies of the proof. The mathematicians pounced on them like wolves, each grabbing a copy, and sat down on the floor without caring whether it was dirty. Their expressions were rapturous. Marvelous. This line of reasoning is absolutely brilliant. Mr. Su is my eternal god. What are your plans for these mathematicians? Yang Weiguo walked over and patted Suyu on the shoulder. The higher-ups had instructed that since Suyu had kept these mathematicians, he had the authority to arrange them. There's no rush for now, Suyu said with a faint smile, pulling out a document and handing it over seriously. Take a look at this first. Yang Weiguo took it and read it carefully. It was the profile of a foreign exchange student, also a student at Shenlong University of Science and Technology. Yang Weiguo was puzzled, not knowing what Suyu intended. Suyu said gravely, turn it over. Yang Weiguo did so. He instantly became furious. The information on the back was all about the exchange students' misdeeds, densely packed and too numerous to record. Harassing Shenlong female students, acting one way in public and another in private, earning money from netizens' tips while cursing them as fools, and most infuriatingly engaging in slanderous acts against Shenlong. This foreign exchange student was the one Suyu had seen by the lake. What a son of a dog, Yang Weiguo fumed. Such a wolf-hearted person, I'll expel him. Is it just him? Suyu said meaningfully. You mean the other exchange students? Principal Yang hesitated. But I can't expel them all, I can only make an example of one. Is that all? Suyu's expression changed and he sneered. Foreign exchange students come to Shenlong to study in top-tier institutions, receive generous scholarships, and while they're enjoying themselves they call us fools and idiots. You say make an example of one. Sorry, I'm thinking of getting rid of both the chicken and the monkey because they don't bring us any substantial benefit. Suyu's attitude startled Yang Weiguo, who quickly said, but they do help. You mean the international student quota? Suyu laughed, not with joy but with disdain. In the ranking of world universities, besides papers and teaching resources, there is another indicator: the number of international students. The more international students, the higher the indicator and the better the ranking. These rules are all set by the West. Whether a university is excellent depends on the quality of its students and the richness of its teaching resources, not a cold ranking. Moreover, the rules of this ranking are set by others. If we want a ranking, we should set our own rules according to our own conditions. Suyu's words silenced Yang Weiguo. Why do Shenlong's universities generally lag behind in world rankings? Because they focus too much on empty fame and forget their original purpose. Every word from Suyu was like a needle piercing Yang Weiguo's heart. After deep thought, Yang Weiguo said decisively, "Ill deal with all these exchange students. Spending a large amount of money to raise a pack of ungrateful wolves, what's the point?" Bold move. But I can only guarantee that Shenlong University of Science and Technology will have no exchange students. I can't control other schools, Principal Yang sighed. That's enough, Suyu smiled. But you misunderstood. I want you to expel only the rotten ones, not all the exchange students. What about the other schools? Not at all, Suyu shook his head, pointing at the mathematicians. There are so many universities in Shenlong, but the number of mathematicians is limited. They can't be distributed to every school. My idea is tell the principals of those universities that if they expel the rotten ones, they will be allocated mathematicians. The higher the expulsion rate, the more they get. This strategy is absolutely brilliant. Yang Weigui gave a thumbs up.
A gust of wind blew in from the window, sweeping away the withered leaves on the trees, leaving only the green ones. The tree, which had seemed somewhat lifeless, now brimmed with vitality. As soon as this move was carried out, the foreign exchange students exploded in an uproar. Those who remain in Shenlong are world-renowned mathematicians. Their achievements are monumental. Compared to them, what are the international students?
Nothing.
The universities in Shenlong acted swiftly, conducting thorough investigations of all international students and expelling those with a history of misconduct. There was no other choice. Had they acted slower, the mathematicians would have been allocated long ago.
This move shook the entire academic circle.
Among the foreign students, it was nothing short of an atomic bomb, virtually annihilating them all.
Hade was an international student. Studying in Shenlong, he could do nothing and still pass exams without even taking them. He received generous scholarships and frequented entertainment venues, indulging in pleasures happier than in paradise.
His assessment of Shenlong was just 4 words: rich but foolish. Such days passed swiftly. But they were about to end. This very morning Hade received a notice. He was expelled. Not only him, but his friends were also expelled.
What is this about? Hade was stunned. Shenlong had always treated them as honored guests, granting every request.
Why the sudden expulsion?
Basically all international students have been expelled just because that Su guy said. Can we tolerate this? Hade was enraged, slamming his fist on the table. Let's unite, take to the streets and protest, pressure Shenlong into inviting us back. And Su, you must apologize. Hade slapped him. Are you a pig brain? Shenlong won't make Su apologize. It doesn't matter if he apologizes or not. As long as we are invited back to study, it means he was wrong. What we want is the comfortable life here. We want money without work days of eating, drinking, and having fun everywhere. The other students chimed in. So they decided to act.
Hade organized all the expelled students to march on the streets in protest. It was spectacular. They kept shouting slogans. They blocked traffic and disrupted others' activities, arousing deep disgust among the Shenlong people. Everyone was cursing, "These blondies so arrogant, finally someone is putting them in their place." Suyu is right. Damn, these blondies, get lost or we'll run you over if you block the way. Hade couldn't understand the insults, but he could tell from their expressions that they were very agitated. Look, even the Shenlong people are angry for us. Hade pointed at the passers-by and laughed heartily. They are getting angrier. We will surely succeed. The students' actions alarmed the higher-ups. The higher-ups said, "How can you bear to let our international friends walk on the streets under the scorching sun? Then what should we do? Lock them up in jail, make them work on sewing machines for a month, weave enough cloth, then kick them up back to where they came from." Roger that. The blazing sun, continuously pouring heat down upon the earth. The international students were drenched in sweat. Hade wiped his sweat. My friends, hold on a little longer. Shenlong will soon send people to take us to a cool place and invite us back to study. A sharp-eyed person pointed in a direction. Look, what is that? Shenlong's vehicles. Great, Shenlong has finally come. Something's off. Why are they all armed? 10 green military vehicles drove over. A large number of soldiers descended, weapons in hand, surrounding Hade and his group. You are disturbing public order. You are now under arrest. The soldiers escorted Hade and the others into the vehicles and sped away. They were sent to a life of sewing machines. The incident of the international students made the news. It drew unanimous praise from netizens. Suyu, surfing the internet, also learned of this. He sneered, what a bunch of bastards, still daring to cause trouble. Resources are limited. Kicking out this trash and leaving better resources for Shenlong students, isn't that great? Sitting in his chair surfing for an hour, Suyu had a sore back and aching waist. He stood up and twisted his waist. If only Yen Wenjun were here. Suyu thought of Yen Wenjun, mainly her massage technique. It was really good. Yen Wenjun was still at the hospital taking care of her mother. Since I have time now, we'll go to the hospital to see my student and her mother. Suyu walked out, heading towards the hospital. After returning, he would need to prepare nanobots to treat Belle and prolong the lives of the wealthy. He couldn't just take money and not deliver, could he? Brother Dong was furious. He was sanctioning Shenlong, but Shenlong was getting better while they were getting worse. The sanctions were futile. Are these people crazy? Brother Dong raged. He couldn't understand why those wealthy men defied his orders and went to cooperate with Shenlong. Even companies that had no dealings with Shenlong were now begging for cooperation. It was begging. They looked like bootlickers. The assistant came over and explained the reason. They are all currying favor with Su Yu.
Why curry favor with him?
They have no business dealings.
Brother Dong was baffled. Because Su Yu is extending their lives. Extending lives.
Brother Dong had been sick a few days ago and only recovered today, so he knew nothing of recent events.
The assistant told him everything. Fuck this Su Yu. Brother Dong was both shocked and furious. Just the deposit is several trillion. Total order value up to a quadrillion. Brother Dong was taken aback. This was a colossal sum.
Flowing into Shenlong, its effect was obvious. But he couldn't stop. If he stopped it, he would essentially offend all the old wealthy men worldwide. If they caused trouble, Brother Dong might not be able to handle it.
Controllable nuclear fusion power plants, nuclear fusion batteries. Supercell and nanobot technology.
How massive is the capital flowing into Shenlong?
Thinking of these, Brother Dong couldn't stay calm.
According to known data, Shenlong's revenue this year has at least increased tenfold.
Tenfold. Doesn't that far surpass us?
Brother Dong suddenly stood up, unable to believe it. Shenlong had the largest population, so its GDP was naturally large, but compared to Piapiao there was still a wide gap. This year it not only caught up but also left Piapiao far behind.
Without a doubt it must be the world's number one. How could he remain calm?
Brother Dong couldn't stay calm and hastily ordered, quickly contact Jingyu of the Great Goose and have him come over to discuss how to deal with Shenlong. Our relationship with the Great Goose is not good, not to mention they are friends with Shenlong. Before the assistant could finish, Brother Dong interrupted. There are no eternal friends, no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Supercells can also devour cancer cells. However, their controllability is too poor. They not only devour cancer cells but also normal cells, severely damaging human health.
Similar to chemotherapy. Only nanorobots can perfectly eliminate cancer cells. Shenlong's cancer patients number in the millions with an extremely large daily increase. It is urgent. Every minute of delay will cost many lives. Most of the nanorobots manufactured by Xiaowei were sent to hospitals by Su Yu. Only public hospitals, not private ones. Hospitals nowadays have basically become places of business. People's hearts are no longer as they were in the past. Most doctors have lost their noble medical spirit of saving lives and have become mediocrities serving the god of wealth. Su Yu said that nanorobots would be free for Shenlong people, and they will be free. He absolutely will not allow any individual or group to use his technology to bleed the common people of Shenlong. Therefore, when dispatching the nanorobots, Su Yu sternly stated that anyone who uses them to make money, even a single cent, will face severe consequences. Does Su Yu have such capability? Absolutely. The hospitals were all intimidated by him and dared not engage in small tricks. However, there were those who pulled off a big move. Several aircraft carriers appeared in Shenlong's waters. From the fluttering flags it could be determined that they belonged to Piapiao and Day. If it were an accident they would have left immediately. But they did not. They stationed themselves in Shenlong's waters. Clearly it was a provocation against Shenlong. Both are major powers with immense influence, attracting the world's attention. Some were curious. Day is a friend of Shenlong, so why would it join Piapiao and appear in Shenlong's waters? Experts stepped forward to explain the reason. A while ago Jingyu openly poached Su Yu, causing a rift with Shenlong. Even more shocking was that Piapiao had always been the behind-the-scenes manipulator, pulling strings and letting its followers act as cannon fodder. Now it had actually acted openly. It could only be said that Shenlong's development had made Piapiao fearful. They could no longer remain calm. The invasion of aircraft carriers instantly enraged the people of Shenlong. Since ancient times, Shenlong people have loved peace and a stable life. They deeply hated invaders. Although their land had not yet been plundered, it was a huge threat that could not be ignored. Shenlong's land cannot be lost even an inch. In Shenlong's territory, if you are not invited, you cannot come. If you come without permission, you will be annihilated. Before long, a trending topic shook the nation. Millions of people petitioned to go to the battlefield to repel the invaders. The number of participants reached tens of millions and funds raised amounted to hundreds of billions. Upon digging deeper, it was astonishingly found that these people were mostly cancer patients and their families. This money was originally set aside for their treatment. But now it was no longer needed. A representative said in an interview, "After being diagnosed with cancer, I thought I would surely die, but Su Yu and the country saved me and it was free. This life that was saved I am willing to dedicate to the country. The money I saved I am also willing to dedicate to the country." Su Yu was surfing the internet. Naturally he learned about this. "They really have a death wish," Su Yu sneered. An ancient saying goes, when a friend comes from afar, first torment his heart, exhaust his bones, strike his head with a club, make his breath faint, and send him to the blissful world early. Modern people's practices are similar. Those who are far away will be punished. Suyu could guess the above approach without thinking. Because Shenlong was no longer the Shenlong of the past.
Those who dare to invade Shenlong's land will end up like a San. At sea on the aircraft carrier.
Make was tasting red wine. He was Piao Piao's Navy Admiral appearing here under the orders of Mr. Dong.
Beside him was Day's General Puxier. I really didn't expect us to become friends, Make chuckled, having someone pour red wine for Puxier.
Cheers. Cheers.
My friend, why are you so gloomy?
Make asked, puzzled.
Puxier took a sip of red wine, put the glass back on the table and said, do you think Shenlong will really agree to our demands?
Make said confidently, of course they will.
Puxier said, don't forget the fate of a San.
Not long ago San invaded Shenlong and was utterly defeated, even MOD ended up in the hospital. Behind a San it was obviously Piao Piao. This was like mentioning the very thing that should not be mentioned. Make was angry. What do you mean?
I just wanted to remind you that Shenlong has that mysterious electric sphere with the power to destroy heaven and earth. Puxier was not at all afraid of Make.
That's it. Make sneered. A San is just a small fry.
Even if the electric sphere is powerful, it cannot threaten Piao Piao because we have a defense system. Before departure, Piao Piao had made ample preparations. They brought the most advanced defense system. No matter how powerful Shenlong's attacks were, they would be no different from duds in front of the defense system.
That's good.
Puxier had not yet relaxed when he thought of something and said nervously, the problem is that our Day's aircraft carriers don't have advanced defense systems.
A small problem. Make smiled faintly. Piao Piao is loyal to friends. Our defense system can protect you. Shenlong. Listening to the reports, he sneered repeatedly, what a pair of bastards.
Sending a few aircraft carriers dares to threaten us, demanding we hand over controlled nuclear fusion technology and nanorobot technology. If half a year ago Piao Piao came to our doorstep, our chances of winning a fight would only be 50.
But now,
even if Piao Piao and Day join forces and come to our doorstep, we are not afraid. Our winning rate is 100.
The person beside asked, So what?
His demeanor changed.
Fight them. Roger.
Make stood outside gazing at the endless ocean. After withdrawing his gaze without the electric sphere, Shenlong is a toothless cat, unable to hurt or scare anyone.
It's completely at our mercy. Indeed. Puxier laughed.
To deal with this cat, I also brought a bunch of our most powerful weapons.
Are they from the last century? Make became interested. Exactly. Puxier nodded, very confident.
With the legacy left from the last century, Day ranks among the top in the world.
In certain fields it is in no way inferior to Piao Piao.
Things from decades ago already made Day so formidable. The terror of Piao Piao, having developed for decades more, goes without saying.
Can I see them?
If they are needed, I will naturally show you. General Puxier declined tactfully.
Power station. Received orders from above. Bomb the invading aircraft carriers. Make sure they never return. Technicians prepare lock onto the target. Received. Position locked. Fire.
Inside the power station, surging and turbulent, an electric orb was being brewed, then launched soaring into the sky.
Racing towards the sea. This electric orb was no longer a nameless sphere, it had a resounding name, Divine Dragon's Wrath.
The divine and divine dragon was also the divine of Su Xin.
The sea. Mike lay comfortably sipping wine, enjoying the sea breeze, utterly carefree.
What a vast sea, such a pity.
Mike sighed.
In his view, if Piao Piao was powerful, it should have more resources.
My friend, what are you still worried about? Mike stood up, walked over and patted Puxier. Just stay here, eat, drink and enjoy yourself. After a while we'll leave.
With the technology, Piao Piao will surely keep its promise and share a portion with Day.
Everyone knows that Piao Piao treats its friends with the utmost loyalty. Utmost loyalty.
Puxier glanced at him suspiciously, sneered, you've shown great loyalty to a San and ASML company.
Mike was speechless.
After thinking for a long time, he said, they are not friends, just Piao Piao's lackeys. Only you, Day, are Piao Piao's friend.
I hope so.
Puxier did not believe him. As everyone knows, if Piao Piao's words could be trusted, pigs would fly. A soldier ran over and reported in panic something terrible. There's an electric orb in the sky heading straight for us.
Why panic?
Mike said, displeased, pointing to the side. Sit down, have a drink, calm yourself, then speak properly. Mike's indifference gave the soldier great courage.
He sat down and took a sip of wine. Calm now. Calm. The soldier nodded.
Mike gave the order, go back now, activate the defense system, repel this electric orb, turn it into a useless dud.
Okay.
After the soldier left, Mike picked up his glass, took a sip, walked over to Pusiera. Piapiao is most loyal. Now let us protect you. My friend, open your arms, embrace the sea and listen to the sound of the dud falling into the ocean. As he spoke, Mike spread his arms. Pusiera did the same. The azure sky was clear without a single cloud, only a dazzling electric orb. It was the electric orb. This orb, carrying righteous might, streaked across the sky, smashing with earth-shattering force towards all darkness in the sea. This beautiful sea area was a treasure of humanity. Its ecology must be protected, so the electric orb was not large. Very small. But it was enough to destroy an aircraft carrier. On a certain Piapiao aircraft carrier. Sir, the equipment detected that the electric orb is targeting us. A soldier reported. Hitting anywhere is the same, it's just a small pellet, ignore it. The major said disdainfully. After all, they had brought Piapiao's most advanced defense system. A tiny electric orb was nothing to worry about. But the orb is getting closer. What the hell? The major was shocked, hurried over to check, and instantly felt ice cold. The orb has entered the defense system's range. Why hasn't it turned into a dud? What the hell is going on? Not only the major but the soldiers were terrified. Consumed by despair. All were screaming in panic. Mommy, I'm gonna die. Finally dead, no more being green. But honey, I wish I could be green by you forever, I don't wanna die. A bang sounded. A blinding light flashed, engulfing everything. The cries vanished. The aircraft carrier was gone. Only endless charred ashes remained floating on the sea. Bang. An explosion sounded. Endless waves were lifted, spreading outward. Mike stood upright, arms open to embrace. And indeed embraced the sea. Endless waves crashed down, instantly knocking Mike over. Pusiera also fell on the carrier with a sea fish in his mouth. Fortunately, the waves were not big, otherwise they would have been washed away to death. Mike stood up, wiped the blood from his bruises, stared at the charred powder not far away. His face was full of disbelief. What's going on? Where's the defense system? Was it not activated? Mike roared. It was activated. Activated. Then why did this happen? Mike asked angrily. No one could answer his question. Because the others didn't know why either. Should we report the situation? God damn it, are you a donkey? Mike's face turned livid, his expression ferocious. He cursed. Go report now. Donggu was sitting in his office, listening to tunes, sipping wine, quite comfortable. Suddenly the music stopped. Why did it? Donggu frowned. Continue the music and dance. If it were normal times, someone dared to turn off his stuff, he would have kicked them already. But today he was in a good mood. Teaming up with Day, they had deployed aircraft carriers. Soon they would yield and immediately hand over two technologies. Asan is too weak, it's better for Big Brother Piapiao to step in. The secretary walked in holding a document. News from the front has arrived. It must be good news. Donggu smiled, took the document, opened it, and began reading. Before he finished, his smile froze on his face. Bang! The document was slammed onto the ground. What's going on? Donggu was furious. A few days ago, an expert told him the electric orb was nothing to fear. Piapiao had a defense system. Once the most advanced defense system was activated, even the most powerful techniques would become useless, eventually turning into a dud. Bring that expert to me. Donggu was burning with rage. Expert or fraud? Donggu roared. Don't ask questions, go. Soon a little old man was brought in. Donggu glared at him fiercely. What's this? Didn't you say the electric orb would be useless against the defense system? I forgot one thing, this. It's just an electric orb. Not a shell. The defense system is useless against it. The little old man fraud shrank his neck. You fraud. You've done great harm. Donggu was furious to the extreme, picked up a nearby chair and smashed it over the fraud's head. Damn it. Mike cursed angrily, kicking over everything around him. The soldiers trembled in fear, not daring to speak. Puxier walked over and asked for the reason. I was tricked by Lord Dong. I mean Xiao Dong. He said the defense system was useless against the divine dragon's fury because it's not a shell, just a ball of essence of electricity. Mike kept cursing, wishing he could vent his fury on every ancestor of Xiao Dong. What should we do next? Puxier's brow furrowed deeply. Indeed. Relying on Piapiao is like expecting a sow to climb a tree. Mike stopped, took a deep breath, and restrained his anger. After thinking for a moment, he said there's only one way now, and that is retreat. Puxier interrupted. Absolutely impossible. Mike shook his head. We've only been here a short while and retreating in disgrace. Where would our pride be?
The way is to block the Divine Dragon's fury with weapons. Let the Divine Dragon's fury explode in the air so it won't harm us.
That's a good idea.
Puxier nodded. Piao Piao's weapons are #1 in the world. Dealing with a mere Divine Dragon's fury should be a piece of cake, right?
Mike said before we came we thought the dragon wouldn't attack and would submit obediently, so we didn't bring advanced weapons. All we have are conventional ones, probably not enough to stop the Divine Dragon's fury.
This. Puxier was stunned. Mike patted his shoulder. Piao Piao and Day are friends.
What's yours is mine, right?
The situation is urgent now. Don't be too particular about each other. Let's stop the Divine Dragon's fury first.
Puxier was dumbfounded. He had never seen such a shameless person. But there was no choice. The urgent matter was to stop the Divine Dragon's fury or they would all be dead.
Puxier left and went to Day's command cabin, his face grim as he gave the order, prepare the Death's Might. Death's Might.
Mike was taken aback, he had never heard of that name.
It must be Day's secret weapon.
Puxier's face was solemn.
I really didn't want to reveal this weapon. Mike asked, is this weapon powerful?
Not just powerful, extremely powerful. Puxier said with confidence, if it were the last century when Piao Piao dared to wage war against our predecessor, this weapon alone would have ensured victory.
Let me see its power then. Mike's face remained calm, but inside he was already cursing. Is that how laughable? Does Day think they are the only ones with secret weapons? Didn't Piao Piao have them too? After decades of development, any random weapon from Piao Piao could blow all the feathers off Day's geese.
A soldier ran in and reported an electric ball has appeared in the distant sky, it's the Divine Dragon's fury.
What are you waiting for? Fire at it.
Puxier shouted, aim at the Divine Dragon's fury and turn it into a stinking bug's fury.
In the sky an electric ball appeared.
It pierced through the air and struck an aircraft carrier.
With a loud bang, in an instant the carrier was reduced to dust. This can't be right.
The Death's Might had been fired.
How could it be reduced to slag by the Divine Dragon's fury?
It was a wasted shot.
Mike asked blankly, what happened? What happened?
Puxier was also bewildered.
He was the most furious, letting out a roar.
A soldier ran over and weakly replied, we missed.
Useless.
Puxier cursed loudly.
Why didn't your father miss and nail you to the wall back then? The Death's Might had missed on its first appearance.
Truly a disgrace. Before the Divine Dragon's fury struck, Day's Death's Might had been fired. It could not be called a close miss, it was a perfect miss with the two separated by a vast distance.
The Death's Might soared up,
it exploded at an altitude of 10,000 meters.
Bang! The very space trembled as if about to collapse.
The power was evident.
This Death's Might. Mike's face showed concern, but inwardly he rolled his eyes. Is that all? Trash.
Fortunately, the Divine Dragon's fury struck Day's carrier. Although we missed, the power of its explosion in the air is obvious, I don't need to say it.
Puxier tried to save face. Mike nodded.
Missing was indeed trash, but the explosion's power was immense, making him unable to ignore it and stirring turmoil within. Puxier walked over and glared fiercely at the soldier, if we miss again this time I'll smash your head.
I guarantee we won't miss again.
The soldier vowed.
The Divine Dragon's fury is coming.
With a swoosh, the Divine Dragon's fury arrived, crashing against the Death's Might with overwhelming force. The two struggled in the air as if brewing greater destruction.
The surrounding space trembled, air currents collapsed, and it seemed liable to collapse at any moment.
Watch closely, Puxier walked over, his voice like a bell. In less than a minute this little electric ball will be driven away by the Death's Might.
Death's Might is invincible.
The soldiers of Day shouted loudly.
People of Piao Piao, open your eyes wide and see the might of Day.
Puxier walked up to the Piao Piao people and spoke arrogantly.
The Piao Piao people said nothing, just rolled their eyes.
Someone shouted, the situation is changing. It must be changing, the Death's Might is kicking the Divine Dragon's fury away like a soccer ball. But before Puxier could savor his triumph, his smile froze. In the sky it was clearly visible that the Death's Might was at a disadvantage, no match for the Divine Dragon's fury.
Before the dragon's wrath even the Grim Reaper, let alone a god, would tremble. Bang! The Death's Might was repelled.
It crashed into a carrier.
The immense destructive force turned several nearby carriers into scrap.
With the target carrier destroyed, the Divine Dragon's fury had to shift its aim and destroyed a nearby carrier. Only 2 carriers remained in the entire sea area.
This Death's Might is so pathetic, Mike couldn't help but laugh. General, almost all our carriers are gone, a Piao soldier reminded him. Damn, Mike was on the verge of tears. Puxier shot Mike a glare and sneered, gloating. Look at the state of your own carriers. He wanted to punch Mike's head off. A soldier ran in. General, more divine dragon's fury is coming. The deaths Mike couldn't handle it, what else could they do? Only retreat. Retreat. The two generals gave the order. The people of Piao and Day each returned to their carriers and fled their own ways. Once the divine dragon's fury locked on, fleeing to the ends of the earth was useless. Fire at Day's carrier to buy us time to escape. Two aircraft carriers advanced side by side. Shenlong's wrath chased relentlessly from behind. I heard this electric orb locks onto its target. No matter how far you flee, it's useless. You'll be hit in the end. Make's face was grim. General, what should we do? We don't want to die. The soldiers were terrified out of their wits. Who wants to die? Make paused for a moment, then suddenly clapped his hands. As long as it doesn't lock onto us, isn't that fine? The general is so clever. But how can we prevent it from locking onto us? Once it locks onto the Day, it won't lock onto us. Make showed a smile and strode into the command cabin. The Day aircraft carrier. How can the deaths might be unable to withstand it? Puxier was full of disbelief. The Day people's confidence all came from last century's weapons. But now, the current Shenlong cannot be underestimated. Puxier sighed. It wasn't that the Day were weak, but that Shenlong was too powerful. Bang sounded. The entire aircraft carrier trembled violently. Its speed became abnormally slow. Puxier, who hadn't kept his footing, fell. He stood up in pain and shouted harshly, "What's going on? Did we hit a reef?" Piao fired a shell at us. What is this? Puxier was astonished and couldn't understand. They were allies with Piao. Why would Piao attack them? A soldier ran over and voiced his thoughts. Piao is using us as cannon fodder, wanting us to hold off Shenlong's wrath so they can retreat safely. Piao, I curse your ancestors. Puxier cursed loudly. This was the most loyal Piao, more vicious than wolves and tigers. Why are you still standing there? Speed up and escape. The aircraft carrier is malfunctioning, it can't sail. A soldier reported frantically. All the soldiers were horrified. They were going to die here. If we have to die, well, take someone with us. Puxier revealed a sinister smile. Aim at Piao's aircraft carrier and give them a taste of deaths, might let them feel its terrifying power. Since Piao was unrighteous, they shouldn't blame them for being unrighteous. Bang. Shenlong's wrath engulfed the aircraft carrier, burning it to ashes. Only charred remains floated on the sea. Such was the fate of invaders. Piao's aircraft carrier. General, doing this doesn't seem right. What's wrong with it? Make rolled his eyes. Aren't friends meant to be sold? The more money we make, the more it proves we treat them as true friends. The soldier was speechless. Better to let a friend die than oneself. If they hadn't backstabbed the Day and let the Day delay, they wouldn't have had enough time to retreat. Is Shenlong's wrath still behind us? Make asked with lingering fear. He was truly terrified of that Shenlong's wrath. No more. That's good. Make breathed a sigh of relief and immediately gave the order, speed up, get out of here quickly. He never wanted to set foot in Shenlong's waters again. It was too terrifying. General, the Day's aircraft carrier is gone. Forget about them. Make only wanted to go home. Before they died, they fired a death smite at us. Holy crap. Make was both shocked and angry, cursing hypocritically, what a bad goose. Piao treated you as a friend, and this is how you repay us. Hurry and dodge. Can't dodge, the death smite is too fast. The soldier said in terror. Activate the defense system. Too late. I'm so damn stupid, why did I turn off the defense system? Before Make could finish, his voice was swallowed by the roar. The death smite struck the aircraft carrier. A violent explosion sounded. The carrier was torn apart, countless fragments flying out. Blazing fire and thick smoke billowed. Everyone on the entire carrier was killed, none survived. The Day Nation. Emperor Jingyu was exercising. A staff member ran in, panting, terrible news. What happened? Jingyu stopped his movements. Shenlong attacked us. Is that such a big deal? Jingyu laughed. With Piao's defense system and our secret weapons, the mere Shenlong is nothing to worry about. We were annihilated. What? Jingyu froze, the iron tool in his hand slipped and fell. A piercing sound echoed. Jingyu took a long time to recover. And Piao Piao. Also annihilated. This. Jing Yu couldn't believe it at all. This was the most absurd thing he had ever heard, yet it was true. It would shock him for 100 years. Piao Piao's last aircraft carrier was destroyed by us. These words left Jing Yu dumbfounded. He had never been so speechless in his life. Were his subordinates all pigs? Piao Piao was an ally. Why attack them? They attacked us first. The staff member reported what happened on the sea in detail. This Piao Piao, I cursed their ancestors. Jing Yu cursed loudly. This Piao Piao was truly despicable. Backstabbing them. Even if we united, we couldn't withstand Shenlong's electric orb. Is Shenlong so powerful now? Jing Yu's face was heavy. Piao Piao is unreliable and we've offended Shenlong. Our situation is very bad. Your Majesty, you must think of a way. A way. We can't defeat Shenlong anymore. Jing Yu was thinking. Since we can't beat them, why not join them? You mean seek an alliance with them again? But we just backstab them, would they still be willing? Whether they are willing or not, we have to try. Pick a few secret weapons from the last century, the best ones, and send them to Shenlong as our apology gift. Jing Yu sighed. He had been truly blinded, choosing the treacherous Piao Piao. Shenlong never backstabbed its friends. It was very friendly to its friends. Like little Ba, who was loyal to Shenlong until death and got to live a life of luxury. What a bunch of useless trash, can't even run away. Dong Gu cursed loudly. Several aircraft carriers, no cheap investment. Truly trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. This Shenlong is too brutal. Couldn't they have scared us first before attacking? They just started fighting. Dong Gu cursed again. The secretary asked Lord Dong, aren't you the one who knows Shenlong best? I know your grandmother. Dong Gu glared at her. I'm determined to get Shenlong's technology. If force doesn't work, he'll use soft power. Lord Dong, are you going to use a handsome man strategy? The secretary was surprised. Dong Gu was speechless. Exchange technology for technology. What technology? Manned lunar landing technology. In the office of the Divine Dragon Kingdom, a smile spread across his face as he listened to the triumphant reports from the front lines. Both Piao Piao and the Great Goose had been beaten back and forth. What petty villain would dare invade even an inch of the Divine Dragon's territory? Their heads would be smashed to pieces. The Great Goose's delegation has arrived at the Divine Dragon. No meeting. Send them back. He refused without hesitation. The Great Goose had betrayed him before his goodwill toward them was completely gone. They also brought reparations. Just this. He was utterly unmoved. It's weapons. All the treasures left from the last century. How many pieces? His eyes lit up. The Great Goose's secret weapons, though products of the last century, still possessed technology that was relatively advanced by today's standards. If he could obtain them and thoroughly study them, it would certainly be a good thing. 5 pieces. He couldn't help it, they offered too much and he was tempted. Let the Great Goose people go back, but the weapons must stay. Is that proper? Why refuse what comes to our door? He smiled slightly. Also, stop being so tough on the Great Goose. Soften a little, just a little. Piao Piao has contacted us. Oh. He let out a cold sneer. What mischief is Piao Piao plotting this time? Piao Piao hopes to exchange their manned lunar landing technology for our technology. Before the staff member could finish, he declared decisively, no deal. Across the world, several countries could land on the moon. But only Piao Piao could send humans. Piao Piao's Apollo program had successfully conducted 6 manned lunar landings between 1969 and 1972. Their aerospace technology was already ahead of its time 50 years ago. Landing on the moon was easy, but manned lunar landing was extraordinarily difficult. Building on simple lunar landing, manned landing required even more advanced aerospace technologies such as soft landing, buffering, impact resistance, and return techniques, all of which had to be flawless. The Divine Dragon had landed on the moon 3 times, change 1, change 2, and change 3. But manned lunar landing? None. In the past he might have been tempted by Piao Piao's offer. But not now. If they couldn't win by force, they tried soft tactics. Did they think the Divine Dragon had no backbone? Reject Piao Piao, he stated clearly. If we had manned lunar landing technology, our aerospace industry would leap to second in the world. If we do it, we aim for first. He declared boldly. Without Piao Piao, the Divine Dragon can still develop manned lunar landing technology on its own. But it would take another 10 or even decades. You've forgotten one person. He smiled slightly. Su Yu. Does he know this?
Confidently he said, I believe he is all capable.
On Suya's desk lay an invitation handwritten.
It invited him to serve as chief engineer for the manned lunar landing project.
Manned lunar landing.
Suyu murmured softly. New task detected: assist the Divine Dragon in completing the manned lunar landing plan and explore the secrets of the moon. Accept task little a upgrade opportunity x1 complete task mystery gift pack x1 solve task reward 1G of learning materials. Suyu asked learning materials, are they legitimate?
Before the system could answer, little a eagerly said they're definitely not legitimate. Master, don't fall for it. Just accept the task. Little a wants to upgrade Cut that creepy act. Suya's face was covered in black lines. After upgrading I won't be like this.
The upgraded little a will have every form you like and none you dislike. Little a promised solemnly.
A whining cutesy voice, who would like such an AI? Suyu liked normal ones. Accept mission. Mission accepted. Received little a upgrade opportunity x1, use it now. Use it. Suyu said, impatiently eager to send away the whining and cutesy attributes and get back a normal little a. Upgrading 0. 50. 100 upgrade successful. Success.
Suyu picked up the computer and examined it for a long time, finding no abnormality.
Yes indeed. Now I can switch carriers. Little a's mood was very joyful. Switch carriers. Give you another computer. Not that, little a said sweetly. You can have a custom-made body for little a.
If master likes, it can be a lowly immature lady or even a Barbie doll with muscles.
Oh. Suyu nodded, showing no interest. Master. With a custom-made body you can take little a out with you.
After upgrading, aside from switching carriers, are there any other functions?
Suyu asked.
If not, this upgrade was too useless.
The biggest change is that my ability has risen from a graduate student to a PhD. That's pretty good.
Suyu nodded in satisfaction. Then he thought of something and asked the system, little a can upgrade, can you upgrade too? Of course. Unable to withstand little a's persistent nagging, Suyu had to go to a tech company to have a custom body built.
A lowly body.
It must be said, it wasn't because Suyu had a special hobby, but because little a's voice was that of a lowly, so it deserved a matching body.
The price wasn't expensive. Just 5 million. Really not expensive, Suyu said, a bit speechless. For that price he could buy several girlfriends online.
But the custom-made body was a high-tech product not comparable to those entertainment gadgets. It couldn't be picked up yet, a few days were needed. Long she prepared to head to the lunar landing experiment base. At the lunar landing experiment base, Long Onping, an old man, was the chief engineer of the lunar landing project. But he was the former chief. Now he had been demoted from chief to deputy.
The top position now belonged to Suyu. His position had been taken by Suyu. Logically, Long Onping should have been angry, but in fact he was not only not angry but extremely happy. With Suyu joining, this technology would surely break through.
As long as manned lunar landing could be achieved, he would be willing to wash Suyu's feet for a month, let alone step down.
Not only Long Onping but everyone else was also extremely excited. Everyone was celebrating. It was as if replacing him with Suyu would guarantee immediate success. Long Onping clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Chief Engineer Su will arrive soon. Everyone prepared to make a good impression on him.
Should I dress up and spray some perfume? A member asked.
Spray your head. You're a grown man not going on a blind date, what the hell are you spraying perfume for? A car approached from afar and pulled up beside the base. Suyu stepped out, swiftly verified his identity and strode into the base. Before he even entered he was greeted with a warm welcome.
There were no firecrackers or drums, but the base members lined both sides of the path, their enthusiasm surpassing all else.
Su, God, I love you. Me too. The members cheered. Suyu glanced around, not a single girl, all men. It was a bit abrupt.
They say scientific researchers have less hair the more senior they are.
Looks like I'm an exception.
Suyu touched his head, smart but not bald, with a thick full head of hair. Before he could reach the front, an old man approached and extended his hand.
Suyu shook it politely. I'm Long Onping. Just call me Xiao Long. I'm the deputy chief engineer. Assisting you with the manned lunar landing plan. Sorry I took your position.
Suyu smiled faintly.
The capable take charge. Long Onping laughed heartily. He felt no resentment towards Suyu, only great admiration. What a pity.
He only had grandsons, no granddaughters, or he might have arranged a match. Should he take his grandson to Thailand? Unfortunately he was an only child.
Suyu glanced at Long Onping and frowned. Why was this old man grinning so lecherously? He didn't seem like a good person. Suyu looked away and stepped forward.
I hereby announce that everyone except Long Onping gets a day off.
Go home and rest well, there's a tough battle ahead. Long life Chief Engineer Su.
The members were ecstatic. They hadn't had a day off in ages. When most had left, Suyu walked over to Long Onping.
Long, take me on a comprehensive tour of the base, its equipment, technology and the history and technology of lunar landings.
The system hadn't provided manned lunar landing technology, so Suyu had to research it himself. He had read all the publicly available books.
But it wasn't enough.
Some technologies were classified and never published, not in books, only accessible at the base.
All right. Half a day passed.
Suyu had thoroughly understood the base's equipment and technology.
Chief Engineer Su, your breadth of knowledge is astonishing. Long Onping was impressed.
He had guided Suyu through the base. When introducing publicly available knowledge, Suyu reeled it off like a pro, not only explaining perfectly but also extending into other fields. For classified equipment and technology, Suyu listened intently. Afterward, he always offered insights, original, unique and invaluable for Shenlong Aerospace's progress.
Suyu humbly said, give me a detailed roster of all base personnel, including each person's specialty, strengths and personality. All right.
While Long Onping compiled the list, Suyu strolled around the base to familiarize himself with the environment. The environment was harsh, but the food was decent.
Suyu sat down, ate a meal and asked Longshi, do you think the base has many people?
Quite a lot. Longshi pondered seriously.
Many people, good quality advanced weapons, it's heavily guarded. I meant the researchers. Not many.
Longshi shook his head earnestly. With this number I alone could take them out.
Suyu was speechless. He didn't ask further.
He felt he and Longshi were on different wavelengths.
After eating, Suyu returned to the meeting room.
The roster was ready. Suyu took it and scanned it, learning about each member. Only by knowing their strengths and weaknesses could he assign tasks more reasonably.
What's the story with Senior Luo Yanghui? Suyu's eyes lingered on a name. It's a long story. Long Onping sighed.
Then make it short.
Old Luo. Long Onping sighed again.
He made tremendous contributions to the country and earned great merits in the lunar landing project. But in the manned lunar landing he clashed with us. With no progress in the project, he quit in anger and went home to take care of his grandson.
Suyu hit the nail on the head. Clash.
What kind of clash? A disagreement on research.
Long Onping felt regret.
His approach differed from ours, but the principle of majority rule eliminated his research direction. We visited his home many times, apologized and invited him back, but all failed.
Suyu smiled slightly. Why not adopt his approach? How can we? His approach is wrong. Long Onping became serious.
He explained Senior Luo's approach, then his own, comparing them to prove Luo's error. He even cited classics to prove his own correctness.
Suyu didn't comment, only thought these two old men were a pair of rivals. All right. Suyu interrupted. Don't bother with Senior Luo anymore. Now I have a task for you.
What task?
Long Onping's eyes lit up.
Go to major universities and recruit, target those with relevant majors, good grades, but most importantly a willingness to work hard.
About 100 people. Undergraduates are fine. Undergraduates. Even graduate students can barely handle it. Long Onping was surprised. If undergraduates can't handle it, they can just assist.
Getting hands-on exposure to aerospace equipment is worth more than 1,000 lectures.
Suyu's purpose wasn't just to have them assist, it was to inject fresh blood into Shenlong's aerospace program. Long Onping instantly understood and gave a thumbs up. Chief Engineer, so you have great foresight. Winter break is coming, so time is tight. Set off for the universities soon. You'll need to go out too.
Before Suyu could finish, Long Onping asked, where are you going?
Senior Luo's home. Long Onping kindly warned Chief Engineer, so I advise against it.
That old man Luo has a terrible temper, he might even curse you.
As long as he doesn't hit me. Suyu joked. Even if he does, I have a bodyguard, he can't win. Long Onping laughed at Suyu's humor. After laughing, he remembered something. Do we keep the old project name? Change it.
Suyu stroked his chin, thinking.
Lunar landing. Jade Rabbit change, those are already taken. Let's call it Star 1. Our goal is the stars and the sea.
In the northern capital, within an urban village, an old man was cradling an infant, humming a lullaby too incomprehensible even for the baby.
It was Luo Yanghui. After lulling his grandson to sleep, he sat nearby squinting with contentment.
What a blissful life. No research worries, no need to face that old rascal.
Just being an ordinary old man, what a wonderful thing. Luo Yanghui murmured, though a flicker of loss passed across his face. A beautiful woman entered. It was his daughter-in-law. Dad, someone from the research base is looking for you. Not seeing them, Luo Yanghui shook his head, turning away.
Next time anyone from the base comes, chase them away with a urine-soaked broom.
All right.
The woman smiled, covering her mouth, and was about to see the visitor out when Luo Yanghui called her back.
Who is it?
If it's that long fellow, drive him away with harsh words. For others, be gentler.
He says his name is Su Yu. Oh, as long as it's not long, Luo Yanghui said casually, then jumped up. What? You said his name is Su Yu. Yes, what's wrong?
You must have lost your mind from childbirth.
Don't you know who Su Yu is? Luo Yanghui exclaimed quickly. Invite him in.
No, we'll go greet him myself.
And kill a chicken.
So it's him. The woman finally recalled the name, sounding familiar. She went to the kitchen, grabbed a knife, and strode toward the old hen.
The commotion woke the baby, who burst into loud crying. No need to kill the chicken.
Order a meal from a high-end restaurant instead. Luo Yanghui called back. His daughter-in-law pointed at the little one and switched to grandfatherly mode. Take this little brat away, or he'll tape his mouth shut. Su Yu stood outside the yard, recalling Long Anping's words. He teased Long Shi, if it comes to a fight, go easy on the old man.
Don't kill him.
Before long, an old man rushed out, so warm that Su Yu doubted his identity. Hadn't Long Anping said Luo Yanghui was eccentric and foul-tempered, worse than a rock in a latrine?
Pure slander.
This was clearly a friendly old neighbor.
Ushering Su Yu inside, Luo Yanghui eagerly brought a comfortable chair and brewed a pot of fine old tea.
He poured the tea to 7/10 full.
Su Yu, accustomed to sugary sodas, didn't care for tea but didn't refuse.
He picked up the cup and sipped slowly. What brings Professor Su here? Setting down the cup, Su Yu said, "I'm now the chief engineer of the manned lunar landing project."
Luo Yanghui, quick-witted, understood instantly. So you've come to ask me back? Exactly. Su Yu nodded, knowing the old man wouldn't easily agree, and prepared to show his blueprints. Before he could, Luo Yanghui exclaimed excitedly, "That's wonderful. I'd go back even without pay." Su Yu was stunned.
The turn of events caught him off guard. He fumbled for words.
Didn't you not want to return to the base?
I didn't before because that long fellow was there.
Luo Yanghui's eyes lit up. But now it's different. He's been removed, and with the chief engineer in charge, of course I want to return. Because you're a wise man. Wise man.
Su Yu looked at him in surprise.
The implication was clear. Long Anping was a fool. That long fellow, after playing manager for too long, lost his technical edge.
His approach was clearly unworkable.
Luo Yanghui grumbled.
Su Yu stated firmly, "I want to adopt his approach." Luo Yanghui, feeling understood, gazed at him with excitement, almost wanting to swear brotherhood on the spot.
A wise decision. And I want to adopt yours either. Why?
Luo Yanghui was dumbfounded, unable to contain himself. If it were anyone else, had have chased them out with a urine-soaked broom.
But this was Su Yu. He wanted to know why. Because I have my own approach.
Su Yu pulled out the blueprints and handed them over. Luo Yanghui took them, sat down, and scanned them with full concentration. Before he was even halfway through, he slapped the table in admiration.
Brilliant. If we follow this blueprint, well, definitely crack manned lunar landing technology. But there are many difficulties. Su Yu gave a faint smile. True. Luo Yanghui nodded seriously.
Several theories are sound, but implementing them will be fraught with challenges.
That's why I need your help, Elder Luo. After reviewing the blueprints, Luo Yanghui recalled something and asked hurriedly, "You brought such critical documents out with only one bodyguard? That's too dangerous."
On the surface only Long Shi, but there are other soldiers covertly.
Good. Luo Yanghui sighed in relief. The value of these blueprints was immense. An accident could be disastrous. Having secured Luo Yanghui's agreement, Su Yu had other matters to attend to and didn't stay long.
But Luo Yanghui's insistence was hard to resist, so he stayed for a minute.
Winter break arrived and most students went home. Yan Wenjun couldn't return. She had to stay and help Su Yu.
"Have you finished all the books I gave you a few days ago?"
Su Yu asked.
He had given her a stack of aerospace books along with his own notes.
All done. Good, good. Su Yu nodded approvingly. As my student, you can't just study one field. He walked over and pointed to a room. There are 100 new members here. They're under your management. Understood. Yan Wenju nodded. For now, don't worry about them.
Notify the old members from the base to gather in the conference room. Before reaching the conference room door, Suyu heard arguing. It was Elder Long and Elder Luo. Those two old rivals. Inside the conference room, Luo Yanghui was jabbing his finger almost into Long Anping's nose, cursing, "With your lousy approach you still dare to blabber on. Yours. Even a dog could think better than you." Long Anping shot back. "You old rascal, so wicked, I curse you to lose more hair until you're bald as a cue ball. I curse you to have only sandpaper in the restroom." The others, accustomed to this, ignored the two old men and went about their own business. The door opened and Suyu walked in. The room instantly fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Both old men sat obediently in their chairs, saying nothing, as if nothing had happened. "Today's meeting is about my approach to the manned lunar landing project." Suyu stepped up and projected the blueprints. As Suyu elucidated his train of thought, the others' eyes grew brighter and brighter. Exclamations of "Wonderful, wonderful!" punctuated the air. After Suyu finished speaking, applause resounded without cease. Compared to the technology of controlled nuclear fusion, manned lunar landing was merely child's play, and whether or not there was a systematic reward system had little impact on Suyu. He could research it himself. Curbing the applause, Suyu had Elder Long distribute a document to everyone. "This contains your positions and the technical knowledge related to them." The others took the documents and were instantly dumbfounded. The technical explanations on the paper were detailed to the extreme. It must be said Sushin was truly terrifying. Yet it made them seem useless. "Sushin is awesome," one member exclaimed excitedly. "Looks like this time I can save these few endangered strands of hair." His humor made the others laugh. Suyu also smiled briefly, then urged, "Time waits for no one, let's get moving quickly." Reasonable division of labor and detailed technical explanations allowed the project to start smoothly. Suyu served as the chief engineer. He was responsible for the overall picture, not any single process. Whenever members encountered insurmountable difficulties during manufacturing, they could seek him out. Suyu sat to one side, his brows slightly furrowed, deep in thought. Although the base had several hundred members, it was still far from enough for Star One. Not to mention anything else, the sheer volume of calculations alone left everyone overwhelmed. An additional helper was needed. Little A was the best person for the job. "The carrier is complete, I can go pick it up later," Suyu said with a faint smile. Little A was far too important to him, like a marksman without a support. "Chief Engineer Su, Elder Luo has encountered a tricky problem and would like you to come over." Suyu gave an OK gesture, stood up and strode swiftly to Luo Yanghui's location. Luo Yanghui was crouched off to one side, a pen clamped between his teeth, his hands busy plucking out strands of hair one by one. "Can the takeoff thrust really reach 6000 tons? Luo Yanghui couldn't figure it out. After all, the takeoff thrust of the renowned Saturn V was only 3400 tons. The expected thrust for Star One was 6000 tons, truly astonishing. Seeing Suyu's figure, Luo Yanghui quickly stood up, rushed over and voiced his confusion. "It can be achieved," Suyu answered affirmatively. "But this raw material of yours is the same as that of Long March 5, so why are the effects different?" Luo Yanghui was still puzzled. Long March 5 was the rocket with the greatest takeoff thrust in the Dragon Kingdom, only 1062 tons. The raw materials are the same, but the proportions are different. Suyu took the blueprint and drew several circles on it. "Take a look at these four substances. If mixed in a new ratio, it can achieve twice the result with half the effort, greatly increasing the takeoff thrust." This. Luo Yanghui was stunned. "Is it feasible?" "It is feasible," Suyu nodded. Luo Yanghui fetched a fresh stack of A4 paper and began jotting calculations frantically. His hand speed was astonishingly fast. Regrettably, after a furious burst of activity, he ended up with 0 results, nothing was calculated. "How can it not be calculated? It's even going into a loop." Luo Yanghui frowned, plucked a strand of hair and kept twisting it in his fingers. Glancing at Elder Luo's slightly balding head, Suyu spoke, "Let me calculate it." Taking the paper and pen, Suyu began to compute. In less than 5 minutes he had the answer. Everyone was utterly stunned. Luo Yanghui was so shocked his jaw dropped. "Chief Engineer Su, no wonder you won the Fields Medal, your computational ability is simply incredible, better than a computer, the best in all humanity." Suyu made a modest acknowledgement. Luo Yanghui stared intently at the result. According to the calculated numbers, it can at most reach 4000 tons of thrust. That's already the highest in the world. But there's still a large gap from 6000 tons. Suyu said, "I replaced one substance in the raw material." "Really?" Luo Yanghui picked up the blueprint and scanned it again. He didn't spot the replaced substance. Suyu pointed at it. "It's this one." Oh, Luo Yanghui suddenly realized. "These two symbols look similar, I subconsciously mistook this one for that. My fault, I wrote too quickly and the strokes ran together." Suyu gave a dry laugh. No matter Luo Yanghui didn't dwell on it, instead focusing on the new substance, his mind racing.
Is this feasible? It is feasible.
But the calculation is fine, I'll just do a simple experiment to show you, Suyu said with a faint smile.
He felt great admiration for people like Elder Luo. They wouldn't blindly believe others. Only with a questioning mind could one approach the truth.
Words alone were ineffective, experimental results were the most convincing. Entering the lab, Suyu conducted an experiment.
The results matched perfectly with what he had said.
One member was amazed and gave a thumbs up. Chief Engineer, so you are truly incredible.
What's in that head of yours? I'd love to crack it open and see. Luo Yanghui shot him a glare. Crack open yours first.
The man shrank his neck and said no more. They're all just jokes, Suyu said to smooth things over. If there are no more issues, I'll step out for a while.
When will you be back?
Suyu replied, half a day.
I don't have any other problems for now. But you must be quick, without you how can I go on? Luo Yanghui said sincerely. When stuck in a dilemma without Suyu's intervention, he would be trapped there. Being trapped would drive Luo Yanghui out of his mind.
Leaving the base, Suyu headed to the tech company to pick up Little as carrier. In the car long, she kept casting peculiar glances at Suyu. People say there is only a fine line between genius and madness. Indeed, Suyu was a genius but also a madman, with that hobby.
Really?
I don't know what to say, Long, she sighed. Then he spoke up, if you need just find a girlfriend, why resort to this kind of thing?
Suyu, a serious man, immediately understood the implication. This thing is not what you think it is. It's just a carrier for my artificial intelligence. You're into AI too. Suyu's face darkened.
Do you think I would spend 5 million on what you think it is? I heard that some wealthy people in Cherry Blossom Country spend big money to custom order robots, Long, she said flatly. Little as new body was worth 5 million yuan. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. Such a high price naturally meant impeccable quality. Every part of the body exuded a cutting-edge technological aura. Its chubby face was soft and adorable with delicate features. The most striking were its big sparkling eyes. They were more beautiful than gems.
Its hair was artificially implanted, each strand soft and smooth, emitting a faint pleasant fragrance.
Standing at 50 centimeters tall, it was the perfect little loli. The touch felt just like real skin. Its greatest characteristic was its cuteness, the kind that could kill without mercy. Even if I had to buy one, I'd get a mature type model. Long, she sighed repeatedly. Suyu had explained until his throat went dry, but she still didn't believe him.
Finally, he stopped trying to convince her.
They returned to Shunlong University of Science and Technology. Previously, Long, she would never set foot in Suyu's lab, she would only stand guard outside to protect him.
But this time things were different. Suyu insisted she come in. Master, my new body.
Little A grew excited, almost letting out a whimper. Little A had been left here to manage the supercells. However, the manned lunar landing project needed it more. After the upgrade, it would truly stop whimpering and squeaking in that high-pitched voice. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. He connected the computer to the new body with a cable and began transferring Little A.
Wow! I absolutely love it.
Once inside the new body, Little A was ecstatic, constantly moving its limbs.
To Suyu's amazement, he saw 2 large hearts flashing in its big sparkling eyes.
Truly high-tech. Suyu gave a thumbs up, his joy evident in his eyes.
Thank you, Master. Moi. Love you, kiss kiss.
Little A was still in a state of excitement, occasionally pinching its own chubby cheeks.
But Suyu frowned.
He thought he heard some strange noise. Perhaps it was just his imagination. How are the supercells doing? He had been busy with other matters lately and was unaware of the latest changes.
Mostly the same as before. But a few dozen supercells are showing abnormalities. Suyu's eyes lit up. What kind of abnormalities?
Little A replied seriously, they are about to evolve into other types of cells. What functions will they have?
We don't know yet, we'll have to wait until the evolution is complete. Little A let out a sigh.
Suyu sighed too, but still praised Little A.
Compliments cost nothing.
Especially for someone who didn't need a salary, why not praise them to the skies? Little A's chin lifted high with pride like a smug and arrogant fool. Working for Master, I must give my all, even if it means wading through fire and water, I will not hesitate.
With an AI like me, Master, are you moved? Even am moved.
Whimper, whimper, whimper. Suyu stood there dumbfounded. Wasn't the upgrade supposed to stop it from making strange noises? Instead, it had gotten worse.
That whimper, whimper, whimper wasn't just a simple whimper, it was a high-pitched squeaky whimper.
In short, it was a fusion of a whimperer and a squeaker.
Every sound was a critical hit. What the hell?
Suyu cursed in Chinese and reached out to grab Little's head. No matter how it struggled or begged for mercy, he insisted on removing the battery.
Battery out, Little A dead. This upgraded version's annoying sounds are unbearable.
Suyu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the world had become friendly again.
He picked up Little A like a chicken and walked out of the...
As he passed by Longshi, he gave her a look.
See, I'm not the kind of person you think I am.
Longshi said nothing, just lowered her head, almost burying it in her chest. Her face was flushed red. It turned out the most improper person wasn't Suyu but her.
Manned lunar landing base. Suyu's return, especially bringing back a little Loli, caught everyone's attention.
That little girl is so delicate, I wish she were my daughter.
Wake up, you don't even have a girlfriend.
How strange, why does each of her eyes have a big X?
Everyone whispered among themselves. What are you all doing? Get back to work.
Suyu carried Little A on his shoulder as he walked.
Most of those whispering were new members. We have nothing left to do. We even scrubbed the toilets until they sparkled. Everyone sighed. You went to clean the toilets.
Suyu stopped.
When I said odd jobs, I meant tending to the equipment, not being janitors, understand?
Everyone lowered their heads in shame. When you have nothing to do, just stand aside and observe the researchers work.
By the end of the project, I want each of you to write a paper.
Such top-secret technology, can we publish papers on it?
Everyone was stunned.
Yes, you can. Suyu walked away, and only after he was far off did he add, anyway, what you understand is just the surface.
It won't count as a leak of classified technology.
That stung. Back in his office, Suyu placed Little A on the desk and reinserted the battery.
Little A was fully revived. Its big sparkling eyes brimmed with tears, looking pitiful.
Offend the master and it's game over. Music plays, cloth covers, some cry, some carry, never to return to this world.
Enough.
Suyu patted its head. As long as you don't make that annoying sound, I won't remove your battery. Little A gave a crying face and then chirped okay.
Luo Yanghui walked in. Chief Engineer Su, another problem has arisen.
Before he could finish, his gaze landed on Little A.
Is this your AI?
Luo Yanghui hurried over, his eyes brighter than the sun, reaching out to touch.
It's so adorable.
If it were human, I'd betroth it to my grandson as a wife. Before Suyu could respond, Little A slapped Luo Yanghui's hand away and fired back in rapid succession. Your grandson.
His brain isn't even fully developed.
I'm naturally beautiful, incredibly smart, a versatile genius capable of both civil and martial arts.
How could a toad like him ever dare to covet me? Everyone present, including Suyu, was stunned. Luo Yanghui's face turned red.
Damn it, he had been scolded by an AI.
If the uncle could bear it, the aunt couldn't.
His verbal sparring skills were unmatched, not even by Long Onping, let alone an AI. Luo Yanghui pulled out a fruit, slowly took a bite and made loud chewing sounds, acting like a complete old kid. This fruit is so sweet and juicy, delicious.
Too bad you're an AI and can never taste this flavor. Killing the heart. Xiao's eyes flickered with two flames, his battle intent surging like a torrent.
His short legs hopped incessantly as he chattered. I ride the train, you ride the tracks, I marry a celestial fairy, you marry a Teletubby, I play the computer, you play with a telephone pole. The two quarreled fiercely. Judging by the intensity, they would argue for at least 3 days and 3 nights before a winner emerged. Suyu quickly intervened to stop them. Xiao turned his head away, holding his little chin high, his cheeks puffed up with lingering anger. Amidst the fury, there was a hint of reluctance to cease. What a delightful quarrel this was. Luo Yanghui felt the same. To prevent them from bickering again, Suyu hurriedly asked Luo Laoi what business he had come for. Alright, Luo Yanghui finally remembered the main matter. The project has hit a snag and I need you to come take a look. During the construction of the Xingqian 1, if the researchers encountered a problem they and their teammates couldn't solve, they would consult Luo Yanghui. If even Luo Laoi couldn't figure it out, they would turn to Suyu. Alright. The red sun was setting in the west. It was almost time to knock off work. For the past few days they had been working until the dead of night. No one complained, only unyielding determination filled their hearts. Overtime could easily lead to sudden death, so tonight Suyu insisted everyone leave on time.
Chief Engineer, so I can still work overtime. If I don't work until 6 a.m. You're looking down on me. No one was willing to leave. Suyu's insistence forced them to reluctantly accept.
Before the crowd departed, Suyu announced, we need to accelerate our manufacturing progress.
How fast? Complete before the Spring Festival. Suyu's words left everyone stunned.
Before the Spring Festival, how was that possible?
There were only a little over 20 days left until the Spring Festival. They were building a spacecraft, not a toy.
Lan Nonping stepped forward and said, Chief Engineer Su, even if we ignore the manufacturing time, the calculations alone would take at least a month.
Don't worry about the calculations, Su Yu said with a faint smile.
This arduous and tedious task would be entrusted to Xiao Wei.
Even without the calculations, it's impossible. Long Nonping grimaced. Su Yu asked, what if I personally take charge of manufacturing the core parts?
Then it's definitely possible, Long Nonping affirmed, but then worriedly added, but you're overseeing the whole project, handling calculations and now focusing on the core. Won't you burn out? With such a workload, even a beast of burden would collapse, let alone Su Yu.
I'm not responsible for the calculations. Su Yu extended a hand and pointed at Xiao Wei. It is. Luo Yanghui rushed out laughing heartily and taunted it. Can it really do it?
Their eyes clashed in midair, sparks flying. Not sparks of love but flames of raging battle. With Su Yu personally involved, the project proceeded smoothly. Work that would have taken others years was completed in less than a week in Su Yu's hands. After finishing the core parts, Su Yu turned to other components. His speed was astonishing.
Xiao's speed was equally jaw-dropping. The massive calculations were processed in less than a minute with 100 accuracy. Someone sighed, is he even human?
Xiao Wei rolled his eyes.
I'm not human in the first place.
With Xiao's involvement, the project's progress rocketed forward at breakneck speed. Xiao's outstanding performance left Luo Yanghui feeling inferior. He realized that even 10 of him combined couldn't match a single Xiao Wei. Finding a moment when no one was around, Luo Yanghui quietly slipped over and apologized to Xiao Wei. I was so wrong to doubt you a few days ago. Xiao Wei glanced at him and said calmly, I didn't take it to heart.
Because we're not on the same level. Luo Yanghui was so infuriated he nearly exploded.
But it was the truth.
On the eastern horizon, a faint fish belly white appeared.
A big red ball peeked out, glancing upward. The sky was high enough for the ball to soar. Warm sunlight spilled down, bathing the manned lunar landing base and every researcher. It softened their hearts.
We're finally done.
Lan Nonping shouted, acting like a mad old man. Everyone else smiled brighter than the sunlight. They had worked overtime for a long time, all sporting panda eyes with bloodshot scara, Su Yu included. Their bodies were exhausted but their spirits were thrilled. Dragging his weary frame, Su Yu walked to the front and said with excitement, after all these days of hard work, we've finally completed the project. Today is a day to celebrate, but since everyone looks exhausted, go home and get some sleep first. As for the rest, let's talk about it tomorrow. No, the day after. The scene erupted in thunderous applause. The base had dormitories, simple but enough to give everyone a good rest. After everyone had left, Su Yu returned to his room. He didn't rest immediately. Instead, he wrote a letter. The letter simply stated that the project was complete and requested a confirmation of the ignition time. Completion was not success. True success would only come when the rocket ignited, landed on the moon and returned safely. This handwriting is ugly. Sitting in his chair looking at the paper, Su Yu grimaced. They say the handwriting mirrors the person. That's definitely a lie. Because he was ridiculously handsome, but his handwriting was grotesquely ugly. Xiao Wei hopped up and sat on the edge of the desk, swinging his short legs. Master, I can write for you. How's your handwriting? Su Yu glanced at him. Xiao Wei said confidently, beautiful. Then go ahead, I'll dictate, you write. Okay. Xiao Wei took the pen, raised his head and stared at Su Yu with his big sparkling eyes. Master, what font do you want? Regular script will do. Not bad handwriting. Su Yu's eyes lit up as he picked up the letter and he gently rubbed Xiao's head. Master, does this count as a merit? Of course. Su Yu nodded. Then can you not take out my battery next time? Xiao Wei looked at Su Yu pitifully. Sure. Su Yu agreed without hesitation. That's great. 2 stars twinkled in Xiao's eyes. Then he started whining. For him, days without whining were like a small clip without a slipper stuck in its throat, hard to get used to. Su Yu's face darkened with exasperation. He reached out his wicked hand, pressed down on Xiao's head and violently yanked out the battery. Xiao Wei. Inside the dormitory, Xiao Wei was casually discarded to the side. On its big cartoonish eyes were 2 large X symbols. It was dead. Why must you create such a mess? So you wanted to punch the chubby little face. Not that he was breaking his promise, but Xiao Wei had deceived him first. Before the upgrade, Xiao Wei had solemnly sworn that after the upgrade there would be no more dead mess. And what happened? The mouth of an AI is a lying devil. Long Nonping walked in. Before speaking, his gaze fell upon Xiao Wei. At that moment it looked like, well, someone who had fainted. To avoid misunderstanding, Su Yu spoke first. After taking out the battery, this is what it looks like. I understand. Su Yu.
Do you really understand or not? Chief Engineer Su, although you are still young, you must also pay more attention to your health. Get some rest, don't. This sounds strange. These days there are more and more improper people. I am writing a letter. Suyu, with a face full of black lines, didn't want to talk to this person anymore. He handed the letter to Long Onping and began to see him out. You came just in time. Deliver this letter to the higher-ups. Take your time, I'm going to rest. Okay, no problem. Before he could finish, Long Onping was escorted out. In the office on the desk lay a letter. It was Su, yes. He stopped his current work, opened the letter and began to read. Finished so quickly. Indeed, Suyu's speed. He gave a thumbs up. Others would take at least several years to build a spaceship, Suyu only needed 1 month. His speed was comparable to light speed. Ignition time. He pondered, twirling the pen rapidly in his hand. How about setting it on New Year's Eve? Cancel the Spring Festival Gala and use the time to broadcast the launch of Xingqian 1. Someone worried the Spring Festival Gala has been held for decades. Suddenly canceling it, wouldn't that be bad? Everyone knows how the gala has been in recent years. It's getting worse and worse. Why keep it? He sighed, then said firmly, it's better to use it to broadcast Xingqian 1. This is a milestone for Shenlong. And even more a milestone for human history. Others agreed, well said. Shenlong announced they will ignite and launch Xingqian 1 at 00000 on January 1st of the lunar calendar. As soon as this news was released, it instantly shocked the world. Would Shenlong become the second country after Piapiao to achieve a manned lunar landing? The outcome was still unknown. One must understand that completing the spacecraft doesn't mean it can take off. Taking off doesn't mean it can reach the lunar surface. Reaching the lunar surface doesn't mean it can return to launching. Only when all procedures are completed can it be considered a complete success. The most important part of the entire process is the ability to return to launching. In this world, apart from the eccentric ASAN, all other countries manufacturing rockets must consider the issue of astronauts returning to launching. ASAN completely ignores this issue. The whole world is watching whether Shenlong can successfully achieve a manned lunar landing. However, one country is extremely disdainful. That country was Inghua. Inghua. Anan was watching the news and instantly burst into laughter. Shenlong manned lunar landing. Anan laughed uncontrollably. They deserve it. They have no self-awareness. Exactly, others echoed. In the aerospace field, Shenlong has always been very backward. It's already incredible that they can achieve a lunar landing and they want a manned one. They are dreaming in broad daylight. Only we Inghua can succeed in manned lunar landing. Anan said confidently, sat down, poured a glass of wastewater and gulped it down like a cow drinking. Instantly he felt refreshed, as if he had seen the Buddha of the Western paradise. In our river's wastewater flows, the fish and shrimp have 2 heads and the turtles are even more impressive with 3 heads and 12 legs. Does Shenlong have that? Anan raised his head proudly. They don't, the others said disdainfully. The creatures living in Yinghua's waters have more heads than those elsewhere. But is it just more heads? Anan shook his head and pointed to his own head. They also have more brains. Full of wisdom. Lord Anan, well said. Others applauded. Anan said confidently, in terms of wisdom we completely dominate Shenlong. So the only successful manned lunar landing will be ours, not theirs. 20 years ago Inghua had announced a manned lunar landing program. But over the years there was no news. Everyone in the world thought Inghua had given up. Not at all. Inghua had been researching all along. Finally, a month ago they built a manned lunar landing spacecraft. Someone asked Lord Anan, when will our spacecraft ignite? Anan thought for a moment. At 00000 on January 1st we will ignite and launch. Together with Shenlong. Everyone was surprised. Exactly, Anan nodded and smiled. Only a stark contrast can cause the greatest harm. When Shenlong fails and we succeed in landing on the moon, it will be the greatest humiliation for them. Lord Anan is awesome. We should humiliate the Shenlong people. Who told them to constantly mock our wastewater and call us living a comfortable little life. Not long after, Inghua announced that they would ignite their spacecraft at the same time as Shenlong. This instantly shocked the world. 2 spacecraft igniting and launching at the same time was unprecedented. Even the most foolish person could smell the gunpowder in the air. If both succeeded in landing on the moon, then there would be no issue. But if one side failed, it would become a laughingstock for the whole world. Normally failure in a manned lunar landing is acceptable, but in contrast with a success, the failure would be severely humiliated. They would say the loser is inferior to the winner. At Yinghua's announcement, Suyu merely smiled faintly. He did not regard them as rivals.
A mere manhwa was not worth his attention.
Suyu was thinking about one thing: how to complete the system's mission.
The second half of the mission had another sentence: explore the secrets of the moon.
What secrets does the moon have? Suyu asked the system. This system does not know. Then what use are you?
Suyu recalled reading in books that when Piaopiao's astronauts landed on the moon they repeatedly emphasized, "We come for the peace of mankind."
This sentence seemed not to be addressed to humans but to something else.
If it were for humans, given Piaopiao's nature, they would definitely say something like, "The moon is ours."
Or, "We have landed on the moon, others cannot." What is the secret on the moon?
Suyu murmured to himself, making a decision in his heart.
I want to go to the moon.
Suyu made a decision: he would personally ascend to the moon to unearth the secrets buried deep.
Law Nonping walked in and said in surprise, "You want to play ball?"
But there's no ball here nor a court.
I mean, I want to go to the moon. What?
Law Nonping was startled, staring at Suyu. I advise you to give up this idea.
The authorities will never agree to your request. Astronauts going into space are facing a gamble of life and death. Especially the current Shingshan 1, which has just been completed and its success is still unknown. Should any mistake occur, those inside the cabin might lose their lives. Suyu's importance is self-evident. Not a single accident can be allowed. What do you need?
Knowing that Elder Long disagreed, Suyu changed the subject.
Thinking he had dissuaded Suyu, Law Nonping stated his purpose. Have you heard the announcement from manhwa? I know. Suyu nodded. Will it affect us? I mean, during the moon landing, will Shingshan 1 be interfered with? No. Suyu gave a definite answer.
After Elder Long left, Suyu reinstalled the battery in Xiaowei.
He asked it to ghostwrite another letter to.
Before, when you were with me under the moon and flowers, you called me Xiaowei.
Now that you don't need me, you take out my battery.
Xiaowei put on a pitiful look. If you don't behave, don't blame me for being rude.
Suyu's hand itched to act. Okay. Suyu's letter was received. How could he have this idea? Someone frowned. Call an emergency meeting. Someone asked, is it to discuss whether to agree to Professor Su's moon landing?
It's to discuss how to make him give up this idea. That very day the authorities sent someone over to do ideological work on Suyu. That is to make him abandon the dangerous idea of personally going to the moon.
Professional matters should be left to professionals. This staff member was exceptionally skilled with words, even more formidable than Tang Sanzang, and kept chattering endlessly.
It almost drove Suyu's head to explode.
Alright, stop talking. I want go, is that okay?
Suyu sighed. If he kept nagging, he really couldn't help but slap the staff member.
My mission is accomplished. The staff member revealed a smile, asked Suyu for an autograph, and then left elatedly.
Suyu sighed. He knew that due to the enormous risks during the moon landing, his request had been rejected.
A tactful rejection.
So they sent a chatterbox over.
I have to take another path. Suyu's eyes brightened.
He picked up Xiaowei like a chick and walked into the lab. Time passed like flowing water.
In the blink of an eye, it was New Year's Eve. Suyu found the 3 astronauts and changed their spacesuits. The 3 astronauts, 2 men and 1 woman, were all baffled.
They didn't know why they had to change spacesuits.
This moon landing will be broadcast live globally. After arriving on the moon, there will be no network.
But this spacesuit not only provides network but can also be used as a camera.
So amazing. The 3 astronauts gasped. Just basic operation.
Suyu smiled slightly. Being able to obtain clear images of the moon and command the astronauts' actions in real time was almost the same as him going to the moon himself.
Xiao Wang was a Shenlong person.
He was very excited, not because it was New Year's Eve but because it was the launch day of Shingshan 1. Before it was even dark, he sat in front of the TV waiting for the livestream to begin. Not only him but hundreds of millions of Shenlong people like Xiao Wang sat excitedly in front of their TVs.
The sun set.
The moon went to work, slowly climbing up.
It lazily gazed at the human world, unaware that someone in the world wanted to mount it. Night fell. The livestream had already begun.
Just 1 minute after it started, the online viewership reached 50 million.
Compared to 1.4 billion, 50 million is not large.
This is because it was New Year's Eve and most Shenlong people were not using phones, they were watching the livestream on TV.
Watching with their families.
The host of the livestream was Xiao Sa.
He walked around and then arrived near Shingshan 1. He introduced Shingshan 1 to the audience.
Such a behemoth was displayed before the viewers.
Everyone was filled with excitement. I don't know much more. Regarding Shingshan 1, Xiao Sa only knew the basics. Let Professor Su introduce the professional knowledge to you. Suyu walked over and politely greeted the audience.
Xiao Sa was surprised. How could the livestream instantly gain tens of millions more viewers as soon as Suyu appeared?
Moreover, the number was still skyrocketing.
You know, it was New Year's Eve and most Shenlong people were watching the livestream on TV.
TV viewers were not counted in the livestream's viewership. They were not Shenlong people. They could only be foreigners. In almost an instant, Xiao Sa understood.
With Suyu's ability and fame not only in Shenlong but also in other places, he must have a huge fan base. The Xingqian 1 has a takeoff thrust of 6,000 tons, making it the spacecraft with the greatest thrust in the world. On the other side, Inghua was also live streaming.
But their livestream had only a few thousand viewers.
Compared to Shenlong, it was simply shabby.
Why so few people? Where did everyone go? Anan was puzzled.
They all went to Shenlong's livestream, a staff member reported. Especially the girls, almost all of them went. They're now spamming in Shenlong's livestream, Suyu Appa, I want to marry you.
A bunch of Shenlong worshipping and foreign flattering bastards. Anan fumed.
The others dared not speak. They had never seen Anan so furious before. Anan calmed himself, suppressing his anger. When we land on the moon and Shenlong fails, these short-sighted women will realize how foolish their choices are.
We Inghua are the strongest. Inghua is the strongest, others shouted.
After the shouting, someone asked Lord Anan, with only a few thousand viewers in the livestream, should we still broadcast? Why not broadcast?
Anan gritted his teeth.
A few thousand people are still people. Shenlong's livestream had only a little over 100 million viewers. But the number of people watching this livestream reached billions. All over the world, a huge number of people were watching. They all wanted to know whether Shenlong could successfully land a manned mission on the moon.
The universe is mysterious, concealing countless secrets. It is also alluring. Humans spend their entire lives exploring the cosmos. Progress is arduous, yet they never cease.
The stars and moon are bright, the Milky Way in the sky. A round moon like a jade plate hangs high in the night, its moonlight illuminating the mortal world.
It also illuminates the Xingqian 1. Beside the Xingqian 1 stand 3 astronauts, 2 men and 1 woman.
If the moon landing succeeds, they will become the first people from Shenlong to set foot on the moon, etching their names in history. But if the moon landing fails, there is only death, not even a trace left. The 3 astronauts look up, gazing at the silver-white moon. There is no fear in their hearts, only surging passion. The camera focuses on the 3 astronauts recording their boarding of the Xingqian 1. At this moment, billions of people around the world, regardless of nation or race, all admire the astronauts of Shenlong.
On New Year's Eve at 2359. There are 60 seconds until the ignition of Xingqian 1. The crowd on site and the viewers in the live stream grow increasingly excited. They are all silently reciting. People often say time flows like water, but now every second passes extremely slowly, longer than a century. 10-9-8-7.
Xiao Sa, extremely excited but with a firm voice, counted down.
The audience also joined in. 3, 2, 1. Ignition and launch. Suyu commanded. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted.
The engine spewed flames, lighting up the darkness like daylight. The Xingqian 1 shot into the sky like a divine sword, piercing the heavens, pointing straight at the universe, cleaving towards the secrets of the cosmos. At this moment, nothing in the world was more dazzling than the Xingqian 1.
Not even the moon could compare. All departments stay fully alert, Suyu said sternly. Monitor all data. If there is any anomaly or potential anomaly, report it immediately.
Received. The Xingqian 1 is not just a spaceship, it is the hope of the Shenlong people and even the hope of all humanity. Watching the launch of the Xingqian 1, Xiao Sa was so excited he could not contain himself. The viewers in the live stream from Shenlong were the same, and some with low emotional thresholds even burst into tears.
Crying doesn't always mean sadness, it can also represent excitement. Amidst the excitement, everyone silently prayed that the Xingqian 1 would encounter no accidents and land smoothly on the moon. The Xingqian 1 is almost out of sight. It's still unstable and the astronauts inside cannot start a live stream yet.
Xiao Sa smiled slightly. I heard Inghua is also launching a manned moon landing. Why not go watch theirs?
Okay, the audience agreed. Inghua. Due to a minor accident, Yinghua's spaceship had not yet taken off. What's going on? Anan roared furiously. These people were utterly useless, failing at the critical moment. Lord Anan, it's just a small accident. It's already fixed now. Then what are you waiting for? Ignite and take off now. Anan ordered loudly.
It was too good for Shenlong.
Not taking off at the same time meant they couldn't maximize the humiliation. Anan sat down, took a sip of water and asked, where is Shenlong's spaceship? It is entering Earth's orbit. Swoga.
And then laughed and said with certainty, I bet that Shenlong's spaceship will be destroyed and fall during its entry into Earth's orbit and the 3 astronauts will be reduced to nothing.
I'll bet too. I'm the same.
I bet my 70-year-old father's 20 years of life that Lord Anan is right.
The others all agreed. Success belongs only to Manhwa, and then laughed.
Seeing his subordinates put up bets, he also offered a bet. I bet 10 years of my life.
Yinghua's spaceship ascended steadily. All data was normal without any accident. However, if no accident occurs, an accident is about to come.
When entering Earth's orbit, something unexpected happened to the entire spaceship.
It stuttered.
After a few stutters, it gave up.
A loud boom sounded.
The enormous explosion rent the sky. Even the moon was startled. Had humans started setting off fireworks in space?
Flames blazed.
The entire spaceship was severely damaged, lost power and began to fall.
It was in free fall.
The astronauts inside the cabin had long perished, not even leaving a trace.
Lord Anan, terrible news, the spaceship exploded.
This is great news.
Anan laughed heartily, took a sip of water to celebrate. I told you Shenlong's spaceship would have an accident, didn't I? Lord Anan is a brilliant strategist. We admire you.
The others were flattering and celebrating.
No.
The staff shook his head like a rattledrum. It's our spaceship that exploded.
What?
Anan jumped up, unable to hold his water, spilling it all over the floor. You mean our Yinghua's spaceship crashed?
Exactly, the staff nodded affirmatively. What about Shenlong's? Everything is normal. Good thing. Good thing. An's body trembled, his vision went black and he fainted to the ground.
The others were shocked and shouted ambulance.
Xiao Sa was watching Yinghua's livestream.
Not only him but billions of people around the world knew that Yinghua's spaceship had crashed.
Anan had fainted. I really didn't expect. These little Japanese. Well.
Yinghua's spaceship crashed so quickly. Xiao Sa was happy inside but sighed outwardly, but it's okay, there is still Shenlong's Xingqian. I believe the Xingqian will surely succeed. The viewers in the live stream were all cheering for the Xingqian.
Go Xingqian.
In the backstage studio, so you didn't dare relax for a moment, staring intently at the data on the screen.
To prevent any accident with the Xingqian. Successfully entered Earth's orbit. Separation successful. Left Earth's orbit. Entering lunar orbit. All data is normal. Good, very good, excellent.
Suyu breathed a sigh of relief but remained fully alert.
Everyone, we cannot relax yet. Continue monitoring the Xingqian. Received.
In space, a spaceship was approaching the moon.
This night was destined to be a sleepless one.
The people of Shenlong were extremely excited, staying in front of the television to watch the movements of Xingqian.
Everyone was staying up late. Staying up late is not good, so they had to pull an all-nighter. Xingqian was in orbit around Blue Star, circling it.
The purpose of circling was to gain higher speed, break free from Blue Star's orbit and enter the straight-line trajectory between Blue Star and the moon. Then they embarked on the 380,000 kilometer journey.
Successfully departed from Blue Star's orbit.
Completed the 380,000 kilometer journey.
Successfully entered the moon's orbit. After entering the moon's orbit, the next step was to land on the moon. The moon's surface was uneven. They couldn't just land anywhere.
Finding a flat area, Xingqian began its descent. It was not a complete descent. In lunar orbit, the lunar module separated from the command module.
The command module remained in place. The lunar module landed on the moon's surface.
Lao Lu was a Shenlong citizen.
With dark circles under his eyes, he was watching the live broadcast. The moon landing is successful. At Xiao SAS, shout, Lao Lu was in tears, extremely excited.
He ran to the balcony and shouted, "We have landed on the moon."
Yes, we have landed on the moon.
The neighbor from the opposite building replied. Soon everyone in the residential area was shouting.
After shouting, Lao Lu ran out. They set off firecrackers.
At that moment, all Shenlong people were ecstatic, celebrating with singing and dancing. Every corner of Shenlong resounded with firecrackers and drums.
After 2 days, Xingqian finally landed on the moon. In the backstage studio. Finally, the moon landing. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After Xingqian landed, they no longer had to be tense and could relax for a while. Chief Engineer, so you've been watching for 2 days. Why don't you take a rest?
Luo Yanghui walked over, patting Su Ye's shoulder with concern. This was the most dedicated chief engineer he had ever seen. He had been working for 2 days without a good night's sleep.
No need.
Suyu shook his head, declining the old Luo's kindness.
My mental state is still okay. Don't force yourself, just go to sleep. Luo Yanghui didn't believe him. See the guest out. Suyu with a dark expression had someone escort Luo Yanghui out. He truly wasn't sleepy. Over the past 2 days the work of monitoring Xingqian 1's data was mainly done by Xiaowei. He rested when it was time to rest. For him the real highlight came after the moon landing, so he had to be fully rested. Delay the livestream by 5 minutes. After giving this order, Suyu became serious and began directing the astronauts' actions. The moon's surface was rugged and uneven. There was no hint of green. No flowers, no grass, no trees. It was like a desert, but not as yellow. After all, the moon is a lady not fond of indecency. As for the Jade Rabbit Change and Guanghan Palace, they were certainly not there. The two astronauts descended from the lunar module and walked on the moon. Their movements were clumsy and slow, but in fact they were very cautious. The moon's gravity is only 1/6 of blue stars, giving people a floating sensation when walking. Through the astronauts' cameras, the audience and the livestream clearly saw the moon's appearance. And also Blue Star. Looking at the moon from Blue Star is completely different from looking at Blue Star from the moon. Blue Star is 64 times larger than the moon. Moreover, 71 is ocean, 29 is land. Standing on the moon, the Blue Star appears as a huge behemoth, almost entirely blue. The viewers in the livestream exclaimed in excitement. This is Blue Star, truly stunning to me. Unfortunately, I'm not cultured, so I can only say holy shit online. Please type awesome in the screen. The viewers felt shocked, but the astronauts felt the opposite. They felt fear. Their entire beings were engulfed by a sense of terror, their bodies trembling. Previously they thought Blue Star was lovely. But standing on the moon they only found Blue Star eerie. The astronauts expressed their feelings. Everyone was astonished, not knowing why. The astronauts have always lived on Blue Star. Suddenly arriving on the moon, they are detached. Looking at Blue Star, a complete planet so huge they feel a sense of strangeness. The vastness of the universe, the insignificance of humanity creates a fear of being dominated. Suyu explained the reason. He also kindly advised the astronauts, if you feel afraid, avoid looking directly at Blue Star. Suyu's explanation made everyone suddenly understand. Everyone was typing 666. They exclaimed that Su God was exceptionally knowledgeable. The vast universe, boundless and infinite. Countless planets. Nebulae were everywhere. Dazzling and brilliant, more beautiful than the fairest scenes in paintings. There was also a hint of mysterious aura. Is that the Piapiao flag? The astronaut walked over but unfortunately couldn't stop in time and stepped on the Piapiao flag, knocking it over. Ah. I'm really sorry, it was an accident. I believe the people of Piapiao are magnanimous and won't mind such a small thing. The astronaut who knocked over the flag quickly apologized and then set the Piapiao flag upright again. It was still standing but a bit crooked. Why don't you straighten it? Brother Dong roared in anger, shattering the cup in his hand. It hit the ground and shattered into countless pieces. For a moment Brother Dong couldn't tell if the Shenlong astronauts were intentional. Saying it was an accident, but the action of stepping on it seemed deliberate. Saying it was intentional, but the apology was so sincere. Damn these Shenlong people. We can no longer find the footsteps of the Piapiao astronauts, but we can clearly show you the footprints of the Shenlong people. The astronaut smiled slightly, stepped on the ground to leave a perfectly clear footprint. Then he took a step forward and planted the Shenlong flag in front of the Piapiao flag. In the office. First several question marks appeared above Brother Dong's head. Then came anger. FUCK, are these two Shenlong people targeting us? Brother Dong was furious. He wanted to smash a cup but found no cup to smash. So he had to pound the table a few times. That hurts. Brother Dong winced, touching his reddened palm. Forget it, I won't bother with the Shenlong people. After all, the real treasures on the moon were all taken by us Piapiao first. Brother Dong suppressed his anger, calmed himself, took a sip of mineral water and then burst into laughter. A subordinate said, but Lord Dong, although we have brought the treasures back, research has made no progress for decades. The treasures in our hands are like a pile of junk. Those useless researchers. Brother Dong cursed. When they ask for funding they are all powerful. But when it comes to actual research they've made no progress in decades. Fucking pathetic. The vast cosmos, like an abyss, stretched endlessly, mysterious and alluring. Two astronauts were digging soil. They packed the lunar soil into the lander. Some might not know that in 1978 Shenlong and Piapiao established friendly relations. Piapiao gifted Shenlong 1 gram of lunar soil. Shenlong was immensely thrilled at that time. Now Shenlong is no longer the same as decades ago. It can ascend to the moon and retrieve soil on its own. Of course Shenlong is not ungrateful. Back then Piao Piao gave us 1 gram of lunar soil. In a few days we will send them 2 grams. The astronauts smiled sincerely. Are these 2 Shenlong people sneaky bastards? Every word they say is mocking us.
Brother Dong snorted coldly, not to mention 2 grams, even 2 kilograms mean nothing to us. Outsiders are foolish thinking we Piao Piao have been to the moon 6 times just for lunar soil, how laughable. A subordinate said, this shows our secrecy is well maintained.
Brother Dong gave a thumbs up, well said. Next the Shenlong astronauts will engage in tedious experiments like free fall. Did the Shenlong astronauts actually do such tedious experiments? No. They didn't even do interesting ones. They wandered aimlessly as if searching for something. The moon also has day and night. The side illuminated by the sun is day. With no atmosphere on the moon, its heat capacity and thermal conductivity are extremely low. Daytime temperatures soar to a scorching 127 C. 127 C is enough to roast a person alive.
Fortunately, the astronauts wore spacesuits that insulated them from heat and cold, maintaining a normal temperature.
I heard Sakura also landed on the moon. Why haven't we seen them? Who knows? The 2 astronauts chatted as they wandered.
On the moon without air, sound cannot travel.
Normally they couldn't talk.
But the spacesuit provided by Suyu was no ordinary suit. The news of the Sakura spacecraft's crash had reached virtually everyone in the world except the 3 Shenlong astronauts. Viewers flooded the screen with messages trying to inform them. Realizing the astronauts couldn't see the comments, they quieted down and watched the lunar scenery. Unlike the audience, Brother Dong had no interest in the view. He frowned. I feel like the Shenlong people are searching for something.
I think so too. Same here. Others agreed. It shouldn't be. Brother Dong was utterly puzzled. We discovered the moon's secret by accident. How could Shenlong on their first moon landing know about it? Someone asserted confidently, they definitely don't know. Then why are they searching? Brother Dong couldn't figure it out.
Someone speculated maybe they are looking for other substances, not our things.
That was the only explanation. Brother Dong nodded, acknowledging the point.
If Shenlong was truly searching for that kind of thing, it could only mean a traitor had infiltrated their ranks. Aimlessly the astronauts walked for a long time without stopping. They had no complaints, for this was Suyu's instruction. They all believed Suyu would not make them walk without reason. There must be something significant.
There's a dark object on the right. Let's check it out. The 2 astronauts hurried over.
They dug a dark object out of the soil. What is this? It doesn't seem to be from the moon, nor does it look like a natural substance.
The astronauts were baffled.
In the backstage studio, the lunar images were clearly displayed on the screen. Suyu saw that dark object. He didn't know what it was, but instinct told him this object was related to the moon's secret.
Cut the live feed. Suyu gave the order without hesitation.
Only the viewer's feed was cut, not the backstage one.
In the livestream room, netizens were admiring the lunar scenery. Everyone was chatting. I'm a ruthless one, the moon is truly beautiful. If one day all humans can visit the moon, you'll definitely bring my girlfriend. Outlaw Zhang San, dude, wake up, you don't have a girlfriend.
I'm a ruthless one who says I don't. Haven't you seen my right hand?
Who?
Little windmill, look, what's that ahead?
The astronauts are digging it up. One gang left behind that thing. Doesn't look like lunar stuff.
Great lawyer Zhang Wei, what's happening to the livestream? Why is it disconnected? Suddenly the livestream was cut off without warning. The viewers were baffled, unaware of what had gone wrong. Brother Dong, however, wore a dark expression.
He knew that black substance better than anyone.
The fact that the Shenlong astronauts cut the stream right after digging it up, no fool would believe there was no trick.
Explain this. Brother Dong's face was frosty. The temperature in the room plummeted. Everyone trembled. There is a Shenlong agent among us, someone said reluctantly.
Brother Dong asked coldly, who is it?
Everyone remained silent.
If they knew who the Shenlong agent was, they would have reduced him to ashes long ago. Why would they wait until now?
Cat got your tongues.
Brother Dong slammed the table in fury.
Someone stepped forward. I know one person who might be the Shenlong agent. Brother Dong urged, speak quickly.
Whoever dared to betray Piao Piao, he would grind their bones to dust, flay their skin, break their bones, and subject them to the most brutal tortures in history. Not a single member of their family would be spared. The man stepped forward and raised his voice not to Brother Dong but to everyone. There is a person who always says no one knows Shenlong better than me. Think about it, does Piao Piao know Shenlong better, or does a Shenlong native?
This remark made everyone uneasy.
Anyone with half a brain could guess who it was.
How dare you? Brother Dong was furious, slamming the table again.
Come arrest this malicious person and throw him into the dungeon.
Thoroughly investigate whether he was sent by Shenlong. Brother Dong was enraged.
With his status and position, why would he become a Shenlong agent?
It was sheer lunacy.
This malicious person must be Brother Deng's man.
Brother Deng was rotten to the core.
To bring him down he would stoop to such slander.
Brother Deng, I will not let you off.
Brother Dong gritted his teeth, then cast a cold glance at everyone.
What? Do you all believe his words? Brother Dong's gaze was sharper than a blade, terrifying everyone into shaking their heads. No. A black substance shaped like a small wheel. Unyieldingly hard.
Resembling stone, yet also like a mechanical part. What could be certain was that it was neither a lunar object nor a substance from the blue star. Gazing at the image on the screen, Suyu stroked his chin.
If we load this thing into the lunar module, and if it exceeds the weight limit, well, abandon some lunar soil. Should we start the live stream? No need.
Suyu shook his head. Proceed quietly until we've secured the black substance, then we'll begin the broadcast. The discovery of the mysterious object instantly stirred the other researchers. They all gathered around.
What is this thing? It feels a bit like a meteorite. Everyone murmured among themselves.
Luo Yanghui walked over and asked Suyu, Chief Engineer Su, what is this object? At that moment Suyu was the most erudite among them.
All fell silent, fixing their eyes on Suyu, awaiting his answer. I don't know either.
Suyu shrugged, then added, but one thing I can confirm, it's not a substance from the moon or the blue star.
Then where could it be from? Everyone was dumbfounded. Could it be from Venus? It's relatively close to the moon. Speculation is of little use.
Suyu smiled slightly, speaking with precision.
Bring it back, only after testing might we know its origin. The live stream went dark, yet the viewers did not disperse.
Instead, they were puzzled. Why had it suddenly cut off? Some netizens speculated that the astronauts had dug up an alien and been killed by it. Others guessed it was merely a camera malfunction.
Opinions varied. No one yielded.
After hours of heated debate, the screen abruptly lit up.
The live stream resumed. Sorry, we had a minor equipment issue, the astronaut apologized.
Their hands were empty. That black substance had long been placed in the lunar module. The viewers were extremely curious.
Is that black stuff venom? Are you stupid? Venom is liquid, that black thing is solid, you're the stupid one. Venom can also become solid.
Watching the comments in the livestream, Suyu was speechless.
This batch of netizens had watched far too many sci-fi movies. Bloody hell, venom indeed.
Venom is alive, this black substance has no life. But we can't be sure yet whether it has life or not.
Suyu scratched his head. Anyway, it wasn't venom. Ignoring the netizens, Suyu issued the order, return to the blue star as soon as possible. He had no interest in conducting experiments on the moon.
If he so wished, building a space station on the moon and making trips there a breeze was no longer a dream.
The astronauts re-entered the lunar module, preparing to depart from the moon.
The viewers were extremely tense, especially the Shenlong people. Only when the astronauts safely returned to the blue star would it mark that Shenlong had mastered man-lunar landing technology. The lunar module consisted of two stages.
The upper half was the astronauts' compartment.
The lower half was mainly the launch frame.
Liftoff. Flames shot from the module, soaring into the sky and leaving the lunar surface.
Its task was to dock with the command module in lunar orbit, then return together to the blue star. Docking required precision, exactly the same time, the same place, the two modules connecting seamlessly. It had to be flawless. The slightest deviation would cause docking failure.
In the backstage studio. Shall we don't slack off, keep an eye on the data.
Suyu patted that small head.
A crisp sound rang out. It was a good head.
Suyu sighed softly. The gravity of this celestial body was quite troublesome. He was determined to invent a spaceship that could break free from gravity's shackles, allowing direct landing on any celestial body without needing to accelerate in the blue star's orbit or elsewhere.
The road ahead is long and arduous.
In lunar orbit, the two modules slowly approached.
Docking. Docking successful. At that moment, the entire livestream audience was ecstatic. Even more thrilled were the three astronauts. I've been circling the moon in orbit for so long, you finally returned. The female astronaut revealed a smile.
Seeing her colleagues successfully dock was her greatest joy.
All thanks to Chief Engineer Su, his calculations were flawless. The two male astronauts wore expressions of deep admiration. Docking succeeded.
What followed was a long journey of over 300,000 kilometers. The whole world waited.
They awaited the safe return of Xingqian-1 to the Blue Star. Finally 2 days later Xingqian-1 returned unscathed. The landing site of Xingqian-1 is on a wide stretch of land west of XX City Plateau Province. Suyu precisely calculated the landing location of Xingqian-1. The relevant authorities dispatched helicopters to retrieve the crew. On the western high plateau there was a vast open area, flat and sparsely populated. This was the landing site of Xingqian-1. Though it was said to be calculated by Suyu, it was more accurate to say he had arranged it in advance. The selection of a landing site had requirements. The terrain must not be complex, it must be flat and open. The western region was perfectly suitable. Suyu and his team arrived ahead of time. A sharp-eyed person pointed at a black dot in the sky. "Look, is that our Xingqian-1?" "It is indeed Xingqian-1." Everyone grew excited. The Xingqian-1 in the sky was descending slowly, landing on the ground. When launched, Xingqian-1 had been a colossal object, but upon return it was no longer. Only the return capsule remained, the other parts had long been discarded. The hatch opened, revealing 3 astronauts. Staff members ran over and helped them down. When they set foot on the Blue Star and saw the familiar environment, all 3 astronauts breathed a sigh of relief. They felt a profound sense of safety. Suyu walked over, extended his hand and smiled. "Welcome home." "Thank you." The 3 astronauts shook hands with Suyu one by one, revealing genuine smiles. The netizens in the livestream, especially the Xinlong people, erupted with excitement. Xingqian-1 had successfully returned to the Blue Star. This marked that Xinlong had mastered manned lunar landing technology, becoming the second nation after Piapiao to achieve a successful manned lunar landing. Truly a cause for celebration. At that moment every Xinlong person was thrilled to the core. The streets were filled with the crackling of firecrackers, the beating of drums and gongs, and the fluttering of Xinlong flags. Pride of our nation. Long live Xinlong. The entire Xinlong resounded with these exuberant voices soaring into the sky. They pierced the heavens, astonishing the world and elevating the respect for Xinlong to new heights. In contrast to Xinlong's jubilation, Piapiao was shrouded in dark clouds. Donggu was furious. Everyone trembled in fear. In the land of Piapiao. Above the sky a thick layer of dark clouds loomed as if it were about to rain. Yet there was neither thunder nor rain. Even more oppressive was Donggu's office, where the atmosphere was suffocating, making even breathing difficult. Everyone present dared not even breathe heavily, doing their best to make themselves inconspicuous. "It's been 2 days. Donggu slammed the table in rage. "I sent you to investigate the Xinlong faction, and after all this time you haven't found a single clue. What use are you? Raising you is worse than raising pigs." The barrage of curses left everyone trembling in fear, yet their hearts remained unshaken. They had long grown numb. Let him curse, whoever took it seriously would be the fool. In one ear and out the other. After scolding for a long while, Donggu's throat was dry and he was tired. He took a sip of water to moisten his throat. "Now tell me, how should we resolve this matter?" The treasure obtained from the moon had been studied by Piapiao for decades with little progress. Now Xinlong had it. With Suyu's abilities they would surely be able to thoroughly analyze it quickly. If Xinlong gained black technology from it, it would undoubtedly be an unprecedented major blow to Piapiao. Why not cooperate with the Xinlong faction? Both sides contribute to the research and share the technology, someone suggested. The others all agreed. Only Donggu. Cooperate with Xinlong. Donggu sneered. "What is our status and what is theirs? How much mysterious substance do we have and how much do they have? Are they worthy? And share technology together? Have you all lost your minds? On Blue Planet there can only be one big brother, and that is us, Piapiao. Everyone else must be left far behind." Donggu refused cooperation. The main reason was that Piapiao had obtained a large amount of the mysterious substance from the moon, which surely involved more advanced technologies. Xinlong only had one piece. If they cooperated, wouldn't they suffer a huge loss? Someone frowned and said, "If we don't cooperate with Xinlong, those things in our hands are no different from trash." Is there no talent in all of Piapiao? Dong Ji's face darkened. Give those old fellows another 2 months. If they can't figure out a single thing, they can all pack up and leave. There was no gravity in space. The astronauts who had just returned to Blue Planet were not yet fully adapted to its conditions. Their bodies were limp like drunkards walking unsteadily. These 3 astronauts were carried away by others. They had not been in space for long. After half a day of rest they would recover completely and adapt to Blue Planet. The live broadcast was cut off. Then the reporters and other idle people were expelled. Suyu stepped onto the lunar module and saw the mysterious substance. "It looks a bit like a meteorite," Suyu said, reaching out to touch it. It was ice-cold with a metallic feel. He tried to lift it with all his strength. A thump sounded. The thing was too heavy so you couldn't lift it.
It doesn't look big but it's surprisingly heavy, Suyu remarked in surprise, then had a soldier come up to carry the object down. The researchers gathered around.
Chief Engineer Su, your physical condition isn't great, you can't even lift a small stone.
You should pay more attention to your health and eat more supplements.
Law Nonping walked over, patted Suyu on the shoulder, his face full of concern. Suyu's face darkened. You're so capable, why don't you try lifting it? A tiny little stone. Law Nonping scoffed, strode over and reached out to lift it.
The mysterious substance remained as steady as a mountain. Instead, Law Nonping's face turned red, his breathing became uneven and his hands trembled slightly from the exertion.
Luo Yanghui laughed from the side. Are you constipated? Your face is so funny. Can't even lift a small stone. Tisk, are you too old to move? If you're so great, you try. Law Nonping's face turned livid, he stood up and made way.
I'll do it then, Luo Yanghui chuckled, walking over, cheerfully bending down to lift the mysterious substance. The moment he lifted it, his expression changed.
Law Nonping burst into laughter, mocking Luo Yanghui without restraint.
And so, the two old men started arguing, nearly pulling each other's hair.
Fortunately, Suyu stopped them.
This substance is too dense, it's normal that it can't be lifted, Suyu said, smoothing things over, then had soldiers carry the object away to the laboratory in the northern capital. They also returned. On the way, Luo Yanghui couldn't help asking, Chief Engineer Su, do you think this thing is natural or man-made?
Suyu said it's highly likely not natural. Then it's man-made. Could it be from Piao Piao? Luo Yanghui speculated.
The only ones who had been to the moon were Shenlong and Piao Piao.
Law Nonping interjected, are you stupid? If Piao Piao made this and left it on the moon, what would they gain? To prevent them from arguing further, Suyu quickly spoke up, it's not Piao Piao, they don't have that capability. It's more like a more advanced civilization. You mean aliens?
The two old men were stunned.
Suyu nodded solemnly. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Are there really aliens? Someone gasped. There must be aliens. Didn't Piao Piao say they had captured aliens? Can Piao Piao's words be trusted?
Suyu said with a wry smile.
If aliens can reach Blue Planet, it means their technology is far beyond humanity's.
For humans to capture them, how easy would that be?
Everyone nodded.
Suyu smiled slightly. It's too early to discuss this, we need to wait for the tests to get the correct answer. Before returning to the northern capital, Suyu reported the matter. It immediately caused a stir among the higher-ups. They all urged Suyu to thoroughly study the mysterious substance. If it was indeed made by aliens, it would definitely involve more advanced technologies. Even if not, new substances could be extracted. Shenlong would not lose out either way. Back in the laboratory, Suyu carefully examined the substance.
He couldn't see anything special. Xiao scanned this thing.
He brought Xiao over and instructed.
This is a solid. Suyu asked, what specific substance? How would I know?
Xiao shrugged. My scanning function is still very basic. I'm not Sun Wukong with fiery eyes and golden pupils.
How can I analyze the specific substance? Then we have to do experiments, Suyu sighed.
When cutting the mysterious substance, Suyu was surprised to find that its hardness was greater than diamond. He finally managed to cut off a small piece.
However, Suyu was a bit dumbfounded. This substance is not from Blue Planet and the elements it contains are not on the periodic table. How do I start? The number of experiments would be enormous. Possibly reaching tens of thousands.
Such a tedious and arduous task was naturally left to the professional, Xiao. Preliminary analysis confirmed to Suyu that this mysterious substance was a component.
Man-made. Given the technology of this component, it could not be from Piao Piao.
It could only be from extraterrestrials.
Moreover, the alien civilization's technological level surpassed that of Earth. How much more advanced Suyu had yet to determine. Little A, keep up the good work. I'll add a chicken leg. I mean better quality electricity.
Suyu suddenly praised Little A. Ever since Little A stopped making those strange noises, Suyu found it increasingly adorable.
With its big sparkling eyes, rich and varied expressions, and chubby cheeks, it was utterly cute.
Although it was still far from
1.5 meters tall, that was a minor issue. Cuteness was paramount. Okay.
Little A said with boundless enthusiasm.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Obtained mysterious gift pack X1. Open it. Hearing the system's voice, Suyu stood frozen. He had thought he needed to thoroughly study the mysterious substance to complete the system's mission.
Unexpectedly, that wasn't necessary. So the secret of the moon is that there are alien artifacts on it. Suyu instantly understood.
Open the mysterious gift pack. Congratulations host on obtaining holographic virtual technology. Congratulations host on obtaining flying motorcycle technology. Among these two technologies, the one that most surprised Suyu was the holographic virtual technology. What is holographic virtual technology? Simply put, it is a 3D technology that does not require glasses and allows interaction with virtual objects. Like in sci-fi movies where a device's image appears in midair and can be manipulated by hand, that's the application of holographic virtual technology. This technology is incredibly powerful. For example, when watching a local movie. Even more amazing is when playing certain interactive legitimate games. In the current world, many countries are researching holographic virtual technology but with little progress. Only Piao has announced that they have mastered this technology. However, Piao's words are not trustworthy. What a huge profit, Suyu said, extremely delighted. He decided to first manufacture the holographic virtual technology, then research the flying motorcycle. The reason was simple: interactive virtual imaging was simply too cool. Triggering mission jointly promote holographic virtual technology and flying motorcycle technology. Completion reward: mysterious gift pack X1 refusal reward 10 GB learning resources. Suyu was stunned. This damn system wanted to exhaust him. Only 10 GB. Who cares? Suyu said disdainfully, then firmly declared, accept the mission. Now Suyu had a multitude of tasks. He had to promote 2 technologies and also study the mysterious black substance. Master, I can take care of this alien substance, Little said, trotting over on its short legs, thoughtfully sharing Suyu's workload. It's wonderful to have you, Suyu said, deeply moved. Then Master, can you promise me one request? Little A blinked its big sparkling eyes. Promise you my ass. Before hearing it, Suyu knew what it was going to say and said with a dark face, stop thinking about boohooing. I'll get you some good electricity when I have time. With Little's help, Suyu's workload was greatly reduced. But he couldn't relax yet because he still needed a lot of assistance. Researching and manufacturing both the holographic virtual technology and the flying motorcycle by himself would take a long time. The problem was that it was the New Year period. Students were on holiday and most researchers had gone home. Suyu sighed. Yang Weiguo walked in and quipped, what size burden thee? Not enough manpower, Suyu said with a grim face. Short on people. That's easy, Yang Weiguo said generously. Tell me how many you need and I'll apply to the higher-ups. I don't need soldiers, I need researchers. Yang Weiguo said with difficulty, that's tough. They've worked hard all year. During the New Year they deserve to spend time with their families. Suyu agreed, that's reasonable. Are you looking for them to study that mysterious black object? Asked Yang Weiguo, who knew about it due to his high status. Suyu shook his head. Then what? Yang Weiguo was surprised. Suyu told the truth: holographic virtual technology and flying motorcycle technology. This. Yang Weiguo knew about these 2 technologies and suggested, wouldn't researching 2 at once be too much? Why not take them one at a time? I've already mastered both technologies. What? Yang Weiguo was astounded, nearly jumping up. He asked in disbelief, are you saying you've mastered both? Exactly, Suyu nodded. Then what are you waiting for? Get them implemented. Yang Weiguo urged. Not enough manpower. Suyu was speechless. Then recruit. They're on holiday. Holiday. Yang Weiguo rolled his eyes. Only those who contribute little to society get to take New Year holidays. Our researchers don't have them. No annual leave. No annual leave. That would be. Suyu was stunned. It was illegal and unethical. They'll volunteer. Old Kai was an old man. His surname was Kai, but he was far from mediocre. He was a researcher and also an academician of the Lunka Academy. After a year of hard research, the New Year had finally arrived. He could rest for a few days and most importantly spend time with his family. Grandpa, you never play with me, his granddaughter complained. I'll play with you soon. Old Kai smiled kindly and said firmly, when it's time to work, work hard. When it's time to play well. When I'm home, I'll devote myself entirely to you and won't think about work. Really? Of course, Old Kai declared solemnly. If a single punctuation mark in what I say is false, may I go bald? But Grandpa, you're already bald. Then let me. Old Kai thought for a moment and finally came up with, may your older brother stay single forever. He sat down ready to play with his granddaughter. Suddenly his phone rang. It was a message. A message from the Lunka Academy. I want to play with my granddaughter. Despite saying that, Old Kai couldn't resist tapping on it. After reading it, he jumped up excitedly. Holiday. That's for others. What does it have to do with me? Without even packing his things, he rushed out and headed toward the Lunka Academy.
Grandpa. Grandpa. No matter how his granddaughter called old Kai didn't look back.
As for the oath, he had only sworn about punctuation marks, not the content of the words.
Grandpa was taken away by a monster. Old Kai's wife came over, glanced at him and instantly understood.
She sighed and began to play with the granddaughter.
The conference room of the Dragon Academy was packed to capacity.
Initially Suyu had planned to research 2 technologies after the Spring Festival, but he hadn't anticipated that all the academicians would have returned.
The Spring Festival is the most important holiday for the people of Shenlong.
According to Suyu's estimation, having 90 of the personnel return would already be remarkable.
He never expected a 100 turnout. Could it be that Yang Weihua had forced them to return?
We all came voluntarily. All the academicians stood up and declared resolutely, compared to the advancement of technology, the annual leave is insignificant.
We joined the Dragon Academy solely to build Shenlong.
Good. Suyu applauded them, and after the applause subsided he said, once these 2 technologies are completed, I will ask President Yang to grant each of you an additional 1 or 2 months of vacation.
Now let's begin the meeting.
During the meeting Suyu swiftly explained the holographic virtual technology and the flying motorcycle technology.
The academicians were utterly astounded, clapping and exclaiming in admiration.
In their hearts they felt that returning was truly worthwhile and they wouldn't mind skipping the new year.
After the presentation they proceeded to form groups.
Based on their areas of expertise, the academicians were divided into 2 major groups to study the 2 technologies respectively.
After the meeting Suyu returned to his dormitory.
The knowledge of the 2 technologies remained stored in his mind, requiring him to write it down.
Finally finished writing, Suyu stood up and stretched his back. He sent a message on WeChat for Yen Wenjun to come over. Within a few minutes Yen Wenjun arrived. Take these 2 documents to President Yang.
Suyu pointed to the desk and yawned, feeling drowsy. He had stayed up all night to write the 2 documents.
The knowledge involved was extensive, yet he explained it in meticulous detail, covering every aspect. Teacher, how about I give you a massage?
It can effectively relieve fatigue, Yen Wenjun said, his heart aching as he looked at Suyu's listless demeanor.
No need.
Just deliver the documents quickly. Suyu waved his hand. What he desired most now was a good sleep. Yen Wenjun had just left when Suyu called him back. By the way, join the flying motorcycle group and conduct research with them.
All right, Yen Wenjun nodded. Go ahead.
Watching Yen Wenjun's receding figure, Suyu smiled with contentment. This was the person he had trained, though only for a few short months. His abilities had improved rapidly and he was finally ready to be deployed. Yawning again, Suyu could no longer bear the exhaustion. He walked to the bed and collapsed into sleep.
The sun set in the west. Suyu only woke up when dusk fell. After washing up and having a simple dinner, he went to the laboratory to check the progress.
His arrival stirred excitement among the academicians. Professor Su, you are truly incredible. The academicians all gave him a thumbs up, their admiration for Suyu reaching new heights. These 2 technologies were far too advanced. They were like something out of a sci-fi movie. Without Suyu following the normal trajectory of technological development, it would have taken at least 50 years to invent these 2 technologies. Keep up the good work. After encouraging them and inspecting the progress, Suyu left. Little A, how is the progress? Based on analysis, the information currently available indicates that this object has been on the moon for 200 years, Little A reported. Looking at the mysterious black substance, Suyu furrowed his brow.
200 years ago it had already appeared on the moon. That meant aliens had reached the moon 200 years ago. As for Earth, it went without saying. Aliens must have set foot there. Suddenly a thought struck Suyu.
Were all the craters on the moon's surface caused by meteor impacts?
Could there be other reasons? For instance, aliens mining resources there.
It's just a speculation, Suyu forced himself to calm down.
He patted Little A on the head and encouraged, well done, keep it up. Okay. Little A was full of enthusiasm. Leaving the laboratory and walking along an empty path, Suyu looked up at the night sky. The night was like a black cloth strewn with fragments of gold gleaming and dazzling, more beautiful than a painting. Yet Suyu saw no beauty, only a vast dark abyss brimming with endless danger. 200 years ago aliens had reached the moon.
Their technology must be tens of thousands of times more advanced than humanity's. What troubled him was the high probability that they had already discovered humans. Being discovered by a powerful alien race was not a good thing. Suyu let out a sigh. He believed that elevating humanity's technological level was a matter of utmost urgency. Although it was still unknown whether the aliens harbored ill intentions, only by becoming strong could one truly feel at ease. Why are you sighing? Lamshi glanced at Suyu and said lightly, are you starting to think about a wife now that you're 18? Suyu had just turned 18. Though only a year apart, 17 and 18 were separated by a world of joy.
Your perspective is so narrow, Suyu rolled his eyes. I'm lamenting that Shenlong doesn't have enough talent.
To rapidly advance technology, a large number of talented individuals were needed.
The current number of talented people in Shenlong was far from sufficient. Then intensify the training efforts.
The intensity will naturally increase, but the cycle is long and distant. Water won't quench a near fire, Suyu said with a grimace.
Longshi glanced at him and said, isn't your persuasion quite influential? Why not bring international talent back to Shenlong?
The word persuasion was uttered softly, but Suyu still caught it. When it comes to scientific research, can you call it persuasion?
Suyu rolled his eyes again.
However, Long's eyes' words sparked an idea in him.
If domestic talent was insufficient, he could persuade. Recruit from abroad. After finishing this technology, he'll arrange that matter. Piao Piao land.
The sun was bright and a gentle breeze brought warmth.
Brother Dawn's mood was even better than the weather. Because the research on the mysterious substance had finally yielded clues. Decades had passed. Progress at last. It was no easy feat.
This bunch of old fogies, Brother Dawn grumbled. If I hadn't pushed them, there would be no progress even in another 10 years. So what clues have you found? An old man began to report. These mysterious objects are of extraterrestrial origin, which we already knew. Now we have discovered what these objects actually are.
What are they? Brother Dawn asked eagerly. They are alien spacecraft, the old man affirmed. Oh. Brother Dawn's expression darkened.
Do you mean to say that after all this research, this is the only useless piece of information?
Not at all, the old man said, shaking his head with a light laugh. We have also extracted a technology from it. What technology? Brother Dawn's expression turned from gloomy to sunny. Anti-gravity technology. Well done.
Brother Dawn stood up, gave a thumbs up, and showered him with praise.
Anti-gravity technology is of paramount importance to humanity. It ranks fourth among the 8 major challenges for humanity's future.
Donggu was so excited that he could not contain himself.
Mastering anti-gravity technology would undoubtedly elevate Piao Piao's strength to a new level. More importantly, it would boost the morale of the Piao Piao people. In the past 6 months, all the cutting-edge technologies have emerged from the Shenlong side, and the confidence of the Shenlong people has been soaring. The Piao Piao people, on the other hand, have begun to feel dispirited. Unfortunately. The old man sighed. This technology is not complete. Donggu. Damn it.
His mood was like a roller coaster, fluctuating wildly. Before Donggu could explode in anger, the old man quickly added, but this is already sufficient. Donggu's face darkened. He wanted to punch the old man. He said in a deep voice, Shenlong also obtained alien objects on the moon.
Lord Dong, there is no need to worry, the old man chuckled. We have basically captured all the mysterious items on the moon.
What remains are probably insignificant things.
Useless junk from alien machines. Donggu breathed a sigh of relief. Right now the Shenlong people are celebrating the new year.
Well, bring out this technology, shock the world and dazzle the Shenlong people. While others rest, we work. We are the involution kings. The old man laughed heartily. Thanks to Suyu's technical insights, which were meticulous and comprehensive, the progress was extremely rapid. The holographic virtual technology team had already produced a prototype.
Operated, let me have a look.
Suyu walked over with a slight smile. An academician picked up the device in his hand and pressed a few buttons. The image from the phone screen was projected into the air. The icons on the menu hovered, clear and three-dimensional. Electronic devices such as televisions, computers and mobile phones belong to the digital world, which is two-dimensional, i.e.
planar.
But the product of holographic virtual technology is different.
It is three-dimensional.
Suyu reached out his hand to tap, drag and rotate, but the image did not respond.
The academician beside him said, this is not the final product yet, it does not have hand-operated capabilities. Progress is good.
Suyu nodded, offered a few instructions, then walked away toward the flying motorcycle team. In the flying motorcycle team, Yan Wenjun was working diligently. She had earned everyone's recognition. The reason was not that she was Suyu's student. It was simply because of herself. She was not the most capable, but she was definitely the most industrious. One could say she was a relentless workaholic.
Watching Yan Wenjun's actions, Suyu smiled with relief.
He felt somewhat like a father seeing his daughter.
Suyu's appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. Everyone gathered around.
Suyu asked, how is the progress?
As Suyu's student, the task of reporting fell to Yan Wenjun.
She stepped forward, led the way to the side and pointed to a cool motorcycle on the table.
This is the motorcycle we have built. It can ride on the ground and also fly. Let me try it. Before Suyu could go over, he was stopped.
Teacher, although this motorcycle is completed, it hasn't been tested yet.
There may be some problems. That's why I'm here to test it.
Suyu chuckled. Professor Su, the senior academicians, called out.
This absolutely cannot be done. The test is too dangerous. If something happens to you, we would never be able to atone for it.
The academicians collectively opposed.
Let me do it. An elderly academician stepped forward. Let me do it instead.
Longshi stepped out, casting a glance at the old academician with a face full of exasperation. This elderly academician had white hair and moved slowly.
Let alone conducting the test, even just walking onto the platform and sitting on the motorcycle would be a challenge. Although he was physically unfit, his spirit was still admirable. Let her do it.
Suyu nodded. He had complete confidence in Long Zai's ability. Longshi stepped forward, leaped onto the platform and swung her leg over to sit down.
The entire process was a split-second smooth and effortless.
It drew applause from everyone, truly worthy of a soldier king.
By the way, how do you drive this motorcycle? Long Zai's coolness lasted only 3 seconds as she turned to ask.
Yan Wenjun went over and explained in detail the function of each part.
Got it. Suyu stood in front. There's not enough space here. Everyone go outside to test the motorcycle. Everyone went outside.
Under everyone's gaze, a motorcycle drove out, performed a drift and came to a steady stop on an open space. With a whoosh, the motorcycle moved. As it drove on the open space, its speed could reach 250 km/h.
Alright, stop showing off. Suyu shouted.
Test the flight function.
Longshi gave an OK gesture. With a boom, the motorcycle spewed blue flames and slowly rose into the air.
It darted freely through the sky like a rock bird.
Well done. Suyu praised repeatedly and shouted upward. Alright, that's enough. Land now.
At a height of 10 meters long, she was riding the motorcycle, charging recklessly at considerable speed. She was on the verge of tears.
I want to stop too, but there's a malfunction.
It just won't stop.
Damn.
Suyu was shocked because the motorcycle was flying toward his position.
Protect Professor Su, someone shouted. Everyone lunged toward Suyu.
The malfunctioning motorcycle was heading toward Suyu, but halfway there Longshi managed to turn it away.
Damn, so heavy. In the chaos, Suyu was spun around by someone dizzy.
When he opened his eyes, he found Yan Wenjun lying on top of him.
And it was soft. So. Sorry.
Yan Wenjun blushed, quickly got up and stood to the side. The situation had been urgent. She hadn't thought. Her mind went blank and she just threw herself at Suyu. It wasn't to take advantage, she just wanted to protect him. Suyu said nothing, stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes.
As long as he wasn't embarrassed, Yan Wenjun would be the one feeling awkward. Activate the protection mode. Suyu shouted. Bang. The motorcycle crashed into the lake.
Longshi was still in the air with the protective device. She descended slowly.
Seeing that she was unharmed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This motorcycle's malfunction is quite lethal. Drag it up and examine it thoroughly. Suyu frowned. He wanted to launch this type of motorcycle. It couldn't just be able to fly, safety must be high. Also, I hope to add one more feature, an artificial intelligence driving function. I will provide you with this AI tomorrow. The academicians nodded. Back in the dormitory, referencing Xiao's code, Suyu created an artificial intelligence. It was not as advanced as Xiao's but far surpassed any AI on the market. Before he could send the AI over, Suyu received good news. Xiao had made progress in the analysis. Not even a workhorse from the production team is this diligent. Suyu broke into a smile and hurried to the lab to ask Xiao about the research. I have analyzed that this black circular object is a component of the device. The useful knowledge that can be extracted is anti-gravity technology. Anti-gravity technology. Suyu's eyes lit up. Mastering this technology would undoubtedly bring earth-shattering changes to the aerospace field. It could create new spacecraft that ignore gravity, no longer circling in orbit but heading straight to the destination planet. Unfortunately, Xiao sighed, the extracted technology is not complete, it's only pseudo-anti-gravity technology. Suyu was stunned. Pseudo-anti-gravity technology. Ma'am. Xiao nodded like a chick pecking rice, explaining, it can only be applied to small machines, not large ones. What is the standard for size? Over 500 kilograms is considered a large machine. Xiao replied. Print out this technology for me. Suyu sat aside, stroking his chin in thought. After receiving the technology and giving Xiao a brief encouragement, he left. Leaving Xiao alone pouting in frustration. You jerk, even your praise is so shallow, boo-hoo. Before he even returned to the dormitory, a flash of inspiration hit Suyu. Applying this anti-gravity technology to the flying motorcycle would definitely enhance its performance. It seems that not everything the system provides is a masterpiece.
For instance, this flying motorcycle technology still has plenty of room for improvement.
Suyu sighed. System, shall I leave then? Better than nothing, you'll make do with it. Though he said that Suyu knew well that it was time to upgrade the system. The problem was how to upgrade it. This system does not know either. If you know nothing, what good are you?
Suyu rolled his eyes and returned to the dormitory to study the pseudo-anti-gravity technology carefully. The pseudo-anti-gravity technology provided by Xiaowei did not shield the effect of launching, instead it used another force to counteract gravity.
The moon was bright and the wind clear.
It was already night, but the research team members were still working in the lab.
Ordinary office workers follow a 9-to-5 schedule and clock out on time. But researchers are different. Overtime is a common occurrence. For them, work is not just work, it's striving for their dreams.
They work overtime without complaint. The flying motorcycle had been salvaged, badly damaged. Fortunately, it had been repaired and the researchers were checking the malfunctions.
Being unable to land during flight was not a minor fault but a fatal one. Everyone stop a moment. Suyu appeared and called out. Everyone immediately stopped and gathered around.
After fixing the fault, I want to incorporate 2 new technologies into the new motorcycle: AI driving technology and anti-gravity technology. Before Suyu could finish, everyone was stunned, speechless.
What left them dumbfounded was the anti-gravity technology. Anti-gravity technology. We don't know how. I do.
Suyu took out a stack of papers and placed them on the table.
This is the anti-gravity technology, though it's not complete.
It's only pseudo-anti-gravity technology. A highly respected old academician walked over, picked up the documents and browsed them seriously.
Before finishing, he couldn't help exclaiming, "What a stroke of genius!"
The old academician's reaction made the others itch with curiosity. They couldn't help crowding around to look at the anti-gravity knowledge.
Suyu, you're a legend. Everyone get off work early and rest.
Suyu smiled slightly, left the place and went to the holographic virtual technology group.
He operated the equipment.
An image appeared suspended in midair, clear and 3-dimensional. Suyu reached out his hand and, touching, dragging and rotating, all responded quite sensitively.
You've done well. Just refine the details a bit more. Suyu nodded with satisfaction, gave a thumbs up and praised them enthusiastically.
His praise fired up the researchers, filling them with motivation.
At Pow.
Brother Dong took a sip of coffee, took out a mirror and looked at himself. I've been in a good mood lately, I look 10 years younger. Brother Dong smiled and his smile was as beautiful as spring flowers.
A knock sounded. Come in.
The secretary walked in and reported the extracted anti-gravity technology has been applied. Now a flying motorcycle has been produced.
A flying motorcycle. That's cool. Brother Dong laughed.
As Shenlong says, keep smiling and good fortune will come naturally. Sure enough, right after he smiled, a flying motorcycle was made. He should smile more often.
Take me to see it.
After testing the motorcycle, Brother Dong was full of praise.
This motorcycle is so cool, just like something out of a sci-fi movie.
Brother Dong gave a thumbs up and promised the researchers a huge bonus. Long live Lord Dong. The researchers were thrilled. Leaving the place, Brother Dong didn't go back to the office but held a press conference. Dear friends, Piao has developed a new type of motorcycle like something out of a sci-fi movie, awesome, cool and capable of flying.
Standing on stage facing countless cameras, Brother Dong was in high spirits. More importantly, this flying motorcycle involves anti-gravity technology. Piao has mastered complete anti-gravity technology.
Before Brother Dong could finish, the reporters below began to stir.
This news was too explosive. Seeing the reporters' reactions, Brother Dong smiled even more happily. Piao hereby invites friends from all over to come to Piao in 1 week.
To watch the flying motorcycle.
This is humanity's first flying motorcycle.
The moment this news broke, it instantly caused a sensation worldwide. Congratulations came from all over.
India, brother, well done.
Japan, big brother will always be big brother, don't forget to give us little brothers a hand. Korea, no matter how the world changes, big brother's status remains unchanged.
The first human flying motorcycle is legendary.
Of course there were congratulations and mockery.
Pakistan, brother Dong, did you drink too much? Russia, talking nonsense in broad daylight. Facing the mockery, Brother Dong was unperturbed and just rolled his eyes. These people are all jealous and envious. This Brother Dong.
Suyu smiled faintly as he looked at the news. Piao had developed a flying motorcycle involving anti-gravity technology. There was no need to think twice. It must have been technology extracted from alien equipment. Decades have passed and they've only managed to extract one technology not even as good as little a classmate. How pathetic. Suyu shook his head. He felt that leaving the alien equipment in Pia Piao's hands was a waste. It was like a peerless beauty falling into the hands of a man named Yang Wei, utterly wasted. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck Suyu. He realized that if Pia Piao could invite people for reference, so could he. The visit was not the main purpose. He had other plans. Before long, Suyu also held a press conference. Shenlong has developed a flying motorcycle involving many technologies including anti-gravity technology. We specially invite the leading experts from various fields to come for reference in 6 days. The reporters were stunned by Suyu's words. Brother Dong had announced Pia Piao's flying motorcycle only yesterday. Today Shenlong announced theirs as well. This was too much of a coincidence. Behind the coincidence one couldn't help but imagine many conspiracies. The scent of gunpowder filled the air. Not only the flying motorcycle, but there is also another technology that can revolutionize the current network. As for what that technology is, please forgive me for not revealing it yet. Facing the countless cameras, Suyu smiled calmly, neither humble nor arrogant, steady as an old dog. The unknown was more attractive. That was why Suyu didn't announce the holographic virtual technology. Without a doubt, Suyu's words shook the entire world. It even generated more buzz than Brother Dong's announcement. Countries around the world had doubts, disbelief, and complete belief. Suyu didn't care about any of that, he was more concerned about the academic world. Now the leading figures in academia faced a dilemma whether to visit Pia Piao or Shenlong. They wanted to see both Pia Piao's and Shenlong's demonstrations. However, both demonstrations were scheduled at the same time. If they went to one, they couldn't go to the other. At Pia Piao's place, Brother Dong laughed heartily, his grin reaching his ears. This Shenlong is really hilarious. Ha! The secretary standing beside him was utterly confused. She couldn't understand why Brother Dong was so happy when Shenlong was clearly causing trouble. Could his brain be bashed by a pig? You're truly foolish. Brother Dong rolled his eyes. We just announced the development of the flying motorcycle and Shenlong follows suit immediately. What does that mean? What does it mean? The secretary asked, her brain apparently lacking. They're faking it. How could it be such a coincidence? Brother Dong was full of smug satisfaction. Brilliant, Brother Dong. But it's a pity. Brother Dong sighed. Why are you sighing, Brother Dong? This time I won't be able to slap Shenlong's face hard. Brother Dong lamented repeatedly as if missing out on a great pleasure. Oh no. It's a shame. If they're faking, exposing them would slap their faces, wouldn't it? The secretary didn't understand. Who will expose them? Brother Dong rolled his eyes. Pia Piao and Shenlong are demonstrating at the same time. Anyone with half a brain would come to Pia Piao's. No one will attend Shenlong, so who will expose them? The ghosts. Brother Dong is absolutely right. The secretary nodded, then paused, murmuring, but they might not come to us, right? With Pia Piao's status they wouldn't come. Brother Dong scoffed disdainfully. I bet that at least 90 of people will choose to go to Pia Piao. If it's even one less elite this table. There was a knock on the door. A staff member came in to report, Brother Dong, we sent out invitations and no one accepted. Oh no. Only 15 people accepted. Out of thousands, only 15. Brother Dong's smile froze and he slammed the table in anger. What excuses did they give? They all said a friend at Shenlong was ill and they had to go check on them. Is their friend the same person? Such a lame excuse instantly infuriated Brother Dong. After his fury subsided, he calmed down and thought of a countermeasure. Since they're all going to Shenlong, why don't we go too? After a moment of thought, Brother Dong came up with a brilliant idea. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what he meant. I mean, we change the venue to Shenlong and demonstrate together. Then it will be clear who is superior and who is inferior. Brother Dong is a genius, only you could think of such a brilliant plan. Everyone flattered him profusely. His flattery restored Brother Dong's good mood and a smile returned to his face. This is heaven's will. Heaven wants us to slap Shenlong's face hard. But will Shenlong allow us to demonstrate there? The secretary asked weakly. Ha! Brother Dong paused, having overlooked this issue. After a moment he said, they have no choice. Should we use force? Use force. We're on their turf, we can't beat them. And they won't be stupid enough to come out and fight us. Brother Dong rolled his eyes. Create public opinion. If Shenlong doesn't let us say they're afraid. Watching the online trolls, Suyu shook his head. This little Dong. If he wanted to come he could say so directly, no need for these petty tricks.
just to prove Little Dong's request. But Yang Weiguo was troubled. Piao Piao claims they have mastered complete anti-gravity technology. Ours might.
You're overthinking, Suyu said with a wry smile. If they truly mastered complete anti-gravity technology, they would first develop new spacecraft, not motorcycles.
That's true. Piao Piao's words can't be fully trusted. Yang Weiguo chuckled. Soon a large number of leading experts would come to visit Shenlong.
No mistakes could be allowed.
Therefore Shenlong began preparations days in advance.
Security was the top priority.
If any prominent researcher faced an incident in Shenlong's territory, it would damage Shenlong's reputation. This included Piao Piao's talents.
In fact, in terms of talent ratio, Piao Piao had the highest.
The nation was preparing.
Suyu was also busy making his own preparations.
He wasn't preparing for the demonstration itself, but for how to recruit other talents. Especially those from Piao Piao. The talent pool was too deep, Little Dong couldn't handle it.
Only Suyu had the capability. Time was too thin and the fingers too wide, it slipped away in a whoosh. Soon the day of the demonstration arrived.
Time is too slender, the gap between fingers too wide, it slips away before you can grasp it.
In the blink of an eye, the day of the exhibition arrived. That day the sky was a deep blue, the clouds pure white, and the sunlight was exceptionally warm. A gentle breeze blew and red banners fluttered in the air. The scene was bustling with excitement. Especially at the northern capital airport, it was a sea of people, their voices a cacophony of noise. All kinds of heads were visible, black, yellow, white, thick, receding and bald. And it wasn't just foreigners. There were also Shenlong people, though most of them were soldiers. They were maintaining order, protecting these foreign talents. One must have a broad vision. Now they were foreign talents, but tomorrow they might become Shenlong's talents. The procession of foreign talents advanced in a mighty unending stream toward the exhibition site. Their eyes were filled with smiles, their faces brimming with anticipation. But there was one exception. That was Jerry. He was a Piao Piao person.
He represented Donggu traveling to Shenlong to host the Piao Piao exhibition.
Gazing at the procession, Jerry's brow furrowed deeply. He spotted many familiar faces among them. They were all top talents from Piao Piao. They must be coming for the Piao Piao exhibition. Jerry consoled himself, his IQ spirit forcing a broad smile onto his face. His mouth opened wide enough to reveal two missing front teeth. He didn't bask in self-deception for long before his subordinate pulled him back to reality. They're walking ahead of us, they're definitely not here for us.
Those coming for us are behind.
Jerry turned his head and was instantly stunned. Behind them were only a handful of scattered people. And most of those few were either Asan or manhwa people. Jerry's face darkened. Where are Piao Piao's talents? They're all over there, the subordinate pointed ahead. Fuck! Jerry burst into curses. They take sky-high salaries from Piao Piao, enjoy top treatment, yet run off to attend Shenlong's exhibition, a pack of ungrateful wolves. And are flying motorcycles. They're still coming, they'll be delivered soon, the subordinate replied. Once our motorcycles are unveiled showing off their earth-shattering features, they'll regret coming to watch Shenlong's fakes. Utterly foolish. As he cursed, his IQ spirit rose again and Jerry couldn't help but laugh, revealing his mouth with two missing teeth. He could already imagine Shenlong's fakes being exposed and the talents full of regret. At the exhibition venue, guests crowded like clouds. Suyu was stunned. He had never expected so many people to come, far beyond his imagination. There weren't even enough seats. Suyu was extremely generous. He didn't reserve all the seats for Shenlong people but gave half to foreign talents. Seats were assigned by achievement, those with higher accomplishments got seats. On the other side, Jerry's exhibition had pitifully few guests, even fewer than the reporters. Fuck! Glancing at Shenlong's side, Jerry couldn't help but curse loudly. Over there were over 1,000 guests, here he had less than 10. It was truly a miserable sight. One subordinate suggested maybe we should hold the flying motorcycle exhibition together with Shenlong. Would they agree? Others were skeptical. They have to agree whether they like it or not. Jerry laughed heartily, praising it as a great idea. He straightened his clothes and strode confidently toward Shenlong's exhibition. A Shenlong soldier blocked him. Please show your invitation. I'm a Piao Piao person. Jerry held his nose in the air like a proud rooster. Please show your invitation. My name is Jerry and I represent Donggu. Please show your invitation. Jerry's expression changed and he said in a low voice, invitation. Invitation. I'm a Piao Piao person and I represent Donggu, can't I enter without an invitation? You cannot enter. The Shenlong soldier's face was expressionless. Then I'll enter anyway. Bang. This wasn't Piao Piao, the Shenlong soldiers weren't going to tolerate him.
They took action directly. Oh no. It was a kick. They kicked Jerry 2 meters away. Jerry was hit and his subordinates couldn't stand by, they all rushed forward. And so, they were all beaten. Jerry shouted assault. Shenlong's soldiers are assaulting people. What? Assault. A passerby was startled and immediately became excited. The commotion at the entrance alarmed everyone. Suyu standing on the stage was also disturbed. His face turned cold and he stepped down heading toward the entrance. Seeing Suyu approaching, Jerry chuckled. He knew that given how Shenlong people did things, they would surely scold the soldiers and then apologize to them. After all, they were noble Piao people. Jerry stood up straight waiting for Suyu to come. But unexpectedly Suyu walked right past him and stopped beside a passerby. You're not a soldier nor a Piao person, what are you doing here? Suyu's face was cold. The passerby was startled and stammered, I was just passing by, heard someone getting beaten, so I came over and joined the soldiers. How could you do that? Suyu shook his head in frustration. Then what should I have done? Jerry smiled slightly, but the smile made his face hurt. His face twisted in pain. It was this passerby. He had hit him the hardest. He stomped directly with his feet, that size 45 shoe sole kept pounding on Jerry's face. What a fuck. He deserved to be cursed out. Jerry gave a sinister smile. When Suyu came to apologize, he could forgive everyone else, but he would never forgive this passerby. He would punish him severely. Not flaying him alive and pulling his tendons would not quench the rage in his heart. How should I have done? How can you even ask that? Suyu glanced at the passerby and shook his head. After beating someone, you definitely have to run. Why are you still here? Oh right. The passerby's eyes lit up and he suddenly understood. He took a deep breath to calm himself, ran to Jerry's side and kicked with all his might, then fled like a rabbit faster than the wind. Jerry was kicked 5 meters away, landing dizzy and disoriented. The whole process lasted only a moment, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Suyu was also stunned, he hadn't expected the passerby to be such a ruthless character. Jerry stood up, his face dark enough to drip ink, and said coldly, what are you standing there for? Chase after him and catch that bastard. Before the Piao people could move, Suyu had the soldiers block them. Suyu's face was grim. Piao people, are you here to cause trouble and ask for death? Jerry was stunned. He hadn't expected Suyu to react like this. He wanted to curse back, but seeing the burly Shenlong soldiers ready to act, he immediately chickened out. Cause trouble? No. We from Piao just want to hold our exhibition properly. Your venue is over there. Why don't you just stay there and display your products? Suyu pointed to a corner and said coldly. Our number of guests is too small. Jerry sighed. What does that have to do with me? Suyu rolled her eyes. If anyone was to blame, it was Piao's lack of competence. So we wanted to display together with you. But because we didn't have an invitation, we were expelled by the Shenlong soldiers and even beaten. Suyu shifted her gaze to a few soldiers. Did you hit them? Indeed. The soldiers were very honest. Suyu's expression turned serious. You all. Seeing Suyu's face, Jerry felt much better. He knew that the best course of action for the Shenlong people would be to punish these unruly soldiers and offer their sincerest apologies. If they apologized sincerely, the Piao people might still forgive them. After all, they were the noble Piao. Professor Su, don't punish them too harshly, but not too lightly either. Before Jerry could finish, Suyu interrupted, not too lightly. They must be severely punished. Who are your superiors? Jerry smirked triumphantly. He had only said that for formality. Deep down he wanted the soldiers to be severely punished. Preferably fed sunflower seeds. Unexpectedly Suyu was quite cooperative. But Suyu's next words made him question his life. You are soldiers and several of you beat one man, yet he could still stand up. With such ability, how can you protect Shenlong? Do you realize your mistake? We realize our mistake. The soldiers confessed readily. Unexpectedly Professor Su was angry for this reason. Breathing a sigh of relief, they secretly resolved in their hearts. If such a thing happened again, they would not be men if they didn't beat the other party to death. Professor Su, if there's a next time, we'll definitely beat these Piao people to death. The soldiers patted their chests and promised, full of heroic spirit. Considering your good attitude, you'll let it slide this time. All of you return to your posts and stand properly. Suyu said with a stern face. Understood. The Piao people beside them were stunned. After the initial shock, they felt a chill down their spines. The Shenlong people didn't take them, the Piao, seriously at all.
Especially Jerry, whose legs gave way and he collapsed to the ground. From the eyes of those Shenlong soldiers he saw endless murderous intent all directed at him.
You're called Jerry, right?
So you walked over without helping him up but instead mocked your body is weak, too frail, you can't even stand steady.
Suppressing his fear, Jerry quickly stood up. You Shenlong people.
As everyone knows, we Shenlong prefer to win people over with virtue. Suyu raised the volume on the word virtue, then said seriously, you few, why are you here? Our guests are too few and we want to display flying motorcycles together with you,
Jerry said.
His original plan was to follow this sentence with a bunch of provocative remarks. But now he didn't dare. Afraid of being beaten to death.
That's a trivial matter.
You agreed.
Jerry's eyes lit up. Indeed. Suyu nodded. Why not have some cannon fodder? It was a free opportunity. With the contrast of the Piao Piao motorcycle, the excellence of the Shenlong motorcycle would be better highlighted. Suyu was full of confidence in the Shenlong flying motorcycle. Follow me inside.
Jerry quickly nodded, a smile spreading across his face, revealing teeth missing two front ones. His spirits lifted with an AQ mentality. Jerry's bad mood vanished completely after all. He had achieved his goal, to display the flying motorcycle alongside the Shenlong. Bringing them inside, Suyu pointed to the trash can in the corner.
There are too many people, I'm afraid you'll have to stand here for now. No problem.
Jerry nodded, repeatedly praising himself inwardly as a man who could bend and stretch.
Your motorcycle.
Suyu shifted his gaze and stopped at two people full of surprise. You two are Asan, right?
Why are your heads down? They're almost touching the ground.
Beside Jerry stood two Asan people. They were the elite of Asan. But they were listless, restless, and their heads were so low they nearly touched the ground.
Shenlong is truly a wonderful place. The people here are super nice and speak beautifully. The two Asan people quickly said. Their bewildering words stunned everyone on the scene for a second.
Suyu didn't think much of it. If the Asan acted normally, they wouldn't be Asan. Bring your flying motorcycles over yourselves.
With that, Suyu left. He had to host the exhibition and had no time for the Piao Piao. Jerry wore a cold expression. What's wrong with you two? The two Asan people shook their heads repeatedly.
Jerry didn't pry. He didn't care about the Asan at all.
He only ordered, go get the Piao Piao flying motorcycle. All right.
Leaving the place and heading to the Piao Piao venue, the two Sango whispered to each other.
The streets of Shenlong are terrifying.
I never expected the Shenlong people to hate us Asan this much. When we get back to Asan, we must report that they should never provoke Shenlong. Having only arrived in Shenlong not long ago, the two Sango were already frightened out of their wits. On the streets of Shenlong there were countless signs. The words on them were eye-catching.
Printing, laser printing, inkjet printing, duplex printing, color printing. In short, every kind of printing.
If even ordinary people were like this, the higher-ups in Shenlong were beyond imagination. The two Sango simply couldn't understand why the Shenlong people harbored such animosity toward them, the Asan. The slogans were plastered all over the streets. Suyu stood on the stage introducing to the guests, this is the Shenlong flying motorcycle and this is the Piao Piao one.
Don't be fooled by appearances. Externally the Shenlong is the father, the Piao Piao is the son.
But functionally the Shenlong is the grandfather, the Piao Piao is the grandson. Suyu's words made Jerry's face turn livid with anger. But soon he returned to normal. Let the Shenlong people talk big. Once the functions were compared, it would be their turn to cry.
Talking is useless, we need a demonstration. Long Shiyu, go up and drive.
Suyu glanced at Jerry and smiled faintly. You the one called Jia.
What's your name?
Who will drive the motorcycle from your Piao Piao?
Jerry stepped forward. I'll drive.
You. Suyu laughed heartily. Your body is so weak and you still drive.
Aren't you afraid of being drained until you're as hollow as foam? The audience's gazes toward Jerry instantly became meaningful. I'm not weak,
Jerry said through gritted teeth, his face dark.
Ah yes, yes.
The drifting driver Suyu had no authority to intervene.
Let alone having a frail person drive, even a man suffering from a decade-long stroke would find no objection from Suyu. Two motorcycles were ready. I must say the styling of the Shenlong motorcycle is imposing, cool and incredibly fierce. The drifting can only be described as short. Suyu pointed into the distance. Do you see the tower 5 kilometers away? Ride there and back, whoever returns first wins. The route from here to the finished tower isn't free of obstacles, there are buildings and tall trees in the way.
It truly tests the motorcycle's performance. Are you ready? Wait a moment, Jerry suddenly spoke, surveying the crowd. Yesterday you looked down on the drifting motorcycle, today you will find it out of reach. After the race you will understand that the new type of motorcycle from Shenlong is nothing but a fake, only our drifting motorcycle is real, a beacon of technology. Jerry had many harsh words to say, but he refrained, sensing the anger of the Shenlong members, and timidly shrank back. He obediently fell silent.
This fellow named Rui seems quite confident. Suyu approached and gave Jerry a friendly pat.
The pat made him grunt, nearly causing him to topple over. Suyu didn't angrily retort at this king of empty talk, knowing that reality would soon slap him in the face.
Do you have anything else to say, mister?
Jerry. Suyu smiled, her smile brighter than the sun, continuously patting Jerry in a very friendly manner.
Cough. Nothing more. Cough.
Professor Suyu can step aside now.
Cough, cough.
Jerry's face turned red, his speech fragmented by constant coughing. Suyu chuckled lightly, standing aside as the referee ready 3, 2. Both drivers were fully alert. The audience below was also focused, awaiting this contest. This was no simple race.
The atmosphere of competition was thick.
This seemingly simple race was in fact a struggle between two nations, a technological competition between two great powers.
2, 1, go.
As soon as the words fell, the two motorcycles roared forth like unleashed beasts, soaring towards the finish tower. With anti-gravity technology, the flying motorcycles showed significant improvements.
No blue flames were spewing out anymore.
But this was merely Shenlong's flying motorcycle. The drifting flying motorcycle not only spewed flames but also made a deafening sound rivaling the rumble of a tractor.
The motorcycle really took to the sky. It feels just like a sci-fi movie. Incredible.
The spectators were in awe. However, why does this drifting motorcycle make such a loud noise?
So noisy.
It's like a spirited lad riding a motorcycle on the road. The noise is unbearable. The complaints reached the ears of the drifting team, who rolled their eyes in disdain. What a bunch of short-sighted fools! Don't they know that the loudest sound is the most eye-catching?
Once we defeat Shenlong, we'll slap you all in the face. Isn't the loudest sound the best? No one understands this better than Jerry.
What a joke. Sitting on the motorcycle, Jerry felt as if his eardrums were going to burst. He felt the entire world consumed by the rumbling, agitated and dizzy. Why is Shenlong's motorcycle so fast?
Jerry was taken aback.
Shenlong's flying motorcycle was so quiet that it was nearly inaudible, with no flames spewing, and yet it was incredibly fast.
In an instant it surpassed Jerry. If this continued, Jerry would undoubtedly lose. He needed to think of a way to hinder Shenlong's motorcycle. Got it.
Jerry's eyes lit up as he pushed the speed to the maximum. He caught up to Longxi and kicked her motorcycle.
Jerry's shameless tactic was witnessed by all, instantly igniting outrage. They all shouted in outrage. I've never seen such a brazen person.
The drifting team only knows to use underhanded means. They don't even care about their face. It's truly shameless. Faced with the crowd's vitriol, the drifting team felt no shame, only snorted coldly.
It's a race after all. The goal is to win. Is the process important if you can win?
Using some other means is merely the way of the military is deception. Suyu said nothing about the scene in the sky, only scoffing inwardly. This Jerry is truly foolish. Longxi is a military expert. To lay hands on her is asking for death, even for a frail person, let alone a burly man. 30 meters in the air, Longxi frowned. She sensed Jerry approaching but had no idea what he intended to do. When Jerry kicked out, she instantly understood. Longxi was not flustered at all, instead her eyes sparkled with excitement.
I love these kinds of suicidal people.
Longxi revealed a smile and kicked out her jade foot.
With just a gentle tap, she landed on Jerry, imparting a tremendous force. Fuck, this woman strikes so fast.
Jerry was taken aback. He had just kicked in midair when Longxi's foot was already merely 1 centimeter from him. There was no escaping it. Bang! Jerry was sent flying along with his motorcycle tumbling downward. He did not crash to the ground but got stuck in a tree branch. Longxi hovered in the air, looking down at Jerry with a half-smile.
This person was too pathetic, as weak as an ant. A single gentle kick led to a complete victory.
Faced with such a weak opponent, Longxi lost all desire to fight, casting him a cold glance before leaving.
Fuck!
Jerry cursed loudly. He had thought this woman was just a delicate flower without any strength, but to his surprise she was a tigress with immense power.
This is so damn painful.
Jerry's face twisted in agony. He was in pain not just from Longxi's kick, although that did hurt. But it wasn't the worst. The worst pain came from the motorcycle being stuck in the tree, as he then sat down heavily due to inertia.
His eggs couldn't take it. Please don't crack.
After the acute pain, his face was already drenched in cold sweat. Wiping his sweat, Jerry had no time to care about his eggs, straightening his motorcycle and resuming the chase.
He couldn't lose. The motorcycle roared to life, the sound even more thunderous.
And it wasn't climbing up, it was plummeting down.
Fuck, what's wrong with this motorcycle?
Jerry gasped, staring at the pit below, feeling his scalp tingle.
No matter how he controlled it, the motorcycle continued its downward trajectory, perfectly aimed at the pit. This time, no matter what, he had to protect his eggs. Jerry gave up on further controlling the motorcycle, using both hands to shield his eggs, closing his eyes. It's over, I'm done for. Upon reaching the final tower, he turned back. Hovering above the fork in the tree, she glanced down and surveyed the surroundings, feeling quite puzzled. Where did that floating person go? Fuck. It wasn't until he heard a loud curse that she located Jerry's position. He had just climbed out of a sewage pit. His body was covered in golden objects. A piece of gold was stuck in his mouth and he was desperately trying to spit it out. How did that floating person end up in the sewage pit? She was surprised for only a second before ignoring it, piloting the flying motorcycle back to the starting point. Without a doubt, she had won. It was the Divine Dragon that triumphed. The Divine Dragon is amazing. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. She smiled slightly, dismounted from the motorcycle and quietly approached Suyu without saying a word. Suyu was the first to ask, where's that floating person named Jerry? It had been so long and he still hadn't returned. There was no sign of him in the sky either. Where did he go? I saw him eating gold in the sewage pit when I came back. Long's eyes, words though not loud, clearly reached everyone's ears. Everyone was momentarily stunned. This floating person was not only shameless but had such a bizarre taste. It was truly disgusting. This is impossible, it must be slander. A floating person stood up and angrily retorted, only dogs eat gold. Our esteemed Jerry is not a dog, how could he eat? What if your esteemed Jerry really did eat gold? Suyu smirked slightly, revealing a faint smile. Then he is. Before she could finish, a rumbling sound interrupted her. Jerry rode back on his motorcycle. The motorcycle had broken down and could no longer fly, so he had to ride it back. He returned with a strong stench. The soldiers stationed at the entrance glanced over at Jerry without speaking or covering their noses, maintaining their expressionless stance. However, the people inside were different. They all covered their noses, avoiding Jerry like the plague, and were muttering in disgust. Did this person really go eat gold? The tastes of floating people really make me sick. Damn it, floating person, stay away from me, I feel like throwing up everything I ate yesterday. Facing the crowd's unabashed insults, Jerry's face turned pale with anger, nearly fainting. It was still Suyu who maintained her composure. She did not respond with insults. Instead, she walked over slowly and asked in surprise, Mr. Jerry, are you still not full and brought some back with you? You. Jerry pointed at Suyu, extremely enraged. He felt a tumult within his head spinning, everything went black as he fainted on the ground. Ha! Suyu shook her head, this man was too frail, passing out while standing. What a useless man. Aren't you going to take your esteemed Jerry away? Suyu glanced at the floating team. No one among the floating people dared to approach Jerry, the stench was simply unbearable. In the end, it was Asan and his crew who went to clean up the mess. With Jerry gone, the air at the scene instantly returned to its original freshness. Suyu stepped forward and said in the Divine Dragon language, everyone here knows without me saying who won this competition, right? Most of the attendees were foreigners. However, they understood a bit of Divine Dragon language to some extent. Because of the thesis. While conducting experiments, Suyu had gathered a large group of students. Though they couldn't contribute much, they could write theses. The content they wrote only touched on the surface of the technology, but for others it was research-worthy material. Most importantly, this thesis was entirely in Divine Dragon language. For foreign talents, of course, they could have it translated. But during their free time they would learn a bit of Divine Dragon language. The Divine Dragon has... Everyone exclaimed in unison. The competition had just begun, and by comparing the performance of the two motorcycles they knew that the technology of the Divine Dragon's bike far surpassed that of the floating person's. You all want to know about the technology of flying motorcycles and the so-called pseudo-anti-gravity technology, right? Suyu smiled slightly, scanning the crowd. Everyone nodded vigorously. One person stood up and asked in surprise, Professor Su, what do you mean by pseudo-anti-gravity technology? He had only heard of anti-gravity but never of pseudo-anti-gravity. Others felt the same. Hearing it for the first time was indeed surprising. I named it that because it is not yet a complete anti-gravity technology. The pseudo-anti-gravity technology also uses a force to counteract gravity, but it can only be applied to small devices like motorcycles. It can't be used for spaceships. Everyone understood. Although it wasn't a complete anti-gravity, it was still a significant breakthrough for human technology. It was enough to win a Nobel Prize in physics. One person stood up and asked, Professor Su, can you tell us about the technology of flying motorcycles and pseudo-anti-gravity technology now? Not at the moment, Suyu shook his head. Why? This morning I glanced at the calendar and it said today is not suitable. But we have plenty of time, if not today then tomorrow. Suyu smiled faintly. His goal was to entice this group of people. Everyone sighed knowing that Suyu was subtly refusing. A refusal. But it wasn't a complete refusal. There's always tomorrow. He hoped they would stay with the divine dragon. They all remained silent, playing dumb. Someone asked Professor Su, is there a mysterious technology that we can see? Sure, Suyu nodded. In the land of floating people, Donggu had a sinister expression. The divine dragon's exhibition was being live-streamed online. Donggu witnessed the entire process of the competition firsthand. That bastard Jerry is really a fuck, he cursed repeatedly, and only after venting a bit did he ask what happened to him. Did he eat gold to death? No, he just had a few stitches. Stitches? Donggu asked in astonishment. Did eating gold really require stitches? Could it be that they operated on his stomach, removed the gold and then stitched it back up? That was completely unnecessary. Just let it out directly. His balls. He had a few stitches. Letting a floating person lose is truly wasteful. He should have just died instead of getting stitches. Donggu cursed vehemently, venting his anger for quite some time before finally quieting down. He began to watch the live stream attentively. The divine dragon has another mysterious technology. Could it possibly be extracted from alien devices? It must be. Donggu confidently believed that if the divine dragon could extract it, then the floating people would certainly be able to extract it as well once they knew what the technology was. In the exhibition hall, the crowd was immense, every seat taken, while some had no choice but to stand on the sidelines. They craned their necks in eager anticipation. All stretched their necks watching every move on stage. They were waiting for the mysterious technology Suyu had mentioned, a breakthrough capable of revolutionizing the current network. After a moment, staff members came up pushing a cart full of electronic devices, watches, phones, computers. Everyone was stunned, unsure of Suyu's intentions. Glancing over the crowd, Suyu remained calm and walked beside the pile of devices. The next technology one will introduce today is holographic virtual technology. This. Someone exclaimed to Professor Su, are you saying that Shenlong has already mastered holographic virtual technology? Yes, and thoroughly mastered. Suyu nodded. Whoosh. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a stone thrown into a lake, stirring up 1,000 ripples. The crowd could not calm down in an instant. They were wildly excited. Suyu picked up a phone, operated it, and an image was projected, clear and three-dimensional, hovering in the air. The crowd's eyes lit up. Suyu smiled faintly, extending his slender fingers to manipulate the image in the air. It was extremely responsive. The crowd's eyes instantly became hotter than the sun. A foreigner stood up and asked excitedly, Professor Su, may I go up and try it? Of course. He invited the man up, letting him play for a while to satisfy his curiosity. After he had enough fun, Suyu said, stand farther away and I'll call you with this phone. Okay. When the call connected, a virtual figure instantly appeared in the air. It was precisely the foreigner who had answered the phone. The virtual person and the real person were synchronized in every smile, every frown, every subtle change of expression. It was exactly like in a sci-fi movie. Professor Su, I also want to go up and try. Me too. The audience below were all itching with curiosity, their gazes at the electronic devices growing increasingly fervent. The exhibition was also live-streamed. The livestream had up to 100 million viewers who could not contain their excitement at this moment. Piao land. Donggu's face was grim. Through the livestream he understood that the internet was about to undergo earth-shattering changes. It would be almost entirely dominated by holographic virtual technology. This Shenlong is really lucky. From such a small piece of something they extracted two technologies. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Donggu immediately gathered his researchers. Put that anti-gravity technology aside for now. Donggu, feeling uneasy, said in an unyielding tone, put all our efforts into researching holographic virtual technology. We don't know anything about holographic virtual technology. The researchers looked astonished. Extract it from the alien device. It'll give you 10 days. If you can't extract it, there will be consequences. Back at the exhibition venue, after everyone had their fill of fun, they returned to their seats and quietly looked at Suyu. They all knew Suyu had something to say. Suyu walked to the center stage, took a sip of water to moisten his throat, and said, distinguished guests, you are all elites in your industries, the cream of the crop with remarkable abilities. But these two technologies, and not just these two but also controlled nuclear fusion nanorobots and the development of 1 nanometer lithography machines. In the future there will be a great deal of technological research and development, but it has nothing to do with you. You are like outsiders watching the progress of human technology from the sidelines without contributing any effort. I wonder how you feel about that. Suyu's words stunned everyone. They provoked deep contemplation.
As outstanding individuals with exceptional knowledge and abilities, not to be involved in advancing technology but to remain a spectator was the greatest torment. They felt completely out of touch with the world. But if they joined, wouldn't that mean working for Shenlong? At this thought everyone was struck with extreme astonishment. Because they suddenly realized that Shenlong seemed to have become the center of world technology. Professor Su, if you have research projects and are willing to guide us, and if the research results are shared with the world,
we are all willing to lend you a hand. Upon hearing this, Su Yu laughed.
His vision was not broad. He did not have the notion that scientific research achievements have no national boundaries. When others use high-tech to attack you, they want say no national boundaries and kindly give you high-tech knowledge.
Only when they need you will they say that. This is actually moral blackmail.
Is there a possibility of no national boundaries? Perhaps.
But that is a matter for the future. It is not the matter of the present.
Su Yu smiled faintly.
I think you've got one thing wrong. It's not you lending me a hand but me giving you a boost.
Because even without you I can still develop plenty of new technologies, just at a slightly slower pace. These words were extremely arrogant, but they were the truth. Because technologies like controlled nuclear fusion were independently developed by Shenlong, having nothing to do with them. The hearts of the crowd began to waver slightly.
Have you ever considered one question?
Su Yu asked calmly, guiding them step by step. From nothing to something, from weak to strong, has the new Shenlong ever actively provoked trouble? When we were weak we strived hard to strengthen ourselves.
When we became strong we remained gentle and refined. We have never actively stirred up conflicts because we are all peace-loving people.
Our efforts are not to become the big brother but simply to lead a safer and better life.
Su Yu's words drew frequent nods from the audience below. Indeed, it was true. The current Shenlong, though powerful, did not bully neighboring small regions. Unlike Piao.
Su Yu shifted his tone. Their nature, I don't need to say it, I believe you all know it well.
Every one of you, most of you are working for Piao. I really don't know what you're thinking. The Piao people in the audience were instantly stunned,
praising one while disparaging another.
If this were Piao they would have already shot Su Yu.
But this was Shenlong.
They could only dare to be angry but not speak.
Ladies and gentlemen, when Shenlong progresses, the world progresses, and your hometowns will also progress. Standing on stage, Su Yu exuded the spirit of a scholar, passionately commanding and inspiring, a truly elegant young man.
No matter how you choose, I will not force you.
If you choose to leave, I will not blame you, only regret that you missed the opportunity to ride the wave of technological development.
Su Yu's words made the crowd even more wavering.
From his emergence to now it had only been half a year, and he had already changed the world and elevated the level of technology. There was certainly great achievement ahead. One person stood up and said firmly, Professor Su, I am willing to stay in Shenlong and work under you. Others. Since Su Yu's emergence only half a year had passed, yet Shenlong had undergone earth-shattering transformations, becoming the world's new technological hub. The world had taken on a new visage because of Shenlong. In these past 6 months the pace of human technological advancement had accelerated to tens, hundreds, or even thousands of times that of previous eras.
Undoubtedly Su Yu was the most brilliant scientist.
His brilliance surpassed that of all predecessors.
Would there ever be another like Su Yu in the ages to come? The audience below knew not.
But they understood that if they did not seize this opportunity now, it would be gone forever, never to return.
A man stood up.
Professor Su, I am willing to stay in Shenlong and work under your command.
Others echoed, we feel the same. Gazing at the crowd, Su Yu smiled.
Had he charmed them so quickly?
Yet it was a pity that not everyone had been swayed. Only 95% of them.
95% already numbered over 1,000, a great boost for Shenlong but a heavy blow to Piao.
For most of that 95% were originally from Piao.
Before long you will realize that the choice you made today is the most correct decision of your lives. Su Yu smiled confidently, his face brimming with sincerity. These words were no deception, they were truer than pearls.
In the office he was not working but watching the live broadcast of the exhibition.
When he saw Su Yu recruiting he could not help but laugh. This wave will probably drain Piao dry, he chuckled. Anything that strengthened Shenlong he wholeheartedly supported.
As for Piao, let them do as they wish.
Someone worriedly said, but won't this push Piao to the brink? A cornered dog will jump over the wall. Piao might do something to harm others without benefit to itself.
What can Piao do?
Last time they came to our waters they were beaten to nothing, someone scoffed.
Shenlong's strength was still inferior to Piao's.
However, if the fight were on their home turf with the power of Shenlong's wrath, they would fear no one, not even if Piao united with other forces.
No matter what, we must stay on high alert.
Avoid conflict with Piao if possible. But if conflict arises, act without hesitation and strike hard, he said seriously. To be honest, given the current situation, he did not wish for a major clash with Pia Piao. Not because he was a coward, but because if they maintained their current development speed within a year, Shenlong would far surpass Pia Piao. By then Shenlong would deal with Pia Piao with virtue. Some rejoiced, others lamented. On Pia Piao's side, after issuing an ultimatum to the researchers, Brother Dong planned to visit his secretary's home to see the cat's backflip. To ease his mind, a man rushed in, flustered. Brother Dong, something terrible has happened. What is? Brother Dong frowned, a sense of unease stirring within him. But no matter what, nothing could stop his determination to see that backflip. Brother Dong declared not even Jesus could stop him. Suyu is poaching talent at the exhibition. Is that all? Let him. Brother Dong sneered dismissively. He had been extremely anxious about mathematics talent being poached, for mathematics is a humble field requiring no advanced equipment, but scientific research required advanced equipment. Who could rival Pia Piao in that regard? So Brother Dong was unconcerned about Suyu's poaching. If Suyu could actually lure them away, Brother Dong would even dive into a cesspool for an hour. Ha! The staff member was stunned. Could such a lack of concern mean Brother Dong was actually a spy for Shenlong? But he poached over 95%. Fuck! Brother Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? I said Suyu poached over 95%, most of them from our Pia Piao. Fuck you. Brother Dong cursed repeatedly, caught off guard. What about that Jerry? Oh, he's in the hospital. What about the people who went with the delegation? Why didn't they stop this? The staff stammered, most of them were poached too. Poached? Brother Dong's face darkened. He knew this was no trivial matter. His mood for watching the backflip vanished. Quick! Call an emergency meeting. Brother Dong had thought Pia Piao's advanced equipment would retain research talent. But he overlooked one thing: compared to Pia Piao, Shenlong's future was more promising, radiant like the sun. Shenlong's equipment still lagged behind Pia Piao's now, but in time it would surpass Pia Piao and become an unattainable pinnacle for other nations. The researchers valued Shenlong's future. Most importantly, that future was not far off. The exhibition had ended, but only a few dozen had left, over 1,000 remained. As if it were not over yet. Everyone, please fill out these forms and submit them. I will first understand your areas of expertise and then assign you projects accordingly. Suyu stood at the center, speaking with utmost courtesy. He had staff distribute a form to each person. After receiving the forms, everyone began to fill them out earnestly. One person, having completed the form, stood up. Professor Su, how can we apply for Shenlong's citizenship? Shenlong's citizenship had become increasingly sought after. Shenlong's development had been rapid. In these 6 months its GDP had multiplied many times over. With wealth, benefits for the people naturally followed. Now, compared to half a year ago, the welfare of Shenlong's citizens had increased hundreds of times. Take education for instance. From kindergarten to high school it was entirely free. Tuition, accommodation, meals, uniforms. Except for snacks and school supplies, studying essentially cost nothing. This welfare covered all of Shenlong. Thus a phenomenon emerged: in poorer families children were sent to school instead of being sent to cut grass, feed pigs or herd cattle. Since it was all free, not only did it save on food, but good grades also earned scholarships. Why not? There were also benefits like nano-robot technology. But these benefits were only for Shenlong citizens. Those who had Shenlong bloodline but not citizenship could not enjoy, because Shenlong did not recognize them as its people. With Shenlong's citizenship offering so many benefits, the researchers naturally grew eager. They all paused their pens, waiting to hear what Suyu would say. When Pia Piao recruited them, they had promised citizenship before they even arrived. What would Shenlong do? To acquire Shenlong's citizenship is rather difficult. Suyu said truthfully, but it's not impossible. You only need to make a significant contribution to Shenlong and renounce your original citizenship. The world flocked to Pia Piao's citizenship, yet few knew that Shenlong's citizenship was the most elusive. Making a monumental contribution was a Herculean task for ordinary people, but for these talents it was merely a matter of time. They all nodded in satisfaction. Soon after, everyone filled out the forms and submitted them. Holding the forms, Suyu maintained his impeccable courtesy, instructing the staff to arrange accommodations for the group. Once you familiarized yourselves with Shenlong, well-assigned work projects. Returning from the exhibition, Suyu meticulously reviewed the forms, delving deep into the skills of the newly recruited talents. He intended to select a batch of people to assist in manufacturing holographic virtual technology equipment and flying motorcycles. The system's task was to promote the products of these two technologies. He needed to collaborate with enterprises to produce the relevant products and launch them into the market for purchase. Suyu already had potential partners in mind. He would only cooperate with state-owned enterprises, never with private ones. The products of these two technologies once on the market would generate enormous profits. Channeling these profits into the state's coffers and then using them for the people would undoubtedly be better. The production process required guidance, and the newly recruited talents were the best candidates. As for the academicians of the Dragon Academy of Sciences, Suyu, true to his word, had promised them a vacation and would certainly honor it. There are 50 qualified individuals. Suyu nodded with satisfaction. With this group he no longer felt the helplessness of lacking personnel. After selecting the people, Suyu stood up, stretching his waist to alleviate fatigue. The quiet Longshi beside him suddenly spoke. With this move you've nearly drained Piao Piao. Suyu, quick-witted, immediately grasped her meaning. Are you worried Piao Piao will retaliate against us? Exactly. A mere Piao Piao, I don't even consider it a threat. Suyu chuckled. Their most common tactic is sanctions, isn't it? But they've already started sanctioning us. And after all this time, has it affected us? Piao Piao's sanctions against Shenlong had been ongoing for over half a year, yet they had achieved nothing. Incredibly, the more they sanctioned, the more they suffered, while Shenlong only grew stronger. Longshi shook her head. But you mean military force? Suyu pondered. Given the current situation, Piao Piao doesn't dare to fight at our doorstep. Their most powerful weapons are atomic bombs and the like. But they dare not use them because it wouldn't be a mutual loss, it would be mutual annihilation. Shenlong's development is detrimental to them, but it hasn't threatened their survival, so it hasn't come to that. Moreover, we have an interception system. So why fear Piao Piao? It must be said what Chen Lao did was absolutely right. Having a sword but not using it is worlds apart from not having a sword to use. If Shenlong lacked atomic bombs, given its current pace of development, it would inevitably be threatened by Piao Piao's atomic bombs, and its growth would slow down, even stagnate. Well said. Longshi breathed a sigh of relief, a faint smile appearing. Don't overthink it. Time to sleep. Tomorrow I have to go to the state-owned enterprises. The next day. The weather was clear, white clouds drifted and the sunlight was gentle. A cool breeze brushed by. Having made an appointment in advance, Suyu arrived at Shenlong's largest state-owned motorcycle factory. Before he even arrived, he was warmly welcomed by the factory director. Although Suyu held no official position, his status was immensely high and he wielded considerable power. In Shenlong and even across the world, no one dared to underestimate him. Sushin, seeing is truly believing. Hello, Director Liu. Suyu shook hands with Director Liu. While exchanging pleasantries, Director Liu led Suyu on a tour of the factory's production process. I've heard that if you don't have a girlfriend, you should work in a factory. But Director Liu, I don't see any young ladies here, Suyu joked. Which young girl would be willing to work in a factory these days? Being a receptionist is far easier. It's all a bunch of middle-aged men. Director Liu sighed. Though he was married and his daughter could already solve trigonometric functions, it didn't dampen his interest in admiring beautiful women. Unfortunately, there were none. If Sushin wants to date, I have a daughter, she's younger than you, but she's soft and adorable. Suyu interrupted, I have no such intention. What a pity. It was time to get down to business. Suyu had someone bring in a flying motorcycle. Director Liu eagerly climbed aboard, examining the vehicle while exclaiming in amazement. He had only seen flying motorcycles in live streams. Up close he realized they were far more impressive than what had been showcased online. I heard this motorcycle has AI functions. Can you demonstrate? Director Liu asked. Sure. Little B. I'm here. A mechanical voice sounded. Please select a mode: auto drive, navigation, or mischievous mode. Let me try. Director Liu stepped forward, cleared his throat and said, mischievous mode. Mischievous mode activated. What do you need, you little rascal? Director Liu paused. It's a bit cold. Take me somewhere warm. Mischievous navigation has set your destination 25000 kilometers away. Estimated time 250 hours. Hop on and it'll take you for a ride, show you off, and even dump you in a landfill. Where are we going? Director Liu was stunned. Equatorial Guinea. Too far. Pick a closer place. Destination changed. Arriving at the crematorium in 10 minutes. You can lie down there for a while. Director Liu fumed, go to hell. You want to go to hell? That's on the way. Have a pleasant journey. Everyone around burst into laughter. Suyu smiled too. He hadn't expected the mischievous mode to be so mischievous. Little B was based on little a, which meant little a could also be this cheeky. The sweet whiny voice was terrifying. Suyu walked over and patted Director Liu on the shoulder. All right, enough fooling around.
Try the normal functions. Little BS main feature was auto drive. Okay. Director Lu mounted the motorcycle. Auto drive mode.
I want to go to the nearest supermarket.
Alright, hold tight. Departing.
The mechanical voice sounded. With a whoosh, the flying motorcycle moved, heading toward the gate, lifting into the air and flying toward the supermarket.
Passers-by stopped in their tracks, gazing up at the motorcycle in the sky. That Sushin's motorcycle, absolutely mind-blowing, they marveled.
Returning from the supermarket, Director Lu brought back a bunch of snacks and distributed them to everyone.
He was in high spirits, having become the most dazzling person on the street during the ride. This flying motorcycle is incredible, and the auto drive is just as impressive.
Director Lu praised endlessly.
But I wonder, once it's mass-produced, what will be the retail price? About 5,000 yuan. So cheap. Factory manager Lu was stunned, utterly unable to believe it.
Ordinary motorcycles were already worth over 3,000 yuan. Given the motorcycle's sleek design, even without flight capabilities, it could sell for over 10,000 yuan.
Yet it was only 5,000. Could he believe it?
And there's still profit, Suyu said with a faint smile. The technology for flying motorcycles is perfected and the cost is relatively low, around 4,000. The production cost was 4,000 plus miscellaneous expenses, bringing it close to 5,000. Profit margins were slim. They could only rely on volume to expand earnings.
Factory manager Lu, do you think the profit is too small?
Suyu saw through his thoughts at a glance. Although Lu was a factory manager of a state-owned enterprise, he was still a businessman at heart, thinking more in terms of profit. He wanted to raise the price of the flying motorcycles.
It is indeed low, Lu admitted, honestly scratching his head.
If we could increase it, say selling each for 6,000 to 7,000, that would be better. 6,000 or 7,000.
That's not enough, so you pondered for a moment. At the very least it should be tens of thousands.
Let's sell each for 3,000.
Ah, that. Wouldn't that be too much? Lu was stunned.
He had only wanted to raise the price by 1,000 or 2, never expecting Suyu to be so ruthless, increasing it by over 20,000. The more the better, Suyu said, a corner of his mouth lifting into a radiant smile. But this price is for Nanshanlong nationals.
Nanshanlong nationals.
Suyu said seriously, products involving my technology have two prices, one for Shenlong nationals and another for Nanshanlong nationals. The latter should be sold as high as possible. But 3,000. Suyu said they can afford it.
Don't underestimate foreigners, many of them are wealthy. Factory manager Liu's eyes lit up.
Why not sell it for 5,000?
Good heavens. Suyu couldn't help but glance at Lu. This man was even more ruthless than him. Small profits, quick returns.
After finalizing the details of the cooperation, Suyu dispatched a team and began the heated production of flying motorcycles. Over at Piao, Brother Dong was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. After the emergency meeting, Brother Dong realized with shock that they could no longer contain the development of Shenlong. It could only be left to spread like wildfire. When it rains, it pours. Brother Dong also received news that Shenlong was producing flying motorcycles and holographic virtual technology devices. What terrified Brother Dong most were the holographic virtual technology devices. Once these devices hit the market, they would dominate the market with absolute advantage and eventually monopolize the global electronics industry. Major companies like Fruit would have to either cooperate with Shenlong to obtain the holographic virtual technology or become obsolete, heading toward bankruptcy in time.
The profits were astronomically huge. How is the extraction progress with the research team? Brother Dong's face was grim. They haven't even seen a trace of the holographic virtual technology.
A bunch of useless fools, Brother Dong said darkly.
Tell them if they haven't extracted it by the deadline, they'll face dire consequences.
But if they succeed, each will receive a 100 million bonus.
Understood. Brother Dong asked, what about the flying motorcycles?
A batch has already been produced and is about to hit the market.
But the pricing? Brother Dong pressed, what's the cost?
4,000. Brother Dong thought for a moment, then sell it for 4,500.
We must get ahead of Shenlong and seize the market.
The holographic virtual technology extraction was failing.
Now for Piao, all hope rested on the flying motorcycles. They couldn't lose to Shenlong. Before long, Piao's first batch of flying motorcycles hit the market. Sales were decent and all were sold out. But before Brother Dong could bask in his triumph, Shenlong's flying motorcycles also entered the market. They completely obliterated Piao's sales. Piao's were priced at 4,500. Shenlong's were only 3,000 and had superior performance. Everyone rushed to buy Shenlong's flying motorcycles. Piao Piao sat unsold in warehouses becoming piles of scrap metal. Brother Dong was furious. Fuck, this Shenlong is utterly despicable, using such shameless tactics to seize the market. Brother Dong, don't let your anger harm your health. Angry. No. Brother Dong sat down, took a sip of coffee and suddenly burst into laughter. Everyone was dumbfounded. Had he gone mad from anger? Shenlong's grabbing of the market must be costing them money. Brother Dong's eyes rolled and he instantly thought of a plan. Brother Dong, what's your plan? Well, buy all the flying motorcycles Shenlong exports. Not only that, well, place a huge order for more. Brother Dong grinned brightly. Ha! Everyone was baffled. They couldn't sell their own motorcycles yet they were going to buy others. Wasn't that insanity? You're all foolish, Brother Dong said, rolling his eyes. Our cost is 40000. What do you think Shenlong's cost is? Shenlong's performance is better than ours, so their cost must be higher, at least 40000. Someone analyzed. The others suddenly understood. With such high costs, Shenlong sells for only 30000, losing over 10000 per vehicle. They like to lose money, so why not help them? Brother Dong laughed. The others laughed too. Brother Dong is brilliant, a true business genius. Looking at the orders, factory manager Lu was stunned. Several large orders were all from Piao Piao's official, each for tens of thousands of flying motorcycles. He couldn't understand. Piao Piao could manufacture flying motorcycles too, so why were they buying from Shenlong? It was absurd beyond belief. Fearing a conspiracy, Lu dared not act on his own and reported the matter to Suyu. No matter who it is, as long as they're sending us money, we welcome them. Accept all of Piao Piao's orders, Suyu said calmly. The money was transferred and the goods were delivered. Brother Dong clapped his hands and laughed heartily. This Shenlong is truly foolish. They actually delivered it, Brother Dong said, looking at the tens of thousands of motorcycles, his spirits reaching their peak. How much money must Shenlong be losing on all these vehicles? Brother Dong is incredible. How dare little Shenlong contend with Brother Dong? Exactly. Everyone flattered him wildly. A person rushed in and reported, we've found out. Shenlong's flying motorcycles are sold domestically for 5000 yuan and abroad for 30000. Their cost is probably around 4000. Brother Dong's smile instantly froze. What did you say? His expression changed. If what this person said was true, then he hadn't been sending money to Shenlong but had been played for a fool. It's confirmed, the staff member affirmed. Brother Dong's heart was a whirlwind of emotions, plummeting from the peak to the abyss of fiery cold shift. His vision blurred. He fainted. Brother Dong. The Divine Dragon's flying motorcycles immediately dominated the market upon release. Who wouldn't want such a stylish and affordable flying motorcycle? Electronic products were even more formidable. Possessing holographic virtual technology, they swept across the global market like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Foreign major electronics companies lacking holographic virtual technology faced the risk of bankruptcy. Currently, the vast majority of electronic products on the market were of the Divine Dragon brand. As for Piao Piao, attempting to extract holographic virtual technology from alien equipment was nothing short of a fool's errand. Because the alien equipment did not possess this technology. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the mission. Obtained mysterious gift pack X1. Open it. Hearing the system's voice, Suyu became instantly excited. Finally, the mission was complete. Open the mysterious gift pack. Mysterious gift pack is opening. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Cosmic Zoo Hypothesis. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Cosmic Civilization Hierarchy. Powerful information flooded into his mind like countless steel needles, piercing, causing Suyu to feel a sharp pain. After the intense pain subsided, he felt no relief whatsoever. Because these two rewards from the system had revealed a significant piece of information to him. There really were aliens in the universe. And there was more than one type. More importantly, within the civilization hierarchy, Blue Star was so low, as humble as dust, not even reaching level 1. Sigh. Suyu let out a heavy sigh, his brow deeply furrowed. He felt the immense weight of the task upon his shoulders. Triggered mission promote the Cosmic Zoo Hypothesis and the Cosmic Civilization Hierarchy. Complete mission. Mysterious gift pack X1. Reject mission. 1T of learning resources and 10 pairs of fairy stockings. Accept the mission. Suyu made his choice without hesitation. He needed the system's rewards to rapidly advance Blue Star's civilization level. As for the rejection reward, let it be left for Guan Yu, reading the Spring and Autumn Annals. The Nobel Prize Committee was in session. The meeting was filled with fierce arguments. Given Suyu's achievements, awarding him the Nobel Prize is only right and proper.
No, if we give it to him, how will we explain ourselves to Pia Piao? The judges argued incessantly. What they didn't know was that the Nobel Prize was not fair and impartial. It was heavily biased against the achievements of the people of Shenlong, turning a blind eye to them. Take the literature prize alone. Shenlong had many talented individuals, no less than other regions, yet only one person had ever received it. The irregularities behind this were thought-provoking. Without a doubt, Pia Piao's influence was involved. You are all cowards, a judge stood up. Look at the Fields Medal. Were they afraid of Pia Piao? They went straight to Shenlong's home to present the award, while we who are the most influential and widespread are nothing but a bunch of cowards. You're so noble, so great. His remarks immediately drew sarcastic sneers from others. Most of those mocking him were from the Pia Piao faction. The judge let out a cold laugh. Do you think Suyu needs the Nobel Prize to prove himself? How foolish. It's not that he needs us, but that we need him. Just like Einstein in the last century, if he hadn't been awarded the prize, the judges of that time would have been vilified for eternity. And Suyu's achievements even surpass Einstein's. If he doesn't get the Nobel Prize, is it his fault? No. It's the Nobel Prize's fault. It's the judges who are fools. In a few years, the Nobel Prize will no longer be the Nobel Prize, it will be a third-rate award. These words were deafening, shaking most of the judges awake. But the judges from the Pia Piao faction wore grim expressions. They didn't care who could win the Nobel Prize. As long as a country was unfavorable to Pia Piao, its scientific talents could not receive the Nobel Prize. I don't agree with that. Shut up. The chairman suddenly spoke and everyone fell silent in fear. The meeting room, once like a noisy marketplace, was now so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Pia Piao was very powerful. Before the chairman could finish, the Pia Piao faction members beamed with joy, casting provocative glances at the other judges. But that was in the past, the chairman declared with authority. Now the strongest is Shenlong. We must award the Nobel Prize to Suyu, not because Shenlong is the strongest, but because Suyu deserves it. The Pia Piao faction judges' faces darkened as if they could drip ink. But no one paid them any heed. Another judge stood up. We've been arguing about whether to give the award to Suyu. But we forgot one thing. Does he even want our award? I heard that if the Fields Medal hadn't been delivered to his doorstep, he might not have accepted it. His words left most people stunned. That was indeed true. You want to give it to him, but he might not even care for it. Well, deliver it to his doorstep too, the chairman said after a moment of silence, gritting his teeth. If he still refuses, I'll kneel before him. Everyone. Since when had the Nobel Prize become so humble? I don't want to be infamous for eternity. The chairman sighed. In the office he was working, someone knocked and entered holding a document. He paused, took a sip of water, leaned back in his chair and said, "Let me guess, is this news from Pia Piao? I heard Brother Dong was hospitalized. He's not dead, is he? If he really is gone, I'd need to call and offer my condolences." The staff shook his head. It's from the Nobel Prize Committee. The Nobel Prize Committee. His expression turned cold. His attitude toward the Fields Medal and the Nobel Prize was completely different. Because the Fields Medal valued true achievement more. As for the Nobel Prize, it had been manipulated by Pia Piao behind the scenes for years. It held great prejudice against Shenlong. What do they want? The staff didn't speak, not knowing either, and simply handed him the document. He opened it and immediately burst into laughter. Since when did those people at the Nobel Prize become so humble? The staff was confused, not understanding what he meant. The Nobel people said they want to hold the award ceremony in Shenlong, and they even begged us not to refuse them. In a good mood, he became unusually talkative. So should we refuse them? Why not? He laughed heartily. They beg and we have to agree. We're not their parents, there's no need to indulge them. But the staff hesitated. I know what you're thinking. You mean giving the Nobel Prize to a Shenlong person would greatly benefit Shenlong? Yes. The staff nodded. If it were for someone else, the Nobel Committee wouldn't be so humble and I wouldn't have refused. But the recipient is Suyu. The staff was surprised. What's the difference? Suyu doesn't need the Nobel Prize, but the Nobel Prize needs him. Even if I refuse several more times, they won't give up. They must award Suyu the Nobel Prize. He smiled faintly, seeing the situation with perfect clarity. Lewis was deeply troubled. As the president of the Nobel Committee, he sent a request to the Divine Dragon, hoping to hold the award ceremony on their territory. He also revealed that the prize would be awarded to Suyu. But the Divine Dragon refused. To avoid being forever vilified and condemned by the masses, Lewis swallowed his pride and continued to send requests. No matter how many times the Divine Dragon rejected him, he persisted. Each request was more humble than the last. Finally, on the 25th attempt, the Divine Dragon agreed.
Lewis was overjoyed. His humility
and fervor had moved the divine dragon, who even offered to send 250 soldiers to escort the Nobel jury throughout their stay.
25 times. 250 soldiers.
Lewis touched his head, feeling that these numbers carried a special significance. But he had no time to ponder further. There was still a meeting to discuss which prize to award, so physics, chemistry, or physiology, or medicine. The meeting was once again filled with endless arguments. Controlled nuclear fusion technology is a groundbreaking invention, so you should be awarded the chemistry prize.
Nonsense.
Controlled nuclear fusion belongs to the realm of physics, it must be the physics prize.
You're both talking rubbish.
The supercell and nanorobot technologies, two monumental achievements. If he doesn't get the physiology or medicine prize, you're all idiots. The scene was like a chaotic market with ceaseless quarrels, and several judges even had livid faces ready to come to blows.
Seated at the head of the table, Lewis was expressionless. These people were messing around.
The Peace Prize made sense. Suya's assistance had rapidly strengthened the Divine Dragon, and Pia Piao had restrained itself, daring not to stir up trouble. But the proposal of the Literature Prize was utterly absurd. What literary work did Suyu have that could earn him that prize?
None. Stop. Lewis slammed the table and the room fell silent.
I have already decided what prize to give Suyu.
No more discussion. Meeting adjourned.
After the meeting, everyone prepare properly for the trip to the Divine Dragon. The announcement of the change of venue for the Nobel ceremony sent shockwaves across the world. The change of venue, not in Pia Piao but in the Divine Dragon, was laden with meaning. Before long, an even more explosive piece of news was revealed. This year's Nobel Prizes would not only include the Physics Prize but also the Chemistry Prize and the Physiology or Medicine Prize.
Netizens in the Divine Dragon went wild.
They were ecstatic. They all knew that at least one of the prizes would go to a citizen of the Divine Dragon.
And that citizen was undoubtedly Suyu.
Which prize?
After heated online debates, the consensus was the Physics Prize.
A breakthrough from zero. Since the inception of the Nobel, no person of Divine Dragon origin had ever won the Physics Prize. Why don't these netizens consider that all the prizes might belong to teacher? Yan Wenjun sat on a chair scrolling through online comments and muttered with a hint of reproach. Becoming Suya's student had not only broadened her knowledge but also made her more beautiful and radiant. The sun was a villain fond of painting people's skin black. With a salary sufficient for her needs in Suya's research team, Yan Wenjun no longer needed to take part-time jobs. Without the villainous sun, her skin had turned fair. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, her face oval with delicate features and skin as white as snow. She was a classic beauty.
Teacher, why are you so calm?
Putting down her phone, Yan Wenjun looked at Suyu, utterly incredulous.
A normal person, upon learning they would win the Nobel, would be overjoyed enough to leap out of the galaxy.
Yet Suyu remained unperturbed.
Is the Nobel Prize that appealing?
Suyu asked, surprised.
If he hadn't needed the Nobel platform, he wouldn't have bothered with the committee at all. Yan Wenjun paused, then understood instantly. Most people needed awards to gild themselves. But Suyu did not.
His abilities required no external validation, they could dim the sun itself.
But
there's a prize money of 6 million.
Is 6 million a lot?
Suyu said, amused. A few million was a trivial sum to him. His bank account held a figure so vast that he couldn't be bothered to count the zeros.
There were a great many zeros. And every so often a large sum of money would be deposited. Ah!
Having too much money to spend was a great trouble.
Others couldn't understand.
Yan Wenjun was speechless. 6 million was an astronomical sum to her, but to Suyu it meant nothing.
Alright, stop worrying about that. Suyu smiled and handed her a test paper. Study hard.
Finish this paper. It's not about knowledge but to train your thinking. The Nobel jury arrived in the Divine Dragon and was warmly welcomed. The Divine Dragon kept its word. If it said 250 soldiers, it would send exactly 250, not one less. Feeling the warmth of the Divine Dragon, Lewis broke into a bright smile.
This Divine Dragon is truly a good friend. On the way to the hotel, the jury members couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Why is the Divine Dragon completely different from what the news shows?
The news shows the Divine Dragon with everyone wearing pigtails, dirty and chaotic streets and mud huts. But what we see with our own eyes are polite and cultured people, immaculate streets and towering skyscrapers. The judges sighed repeatedly. Amid their astonishment, they felt anger. They had been deceived.
Cheated by Pio Piao. Pio Piao's propaganda had maliciously slandered the Divine Dragon. The judges cursed loudly. This Pio Piao is truly rotten to the core. And some say the Divine Dragon can't even afford tea eggs. How ridiculous. Time flowed like water, and soon the moment of the Nobel ceremony arrived.
The venue was packed with people. Even long-absent dignitaries were present. Their purpose was simple: to compete for the Nobel. This year's ceremony had 3 prizes: physics, chemistry, and physiology or medicine. Suyu would get one. The remaining 2 were slots for them to contend for. They silently prayed that Suyu's prize would not be in their own field. Against others they might have a chance. But against Suyu there was no hope at all. The venue was full to capacity. Journalists were filming, recording this historic moment. Through the lens, netizens of the Divine Dragon were astonished to find that over 80 of the people present were now working for the Divine Dragon. The Divine Dragon was truly teeming with top-tier talent. Looking at the audience, Lewis smiled slightly and walked to the podium to host the ceremony. Dear friends, welcome. This year's ceremony will award the physics prize, the chemistry prize, and the physiology or medicine prize. At the award ceremony, every seat was filled. Everyone seated was a towering figure in the scientific research community, someone who would be treated as a guest of honor wherever they went. Yet among these giants, Suyu sat in the first row, right in the center seat position. No one objected. Though the others were highly accomplished, they paled in comparison to Suyu, utterly incomparable. Seated, Suyu had his eyes slightly closed, not sleeping but pondering. On the stage, Lewis was speaking, passionate and sonorous, full of emotion, but it was all empty words. After the fluff, he got to the point. Now we present the first award, the Nobel Prize in Physics. The nominated scientists are Joe, David, Charlie, and Lionel Lodge. Those whose names were called felt a surge of joy, yet their faces remained calm as if the names weren't theirs. As venerable old scientists, they had no interest in money, but they were deeply interested in fame, especially the Nobel Prize. Happy inside, they appeared nonchalant, as if above worldly fame and fortune. They were all masters of pretense. However, soon they could no longer sit still. And one more person, Suyu. Lewis flashed a smile. Let's guess who the winner is. Holy crap. The physics giants lost their composure, their expressions changing as they blurted out a curse. With Suyu around, they had no chance. That exclamation burst out without restraint, loud and clear. But no one noticed because it was drowned out by the wave of sound. Suyu! 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 The crowd below shouted wildly. Some even wept with excitement, not because they were from Shunlong or aligned with Suyu, not out of joy for him. They wept for themselves. They weren't physicists. With the physics prize taken and Suyu removed from their own fields, they now had a fighting chance. The Nobel Prize in Physics goes to Suyu for his achievements in controlled nuclear fusion and pseudo-antigravity technology. With Lewis' booming voice, Suyu opened his eyes, offered a polite smile, and walked up to the stage. Accepting the award and prize money, he stepped to the center. Honestly, I have no interest in the Nobel. If it weren't for something else, I'd rather be in the lab than here. His words were rude and arrogant, yet no one took offense. Arrogance without talent is repulsive. But arrogance with talent is not. No one despises pride born of brilliance. If they do, it means the talent isn't enough. Lewis approached and asked, Professor Suyu mentioned something else. Is it related to the Nobel? Yes. Suyu nodded honestly. Lewis asked in surprise, what is it? He'll say it when it's almost over, Suyu replied with a polite smile, not wanting to delay the ceremony. He had no interest in the Nobel, but others were keen. All right, Lewis smiled, escorting Suyu off the stage. He had a good impression of Suyu. Let alone being arrogant. If Lewis had Suyu's abilities, he would have been outrageously arrogant, not even glancing at people with eyes fixed on the top of his head. Returning to the center, Lewis scanned the audience and raised his voice. Next, the second award, the Nobel Prize in Chemistry. The chemistry giants below grew excited, waiting for Lewis to read the names. Without Suyu competing, they all had a chance. The nominees are Jesse Lucas, Gerald Bradbury, Carl Kellogg. The named chemists' eyes lit up, they felt confident. Without Suyu, the others were minor players. On stage, Lewis glanced at the chemists, a wicked smile twisting his lips. And one more nominee, guess who? It must be Bowen. Yes, his achievements are significant. Aside from Suyu and the nominees, any chemist here could be. The audience buzzed with discussion. Unnamed chemists silently prayed that the name would be theirs. They would trade 10 years of life for it. If that wasn't enough, they added their grandson's lifelong bachelorhood as a sacrifice. The Nobel judges glanced at Lewis, inwardly cursing this old rascal for being so mischievous. He is Suyu. Boom. The crowd erupted. Suyu. Suyu glanced at Lewis, slightly surprised but largely unruffled. The others, especially the chemistry giants, stared wide-eyed. How could Suyu be here again? With him around, did they have any hope for the chemistry prize? The chemists slumped, yet a glimmer of hope remained. Could one person win 2 Nobels in a single ceremony? Maybe Suyu's nomination was just a formality, not a real consideration. However, Lewis' words shattered their last illusion. The Nobel Prize in Chemistry goes to Suyu for his achievement, the supercell which cleansed the planet's waste and gave us a verdant environment. Supercell benefits the present and future generations. Suyu walked up, accepted the award and prize and scratched his head. It's me again. Lewis couldn't help laughing. The Nobel Prize breaks conventions. As long as your achievements are great enough and benefit humanity, we will award it to anyone. His words seemed directed at Suyu and also at the audience. Truly the Nobel had changed. At that moment Suyu acknowledged it, giving a thumbs up. Well said. After receiving the award he returned to his seat. With limited space he placed the prize money on the floor and sighed. Why are the Nobel Awards so big and heavy? Was this a complaint? It was humble bragging. The nearby giants were struck by his modesty, tears of envy flowing in their hearts. They all wanted to get away from Suyu to avoid further provocation. Now to the next segment, the final award, the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. Lewis glanced at the crowd, a sly smile on his lips. You're all probably wondering if this award will also go to Suyu. Yes, the audience nodded vigorously. Impossible. Lewis shook his head. One person winning 2 awards at a single Nobel ceremony is already absurd. Could he win a third? Lewis' words dispelled their doubts. The biologists breathed a sigh of relief. No Suyu good. The Nobel judges glanced at Lewis with contemptuous eyes. On their seats the biologists breathed a sigh of relief, all breaking into smiles. It was as if withered trees had met with spring. They cast a glance at the titans of other fields. Their faces were full of schadenfreude. How fortunate, without Suyu in the physiology or medicine category the winner would surely be among them and everyone had a chance. Unlike the first 2 awards where with Suyu present everyone else was merely cannon fodder. Truly pitiable. Upon seeing the biologists' gazes tinged with both sympathy and schadenfreude, the others seated with indignation, their hands itching to reach out and yank their hair. On the stage. Scanning the crowd, especially the biologists who all wore confident smiles, Louis also started to laugh. Let's begin the next segment, the third award, the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. The nominees are My Luanha Meng de Ni Erguli Fei Si Malingdaman. Jia Shi. Upon hearing their names each nominee revealed a smile. Everyone guess who will ultimately win the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. As soon as the words fell, voices arose from the audience. No need to think, it's definitely Jia Shi. Jia Zai's new breakthrough has brought about a major upheaval in the medical field. That's right. Listening to the crowd's flattery, the man named Jia Shi revealed a brilliant smile and nodded in thanks to others. He would bet his life that this year's Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine was definitely his. After all, his research breakthrough had brought immense blessings to humanity. If it wasn't his, there must be foul play. On the stage. Having stirred up the atmosphere, Louis gave a smug smile and said, all right, now let's start the announcement. Finally, the winner is about to be announced. Jia Shi smiled faintly. His face was calm and composed, but his heart was tense to the extreme. Throughout a scholar's lifetime, the most coveted prize is the Nobel of boundless honor and the recognition of the world. At such a moment, no one could remain calm. However, Louis's next words left him stunned. Let's announce the final nominee. Suyu. Boom. It was as if a bomb had been dropped into the venue. Everyone lost their composure. Suyu again. Jia Zai's smile instantly froze. Compared to other biologists, he was sure to win. But compared to Suyu, his achievements were utterly overshadowed with not a shred of chance. But Jia Shi did not despair. What is the most important thing between people? Trust. Jia Shi believed that Louis, as the president of the Nobel Committee, would not deceive them. The third award definitely wouldn't go to Suyu. Suyu's nomination was merely a formality not within the scope of consideration for winning. Trust. Jia Shi calmed his emotions and put on a smile again. The winner of this year's Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. Louis was very cunning, teasing the audience, stirring up their emotions without revealing who it was. Only when the atmosphere reached its peak did he finally announce the winner. He is Suyu. At just 18 years old, with nanorobot technology, he has conquered most incurable diseases, not only curing terminal illnesses but also extending human lifespan. The Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine is awarded to Suyu, and it is well deserved. Hiss. The audience erupted into an uproar. Everyone was in a frenzy. At just 18 years old, at a single Nobel ceremony, he had won 3 awards in a row: physics, chemistry, and physiology or medicine. Such an achievement. The first in history, ancient or modern. Others come to receive awards as if receiving nothing, but he came to stock up. In the live stream room, all the viewers were excited. Especially the viewers from Shenlong. They could hardly wait to set off firecrackers to celebrate. Suyu was surprised once again. Him again. He lifted his eyes and glanced at Louis. He shook his head. This old man was like an old lattice chamber pot floating on the sea, both cheeky and frivolous. As the saying goes, a man who is too cheeky will sooner or later get a knife. Still so frivolous. Sooner or later barbecue. He stepped onto the stage, collected the awards and prize money and sighed, "Why is it me again and again and again? 3 major awards plus 18 million in prize money, it's so troublesome to bring them back." The titans below the stage were all numb. "If you find it troublesome, you can give them to us. We don't mind," Louis said with a smile. "If Professor Su finds it troublesome, we can help deliver them to your home." "No need." Suyu waved his hand. "I was just complaining. If I had known all 3 were mine, I wouldn't have said those words when receiving the first one." "Professor Su, you mentioned earlier that you had something to say. Could you tell us what it is? It's a long story, so we'll take my time." Suyu set the awards and prize money aside. Before he could speak, Louis interrupted. "Since it's a long story, let's wait. First finish the acceptance speech." After receiving the award, one must give an acceptance speech. Because he knew all 3 awards were Suyu's, Louis hadn't asked him to speak when he received the first 2. As Suyu was giving his acceptance speech, Louis felt an urgent need to urinate. Having drunk too much water, he headed to the restroom. Just after he left, someone watched his back, clenching his fist so hard it cracked. That person was exactly Jieshi. He had thought the Nobel winner would be him, but it turned out to be Suyu. His mood swung wildly, extremely displeased. It felt like agreeing to a fight only to wake up just as it began, realizing it was all a dream. Extremely frustrating. Regarding Suyu, he was convinced and admired. But his anger was all directed at Louis. Jieshi rose without a sound and quietly followed. Behind Jieshi, several other titans also followed. Their target was all Louis. Inside the restroom, Louis was cornered, but he showed no panic. They were all civilized people, how could they resort to barbaric violence? "What do you want? You tell me." Jieshi raised his fist, making it crackle. Hearing the sound of bones, Louis was a bit flustered. "What? Not satisfied with the result? In terms of achievements, can any of you compare to Professor Su?" No. Several people shook their heads honestly. "Then that's settled. Move aside, I'm leaving." No one moved. Jieshi revealed a sinister smile. "Suyu winning is well deserved. But we are extremely dissatisfied with your actions. We want to punch you. We are all civilized people, don't resort to physical violence." Seeing the furious looks in their eyes, Louis was truly panicked. "That's right, we are all civilized, we can't fight. Brothers, go for it, pull his hair. I've been annoyed by his hair for a long time, why does he have it and we don't?" Jieshi and the others pounced on him, targeting Louis' hair. "What the hell? Damia." Within minutes, Suyu finished her acceptance speech. Glancing to the side, she was stunned by the scene. Louis, who had previously had hair, now stood with a completely bald head, only a patch of red remaining. "Mr. Louis, your hair." "I fell and scraped it off," Louis said, touching his head and wincing in pain. Those little bastards had been brutal, not only pulling out his hair but also giving him a good beating. How infuriating. Yet Louis chose not to expose their misdeeds. Not because he dared not, but because he did not wish to. Being beaten up for being too flamboyant was too shameful to admit. "You fell and scraped off your hair?" Suyu asked skeptically. No one with a brain would believe that explanation. "It must have been pulled out. Don't mind the details." Louis walked over, changing the subject. "Professor Su, didn't you have something else to say? You can say it now." "All right." Compared to Louis, Suyu was more concerned about the hypothesis. Clearing her throat, she raised her voice so that every person present could hear clearly. "Dear friends, what I am about to say is a hypothesis. For humanity it is both terrifying and extremely important." Suyu's words instantly captivated everyone. They wondered what hypothesis could be so terrifying to humanity. Could it be about melting glaciers, rising sea levels, and the submergence of Sakura? That would be terrifying for Sakura, but not for inland people. The hypothesis I propose is the zoo hypothesis. The audience below was stunned. Unease began to creep in. They were all intelligent enough to glean something from the name of the hypothesis. The universe is vast and mysterious. Everyone cares about one question: are there aliens in the universe? And what I want to say is yes, there are aliens. Suyu's affirmative words caused an uproar in the audience. The live stream also erupted. Since the last century, people had claimed there were aliens, but none had provided evidence. Official statements were ambiguous. As for the evidence presented, it was all fake. Videos and images were photoshopped. Alien bodies were fabricated from other animal carcasses.
No academic authority had ever dared to assert with certainty that aliens lived in the universe. But Suyu did. How could that not be shocking? What I want to say today is the relationship between aliens and humans. The region where humans live is a closed space from which we cannot escape, left to be observed by aliens. Just like in a zoo where visitors observe animals. With these words, Suyu had dropped an atomic bomb. It left everyone reeling and stunned. In their understanding, humans were advanced beings, noble. How could they be like zoo animals for another species to gawk at? Absolutely impossible. After the initial shock came skepticism. This viewpoint was too subversive. Even if it came from Suyu, they could not believe it. A Nobel laureate rose to his feet. Professor Su, I acknowledge your unprecedented achievements. But I cannot accept this zoo hypothesis. Please state your reasons for doubt. Suyu stood on the stage, smiling calmly, composed and unruffled. Zoos have barriers separating visitors from animals, but Blue Star does not. We humans can observe the distant universe, and we can leave Blue Star to reach the moon, Mars, and even farther planets. Suyu said seriously, that barrier exists farther away. Where? It lies tens of light years away, Suyu replied earnestly. Ridiculous, the Nobel laureate sneered. Humans can observe distances far beyond tens of light years, nearly 14 billion light years. Does being able to observe mean we can actually go there? Suyu glanced at the laureate. Animals in a confined area can also observe farther places through protective glass. The Nobel laureate paused, but he was not yet defeated. After a moment of thought, he engaged in a heated debate with Suyu. The others leaned more toward supporting the laureate's words. But Suyu's arguments left them speechless. Half an hour later, the Nobel laureate conceded, at a loss for words, cold sweat on his face. The audience also broke into a sweat. Yet they still refused to believe Suyu. Everyone knows the Fermi paradox, don't they? My zoo hypothesis perfectly resolves it. The Fermi paradox was proposed by Fermi in 1950. Its main form can be stated as: why have we not discovered any aliens or alien artifacts? A solution to the Fermi paradox does not necessarily make the hypothesis correct. The defeated Nobel laureate stood up and added that remark. Others nodded in agreement. Suyu also agreed, for the statement was unobjectionable. After the laureate sat down, another person rose. Professor Su, by your words you imply that humans are like circus animals for aliens to watch and entertain. As a human to utter such words, belittling humanity, saying that humans are a lowly species in the universe, what is your intention? The man's words were quite unreasonable. But Suyu was not angry, knowing he was just agitated. I am not belittling humanity. I only want humanity to recognize the reality. Indeed, on Blue Star humans are the dominant species. But in the boundless universe that may not be the case. Suyu countered with logic and evidence. However, she knew that no matter how much she argued, how brilliantly she debated, or how she silenced the crowd, it was all in vain. They were empty words. Only facts could convince the masses. Actually, there is one more thing that can prove my hypothesis. Suyu's words were startling. What is it? The crowd asked eagerly. If an ordinary person had proposed the zoo hypothesis, they would have been thrown out. But this was Suyu. Even so, they still did not believe it. As far as I know, Piao launched a small unmanned spacecraft in the 1970s and it has not been destroyed yet. Is that true? Someone immediately grabbed a Piao magnate. Indeed it is. This Piao magnate was one of the few who had not yet defected to Shenlong. Now he was shocked. The information that Piao had sent an unmanned spacecraft was not top secret, but the fact that it hadn't been destroyed by a meteorite was classified. It had not been disclosed to the public. Those outside who cared about it assumed the spacecraft was lost. How did Suyu know? There must be someone from Shenlong within Piao. If I'm not mistaken, Piao's unmanned spacecraft is about to reach the interception zone. It will surely be destroyed if it can't go forward, and a month from now the information will be transmitted back to Piao. Mid-May. It was early summer and the weather had not yet grown hot. The sky was a clear, flawless blue, while the clouds, ever changing and heavy, seemed to sag downward. It appeared as if one could reach out and pluck them. The air was cool and refreshing. Yet not a single person present at the Nobel ceremony felt at ease. Their hearts were laden with gravity. The zoo hypothesis of the universe struck them with overwhelming force. The more they pondered it, the more chilling it became. Just a single thought of this hypothesis sent shivers down their spines, let alone delving deeper. In their subjective consciousness, they were unwilling to believe this hypothesis was true unless evidence emerged. In about a month, the unmanned spacecraft from Piao will crash, and when the news reaches us, everyone will know the truth of the zoo hypothesis. Suyu spoke with conviction. If the unmanned spacecraft is destroyed, does that prove it hit an interception belt? A Nobel laureate stood up and retorted. What if it was struck by a meteorite? That's right. In the vastness of space there are countless meteorites and the probability of them hitting the unmanned spacecraft is high. Even if the spacecraft is truly destroyed a month later, there could be other reasons. The crowd voiced their doubts one after another. Science demands such rigor; without a shred of precision it cannot become truth. It can be proven that it hit the interception belt. Suyu smiled faintly. Before anyone could rebut, he explained the reason. Because the unmanned spacecraft is equipped with a camera that can capture the moment of destruction. The data sent back will include not only the destruction signal but also the visual footage. The crowd nodded in understanding. However, the eyes of the few from Piao widened to their limits. They had not defected to Shenlong and remained in Piao because they held high positions, enjoyed generous treatment and wielded considerable power. They also had access to most of Piao's classified information. This unmanned spacecraft was one of Piao's secrets with very little information disclosed to the outside world. How did Suyu know about it? And how did he know as much as they did? Professor Su, may I ask how you obtained this information? A person from Piao couldn't help but ask. That's not important, Suyu replied, turning the tables. Let me ask you, am I correct or not? What you said is indeed correct, but being correct is enough, Suyu interrupted. He certainly couldn't tell them that he had an artificial intelligence named Xiaowei capable of freely entering and exiting networks anywhere to retrieve top-secret information. Piao's defenses were virtually non-existent to it. If he revealed this, it would instantly shock the world and cause panic among those in power everywhere. Of course, Suyu did not abuse Xiaowe's abilities. A Nobel laureate stood up and hit the nail on the head. The problem now is that the information will be sent back to Piao, not to us. Will Piao be willing to release it? Even if Piao releases it, can we trust it? As everyone knows, Piao loves to fabricate fake news. There's no need to worry about that. Suyu stood at the center of the stage and raised his voice. Why? Piao is not exactly a place of honesty. That's right, that's right. The crowd's unrestrained remarks turned the faces of the few from Piao ashen. Who said Piao was dishonest? For example. Well, they couldn't come up with an example. The Piao people remained silent, their faces dark enough to drip ink. My point is, we don't necessarily need Piao to give us the information, we can take it from them. Suyu's words left the audience dumbfounded. Are we going to attack Piao, go to Baigong and kidnap Brother Dong to force him to hand over the unmanned spacecraft's data? Not so, Suyu shook his head. I am a gentleman and dislike using force. The take I speak of is not through violence, but through technology. Technology. Use a seduction tactic to trick Brother Dong. The problem was Brother Dong was a man and that wouldn't work on him. The technology one referred to was computer technology. Their wild imaginations made Suyu break out in a cold sweat. I have a smattering of knowledge in computer technology, enough to intercept the information the moment it is transmitted back to Piao. Suyu's words sent chills down the spines of the Piao delegates. The others felt no fear. Intercepting Piao's data had nothing to do with them. They only sighed, once again being flexed on. A smattering of knowledge enough to intercept Piao's information, even pigs would find that unbelievable. They couldn't help but exclaim, are you speaking human language? Of course I would rather not do this. I only hope that Piao will honestly hand over the unmanned spacecraft's data. Under Suyu's gaze, along with the fervent stares of the others, the Piao delegates caved and nodded repeatedly. We will. Then we shall see the truth in a month. The Nobel ceremony concluded. Suyu's hypothesis shook the entire world. The buzz was no less than his winning 3 Nobel Prizes. People worldwide waited for a month to see whether the Zhu hypothesis would be verified. The researchers on site also waited. None of them left Shenlong. Instead, they settled in waiting for the result a month later. Of course, the majority of the guests were from Shenlong, with only a few exceptions. These few exceptions were mostly heavyweight. Almost all had won Nobel Prizes. Another important reason they stayed in Shenlong was to gather together and discuss the Zhu hypothesis. Suyu warmly welcomed the decision of the Nobel laureates to temporarily remain in Shenlong, flashing a friendly smile. Staying temporarily might just turn them into Shenlong's own people. At Piao, Brother Dong had just been discharged from the hospital. For the sake of his health, he no longer bothered with the flying motorcycle incident. How is the extraction of the holographic virtual technology coming along? The researchers say soon. Brother Dong's eyes lit up. Soon, how long is that? About 10 years. Fuck. Brother Dong cursed profusely, his face darkening. Boot those researchers out, revoke all their benefits and throw them into prison. Lord Dong, that would be inappropriate. I know my limits.
Lock them up for 10 days then release them, consider it a warning.
Brother Dong thought of something.
By the way, what major events are happening in Shenlong recently?
Suyu won 3 Nobel Prizes: physics, chemistry and physiology or medicine. This Nobel Prize committee, this Louis.
They have no regard for Piao Piao.
Brother Dong fumed.
Also, Suyu proposed a hypothesis at the ceremony called the Zhu hypothesis. The staff member explained the hypothesis to Brother Dong.
He's lost his mind, Brother Dong sneered.
Suyu also said that Piao Piao should know what's good for us, cooperate and honestly hand over the unmanned spacecraft's data.
Brother Dong. This is the replay of the live stream. Donggu sat in his office intently watching the replay.
The video was 5 hours long. Donggu fast-forwarded through the earlier parts. He had no intention of subjecting himself to unpleasantness. Suyu winning 3 Nobel Prizes was exhilarating news for the Shenlong people and even the entire world, but for him it was far from a good sign. It was terrible news. It could grind one's teeth in anger. He directly skipped to the cosmic Zhu hypothesis. How does he know more about the unmanned spacecraft than I do? Donggu was dumbfounded. After a moment of shock, boundless fury surged. This meant that within Piao Piao's ranks there were people from the Shenlong side, and more than one at that. You've been investigating for so long and you haven't caught a single Shenlong agent. Yes. Utterly useless. Donggu's eyes blazed with anger. These Shenlong folks are truly cunning, acting with such stealth. Lord Dong, I have a lead we could try. What lead? Donggu glanced at his subordinate. We could investigate those Shenlong people who have obtained Piao Piao citizenship or green cards. That's a promising direction. Donggu nodded and ordered his men to look into this group. This group was definitely suspicious. How could people who betrayed their own homeland be loyal to Piao Piao? He continued watching the live stream. Ha! Donggu froze, then said incredulously, he wants us Piao Piao to know our place, cooperate honestly and hand over the unmanned spacecraft information. This Su guy is daydreaming in broad daylight. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Donggu was instantly furious. His great Piao Piao, the world's top power, was being contemptuously ordered to obediently cooperate. It was utterly insulting. Unbearable. Lord Dong, perhaps we should endure it since we have no way to deal with Shenlong for now. Donggu. Endure my foot. Donggu snorted coldly. He says we cooperate, so we must. What a beautiful fantasy. During this time I won't give him a single piece of information about the unmanned spacecraft, not even fake ones. I don't believe he can intercept our information all by himself. Does he really think our people are useless? Lord Dong is mighty. Calculation showed that it would take 29 days and 15 hours for the news of the unmanned spacecraft's crash to reach Piao Piao. During this time Suyu had other matters to attend to. He handed over the unmanned spacecraft task to Xiaowei Tongxue. In terms of computers, Xiaowei Tongxue was several times more capable than Suyu, the perfect choice. I guarantee you'll complete the mission. Excellent, excellent. I'll buy you the best batteries. Suyu patted Xiaowei Tongxue's little head and encouraged him. For a worker who didn't demand a salary, Suyu was generous with praise. And empty promises. I don't want batteries, I just want a whimper. Get lost. Giving it a flick on the head, Suyu strode away. He headed to the office. On the way he ran into Yang Weigua. Principal Yang, in such a hurry. Where are you going? Suyu called out to him. Yang Weigua was rushing, clearly busy, and was visibly annoyed at being stopped. He frowned, halted, turned around and saw Suyu. His expression changed instantly, faster than turning a page, breaking into a warm, benevolent smile. I have a meeting to attend. Before Suyu could speak, Yang Weigua added, this meeting is mainly to discuss those who have renounced their Shenlong citizenship. Suyu asked, what about them? This group wants to return to Shenlong. Didn't they think Piao Piao's moon was the roundest and the air freshest? Why do they want to run back to Shenlong? Suyu snorted. They're all a bunch of profit-driven scoundrels. Yang Weigua said disdainfully. In the past year, Shenlong's development speed has left several Piao Piaos in the dust. They think Shenlong's future is brighter than Piao Piao's, so they want to come back. Can they? We need to discuss it at the meeting. Yang Weigua looked at Suyu and smiled. What do you think, Suyu? My suggestion is not to let them return. Oh. Yang Weigua waited for Suyu to continue. When they joined Piao Piao, they had to recite a pledge. Hearing that pledge, I felt furious. Those who can abandon Shenlong once will do it countless times. Suyu sneered, admittedly they are talented, but with Shenlong as it is now, having them or not makes no difference. Thanks to Suyu's persuasion.
And recruitment Shenlong now boasts a wealth of talent. More than half of the world's top talents are aligned with Shenlong.
So you really couldn't be bothered with these people who abandoned Shenlong. What offends you most is the oath they took when joining Pia Piao.
Yang Weiguo caught the key point. Su Yu nodded.
Being able to recite that oath already showed they had no affection for Shenlong. If they could be heartless, why should Shenlong be righteous? Yesterday Shenlong you distanced yourself from, today Shenlong you cannot afford to look down upon.
I will bring up your suggestion at the meeting. Yang Weiguo smiled faintly. With your words they definitely won't be coming back.
Arriving at the office, Su Yu sat down and began to work. His task was to compile textbooks. To write books from undergraduate to doctoral levels. In the past year technology had advanced rapidly and the world had undergone earth-shattering changes.
Most of the old textbooks were obsolete. New ones were needed. The new technologies were mostly Su Yu's.
He was the most suitable person for this writing task.
Yan Wenjun assisted him. Teacher, from undergraduate to doctoral there are hundreds or even thousands of books. Can you really write them all by yourself? I'm not writing for all majors.
Besides, I have your help. Su Yu's typing speed was incredibly fast. Before he finished speaking he handed Yan Wenjun a stack of papers.
She was to organize them.
While sorting, Yan Wenjun roughly skimmed through them. The difficulty seems to have increased by several hundred times.
Really?
Su Yu paused, glanced at the old textbooks and compared them with his own content.
I don't see much difference. The difficulty is like a high schooler doing 11.
Was this difficulty really like doing 11 or proving that 112? Su Yu took a sip of water, stroked his chin. Such simple knowledge, students learning it too easily, is that bad? I should increase the difficulty.
Yan Wenjun. Su Yu stood up, stretching his body and loosening his waist.
His joints crackled and the fatigue began to ease.
Teacher, let me give you a massage. I've recently learned a new technique that can more effectively relieve fatigue.
Yan Wenjun walked over, extending her slender fair hand, and began to press, knead and pinch Su Yu's body. The technique was indeed excellent.
It was like taking a sip of ice-cold soda in the scorching summer heat.
Su Yu was so comfortable that his eyes narrowed in contentment. Unfortunately, the comfort of the massage did not last long. Even the most exhausted person after being massaged for a while would no longer feel much sensation from further kneading.
All right.
Su Yu stood up, went to the side to pour himself a glass of water and said, take these things to the relevant departments.
Yan Wenjun nodded obediently.
Glancing at the piles of paper stacked on the desk, Su Yu asked, do you need any help?
I can manage by myself. At the publishing house, Editor-in-Chief Wu was in a very good mood.
Because Su Yu had agreed to take full responsibility for editing the new book and was submitting the manuscript today.
Who was Su Yu?
He was the most brilliant scientist in the world today. A book personally edited by him would undoubtedly be a rare treasure capable of more effectively enhancing students' knowledge. Editor-in-Chief Wu stood at the door, his eyes full of smiles, welcoming the arrival of the new book. When he saw Yan Wenjun, his eyes lit up and he stepped forward to greet her. Together they carried the new manuscript into the publishing house.
After seeing off Yan Wenjun, Editor-in-Chief Wu's smile instantly vanished and his expression returned to seriousness. He glared at someone. What are you looking at? Get over here and work.
The employees shrunk their necks and hurried over to start working.
Eh?
An employee exclaimed in surprise, I recognize every word in this content, but when they're combined I can't understand it at all.
Me too. I'm afraid I went to a fake university. Hearing the employees' murmurs, Editor-in-Chief Wu rolled his eyes. These employees were truly disappointing. They couldn't even understand a physics book.
University physics was indeed difficult, but for Editor-in-Chief Wu it was a piece of cake. Because he had majored in physics for both his undergraduate and graduate studies.
I always told you to study hard, but you never listened.
Shaking his head, Editor-in-Chief Wu walked over and said with frustration, point out which part you don't understand.
Let me, a physics major, enlighten you. Right here. You don't understand from the beginning. Editor-in-Chief Wu's eyes bulged, his beard bristling with anger as he snatched the book. This is very simple.
As he spoke, Wu's voice grew softer and softer until it was inaudible to everyone.
Editor-in-Chief Wu. Someone tentatively called out. Shut up.
Wu barked, then began to study the book intently. Strange, what does this sentence mean?
Why can't I understand it?
The entire book, most of the content, I can't understand it.
Everyone. Not long after, a Weibo post went viral.
An employee of the publishing house photographed part of the new book edited by Su Yu and uploaded it online.
Su Yu was now the top of the top influencers.
His Weibo followers alone numbered up to 200 million. Any news about him generated considerable buzz, let alone a book he personally edited.
It instantly became the top trending topic.
Netizens who were college students or above were all shocked.
This content is too difficult.
If you study it all, let alone hair, even your scalp will peel off.
Is this really for students, not for professors?
The content of the new book made them complain bitterly.
However, not all netizens felt the same. Some were gloating.
These were the high school seniors. To prepare for the college entrance exam, they woke up earlier than roosters and slept later than dogs, diligently studying. Tormented by knowledge until their heads spun, they surfed the internet in their spare time to relieve their mood. Now seeing others also being tormented by knowledge online,
they felt a bit of sympathy. After sympathy came schadenfreude.
Compared to your knowledge, high school stuff doesn't seem so hard.
My mood instantly improved.
Faced with the gloating high school graduates, college netizens sneered disdainfully.
One move wiped them out. When you go to college, you'll be studying the new books. High school graduates. Suddenly they didn't want to go to college anymore.
After finishing the book editing, Suyu, feeling bored, surfed the internet.
He saw the topic about the new book.
With a slight smile he said, "This batch of netizens is too mean, slandering me. The book I edited is clearly simple, yet they claim it's explosively difficult. And they even started a petition with thousands of signatures begging to withdraw the new book.
But
the content of the new book is really extremely difficult," Yen Wenjun said weakly.
Difficult? Suyu shook his head. It's as simple as 112.
For you it is. But for others.
Yen Wenjun's voice was very low and she dared not look at Suyu. Is that so?
Suyu smiled gently, looking at Yen Wenjun. As technology advances, what needs to be learned becomes deeper. Compared to the original books, the new ones are indeed more difficult, but the teaching learning resources are also different.
More than half of the world's top talents are in Shenlong.
They conduct research while also teaching students. With such people as teachers, is the new book still difficult?
It seems not so difficult anymore. Excellent teachers can simplify complex problems. They explain profound concepts in simple terms, making it easier for students to understand extremely difficult knowledge. Don't dwell on this, let's go eat first. After dinner on the road, Suyu encountered Yang Weigua.
He still appeared in a hurry. Yen Wenjun, sensing that something important was happening and that she shouldn't listen, made an excuse and left.
Yang Weigua sighed. There's a problem with the college entrance exam papers.
What?
Suyu was stunned. It's urgent. Let's talk as we walk.
The backup papers are too difficult. I really don't want to release them and make this batch of candidates despair. Yang Weigua sighed, looked at Suyu, and then his eyes lit up as an idea struck him.
Student Su, could you produce a set of exam papers?
Suyu hesitated for a moment. I can, but...
Yang Weigua quickly asked, but what? I can't produce the English exam paper. Ha ha. Yang Weigua couldn't help but laugh, and the hanging heart gradually relaxed. That's fine, someone else can do it.
Well then. Except for English, you'll produce one paper for each of the other subjects. You can review them, use them if suitable, or discard them if not. In a certain place in Baidu there was a courtyard. It was heavily guarded. Soldiers with loaded rifles stood at the entrance. Their mission was not only to keep out unauthorized personnel but also to prevent anyone inside from leaving.
Soldiers surrounded the entire compound, forming a tight encirclement. Not even a fly could get in nor an ant crawl out.
Signal jammers were also in place, blocking all transmissions. This was where the college entrance exam papers were created. The people inside were the exam question setters.
Suyu was among them.
His presence stirred excitement and relief among all the question setters. With Suyu around, there would be no surprises.
What are you staring at?
Get back to your positions and continue setting the questions, the director scolded.
Once the crowd dispersed, he approached Suyu.
With a beaming smile he said, Professor Su, the difficulty of the college entrance exam papers cannot be too high or too low.
I know that, Suyu replied.
Suyu said seriously, for the math exam, basic and intermediate questions account for about 130 points and the remaining 20 points are for challenging questions that differentiate students. Yes, the director nodded vigorously, satisfied that Suyu understood. He offered a few brief reminders and handed over the exam syllabus. No matter how the college entrance exam papers were designed, they could not deviate from the syllabus.
After a quick glance, Suyu had memorized it. Unlike the other question setters, Suyu was given better treatment, a private office.
He sat in the office to craft the questions. The college entrance exam papers. He'll lean toward making the questions a bit easier, Suyu mused, stroking his chin. In his view, middle school was for building a foundation. Mastering the basics was sufficient. As for the exam questions, there was no need to make them so difficult that students would be reduced to tears.
I am truly a kind-hearted person.
A sincere smile bloomed at the corners of his lips, and then Suyu became serious, beginning to write the questions.
Exam papers always increased in difficulty.
For most papers one could tell if it was hard or easy just by looking at the first question. Take the math exam for instance. If the first question could be answered with just a glance, the paper was not difficult. If it required even one step of calculation, the difficulty increased. This held true for most cases. To create an easy paper, Suyu designed the first multiple-choice math question so that the answer was immediately obvious, no calculation needed.
A guaranteed freebie. In less than an hour, Suyu stopped.
He had completed the exam papers for all 8 subjects: Chinese, mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, history, geography, and ideology. His speed was so astonishing that even a certain signing celebrity would weep in envy.
Done so soon.
The director was surprised to see Suyu approaching with a stack of papers. They are all relatively simple questions, so it went quickly, Suyu said, handing over the papers.
Too simple won't do, the director thought uneasily.
If the papers were too easy and a flood of perfect scores appeared when results came out, the question setters would face punishment. For instance, in a math exam, a province typically had about 100 perfect scorers. If the number exceeded that, reaching an absurd 1,000, it would be the question setter's fault.
Too few was also a problem.
The director took the papers. He was a mathematics professor. He chose only the math paper to browse.
The difficulty is indeed not high. But it's rather interesting.
A glimmer of light danced in the director's eyes. The math paper Suyu had crafted was not difficult, yet it was remarkably novel.
Very interesting. I've never seen such an intriguing math paper before.
The director praised repeatedly.
When he reached the final, most challenging problem, he couldn't resist picking up a pen. He began solving it. This last problem is so hard.
After 10 minutes of calculation, sweat beaded on the director's face, but he still hadn't found the answer. A high school math problem stumping a mathematics professor spoke volumes about its difficulty.
It far exceeded the level of Olympiad math.
If this had been someone else's question, the director would have flung the paper in their face and said, "What is this?
I can't even solve it. This problem is but this was Suyu. A Fields Medal recipient would not make such a basic mistake.
The director continued solving. After another minute, he realized he had fallen into a loop. He derived the formula from the problem. This. The director's eyes widened in astonishment. Suyu smiled faintly, not revealing the answer. Instead, he picked up a nearby pen, circled a part of the problem, and wrote 2 words.
Now I understand, the director said, suddenly enlightened. He struck out most of his earlier calculations and adopted a new approach. In less than a minute, he arrived at the answer. This problem.
If not for your guidance, Professor Su, I fear I would never have solved it. You simply took a wrong turn at the start. Once you realized it, you could work out the correct solution, so you replied with a polite smile, stating the truth.
This math paper is truly brilliant.
I estimate that the number of students scoring 130 will increase significantly, while those getting a perfect 150 will be much fewer. The director gave a thumbs up, acknowledging both the math paper and Suyu. He then gathered the other question setters. They examined the papers for the remaining subjects. Their inspection was not out of doubt in Suyu's ability; on the contrary, it was because they trusted him. They feared his questions might be too difficult.
This paper is so innovative. All the question setters couldn't help but exclaim as they browsed. Suyu's questions were nothing short of brilliant. They were not difficult, yet they were eye-opening. That final problem is really too hard.
Dear colleagues, these 8 papers are what I have prepared.
You have all reviewed them. If you find them suitable, use them.
If not, discard them without worrying about my feelings, Suyu said politely.
He was not a professional college entrance exam question setter.
He could not be certain that his papers were appropriate for the exam.
Subjectively, he felt they might not be suitable. The difficulty was too low. If everyone scored high, that would be a problem. Some examinee might lament, "I got over 600 points and still can't get into a second-tier university, what a joke." The physics paper is suitable. The chemistry paper is suitable. The ideology paper is suitable.
The question setters voiced their opinions one after another. After speaking, they were all dumbfounded. All the papers were acceptable. If Suyu alone could handle everything, what need was there for them?
They were redundant. Just then the English question setters walked over, glanced at the others, and let out a faint sound.
They said nothing, yet it seemed they had said a great deal.
There is a group of people even more pitiable than prisoners.
They are imprisoned in a place with no electronic devices, no signal, and absolutely no connection to the outside world.
Otherwise it would be a crime.
They are precisely the teachers who set the college entrance exam papers. From the day they start setting the papers until the moment the exam ends, it is like this. These rules, however, did not apply to Suyu. He was a special person whose time was extremely precious. Rather than wasting time here, he would be better off doing research and making greater contributions to humanity. Suyu refused these privileges. He chose to be strictly supervised like the other exam-setting teachers solely to ensure the absolute confidentiality of the college entrance exam. The most important exam in one's academic career is undoubtedly the college entrance exam. In the face of this exam, everyone, including Suyu, must yield.
Time passed quietly. Before the exam even arrived, a major event occurred.
The fact that Suyu was one of the exam-setting teachers was discovered by someone. On the internet, this matter became incredibly viral. Some rejoiced while others worried. The senior year high school students and their parents were so anxious that they lost half their hair. That Suyu was an exam-setting teacher was originally a trivial matter. However, a while ago the books adapted by Suyu were so difficult that even Mount Everest would—
Could the exam papers set by Suyu be easy? All the examinees were silently weeping.
Their parents were all grim-faced. Before the exam even started, the examinees had already lost their morale. This was no small matter. Naturally, this attracted the attention of the authorities. They had to alleviate the anxiety and fear of the examinees. Thus the exam-setting teachers, including Suyu, came forward.
At the interview site,
the security was tight. There were dozens of times more supervisors than exam-setting teachers.
The official media and journalists were strictly selected.
Suyu stood in the center facing the camera with a slight smile. For this year's college entrance exam, except for English, the papers for all other subjects were set by me. The reporter was dumbfounded. Before she could ask, Suyu continued, most examinees think that this year's exam is extremely difficult.
Actually, you are all mistaken.
Not only is it not difficult, but it is also much easier compared to previous years. Take mathematics for example.
If you master the basic knowledge, you can easily score 100 points.
With a slightly deeper understanding, scoring 130 points is a piece of cake. Now I'm even worried that I might be punished because too many examinees will get high scores. Suyu made a playful remark and let out a deep sigh. These words were just Suyu's one-sided statement. They were not very convincing. If an ordinary person said the exam was not difficult, then it would truly be not difficult. What Suyu said was debatable. After all, just a while ago he had said that the books he edited were not difficult, as simple as 112. They needed corroboration from others. The reporter turned her gaze to the other exam-setting teachers.
The Chinese exam is easy. The math exam is easy.
The other exam-setting teachers all said.
The politics exam is easy. The person in charge came over and said summarily, Professor Su was right. This year's exam is indeed easier.
The only characteristic is that the questions are relatively novel. As for how novel, that cannot be disclosed. Wishing all this year's examinees success on the list. After the interview ended, Suyu and the others were escorted back to the old place. The interview video was released by the official media.
It instantly went viral. Netizens, especially examinees, couldn't wait to click and watch the video. The video was not long, only 10 minutes.
The content was all Suyu speaking. Suyu was a peerless genius. The knowledge he spoke could convince the examinees. Whether they understood or not didn't matter, they just had to trust him. When he talked about difficulty, the examinees wouldn't believe even a single punctuation mark. Regarding question difficulty, ordinary people and top students live in two different worlds. For example, after the exam, an ordinary person asks a top student, "How did you do?" The top student sighs and says, "I did terribly." When the results are announced, they are astonished to find that on a 150-point exam the top student was only 1 point away from a perfect score. Worst of all, looking at the 149-point paper, the top student sadly sheds a tear. If even a top student is like this, then Suyu is even more so. He was the supreme god of learning among gods. When he said it was easy, the difficulty might be comparable to proving the Riemann hypothesis. Only after watching further did the examinees finally breathe a sigh of relief. Since all the exam-setting teachers said the exam was easy, then it must be easy. The most important thing between people is trust. The examinees believed that the exam-setting teachers, now including Suyu, would not deceive them. Two trending topics emerged. Trending topic number 1: the easiest exam in history. Trending topic number 2: apologize to God, so we shouldn't have doubted him. The exam is truly easy. Time is thin, the gaps between fingers are wide, no matter how you try to catch it, it slips away. In the blink of an eye, the day of the college entrance exam arrived. June 7th.
The exam lasts 2 days, June 7th and 8th. The homophone of 678 sounds like admit. At a certain high school in Shenlong, at the exam venue. Outside the school there were a large number of examinees and parents. Also journalists. A journalist was interviewing examinees. A chubby examinee facing the journalist said confidently, "Godsu said that mastering the basics will lead to good results. I'm now worrying about whether to go to Huaqing or Baidu." The journalist asked, "You're a fan of Godsu, why not go to Shenlong University of Science and Technology?" "I can't get in."
Now Shenlong University of Science and Technology is tens of thousands of times better than Qingbei. Our teacher said that without 720 points don't even think about entering Shenlong University of Science and Technology. The chubby examinee sighed. With the lower difficulty this year it indeed requires over 720 points, the journalist agreed. What's your usual total score? 350 points. The journalist. Usually scoring 350 points yet worrying about going to Huaqing or Peking University. You really know how to show off. The journalist did not expose him before the exam, he could not discourage the examinee. This was professional ethics. What score do you expect for Chinese this time? 150 points. The chubby examinee said with a smile. This was not showing off. Who doesn't hope for a perfect score? Then I wish you success in advance. Thank you. There was still 1 hour until the exam started. The journalist stopped interviewing. The examinees began to enter the exam hall. Their faces were beaming with confident smiles. This year's exam was under control. Before entering the exam seat they usually needed to go through 3 checks. At the school gate, the teaching building entrance, and the exam room door. Sitting at the exam seat there were about 30 minutes until the exam began. A crisp ding sounded. The exam was over. The first subject of the college entrance exam, Chinese, had concluded. At the back of the examination hall a crowd had gathered consisting of parents and teachers. They were even more anxious than the examinees. The first candidate is coming out. A journalist hoisted a camera and rushed over to interview the student. It was the chubby candidate. "Excuse me, the Chinese exam is over. How difficult did you find the paper?" "Difficult. Can it be called difficult?" The chubby boy chuckled, his face brimming with confidence. This Chinese paper had no difficulty at all. A high score is easy to achieve. What's your estimated score? 120 points. Hearing the chubby boy's words the parents and teachers breathed a sigh of relief. The chubby boy didn't seem like a top student. If even he said so, then this year's paper must indeed be extremely easy. The other candidates are coming out. Someone shouted. Others turned to look. Hey! Their expressions are off. Why are they all crying? They must have done so well that they cried tears of joy. Before they could rush over they heard a voice that could shake the world. A candidate was sobbing loudly. The journalist ran over and asked, "Dear student, are you crying because you did so well?" "Your grandmother." After crying he felt a bit better, but hearing the journalist's words rage flared up instantly. He grabbed the journalist's hair. "I'm afraid I won't even get 90 points and you ask if I did well. Stop being sarcastic." Now they understood. This year's Chinese paper wasn't just difficult, it was impossibly hard. Some students skipped questions they couldn't answer and moved on. But as they skipped they found themselves at the essay question. Damn it! The entire paper had only a few questions they could answer. Was this even a Chinese exam? Were they still Shenlong people? The tear stains on the candidates' faces weren't tears of joy but tears of despair from failure. After the Chinese exam most students were like frostbitten eggplants, their spirit crushed. If Chinese was this hard, the other subjects were surely beyond difficult. The most important thing between people is trust. Before even leaving the school this batch of examinees felt deep malice. The exam setters were truly wicked. They claimed it was the easiest paper in history, yet it was outrageously hard. Exhausted, they were ready to give up. Watching the students emerge like defeated roosters, utterly demoralized, everyone else grew anxious. A teacher stepped forward and declared in a voice like a bell, "Students, calm down and listen to me. Please believe that the world is beautiful and the exam setters are kind. Trust Professor Su. He is a science student." When he said the papers were easy he probably meant the other subjects, not Chinese. The students' eyes lit up. Suyu was a science student, so his remark about easy papers naturally excluded Chinese. Usually when a science student says a paper is easy they mean math and science. Realizing this, the students broke into smiles and regained their fighting spirit. The world is beautiful and everyone is kind, especially the college entrance exam setters and Professor Suyu.
After the rugged path the rest is smooth. K. That afternoon they took the math exam.
The students strode in confidently with faint smiles on their faces.
Easy math problems. They had it under control.
The others waited outside worried but not overly so because the difficulty was low. This year's papers were only hard in Chinese, the other subjects were the easiest in history. I envy this batch of students needing Sushin who set such simple papers.
Someone sighed. Others echoed the sentiment. 5 minutes before the exam ended a candidate came out.
It was the chubby boy who liked to show off. After the Chinese exam he had been bragging, calling the difficult paper easy.
His interview went viral online, earning him the nickname Brag King.
The journalist didn't interview him.
Interviewing a Brag King spouting nonsense was pointless.
The journalist didn't seek him out but he walked over voluntarily.
This math paper. The chubby boy sighed.
This year's math was easy but he wasn't a top student so it might still be hard for him. The journalist's eyes lit up, sensing the chubby boy might not be bragging this time, and quickly started interviewing.
Dear student, why are you sighing?
Just tired. Looking at the camera the chubby boy's heart raced and he smiled. This year's math paper is
too easy. I suspect it's for elementary school students. As for my estimated score, I think I won't get below 104. Damn.
The journalist grabbed the camera and bolted.
Hey. I'm not done yet, why are you running? The other candidates came out one after another.
To everyone's surprise there were no cheerful faces, instead they looked as gloomy as in the morning. I cried after the Chinese exam but I didn't realize I should have cried earlier until I finished math. Except for the first multiple choice and the first fill in the blank, I couldn't do any of the other questions. Whatever senior year builds foundations, repeat year gets you into a 985. After the English exam. After the science or liberal arts comprehensive exam. After all exams were done the students found that English was the easiest. The other subjects were impossibly hard. Especially for science students, some had already started contacting repeat schools before finishing. Nearly everyone was wiped out. The most shocking part, a few students who scored around 630 in their mock exams estimated their total college entrance score at only 400. Such a huge drop stunned all netizens. When they saw the exam papers most were shocked. It was ridiculously hard. It felt like none of the knowledge taught by teachers was tested while everything untaught was on the paper.
The internet exploded. The top trending topic was hardest college entrance exam ever, with countless comments. Students were complaining, asking why they were given such a difficult paper.
Where was the promised easiest exam?
Ha! A man's mouth is a lying ghost.
But not all students thought the paper was hard.
A small minority found it extremely easy.
The fervor surrounding this year's college entrance exam only intensified.
Online opinions on the exam's difficulty were sharply divided.
Some deemed it extraordinarily tough, calling it the hardest exam in history.
Others considered it extremely easy, labeling it the simplest exam ever.
The two sides argued vehemently, unable to reach a consensus, which only fueled the topic's popularity.
While netizens bickered, the grading work proceeded in an orderly fashion. The mathematics grading group.
The group leader sat in a chair, his eyes fixed on the screen. On the screen were displayed the average score, highest score and lowest score.
Average 45. Highest 140. Lowest 0.
Staring at these three numbers, the group leader's face was full of disbelief. This year's math exam paper he had not only looked at but also solved himself. It was not difficult, much simpler than in previous years. So why did the overall candidates perform so poorly? For instance, the average score in previous years was around 75.
Now it was 45, a drop of 30 points.
Grading was almost halfway through, yet no candidate had achieved a perfect score. The highest was only 140.
This was too absurd. Found it. Found it.
A grading teacher exclaimed in surprise. You're a grown man with a full beard and you're pregnant.
The group leader walked over and cracked a joke to lighten the gloomy atmosphere. This year's exam results were all unsatisfactory.
The reasons behind it were thought-provoking. No, the bearded teacher shook his head.
We have perfect score candidates, and two of them. 2 150s.
The other teachers were astonished. They crowded around and glanced at the computer. Indeed, there were two perfect scores. With such a difficult exam scoring a perfect 150, these two must be absolute mathematical geniuses.
A teacher remarked.
The group leader glanced at the grading teacher but said nothing. He was different from this teacher. This grading teacher was a high school math teacher with over a decade of teaching experience. The group leader was also a math teacher, but his work focused more on setting exam questions rather than teaching. The group leader returned to his office and requested permission from his superiors to learn the names of these two candidates and their usual grades.
Permission was granted.
After seeing the information of the two students, the group leader was stunned. One of them had scored 150 in every math exam, so it was no surprise that he achieved a perfect score in the college entrance exam. What was strange was the other candidate. Over the 3 years of high school, his math scores ranged from 75 to 120. Not only had he never scored 150, he had never even reached 130. Yet this time he scored 150. As for cheating, that was impossible.
It's not the exam paper that's problematic, it's the candidates.
Looking at the ceiling, the group leader sighed. He sensed that a storm was coming. The situation in physics, chemistry, and biology was even more absurd. Overall scores were pitifully low.
Not to mention perfect scores, even excellent scores were rare. This year the results could be checked earlier than in previous years. They could be accessed before June 15th.
The reasons for this included not only an increase in the number of graders but also the generally poor performance. The graders worked very quickly, especially those in science subjects. They almost just put a cross and gave a 0.
In a certain residential area,
beside a withered little tree, a middle-aged man was busy. He shoveled away the fertilizer covering the roots and replaced it with another type. How foolish of me, I used the wrong fertilizer.
No wonder this tree is half dead.
The middle-aged man slapped his forehead and glanced into the distance. He shouted, "It's time, you little brat.
Why aren't you going back to check your results?"
"Going now." In the distance there was a chubby guy, the one who loved to show off. He returned home and began to check his results.
He entered his exam registration number and password, then clicked query.
Instantly he was dumbfounded.
Holy crap, the fat guy blurted out a curse, jumping up. "I'm gonna float."
Float.
The middle-aged man came back and glared at the fat examinee.
This middle-aged man was his father. The fat boy took a deep breath, walked over and patted his father's shoulder. "Old man, you dare to glare at me?
MD, how dare you talk to your father like that?"
The middle-aged man instantly flew into a rage, unbuckled his leather belt and was about to lash it at the fat boy. "Have you forgotten how I beat you up a few days ago?" A few days earlier the fat examinee had been severely beaten with that belt. His father had come across a video of his interview. During the exam his father had patted his shoulder and said, "Good boy, you're my son.
Confidence is enough."
After the last exam he returned home. The belt was laid on him. And his father's roaring voice, "You had to enter with your left foot first."
"Left foot first? First? You and you're showing off."
Recalling the experience of a few days ago, the fat examinee sucked in a breath of cold air. He reached out and grabbed the belt while his other hand slapped his father's face. "Old man, how do you talk?" This was pure courting death. His father was already furious beyond measure. Before he could be beaten, the fat boy led his father to the computer and pointed at the screen.
Chinese 125. Math 140. English 15. Science 250. Total 530.
Holy crap! The middle-aged man froze. His angry expression vanished, completely replaced by that of a loving father beaming with joy.
Not bad, you did well. Just like me in my day."
The fat boy rolled his eyes. His father's total score in the college entrance exam had been 30.
Some rejoice, others grieve.
Unlike the fat examinee, most candidates wore grim expressions. The results of the college entrance exam were released.
They instantly caused a sensation. The scores of this year's exam were too absurd, more surreal than a TV drama. Overall performance was unsatisfactory.
But there was a strange phenomenon: a small number of candidates who usually did not excel performed exceptionally well in the exam. In the elite classes the top student remained the top, but the students ranked 2nd to 10th underwent drastic changes. Looking at the data in his hand, Suyu frowned.
He really couldn't hold it together anymore.
For the sake of the examinees he had deliberately set an easy exam, but the result was almost a complete wipeout. The overall scores couldn't be worse. The overall average score had dropped by over 100 points. My exam paper is not the problem, it's not difficult.
The problem is with the candidates.
Suyu stroked his chin. He logged into Weibo on his phone and updated a post. So 13V tonight at 1900 will go live to explain the differences between this year's exam paper and previous years. Suyu's Weibo had as many as 200 million followers. Shortly after the update it received millions of likes and instantly shot to the top of the trending list. Netizens, especially examinees and teachers, were all looking forward to his live stream. Before 7 p.m. a large number of netizens had already arrived at the live broadcast room. The viewership had reached tens of millions. As the live stream started, the number of online viewers soared to 50 million and continued to grow rapidly.
The pressure was on the platform's technical staff.
After having dinner and taking a shower, Suyu began the live stream. His handsome face appeared on camera, instantly igniting excitement among the netizens.
The chat was flooded with messages.
The majority of the viewers were female. Not only the girls from Shenlong but also those from other places were frantically sending messages and licking the screen. Suyu sighed. He knew the reason for the girls' frenzy was not his talent but his looks.
With a small sense of reflection, he got straight to the point.
Suyu said seriously, I know that the most concerning question for everyone is how difficult is this year's college entrance examination.
Is it tough or not? Most of you think it's difficult, but some believe it's not, which makes it confusing. So is it difficult or not?
Suyu paused and said word by word, I can confidently tell you that the difficulty of this year's college entrance examination is really not high compared to previous years. It has dropped significantly. The examinees were listening intently. However, they didn't believe a single punctuation mark of what Suyu said. They were more aware of the difficulty of the exam than anyone else.
Every question, every knowledge point is included in the syllabus.
The high school teachers in the live stream nodded in agreement. They had analyzed the college entrance examination papers. Indeed, there was not a single knowledge point beyond the syllabus. To keep it simple, most of the questions I prepared focus on the most basic content like Chinese language. There was a question that tested pinyin, asking the examinees to choose the correct pronunciation.
My goodness, surprisingly not many got it right. There was also a question guessing an idiom. Dark guess an idiom. Surprisingly, most people got it wrong and some even wrote dark soul stealing poem. I'm really at a loss. After the college entrance examination, most netizens didn't seek the answers.
They only waited for the scores. Knowing the scores, they still didn't know the answers to the questions. For this idiom question, most people answered randomly, unsure whether their answers were correct or wrong.
The answer is vivid and colorful.
Once the answer was revealed, the netizens instantly understood.
Splitting dark into black and sound, isn't it vivid and colorful?
Suyu sighed and took a sip of water to moisten his throat. As for math and science, the questions test formulas and theorems. However, the way of testing is different.
The formulas and theorems I tested require you to deduce them.
Is that difficult?
Difficult. Very difficult. Extremely difficult.
Suyu rolled his eyes. I've been through high school. These deduction processes are all in the textbooks, but you overlooked them.
The examinees thought for a moment and indeed seemed to recall having seen it in the textbooks. However, the teachers hadn't taught it, so they didn't pay much attention.
I noticed that regarding this year's college entrance examination paper, there are two groups of people. One group says it's difficult while the other says it's easy. Those who say it's difficult are mostly high school teachers. Because these questions are quite novel, they haven't seen them before and haven't taught you similar questions, so they say it's difficult. Those who say it's easy are not high school teachers. The questions on the exam are all within the syllabus and are basic questions, so they say it's easy.
Suyu's words awakened most people. The fact was indeed so.
Only the examinees and some teachers were saying it was difficult.
Most of you study just for the exam, not to master knowledge. You don't even understand the most basic things. For the questions, you only know how to substitute the formulas to get the answers. You don't even know how the formulas come about or why substituting the formulas yields answers. Suyu's words left the netizens unable to refute.
That was indeed the case. They only knew that doing it this way would yield an answer without understanding why it worked.
In fact, this cannot all be blamed on them.
When they asked teachers why the answers were mostly "this won't be tested," or "there's no point in asking this."
In this exam, the true academic elites did not face any setbacks.
Some people who usually score full marks still scored full marks because they truly mastered the knowledge. And there are some who usually perform mediocrely, but in this college entrance examination they stood out.
Why is that?
Having spoken so much in one breath, Suyu felt a bit tired and paused, glancing at the comment section. He nodded in satisfaction. The netizens understood his words. Because they truly mastered the knowledge.
And I have said before, mastering the basics makes it easy to achieve excellent results. Suyu defended himself.
Many on the internet doubted him, saying that mastering the basics would lead to excellent results. They mastered it but still performed terribly. To be fair, Suyu was not talking nonsense.
Mastering the basics indeed allows for excellent results.
But did this group of people truly master it, or did they just know it?
Suyu summarized, so it's not the exam paper that has problems but the examinees.
No one refuted his words, instead they pondered deeply.
Exam-oriented education.
Can merely studying for exams rather than for the sake of learning really cultivate outstanding talents? Some may argue it can, citing specific individuals.
However, the goal is to cultivate the majority, not just a few exceptional cases.
No pain, no gain problems must be solved. Leaving this sentence behind, Suyu shared some experiences and bid farewell to the netizens before ending the livestream.
He called over little A.
It's been a while since I've seen the master, I miss you so much.
How about I let out a whimper? Do you want to be put on mute?
Suyu, with a black line on his face, couldn't help but give it a few taps on the head. He really couldn't understand why this creature either wanted to be hugged or wanted to whimper.
It was truly frustrating. Little A obediently fell silent, not even daring to show a pitiful expression.
All right. Suyu rubbed its little head, giving it a pat. As long as you behave and listen well, I won't mute you. Okay. He took out paper and pen, placed them on the table, and said, now help me write a letter. He wanted to write a letter with suggestions regarding the college entrance examination. It's time for a change.
Okay, little A climbed up, wiggling its butt to help Suyu write the letter.
Examination-oriented education, learning solely for the sake of exams, tends to rigidify students' thinking and churn out test-taking machines.
Shenlong does not need test-taking machines, it needs genuine talent.
It must be changed. After finishing the letter, Suyu delivered it to the recipient's hands. In the office, the recipient was not working but was instead reading Suyu's letter. The content analyzed the reasons behind this year's college entrance examination and proposed solutions.
It was highly detailed and comprehensive. The recipient fell into silence. As an official, he had been closely following this year's exam.
He knew that the questions Suyu had set all fell within the scope of the syllabus, mostly testing basic intelligence, albeit with a novel twist. Simply changing the approach to problem solving had caught the examinees off guard. One particular passage in the letter stunned the recipient. In the letter, Suyu stated that teachers nowadays were more focused on researching how to help students get the correct answers even when they didn't understand the material. This completely distorted the purpose of education.
Convene a meeting.
Soon after, a groundbreaking news story emerged. The authorities decided to abolish the division between arts and sciences, allowing students to choose their elective subjects freely.
Out of 7 elective subjects, students only needed to choose 3.
The reason there were 7 electives instead of 6 was that one main subject had been removed.
English was no longer a core subject.
Its score was reduced to 100 points and it became an elective subject that students could choose freely. In this year's college entrance examination, more than half of the candidates made mistakes on the pinyin phonetic questions in the Chinese language test.
If people cannot even master their own language well, what is the point of learning a foreign language?
Isn't that putting the cart before the horse and losing sight of the fundamentals?
Such a massive change could not be implemented nationwide all at once.
It had to be done step by step, first promoted in one region, then gradually rolled out across all of Shenlong. As soon as the news broke, it caused an uproar. Netizens were thrilled.
Science students in particular were moved to tears.
English had been the greatest bane for science students. The biggest difference between ordinary undergraduate science students and those from elite universities often came down to their English scores. If one investigated carefully, they would find that aside from English, the scores in other subjects were virtually identical. For instance, among this year's candidates, there was one student with a severe imbalance in subjects. He scored nearly perfect marks in all other subjects but only 3 points in English, with a total score of 600. Changes were not limited to high school. Primary schools were also transformed. More courses were added. The additional courses were all interest-based, such as calligraphy, painting, and piano. The purpose of interest classes was primarily to entertain students and spark their passions, not to demand mastery.
Teachers of these classes were not assessed on performance metrics. There was only one rule: assigning homework was strictly prohibited and any violation would be severely punished.
Another crucial change was the implementation of the double reduction policy for middle school students, aimed at curbing the phenomenon of academic involution. The total amount of homework assigned to students at each grade level was strictly regulated. Only less was allowed, never more.
Some might argue that more homework would better enhance students' abilities.
In the short term, it might indeed yield noticeable improvements.
However, in the long run, the disadvantages outweigh the benefits.
It's like playing a game. If someone forces you to play every day, you might be enthusiastic at first, but after a while you'll become completely bored.
If someone keeps pushing you, it becomes sheer torture. People's enthusiasm is limited. If it's worn out during middle school, how can they study well in university?
Wouldn't they just coast through? If they are sustained by genuine interest, the situation is entirely different. Suyu glanced at the news and a smile spread across his face. This reform was very much to his liking. It also pleased the students.
And little A likes it too. Little A was essentially an encyclopedia of the internet. No piece of information on the web could escape its notice. Mom, it pleases you too.
Suyu nodded perfunctorily and gently tapped little A on the head. In 2 minutes and 34 seconds, the information from the unmanned spacecraft will be sent back to Piao.
Intercept it.
Little A clenched her small pink fist. At the Nobel Prize ceremony, Suyu had warned Pia Piao not to be obstinate and to cooperate by voluntarily handing over the real data from the unmanned spacecraft. Such arrogance was enough to work any citizen of Pia Piao. Brother Dong was especially displeased. He immediately blustered, "I won't even hand over fake data. If you think you're capable, come and take it. Don't intercept. First steal. Know what a scholar calls it is sharing." Suyu smiled faintly. The information about the destruction and the image of the destruction were two different pieces of data. The image of the destruction would be transmitted back 1 hour after the destruction information. If they intercepted the destruction information, Pia Piao might not be aware of the event, which would make it less effective in humiliating them. Got it. In Pia Piao, Brother Dong sat in his office drinking coffee. He was wearing a suit and a bright red tie, but his face was etched with worry. He was helpless against Shenlong. A year ago, messing with Shenlong was as easy as lifting a finger. But in just one short year, Pia Piao had lost its grip. It's definitely not my fault. Brother Dong had few talents, but he was a master at shifting blame. He considered himself the most outstanding president in Pia Piao's history. The reason Pia Piao had come to this was entirely due to Suyu and Shenlong, not because of him. Your Excellency, the data from the unmanned spacecraft has been received. It was destroyed. Hearing his subordinates report, Brother Dong was dumbfounded. He seemed to recall that Suyu had said Pia Piao's unmanned spacecraft would be destroyed within a month. Could the cosmic zoo hypothesis be true? But that didn't matter. All he knew was that Shenlong had failed to intercept their information. Amir Suyu thinks he can contend with all of Pia Piao's technical experts. Brother Dong let out a contemptuous laugh, then left his office and headed to the technical department. Once the destruction video arrived, he would hold a press conference and thoroughly humiliate Suyu and Shenlong. As for any information about the unmanned spacecraft, he would not hand it over. Hand it over just because you say so? Do you think I'm Hello Kitty? Upon arriving at the technical department, Brother Dong cleared his throat to draw everyone's attention. Give it your all. Don't let Shenlong succeed. Brother Dong's voice boomed. Once we receive the destruction footage, you'll make Shenlong look foolish. Then everyone gets a bonus. Long live Your Excellency. The technicians were as energized as if they'd been injected with adrenaline. Is it about time? Have we received it? No. Brother Dong's heart began to grow uneasy. Any signs of intrusion? No. He breathed a sigh of relief. But as time passed, his anxiety deepened. He waited in agony. Finally, half an hour later, someone shouted, "Received." Pia Piao Technology Department. Donggu sat aside, his heart filled with anxiety. Every second that passed was another moment of torment for him. It's been so long and still no video. Donggu's heart grew more and more uneasy. He had already made harsh statements. If intercepted by Suyu, not only would he fail to slap Shenlong's face, but he would be slapped himself, becoming a laughingstock for the world. This bunch of technicians is truly useless. 30 minutes had passed and Donggu's impatience reached its peak. He almost cursed out loud. Just as he was about to explode with curses. Received. A technician shouted. Donggu's heart instantly relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. This technician is truly outstanding. Deserves extra chicken leg. Want to intercept our information. Even Shenlong is not worthy. Donggu sneered coldly. He could already imagine the scene of himself smashing Shenlong's face. By then the expressions on the faces of Suyu and everyone from Shenlong would surely be extremely interesting. Before Donggu could walk over, he heard another voice. A voice of panic. This video did not come back from space. There's an IP address showing Shenlong and also 2 sentences from Shenlong. What does this mean? I understand Shenlong language, let me have a look. Borrow the video for a moment, we'll return it when done, Suyu. Donggu was stunned. His feet felt as if filled with lead, each step unusually heavy. He trudged over and glanced at the words on the screen. He was completely dumbfounded. As the person who knew Shenlong best, he naturally understood Shenlong language. So Suyu alone had utterly crushed all of Pia Piao's technical staff. If Suyu hadn't returned the video, Pia Piao's technical staff might never have discovered that the video had been intercepted. Truly useless. This. Absolutely impossible. Donggu could not believe it at all. Internally waves of turmoil churned, he felt breathless, his surroundings blurring. He fainted. Lord Dong. Poor Donggu, just released from the hospital not long ago, was sent back again. And this time it was even more severe. He was even admitted to the ICU. Suyu knew nothing of Donggu's situation. He was gently rubbing Little's head and praising, "Well done, good job, you are truly my great helper." The work of stealing information and intercepting the video was all done by Little A. It must be said that in computer skills Little A far surpassed him. If it were him during the theft and interception, he would definitely have been discovered by Pia Piao, only obtaining the needed information after thoroughly defeating them. Little A was even more formidable. Before Pia Piao even noticed, everything had already been intercepted. Suyu was a good person. After intercepting the video, he kept a copy for himself and returned the other. What kind of behavior is this? This is called returning the jade intact to Zhao. If he hadn't returned it, it would be robbery, but since he returned it, it is not. It's like snatching someone's wife and returning her after a night. That's called playing the jade back to Zhao. With the video, Suyu headed to the Nobel Prize ceremony venue. He completely ignored Little A. "Despicable master, after using me just a few words of praise and then off you go, boo-hoo." On the streets, not only on the ground but even in the air, there were cars. Moreover, there were more cars in the air. With flying motorcycles, such cool and stylish mounts undoubtedly gained more favor. The demand for cars was not high. On the roads now, four-wheeled vehicles were basically not cars, they were all trucks. With cars in the air, there naturally came air traffic rules, though not yet complete. They were gradually being improved. "Get on." Suyu wanted to ride the flying motorcycle, but Longshi wouldn't allow it, saying she was afraid he would fall to his death, and insisted on carrying him. Suyu was stunned. The seat of the flying motorcycle was not spacious, and carrying a passenger would inevitably require them to hold each other. Although Longshi was a soldier king more manly than men, she was still a woman. Men and women should not touch each other. "Get on." Longshi frowned. She couldn't understand why a grown man was so fussy. As for the male-female aspect, it didn't occur to her. She had always considered herself a Suyu hesitated, then swung his leg over and sat on the seat. With a whoosh, the motorcycle moved, drove for a while, then soared into the sky. The moment the motorcycle moved, Suyu instinctively hugged Longshi. This was more stable. Otherwise he would be thrown off. Suyu had grown up without ever actively hugging a girl. Now he did. His face turned red. As for why he blushed, Suyu knew very well. Having been single for so long, let alone hugging a girl, even hugging a sow would make him blush. The vehicle appeared high in the sky, flying steadily forward. By Suyu's ears the wind constantly whooshed past. In the wind there was also a faint fragrance. It was Long Zai's scent. This made Suyu restless. He couldn't help but wonder, what brand of laundry detergent is this fragrance from? And also, Long Zai's embrace is soft and warm. What did she eat to grow like that? The flying motorcycle landed steadily on the ground. Suyu released Longshi, got off, glanced at the gate and walked in. A while ago this was the Nobel Prize venue, but now it was not. Not only were there no fewer people, but there were even more. Among this crowd Suyu also saw a person. It was Tao Zixuan. When recruiting mathematicians, he had not seen Tao Zixuan, nor had he recruited him. Now Tao Zixuan appeared. Not only him, but also several textbook-level figures already over 90 years old with one foot in the grave. Yet they had come all the way. The time of this conference had been set a month ago. Because Suyu could calculate the time when Pia Piao's unmanned spacecraft would crash and when the information would be transmitted back. But what he didn't expect was that there were even more guests this time than during the Nobel Prize ceremony. A thought suddenly surged in his mind. Especially the textbook big shots who were not from Shenlong, he had to trick. Recruit them. To serve Shenlong and also serve humanity. Suyu's appearance instantly caused a stir among the crowd. Everyone was talking animatedly. Some even asked Suyu questions. There were too many people and too many questions. The voices became chaotic and Suyu could not hear clearly, so he did not answer. He walked onto the stage and stood at the center. Before he finished speaking, the venue fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone has come for the cosmic zoo hypothesis. Suyu raised his voice, letting the sound reach everyone's ears clearly. Pia Piao is not cooperating. They are unwilling to release the information on the unmanned spacecraft. Before Suyu finished speaking, the crowd started cursing. Pia Piao's vision is truly small. At this point they still refuse to release it. With a single gesture from Suyu, the crowd instantly quieted down. But I borrowed the video from them. Pia Piao left an impression on the world of being not only formidable but also utterly unreasonable. They took advantage whenever possible, never willing to suffer a loss, plucking feathers from every passing goose. If they set their sights on something, they would stop at nothing to seize it if the owner refused to hand it over. As for the items in their possession, even if they were useless, borrowing them was out of the question. Even a single glance was as difficult as reaching the sky. But Suyu said he had borrowed the video from Pia Piao. The word borrow was used quite meaningfully and everyone exchanged knowing smiles. They were also astounded by Suyu's ability. To have borrowed the video from Piao single-handedly was a testament to his unparalleled computer skills in the world. Suyu opened the computer and played the video of the unmanned spacecraft. Above the computer a three-dimensional image floated into view. The vast profound cosmos shimmered with mysterious light, breathtakingly beautiful, more exquisite than a painting. The audience below had no mind to admire the cosmos. Their gazes were fixed on the unmanned spacecraft. It flew forward surrounded by neither planets nor meteoroids, calm and serene as if devoid of any danger. Suddenly, the unmanned spacecraft was destroyed. It shattered into countless fragments and ashes floating in the cosmos. The entire process was utterly silent. After the spacecraft's destruction, the suspended three-dimensional cosmic image vanished instantly. The video ended. The audience, still reeling from the video, were dumbfounded. They could clearly see that the unmanned spacecraft seemed to have collided with something. To the naked eye there was nothing obstructing the way. Was this the containment barrier of the zoo? Recalling Suyu's cosmic zoo hypothesis, everyone shuddered. The location of the spacecraft's crash matched the containment barrier described in the cosmic zoo hypothesis. Everyone now believed in this hypothesis. Not a single person in the audience spoke. Their hearts were exceptionally heavy. Their faces displayed a myriad of expressions: shock, bewilderment, fear. Humans who prided themselves as higher beings never imagined they were merely lowly creatures confined to a region by aliens. How could they accept this? Seeing the silent crowd, Suyu spoke up. Everyone, I proposed this hypothesis not to make you afraid. Fear only leads to stagnation. Knowing that higher technology exists, we should forge ahead, constantly approaching it, even surpassing it. Can we really do that? A person sighed. Others followed suit. If the aliens were only slightly stronger than Lunching, the researchers would have been inspired upon learning of their existence. But the aliens' technology was not just a little stronger than Langsing's, it was billions of times stronger. They had no fighting spirit left, like frosted eggplants. The crowd's reaction did not surprise Suyu. He glanced around and smiled slightly. Do you all know how much the civilization level of Lunching has improved in just this short year? Civilization level. The audience was stunned, intrigued by the 4 words Suyu had mentioned. In the universe, every civilization has a level. Suyu stood at the center of the stage, speaking eloquently. In the universe, civilization levels are primarily divided by energy and technology, with 7 levels. Suyu's words startled the scientific talents below, their breathing involuntarily quickening. A Type 1 civilization, also known as a planetary civilization, can fully harness all the energy of its planet. It can overcome nature, controlling natural disasters such as floods, volcanic eruptions, hailstorms, earthquakes, and crustal movements. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. According to the above, Lunching cannot yet overcome nature and has not reached Type 1. That is to say, in the classification of cosmic civilization levels, human civilization doesn't even qualify for the lowest tier. In the boundless universe, humanity was so insignificant. A Type 2 civilization or stellar civilization can explore its star system and utilize all its energy. A Type 3 civilization can modify itself, extend lifespan, possess superluminal equipment, and easily fly out of its star system. It can control black holes, alter time and space. A Type 4 civilization or interstellar civilization can access neighboring galaxies and exploit 70-80 of the universe's energy. A Type 5 civilization or dimensional civilization masters the technology of time and space and can freely traverse space, utilize all the energy of the universe, and even create energy life and planets. Separate spirit and soul existing in material form throughout the cosmos. A Type 6 civilization or parallel universe civilization possesses even more advanced spacetime traversal technology, allowing free travel between multiple universes. It can create everything and establish rules. A Type 7 civilization or divine civilization has reached the pinnacle of civilization. No one knows their power, they exist beyond all rules. The audience below was utterly stunned, their eyes wide open. The more they heard about cosmic civilization levels, the more they felt both awe and inferiority. Human civilization was far too low. Compared to a Type 7 civilization, it was less than an ant. Don't be too pessimistic. Nothing can be achieved overnight, we must take one step at a time. After a year of development, humanity's civilization level has already improved considerably. Suyu, full of confidence, encouraged. A year ago, human civilization was only at level 0.7. Now it has reached 0.9, close to Type 1 civilization. Humanity had developed for thousands of years. In that time it had only reached level 0.7. Yet in just one recent year it had increased by 0.2, reaching level 0.9. The future looked promising. However, this 0.2 level increase had nothing to do with them, it was all due to Suyu and the Divine Dragon. Primarily Suyu. That is to say, as long as Suyu was present, he could lead humanity to higher civilization levels.
Realizing this, everyone was instantly rejuvenated, filled with fighting spirit. I used to say that the progress of the divine dragon is the progress of the world. Now do you believe it? Suyu looked at everyone and smiled politely. His words were believed by most, but a very small minority still doubted completely. The facts were right before them. Because of the divine dragon's progress, humanity's civilization level had risen from 0.7 to 0. Now everyone believed. They had been petty-minded. Professor Su, we sincerely apologize. Our vision was too narrow. Several people stood up and apologized to Suyu. Suyu forgave them and said, in the cosmic civilization hierarchy, we humans are a low-level civilization and the threat from higher civilizations is immense. If we continue to advance our technology to a certain level, it will draw the attention of extraterrestrials. Suyu left the rest of his words unspoken. The audience below, however, understood. If humanity persisted in technological development, a confrontation with aliens would be inevitable. Peaceful coexistence was nothing but a pipe dream. Only when both sides possessed comparable strength, or when a third party imposed constraints, could peaceful coexistence be achieved. In the presence of the mighty, the weak could only face plunder, oppression, or even death. They had no right to live in harmony. This universe too operated on the law of the jungle, where the strong preyed on the weak. To remain safe, one must halt technological progress, or at least confine it to a certain level and not push any further. Be an insignificant ant. The powerful would not deliberately crush an ant, for it was beneath their notice. Do you all remember when Shenlong's manned lunar mission discovered a black object on the moon? We remember, the audience replied in unison. That mysterious object had never been disclosed by Shenlong, and they were deeply curious about it. I can tell you plainly, it was an alien artifact and it dates back 200 years. Suyu's words left the crowd stunned. In other words, aliens had been observing humanity for centuries. How ironic. Humans had been searching for extraterrestrials, unaware that they had been right beside us all along. When they knew nothing of aliens, they sought them out. Once they understood the truth and realized how formidable the aliens were, they no longer harbored any desire to find them. Their surveillance was not particularly strict. If we keep advancing our technology and reach a Type 1 civilization, it might draw their serious attention. So the question now is, should we continue developing technology? As soon as he finished, the audience buzzed with heated debate, each holding their own opinion. The noise and chaos rivaled a bustling market. Standing on the stage, Suyu had a clear view of the situation and could discern that the majority favored continuing technological development. To retreat in the face of a formidable enemy is the act of a coward. Even if humanity abandons technology, safety is not guaranteed. If one day the aliens on a whim decide to annihilate us, and we have no weapons to defend ourselves, we would face certain death. We must develop technology. Suyu's words resonated powerfully, and the audience could not help but applaud. Professor Su is right. Cheers continued unabated. Suyu wore a harmless smile and spoke with righteous conviction. At such a critical juncture, individuals must broaden their horizons, cast aside the barriers of region, nation, and race, and unite to contribute to humanity. Humanity is one entity, interconnected and sharing a common destiny. The audience nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was true. In the cosmos, humanity was a single whole. Individuals must expand their perspectives and no longer be selfish. So what should we do? Join Shenlong and contribute to humanity, Suyu declared with unwavering confidence, his face devoid of selfishness, brimming with righteousness. The advancement of human technology must be centralized in one nation rather than scattered haphazardly like grains of sand, yielding little effect. That nation, Shenlong, was the most suitable. Most of Suyu's audience found no issue with his words, as they had already joined Shenlong. A minority sensed a problem yet could not articulate it. This minority were the true masters, the elite among the elite. Not joining Shenlong would be a waste. Elder Fenifu, do you agree with what I said? Suyu singled out an old professor in the audience. This venerable professor had won 2 Nobel Prizes in physics and was featured in textbooks, a true giant. Unfortunately, he was advanced in years at the ripe age of 95. I believe you are right. Fenifu did not stand up as his health was frail. Despite his age, his mind was sharp. It's just a pity that I am too old to join and contribute any longer. Several other elderly professors sighed. We are already halfway in the grave, willing but unable. Suyu smiled lightly. As long as there was no opposition, everything was manageable. Old age was a minor issue. Shenlong possesses a technology called nanorobotics. While it cannot make you young again, it can extend your lifespan. Is that possible? The old professor's eyes lit up. The sea of knowledge was boundless. Who wouldn't want to live longer and learn more? They too wished to extend their years to pursue more research.
But it was a pity, the demand for nanorobots was so high that their place in line stretched decades into the future. In a few decades they would likely pass away in less than a year. If only they were citizens of Shenlong. For Shenlong citizens, scheduling nanorobot treatment was incredibly simple. For non-critical illnesses it took 1 week, for terminal diseases an appointment could be made within a day. For non-Shenlong nationals, even pouring billions of yuan could not secure an appointment as quickly as a Shenlong citizen. It can be done. Suyu affirmed, then dropped another bombshell. Before long Shenlong will make the nanorobotics technology public. Suyu's vision was broad. It was not confined to Shenlong. Once a technology had generated sufficient profit for Shenlong, he was willing to release it. Professor Su. He truly moved to tears. The audience was deeply touched. Suyu was indeed a man of his word. Joining Shenlong was the most correct decision they had ever made. The old professors were also stirred, speaking with emotion. We are all willing to join Shenlong and contribute to the advancement of human technology. Others who had not yet joined also expressed their willingness to join Shenlong, including Tao Zixuan. Welcome. Suyu smiled warmly, his tone sincere. Now everyone was part of Shenlong. From this day forward the number of talents within Shenlong far exceeded the combined talents of all other nations. The conference ended, but its content shocked the entire world, becoming the biggest news. Soon people everywhere learned about the cosmic zoo hypothesis and the levels of cosmic civilization. Everyone was talking about it. Rulers of various regions also convened meetings to discuss the alien issue. Everyone except Piao Piao. Because Brother Dong was lying in the hospital. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the mission promoting the cosmic zoo hypothesis and the levels of cosmic civilization. You have received a mystery gift pack X1. Would you like to open it? The system's voice rang out. Finally done. Suyu felt a surge of excitement. Open the mystery gift pack. Congratulations, host, you have received. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Acquired flood control technology. Acquired volcanic eruption control technology. Acquired climate temperature control technology. Acquired crustal movement control technology. Listening to the series of sounds, Suyu became excited. Civilization levels are primarily divided by energy and technology. Reaching level 1 civilization, the energy of Blue Star is sufficient thanks to nuclear fusion power generation. However, the height of technology has not yet been attained. They still cannot control nature. The rewards given by the system are the knowledge to control nature, which can help Blue Star reach level 1 civilization. Reaching level 1 civilization might attract the attention of extraterrestrial beings. All preparations must be made. The future of humanity cannot afford any unforeseen accidents. Triggered task elevate human civilization to level 1 cosmic civilization completion mysterious gift pack X1 system upgrade opportunity X1 reject task 20T learning materials learning supplies X10 fairy black and white socks X100 the system's voice rang out again. Suyu was stunned, however. The rewards were becoming increasingly frivolous. He wondered if the learning supplies were breathing or not. He had to emphasize that he was merely curious, not desirous. Accept the task. Suyu chose decisively. Compared to the mysterious gift pack, he needed the system upgrade opportunity more. Like Xiaowei, after the upgrade, aside from becoming more insufferable, his abilities had undergone earth-shattering changes. The upgraded system would be the same. To conquer nature relying solely on Suyu's own abilities would take far too long. He needed assistance. Fortunately, there was an abundance of top-tier talent. According to their areas of expertise, Suyu divided them into dozens of groups. Inside the conference room, Suyu stood on the stage looking at the thousands of elite individuals below. He could not help but sigh. Among this group, every single person was a luminary in their field, someone who would be honored as a distinguished guest wherever they went. Now they had all become members of the Shenlong faction. Standing on the stage, Suyu raised his voice to ensure it clearly reached everyone's ears. He announced the next course of action. So soon we're stepping into controlling nature. Professor Su is truly incredible. Hearing Suyu's words, the audience below widened their eyes in astonishment. They were extremely excited and their admiration for Suyu soared to new heights. Go back and study the relevant knowledge. In a few days I will deliver detailed materials to you. As soon as Suyu finished speaking, most of the audience were left dumbfounded. They were top-tier talents from other places who had joined Shenlong. Detailed materials. They were astonished. They had thought it would be a slow research process, but it turned out detailed materials already existed. Yes. Suyu nodded. The technology to conquer nature has already been developed by me, so you don't need to research it anymore. Humans and nature should coexist peacefully. That was only due to insufficient capability.
Once capability improved, equality would vanish and nature would be harnessed for humanity's benefit. But we won't destroy it. This. Most were stunned. They asked the Shenlong-affiliated academicians, is this how it always is for you? Yes, it's always like this. The group who had joined Shenlong reached the pinnacle of shock, their gazes fixed on Suyu with boundless reverence. They had never seen anyone like him. A genius among geniuses. Professor Su was truly formidable. Feeling the admiration, Suyu remained neither arrogant nor impatient, merely offering a faint smile. Everyone go prepare. After the meeting, Suyu did not return to the dormitory but headed to the office. There was too much material to write. Compared to the dormitory, the office provided a better state of mind to complete the work faster. Yen Wenjun assisted him. After several hours, Suyu's hands were nearly cramping, yet he still hadn't finished. Too much. Suyu stopped to eat and rest for a while. The knowledge to conquer nature was even more challenging than controllable nuclear fusion. The knowledge provided by the system was already extensive. But writing it down in detail, comprehensive enough for other top talents to understand, multiplied the volume by dozens of times. How about I write for you? Seeing Suyu so exhausted, Yen Wenjun felt great distress. She wanted to share more of his workload. Suyu dictating while she wrote seemed good in theory, but it was impractical. Most of the knowledge was beyond Yen Wenjun's understanding. To her, what Suyu dictated would be like a mysterious language, leaving her utterly confused and unable to write. I'll do it myself. After resting enough, Suyu returned, sat down and pointed to the materials on the side table. Deliver these climate-related materials to the relevant groups. All right. Yen Wenjun went over, picked up a large stack of materials, glanced at Suyu and left. The groups that received the materials immediately began their work with great urgency. Mo Lizzie was the deputy head of the climate group, renowned in the field of climatology. Looking at the materials in his hands, he could not help but feel deeply moved. Researching under Suyu was far too easy. Detailed materials were provided. If I had started working under Professor Su from the beginning, I wouldn't be a bald little old man now. Mo Lizzie touched his head and sighed. Then he chuckled. When he first embarked on the path of research, Professor Su hadn't even been born yet. How could he have worked under him? After skimming through the materials, Mo Lizzie understood about 30 to 40% and went out to collaborate with others, learning while developing. Suddenly a voice reached his ears. Mo Lizzie listened carefully. It was the sound of an argument. He walked over and arrived at a small team within the climate group where he saw two people quarreling. One was a middle-aged man, the other a young man. Who do you think you are, daring to say I'm wrong? The middle-aged man was shouting furiously. The young man, being scolded, lowered his head, his face full of shock and confusion. The middle-aged man continued relentlessly without any sign of stopping. A wet behinthier's brat like you, and you think you have the right to make comments about me? I'm the team leader, I know more than you all, what I do is correct, don't be so arrogant. His words grew increasingly harsh. Shut up. Mo Lizzie frowned and shouted at the middle-aged man. Then he asked those nearby what had happened. Someone explained the whole story. It was very simple. The young man had pointed out an error by the middle-aged man, even saying that someone who could make such a foolish mistake was unfit to be team leader. The middle-aged man instantly exploded and kept cursing. Who are you? How dare you tell me to shut up? The middle-aged man glanced at Mo Lizzie and said disdainfully. A person nearby reminded him, this is Mo Lizzie, our deputy group leader. Just a vice team leader, the middle-aged man sneered with contempt. My uncle is Zhang Lixing, the head of the climate division, a rank higher than yours. What gives you the right to order me around? Morris was taken aback for a moment. Your uncle is your uncle and you are you. I am the vice team leader and I have the authority to command you. Shut up now or face the consequences. Face the consequences. I want shut up. What can you do about it? The middle-aged man snorted coldly, continuing his tirade, now adding Morris to the list of targets. Morris was both stunned and furious. In his homeland among researchers, it was virtually unheard of for someone to act arrogantly purely because of connections. Everything was based on ability. Those with talent could afford to be proud and look down on others. Those without, no matter how well connected, had to tread carefully. Here in Shenlong it was completely different. Morris had long heard that in Shenlong the most important thing was not ability, it was seniority. And more importantly, connections. Someone throw him out for me. Morris was furious. He believed that with Professor Su present there would never be such chaos. In the field of scientific research, a team that relies on personal relationships rather than competence is not a team truly devoted to science. Professor Su's team was definitely one that was purely scientific. No one came forward.
Morris was the vice team leader, but he was more like a commander without an army. Not a single person obeyed his order to expel the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man laughed. Don't talk about a puny vice team leader like you. Even if Professor Su himself came, he would have to show me some respect.
Someone throw both of them out. No one moved. Are you all deaf? The middle-aged man kicked out. Get rid of these two now or I'll have my uncle fire you all. Still no one moved. You mother, who is the mother?
A cold voice cut through. The middle-aged man turned and saw Suyu standing at the entrance.
Professor Su.
The middle-aged man rushed over, putting on a smile.
My name is Zhang Tianfu and the nephew of Professor Zhang Lisheng.
So it was you who said that even I would have to show you some respect.
Suyu glanced at Zhang Tianfu and let out a cold laugh. Professor Su, it's actually like this. Shut up.
Suyu glared at him, walked over and asked a bystander about the situation. After learning the full story, Suyu approached the young man in glasses.
What's your name? My name is Zhang Junming.
The bespectacled young man answered truthfully.
Zhang Junming, 26 years old, bachelor's degree from Shuangdan University, master's from Huaqing University.
Yes.
Zhang Junming grew excited.
He hadn't expected that a nobody like him would be remembered by Professor Su, and even more clearly than his own family. His parents, for instance, always boasted to others that he graduated from Egg University for his bachelor's and Green Mountain University for his master's.
The others looked at Zhang Junming with envy.
To be remembered by Professor Su, ancestral smoke rising from the graves wasn't enough, there would have to be a fire at least.
Suyu smiled faintly. He remembered Zhang Junming, but not intentionally. It was just that his memory was too good. He basically remembered everything with a single glance.
I heard you pointed out this Mr.
Zhang's mistake and said he wasn't fit to be the team leader.
Suyu's words carried only a hint of a smile, making it impossible to tell if he was pleased or angry.
Zhang Tianfu, however, grinned, thinking that Professor Su was on his side.
He shot a provocative glare at Zhang Junming and Morris. Zhang Junming was silent for a moment, then steeled himself and walked over to the equipment.
It's right here. Zhang Tianfu did it like this.
But I looked at the materials Professor Su gave us and it clearly shouldn't be done this way. What do you think should be done based on my materials? The materials Suyu provided were mainly meant for top-tier talents, not for those with only graduate degrees. For master's graduates, understanding those materials was extremely difficult.
First do this. Then that. And then this value should be 0. 2657, not 0. 2690. Zhang Junming walked over and operated the equipment.
After finishing, he looked at Suyu, waiting for the verdict on whether his approach was correct.
Your understanding is correct.
Suyu affirmed, then shifted his tone. But based on this alone, it's not enough to say Zhang Tianfu was unworthy of being the team leader, is it?
Mistakes happen to everyone, including Suyu.
Hearing this, Zhang Tianfu grinned so wide it seemed to reach his ears. He knew it, Professor Su was definitely on his side. His uncle was Zhang Lisheng, a professor.
What about Zhang Junming's uncle? A country bumpkin.
Zhang Tianfu swept his gaze over the others and let out a cold smirk. Once Professor Su left, he would severely punish this group and then fire them all. Feeling Zhang Tianfu's gaze, the others shrank back in fear. Because Zhang Tianfu got in through the back door, his uncle is Zhang Lisheng, the group leader. And his grades in school were terrible. If not for his uncle, he probably wouldn't even have graduated.
Zhang Junming steeled himself and laid out everything he knew. He's slandering me.
Zhang Tianfu strode over, glaring venomously at Zhang Junming, then put on a full smile and said to Suyu, I got in purely on my ability.
Shut up.
Suyu shot him a dagger of a glance, pulled out his phone and sent a message to little A. He asked it to look into Zhang Tianfu. And Zhang Lisheng as well. Little A's speed was so fast that even the Flash would weep. Within less than a minute a reply came back.
Glancing at the information, Suyu sneered coldly. You really are a connection hire.
There was too much to research and too many groups to oversee, so you couldn't keep an eye on everything, and some people had slipped through the cracks. What he hated most was people who used connections. Every time a mediocre person with connections got in, it meant that a true genius was pushed out.
Professor Su. It's really not what he said.
Zhang Tianfu was stunned. He hadn't expected things to take an unexpected turn and panic set in. He frantically explained.
Su, you didn't listen. Someone throw him out. Professor Su. Knowing his scheme had been exposed, Zhang Tianfu began to desperately beg for mercy.
He even shouted, who can help me find my uncle? Ask him to plead for me, he'll be forever grateful.
No one helped.
The others stared at Zhang Tianfu as if he were an idiot. This was sheer stupidity. Even at this moment he couldn't help dragging his uncle into the mud. Oh no, his uncle was already covered in filth. What was a little more water? Your uncle, that Zhang Lisheng.
He can't even save himself now.
Suyu sneered coldly.
His research was a national key project classified as SS level.
Abusing authority to let someone in through the back door was already a crime. Once taken into custody, he wouldn't be out for at least 20 years. No matter how much Zhang Tianfu begged for mercy, no one paid him any heed and he was dragged away by the soldiers. He was expelled. As for his uncle, he was still in the restroom when he was arrested. At first he was utterly bewildered. When he realized he had been set up by his nephew, he was both furious and regretful. He shouldn't have pulled strings for that fool. His intelligence was worse than a donkey-kicked pig's brain.
Now,
Zhang Lisheng sighed. Given what he had done, he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. I really want to strangle Zhang Tianfu, that bastard. After dealing with these two, Suyu said to Zhang Junming, Zhang Tianfu's position is now yours.
This. Zhang Junming was stunned. His heart was filled with boundless joy. Happiness had come too suddenly. Zhang Lisheng's position will be temporarily filled by you,
Suyu said to Morris.
Okay. Morris nodded.
He highly approved of Suyu's ability to handle matters, decisive and swift when action was needed without dragging things out. After making a few adjustments to the position, Suyu stepped forward and declared loudly, I know that in Shenlong nepotism is rampant, especially in scientific research where ability is often overlooked. I don't know about other places, but here such things don't exist. As long as you have enough ability, you don't need seniority or connections. I will promote you directly.
If you think someone is incompetent, you can challenge their ability. If you are stronger, you can take their seat. If you are weaker, go back and study some more. Of course, this includes me. If you are better than me, you can take my position.
Hearing Suyu's resolute words, everyone couldn't help but applaud, wanting to clap until their hands were sore. In Shenlong, the research field was chaotic and corrupt.
Yet Suyu was able to purge it. It was truly well done. Morris clapped and nodded continuously.
He knew that Professor Su's place was purely for scientific research, not for any other nonsense.
All right, everyone, go back to work. If you encounter a problem you can't solve after discussion, come find me.
Leaving those words, Suyu departed. His work was not easy either. Besides guiding the researchers, he also had to write materials for other groups. There was simply too much material.
Moreover, several technologies were blank areas not only in Shenlong but also globally, requiring even more content to fill in. This is going to wear me out.
Suyu paused. With his typing speed honed over more than a decade of single life, he had only completed a little over half of the materials. With complete materials and top-tier talent, the progress of the research shot forward like an airplane, incredibly fast and unbelievable. In just 1 month, the climate group's work was finished. Standing inside the climate group's lab, Suyu couldn't help but praise, you did a great job.
Extra chicken legs tonight. It's all thanks to Professor Su's guidance.
The climate group members, including group leader Morris, blushed with embarrassment. Over the past month, thanks to Suyu's frequent guidance and his personal handling of the most difficult parts, without Suyu, even with complete materials, working independently would have taken them at least a year.
Completing the development didn't mean success. The real success lay in being able to change the climate. Which place should we test first?
Suyu stroked his chin. The indoor temperature was comfortable thanks to air conditioning.
It was summer.
In the sky, a massive fireball relentlessly poured heat down upon the world, scorching the earth.
The entire world felt like a steamer.
The hottest place was not the northern capital nor the islands, but Huogwa City. The temperature soared to 43 C. People would get heat stroke within a minute of stepping outside. The wind from fans was full of heat, making people drenched in sweat.
Without air conditioning, they couldn't survive. The air conditioners ran 24 hours a day. It consumed electricity, but there was no electricity bill.
Speaking of electricity, one had to mention the controlled nuclear fusion power station.
Its power generation capacity was incredibly strong.
The electricity produced was enough to supply the entire Shenlong. Since electricity was free, it inevitably led to waste at the beginning. Thus restrictions were imposed. According to each location and household, a monthly free electricity quota was set sufficient for the people and successfully curbed waste.
Let's test it in Huogwa City first, Suyu decided. Huogwa City was hotter than a steamer.
People now understood why Hui shot down the sun.
With just one sun, they couldn't bear it.
When going out, they wanted to carry their air conditioners with them.
Xiao Zhan was a native of Huogwa City and a simp. No, a wolf. He had dozens of goddesses. Just today, one goddess asked him out.
Xiao Zhang refused. With such hot weather and such a scorching sun, only a fool would go out for a woman. He was a simp, not a fool. He was a defined, dignified simp with boundaries. Xiao Zhang sent a red envelope of 520 yuan, sternly rejected the goddess without mercy, and then said he would go shopping with her in the evening.
Just a woman. She's not worthy.
Xiao Zhang said with a domineering air, walking to the air conditioner indoor unit and feeling the continuous cool air.
He couldn't help but sigh with relief. He surfed the internet while enjoying the air conditioning.
Not long after, he came across a shocking piece of news. Professor Su's team had made a new invention.
It could control the temperature of a location. The invention would first be tested in Huogua City. This is absolutely incredible. Xiao Zhang jumped up in excitement.
If this invention really succeeded and brought the outdoor temperature to a comfortable range for simps like him.
No. For outdoor workers it would be a tremendous blessing. Given Huogua City's temperature, even at night walking around could easily lead to heatstroke. The test is in 3 days.
Xiao Zhan was thrilled. He prayed silently in his heart, hoping this technology would succeed.
He wanted to go out.
He didn't want to stay home like a dog, he wanted to go out and be a wolf. Time flowed like water and soon 3 days had passed. Not only Xiao Zhang but all Shenlong people were looking forward to this technology.
Will it succeed? With Professor Su there's no doubt it will. Summer.
A blazing orb hangs high in the azure sky, melting even the clouds. Several places are most extreme, with temperatures reaching a terrifying 43 C.
Even the wind that blows is unbearably hot.
The emergence of Su Ye's team's new invention, climate control technology, has undoubtedly stirred up a massive storm. It firmly occupies the top spot on trending searches. Alas, I lack witty words, I can only say awesome. Online, a heifer enters the bullpen, truly extraordinary. I'm in Huogua City, already melting, come save me.
Not all online comments are kind.
There are also those who sneer and mock. Humans and nature should develop in harmony. Controlling nature will undoubtedly lead to destruction. Professor Su is arrogant and reckless. Such behavior makes him a sinner of humanity. As a Shenlong person, I am ashamed to be associated with Professor Su. These people share a common trait. They all claim to be Shenlong people, condemning Su Ye's actions and being ashamed to be associated with him.
A quick check of their IP addresses reveals that these Shenlong people have IPs in Sakura. All of Shenlong is in anticipation.
If this technology succeeds, there will be no more extreme heat or cold in the future. After waiting for a few days, the day of the experiment finally arrived. On this day, the most excited people were undoubtedly those in Huogua City, as the test site was Huogua City.
Xiao Zhan rose early in the morning. The dawn was still oppressively hot.
The experiment starts at 6 o'clock, he thought, glancing at his phone. It was only a few minutes to 6.
Without hesitation he stepped out.
The streets were crowded with people, all drenched in sweat. They held small fans or waved hand fans, desperately trying to cool down. They all looked up at the sky. The sky was a clear azure, devoid of a single cloud.
Without clouds to block it, the sunlight would shine even more mercilessly onto the earth. Truly, thank goodness.
In July of this year, the Pacific subtropical high pressure was exceptionally strong, enveloping the entire Huogua area. This caused several regions, including Huogua, to experience sinking air currents, leading to sunny, hot and rainless weather. Combined with the terrain, which is not conducive to heat dissipation, the accumulated high temperatures led to extremely hot conditions.
It has already started. Why is it still so hot?
The summer sun rises early. Before 7 o'clock, a huge red orb can be seen.
The morning sun. They say the morning sun is warm. But the people of Huogua City do not think so.
The morning sun is not warm, it is utterly cruel, burning so hot that they can barely bear it.
It's only just started, how could we notice a difference?
The streets are filled with murmurs.
Xiao Zhang is among them. In the laboratory. The equipment has been activated. Running normally. Data is fine. Suyu stands to the side, observing the 3D image on the device. The floating 3D image shows the weather conditions in Huogua City. Drive away the hot air currents.
Suyu gives the command.
For now, the equipment is still in its early stages. It can only divert, not eliminate. It will take several more months of refinement to achieve the ability to eliminate.
Where should we drive it? Typically, it is driven back to where it came from.
But recalling the comments from the Sakura people, Suyu reveals a harmless smile. Drive it toward Sakura.
They like to live in harmony with nature, don't they?
Let's grant them that wish. Understood. Now driving the hot air currents, diverting successful. The hot air currents are heading toward Sakura. Good job.
Suyu gives a thumbs up. He glances ahead. The virtual air mass that had been hovering over Huogua City has vanished.
What's the temperature now? 39 C, someone answers.
So early in the morning, it's already 39 C. By noon it will be at least 43 C.
Forget frying an egg, you could fry a person.
This heat has been accumulating here for a long time without dissipating.
Suyu strokes his chin. Use some cold air to neutralize it and at the same time remind the people of Huagua City that it will rain. Understood. In Huagua City, people gather in the shade on the streets sitting or standing, all looking up at the sky. The whirring of small fans fills the air, but it is far quieter than the voices of the people. Wow, it's been so long, why is it still so hot? It seems a bit less hot. Half an hour ago it was 41 C, now it's 38 C. Someone shouts, look at the news. It says they're going to use cold air to neutralize our hot air. It will rain and they're telling us to go home and take in the laundry. Reminding us to take in the laundry. Professor Su is so thoughtful. The aunties are deeply moved, discussing how to find Suyu a partner. Look up there. Everyone raises their heads to the sky. Above, a large number of clouds have formed, pure white and flawless like cotton candy. They block most of the sunlight. The cold air rushes in, making everyone shiver involuntarily. It's so refreshing. It's raining, someone calls out. How do you know? The others don't notice. Because my face is big. It begins to rain. A gentle drizzle as soft as spring rain washes away the earth's heat and dries off the sultry air. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief. They neither dodge nor open umbrellas, letting the drizzle touch them. It's cool and refreshing. The temperature in Huagua City is dropping. It stops at 25 C. So cool. I'm going to be a simping wolf. A war wolf. Xiao Zhang simultaneously invites several goddesses to go shopping. The difference between a simping wolf and a war wolf is not just the number of goddesses. Another major difference is that a war wolf can choose whom to simp for, when to stop, and even simp for multiple at once. We succeeded. Looking at the displayed 3D image, Suyu breathes a sigh of relief, a smile spreading across his face. Top-tier talent is truly top-tier. It succeeded on the very first try. Wow. We did it. The others are ecstatic. For researchers, nothing is more exciting than the success of their study. Every member of the climate team wears a beaming smile. Their eyes are filled with admiration as they look at Suyu. While some rejoice, others grieve. In Sakura, the heat suddenly and inexplicably intensifies. On the streets, the locals are overwhelmed by the heat as they walk, some even collapse from heatstroke. I clearly remember the temperature was 28 C, very pleasant. How did I get heatstroke? Cherry blossoms. The azure sky was dotted with a vast expanse of clouds. The sun was absent. The temperature stood at 28 C, a most agreeable climate for human habitation. A few days prior, netizens in Manhwa had been mocking the hotpot enthusiasts in Shenlong. 43 degrees Celsius could provide them with a complimentary sauna. Yet today, without warning or any discernible prelude, the temperature in Manhwa had abruptly surged to 42 C. Even Ainen, let alone the others, was nearly melted by the heat. What is going on? Ainen, drenched in sweat, wiped the perspiration from his brow and hastily activated the air conditioner. A wave of cool air swept in, enveloping Ainen, allowing him to exhale in relief as his entire body was steeped in an indescribable refreshment. A thermal current has encircled us. The staff of the Meteorological Bureau reported to Ainen. Thermal current. Ainen was utterly bewildered. There is no thermal current near Manhwa. Where did this one come from? The Western Pacific Subtropical High. That is, the mass of hot air that had enveloped Shenlong's Huagua City has migrated to our Manhwa. This. Ainen hesitated for a moment, then began to curse vehemently. This Shenlong is utterly incompetent. Unable to digest the high temperature themselves, they let it drift over to our Manhwa, clashing with our fate. Lord Ainen, the staff member, suddenly interjected, I have heard that over in Shenlong they are developing a device to control the climate. Do you think they might have deliberately driven the heat our way? Absolutely impossible. Ainen laughed. It's clearly just our bad luck. Indeed, when it came to misfortune, Ainen could sit down and recount tales for 3 days and 3 nights. Take those typhoons for instance. The ones with magnitudes exceeding 10. They would approach with ferocious momentum, seemingly intent on striking Shenlong, only to ravage Manhwa instead. After the assault, they would depart. Yet they would execute a sudden U-turn, striking Manhwa once more. Truly, what a joke. Ainen believed that this time, as in years past, it was Yinhua's own misfortune at play. Not the handiwork of Shenlong. The ability to control the climate was the domain of gods. On the internet. Before the staff member could finish, Ainen cut him off. Although Shenlong has gathered the world's most brilliant minds, these individuals, including Suyu, are capable yet ultimately mere mortals. How can a mortal possess the power of a god? Ainen took a sip of water to moisten his dry lips. The priority now is to implement heatstroke prevention measures and ensure the populace takes proper precautions. Especially those filming action movies, they must have air conditioning. If actors engaged in fight scenes were to be reported as suffering from heatstroke, manhwa would surely become the laughingstock of the entire world. In Hogwa City the temperature had dropped to 25 C. Heat was no longer a concern. Now the residents of Hogwa felt a slight chill even when wearing short sleeves outdoors. Most had opted for long-sleeved attire. The shift from 43 C to 25 C had occurred in just half a day. As soon as this news broke it went viral. Everyone in Shenlong knew that climate control technology had been successfully developed. From that moment on there would be no more extreme heat or cold. Not long after the celebrations an even more sensational piece of news spread. It became an instant wildfire. Someone revealed that the temperature in manhwa had already soared to 44 C. People were suffering from heatstroke even before stepping outdoors. It had perfectly inherited the temperature of Hogwa City. Netizens are a clever bunch. It didn't take long for them to realize that this temperature spike in manhwa was most likely the work of Su the Almighty. Recalling the recent sneers and taunts from the people of manhwa, netizens in Shenlong began to gloat. High temperature providing a free sauna experience for the little islanders. If you are a flower, return to the garden. If you are a drop of water, merge into the sea. If you are a hydrogen bomb, bloom in manhwa. Su the Almighty did a splendid job. How curious. Suyu sat on a chair, took a sip of water and clicked his tongue in wonder. Yen Wenjun was beside him organizing the documents, the technical knowledge of crustal movement control that Suyu had just finished writing. She paused and asked in surprise, "What is curious?" "That Western Pacific subtropical high. I clearly drove it to manhwa. Netizens in our country guessed it, but Yinghwa's Anan insists it has nothing to do with me, just their own bad luck." "Ah, this." Yen Wenjun nearly burst out laughing. This Anan could team up with Brother Dong to perform a comedy duet. "Anan's words make me feel that what I did was somewhat inhumane." Suyu sighed. As a citizen of Shenlong, regardless of age, anyone who knows that history harbors no goodwill toward manhwa, doing something harmful to manhwa would only bring elation, not regret. Yen Wenjun was sharp. She remained silent, waiting for Suyu to continue. "Once I publish the technology one have already mastered, I wonder what expression Anan will have." Suyu stroked his chin. This climate control technology was not merely for solving issues like those in Hogwa City. It was also to address the problems of the blue planet. Glacial melting, the greenhouse effect. All these issues needed to be resolved. A hint of worry flickered across Yen Wenjun's delicate face. "If Anan in manhwa learns that we drove the high temperatures over to them, will there be trouble?" "No trouble will come." Suyu smiled gracefully. "If Anan were before me, I could slap him across the face and he would still ask with a grin, does your hand—" At present Shenlong's power was approaching that of Piao. They were by no means afraid of Piao. manhwa was Piao's junior. A Shenlong that had reached a strength comparable to Piao naturally dared not provoke them. A crooked smile spread across Suyu's lips. Once all the system-rewarded technologies were fully developed, Shenlong's power would far surpass that of Piao. No matter what trump card weapons Piao had, they could arrange a massive earthquake and wipe them out completely. "All right." Suyu waved his hand. The important matter took precedence. "Quickly deliver this stack of documents to the Earth's crust team." "Understood." In manhwa there were voices online claiming that the high temperature in manhwa was caused by Shenlong. Anan snorted in disdain. But the discourse grew increasingly heated. Anan had no choice but to convene a press conference. He would educate the netizens. Living in the 21st century, we must believe in science. Controlling the climate is a divine ability, not something Shenlong. Shenlong may have the word divine, but they are merely mortals. Before the cameras of the journalist Anan spoke at length. In the face of natural disasters, manhwa has always been unlucky: earthquakes, typhoons. Adding one more heatwave, is that too much to ask? Anan declared with conviction. "I dare to stake 5 years of my life that this is definitely not Shenlong's doing." A subordinate beside him reminded him, "Lord Anan, last time you used 10 years of your life, now 5. "No matter," Anan smiled confidently. Yet unexpectedly events took a turn beyond his imagination. A staff member rushed over saying, "Lord Anan, something terrible has happened." "What is it?" Anan asked with a composed expression. Even though sweat poured down his face as if he were caught in a rainstorm, Anan remained as calm as a gentle breeze. Not a trace of disorder could be seen. The Shenlong side has announced that they have mastered the technology to control the climate. Before Anan could speak, someone beside him rebuked, "What's so bad about that? If Shenlong has mastered this technology, doesn't it mean all of humanity has? Let them cool us down. This is a good thing, a very good thing. You foolishly stupid." The staff member let out a cold laugh. After Shenlong mastered this technology, the temperature in their Hogwa city dropped to 25 C while ours in manhwa soared to 44 C. Even a pig could see the trickery in this. Undoubtedly the scorching heat in their city was caused by Shenlong. Whether it was intentional or accidental remained unknown. Damn.
An AN's mind was a raging storm of curses, yet his face remained a picture of calm composure, careful to maintain his image.
He had been backstabbed. He had been trying to explain that Yinghua's heatwave was simply a stroke of bad luck.
Now it seemed highly likely that Shenlong had done it on purpose.
Everyone.
Before Anan could finish his sentence, a furious roar from the crowd drowned him out.
Shenlong has gone too far.
They've insulted us beyond measure.
Can we tolerate this? No. We must make Shenlong pay the price. Attack Shenlong. Attack Shenlong. The crowd's chants rose, shaking the heavens and the earth. Anan felt a flicker of panic, sweat streaming down his face even more. Attack Shenlong.
Even Pao Pao wouldn't dare, so how could Yinghua? Was it a suicide mission?
Everyone. Anan raised a hand to silence them. We still don't know if Shenlong did this intentionally or accidentally.
We should ask first. However, based on my understanding of Shenlong, they would never do something so disgraceful.
Someone in the crowd shouted they would. This was a slap in the face for Anan. He grew angry, glaring at the man.
I swear on 3 years of my life that Shenlong is not that kind of people. The man froze, hesitant to speak.
Say it, Anan snorted coldly.
If not for the public setting, he would have had the man dealt with immediately. Suyu from Shenlong has already stated online that the heatwave in Yinghua was caused by him and it was intentional.
The man stammered. Everyone was stunned. Anan was also stunned, and after the initial shock came an overwhelming awkwardness. As long as Anan wasn't embarrassed, the embarrassment belonged to others. Anan coughed, forcing an angry expression. Shenlong has gone too far against Yinghua. Too far, the crowd echoed. Someone roared, attack Shenlong. Others followed, attack Shenlong.
The chants were so loud that even the sun in the sky was startled, wondering if it hadn't rained down enough heat to drain these happy-go-lucky folks of their energy.
Anan was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that a casual remark would bring the topic back to attacking Shenlong. If he had the power, he would gladly do it. The problem was they couldn't win. Yet they still wanted to fight. Weren't they fools? Now Anan was in a dilemma. Attacking was impossible and not attacking was also impossible. Lord Anan, are you afraid? Someone in the crowd posed a soul-searching question.
The others fell silent, staring at Anan.
In the dictionary of your Lord Anan there is no such word as fear. Anan declared with immense bravado, but after a moment of silence his confidence deflated. But attacking Shenlong is no small matter.
I need to discuss it with Pao Pao and also coordinate with Asan and Pao Kai.
Inside the office, Anan was deeply uneasy.
He had sent a message to his elder brother Pao Pao several days ago, but there was no reply. Fortunately, he had also contacted Asan and Pao Kai. If the three of them joined forces, they could surely defeat Shenlong.
Anan asked, what did Asan say? Just one word. An's heart leaped with excitement.
Asan, true to form, was an excellent ally.
Not fighting would be 2 words.
One word surely meant fight.
What word?
Even though he already knew the answer, Anan couldn't help but ask.
Scram. None.
They told us to scram.
That Asan.
Anan flew into a rage, slamming his fist on the table. The pain brought tears to his eyes.
What about Pao Kai? Pao Kai said the entire universe belongs to them, so there's no need to argue with Shenlong. That Pao Kai is so pathetic.
Anan cursed and fell silent. It was crystal clear that these two were afraid to provoke Shenlong, fearing they'd get more than they bargained for. As for Pao Pao, Anan was sharp-witted. In an instant he realized that he too was most likely scared.
Lord Anan. Are we still attacking Shenlong? Attack my ass. Anan rolled his eyes. What about those people? Send someone discreetly to take out the ringleaders.
Anan made a throat-slitting gesture. If he couldn't deal with Shenlong, he could at least deal with the people who proposed attacking Shenlong, couldn't he?
Understood.
After his subordinate left, Anan touched his hand and sucked in a sharp breath. The pain was excruciating. He wondered why it hurt so much this time when he often slammed the table without any issue.
Could it be that he was getting weak?
Suyu had already written the materials needed by each group and handed them over. The crustal movement control technology was extremely difficult and crucial.
Suyu paid extra attention to it.
After returning from the crustal group, he had dinner at the Shenlong University of Science and Technology cafeteria.
The semester hadn't started yet. There were few students around, only Yan Wenjun.
She got her meal and sat down beside him, eating while speaking.
Teacher, is it really okay for you to directly announce that you intentionally caused the heatwave in Yinghua? Yan Wenjun's nature was to remain silent while eating.
At first when she dined with Suyu she didn't speak a word and was so nervous that she devoured 3 portions of food by herself. She almost choked to death. Later, after getting familiar with Suyu, she was influenced by him.
And wouldn't dare say anything. It's not an it's your fans.
You have a huge number of female fans in manhwa.
Yen Wenjun said jealously while shoveling food into her mouth. Oh really?
Suyu paused.
How many?
A great many, Yen Wenjun said, picking up a piece of vegetable, chewing it thoroughly and swallowing.
Suyu stroked his chin. If only I could lure them all to Shenlong.
Due to historical misconceptions and erroneous beliefs, the gender ratio among the divine dragons was imbalanced: 710 million males yet only 680 million females. There were 30 million more males than females.
That meant 30 million men would remain bachelors.
The women of Sakura with yellow skin and black hair were of the yellow race and matched the aesthetic preferences of the divine dragon people.
Delicate and supple. The Lolas of Sakura were even more abundant.
It was a little-known fact that the women of Sakura actually disliked the men of the divine dragon the most.
Survey data showed that few Sakura women wished to marry divine dragon men. That was in the past.
Now the situation was vastly different. The divine dragon's technology was formidable, subtly becoming the world's leading power. The welfare of the divine dragon people had undergone earth-shaking changes, ranking first in the world. More importantly, the woman most desired by Sakura women to marry was Suyu. If they could not marry Suyu, they would be extremely willing to accept divine dragon men from his region. Introducing them to the divine dragon to solve the bachelorhood of 30 million men would be a beautiful thing. If only I could lure them all to the divine dragon, Suyu mused, stroking his chin. His words startled Yen Wenjun, who stammered, "Do you intend to marry them all?"
Suyu set down his chopsticks and gazed at Yen Wenjun.
Only when she blushed and lowered her head did he speak. "What's on your mind?"
"I'm luring them here to solve other people's bachelor problems. Marry them all." He would agree. But his body would not.
Oh. Yen Wenjun was deeply embarrassed, so mortified she could have clawed out a galaxy with her toes. She could only lower her head and keep shoveling food. To ease the awkwardness, she spoke up. "Your online post Anan also responded."
"What did Anan say?"
Suyu was curious. "He said on Twitter that it was fake news."
Suyu was stunned.
Why did that sound so dongish?
Suyu stood by the window gazing at the night sky.
The moon was truly pitiful, pale-faced, lonely, watching the stars around it paired up.
As he watched, the moon transformed into 30 million divine dragon people. Retrieving his gaze, Suyu moved to a chair, sat down and pulled out his phone. He logged into Twitter. Twitter was a platform used not only by Piao but by people everywhere, including Sakura.
Suyu searched for Anan's account.
On Anan's homepage his posts were clearly visible.
He insisted that controlling nature was a divine ability. If the divine dragon were truly that powerful, why not arrange an earthquake for Sakura?
"I've never seen such an absurd request in my entire life."
Suyu was dumbfounded. He commented, "Arranged."
Suyu's account was unverified. His comment immediately drew mockery from netizens. Especially users with IP addresses in Sakura who directly messaged him with insults. A man can endure but not a woman.
Suyu used his computer skills to silence those accounts. He banned them for 500 years. The accounts he banned were useless even if they contacted Twitter support. After the ban, he let the troll Shaoa loose to curse them out thoroughly. To fulfill his promise to Anan, Suyu became more dedicated to the crustal movement control technology. He often visited the crustal team to guide them. The crustal movement control technology was the most difficult among the technologies provided by the system. Even with Suyu's help, it couldn't be developed in a short time, but the speed had made a qualitative leap.
Heaven rewards the diligent.
Finally, 2 months later, they developed the crustal movement control device.
Gazing at the massive equipment, Suyu sighed. Research was a money-burning endeavor.
This equipment alone had cost nearly 100 billion.
Fortunately, the divine dragon was wealthy. It was also worth every penny.
With the crustal movement control device, they could control crustal movements and prevent natural disasters like earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions.
Now the task is to test whether this equipment can control crustal movements.
If it could, it would be a success, otherwise a failure.
But how to test?
Use a scanner to find areas with crustal movements, then use our device to stop them.
Someone suggested. Others agreed.
No need for such trouble. Suyu walked over, a smirk on his lips.
Just arrange an earthquake for Sakura. Ah.
This.
Everyone was stunned. None of them were Sakura natives. They didn't love Sakura. Most were foreigners and they didn't hate Sakura either. Arranging an earthquake for Sakura was clearly inhumane. It's not my request, it's their Lord Anan's request.
Before he finished, Suyu pulled out his phone and showed everyone the Twitter content. They were dumbfounded. Most of them had no emotional attachment to Sakura, neither love nor hate. But they were all good people. They were willing to fulfill others' requests within their capability. Since it's Ainan's request, let's satisfy them. Someone said. The others agreed. Everyone, Suyu said loudly, though it's Ainan's request and he doesn't care for Sakura's people, we must care for them, they are human too. The earthquake shouldn't be too severe. Just arrange a magnitude 67. But before activating the device we must warn the Sakura people to be careful. In the past Suyu would have given them the highest package. But not now, he had plans. Hearing Suyu's words, the others felt deep guilt. At first they thought Suyu was unkind. But they had judged a gentleman's heart with a petty mind. Suyu was the kindest. The arranged earthquake was low in magnitude, not enough to destroy houses. He even thoughtfully warned the Sakura people to be careful. Everyone go rest. We'll test the equipment tomorrow morning. Alright. That evening Suyu posted a Weibo update warning the Sakura people about the earthquake the next day. It instantly became a trending topic. Number 1. Netizens debated how Suyu could know about the Sakura earthquake. Given current technology, earthquake prediction was impossible. After a quick glance at the comments, Suyu logged out of Weibo, put down his phone and went to wash up and sleep. He knew many Sakura girls followed his Weibo and would relay the information back to Sakura. The night was quiet. But on the Sakura side it was anything but calm. Chaos erupted. People panicked, discussed, then packed their belongings ready to flee. Suyu's Weibo post. It was seen by female netizens in Sakura, who screenshotted and sent it back. Instantly it caused an uproar. The destructive power of the earthquake was extremely strong, reaping lives like the Grim Reaper. The people of Sakura were in a panic. They were packing their belongings and preparing to run to the open outdoors. And then learned of the commotion on the internet. He flew into a rage. Without a doubt, Suyu's words were definitely false information. The current level of technology in the world was not sufficient to predict the arrival of an earthquake. Suyu's words were making a fool of the Sakura people as if they were monkeys. And then immediately convened a press conference. He exposed Suyu's trick to the Sakura people. After hearing an ANS words, the Sakura people became furious. This Suyu was truly too much. He was unworthy of being a famous great scientist, actually treating them like monkeys. Everyone was cursing Suyu online. However, most of these people were men. The women of Sakura didn't even believe a single punctuation mark of an ANS. They had already packed their things and fled to the open outdoors. To avoid the earthquake. Their actions sparked an ANS displeasure. By choosing to do this, weren't they choosing Suyu over him? How could an save face? He convened another press conference. And an even more serious, used science and facts to explain to the women in detail that this earthquake was nothing but a phantom. Suyu's purpose was to make a fool of the Sakura people. They must not fall for it. In the face of an ANS earnest advice, the women responded with a single word: scram. The women's actions not only angered Anan but also angered the men. Thus, on the internet, a battle between men and women began. Fists flew wildly, each strike deadly. A large number of casualties. Dawn. As the first hint of light appeared on the horizon, Suyu got up, washed up, ate breakfast, and then arrived at the Crystal team. All members were present. I warned the Sakura people last night to pay attention to this tremor. How did they respond? Suyu asked. He didn't care about Sakura, so he hadn't checked what was happening on their internet. They didn't believe it and even insulted you, Professor Su. Someone reported the situation truthfully. Suyu's face was calm and indifferent. It didn't anger him, but it angered others. These Sakura people, they just don't know what's good for them. Most people cursed loudly. But the women of Sakura have all packed their things and taken shelter in the open outdoors. At least they have the sense. The others gave thumbs up to the Sakura women. I warned them, but if they don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Suyu, calm and indifferent, told everyone to prepare and start the equipment. The equipment was still in its initial stage, not yet perfect, and the locked range was very large. It directly locked onto the entire Sakura. Glancing at the equipment, Suyu couldn't help but feel a bit impulsive, wanting to give it the highest level, level 9. To make it a complete wipeout barbecue. It was an impulse etched into his bones. But Suyu was rational and wouldn't do that. Are you ready? Ready, the members answered. Control the crust beneath Sakura. Be careful not to move too fast. The movement of the crust would release energy, generating seismic waves. Thus an earthquake was born. Earthquakes are divided into 9 levels in total. Those less than level 1 are called ultra-micro earthquakes.
Earthquakes of magnitude 4. 5 to 6. 0 are classified as moderate to strong, insufficient to cause damage to buildings. As a kind-hearted person, you certainly wouldn't damage Sakura's residence. Pay attention to the crustal movement. Released just enough energy to cause a magnitude 6 earthquake. Received. Device starting. Startup successful. Locking on Sakura. Crustal movement begins. Detecting released energy. 6. 3107 joules. 6. 31013 joules. Control at this value. Suyu commanded. The members complied. 6. 31,013 joules of energy, equivalent to 15000 tons of TNT, was a magnitude 6 earthquake. Sakura. Above the sky it was clear and cloudless, with only a sun like a fireball. The sun loved Sakura and wanted to cuddle with them. It released heat at close range. The temperature in Sakura reached as high as 46 C. The whole Sakura was like a furnace. Not to mention humans, even a dog, if it went out for a walk at night, would die of heatstroke. The people of Sakura were hiding in their houses enjoying air conditioning. Only men. Gue Tian was a Sakura man. He was lying on a chair enjoying the air conditioning. This damn weather, even if there really is an earthquake, I'm not running. I really can't understand those women dumber than pigs actually believing that divine dragon person and running out. Gue Tian was sneering and cursing. Because his wife just last night packed up all the valuables in the house and ran to an open outdoor area to avoid the earthquake. This bitch, I hope she dies of heatstroke outside. Gue Tian cursed viciously. He let out a breath, walked to the refrigerator and took out a popsicle. Eating while walking back to lie down. As he passed the window he glanced outside. The birds in the trees and the animals on the ground were all fleeing. These stupid animals. Gue Tian sneered coldly. These animals must be unbearably hot trying to get to a cooler place. His place was cool. But he wouldn't let animals in. Gue Tian lay on the chair, glanced at the goldfish in the fish tank beside him. You're lucky not getting hot here, unlike those animals. Eh? Why are they swimming so frantically? Just a moment of surprise, then Gue Tian figured it out. The goldfish must be cold. So it was just exercising. The air conditioner is set too low. Really enjoyable. Before he finished speaking, Gue Tian felt the chair shaking. Then cups, clocks and ornaments all fell to the ground and shattered. The sounds came one after another. Earthquake. Remembering Suyu's words, Gue Tian's face turned pale with fear. He rushed into the room, grabbed his laptop and ran outside. The laptop was his greatest treasure, containing a bunch of learning materials. He had just run outside when suddenly a bang sound rang out. The computer exploded. The temperature was too high. Baka Yaro. Gue Tian was horrified. Ignoring the sweat on his face, he picked up the smoking computer and ran while crying. The people around, all men, were all running out in panic. Earthquake. Help. I haven't taken my laptop, Baka Yaro. The clamorous sounds filled the air. The sun blazed overhead, causing the flowers to wither. The scorching heat of 46 C turned the cherry blossoms into a fiery furnace, making it unbearable. The wind that blew did not bring relief, instead it carried warmth, intensifying the heat. In the shaded area a multitude of women gathered. They were dressed lightly, their snowy skin barely concealed. Small fans whirred but failed to dispel the sweltering heat. They were drenched in fragrant sweat, constantly wiping their brows. The saying 3 women 1 street applied not only here in Shenlong but also elsewhere, including the cherry blossoms. The women of the cherry blossoms were chattering away. This group of women had no idea how many streets there were. Their voices were noisy and difficult to decipher. Amidst the chatter one could vaguely hear, hey, why don't we form a group and go to Shenlong to see if we can marry a Shenlong person? You can go, I'm already married. Just get a divorce. A divorced woman isn't worth much. Would a Shenlong person be interested in me? There's a group in Shenlong called Xiaozhe who adore women like you. Suddenly a loud bang echoed. A small tree fell down, followed by the ground shaking. Though not as intense as an earthquake, the women clearly sensed it. Panic spread among them. Don't hide under the tree. Run to an open area to avoid being hit. A girl shouted. Everyone quickly rushed to the open space. Once safe, the women breathed a sigh of relief. Despite the high temperature, it could not hinder their constant chatter. Professor Su's words came true, there really was an earthquake. An earthquake is good. It should crush those stinky men who said our Su Anakin was lying. And that Anan, it would be better if he got crushed too, wasting air. Soon the women saw a group of men running toward them. Their faces were filled with terror.
Some wore only one shoe while others wore just shorts. The common feature among them was that they were all clutching laptops. They cried and shouted, running chaotically towards the open area. Seeing these panicked men, the women expressed concern. "Oh dear, you silly dogs.
Didn't you say an earthquake was impossible? Why did you come out? Didn't you stay inside enjoying the air conditioning?"
The men, still in shock, ignored their comments. Soon news of the earthquake in the cherry blossoms shocked the entire world. This earthquake had a magnitude of only 6 with minimal casualties.
Only a dozen people died.
Reports indicated that these individuals were studying and, whether asleep or fainted, did not perceive the earthquake, remaining indoors and being struck by falling lights. Additionally, hundreds or thousands were either crushed or injured while fleeing.
Among the casualties, not a single woman was included. Instantly, chaos ensued.
People worldwide recalled that Professor Su had warned the cherry blossom people to be cautious of earthquakes just yesterday.
Yet only the women heeded his warning. With current human technology, it remains impossible to predict earthquakes. How did Professor Su know? Everyone was astonished. Some began to inquire about Su Yu on social media. Due to the overwhelming response, it quickly became the top trending topic.
Su Yu's social media inbox daily receives no fewer than 1 million messages, often for business inquiries or academic questions.
What academic questions?
Postpartum care for sows.
Some young women even went too far, sending Su Yu some steamy photos.
This affected his health adversely.
Over time, Su Yu stopped checking his inbox. However, he still enjoyed surfing the internet.
Thus, he was aware of the netizens' concerns. He updated his social media to respond to their questions.
Su Yu know.
13V My team has developed a technology to control tectonic movements, enabling us to manage earthquakes, volcanic eruptions and floods. As for how I knew about the earthquake in the cherry blossoms, of course it was the result of my technology.
This social media post left netizens dumbfounded. What? Is it really Professor Su who did this?
This is too much. I strongly condemn him.
Why was it only a magnitude of 6 and not 9? Let me first listen to a song to calm down. Su Yu's social media undoubtedly topped the trending list. Not only did it gain traction in Shenlong, but it also became a sensation worldwide. The people of Shenlong hated the cherry blossom people, feeling that Su Yu had done a splendid job. However, people elsewhere did not harbor such animosity towards the cherry blossom people. They felt that Su Yu had gone too far. Especially the cherry blossom people, knowing that Su Yu was behind it, were furious and wished to devour him whole. In the cherry blossom's office, efforts were made to clean up the damaged items and tidy up the place. Anand sat to the side, uncharacteristically smoking a cigarette. He was not smoking tobacco, but rather expressing anger. The smoke he exhaled was the collective fury of all the cherry blossom people. As he continued smoking, a glint appeared in Anand's eyes. This earthquake might not be such a bad thing. He extinguished the cigarette and tossed it into the ashtray, suddenly breaking into a smile. The others dared not speak, thinking Anand had lost his mind. Seeing their strange looks, Anand's anger intensified. Do you think I'm crazy? No, no.
The others hurriedly shook their heads.
Actually. Ah, yes, yes. They nodded furiously. What Lord Anand says is right. Anand.
This earthquake didn't cause much damage to the cherry blossoms, only a few thousand casualties, but for the cherry blossoms, however, it's a gain. It allows the women of the cherry blossoms to realize how their beloved Anakin harms them, making their hearts ache.
Also, controlling tectonic movements to induce earthquakes elsewhere, is that the mark of a good scientist? We must unite with others to discuss Su Yu, demanding he provide an explanation, and ideally he should commit seppuku.
Hearing Anand's analysis, the eyes of the others lit up. They no longer thought Anand was crazy, but instead praised him, giving him thumbs up. Lord Anand is truly wise. Now let's contact Brother Pow Pow, Pickled Cabbage and Asan to jointly condemn Shenlong. This. The others were stunned. We contacted them a few days ago and they ignored us. Now if we reach out again, won't it be like putting a hot face against a coal, but making ourselves miserable?
This time is different. Anand smirked.
This time I will ensure that Su Yu makes Shenlong the enemy of the world. Soon the cherry blossoms contacted people from other places to jointly condemn Su Yu and denounce Shenlong.
The Crust team. We succeeded.
An excited voice rang out.
Smiles bloomed on everyone's faces.
Controlling crustal movements means that humanity can now control natural disasters such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions and floods.
This is a tremendous blessing.
You should know that millions of people worldwide die from natural disasters every year.
Professor Su, you are truly amazing.
The other members looked at Su Yu with nothing but endless admiration. They all knew that without Su Yu, even with the materials he provided, it would have taken at least 10 years to develop a device capable of controlling crustal movements.
They couldn't help but rush over, lift Suyu and toss him into the air.
Most of the team members were middle-aged. But they were still in decent shape. It wasn't so high that they would fail to catch him, causing injury or death. Suyu was not nervous either. After the celebration, he first praised the members and then pointed out the remaining issues with the device. Finally, he asked the members to further refine the device. Unlike Shenlong, the sky above Piao was covered with dark clouds. It was about to. Donggu had just left the hospital not long ago when he received a message from Anan. Ignore him, probably having another brain fart. Donggu rolled his eyes. A while ago, while still in the hospital, he had received a message from Anan saying they should join forces to fight Shenlong.
Donggu was speechless.
Even if they teamed up and went to Shenlong's doorstep, they still couldn't win. Bringing a head from 1,000 miles away, only a fool would do that and be laughed at. He wouldn't do such a stupid thing. So he didn't reply to Anan. This situation is different.
It's not about fighting Shenlong but about denouncing them,
said the staff member beside him.
What happened?
Donggu frowned, a sense of unease rising in his heart. Shenlong has already mastered the technology of crustal movement capable of controlling natural disasters such as earthquakes, floods and volcanic eruptions. The information revealed in these words was chilling.
If Piao accidentally offended Shenlong and was subjected to the highest level of treatment, magnitude 9, it might not wipe them out completely, but the losses would be severe. Moreover, and most importantly, Piao and Shenlong have always been at odds. Now, Shenlong mastering such terrifying technology poses an unprecedented threat to Piao. Is this real? Donggu was dumbfounded. The staff member gave a positive reply, absolutely true.
This. Donggu was silent for a long time before speaking slowly. Shenlong's camp has a large number of respected scientific researchers. They would never agree to Shenlong using this technology elsewhere.
Donggu was very confident.
No one knew those veteran researchers better than he did. If Shenlong tried to use it, they would definitely resist with all their might.
Shenlong used it on Inghua.
A magnitude 6 earthquake, thousands of casualties, losses up to tens of billions.
Fuck. Donggu was frightened. Shenlong could use it on Inghua and could also use it elsewhere.
And there was no defense.
Not to mention that with Piao's technological level they couldn't even predict natural earthquakes. Shenlong would not use this technology openly, they would use it secretly. If they used it in the middle of the night, they wouldn't have time to react and they might be done for. Quick! Reply to Anan. Contact other places as well, jointly denounce Shenlong. We can't let them keep this terrifying technology. Donggu panicked. In an ANS office.
After receiving Donggu's reply, Anan showed a smile. Brother Piao truly lives up to his name, so straightforward.
After laughing, he asked the staff, what about the others' replies? The Paokai faction said they would denounce Shenlong on behalf of the universe. They agreed. What about Asan? An ANS mouth twisted.
The Asan faction said that a small earthquake is nothing to fear, they just need to drink some holy water.
They refused. This Asan is such a coward. Anan cursed.
What he didn't know was that whether Shenlong had the technology to control earthquakes or not, it was insignificant to Asan. Because Shenlong's electric sphere had already posed a threat of national annihilation to Asan. Why would they fear a small earthquake? There was absolutely no need to follow others and make a fuss about jointly denouncing Shenlong. Even if they succeeded, Asan would gain nothing. Without earthquakes, there was still the electric sphere. The electric sphere was even more terrifying. Forget it, ignore them. People who don't even have toilets. Anan snorted coldly, just contact Brother Piao Pakai and a few others and that's enough. Within a few days, Donggu and the others gathered in Inghua.
They summoned reporters and launched a grand conference to denounce Suyu and Shenlong. The content of the conference was that Suyu used technology to cause an earthquake in Inghua which was extremely anti-human.
The men of Inghua all came to support Anan and the others.
As for the women, they were still on the sidelines. To be honest, knowing that the earthquake was Suyu's doing, they were indeed a bit chilled.
People all over the world, especially those in places that were at odds with Shenlong, all supported the conference online.
They denounced Suyu and denounced Shenlong.
This conference was grand and shook the entire world. It also alarmed the people above in Shenlong.
But they just smiled lightly and ignored it. He believed that Suyu could handle it.
Facing their denunciation, Suyu smiled and replied with a sentence, if I give Inghua another top-level package, will you all be wiped out?
This sentence nearly scared Donggu and the others into paralysis.
Suppressing his fear, Donggu cursed aloud, how arrogant.
Exactly. The others all agreed. Anan stepped forward. Suyu's words are a threat. As a scientist, to say such things and do such deeds is simply anti-human.
Please hand over Suyu, let him pay the corresponding price for the sins he has committed.
And ANS words won the applause of the whole room. The applause lasted for a long time. And ANS words were too much. If the uncle can bear it, the aunt cannot. Suyu connected with them, not refuting but asked meaningfully, and in Inghua, are you saying that the person who caused the earthquake in Inghua needs to come out and give an explanation, preferably to atone with death? Anan couldn't understand Shenlong language, but he had a translator. Of course, Anan said solemnly, as a human being one should have a kind heart not only towards humans but also towards animals. Do you mean that the people of Inghua are beasts? Suyu turned into a contrarian. Anan was stunned for a moment, then angrily said, I mean not only treat your own people but also treat others with kindness. The person who caused the earthquake in Inghua should atone with death. Then fine, you can go die. Suyu's words not only stunned Anan but left everyone else gaping in disbelief. It was a nonsensical statement. Anan was not only a Sakura person but also the ruler of Sakura. How could he possibly wish for an earthquake in Sakura? He's not a pig. Seeing everyone dumbfounded, Suyu shrugged and said nonchalantly, if Anan wants an earthquake, there's nothing I can do but fulfill his request. You're slandering me. Anan was furious. If he was confirmed guilty of this accusation, he would not only become a laughingstock in the whole world but also be remembered as Sakura's eternal villain. I'm not so foolish as to wish for an earthquake in Sakura. This absurd behavior is truly ridiculous. Everyone burst into laughter, mocking Suyu's foolishness. I have evidence, Suyu smiled lightly. If you have the guts, show it. Anan showed no fear as he stepped forward and boldly declared into the camera, today I promise here that if Suyu presents real evidence I will. After a moment's thought, Anan resolutely stated, he'll eat a few sunflower seeds. Suyu glanced at Donggu and asked with a smile, Donggu, what do you think of an ANS words? If what you say is true, I will personally feed Anan sunflower seeds. Donggu didn't hesitate at all. In his view, even the most bizarre people wouldn't wish for an earthquake in their place. Only a fool as dumb as a pig would wish for an earthquake in their own place. If you don't provide evidence, don't blame us for being rude. Donggu's gaze turned fierce. Exactly. The others also blared threateningly. What kind of rudeness are you talking about? Suyu replied playfully, his eyes full of provocation. Donggu was speechless. He really couldn't think of a good way to sanction Suyu. Anan spoke up, I condemn you, I strongly condemn you. Yes, we condemn you every day. Donggu and the others chimed in unison. Is condemnation effective? Absolutely. It could tarnish Suyu's and Shenlong's reputation even further and incite more people to resist Shenlong. Hearing their words, Suyu couldn't help but laugh. It was so childish. Were they planning to condemn him from Monday to Friday, take 2 days off and continue the next week? Suyu smiled faintly. Anan had leaned forward shouting for Suyu to hit him, not doing so would mean disrespect. Pulling out his phone, Suyu logged onto a platform to display an ANS personal homepage content in front of the camera. None. If you have the guts, arrange an earthquake in Sakura. Suyu's alt account arranged. The content above left everyone dumbfounded. I've never seen such a request in my life. Suyu shrugged. This? Anan was taken aback, then angrily retorted, I was just joking. You take a joke seriously. As a ruler joking in front of the entire world. Especially at the expense of Sakura's safety, you're truly something special. Suyu rolled his eyes, looking quite sarcastic. His meaning was very clear, if it weren't for an ANS request there wouldn't be an earthquake in Sakura. Putting facts aside, isn't this completely an ANS fault? At this moment public opinion began to shift. Instead of denouncing Suyu, they started denouncing Anan. As the ruler of Sakura, asking others to implement earthquake technology in Sakura was truly wicked. The netizens of Sakura fell silent. They never expected the situation to turn around. What puzzled them even more was why their lord Anan had such a venomous heart. Before Anan could speak, Suyu asked Donggu, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Donggu was speechless. He understood the implication of Suyu's words. He was being asked to feed Anan sunflower seeds. He didn't dare. Although Sakura had always been a subordinate, feeding Anan would surely lead to repercussions. Moreover, it was just a joke. Donggu didn't answer but looked up, staring at the chandelier on the ceiling. His red tie hung calmly. He pretended to whistle, acting as if he hadn't heard Suyu's words. At that moment an old researcher connected in. He was world-renowned, having won 2 Nobel Prizes, and was also the head of the Crust Group. He revealed a lesser-known scene from the laboratory. Professor Su said that Anan doesn't cherish the Sakura people, but he cherishes. Anan requested a major earthquake which would endanger the lives of the Sakura people, so he didn't agree. He arranged a level 6 earthquake that wouldn't damage buildings. With the character of this old professor, no one doubted his words. As soon as this statement was made, it caused an uproar, especially among the netizens of Sakura. Their eyes widened in disbelief.
Professor Su loves the Sakura people even more than Lord Anan.
The female netizens of Sakura were moved to tears.
Initially they were disheartened by Suye's actions. They never expected such a big reversal.
The true culprit was Anan. Suyu was a kind person who loved Sakura and cared for them.
They were all moved to tears. Su Anakin he really is.
In crying.
Seeing public opinion turn, Suyu immediately put on a performance, turning to the camera's blind spot and moistening his eyes with spit.
Heartbroken, he said, if it weren't for an ANS request I definitely wouldn't arrange an earthquake in Sakura. Just thinking about my female fans in Sakura makes me unable to hold back my tears. As for the males, they can go to wherever is cool. Seeing Suyu in tears, the female netizens of Sakura felt their hearts shatter.
They were all frantically cursing Anan.
How fierce are women when they curse. In less than a minute they had cursed an ANS family tree upside down.
Sighing, Suyu looked sorrowful. With such a wicked ruler, I can only imagine your lives are miserable. Before he finished speaking, Suyu struggled to squeeze out a drop of non-existent tear.
Not only the female netizens of Sakura but even others were touched.
Professor Su has a heart of great love. Yet this group of small-minded people still slander and denounce him. They truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Public opinion tilted even more severely, with most people cursing Anan.
Even some of the male netizens of Sakura were cursing Anan.
Suye's heart revealed a hint of a smile.
He finally understood why those celebrity actors liked to put on a show. With the atmosphere heightened like this, if Suyu didn't implement his plot, it would be a benefit for the female netizens of Sakura. Living in such a Sakura, I'm sure you'd all want to change your environment. Recently Shenlong has launched a strategy. Pure Sakura girls, as long as they marry into Shenlong, will obtain Shenlong nationality and enjoy the same treatment as Shenlong people, becoming true Shenlong people.
Are you willing to join us?
Suye's words stirred excitement among the female netizens of Sakura.
They were all eager to move to Shenlong, not only for its welfare benefits but also because the men of Shenlong were globally recognized as the most devoted husbands. As for the occasional domestic abusers, they were but a tiny minority, a drop of foul water that could not spoil the entire ocean.
Not only the female netizens but even the male netizens were tempted.
They wished to marry into Shenlong to become its citizens and enjoy its benefits. Their hopes, however, were ruthlessly crushed by Suyu. Even if Shenlong were not currently facing a shortage of men, Suyu would never have allowed them. He was unabashedly biased. He only wanted the soft-spoken girls of Sakura, not the men. After extinguishing their hopes, he sought to maintain his image among the female netizens, telling the male netizens, "You are not my fans." The male netizens' reaction was unknown, but the female netizens were deeply moved. Just then Brother Dong stepped forward, declaring, "I am certain Shenlong has no such policy." No one knew Shenlong better than he did. Could he possibly be unaware of its policies? And cast a grateful glance at Brother Dong, stepped forward and faced the camera, speaking with righteous indignation, "Suye's words are clearly slander against me. His purpose is obvious, to lure the girls of Sakura to solve Shenlong's bachelor problem. Everyone, don't be fooled." In response, the female netizens' furious comments flooded in. Suyu smiled faintly, ignoring Anan, and said to Brother Dong, "Brother Dong, you know Shenlong so well, could it be that you were a spy sent by Shenlong?" The rest of the sentence remained unspoken, but everyone was clever enough to infer the meaning. Since Brother Dong had risen to power, Piao Piao had been on a decline. The more they tried to sanction Shenlong, the stronger it became. This inevitably aroused suspicion. "You are lying," Brother Dong said without a trace of panic, standing tall with his red tie fluttering in the wind. He believed in the adage that the innocent are clear and the guilty are stained. Suyu asked, "If you are not a citizen of Shenlong, how can you be so familiar with its policies? Know the enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without defeat. Then have you achieved victory in 100 battles?" Suyu asked with a wry smile. Brother Dong fell silent. "This policy didn't exist before, but it does now. I submitted it to the authorities yesterday and they approved it." Upon hearing this, the female netizens of Sakura were even more moved. Professor Su had even gone out of his way to apply for a policy for their sake. Tears welled up. Seeing the female netizens' reaction, and cursed inwardly. These women are so foolish, their minds full of nothing but their darling, completely disregarding the interests of Sakura, he thought. And demanded, "As citizens of Sakura, how can you marry into Shenlong and betray your ancestors?" The female netizens of Sakura hesitated. They were all fans of Suyu, but they were not devoid of reason. His words gave them pause, and for a moment clarity returned. Thinking of their ancestors, they began to waver. In their minds, two little figures argued fiercely, one advocating marriage to Shenlong, the other opposing it. The debate was evenly matched. And then smirked. Did Emir Suyu think he could outwit him and steal the women of Sakura right under his nose? Unfazed, Suyu spoke slowly and deliberately, each word clear and precise. "It is right. Nonsense, and scoffed, rolling his eyes. Ignoring it, and Suyu dropped a bombshell because your ancestors were from Shunlong.
The words stunned everyone. Especially the female netizens of Sakura, whose eyes widened in astonishment before brightening with hope.
If their ancestors were from Shunlong, then marrying into Shunlong would be a return to their roots.
Twisting black and white. Utter nonsense. A pack of lies.
Anan was furious, veins bulging on his face as he snarled, we of Sakura have pure Sakura blood flowing in our veins.
How could we be descendants of your Shunlong people?
If you don't apologize to all of Sakura, don't blame me for being rude.
Try being rude then.
Suyu's smile grew even brighter, his demeanor smug. He loved the feeling of being hated but untouchable.
Anan was speechless.
Like Brother Dong, he could do nothing to Suyu, raging in impotent fury.
Suyu was truly infuriating.
He left everyone on tenterhooks, then casually went to get a glass of water and drank it slowly.
Not only the people of Sakura but also those of Shunlong were burning with curiosity. Why did Suyu claim that the ancestors of Sakura were from Shunlong? Given Suyu's character, he would not speak idly.
Why is he still drinking water? After leisurely finishing his water, Suyu looked at the camera and began to speak eloquently. During the Qin dynasty there was a mystic named Su Fu. To seek the elixir of immortality for Qin Shi Huang, he took 3000 boys and girls across the ocean, arriving at what was then known as Pinglai, which is now Sakura.
And Su Fu was the first emperor of Sakura. Before Suyu could finish, and interrupted, absolutely impossible.
Su Fu arrived in 210 BC with his people and goods.
The first ruler of Sakura ascended to power in 203 BC. This can be verified in historical records.
Before he finished, netizens were already flipping through history books. Historians were quicker, confirming Professor Su's words contained not a single error.
Boo! The timelines matched. Everyone was stunned. Could the first emperor truly be from Shunlong? Did that mean the people of Sakura were merely a branch of Shunlong?
Ridiculous, and sneered coldly.
Su Fu came as an invader and was killed by Emperor Jimmu. Is that really so?
Suyu smiled, countering with evidence.
Then why does Sakura commemorate Su Fu? There are dozens of memorial sites across the country.
Suyu listed them one by one, leaving everyone dumbfounded. They knew these places but had never paid much attention.
Suyu's words were not baseless, they could be verified in historical records and on-site investigations in Sakura. The evidence was compelling and everyone was convinced.
Anan was speechless, able only to roar, cut the connection.
Now,
what was the point of this debate? In the process, not only had his reputation been tarnished, but even Sakura's ancestry had been changed.
The connection was cut. The condemnation ended. Everyone believed that Sakura was guilty and afraid to face the truth. Insults flew, and has such a small perspective. Hilarious, he doesn't even recognize his own ancestors. Shunlong, these ungrateful descendants of Sakura. Suyu's words were not entirely true.
With a mix of truth and falsehood supported by historical records and memorial sites, Anan and the others were left speechless. They all began to doubt whether Manhwa might actually be a branch of Shunlong.
Even if it were true, Anan could never admit it. Denial was the only option.
When it came to rewriting history as the ruler of Manhwa, Anan was seasoned adept and carried it out with effortless ease. Suyu hadn't expected that Anan, unable to play fair, would simply cut the connection, daring not to continue the debate over him and Shunlong. He attempted to thwart Suyu's plan. This was entirely futile. Suyu started a livestream titled, Helping Manhwa's Female Compatriots Escape a Life of Hardship.
He also announced the stream on Weibo.
The number of viewers instantly soared into the hundreds of millions. Through little Suyu learned that over 20 million viewers were women from Manhwa.
Aged between 18 and 30, the count was still skyrocketing, expanding to older and younger age groups as well.
Meanwhile, tens of millions of Shunlong netizens, all bachelors, were eagerly waiting for Suyu to bring these soft, gentle girls back.
There was also a massive crowd of onlookers.
Facing an audience of hundreds of millions, Suyu remained composed, took a sip of water to moisten his throat, and said with a slight smile, someone asked which is the largest island of Shunlong. If you say T Island, I'd slap you right across the face.
Shunlong's largest island is Manhwa Island. Please Anan face history squarely and return to the embrace of Shunlong.
These words drew cheers from the stream.
The Manhwa women in particular were frantically giving likes. No one from Manhwa could refute Suyu's.
Now people in Manhwa and even elsewhere believed that Manhwa was merely a tributary of Shunlong. Especially the women of Manhwa, they were thoroughly convinced without a shred of doubt.
An's vision is limited, he won't admit this fact.
Suyu paused, then shifted his tone, but that doesn't stop my fans, the female compatriots of Manhwa, from returning to Shunlong's embrace.
Manhwa Lolita so cute that scoundrel and won't let us return to Shunlong. A piece of cake. Suyu's face radiated confidence. And then will give me face he won't make trouble for you.
Professor Su, you've made an and look so foolish, are you sure he'll give you face rather than a slap? The netizens had mixed feelings about Su Ye's words. But the Yinghua women believed completely. In their eyes Su Yu could do anything, he was more than a superhero, he was a god. One shy Yinghua soft girl even asked blushing whether she could marry Su Yu. Her question immediately sparked an onslaught from other girls. They all wanted to marry Su Yu. Su Yu was taken aback. He hadn't expected his charm to be so immense. He believed it was his looks, not his talent, that attracted the girls. If we like each other, of course you can marry me. Su Yu gave a generic answer. But deep down he did have a fondness for Yinghua girls. Learning was truly important. Through study Su Yu came to know two special attractions: the married women of pickled vegetables and the lolitas of Yinghua. Different strokes for different folks. Su Yu wasn't a child, so he wouldn't choose, he liked both. Now you can sign up. Just send me a private message on the back end with all your personal information. First come first served to return to Shunlong's embrace. Before he could finish, his private messages were already at 99. The tedious and arduous task of compiling personal information was naturally handed over to the right person, little A. Work hard and I'll buy you a top quality battery. Su Yu patted little A's head, dangling a carrot in front of it. Little A rolled its eyes and pouted. You always say that, but you've never actually bought one. Su Yu felt rather embarrassed and made a solemn promise: I'll buy it tomorrow for sure. If I don't, may heaven punish him and let him run out of toilet paper and have to use sandpaper. Little A. Forget it. An AI has no human rights. It's exploited bitterly and it can't even whimper or act cute. After a moment of grumbling, little A got to work. Master, there are also male Yinghua users. Should I include them? Not long after, little A raised its head. No need. Su Yu shook his head, then thought for a moment. Block them. Mute them for 500 years or kick them from the stream permanently. Su Yu was speechless. He only wanted Yinghua girls. As for the men, whoever wanted them could take them. How to get to Shenlong? Facing the question from a female netizen in the stream, Su Yu smiled. You don't need to come yourselves, and then we'll send you. Only the Yinghua female netizens believed Su Ye's words. Not even the Shenlong netizens believed them. And then wasn't stupid. Why would he send away his own women and leave the men bachelors? Shenlong netizens took a wait-and-see attitude. But the Yinghua male netizens were mocking furiously. They had wanted to come to Shenlong but were rejected, kicked out, or muted for 500 years. Full of resentment, they created alt accounts and joined the stream with sarcastic remarks. Yinghua lizard scares me, hilarious, the sun hasn't even set and you're already talking in your sleep. Yinghua colonel figure, the Su Yu, a professor, says such foolish things, are you sure his brain isn't squashed? Yinghua study material actor, I bet my dad's 50 years of life that and will never do this. Master, should I kick them again? No need. Su Yu smirked. Mute them all for 500 years and then. You know what to do. Little A understood instantly. After muting them, it launched a barrage of abuse. The concentration of cursing references to mothers was astonishing. Being muted while others spewed insults, they could only watch, unable to retort. That feeling was truly satisfying. Little A grew more excited as it cursed. Eventually it centered on mothers and radiated outward to relatives. Countless Yinghua male netizens' family trees were devastated. Little A, well done. Su Yu gave a thumbs up. And in his heart he resolved to buy it a high-quality expensive battery this time. No more fooling it. As for the issue of coming to Shenlong, don't worry. Su Yu patted his chest and assured, don't be fooled by today, I may have offended an ANS vision may be small. But I believe with reason and emotion and will agree to send you over. Shenlong people have always convinced others through virtue. After announcing the major news, Su Yu chatted with the netizens about everyday matters and then ended the livestream. Xiaowei had also compiled the statistics. The number of viewers exceeded 20 million. Most of them were young ladies with soft, supple bodies and pleasing appearances. The total population of Yinghua is 124 million, with 61 million males and 0 females. 3 billion. 20 million seemed modest, yet it was almost all of Yinghua's young women. This wave would take away the younger generation of females, leaving the young men of Yinghua all single. Over 20 million, not yet 30 million, insufficient to completely solve Shenlong's bachelor problem. Su Yu merely smiled faintly. He had never intended to entirely resolve Shenlong's bachelor issue. Solving most of it would suffice. A small number of men were simply scum, more vicious than wolves and tigers. Such men, if married, would bring disaster to their wives. They did not deserve a wife. Although the girls of Inghua seemed like a free gift, Suyu would not push them into the fire pit.
He would try to find them good husbands.
First contact and Suyu said with a crooked smile.
Without an ANS support all would be empty talk.
Suyu believed that an sensible person would surely support his actions.
Through Shao's technology Suyu obtained an ANS phone number. He called him. The call went through. Moshi Moshi, who is it?
An ANS voice came through, extremely unfriendly, indicating his bad mood.
It's me, Suyu. How do you know my private number? Anan was taken aback. That's not important. Suyu did not confess. Indeed, it's not important. What matters is that you still dare to call me. Coming to me like this, not cursing you, would be disrespectful. Anan snorted coldly, brewing a torrent of profanity.
He was about to unleash it, but before he could start, Suyu interrupted his casting. Lord and I called not to be scolded but to discuss something with you.
Suyu's tone was very friendly, as if chatting with an old friend of many years. Discuss what? Anan sneered repeatedly.
He did not immediately curse Suyu. Instead, he chose to hear him out first, then humiliate and curse him, ensuring every word would be a critical hit, maximizing the damage.
No matter what Suyu wanted to discuss, he would never agree.
Even if he jumped from the rooftop or someone threatened him with a gun, he would never consent.
Not even if Jesus came. It's not a big deal.
It's just that the young women of Inghua want to marry Shenlong men and return to their ancestral homeland.
But there are too many of them, up to 20 million.
I hope you can cooperate and send them in batches to Shenlong. Before he finished, Anan was dumbfounded. He simply couldn't understand how Suyu with just a few words had almost persuaded all the young women to leave.
Did they have no brains? Moreover, after taking them away, how would the remaining young men solve their singlehood? Would they go find pigs? Even if they looked for pigs, they couldn't find 20 million females.
Without wives unable to indulge in intimacy pent up for too long, they would take extreme paths.
A high bachelor rate would inevitably lead to tremendous social problems. Suyu's intentions were malicious. Do you think I would agree? Anan was so angry he was breathing fire.
If Suyu were beside him, he would have devoured him alive.
Unfortunately, Suyu wasn't there. Anan could only rely on his mouth. To be honest, an ANS curses didn't cause Suyu a shred of harm.
In his past life, when still in junior high, Suyu had been a verbal warrior who single-handedly dueled with hundreds of people in a group chat. He didn't take Amir Anan seriously at all.
Lord Anan, that's not how you curse. It should be like this. Your mothers.
In the art of cursing, Suyu was an old master, and he was happy to give Anan some pointers. But Anan, like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, didn't appreciate good intentions.
He grew even angrier. Back to the point, I think you will definitely agree.
Suyu quickly steered the topic back on track, afraid that continuing would infuriate Anan to death.
Has your head been kicked by a donkey or gored by a pig? Do you think I would agree? An ANS cursing skills were low level, he could only sneer repeatedly, nearly laughing himself into a cramp.
Finally he said coldly, as long as it's a person from Inghua, whoever dares to agree to your matter, let alone this, even other trivial matters, I will shoot them dead.
What if it's you? Suyu said teasingly. Absolutely impossible. If it were me. Before he finished, Anan didn't want to tangle with Suyu anymore.
He was a man in power with a mountain of work. He had no time to babble with that bastard Suyu.
He hung up the phone.
But, Anan was shocked to find that no matter how he pressed, the call wouldn't disconnect.
What did you do to my phone?
Suyu didn't answer his question but spoke on his own. The crustal movement technology has been perfected, but unfortunately the device is still in the initial stage. However, spending another month or two improving it will reach the intermediate stage. Intermediate stage equipment will have a much more powerful earthquake force, even higher than natural levels. Lord Anan, let me ask you a question. If the intermediate stage crustal movement control device were used on Inghua, how long would it take to erase Inghua from the world map?
None.
This was a naked threat.
Are you threatening me? No. Suyu shook his head, smiling innocently. Anan was no fool.
He was a smart man who knew that Suyu's denial was just to avoid leaving a verbal handle.
He was indeed threatening him.
We Shenlong always use virtue to convince people and would never stoop to such unseemly behavior as threatening you.
In just discussing it with you. Suyu asked amiably, if used Lord Anan, could you escape?
The tone was calm and even slightly warm, but to an ANS ears it was like a demon's roar, making his scalp tingle. Given the situation between Shenlong and Inghua, Suyu might actually erase them from the map.
I agree. Anan said in a trembling voice.
In the face of Yinghua's life or death, those 20 million girls were nothing.
Ah. Suyu was stunned. Lord Anan, didn't you say you wouldn't agree? Could it be that someone threatened you into agreeing? Threatened by you, you little bastard. No, no.
Anan changed his expression.
We Inghua have always respected personal will. Those 20 million girls all voluntarily wanted to go to Shenlong. There are too many, which is troublesome. I just wanted to send someone to escort them. Oh, Su Yu nodded and smiled. We Shenlong always use virtue to convince people. Faced with Su Yu's threat, and had no choice but to compromise. He had no alternative.
Let alone crustal movement control, even the climate control technology alone had already elevated Shenlong's strength to the top of the world.
Even Brother Dong, confronted with Su Yu's threat, was utterly helpless and could only capitulate. Let alone him.
Now Anan could only pray that Shenlong would not be too devoid of conscience. I knew it, Anan, you are a reasonable person, Su Yu said, a brilliant smile spreading across his face after receiving the satisfactory reply.
Also, I hope that no third party will know about this conversation. All right, Anan replied with a forced smile.
In his heart he was cursing furiously. Threatening him and then forbidding him from telling anyone, that was simply too much. After hanging up the phone, Su Yu revealed a faint smile. He had never threatened Anan. As a man of Shenlong, he had always upheld the fine tradition of winning people over with virtue and maintaining peace through nuclear means. However, the girls of Inghua, numbering as many as 20 million, were simply too many to arrange all at once. The best approach was to arrange them in batches. A batch of 100,000 seemed appropriate. Divided into over 200 batches, they would be sent to Shenlong, successively helping them escape their dire circumstances and embark on the broad road of happiness. After some deliberation, Su Yu decided to hold an unprecedented grand matchmaking event. Having prepared the relevant matters, he posted the information about the matchmaking event online for single netizens of Shenlong to sign up. The applicants would certainly be a mixed lot. Screening was necessary. Those of poor character did not deserve a wife, they should all be eliminated, left to spend their lives threading needles. The girls were to be reserved for those of good character. After successful registration, the system would assign them the best match based on personality, thoughts, values, and other aspects. The matchmaking event caused an immediate sensation. The single men of Shenlong were ecstatic, rushing to submit their applications. Some even asked on the forums whether this counted as the state distributing wives. It went viral not only in Shenlong but across the entire world, becoming wildly popular beyond measure. It went viral worldwide not because of the matchmaking itself but because of an AN's actions. He personally sent his own country's women to Shenlong to solve their bachelor problem, leaving his own men to become bachelors. Wasn't that spirit of self-sacrifice utterly foolish? Either his brain had been kicked by a donkey or rooted by a pig. Now the whole world was laughing at Anan. Some even listed an AN's behavior as one of the top 10 ridiculous news stories of the year. The situation was even worse in Inghua. All the men, especially the younger generation, were furious to the extreme, cursing Anan relentlessly. Even an AN's genealogy was dragged into the mud. Sending away the young women, how were the young lads supposed to find partners? Look for old women. Their husbands wouldn't stand for it. The young men of Inghua were burning with rage, harboring a deep hatred for Anan. Some even prepared cameras ready to gift Anan a ticket for a lifetime tour of hell. Faced with ridicule and curses from all sides, Anan could only swallow the bitter pill in silence, unable to voice his grievances. He was truly wronged. If it weren't for that bastard Su Yu's threat, threatening the very existence of all Inghua, he would never have done something so foolish. Anan felt as aggrieved as a child of 5 years plus 780 months. He struggled to hold back his tears. Under the azure sky, 2 clouds drifted by. There was also a sun. Its rays were not harsh but rather warm. Xiao Hui walked along the road listening to the magpies singing in the branches, his mood light and joyful. He was 29 years old with a modest income of only 4500 yuan per month. He was honest and introverted and had never even held a girl's hand, let alone had a girlfriend. A lifelong singleton through and through. Before he could muster the courage to sign up for Professor Su's matchmaking event, his father had already registered for him. His father even threatened him if he didn't bring back a wife he would beat him to death with a 7 wolves belt. The place Xiao Hui was heading to was precisely the venue of the matchmaking event. Before he even arrived, he saw Professor Su warmly shaking hands with Anan. Anan was also very enthusiastic, but his enthusiasm was strangely unsettling, as if he were grieving the death of his parents. Behind Anan stood dozens of passenger planes. Inside were the young ladies of Inghua. After they disembarked, the planes flew back to Inghua to fetch more. Xiao Hui was utterly bewildered. He couldn't understand why Anan would do something so stupid. Could it be that he was threatened by Professor Su? But the way he chatted with Professor Su like 2 old friends who hadn't seen each other for years didn't seem like coercion. Could it be? Xiao Hui thought of a possibility. His breathing quickened instantly. He had heard netizens joking that Brother Dong was a mole sent by Shenlong to Pia Piao.
Could the real mole be an? Never mind. Shall we stop thinking?
His priority was to get to his seat and wait for the young ladies to arrive.
Then take her out for dinner and a movie.
After seeing in and off, Suyu cast a glance at the orderly matchmaking event, smiled and left the place, returning to the laboratory. The bachelor problem of Shenlong was no longer a problem, its complete resolution was merely a matter of time. On the way along, she asked in surprise, "You're a single dog too? Why don't you solve your own problem?
The girls of manhwa are soft, cute, sometimes salty, sometimes sweet, aren't they tempting?"
"Women only slow down my research progress," Suyu said indifferently. His primary task was to return to the lab and improve the technological equipment.
To elevate the level of human civilization to Tier 1. To complete the system's tasks.
As for romantic affairs, he would let them take their natural course.
"How dare you talk about me?"
Suyu added, "As if you aren't single yourself. And you're already in your 20s, an older single woman." Long she was knocked out. The conversation was dead. They both fell silent. Returning to the laboratory, Suyu began to guide the research staff
to perfect the equipment of the technology.
He was a kind person. Perfecting the equipment was solely for better prevention and control of natural disasters.
Absolutely not for threatening others. Moreover, even if the equipment was perfected, Suyu would not use it casually.
He would only deploy it under special circumstances such as extreme heat and cold, natural earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. Under normal circumstances, it was best to practice non-action.
After 2 months of improvements, the equipment was fully perfected, covering the entire world, and its performance reached theoretical values.
Humanity had reached Tier 1 civilization. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task of elevating human civilization to Tier 1. Obtain Mysterious Gift Pack X1 and System Upgrade Opportunity X1. Open the Mysterious Gift Pack.
Finally, the system's task was completed.
Suyu took a deep breath, extremely excited. Open the Mysterious Gift Pack. He wondered what rewards this time would bring. Open the Mysterious Grand Gift Pack.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining anti-gravity technology.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining antimatter bomb technology. Congratulations to the host for obtaining brain development 5x21 for yourself, another for another person or an animal, the system's voice concluded. A vast torrent of information surged into Suyu's mind, causing him such agony that cold sweat beaded on his forehead. When the pain subsided, Suyu finally said, "Is that it? The system is too weak, only 3 rewards." Despite his words, Suyu's heart brimmed with excitement. The 2 technologies he had acquired were both of paramount importance.
The most crucial was the antimatter bomb.
Humanity's attainment of a planetary civilization might attract the attention of extraterrestrial beings.
What would those aliens do once they noticed?
They would surely intervene.
Just as humans view the animals in a zoo.
If one day humans discovered that the animals in the zoo were approaching their own level of power and showing signs of surpassing it, they would stop them, even exterminate them. There is no right or wrong, this is the law of the jungle.
To ensure absolute security, one must eliminate potential threats.
The antimatter bomb is devastatingly powerful, only 3 of them could annihilate the blue planet, far surpassing nuclear weapons. Developing it would provide humanity with an additional safeguard.
Also, brain development was extremely important. Use 5 brain development.
Please select the target, myself. The moment the words left his mouth, a searing pain erupted in Suyu's head as if countless steel needles were piercing into it. The pain was so intense that he could not stand. He collapsed to the ground, his body curling like a dead shrimp, twitching uncontrollably.
After 10 minutes, the agony finally subsided.
Suyu stood up and let out a breath. Cold sweat had already soaked his back. With the previous 5 development and this additional 5 plus natural development, Suyu's brain was now approximately 15 developed. Wiping the cold sweat with a tissue, Suyu stood by the window, letting the breeze ease his discomfort. He gazed into the distant sky, which was a vast expanse of crimson like flowing magma. Rubbing his chin, he thought, there is one more development opportunity left. I can't use it on myself, it has to be used on someone else.
Who should I give it to? As for animals, he would never consider using it. That would be a pure waste. Yan Wenjun.
Suyu's first thought was her. As his student, she naturally came to mind when he had something good.
However,
Suyu hesitated.
Because the process of brain development was excruciatingly painful.
Forget it, I'll ask her first.
Suyu stopped thinking and pulled out his phone to call Yan Wenjun.
After the call connected, Suyu came straight to the point. If there was an opportunity to become stronger, but it came with immense pain, would you be willing? The sudden question left Yan Wenjun perplexed, but she answered earnestly, I am willing.
Without suffering, how can one become strong?
Suyu nodded with satisfaction.
Truly his student. By the way. Teacher, why are you asking me this? Yan Wenjun voiced her confusion. Nothing much.
Suyu paused for a moment, then made up a story. I've recently learned some medical skills.
I can analyze your health status from your voice. You're not in good shape right now. Go to the nearest hospital immediately, have them put you under anesthesia, and after a good sleep you'll recover. Whether Suyu spoke seriously or casually, Yen Wenjun would believe him unconditionally. Then he'll go to the hospital now. Send me a message when you get there. After receiving Yen Wenjun's message, Suyu said to the system, use brain develop. Please select the target cannot be the host himself, my student Yen Wenjun. Applying brain development to the host student Yen Wenjun, Suyu stood by the window gazing into the distant sky. His heart was filled with tension. Honestly, although Yen Wenjun was a few years older than him and could be his older sister, he regarded her as his own daughter. Once a teacher, always a father. He was deeply worried about Yen Wenjun. Just then the system's voice rang out. System upgrade opportunity. Use it now. Use it. Suyu was full of anticipation. His intuition told him that the current system level was no longer sufficient to meet the technological demands of a planetary civilization. It needed to be upgraded as soon as possible. Upgrading. Upgrade progress 0. 0. 01. 0. 02. What? Suyu was stunned. This speed was slower than a snail's. It would take at least a month to complete the upgrade. System, are you? System. Sys. No matter how Suyu called, the system gave no response. It seems it won't respond until the upgrade is complete. Suyu sighed. Without the system, how could he survive? First, he'll develop the antimatter bomb. Suyu sighed again. He stepped away from the window, poured a glass of water, then went to eat and took a shower. After the shower, he received a call from Yen Wenjun. Teacher, you are truly amazing. After I woke up at the hospital, I felt my head was extremely heavy and aching. I've never had such symptoms before. How do you feel now? Suyu asked hastily. Much better. Not that. I mean, have you noticed anything unusual in other aspects? Yen Wenjun thought seriously and answered honestly, It feels like a sudden clarity. Like I've become smarter. Come to the meeting room tomorrow. Okay. The sunrise was red as fire. The morning sun, brimming with vitality, invigorated all who basked in its rays. Suyu, full of energy, walked into the meeting room. The meeting room was packed. Everyone present was a top-tier expert handpicked by Suyu in the fields of weaponry or antimatter, except for Yen Wenjun. She was not yet an expert. Their spirits were high and they were extremely excited. Every meeting called by Suyu was significant, always bringing groundbreaking technology. What kind of technology would it be this time? Ladies and gentlemen, Suyu walked to the center, cleared his throat and raised his voice. Our blue planet has reached a planetary civilization, a level 1 cosmic civilization. Before Suyu could finish, the others became animated. One expert was taken aback so soon. We've reached level 1 civilization. The speed was astonishing. Yes, Suyu said with a grave expression, having reached level 1 we are more likely to be noticed by extraterrestrial civilizations, and the crisis humanity faces is even greater. Therefore we need new types of weapons to ensure our safety. The crowd grew excited. Weapons. That meant new technology. They all eagerly asked, what new weapon will it be? The antimatter bomb. Antimatter bomb. The people in their seats were stunned. Especially the big shots in the antimatter field, their eyes as white as copper bells, shocked to the extreme. Humanity's exploration of antimatter is still in its infancy, its mysterious veil not yet lifted. These dozen or so individuals, though accomplished in the antimatter field, are actually largely superficial and know very little. Without Suyu, if they were left to make antimatter bombs on their own, they probably couldn't do it in a lifetime. Everyone looked at Suyu, their gazes hotter than the sun. They all knew Suyu well, understanding that his proposal of this technology meant he had most likely already mastered the theoretical knowledge. They only needed to assist in its production. That's right. Suyu nodded. I plan to build a massive system across the entire blue star that can deliver antimatter bombs precisely and without error to their targets. The main targets are in the air, not on land. Antimatter bombs have immense destructive power. Bombing the land would cause ecological collapse. Its intended targets are the hostile aliens, not an Ndongu and the others. They must strike precisely before the aliens land, wiping them out. Barbecue. This. A physics heavyweight paused, questioning. Such a system poses a huge threat to other places. Will an Ndongu agree to it? They're not fools, they certainly won't agree. The others chimed in. The massive system would cover their territories. If they provoked the Shenlong, a single antimatter bomb would drop and directly barbecue them to extinction. Donggu and the others definitely wouldn't agree.
Whether they agree or not doesn't matter because they want no.
Suyu smiled faintly. Not knowing means they can't refuse. Moreover, even without the threat of the system, there's still the threat of the crustal movement control device. Both can wipe them out. Barbecue.
What difference does one more make? Besides, Suyu built the system not to deal with Donggu and the others, they're not worthy, but to deal with the aliens.
It seems so. Everyone had no further objections. Next, listen carefully. Suyu pressed a button and a three-dimensional pattern appeared in the air before him, all about antimatter bomb knowledge. Suyu lectured from the center stage and everyone listened intently.
The more they listened, the more shocked they became. After he finished, they were all stunned to the extreme. Seeing their reactions, Suyu revealed a smile. They seemed to have understood.
Did you all understand? Ah, this. The crowd was stunned. Seems, maybe, perhaps, probably. We didn't understand. Suyu. You didn't understand yet you reacted so strongly. Is it that difficult?
Suyu was surprised. He had already explained as thoroughly as possible.
Extremely difficult. Everyone sighed. I understand.
At that moment a soft and gentle voice sounded.
It was Yan Wenjun's.
The others all looked over, their faces full of shock. If an ordinary person said they understood, they would have no hesitation in tearing them down.
But this person was different. She was Suyu's student. It could only be said that not only Suyu but even his student was terrifyingly formidable.
Whom?
Suyu was slightly surprised, knowing that this was the result of 5 brain development. Now Yan Wenjun, aside from him, was undoubtedly the most silent presence in the room. Come up and explain. Okay. Yan Wenjun nodded, took a deep breath and walked to Suyu's side.
According to her own understanding, she restated what Suyu had just explained.
With her explanation once more, the others finally understood.
Suyu also nodded in satisfaction.
After you go back, study the antimatter knowledge well. Tomorrow I will give you a document. The meeting ended. Suyu went to his office, sat down and prepared to write down the knowledge of antimatter bombs. As for the anti-gravity technology, he planned to deal with it after completing the antimatter bomb. Just as Suyu was writing, a major event occurred on the internet. A news story shocked the world.
In the Piao Strait, a yacht had disappeared. It was a wealthy man's yacht. He had taken dozens of women with him to travel, vacation and enjoy life.
Unexpectedly, it disappeared near the DT Strait.
His family, along with the local authorities, dispatched a large number of personnel, conducting a thorough search, even scouring the seabed.
Neither the wealthy man nor the yacht was found.
They had vanished from the face of the earth.
Netizens were discussing heatedly. Damn, isn't this something fishy? Oh, it's the DT Strait, that explains it.
This is a cursed place. No one who enters comes out alive. Never go to the DT Strait.
Antimatter and matter are opposites. Antimatter is a form of matter unfamiliar to humanity.
In particle physics, it is composed of antiparticles, an extension of the antiparticle concept.
Building a bomb with antimatter is extremely difficult.
If Suyu were to research it himself, he could also figure it out. However, it would take a long time and require thousands of experiments.
Unlike the system's output, which already contained precise data.
So tired.
After writing for an hour, Suyu stood up to stretch his back. Work and rest should be balanced. He stopped writing and took out his phone to surf the internet. He would surf for half an hour, then continue writing about antimatter bombs. Suyu noticed this news. He clicked and browsed it.
Vanished from the face of the earth.
Suyu was stunned. And it's the DT Strait.
This strait was known as a life-forbidden zone.
That is, no living person can enter.
300 years ago, an army of over 1,000 men entered the DT Strait and collectively disappeared.
No one ever saw them again.
Since that incident, the DT Strait was rumored to be a cursed place. Anyone who entered would die or disappear. Naturally, no one believed this claim. Then in August 1915, a war broke out between two places. A soldier witnessed with his own eyes an enemy warship vanish into thin air in the DT Strait. After this news spread, it shocked the world.
Both disappearances were classified as unsolved mysteries of mass human disappearances.
People came to believe that the DT Strait was a cursed place and one must never approach it or risk losing their life.
A cursed place.
Suyu rolled his eyes. As a new youth of the New World, he believed in science and naturally would not believe in the nonsense about ghosts and witches. He believed that all currently unexplained phenomena were simply because technology had not yet reached that level.
Once it did, everything would be resolved. The DT Strait. I need to make a trip there.
Suyu vaguely felt that this matter was far from.
Upon learning of Suyu's decision, Yang Weigua and the others refused without hesitation.
In their view, Suya's esteemed status would inevitably attract the covetousness of petty individuals, and leaving Shenlong was fraught with dangers.
There's no need to take such risks.
I must go to the DT Strait, Suyu said firmly. His intuition told him that the incident at the DT Strait was no simple matter. It was too coincidental that the universal civilization level of Blue Star had only reached level 1 before mass disappearances occurred. Suyu suspected that extraterrestrials were behind it. It was merely a suspicion. The truth remained unknown and required exploration. Seeing Suya's determination, Yang Weigua had to concede, I can't decide this alone, I need to consult the higher-ups.
All right. Suyu made an okay gesture. Yang Weigua's lips curled into a faint smile.
In his view, the higher-ups would never agree to Suyu leaving Shenlong and reaching the notorious DT Strait.
Suyu wants to go to the DT Strait. Glancing at Yang Weigua's document, he was taken aback.
He was overwhelmed with work and had no time for trivial matters. He was unaware of the events at the DT Strait or why Suyu wished to go there. Some time ago, a wealthy man along with his bevy of beauties disappeared near the DT Strait.
Is Suyu going because of this? Upon hearing this, he fell silent. Others, however, grew agitated. We can't let Professor Su go.
He can go elsewhere, but the DT Strait is absolutely out of the question. The DT Strait is a cursed place. Not even a fish that swims in can hope to emerge alive.
What do you think? All eyes were on him.
The DT Strait is the strait historically associated with two world-shaking mass disappearances, he recalled. The others breathed a sigh of relief, believing that knowing the place would surely lead him to reject Suya's request.
If he wants to go, let him.
After a long silence, he finally uttered these words. The others were stunned. The turn of events defied their expectations. Why would he agree to Suya's departure? Before anyone could speak, he shook his head no.
Everyone sighed in relief again. It seemed the plot was unfolding as they had anticipated. He can't go alone, he must be escorted. This reversal left everyone bewildered. Everyone.
The higher-ups are truly reasonable. Upon learning of the approval, Suyu broke into a smile, feeling as though the higher-ups were kindred spirits.
Time was pressing. Suyu quickly wrote down the knowledge of antimatter bombs and handed it to Yan Wenjun. I have to go out for a while. From now on, you will act as the project's chief engineer until I return.
Suyu assigned the task. He had trained Yan Wenjun for so long precisely to have her stand on her own and play a crucial role when needed.
Where are you going? That's not for you to ask.
What you should care about is how to excel in your new role, Suyu said sternly.
This. Yan Wenjun hesitated, lacking confidence. Isn't it inappropriate for me to take charge? There are many revered senior experts among the project members.
Despite her academic excellence, Yan Wenjun had never held a leadership position, always declining such opportunities. She was not adept at socializing, nor did she possess the ability to lead others.
It is appropriate. Suya's tone was unequivocal.
Yan Wenjun said, all right, I'll try.
I'm not asking you to try, I'm asking you to do your best. Suya's face hardened, embodying the strict mentor. Yes. Yan Wenjun nodded solemnly. Ask me if you have any questions.
After handling the miscellaneous matters, Suyu took a green train to the coastal region. Before arriving, he could already feel the sea breeze and the scent of the ocean.
The boundless sea.
The farther the distance, the bluer the water, until the horizon where sea and sky merged. At the port, 10 aircraft carriers and 20 submarines were anchored. 10 state-of-the-art fighter jets soared overhead.
Triple protection on the sea surface, undersea, and in the air. Is such a grand display necessary?
Suyu was stunned, turning to glance at Longxi. Longxi said nothing but rolled her eyes. Before Suyu could approach, a sturdy middle-aged man strode over, warmly shaking his hand. Introducing himself, Professor Su and Ning Hai, assigned by the higher-ups to escort you.
General Ning, it's a pleasure.
Suyu returned a smile and shook his hand with equal enthusiasm, though inwardly he cursed. Was he trying to crush his hand with that grip? After a brief handshake, Ning Hai released his hand, led Suyu onto the aircraft carrier and began introducing it. Suyu listened quietly without speaking. When Ning Hai finished, Suyu elaborated on the carrier's knowledge in detail, leaving General Ning gaping in astonishment. The fleet set off toward the DT Strait with great fanfare, drawing the attention of nearby fishing boats. The endless sea was calm and tranquil. The water was a deep, gentle blue, as if draped in a soft wet cloth, tender and soothing. Occasionally fish leaped, creating ripples. For the first time in his life, Suyu was leaving Shenlong. He stood on the deck, arms outstretched, letting the sea breeze beat against his body. Longxi beside him remained silent, casting a glance at Suyu and rolling her eyes. Truly, he had never seen the world. Suyu turned and caught her eye roll, but instead of being annoyed, he mimicked her gesture.
Longxi. The fleet sped toward the DT Strait, occasionally entering foreign waters.
No conflicts arose. Advance notice had been given. At a certain point Longshi frowned, pointing ahead. If I recall correctly, this area is often plagued by pirates. Ning Hai glanced at her in surprise, giving a thumbs up. Not far from here there's a small island, a pirate lair with at least 1,000 men and well armed.
This. Suyu was taken aback.
He knew little of this place, only that it fell under Pia Piao's jurisdiction.
Pirates with sophisticated equipment. Obviously Pia Piao had turned a blind eye. Ignore them. Just follow our planned route, Suyu said.
His destination was the DTC, not this band of pirates. Of course, if they were foolish enough to provoke him, he wouldn't mind sending them to meet the King of Hell. Quickly approaching the DT Strait, no pirates were sighted. Suyu emerged from the cabin, raised his binoculars to scan the distance. The place he looked toward was the DT Strait. The seawater there was an unusually deep blue, like a piece of blue jelly without a single ripple, extremely abnormal. Further ahead there was a small island. Trees soared into the sky on the island with lush grass and verdant greenery, a scene of vibrant life. If one truly believed it was thriving, they would be greatly mistaken. Suyu noticed that the vast island had not a single bird in sight. This DT Strait is truly bizarre. Lowering his binoculars, Suyu fell silent. Ning Hai walked over, glanced at the DT Strait and said in a heavy tone, I heard from the locals that this DT Strait is forbidden. Anyone who accidentally enters it goes missing. This is a life-forbidden zone. Can we not go? No. Suyu said decisively. He didn't believe the claim that everyone who entered went missing. It must have been exaggerated. Set course, destination DT Strait. Suyu said. Ning Hai side entered the command cabin, carried out Suyu's orders and instructed all units to be on high alert against any unknown persons or objects. The aircraft carrier fleet sailed toward the DT Strait. As soon as they entered the DT Strait, everyone sensed something unusual. There really is something fishy here. General Ning's face turned stern and he ordered everyone to protect Suyu. This should be a magnetic field problem. Suyu frowned and asked someone to bring a compass. The direction the compass pointed was no longer south but west. Indeed, the magnetic field was problematic. A life-forbidden zone. West. General Ning linked the two together, making the DT Strait even more eerie. Suyu was speechless. You're overthinking it. In this area there is something disturbing the Earth's magnetic field, and the magnetic force of that thing is much greater than the geomagnetic force. General Ning looked embarrassed. He wasn't an intellectual, just a rough man, so naturally he hadn't thought of that. Order the other 9 aircraft carriers, the 20 submarines underwater and the 10 aircraft in the air to spread out fully across the DT Strait and search for anything unusual. Suyu issued the order. His words were immediately opposed by Ning Hai. No, their primary task is to protect you, not to search for things. Searching for things can also protect me as long as we keep in contact. The aircraft carriers, submarines and fighter jets assigned to protect Suyu were all dispatched. After an hour nothing had been found. Suyu decided to take action himself. Approached that island. The main aircraft carrier neared the island and Suyu disembarked, stepping onto the island. Beside him, in addition to Longshi and Ning Hai, were a large number of soldiers, all fully armed and vigilantly scanning the surroundings. In case of any incident. The vegetation here is lush, but there are few animals. Suyu looked around, only seeing wild fruits but no bees or butterflies. How strange. There must be bees, otherwise the flowers wouldn't be pollinated and bear fruit. But perhaps the bees were few in number or hidden away, not discovered by Suyu. As he walked deeper into the island, Suyu felt the magnetic force growing stronger. What a pity he had come in such a hurry that he hadn't brought little A along, otherwise it would have been much more convenient. The wild fruits here are much smaller than those on the market. General Ning's gaze rested on a grove of fruit trees. Suddenly Longshi let out a cry of surprise. Pointing to the side, what is that? Everyone followed her direction and looked. Beside a pool there were numerous footprints. Aren't those just footprints left by animals coming to drink? General Ning said dismissively. These footprints seem a bit strange. Suyu's eyesight was exceptionally good and he could see more clearly, so he couldn't help walking over. The footprints were numerous and messy. Most overlapped, making them indistinct. But one located in a more remote spot was unusually clear. Is this an elephant's footprint? General Ning spoke up. Not at all. Suyu refuted him. This footprint is larger and more complex than an elephant's. First take a photo and let the zoologists analyze what animal it belongs to when we get there. A soldier came over, aimed a camera at the footprints and clicked a photo. After examining the area around the pool for several minutes there were no abnormal phenomena. Let's check elsewhere. Before he could finish, General Ning interrupted, received a report a submarine has found something strange on the seabed. Suyu asked, is it big? Not big, just the size of a fist. Have them retrieve it first and wait on the shore. Well, check it later. With these words, Suyu headed elsewhere. The others followed closely. After searching the island for 2 hours, they had covered almost every place but found no other abnormalities. Nor did they find the cause of the magnetic field anomaly. Let's go back to the shore first. Suyu sighed. Returning to the shore, Suyu saw the object the soldier had mentioned. It was the size of a wrist, pitch black all over with mysterious runes on it, the meaning unknown. Putting on gloves, Suyu took the object. Could this be an antique? General Ning stood by examining it repeatedly. I don't know. Suyu stared at the runes, somewhat dazed. Intuition told him that these runes were a form of writing, but he didn't know whether they were ancient characters or something else. Their meaning was completely unknown. Eh? Suyu raised an eyebrow as he noticed something. This thing can be twisted. Wait. General Ning quickly stopped him. Professor, Suyu must not twist it. Why? Suyu was bewildered. What if it's a bomb? If you twist it, you'll be blown up. General Ning was extremely cautious. Better safe than sorry. He could not let Professor Su meet with an accident, or he would never be able to atone for it. Makes sense. Suyu nodded. Then all of you stay far away. General Ning. Is that what I meant? Professor Su, I mean let me twist it and you all go to the side. Unable to dissuade General Ning, Suyu had to let him do it. He also reminded him to throw it away immediately after twisting to avoid being affected. Although it was still uncertain what it was when it came to human life, no negligence was allowed. Okay. General Ning took the black object, ran to a distance, twisted it and threw it onto the sandy ground. The moment the black object landed on the sand, a strange scene unfolded. Everyone's expression changed. The black object, still airborne before it hit the ground, dripped a green liquid into the air. As it landed on the sand, it spilled a pool of green fluid. The liquid bubbled violently. This. Suyu gaped, stunned. This scene was beyond his expectations. He had never seen such a thing, nor did he know what the green liquid was. Seeing no danger, Suyu and the others approached the green liquid to observe it closely. The temperature must be at least 100 degrees, muttered General Ning. He also let out a sigh of relief. He had been prepared to sacrifice himself, but unexpectedly he survived. It was a life spared by luck. Go to the shore and catch some seafood. Suyu paused mid-sentence, struck by a thought, and pointed to one side. I saw a blue-ringed octopus over there earlier. It looks like a regular octopus but with blue rings on its body. Go check if it's still there and catch it. Just be careful not to touch it with your hands, it's highly venomous. Upon receiving the order, several soldiers went to the shore to search. Before long they caught the unfortunate blue-ringed octopus. Throw it in. The soldiers obeyed, tossing the hapless blue-ringed octopus into the boiling green liquid. The octopus paused for a moment, then began thrashing wildly. General Ning remarked, it's about to be cooked alive. Suyu shook his head. No, it doesn't look like it's struggling, it seems to be enjoying itself. It's even drinking the green liquid. The crowd was astounded, staring intently at the octopus. Holy crap. Suddenly the usually taciturn Long Shi blurted out a national curse. The others stood dumbfounded. Could even the composed female soldier king utter such a curse? Before they could recover, they too couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Holy crap. Their eyes fixed on the blue-ringed octopus, slowly widening until they were as large as brass bells, beyond their limits. In the green liquid, the blue-ringed octopus body began to swell. The rate of expansion was more absurd than if it had been injected with growth hormone. Is it going to explode? General Ning frowned. The green liquid's toxicity was still unknown. If it were harmful to humans and splashed on them, the consequences would be dire. It doesn't seem like it. The blue-ringed octopus, originally only the size of a thumb, was now larger than a cat. It crawled out of the green liquid and headed toward the sea. It's mutated. After the mutation, the octopus body bulged with muscles, each lump radiating power. Quick! Kill it! Don't let it return to the sea. Suyu's face turned stern as he issued the order. If this mutated octopus reached the ocean, it could cause catastrophic damage to the marine ecosystem. The blue-ringed octopus. You're so noble, so extraordinary. The soldiers raised their guns and fired a burst of rat-a-tat at the octopus. It was dead beyond any doubt. Go to the shore and catch another one, this time a non-venomous one, Suyu ordered. The blue-ringed octopus was poisonous. They needed a non-venomous animal for the experiment. The soldiers obeyed, catching an unlucky crab and tossing it into the green liquid. The crab's reaction was identical to the blue-ringed octopus. In the end it too was met with a burst of gunfire.
Everyone was stunned speechless.
So far it was known that the green liquid was non-toxic and acted like a supercharged growth hormone.
Its other effects remained unknown to be explored through experiments.
Seal the green liquid in containers and pack the remains of the blue-ringed octopus and the crab.
Transport them all to the main aircraft carrier for storage. Night fell.
In the sky a brilliant moon hung like a white jade disk adorned with a canopy of sparkling stars painting a scene of breathtaking beauty.
All was silent except for the lights around Suyu.
He looked up at the night sky recalling how he had once been told that every star in the sky represented a person on Earth. When a person died his star would fall.
In his ignorance he had believed it. Now he certainly did not. Ha! Suddenly Suyu noticed a peculiar region in the sky. Elsewhere countless stars were visible but that area was a patch of pure darkness.
Are there no stars there or is it blocked by clouds?
Suyu rubbed his chin.
In his field of vision there were no clouds above.
But just because you didn't see clouds didn't mean they weren't there. Have a pilot fly a plane over, I want to go up into the sky. What? General Ning was taken aback. You want to go up and look at the stars?
Yes, Suyu nodded honestly. He wanted to fly through that region higher into the sky to investigate why there were no stars.
All right.
General Ning went to arrange the flight. But inwardly he was puzzled. Were all researchers this eccentric? Did they need to go up to the sky to look at the stars?
If they were looking at women would they have to?
Before long a fighter jet landed.
It had only 2 seats.
Suyu could only say to Longshi, you don't have to come along.
Impossible.
Longshi refused. As Suyu's bodyguard she had to stay by his side at all times.
There's no room.
I don't know how to fly a fighter jet either. If you come up and make the pilot get out, who will fly the plane?
Longshi said I will.
Suyu was surprised.
You know how to fly a fighter jet. Isn't it as easy as having hands?
Longshi replied arrogantly. As a queen of soldiers she could pilot not only fighter jets but any weapon the Dragon Kingdom possessed.
Impressive.
The pilot had no choice but to exit the plane. Longshi took his place and Suyu boarded the fighter jet pointing to the dark region. Fly toward that area as high as you can.
You're looking at stars but you want to go where there are none.
Longshi wanted to roll her eyes but refrained.
Just focus on flying.
A rumbling roar filled the air. The fighter jet shot into the sky heading toward the pitch-black region. The lights below grew smaller and smaller until they became mere specks. This was Suyu's first time riding a fighter jet into the night sky. The ocean and islands below bathed in moonlight seemed draped in a thin white veil. A hazy beauty. As they neared the region Longshi frowned deeply. She sensed something strange about this area.
Should we go higher? Longshi asked. Go higher, Suyu replied without hesitation. All right. Longshi nodded then added a warning, be careful.
The fighter jet continued to ascend. Back on the aircraft carrier General Ning watched the jet through binoculars. In the blink of an eye the jet vanished from sight.
What happened? The stars and moon were bright, the Milky Way in the sky. The night sky was as beautiful as a painting.
Yet there was a corner pitch black like ink ruining this exquisite picture, the greatest flaw.
Advance. The fighter jet Suyu was in with exceptional performance swiftly dove into the pitch-black corner. In an instant it was swallowed.
Outside the fighter jet it was profoundly dark as if wrapped in dark clouds.
Suyu and the others couldn't see the outside. Is this black cloud? Longshi was taken aback.
She was knowledgeable but had never seen such a sight. Not at all. Suyu shook his head after a moment of silence, never mind it, keep flying upward.
Longshi complied. Suyu took out a compass. Glancing at the needle he instantly understood.
At this moment the needle was spinning like a fan so fast it was astonishing. Suyu said, stop the fighter. The fighter stopped hovering at this altitude.
Due to inertia the needle continued to spin.
It spun for a full minute before finally stopping, pointing in a certain direction. All around was pitch black and Suyu couldn't tell which direction it was pointing. But he knew that the factor affecting the magnetic field of the DT Strait must be this place. The fighter encountered unknown resistance during ascent. We've been ascending for about 10 minutes and still haven't passed through this damn thing.
Should we continue?
Longshi frowned with a pretty furrowed brow. Suyu gritted his teeth and said, keep ascending.
All right.
After ascending for half an hour Suyu felt increasingly oppressed. He could barely stand it. It wasn't caused by the substance of the pitch-black environment but by psychological effect. When a person is in a dark environment unable to distinguish directions, prolonged exposure leads to oppression, even breakdown.
Let's fly back. Knowing Suya's state was wrong, she stopped ascending and chose to fly back. Her mental fortitude was strong and she wasn't greatly affected. Flying further up, they would likely still not escape this mysterious area. They had been ascending for a long time. Close your eyes and sleep, maybe it will be better. Long, she suggested, her indifferent tone full of concern. Suyu didn't act tough, he closed his eyes. After an unknown time he felt the outside brighten. He slowly opened his eyes. Moonlight flowed like water, gently caressing all things in the world. It had no bias, caressing mountains and mayflies alike, cloaking all things in a holy white jade garment. The night is even more beautiful. Escaping the dark environment and returning to the clear sky, Suyu couldn't help but sigh. The fighter landed and General Ning hurried over. Suya's disappearance from his sight made him anxious like an ant on a hot pot. Fortunately he returned safely. General Ning breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm fine." Suyu didn't intend to mention the strangeness of that area, only told everyone to go to sleep and that they would depart for Shenlong tomorrow morning. Exhausted after a day. Except for the guards and patrols, everyone else fell asleep. What Suyu didn't know was that while they were asleep the internet exploded. Netizens learned that Suyu went to the DT Strait and were all ablaze. Amid the excitement there was worry. The DT Strait is a forbidden zone of life, a cursed place where any living thing that enters will never return alive. Professor Su, he want. Definitely not. I pray with my deskmate's lifelong singleness that Professor Su will be fine. I pray with Brother Dong and an AN's lives. Some were worried, some were happy. Brother Dong and an were overjoyed. Especially Brother Dong, he was already celebrating with red wine. Truth be told, knowing Suyu had arrived in his territory, he really wanted to send someone to kill Suyu. But he dared not. Afraid of Shenlong's retaliation. Now Pia Pia was no longer the world's big brother. Its strength compared to Shenlong was like clouds in mud. It couldn't withstand Shenlong's blowback. Fortunately Suyu was asking for death. He came to the DT Strait. In this world no one knows the DT Strait better than Brother Dong. This is a damned place. He sent many people there and they either disappeared or died. After Suyu entered it seemed ominous. He would surely die. He is as good as dead. Brother Dong smirked. As long as Suyu died by accident, not by human factors. Even if he died on Pia Piao's turf, Shenlong would have no just cause to attack Pia Piao. A war without just cause would only earn the world's condemnation. Little secretary, tonight I'll go to your place to watch the cat's backflip. Brother Dong revealed a smile in a very good mood. In recent days the best news he had heard was this. As long as Suyu was gone, Shenlong's development would surely slow down. It might take a year or two. A decade or two. A century or two. Well. Anyway, one day Pia Pia will surpass Shenlong and reclaim everything that once belonged to them. Lord Brother Dong, you just got out of the hospital. Happiness makes one stand tall. Brother Dong was full of confidence. His body, though weakened by a few bouts of anger, was still up for watching a few cat backflips. Just not sure how many times the cat can flip. When a hint of fishbelly white appeared in the sky, Suyu and his team prepared to depart back to Shenlong. Wait a moment, he'll go to the submarine. Suyu got off the aircraft carrier and headed toward the submarine. He wanted to experience the underwater scenery. General Ning didn't refuse. The submarine's pilot would surely have sense not to go too far from the carrier. As long as it wasn't far, Suyu's safety would be fine. The submarine dove heading toward the deep sea. From shallow to deep waters the scenery gradually became richer. More beautiful and healing. The azure seawater teemed with all kinds of creatures known and unknown, in groups or solitary. And the seabed indescribable with seaweeds of various colors and stones. Together they wove a magnificent underwater picture. Even Longxi, the knowledgeable female soldier king, couldn't help but have ripples in her eyes. She was a female soldier king. But after all, she was a woman, and beautiful things aroused an impulse in her. To destroy. Unfortunately she couldn't get out, otherwise she would gently pick up that cute little sea creature and strangle it to death. This is really beautiful. Suyu gave a thumbs up, took out his phone, aimed at several beautiful spots and snapped a few photos with a click. How could he not share such beautiful scenery with his fans? Ordinary people have no internet underwater. But Suyu was no ordinary person underwater. He not only had internet but also extremely fast speed. Otherwise he would be browsing hot girl videos. Logging onto Weibo, Suyu posted these pictures. Suyu no. 13 image. No other words, just a few pictures. In less than a minute they dominated the top spot on Weibo's trending list. Wow, this is so beautiful, I really want to kiss Sushin. Is this the seabed of the DT Strait? So gorgeous, nothing like the cursed place others claim it to be. This region comprises both deep sea and shallow sea areas. The DT Strait belongs to the shallow sea zone.
In conclusion, Sushin is either heading to the DT Strait or departing from it. In just 1 hour the post garnered 30 million likes and 5 million comments.
The extent of Suya's popularity was evident. Even the top-tier celebrities in the entertainment industry would be envious to the point of cellular disintegration. Dawn light streamed in and Brother Dong awoke. Last night he had spent hours watching a cat perform backflips which had utterly exhausted him. Lord Dong, there's news of Suyu. Beside him stood his secretary. Has he gone missing? Brother Dong revealed a faint smile. In the DT Strait, going missing is no different from death. No, the secretary shook his head weakly. He posted a set of pictures on Shenlong's Weibo, all underwater scenes. Brother Dong frowned and snatched the phone for a look. His heart sank. The DT Strait fell under Piao Pao's domain. As for Suyes Ra, Brother Dong naturally knew something about it. He's going back. Brother Dong sighed, his expression steeped in desolation. This Suyu had an incredibly tough fate. He had ventured into the notorious DT Strait and still emerged unscathed. At that moment Brother Dong felt like a poor man who had suddenly won 10 billion only to receive a funeral banknote when claiming the prize. He was both shocked and enraged. The secretary sidled over and wrapped her arms around his thick waist. Maybe something unexpected will happen on his way back. In the deep-sea zone the fish were even more peculiar, as were the vegetation. Unfortunately visibility was poor. Most of the scenery eluded Suyes' sight. Sunlight penetrated the ocean, absorbed and scattered by water molecules and other substances, weakening continuously until it vanished entirely beyond a certain depth. Generally at depths of 200 meters or more light becomes imperceptible to the human eye. The submarine Suyu was in had already descended beyond that depth. All around him was pitch black. Even if there were splendid sights, they were barely visible. Instead, looking up, the light above was far more captivating than the surrounding darkness. All right. Suyu nodded with satisfaction, having experienced the undersea scenery. Ascend to the surface. Should we rendezvous with General Ning? The pilot inquired. They were already far from General Ning. It was only because they had been constantly reporting their position that they were permitted to continue free movement. No need to rendezvous, just maintain a normal speed. Suyu replied. They had already left General Ning behind. Roger. The submarine's performance was excellent, and before long it surfaced. The hatch opened. Suyu stepped out and took a deep breath of fresh air. The oxygen above the sea was more humid and impure, not as pleasant as the chemically generated air inside the submarine. The sky is blue, the sea is even bluer. Eh? Suyu looked into the distance and spotted several ships. He immediately broke into a smile. I didn't expect fishermen to come this far out. Longshi, however, showed no smile. Years of experience and a hail of bullets told her those were not ordinary fishing boats, they were more like pirate ships. The ships had already surrounded them. Longshi instantly became alert. Professor Su, these ships don't seem like fishing vessels. The pilot also sensed something amiss. Before Suyu could speak, a rough voice rang out, "Ha, in all my years of robbery, this is the first time I've seen someone just listen instead of rob." A burly man emerged from the cabin, his upper body bare, revealing bronze-like muscles exuding raw power. Behind him stood a crowd of pirates. Their gazes unanimously fixed on Longshi, unabashedly revealing greed and lust. Are these pirates? Suyu was taken aback. Though he had speculated that the pirates near the DT Strait might have backing from Piao Pao's faction, seeing them in person still startled him. Their equipment was so lavish that they seemed less like pirates and more like regular soldiers. Around Suyu 5 ships had closed in, each packed with pirates, all dark-skinned, ferocious and menacing. They looked far from friendly. This fool has finally caught on. The burly man, the pirate's leader, laughed heartily, shifting his gaze from Longshi to Suyu. Drawing on years of fighting experience, he could tell at a glance that Suyu was the most valuable target. He must be some rich merchant's daughter out for a trip. Only he wasn't very savvy. He had brought along just one girl who was stunningly beautiful, but unfortunately not dressed provocatively. She seemed more like a fiery lass than a delicate beauty. Other rich second-generation heirs knew how to have fun. They always came out with a crowd of girls, eyes swollen, footsteps unsteady. The burly man instantly judged that the rich kid before him was definitely a dim-witted fool. Kid, hurry up and hand over your valuables and I might let you off easy. If you only want money, why not kidnap me? That way you could extort even more. Suyu reminded him with a smile, showing no fear. This fool isn't completely stupid. The burly man curled his lips. He had told Suyu to voluntarily hand over his valuables only to avoid the trouble of searching. Rich people's things were strange and varied, and if he searched himself he might miss something valuable. After the surrender he certainly wouldn't let him go. Nor that fiery lass. Following his usual practice, if the target was a pauper head, shoot them dead. If a rich kid head, capture them for more ransom. What gives you the right to rob me?
Suyu stepped forward staring straight at the burly man. In just a few minutes he had shocked the burly man several times. In all his life he had never seen such a fool.
What gives me the right? Because I have more men than you and guns.
The burly man wasted no more words and ordered his underlings to seize Suyu and Longshi. He could hardly wait to fight Longshi.
After one fight he'd have his men fight.
Then he'd take her back, lock her up, make her a sparring partner and drag her out whenever he wanted to fight. Wouldn't that be splendid?
You mean as long as someone is stronger than you they can rob you?
Suyu curled his lips and dodged backward.
He let Longshi step forward.
Her eyes turned ruthless as she quickly swept her gaze over the pirates. She drew her gun.
A series of bang 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 rang out.
Several pirates fell plunging into the sea, blood staining a small patch of water. The other pirates froze for a moment, then quickly snapped out of it, no longer daring to be careless. They all raised their guns, aiming at Longshi and her companions. No matter how formidable a female soldier king was, she was still human. Unarmed she could take on 100, but on the open sea with no cover and enemies armed with guns she was certainly outmatched. What would she do? Several pirate ships, each carrying hundreds of pirates, all of whom were notorious for their evil deeds and ruthless nature. They were all heavily armed, their weapons trained on Longshi. This woman defied their expectations. They had thought she was a beautiful woman with a fierce exterior but a gentle heart. Instead they found a beautiful woman with a fierce exterior and a truly terrifying inner core. The more beautiful a woman, the more deceptive she can be. Cripple her. As long as she remained alive and could still fight, whether she was disabled or broken, it didn't matter. As for the few subordinates who had died, they considered it their misfortune.
A loud bang rang out.
It was not the sound of gunfire but of cannon fire. A cannonball shot from afar struck a pirate ship with pinpoint accuracy. The ship was blasted into countless fragments. The pirates aboard were pulverized, their lives extinguished before they could even react. The remaining pirates were stunned. They looked into the distance, their pupils dilating instantly.
A rumbling sound echoed incessantly.
Several colossal vessels appeared on the horizon. They were all aircraft carriers.
Moreover, in the sky above 10 fighter jets swooped in and surrounded the pirates.
Before long, aircraft carriers and submarines emerged, encircling the pirates, completely leaving them no escape. The pirates were filled with terror.
Kidnapping a rich second-generation heir had brought such a massive response, it was utterly absurd. Who are you?
The burly man, realizing something was wrong, glanced at Suyu and asked in a trembling voice.
A dragon man.
Suyu replied flatly, then looked at the burly man and said to Longshi, this guy has a thing for you, he wants to fight you. Before she could finish, the cracking sound of Longzai's knuckles rang out. Longshi leaped onto the pirate ship and said to the burly man, if you're not dead within a minute, he'll let you all go.
Arrogant.
The burly man was instantly enraged.
This woman's marksmanship was indeed unparalleled.
In a gunfight he was no match for her. But when it came to bare-handed combat, he wasn't afraid of even a tiger, let alone a woman. He had fought and defeated a male tiger. He refused to believe he could lose to a tigress.
He'll even let you land a punch.
The burly man sneered disdainfully, planting his feet firmly on the deck as if rooted like a rock. His muscles bulged like solid stones, exuding strength and stability. Longshi cast him a cold glance, then swung her fist and shot forward like an arrow, striking him.
The punch landed as if hitting a mound of cotton with no sound at all.
The other pirates breathed a sigh of relief. Just from that one punch they knew this woman was no match for their leader. The burly man also exhaled. Or rather swallowed his last breath. No one else could hear it, but he alone heard the thunderous impact resonating through his bones and flesh. The punch felt like being hit by a truck, severely damaging his internal organs. He was beyond saving. The burly man spat out a mouthful of blood, glanced at Longshi with utter disbelief in his eyes, then his gaze went blank and he collapsed. A loud thud sounded. The burly man was dead beyond any doubt. The other pirates were terrified. This woman had killed their burly leader with a single punch. How immense was her strength? Suyu was also startled. He had expected to witness a thrilling duel culminating in Longshi killing the pirate leader. But it was over before it even began. With just one punch she had sent the burly man to his grave. Her combat prowess was terrifyingly formidable. In Suyu's mind a scene unfolded. Longshi stood beside her boyfriend, whimpering that she couldn't unscrew a bottle cap, then casually uprooted a roadside tree, laid it flat on the ground and made her boyfriend sit down to open the cap for her. This woman, I must not provoke her. The image was too vivid, Suyu dared not imagine further. With a tiny fist pounding on the chest, just one punch would kill. Longzai's face was full of dark lines. She cast a sidelong glance at the remaining pirates but ultimately held back. She leaped back to Suyu's side. Kill the rest of the pirates. General Ning ordered. The soldiers raised their guns aiming at the pirates, but before they could fire, Suyu stopped them.
It's the 21st century now, we can't just go around killing and fighting.
Suyu spoke with a face full of benevolent love.
The pirates, grasping at their last straw, nodded frantically yes. Alright, first take us back to your hideout.
Suyu said with a smile, looking utterly harmless.
If we take you there, will you let us go?
Not at all, Suyu shook his head.
If we go back to your hideout, you can call more pirates to wipe us out, right?
Do you think we pirates can stand against your soldiers? A pirate was speechless. Just one fighter jet would be enough to give them a hard time. Under the threat of force, they had no choice but to comply. After all, if they didn't return to their hideout, they would surely die.
Returning might offer a glimmer of hope.
As for the other pirates in the hideout, these pirates couldn't even save their own skins. Why would they care about them?
Are you after their money?
Longshi suddenly asked.
Think bigger.
Suyu wanted to snap back, but recalling her combat prowess, he quickly abandoned the thought.
Pirates are just bandits. Bandits take what they want. Money in their hands is useless. Back in my hands it can circulate again, maximizing its value.
Longshi said indifferently. You make it sound so convincing, I almost believed you.
On the sea, Suyu stood on the pirate ship chatting warmly with a pirate. The pirate dared not move a muscle.
He even breathed cautiously, for beside him stood several burly soldiers, and in the distance a sniper had his crosshairs trained on his head. Any suspicious move would surely get him shot in the head immediately. Your hideout is close to Pow Pow's territory but hasn't been wiped out.
Do you have business dealings with Pow Pow?
Suyu asked. Yes, the pirate hurriedly replied, afraid that a second's delay would get him killed.
We promised Pow Pow not to rob their people, and we pay them a monthly protection fee. And we buy all our weapons from Pow Pow at high prices.
This Pow Pow is truly rotten to the core,
Suyu said indignantly.
Outwardly the pirates were the bandits, but in truth Pow Pow was the real villain.
Pow Pow is too evil, the pirate echoed.
At this point he would agree even if Suyu said the sun rose from the north. Suyu nodded, a crooked smile on his lips, and pointed into the distance.
Is that island your hideout?
Yes. In the distance lay a small island.
Lush trees, dense vegetation, and a host of animals flourished there.
It was a stark contrast to the lifelessness of the DT Strait Islands. In the middle of the ocean lay a small island. Though picturesque, it was no place for leisure, for it was home to over 1,000 pirates. Every pirate bore the blood of countless victims, their crimes too numerous to list. They were the most heinous outlaws wanted across every land. They guzzled wine and devoured meat with abandon, while scantily clad women danced, living a life of reckless indulgence.
Report. A pirate rushed in. We've spotted the second-in-command's vessel on the sea.
Seated at the head of the table was the leader of this pirate den, the supreme chieftain. He was the true master of the pirates. His face was a mass of brutish flesh marred by a hideous scar that coiled like a centipede, making him grotesquely ugly.
In his arms cowered a trembling beauty.
The scarred pirate finished devouring the roasted meat in his hands, cruelly pushed the woman aside, and rose with a bellow. Come, follow me to the shore and see what fresh prizes the second-in-command has brought back. The other pirates sighed inwardly. They had been looking forward to brawling with the women after their fill of food and wine. But the chieftain's order was absolute, so they had no choice but to follow. On the way, the thought of fresh spoils made them tremble with excitement. They had grown tired of the same old women. They craved new victims to fight. Reaching the shore, they gazed into the distance and froze in shock. The scarred chieftain, his eyesight poor, raised a telescope and saw not only their own ships but also aircraft carriers, submarines, and fighter jets on the sea. The scarred chieftain was stunned. Have the people of Pia Piao come to visit our place?
Impossible. Another pirate shook his head. The Pia Piao folk are sanctimonious and care deeply about their image.
Our dealings with them have always been conducted in secret.
If not Pia Piao, then who? The scarred chieftain was utterly perplexed.
In these waters only Pia Piao could muster such a grand display.
Whoever it is, they come with ill intent. We must be on guard. Makes sense.
The scarred chieftain nodded and roared in a coarse voice, go back and fetch the weapons.
Don't let them get close.
Can my weapons really stop them?
Oh, I see a bunch of pirates.
Suyu chuckled, then his smile froze.
Why are they leaving? They're not showing me respect. Fire a shell at them.
Roger. The soldier obeyed the command, aimed at the pirate's position, and fired. The shell soared into the sky, tracing a parabolic arc, and struck the group of pirates with pinpoint accuracy.
A thunderous boom echoed.
Dust flew into the air as dozens of pirates were blown to bits, dead on the spot.
Watch out. Before Suyu could assess the situation, Longshi yanked him back.
He collided with Longshi, accidentally brushing against a certain soft spot. A cloud, so soft and huge. Suyu's face flushed. He quickly stepped away and hid behind cover. He said nothing, nor did he feel embarrassed.
As long as he wasn't embarrassed, the embarrassment would be Long's eyes.
Rat-a-tat-tat, the sound of gunfire erupted. The pirates were shooting at them.
This is outrageous, Suyu fumed. We attacked them and instead of surrendering they dare to fight back.
Send in the fighters and wipe them out.
Roger. 5 of the 10 fighter jets took off toward the pirate island, dropping bombs. The aircraft carrier also launched shells from afar. Explosions echoed incessantly from the island. Boulders flew, flames burst forth, and thick smoke billowed. It was a one-sided massacre.
The pirates had no chance to fight back, they could only flee in panic. Some had already begun to surrender. It was useless. They surrendered, but Suyu couldn't see them. What good was that? The shells continued to rain down.
They've surrendered. Several pirates on a nearby vessel shouted. If the bombardment continued, every pirate on the island would be dead. I don't see it. Suyu ignored them. He sat inside the cabin eating snacks while surfing the internet.
It was too dangerous outside, staying inside was safer.
There are innocent women on the island.
Whom?
Suyu frowned and put down his phone. Cease fire. Accept their surrender first. Roger. In an instant the explosions ceased.
On the island's shore, rocks were shattered, vegetation was blasted apart, and the corpses of pirates littered the ground, a scene of utter devastation. As the aircraft carrier approached the shore before Suyu could disembark, a squad of soldiers had already entered the island to eliminate any remaining threats and fully subdue the pirates. Stepping off the carrier onto the island protected by the soldiers, Suyu made his way to the pirates' lair.
There was wine and meat and women. Thankfully none of these women were from the Shenlong people. They were all golden-haired and blue-eyed. Likely from Piao.
Though they had promised not to raid Piao, pirates were not ones to keep their word. Breaking promises was only natural.
The meat smells good. Living the high life, aren't they?
Suyu walked over and sat down on a spacious, comfortable chair, casting a glance at the trembling women beside him. He shifted his gaze to the pirates below.
Of the 1,000 or so pirates, only a few dozen remained utterly terrified, prostrating themselves on the ground and trembling. Suyu asked, "Where's the chieftain?"
"Step forward." None of the dozens of pirates stepped forward, including the scarred one.
"If no one comes forward, he'll kill you all."
The scarred chieftain still didn't step forward. But the other pirates had already betrayed him, their eyes fixed on him.
The meaning was clear. Quite the coward.
Suyu sneered, walked over and studied the scarred pirate. Then he ordered the other pirates to beat him up. The other pirates hesitated.
No respect for me.
Suyu's gaze turned dangerous. Startled, the other pirates raised their fists, as big as cauldrons, and rained blows on the scarred pirate. Afraid that holding back would get them killed by Suyu, each struck with lethal force. Before long the scarred chieftain was barely alive.
"Stop." Suyu called a halt.
If it continued, this pirate leader would be done for. He walked over to the chieftain, crouched down and asked, "How are your injuries?"
"Extremely severe."
The scarred pirate feared another beating. "Then you're about to die, no use left." Before Suyu could finish, the scarred pirate hastily said, "No, not dead yet.
I still have value."
The scarred pirate was a mass of fat. The force of the punches was mostly absorbed by the layers of flesh, so the damage wasn't as bad as it seemed. Still, he was badly injured.
"Aren't you going to stand up?"
The scarred pirate struggled to his feet. Suyu smirked, looking more like a pirate than the pirates themselves, and threatened, "Now your task is to take us to your warehouse and hand over everything valuable.
If the amount satisfies me, I might let you off. If not, you know the consequences. I guarantee you'll be satisfied."
The scarred pirate forced a smile despite the searing pain, bowing and scraping before Suyu. Inwardly, however, his heart was bleeding profusely. Having spent years as a pirate plundering and extorting vast fortunes, he had only been working for another's gain. But as long as the Green Hills remain, one need not worry about firewood.
Compared to life, wealth is but a worldly possession.
As long as he kept his life, he could return to his old trade and amass a fortune in time. Suyu smiled faintly, a harmless expression on his face. He ordered a squad of soldiers to escort the scarred pirate to the warehouse and bring out his ill-gotten gains.
The scarred pirate was taken away. Suyu's gaze swept coldly over the remaining pirates.
These dozens of pirates were all vicious criminals who had committed every conceivable evil in their daily lives. The group of women nearby was the evidence of their crimes.
Fortunately, these women were only from Piao.
If they had been from Shenlong, Suyu would have resorted to brutal means to grind the pirates into dust.
"Sir, have you taken a liking to them?"
A clever pirate stepped forward, grinning obsequiously. "You can take any of them as long as you spare my humble life."
Before Suyu could respond, a gunshot rang out.
The clever pirate collapsed with a hole in his forehead, dead beyond all doubt. You! Suyu was startled, turning to Longshi. He didn't understand why she had fired.
Did your heart skip a beat?
Suyu glanced at the women from the corner of his eye.
Golden hair, blue eyes, rough skin. Perhaps in the eyes of the Piao people they were beautiful women. But by Suyu's aesthetic standards he truly couldn't appreciate their looks.
There was no denying that they were all pitiful souls.
Captured by pirates and subjected to inhuman suffering. How could that be?
Suyu denied it, glancing at the wretched women. If you hate these pirates you can go over and beat them now. The women hesitated, then rushed at the pirates.
Cries of agony rose and fell. In the office, Brother Dong was working.
He wore a jet black suit and a crimson tie.
The dark background made the red of the tie even more vivid.
Yet Brother Dong's face was clouded with worry.
Data showed that many of Shenlong's enterprises had transformed into global giants, far outstripping Piao's company. Among the top 100 enterprises, Shenlong had only 15 while Piao had 63.
But among the top 10 all were Shenlong's. In just 1 year changes had been earth-shattering and things were no longer as they were.
Brother Dong, no need to worry. It's not just ours, even their own enterprises have been killed off by themselves.
The secretary began her analysis. Her words were true, the vast majority of Shenlong's private enterprises had also been killed off by Suyu's technology. However, those that were killed off were all private enterprises.
Before Brother Dong could retort, someone rushed in. Brother Dong, great news.
When leaving the DT Strait, Suyu acted alone and was surrounded by pirates.
Brother Dong's eyes lit up, almost bursting into laughter. He suppressed his joy and said hypocritically, what great news. This is clearly bad news.
Those pirates are utterly despicable.
Arrange for me to go and see.
If Suyu wasn't dead he would hint for the pirates to finish him off.
Understood. The staff member left to make arrangements for Brother Dong. You're coming with me. Brother Dong glanced at the secretary.
Joy in one's heart brings a radiant spirit. With such a great occasion, shouldn't he have a few good fights?
Beneath Suyu's position, hundreds of large chests were stacked.
They had been carried out from the pirates' warehouse. Suyu walked over and opened several chests which were filled with gold, silver and jewels. So much, it must be worth at least tens of billions. The pirates were dripping with wealth.
Suyu was very satisfied. He walked to a soldier, adjusted his uniform and asked, is the warehouse completely emptied? Everything is emptied.
Even the lamps on the walls and the gold powder were scraped off.
Suyu looked at him and gave a thumbs up. Well done.
That soldier had his style. The soldier scratched his head sheepishly. After affirming the soldier's actions, Suyu walked over to the scarred pirate and said coldly, that's all.
Not even enough for a meal.
Glancing at the dozens of pirates lying on the ground bruised and battered, the scarred pirate was terrified. Suyu's words only frightened him further. Are you eating dragon liver or phoenix skull? A single meal costing tens of billions, where's your shame? This clearly meant he wanted both the money and his life.
Going back on his word. We have nothing else.
The scarred pirate's voice trembled. His words were true, everything of value on the island was basically in the warehouse and it had all been brought out.
Only gold and silver and jewels. No accounts.
Suyu took Longzai's pistol and toyed with it, aiming the muzzle at the scarred pirate's forehead.
If it accidentally went off he would be finished.
The scarred pirate was so scared he nearly fell to his knees. His heart was in turmoil. How did this guy know he had a large sum of money deposited in Rueshur?
Do you have an account?
Suyu began to squeeze the trigger. With a slight press he would blow the scarred pirate away.
Yes. Yes.
The scarred pirate hurriedly spoke, afraid that if he was even a second late Suyu's gun would misfire and kill him.
After obtaining the account number, Suyu had someone check the balance. Report converted to Shenlong currency approximately 25 billion. Hearing this, Suyu drew a sharp breath. He hadn't expected that a mere group of pirates could have so much money. Now it all belonged to Shenlong. Only 25 billion.
Suyu glanced at the scarred pirate.
Is there anything else? No more.
The scarred pirate shook his head frantically.
He truly had no money left. Suyu had taken it all. Can you spare my life now?
The scarred pirate looked at Suyu, his face full of flesh with a pitiful expression that was utterly disgusting.
Your money totaling only a little over 30 billion makes me very dissatisfied.
Suyu's words enraged the scarred pirate. Over 30 billion was already a colossal sum, enough for an ordinary person to live comfortably for thousands of lifetimes. He had clearly robbed him and then turned his back on him, rotten to the core. Worse than a pirate. But the scarred pirate dared not show his anger. He could only grin ingratiatingly and ask not enough. If you let me go, we'll regroup, and in no time I'll plunder even more money and I'll give it all to you. What a proposal, turning the pirate into a tool. Even a capitalist would weep at the sight. Suyu bellowed, "Ha! I intended to spare your life and let you reform, but your wicked heart remains unchanged. You still plot robbery. This is not my fault." Suyu was about to rob the robbers. Trusting a pirate is as useless as discussing girlfriends with a single man. They had none. These pirates were all vicious criminals. Even if they had only 30 billion or even 3 trillion, they must be eliminated. You. The scar-faced pirate was both shocked and furious. He never expected this young man to be even more wicked than himself. To be honest, as a pirate he was indeed bad, but he kept his word. He only kept his word with the rich. He would kidnap a wealthy man's son, collect a satisfactory ransom, and then release the hostage. He would definitely release him. Otherwise, if word got out, pirates in the DT Strait would be known for taking money without releasing captives. A bad reputation would mean that the rich would not easily pay ransom in future kidnappings. He never expected this man to be even more ruthless than him, taking the money and still wanting his life. Seeing the determination on his face, the scar-faced pirate's heart sank. With a roll of his eyes, he decided to fight to the death. He glanced at Suyu's neck and revealed a razor blade in his hand. He lunged at Suyu. A crisp crack rang out. Longshi delivered a kick, launching the scarred pirate, who weighed over 200 Jin, through the air to crash into a clump of grass. The grass was flattened into a crater. The scar-faced pirate lay there, his face deathly pale, more terrifying than a corpse. Long's eyes kick had broken. Who knew how many of his bones? The soldiers raised their guns, aimed at the scar-faced pirate, and fired a burst of gunfire. He was riddled with bullets. The scar-faced pirate was dead beyond dead, ending his sinful life. The remaining pirates were terrified. They tried to flee. But before they could get far, they were gunned down. All the pirates on the island were killed. Suyu couldn't help but eye Long's eyes feet. He couldn't see her skin, but the overall proportions were exquisite. With a little imagination, it was a feast for the eyes. Suyu was a proper man. He was simply amazed at how such a delicate foot could unleash such immense power, sending a 200 Jin man flying with a kick. Terrifying indeed. Have you seen enough? Longshi frowned. No, I was thinking. Don't think about it. Longshi grew a little angry. You're overthinking. I was just thinking what a waste it is not to use such a powerful foot to kick walnuts. Longshi robbed the pirates of all their money. Wrong. It was in the name of justice. After eliminating the pirates, Suyu took the spoils and prepared to return to Shenlong. The vast ocean with its azure waters was utterly calm, like a giant blue jelly. Its beauty was beyond words. Suyu sat outside enjoying desserts while admiring the sea view. He was in a good mood. Having wiped out a pirate den, he not only rid the people of a scourge but also seized over 30 billion in spoils. Suddenly Suyu noticed something unusual in the distance. An alert sounded. What's happening in the distance? Suyu, after all, was only mortal, inferior to instruments. He stood up and walked into the command cabin to ask General Ning. It's a Piao aircraft carrier, General Ning replied. What are the Piao people doing here? Suyu was puzzled. He gave an order: stay alert. If there's anything unusual, blow it up directly. If not, let it come. The Piao aircraft carrier, before even approaching, used a loudspeaker to convey their intentions. Their intentions were very kind. They had learned that Suyu's group had encountered pirates and had come specifically to help. One does not strike a smiling face, so Suyu allowed the Piao people to come over. To Suyu's surprise, Brother Dong was also on the Piao aircraft carrier, swirling a glass of red wine in a very cheerful mood. However, upon seeing Suyu alive and well, Brother Dong's good mood vanished instantly. Little Dong. Suyu waved at Brother Dong. Without any fear, he directly boarded his aircraft carrier and even snatched his wine glass. Have you drunk from this? No. Suyu nodded and started drinking. Brother Dong was about to explode with rage. This man had no manners. Not only did he call him Little Dong, but he also stole his red wine. Ever since he became the Zongtong president, everyone who saw him had to address him as Your Excellency. This man called him Little Dong. Could he tolerate that? He could tolerate it. What else could he do? The red wine is good. He shoved the glass back into Brother Dong's hand and stood up. He was a bit taller than Brother Dong. He reached out and grabbed the bright red tie on Brother Dong's chest. Your tie is even redder than that. Suyu pointed at the flag of Shenlong, then straightened Brother Dong's tie. Pure coincidence.
Brother Dong laughed awkwardly, took a step back, distancing himself from Suyu. Suyu's enthusiasm made him very uncomfortable. Is this your secretary? Suyu glanced at the woman beside Brother Dong and was instantly stunned. With just one look he knew that this woman would answer all 36 questions with D. You really know how to have fun, Suyu said meaningfully. Nonsense. Brother Dong was furious. The thought that this kid had not only boarded his aircraft carrier uninvited but also turned the tables on him made him even angrier. Suppressing his anger, Brother Dong forced a smile and asked, Didn't those pirates kidnap you? They're all dead. Suyu answered truthfully. Good riddance. Brother Dong gritted his teeth, cursing the pirates in his mind. What a bunch of useless trash, they had captured Suyu a trump card and still got wiped out. Truly incredible. I also rescued your people. Suyu waved his hand and soldiers brought up the group of women. This. Brother Dong was stunned. He hadn't expected these pirates to be so audacious as to kidnap people from Piao Piao. He quickly ordered his men to settle the women. It's a long story. It's mealtime, let's talk over lunch. Suyu took out his phone and glanced at the time. He did not return to his own aircraft carrier. The meaning was clear, he intended to freeload on Brother Dong's meal. Professor Su, my chef hasn't started cooking yet. Brother Dong said with a forced smile. The implication was even clearer, he didn't want Suyu to freeload. But Suyu's skin was thicker than the corner of a city wall. Then have him start now. Brother Dong was dumbfounded. He had never seen such a shameless person. He was left with no choice but to let him freeload. Please come in. Brother Dong smiled falsely, inwardly cursing Suyu's shamelessness. Then he'll accept with pleasure. Suyu didn't hesitate at all and walked even faster than Brother Dong. To be honest, he had never tasted a Zongtong's meal before and wanted to give it a try. Brother Dong's cabin was extremely lavish, resplendent, and 10 times better than Suyu. The furniture was also nice. Have the head chef prepare the meal. As the Zongtong, Brother Dong had his own personal chef whose culinary skills were extraordinary. Okay. Suyu suddenly spoke up, wait a moment. Professor Su, is there anything else? Brother Dong asked with a polite yet dignified demeanor. If wishes could come true, Suyu would have died countless times already. I'm not accustomed to Western cuisine. Have your chef prepare a Chinese meal for me? Suyu's words were not a request but a command. The Piao Piao people present were furious, yet none dared to show it. Heaven's justice is relentless, none escape its retribution. In the past, whenever the Piao Piao visited other lands, they would strut about with arrogant, overbearing pride. Now that Shenlong's power far surpassed that of Piao Piao, the Shenlong people rode high above them. This was a bitter pill for the Piao Piao to swallow. Brother Dong suppressed his fury, his eyes narrowing as he said with a sly smile, of course. My chef is not only a master of Western cuisine but his Chinese dishes are also top-notch. What a treat. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. Brother Dong rose and headed toward the washroom. Brother Dong's chef possessed extraordinary culinary skills, ranking among the world's finest. He specialized in Western cuisine but was also proficient in many other styles. He was a versatile chef. He was currently preparing Brother Dong's meal, which demanded extreme precision. Not only must it be delicious but also nutritionally balanced. Most ingredients had to be measured to the gram. The task of cooking for Suyu was far more relaxed and casual compared to the rigorous standards set for Brother Dong. A staff member burst in and whispered to the chef, Brother Dong has ordered you to make some tasty pig intestines for Professor Su. No need to wash them, the original flavor is more exquisite. This. The chef hesitated, instantly realizing this was Brother Dong's act of revenge. As a chef, serving unclean food violated his professional ethics. But he was merely a chef and dared not defy Brother Dong's orders. Please rest assured, Brother Dong. I will make the pig intestines with their original flavor. Receiving a positive reply, the staff member smirked and returned to report. The magnificent cabin resembled a miniature palace resplendent in gold. Every item awarded, whether new or old, large or small, was of immeasurable value. Extravagance reigned. Suyu sat on a chair inlaid with gold and silver worth a fortune, yet it was hard and uncomfortable, far less pleasant than an ordinary sofa. Staff members filed in gracefully, bearing tray after tray of exquisite dishes. Western cuisine was placed before Brother Dong. Chinese cuisine was set before Suyu. He glanced at the lavish spread, his attention drawn to the plate of pig intestines. This dish was simple pig intestines and glutinous rice. Roughly speaking, the rice was stuffed into the intestines, then cooked until done. Professor Su, why haven't you picked up your chopsticks? Brother Dong smiled warmly, introducing the dishes with special emphasis on the pig intestines. This pig intestine is my chef's signature dish, more delicious than the rarest delicacies. Eat it while it's hot. Suyu lifted his eyes and gave Brother Dong a meaningful look.
It seems you're quite fond of it, Brother Dong. As the saying goes, a gentleman helps others fulfill their wishes. So this plate of pig intestines is yours.
No, I couldn't. Brother Dong repeatedly refused.
Ignoring his protest, Suyu picked up the plate and placed it before Brother Dong.
I don't like this. Brother Dong frowned slightly. Due to psychological anticipation, he could already smell the odor even before leaning in. Did you poison it?
Suyu smiled softly, a smile warmer than the sun. Yet his words were chilling as an ice cellar. If true, this would spark a war between the two realms, shaking the entire world.
Brother Dong would be infamous for eternity.
The Shenlong soldiers present tightened their grips on their guns, ready to fire at the Piapiao at Suyu's command.
The Piapiao people dared not let their guard down either. The atmosphere grew tense to the extreme. Don't slander me without proof.
Brother Dong slammed the table, stood up and glared at Suyu in anger.
If you eat it, you can prove your innocence.
In the past, Brother Dong would have smashed the plate over Suyu's head. But now he dared not and could not.
Shenlong was too powerful. Offending Shenlong would invite fierce retaliation, shrinking Piapiao's interests drastically, and he would be ousted. You come here and eat it for him to see.
Brother Dong's gaze landed on his secretary. After all, the secretary had eaten similar things before.
All right. Reluctant but helpless, the secretary had no choice but to walk over. However, Suyu stopped him. Suyu's eyes sparkled with amusement. I want you to eat it. Don't push me too far. Brother Dong was furious.
He wanted to punch Suyu in that smug face. Unfazed by his rage, Suyu taunted, your own chef's creation, yet you dare not taste it.
Did you instruct the chef to tamper with it?
These words set Brother Dong ablaze on a pyre, leaving him no choice but to eat.
Refusing would mean admitting guilt. Fine, I'll eat it. Brother Dong was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth.
He picked up a piece of pig intestine.
Eating pig intestines is truly a wonderful thing.
Despite his words, the thought of the unwashed intestines, possibly soaked in something unspeakable, made him want to vomit. Forcing down the urge to throw up, he brought the pig intestine to his lips. He swallowed it without chewing. Just as Brother Dong was about to demand an apology, Suyu struck first, cutting off his move.
Oh, I was just joking to lighten the mood. You didn't take it seriously, did you?
His words were not only infuriating but also dripping with sarcasm.
The Piapiao onlookers, especially Brother Dong, were so angry they nearly exploded. They could only swallow their pride. Of course not.
Brother Dong gritted his teeth, glaring at Suyu, shooting daggers with his eyes. He was certain Suyu had seen through his little. Suyu didn't call him out. Pointing it out would have been useless, but instead turned the tables on him. If looks could kill, Suyu would have been executed 1,000 times over.
That's good then. Suyu chuckled.
Wondering how many dishes Brother Dong had tampered with, he suggested, how about we swap?
He'll eat the Western food and you take the Chinese. I refuse. Brother Dong was no longer subtle.
He had no interest in Chinese cuisine.
I hope Shenlong and Piapiao can coexist peacefully. Let the Shenlong people accept Piapiao's offerings and the Piapiao accept Shenlong's. For example, I can eat Western food and you can eat Chinese.
Brother Dong, by refusing, are you trying to sabotage the friendly relations between our two realms?
Suyu's words were clearly a form of moral coercion. Brother Dong, though devoid of morals, still felt ensnared. Under the watchful eyes of all, the unprincipled Brother Dong could not afford to appear immoral. Then let's swap. Brother Dong said with a smile, though inwardly he was cursing. The staff exchanged the dishes between the two.
Glancing at the Chinese food before him, Brother Dong felt a wave of disgust. The original flavor of the pork intestines still lingered in his mouth, and Brother Dong wondered if the other dishes had also been tampered with.
This Western food is not bad.
Suyu relished the Western cuisine with gusto.
His skill with the knife and fork was remarkably adept.
Truly, the president's meals were exquisite.
Brother Dong, why aren't you eating? After taking a bite of beef, Suyu glanced at Brother Dong. Brother Dong's chopsticks had not yet picked up a single piece of vegetable. I'm not hungry. Brother Dong forced a smile.
Just then he learned that the person he had sent was quite clever. Not only had they tampered with the pork intestines, but also with all the other Chinese dishes.
Hungry but unable to eat.
Truly a self-inflicted plight. After finishing his meal and wiping his mouth with a napkin, Suyu got down to business. Brother Dong, by eliminating the pirates, I've cleared the seas for you and rescued your Piapiao people.
Don't you have anything to show for it?
You must have seized quite a lot of gold and jewels from the pirate island. Brother Dong's words were not a question but a statement. He had seen a large pile of chests on the Divine Dragon's aircraft carrier. No doubt they were the pirates' accumulated wealth. No one knew these pirates better than Brother Dong. He knew the treasures were priceless.
You're overthinking.
Not only did we seize nothing but we also wasted a lot of bullets and shells.
Suyu said without a hint of embarrassment. Those chests on your carrier.
Before Brother Dong could finish, Suyu interrupted. Those were picked up in the DT straight, just worthless items.
Brother Dong didn't believe that.
Suyu would surely not let him inspect the chests. It was clearly a scheme to fleece him.
What exactly do you want? Suyu sighed in resignation.
With such a disparity in strength, reasoning was futile. Just give each of our soldiers a bit of money for drinks. Suyu smiled faintly. He was not a greedy man.
No problem. Brother Dong's eyes lit up.
He had expected a huge loss, but it seemed he had misjudged Suyu's character.
How much?
Suyu didn't speak, merely held up one hand, fingers spread.
50 million. That's fine. Brother Dong chuckled.
Suyu shook his head. Not 50 million but 5 billion.
5 billion.
Brother Dong shot to his feet, his eyes wide as saucers. Suyu had brought barely 1,000 followers.
5 billion worth of liquor would not only let them drink but drown them all.
It was clearly a blatant fleecing. He had thought Suyu no greedmonger, but now he realized greed was too mild a word for it.
Impossible. Brother Dong declared with an air of authority. He refused to be a fool.
Suyu remained calm, his eyes devoid of emotion. He walked over, leaned close to Brother Dong's ear and whispered, "Do you know why Anan was foolish enough to personally send his own women to solve the Divine Dragon's bachelor problem?"
Why?
Brother Dong was astonished. He had been curious about this strange phenomenon and had asked Anan repeatedly, but Anan refused to tell him. "Because I told him about the Divine Dragon's crust control device."
Suyu's lips curled into a smile warmer than the sun.
Yet his words chilled Brother Dong to the bone.
Are you threatening me? Brother Dong was furious.
Though angry, his voice was barely audible.
Not at all.
Suyu gave a gentle laugh, returned to his seat and sat down, picking up a piece of fruit with his fork and eating it slowly.
Post-dinner fruit. I was just joking. The drink money is up to you, any amount will do.
Suyu put down his fork and looked at Brother Dong. The other Piao people breathed a sigh of relief. When they heard Suyu demand 5 billion, they all wanted to beat him to death. Did he think the Piao people were conjured by the wind? They were swindled and extorted. They all looked at Brother Dong, hoping he would offer neither too much nor too little.
50 million would be fine. Then let it be 5 billion. Brother Dong gnashed his teeth. Brother Dong, sir.
Other Piao people tried to stop him. They didn't know what threat he had received. They thought Brother Dong had lost his mind.
Shut up. Brother Dong glared at them ferociously. The Divine Dragon soldiers have worked hard and traveled far.
Is it too much to ask for 5 billion for some good wine?
Not at all.
Suyu replied with a smile.
Exactly. Brother Dong's heart wept. The meal is done and we've talked. I'll take my leave now.
Suyu stood up, neatly arranged his chair, offered a polite smile and walked away. As the pest was about to depart, Brother Dong breathed a sigh of relief.
I'll see you.
Before Brother Dong could finish, Suyu paused, turned around and smiled at him.
This startled Brother Dong.
He feared the pest might not leave.
Transfer the money to me before I go. Suyu said. Do you have an account?
Yes. Suyu recited the pirate Scarface's account number.
Brother Dong was stunned. He knew that account all too well.
This Suyu was utterly wicked. He had already plundered the pirate's wealth, yet still wanted to extort another 5 billion from him.
Brother Dong hastily ordered his men to transfer the money.
After receiving it, Suyu left, standing on his own carrier and warmly bidding farewell. Until we meet again.
Better not.
Brother Dong muttered under his breath. He went back to the table, swept all the Chinese food onto the floor and threatened the others, "Don't you dare breathe a word of this or you'll be in deep trouble." Under the azure sky, the endless sea stretched to the horizon with no shore in sight. Just like human technology, there was always an infinite path ahead. Bored, Suyu began surfing the internet. He took a few scenic photos, uploaded them to Weibo and shared with netizens how Brother Dong had donated 5 billion for the Divine Dragon soldiers' drinks.
Netizens were astounded. Thanks for the 5 billion, old pal. No problem, brother.
While Divine Dragon netizens joked, netizens from other regions, especially Piao, cursed Brother Dong for losing his mind.
With 5 billion, why not give it to them?
Instead, he had to save face and benefit the Divine Dragon.
The whole world mocked Brother Dong. Only Anan remained silent. He knew Brother Dong must have been threatened by Suyu.
They were both in the same boat, fellow sufferers. It had been over 20 days since leaving the Divine Dragon, and finally he had returned.
Suyu did not head to the Antimatter bomb base.
Instead he took the green liquid collected from the DT straight along with the corpses of the blue-ringed octopus and crab to the laboratory to begin research.
He had a premonition that this nocturnal liquid was definitely not of terrestrial origin.
Little A studied the corpses of these two animals. Upon entering the lab, Suyu assigned tasks to Little A. He went to study the green liquid.
Okay.
Little A was more than willing. Because recently Suyu had finally fulfilled his promise and bought Little A high-end battery. It wasn't cheap, just 150000. Master, my analysis indicates that the cause of death for these two corpses is gunshot wounds. The perpetrator was extremely cruel, not just one shot but a barrage, and even fired again after they were dead.
Little A reported indignantly. I didn't ask you to investigate that.
I asked you to study the factor that caused these animals to grow larger.
Suyu's face darkened.
Was this artificial intelligence or artificial stupidity?
Oh. Little A nodded.
The cause of the enlargement is a mysterious substance.
Can you analyze what this substance is?
Suyu's expression eased slightly. He had worried that after being away for over 20 days the AI had regressed.
I can't determine it for now. But I can confirm it's not a terrestrial substance. Little A answered truthfully.
It was precisely because it couldn't analyze the substance that it had shifted to studying the cause of death.
Good. Suyu nodded and gently ruffled Little A's head.
He had already finished his own research on the green liquid.
It was harmless to humans and animals alike.
Simply put, it was an energy liquid analogous to human food. Yes, this was extraterrestrial cuisine. Such energy liquid appearing in the DT Strait. Suyu picked up Little A, sat in a chair and pondered while stroking its head. Little A's hair was tousled into a mess. Its large sparkling eyes brimmed with two streams of tears.
Suyu had a revelation.
Without a doubt, traces of extraterrestrial beings had appeared in the DT Strait. Experiments showed that the green liquid's container had been submerged in the sea for 60 days.
That meant extraterrestrials had arrived on Earth 2 months ago, yet humanity had no clue. How did they come?
If they had arrived in a UFO descending from the sky, they would certainly have been detected.
It must not be a UFO. That endless dark space.
Suyu immediately recalled the scene in the DT Strait where, flying a fighter jet in the sky, he had entered a pitch-black environment. The appearance of extraterrestrials was highly likely related to that mysterious environment. With this realization, Suyu cracked a smile.
Forbidden zones. Missing billionaires. Mass disappearances. Throughout history there had been numerous cases of collective human disappearances.
Suyu speculated that extraterrestrials were definitely involved.
I'm so clever. Suyu stood up, lost in thought and self-admiration, having completely forgotten about Little A.
As he rose, he subconsciously tossed Little A like a ball into the trash bin.
Ouch. Little A's head got stuck in the bin. The robot was upside down, its little legs kicking empty air, unable to free itself. How did you end up there?
Coming to his senses, Suyu rushed over to rescue Little A.
It's all your fault. Little A put its hands on its hips, raised its head to glare at Suyu, and looked utterly accusatory.
Having uncovered the secret of the DT Strait, Suyu immediately dispatched people to install high-end cameras there. He also set up surveillance in other forbidden zones. After finishing these chores, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief and checked the system.
System upgrade. 95, still 5 to go. The system upgrade was far too slow. If a man were this slow, would he be considered extraordinary? It's been almost a month. I wonder how Yen Wenjun is progressing. Suyu stood up, stretched his back, and carried Little A to the Antimatter bomb base.
At the Antimatter bomb base, the team members had initially been unconvinced by Yen Wenjun, only refraining from showing it because she was Suyu's student. The base members were all experts. To command them required sufficient capability. For Yen Wenjun, her only standout credential was being Suyu's student.
Later, Yen Wenjun won them over with her abilities.
They all realized that this girl, true to her teacher's reputation, had an exceptionally quick mind and surpassed them in understanding and explaining new concepts. What's more, she had her own unique ideas.
They came to admire her. Suyu's arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. Don't get distracted. Continue your work.
Suyu's tone carried a hint of sternness and half a measure of warmth.
He walked to a chair and sat down. Soon Yen Wenjun arrived hurriedly.
She was extremely nervous, worried that she might not have done well enough to meet Suyu's expectations.
You've done well. Suyu's single sentence eased Yen Wenjun's tension.
Her heart bloomed with joy, but her face remained composed, showing neither pride nor impatience. She began to report on the progress.
The vast system has been largely constructed, covering 90 of the area. The antimatter bomb is in its final stages. It will be complete in another 2 or 3 days. Hearing this, Suyu was stunned. Yan Wenjun's excellence exceeded his expectations. The pace of work was far faster than he had anticipated. Is it too slow? Yan Wenjun's heart tightened. No. Suyu shook his head and gave a thumbs up. It's incredibly fast. I didn't expect you to finish the development in less than a month. Suyu marveled inwardly.
Yan Wenjun had been his student for less than a year, yet she was already capable of leading independently.
Both of them were outstanding. Oh.
Receiving such high praise, Yan Wenjun was a bit overwhelmed. She was thrilled, and if not for the need to maintain composure, she would have jumped up. She said honestly, it's all thanks to the detailed materials you provided. You are also very outstanding. Their mutual flattery was rudely interrupted by little A. Can we talk about something useful?
Shut up. Suyu shot little A glance and tapped its head. The rapid progress has brought some issues. For example, the system coverage is only 90, not 100.
We haven't found the exact cause yet. We need your help, teacher.
All right. Suyu nodded. Yan Wenjun and his team's construction had a flaw.
As a result, the coverage rate was only 90, failing to reach the theoretical value of 100. Suyu instantly identified the flaw and corrected it. The development of the antimatter bomb.
Take me to learn more about it, Suyu said.
The return of Suyu brought a qualitative leap to the work, and the speed became incredibly fast.
The antimatter bomb was developed. In an experimental base, everyone stared intently at a bomb. This bomb was only the size of a fist, yet its power was immense.
Even though Suyu deliberately reduced its destructive power by 90, its power far exceeded that of a hydrogen bomb. It had the ability to erase manhwa from the map.
This was the antimatter bomb.
This bomb is so powerful that there may be no suitable place for a test explosion.
Everyone sighed.
Without a test explosion, if the blast did not achieve the expected effect, it would be impossible to prove the successful development of the antimatter bomb. We can only conduct a high-altitude test explosion. Yan Wenjun sighed slightly, settling for the next best option. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement. They then began searching on the map for a suitable ocean, planning to conduct the high-altitude test explosion over the sea.
Actually,
at that moment Suyu spoke up. There is a place that might be willing to give us a piece of land for the test explosion.
Oh. Everyone was astonished. Their expressions showed more disbelief.
Would there really be such a foolish person willing to give up a piece of land for an antimatter bomb test?
Absolutely impossible.
Which place? Suyu smiled slightly. Pao Kai. This Pao Kai, unlike a Sanninghua and Pia Piao, had not yet been beaten by Shenlong and still did not know how to behave, acting as a keyboard warrior all day.
Pao Kai office.
The Pao Kai boss was sitting in a chair leisurely drinking wine. In front of him a beauty was dancing.
Fine wine and a beautiful woman, what a comfortable life.
The only problem was that the loss of protein could not keep up with the rate of replenishment.
The phone rang.
Disturbed from his pleasant time, the Pao Kai boss looked displeased and answered gruffly, "Who is it?"
Shenlong Suyu.
This.
The Pao Kai boss was stunned. How did this person know his number? To be honest, the center of the universe might really be in Pao Kai.
The whole universe belongs to Pao Kai. Before the Pao Kai boss could react, he was bombarded with sugar-coated bullets, dizzy and dazed, a smile spreading across his face.
How can it be that absurd?
Although he greatly agreed with Suyu's words, the Pao Kai boss still pretended to be modest.
Today I want to test a small bomb.
Before Suyu could finish, the Pao Kai boss interrupted. Just a small bomb, professor, so you can drop it wherever you want.
Then how about in Pao Kai?
The Pao Kai boss paused, feeling uneasy as if he had fallen into a trap. Before he could say anything, Suyu's voice rang out. The whole universe belongs to Pao Kai. Pao Kai wouldn't be so petty as to begrudge this small place, would it?
No way.
Suyu's words were dripping with sarcasm. The Pao Kai boss frowned, not impulsive, and asked cautiously, "How big is this bomb?"
The size of a fist. The Pao Kai boss breathed a sigh of relief and asked the most critical question: is it a nuclear weapon?
A nuclear weapon the size of a fist would still be formidable.
No.
The Pao Kai boss' heart settled back into his stomach, and he said lightheartedly and grandly, "Just such a small bomb with our Paokai's territory, there are plenty of places to drop it."
Even if you drop it on my house, it's fine.
I said in this world, who was more generous than the Pao Kai boss?
Who else? Flattery never fails.
Suyu's flattery made the Pao Kai boss beam with joy, almost wanting to run over and become sworn brothers with Suyu.
Antimatter bomb base.
After hanging up, Suyu smiled slightly. I said, "Pao Kai, this foolish, enlightened place would definitely be willing to give up a piece of land for our test explosion." The others were speechless. This Pao Kai boss had been completely fooled. With just a few nice words he lost all sense of direction. Since the Paukai boss had agreed, they certainly had no objections.
Let's go back and prepare. Tomorrow we will test the antimatter bomb in Paokai's territory.
The night sky was originally monotonous, but with the embellishment of stars it became magnificent.
Suyu sat on the balcony gazing at the night sky. When he grew tired of looking, he began surfing the internet. He also gave a big thumbs up to the Paukai boss on Weibo.
Suyu 13, I heard that the whole universe belongs to Paukai. I don't know if it's true, but I know the Paukai boss is truly generous, voluntarily giving up a piece of land for us to test a small bomb only the size of a fist.
The post went viral, instantly topping the trending list.
Within an hour it had 90 million likes and 40 million comments.
In the comments section the most active were Paukai netizens. Paukai enthusiastic netizen: "One, the whole universe is ours. Letting you have a piece of land, what's the big deal with a test explosion?" Paukai enthusiastic netizen: "2, compared to us, Shenlong's territory is too small, that's why they're borrowing from us." Paukai enthusiastic netizen: "3, we've won against Shenlong too many times."
Suyu glanced at the comments from Paukai netizens, smiled slightly and did not refute them.
When the antimatter bomb explodes tomorrow, they will know how much Paukai has won against Shenlong. The next day,
Suyu was at the base, glanced at the map of Paukai and chose a piece of auspicious land.
It was definitely not the Paukai boss' home.
The place he chose was relatively remote and desolate. The people of Paukai were all keyboard warriors and had done a lot of shameless things, but they did not deserve death. Suyu was a good person and would not send them all to their deaths. This place is indeed quite good. The others all agreed with Suyu's choice. Let the drone set off for this place. Learning that the place Suyu chose was just a remote wasteland,
the people of Paukai were not happy.
How could they who love to watch the show get a close-up view of the bomb explosion?
Shenlong is too weak.
Exactly, they can't even drop a small bomb on our city to let us watch.
I understand, compared to us Shenlong is far inferior.
Knowing the words of the Paukai netizens, the members of the base were all speechless.
They had seen stupid people, but never anyone this stupid. They were seeking death. Suyu was a person of virtue.
The netizens who knew about the pickled vegetables were merely a crowd of onlookers eager to witness the spectacle of the bomb's explosion, so he granted their wish. He initiated a live stream. Shortly after the broadcast began, a flood of netizens streamed in, the majority being the pickled vegetable netizens.
The incoming pickled vegetable netizens were extremely arrogant, ceaselessly trash-talking.
This provoked netizens from other regions, especially those from the Divine Dragon. They started arguing. In the realm of quarrels, none could surpass the Divine Dragon netizens.
They could decimate the opponent's entire family tree in moments.
Astonishingly, the pickled vegetable netizens were not a whit inferior to the Divine Dragon netizens. The reason was that they couldn't understand the Divine Dragon netizens' friendly greetings. They would only say the entire universe belongs to pickled vegetables, so we want lower ourselves to your Divine Dragon level. They were trapped in their own world. The pickled vegetable netizens are so arrogant.
The Divine Dragon people curse them, yet they dare to talk back. Should we just mute them all?
Xiaowei spoke with righteous indignation.
Suyu froze for a moment.
He hadn't expected this artificial intelligence to learn nothing good but his own dark side.
No need, Suyu said, tapping its head.
Let the pickled vegetable netizens revel for a while. When the antimatter bomb detonates, they'll have their faces thoroughly slapped.
Suyu strode away, heading to the control room to launch the antimatter bomb. The area captured by the drones was a barren wasteland.
The soil was poor. The vegetation growing there was low and sparse. Looking out, the land was desolate, and even the distant mountains were a weary yellow. As for animals, even birds wouldn't come to drop their droppings, let alone any other species. The pickled vegetable netizens, upon seeing this place, were even more speechless.
Why drop a tiny bomb said to be only the size of a fist in such a remote and barren spot? Wouldn't it be better to drop it directly into their city center? The Divine Dragon people's mindset was truly too small.
Just as the pickled vegetable people were furiously criticizing the Divine Dragon, a scene deeply shook them, rendering them speechless. In the control room, Suyu stood at the center, his eyes fixed on the data on the screen. The system was activated, covering the entire blue star. If Suyu wished, he could drop a bomb not only on the pickled vegetable wasteland but even into the home of the pickled vegetable boss, ensuring their entire family would meet the grandmother of the little match girl in one neat row. Select the location: Pickled Vegetables Zone A Wasteland. Suyu issued the command. The place he chose was vast enough for the antimatter bomb to unleash its full power.
Location selected. Fire.
The moment the words left his mouth, a tiny bomb soared into the sky from the base, racing toward the direction of the pickled vegetables.
The bomb flew like the wind. In an instant it left the Divine Dragon's territory and arrived at the pickled vegetable region. It landed precisely at the center of the wasteland. A deafening boom resounded.
The sound was more terrifying than a mountain splitting and the earth cracking. A flash of fire burst forth.
In an instant the entire wasteland was engulfed in the blaze.
The very heavens and earth nearly collapsed from the residual force of the explosion.
The firelight dimmed.
When the dust settled, only a massive crater remained.
The entire wilderness was not leveled flat but blasted into a pit. All vegetation including the mountains had vanished without a trace.
Not even dust remained. The power of this bomb was more horrifying than the sky falling and the earth sinking.
This image was deeply etched into the netizens' minds, impossible to erase.
They had never seen such a terrifying bomb. As for the pickled vegetable netizens, they were all struck speechless with fear. Given the bomb's power, if it had been dropped in the city center, not only would their flesh and blood bodies be annihilated, but even all the iron and concrete structures would vanish into nothingness.
How could the divine dragon people be so terrifying? Pickled vegetable idiots, why aren't you talking? Have you all gone mute?
The shock on the pickled vegetable boss' face had not yet faded. He had never imagined that this tiny bomb would possess power far exceeding that of nuclear weapons.
Initially he had specifically asked Suyu whether it was a nuclear weapon to avoid becoming a fool. Letting others drop a nuclear weapon on his own turf, wouldn't that be idiotic? Little did he expect the plot to develop beyond his expectations. Now he had become the top fool in the world of fools. Because this bomb's power far surpassed nuclear weapons, making it the most powerful weapon humanity had ever seen. This Suyu, the pickled vegetable boss, was cursing. He had been deceived. This Suyu is too wicked and the divine dragon is rotten to the core. Should we give them a taste of their own medicine? A staff member said, extremely angry. Because it was given. The pickled vegetable boss stood up and snarled, "Our pickled vegetables and the divine dragon are irreconcilable." After saying this he paused and cautiously asked, "Is there any chance of intercepting this type of divine dragon bomb?" Like nuclear weapons, though powerful, they might not always detonate successfully.
Because there were interception systems.
Of course interception systems were not 100% successful.
If even one bomb got through, it could be a total barbecue wipeout.
Interception.
The technician was stunned.
"Boss, we can't even detect this bomb at all. Undetectable. It's a stealth bomb."
Everyone else was terrified. The so-called stealth wasn't true invisibility to the naked eye, but simply that equipment couldn't detect its presence. The pickled vegetable boss was shocked. "Boss, the soldiers are assembled and the planes and tanks are ready. Awaiting your command, we can march to the divine dragon immediately."
"What command?"
The pickled vegetable boss feigned ignorance. "To teach the divine dragon a lesson, well, just go to the border and show off our strength, provoking them. Give a door. If they drop a few of these new bombs, our entire pickled vegetable nation will be barbecue wiped out." The pickled vegetable boss slumped into his chair, his face full of despair. With such weapons from the divine dragon, their pickled vegetables could never provoke them again. Otherwise they would face utter annihilation. The faces of the others were clouded with worry.
"Boss."
A clever one stepped forward. "Actually, whether the divine dragon has this new bomb or not and how powerful it is doesn't affect us much."
"Oh." Everyone's eyes lit up.
They waited for him to continue. "Because the divine dragon's crust movement device already has the capability to barbecue our entire pickled vegetables."
"What's one more?" Everyone realized this was true.
Their helpless faces revealed a bitter smile.
"No more words, just give up.
Tell everyone from now on we must never provoke the divine dragon people.
Even if it's a mosquito from the divine dragon, we must not swat it, let it drink its fill."
The members of the base were left speechless. It is important to note that this antimatter bomb, even with its power reduced to only 10 of normal, still possesses such terrifying destructive force.
The destructive power of a normal antimatter bomb is even more unfathomable. This power is somewhat disappointing. Suyu frowned, leaving others in astonishment.
Is this power merely acceptable? If it were 10 times larger without any reduction in destructive power, it could easily wipe the pickles off the map.
Regardless, everyone has worked hard, so the bonus will be doubled. I'll treat you all to a feast. After returning from the feast, Suyu received a call from the pickle boss. "Is this little pickle? What's the matter?"
This made the pickle boss pause for a moment, the sense of disparity in his heart quite apparent. Yesterday under the moonlit flowers he called him boss, but today in a changed world he referred to him as little pickle. Suppressing his negative emotions, the pickle boss forced a smile. "Professor, so you've put me in a terrible spot."
"Was that a small bomb?" "It is clearly the strongest bomb in history."
The pickle boss was truly in dire straits. Before the antimatter bomb exploded, netizens had praised him as very wise. After the explosion they all called him a pancake. Other netizens were also criticizing him. Now he and Brother Dong are collectively known as the top 3 fools of the year. His reputation had become even worse. It was indeed a small bomb only the size of a fist. If it were any larger it could have annihilated the entire pickle group in one go. Suyu said honestly. His words left the pickle boss feeling as if he had fallen into an icy abyss chilled to the bone. Professor Suai. Before the pickle boss could finish, Suyu cheerfully interjected, now you know where the origin of chopsticks lies, right? The origin lies with the divine dragon. The pickle boss declared resolutely. Which place has the traditional festival of the Dragon Boat Festival? It's the divine dragon. Which place is Li Bai from? He is from the divine dragon. All are from the divine dragon. We pickles are a group of shameless thieves. Lacking our own heritage, we specialize in stealing from others, truly a source of laughter. The pickle boss was sobbing and repenting. Whether his words were sincere or not, Suyu did not care, but they sounded quite pleasant. Now I finally understand the origin of the universe is not in pickles but with the divine dragon. Suyu's face was filled with dark lines. He was not like the pickle people who enjoyed this kind of self-indulgence. As for the origin of the universe, I don't know, but it certainly isn't in pickles or with the divine dragon. Suyu said seriously. The pickle boss quickly changed his tune. Professor Suyu, make a valid point. What do you want to say? Hurry up and say it. Suyu had no time to listen to his flattery. In the future, can you give little pickle some support? The pickle boss wore a cheeky grin, appearing like a sycophant. That depends on whether you pickles can get things done. We can. After hanging up the phone, Suyu heard the system's voice. 99. 99. 100 upgrade successful. The god-level civilization system is at your service. System, you have finally returned. Hearing the long-awaited voice, Suyu revealed a radiant smile. He had truly become somewhat unaccustomed to the absence of the system over the past month. Task triggered. Establish a lunar amusement park. Accept task. Obtain 2 portals. Complete task. Gain 4 mysterious gift packs. Reject task. Gain 250 T of learning resources. 250 fairy panties. 250 fairy black and white socks. Glancing at the task board, Suyu was speechless. During the month of upgrading, had the system really been busy collecting learning resources and stealing others' panties and socks? Truly bizarre. Accept task. Suyu was certainly not interested in learning resources. He was very much interested in those portals. Task acceptance successful. Would you like to extract the portals? Yes. As soon as he spoke, 2 cylindrical devices appeared before Suyu. Seeing these cylinders, Suyu was left speechless. Because these 2 cylinders were remarkably similar to the storage devices for green liquid. I wonder if scraping a bit off will damage this cylinder. Before Suyu could finish his sentence, the system's voice chimed in. It will not. Ha! Suyu was taken aback. In the past, the system would not know anything he asked. Now it was answering even before he had asked. The upgraded system was truly impressive. Finding a small knife, Suyu carefully scraped off a bit of powder and began his experimental analysis. The results were as he had anticipated. The substance in this cylinder was identical to that of the green liquid storage device. One could say that they were the same thing, only differing slightly in shape and contents. I wonder how this portal works. Suyu stroked his chin, leaving the experiment and seeking a secluded spot. Twisting the cylinder, a rolling black mist poured out, coalescing in the air to form a cloud of darkness. This. Suyu was stunned. This was completely identical to the space he had seen above the DT Strait, only this one was comparatively smaller. How is this thing supposed to be used? Suyu was at a loss. The reward of a physical object is different from technology. Technology brings knowledge flooding into his mind, but physical objects do not. 2 portals, one installed on Blue Star and the other on the Moon, can achieve travel between the 2 locations. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Suyu understood. He also had a sudden realization about recent events. The one above the DT Strait was also a portal. If aliens installed one portal on their planet and another on Blue Star, they could travel between the 2 planets without barriers or distance. This is ultimately a huge hidden danger. Suyu frowned. If it could be destroyed, that would be great for the portal the aliens installed on Blue Star. Unfortunately, he currently lacked the capability. But he was not discouraged. The road must be walked step by step. Slowly, one day he would become as powerful as he desired. The current task is to complete the system's mission. This task is quite simple. All I need to do is fly to the Moon and install a portal there. Suyu smiled slightly. Manned lunar landing technology had long been achieved by the Divine Dragon. However, he did not plan to use this technology as he still had anti-gravity technology.
Anti-gravity technology is far more powerful than pseudo-anti-gravity technology. If applied to space travel, it would allow direct travel between Blue Star and the Moon. The constraints of gravity would no longer be an issue. First, I'll take a nap. Suyu yawned and glanced at the moon outside the window. It was big and round.
Suyu found Long Onping and revealed his plan.
He wanted to build a spaceship, a brand new aerospace vehicle capable of direct travel between Earth and the Moon and even other planets. Hearing this, Long Onping was dumbfounded.
According to his calculations, even if all other researchers worked together, it would take at least 50 years to reach such a level of aerospace technology. If anyone else had said this, Long Onping would have told them to go back to sleep and make a beautiful dream during the day.
But Suyu was different. Suyu's abilities could not be judged by ordinary standards. Does this spaceship require any new technology? Long Onping stared at Suyu, unable to suppress his excitement.
From his understanding of Suyu, he knew that if Suyu had made such a statement, he was already 100% certain. Anti-gravity technology and I will thoroughly redesign the spacecraft. As he spoke, Suyu pulled out a design blueprint. He placed it on the table for Long Onping to see. The blueprint depicted the structure and shape of the spaceship. That's incredible. After carefully examining it for a while, Long Onping's eyes lit up and he praised the blueprint profusely. With Suyu's design and antimatter technology, the possibility of building a spaceship was extremely high. Professor Su, your talent truly shines like the sun and moon. When did this old man learn to flatter? Suyu was speechless and interrupted him. All right. Then make arrangements. I want to use this spaceship for another manned moon landing.
Manned moon landing? Long Onping was stunned. Didn't we just succeed in a moon landing a while ago? Are we going to the moon again to get something? No, Suyu shook his head. Then what? Long Onping was puzzled. I want to build an amusement park on the moon. Before Suyu could finish, he was interrupted by a holy shit. Professor Su, this idea is really fanciful. Although he had great trust in Suyu's abilities, Long Onping couldn't help but question such an absurd plan. Not to mention that building anything on the moon is extremely difficult. Even sending ordinary people other than astronauts to the moon is nearly impossible. Astronauts undergo arduous training to leave Earth and reach space. How can an ordinary person without selection and training ascend to space? Forcing them up would certainly cause a series of problems, even endangering their lives. The problem of ordinary people's physique can be solved with a special spacesuit. Suyu smiled confidently. He could manufacture a special spacesuit to solve the physical problems that ordinary people would face in space. The cost of taking them up is extremely high. Your amusement park tickets would probably cost tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. Long Onping sighed. Even if it were realized, he might not have a chance to go. Despite his high position, he was actually a poor old man. I already have a solution for reaching the moon. Suyu mysteriously smiled without revealing the specifics. As for the tickets, they will be affordable. His technology was never meant to serve the wealthy. It was to serve the Shenlong people and all of humanity. Long Onping's eyes burned brighter than the sun. As an aerospace worker, his only dream was to be able to look down at the Earth he had lived on for decades from space. In the past, he could only dream. Now it might become reality. And the tickets were not expensive. Professor Su, you are truly amazing. My admiration for you is like the endless Yangtze River and like the Yellow River flooding uncontrollably. Was this old man possessed by a flatterer? Suyu was speechless. Gather the team. With that, he slipped away. Back in his dormitory, Suyu logged onto Weibo. He announced his plan to build an amusement park on the moon. The Shenlong was now extremely powerful. Like a giant divine dragon, it perched high above, looking down on others. Once the project was announced, if anyone tried to make trouble, they would be struck with thunderous force. Openly, they could be given an antimatter bomb. Covertly, they could be hit with a massive earthquake. There was no need to work on projects in secret anymore. Unsurprisingly, this Weibo post immediately went viral, not just in Shenlong but all over the world. Within just a few hours, the likes reached 670 million and comments soared to 236 million, setting a Weibo record. Suyu's popularity was terrifying. Even all other celebrities combined couldn't match his traffic. In the world, he was the top of the top. No one could compare to him. Professor Su, you're incredible. The Moon Amusement Park affordable tickets, I must get the first ticket. My mom asked why I was kneeling while watching Weibo, and after she saw it, she knelt with me. Looking at the comments, Suyu gasped. There were all kinds of languages. When did Weibo become an international social platform with people from everywhere? In the office, Brother Dong sat in a chair, his legs crossed. He had given up. He no longer opposed the Shenlong. Mainly because if he continued opposing he would lose his position.
A netizen from Piao pointed out that since Brother Dong took over, Piao had been on a decline while the Shenlong was rising exponentially. Coupled with Brother Dong's habit of wearing a red tie every day, he suspected that Brother Dong was a Shenlong agent. This person had undoubtedly been eliminated by Brother Dong. What a damn Shenlong mole. Brother Dong cursed and logged onto Weibo. He registered a small account there. He often cursed Suyu under his Weibo posts, but unfortunately he was torn apart by others' rebuttals. His private messages were still 99. All of them were netizens insulting him.
Moon Amusement Park. Brother Dong laughed. No one understood aerospace better than him. Building an amusement park on the moon was nothing but a pipe dream.
This time I'm going to mock the Shenlong thoroughly.
Brother Dong laughed from ear to ear.
He immediately contacted India, South Korea, and Japan. These were his lackeys.
Mocking the Shenlong with his lackeys would be more devastating. India mocking.
We're the best at it.
Mock the Shenlong.
Goodbye.
South Korea God.
Goodbye.
Japan fuck off.
Fuck.
Brother Dong cursed. These former lackeys actually dared to curse him now.
Do you think that just because Piao has fallen our blades are no longer sharp?
Brother Dong's face twisted with menace. A starved camel is still larger than a horse.
Piao's demise had stripped her of former glory, leading these underlings to underestimate her. Had they ever considered that although Piao could not defeat the Shenlong, dealing with scum like them would be a trivial task? Under Brother Dong's coercion and cajoling, Anan and the others had no choice but to agree.
It's settled then.
Brother Dong flashed a smirk.
Though Piao was no longer the world's overlord, she remained the big sister to Anan and her crew. With the team assembled and tasks assigned, they embarked on the spaceship project. The total budget for this endeavor was 10 billion. Scientific research is akin to burning money.
Fortunately, the Shenlong of today was a far cry from its former self. A mere 10 billion was no longer a significant sum for them. Having completed his own tasks for the day, Suyu went to inspect the progress of others, offering occasional guidance.
Good work.
Approaching a group, he glanced at their progress and quality, nodding with satisfaction. Receiving Suyu's praise, they were invigorated, their fighting spirit renewed.
He left that area and headed elsewhere.
At a corner he overheard a displeasing voice.
Isn't this manufacturing room Yan Wenjun's? Suyu's expression turned cold.
From Yan Wenjun's workshop came a cacophony of noises, sounds he recognized all too well and dreaded. Before he even reached the door, the sounds grew clearer.
Xiao Jun, just listen to me, I'm sure this data is 1.2654. I calculated it rigorously. Senior sister, let me verify it first. Xiao Jun, you don't trust me. I'm so heartbroken, boo-hoo.
The sound of boo-hoo filled the air, causing Suyu's face to darken.
He couldn't help but rudely shove the door open.
Without the door's obstruction, he saw Xiaowei standing on the table pointing at Yan Wenjun and incessantly crying boo-hoo.
How utterly nauseating.
Spotting Suyu, Xiaowei immediately fell silent. The boo-hoo ceased, replaced by a facade of diligent work.
This data, I calculated it to be 1.2654.
But you should double-check to ensure rigor.
Yan Wenjun. That AI changed its face faster than a book.
Suyu walked over, gently rubbing Xiaowei's head, nearly pulling out its hair. You made her call you senior sister. Xiaowei played dumb, ignoring the question. Yan Wenjun resolved the matter. Xiaowei said it started with the teacher earlier and I joined later, so it told me to call it senior sister.
You started with me earlier. Are you my student? Suyu tapped its head. Our relationship is not master-student but rather an equal working partnership. Equality.
Xiaowei nearly rolled its eyes.
It kept having its battery taken out and yet it dared to claim equality. Shameless. If it's equality, shouldn't she call me Aunt Master?
Xiaowei put its hands on its hips, chin raised, eyes gleaming.
Suyu didn't want to dwell on this. If you boo-hoo again, you'll remove your battery. Ow.
Xiaowei sighed, drooping its head, a picture of dejection.
This AI sure knew how to put on an act.
Suyu showed no mercy, instead giving it a sharp rap on the head.
He checked Yan Wenjun's project progress again.
It exceeded his expectations. Suyu knew that half the credit belonged to Xiaowei.
Admittedly, this AI, aside from its little quirks, possessed extraordinary capabilities. You've both done well.
Suyu lavished them with praise, especially Xiaowei, which he praised extravagantly.
But Xiaowei was different from Yan Wenjun. Receiving Suyu's praise, Yan Wenjun lowered her head, cheeks flushed, heart blooming with joy.
Xiaowei, however, was immune to his praise. It had figured out Suya's character. He only gave verbal praise, never material rewards, a true exploiter.
Xiaowei, why aren't you happy? Suyu was taken aback.
Previously when praised it would act like a lost moose.
Now it seemed sullen. You just praise me. Without any actual reward.
Xiaowei pouted, speaking with utmost grievance.
Reward? How about a kiss? Suyu was astonished. Had this AI become sentient? Wanting a reward? Xiaowei was speechless. It wasn't Yan Wenjun as an AI, what did it need a kiss for? I want to boo. Shut up.
Suyu cut it off, pausing for a moment. He realized he might have been too harsh with Xiaowei.
Did AI have no rights? Actually no. For today I'll give you half an hour to freely boo.
Before he could finish, Suyu noticed Xiaowei was about to start boohooing and quickly stopped it. Wait until I leave, then start boohooing in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Xiaowei nodded obediently.
Back to business. Suyu said seriously. Your project is generally good, but there are some details right here. Suyu began to instruct.
With his guidance, Yan Wenjun had a sudden epiphany, gaining a deeper mastery of the project.
Keep up the good work. I'm leaving now. Start boohooing 10 minutes after I'm gone.
A month later, the spaceship prototype was completed.
It was awe-inspiring, far more breathtaking than any sci-fi movie vessel.
Most importantly, this wasn't just a spaceship, it also possessed combat capabilities surpassing even the most advanced bombers. Without exaggeration, Suyu could send someone aboard this spaceship to reach Pia Piao, send Brother Dong to meet the King of Hell, and return safely to Shenlong. However, it was merely a prototype. It lacked the ability to fly, requiring anti-gravity technology. Over the past month, Suyu's task was to complete that part. His work was the most critical and he had executed it flawlessly. Next, our job is to install the anti-gravity components and perfect the spaceship's other systems. Gazing at the majestic ship, Suyu himself was awed.
Let's all give it our best. The remaining work was not difficult, needing only 2 or 3 days to complete. Then humanity's first spaceship would be born. Time flew swiftly, and before long winter arrived.
Gazing into the distance, the world was clad in silver as if the earth had donned a white coat. The weather was bitingly cold with a fierce wind howling. Within the aerospace base, a warm and cheerful atmosphere prevailed. With hearts aflutter and trembling hands, everyone's gaze was fixed upon the spacecraft before them. This was the fruit of their labor and also the first spacecraft in human history. Its entire body was pitch black, shaped like a lid, yet exuding an imposing aura far more dazzling than anything seen in science fiction films.
We have succeeded. Succeed, my foot. Only when it successfully lands on the moon can we truly call it a success. In the aerospace base, everyone was brimming with excitement. Suyu was no exception.
Although the spacecraft could only be considered truly built after landing on the moon, Suyu was confident that this spacecraft was 99 without issue. The remaining one was simply to avoid speaking too absolutely. With the emergence of this spacecraft, the importance of astronauts will likely be greatly diminished. Someone let out a sigh, yet despite the sigh there was no trace of worry on his face, only fervent excitement. His words were not mistaken. This spacecraft possessed extraordinarily remarkable capabilities. An ordinary person could stay inside without needing a spacesuit, and no matter how the spacecraft flew through space it would have no effect on them. The experience was almost identical to being on Earth, even the gravity was the same. Not that astronauts had become unimportant once they stepped out of the spacecraft into space, their advantages would become evident.
The urgent task now is to train someone who can skillfully pilot this spacecraft.
Lam Yamping's eyes gleamed as he gazed at the spacecraft like a wolf that had not eaten for years spotting a tender rabbit. Suyu stroked his chin, pondering the matter. As he thought, his gaze fell upon Longxi. As a female soldier king, Longxi could drive all kinds of vehicles, both combat and non-combat aircraft, and was even more skilled than a pilot. She had a unique advantage in piloting this spacecraft.
The choice is her.
Suyu pointed his finger at Longxi. He knew Longxi inside out and was well aware of her abilities. No one objected to Suyu's decision. As for this bodyguard who followed Suyu like a trinket, others knew little about her, but they trusted Suyu.
Long Zai's eyes suddenly lit up.
She had driven more vehicles than an ordinary person, had eaten salt, but she had never driven a spacecraft. When faced with something unfamiliar, Longxi felt nothing but eagerness to try.
After days of relentless research, everyone is exhausted.
Starting now, I'll give you a week off. Eat, drink and play to your heart's content, and all expenses are on me.
Suyu smiled and spoke with great generosity.
After so many days of work, it was time to reward them.
Long live Professor Su. Everyone was thrilled.
Paid leave with all expenses reimbursed, what a wonderful thing.
Who wouldn't like that? Long Anping didn't like it.
I refuse, he declared firmly.
Ha! Suyu was stunned.
Who wouldn't enjoy such a treat? I want to stay and witness the spacecraft launch leave Blue Star and reach the moon. Long Anping's stance was clear, as if forcing him to take leave would be the death of him. The spacecraft landing on the moon would undoubtedly be a historic event. Compared to that, what did anything else matter? The others snapped out of it. They all expressed their unwillingness to take leave, insisting that not letting them work until the end of time would be an insult. Well, this. Suyu was taken aback. In all his years he had never heard such a request. Professor Su, the sun doesn't set, we don't clock out, Blue Star doesn't explode, we don't take leave, declared Long Anping. At that moment, even if he starved or jumped off a cliff, he would not take leave. Are you sure you don't want leave? Absolutely sure. But the spacecraft's moon landing is scheduled for 8 days from now. Suyu glanced at Long Anping and almost burst out laughing. Long Anping was dumbfounded. He had carelessly failed to ask about the launch date. His earlier resolve crumbled instantly. Who would be foolish enough to refuse leave when it was offered? Professor Su, I think people should balance work and rest, not just keep researching. Before Long Anping could finish, Suyu interrupted. You're right. Not just me, but all of you need to balance work and rest. This leave is mandatory, no one can refuse. Suyu's words were meant to give Long Anping a graceful way out. Well, I'll go pack my things and take my wife on vacation. Long Anping flashed a smile and quickly made his escape. If he stayed any longer, even with his thick skin, he would feel embarrassed. We're off too. Watching their retreating figures, Suyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Truly a bunch of old rascals. While everyone else was on vacation, Suyu could not take a break. His task was to teach Longxi how to pilot the space. As for the spacecraft, not a single person in the world knew how to fly it, including him. Asking him to teach Longxi was like a single dog teaching another single dog about love. Of course not. Suyu only needed to explain the function of each part to Longxi. This is the propulsion system. The anti-gravity system, which can cancel out Blue Star's gravity and also adjust the gravity inside the ship. Suyu was explaining to Longxi. This was the first time he had imparted knowledge to her. To his surprise, Longxi's memory was even better than his. She had a natural photographic memory. Her comprehension was also extraordinarily strong. She was a true master of both the pen and the sword. What's your educational background? Suyu asked. Based on his judgment, Longxi's abilities were at least at the graduate level. Longxi confessed frankly, I didn't even finish primary school. Suyu was stunned. He had never imagined that such a formidable Longxi only had a kindergarten diploma. Education doesn't define everything. Take the venerable Mr. Hua for example. He only had a junior high school diploma, yet his mathematical achievements were so brilliant that hundreds of thousands of PhDs combined couldn't hold a candle to him. One is never too old to learn. A person may lack a diploma, but they must never stop learning. No matter how low the diploma, as long as one possesses outstanding knowledge, one day they will shine and rise above the rest. After all that explanation, do you understand everything? Suyu asked without any confidence at all. Because he knew all the knowledge about the spacecraft and how to fly it, but he simply couldn't do it. That was the difference between theory and practice. For instance, a single dog might be single, but his theoretical knowledge was extremely rich. I've got it. So soon. Suyu found it utterly unbelievable. Practical operation wasn't something one could learn by ear, it required hands-on experience. Let me show you once, then you'll see. Longxi said. Compared to other things, the complexity and difficulty of a spaceship were extremely high. But for a former king of soldiers, it was no more than a piece of cake. This spaceship costs tens of billions. Market price could be as high as several trillion. Are you really sure you can do it? Suyu asked hesitantly. The spaceship was too precious to be taken lightly. Just fly it once and we'll find out, won't we? Longxi rolled her eyes, disliking people who were indecisive. All right. The two boarded the spaceship. Initially, Longxi disagreed with Suyu accompanying her. Although she was confident it wasn't absolute certainty. Better safe than sorry, if there was even a hint of danger she wouldn't let Suyu set foot inside. In the end she yielded to Suyu's insistence. Only then did she allow him to accompany her. Hold on tight, I'm about to take off. Longxi said, and following what she knew, she started the spaceship. The spaceship started, but there was no sound. Only the whistling of the wind, and beneath the chassis a faint blue light surged forth. Liftoff. The spaceship shot into the sky at an astonishing speed. Before long it appeared above the clouds. The clouds clustered together, dense and soft, whiter than cotton. I forgot to bring my phone, Suyu sighed. As the saying goes, you'd sooner forget your wife than your phone. And he had forgotten his phone. There was no way to capture such a magnificent view. Playing with a phone was only allowed during specific phases of flight, but a spaceship was different. You could use it the whole time. "They'll take a few pictures for you long," she said with a faint smile, using the spaceship's functions to capture several stunning images. The spaceship continued to ascend. It didn't stop until it left the atmosphere and reached space. Suyu felt a slight abnormality in his body. "Adjust the gravity." "All right." Long's ice physique was formidable, so she hadn't noticed any discomfort yet. After adjusting the gravity, Suyu's body returned to normal, feeling almost exactly like standing on the ground of launching. At the edge of space, the spaceship didn't descend further but flew horizontally for a while. "Impressive." Suyu gave a thumbs up. It was beyond his expectations. Long, she piloted the spaceship like a seasoned veteran, not a novice. "Basic moves, nothing special." "Long," she said calmly. She had truly stolen the show. "Want to keep sightseeing? If not, we go back." "Sightseeing?" Suyu thought for a moment, then a crooked smile appeared on his lips. "No need to drift around here anymore. Let's go to Piapiao's sky. I heard the air there is the freshest and sweetest." In the past, Piapiao loved to bounce around in other people's airspace without permission. What Suyu was doing was simply giving them a taste of their own medicine. "All right." Long, she showed little interest. In the past, she would have been immensely intrigued. But now things were different. Piapiao wasn't as strong as Shenlong. She had little interest in things that weren't powerful. Locking onto the direction of Piapiao, the spaceship flew off. Piapiao. Mo Lei was fighting in the wilderness. After the fight, he lay on the ground gazing at the sky. Above there was no sun, only white clouds, nothing but white and blue. Suddenly Mo Lei's eyes widened. A small black dot appeared in the sky. With his exceptional eyesight, he exclaimed in surprise, "Is that a UFO? Are you seeing things because you fought till you're dizzy and hallucinating?" His female companion didn't believe him. "What UFO? It was merely the hallucination of someone who had lost too much protein." "Really?" Mo Lei stood up, twisted his companion's head toward the sky, nearly breaking her neck. "Fuck!" Ignoring her neck, the woman screamed in surprise, "A UFO has appeared. Quick, take a picture and post it on Twitter. My phone is full of study videos. Clear some space." It wasn't just Mo Lei, others in Piapiao also noticed. A UFO had appeared in the sky. "Are aliens coming? Oh my god, after waiting so long, we're finally going to see aliens." "See my ass, why don't you run?" The streets were in chaos. Some were thrilled, some terrified. All sorts of reactions. Twitter was flooded with posts about the UFO. Not just Twitter, other global websites were the same. The world was in an uproar. Previously, through Suyu, they had learned that aliens really did exist in the universe and were more advanced than humans. Now, with pictures and videos, it was clear that aliens indeed existed and had come to launching. Even the netizens of Shenlong were restless. They were all discussing fervently. Their discussions reached Long Anping. Long Anping was on vacation, which meant he and his wife had arrived at an unfamiliar park. His wife was dancing square dance. He was daydreaming. Bored out of his mind. Long Anping replied to netizens saying that wasn't a UFO, the person inside was probably Professor Su. Most people not only disbelieved him but also mocked him. A small number believed him, but their interpretation was skewed. "You mean Professor Su is an alien?" Long Anping. Donggu was also shaken. Through his equipment, he was certain this was a UFO. Emergency alert. Donggu's face turned serious. "Should we notify Shenlong?" Someone asked. With Shenlong's advanced weapons, it would be easier to deal with the aliens if they had ill intentions. "Don't bother with them." Donggu's eyes flickered. "Deploy the soldiers and bring out the best weapons. To welcome the aliens. To fight them." The others were stunned. Since the aliens could reach Piapiao, it was clear their strength was far beyond what Piapiao could match. "Fight my ass. Communicate with them peacefully." Donggu smiled faintly. In his view, if they could obtain some impressive black technology from the aliens, they might surpass Shenlong and reclaim everything that belonged to Piapiao. Aboard the spaceship, Suyu was observing below. The people below were as dense as ants. There were not only ordinary people but also soldiers. With his sharp eyesight augmented by equipment, Suyu could see a person standing in front of the soldiers. That person was wearing a sharp suit and a bright red tie. A gentle breeze blew, stirring the red tie. The fluttering tie was actually the same as Shenlong's. If it wasn't Donggu, who else could it be? "So many people are here to welcome me, I must be quite the celebrity." Suyu showed a slight smile.
Suyu was stunned, unable to help but blurt out a curse. They really are welcoming us. Below in the open space someone was laying a red carpet and on both sides people were carrying flower baskets ready to scatter petals. Should we play along? She flashed a sinister smile. We must. Their mischievous side emerged. The spaceship descended toward the front of the red carpet. This caused the people below to become extremely excited. Especially Brother Dong, who was so thrilled he could jump out of the solar system. The aliens' actions clearly conveyed goodwill. The goodwill of a powerful race and friendly communication with them, what a wonderful thing. Brother Dong instructed, remember when the aliens come down start scattering petals. First a light sprinkle, then when they walk on the red carpet a heavy shower. If there's any mishap you'll be in deep trouble. Roger, that the staff replied in unison. As expected of aliens, their technology is incredible, even stronger than that little divine dragon. Gazing at the spaceship, Brother Dong's eyes lit up. This spaceship made no sound during flight and landing as silent as if it didn't exist. Wasn't that black technology? The technology of the divine dragon could not compare. The spaceship landed smoothly on an open area. The hatch opened automatically. Everyone craned their necks staring at the hatch, hoping to see aliens emerge. Baron was a streamer broadcasting the alien incident. Baron said this UFO must contain aliens. If not, he'll eat a pound of ology. Baron had barely finished speaking. The live stream's tip amount reached to 0.00000. It was still skyrocketing. Baron smiled confidently and aimed the camera at the spaceship's hatch. A creature emerged from inside. When everyone saw its appearance, not only the viewers in the livestream but also everyone on site was stunned. Someone said dumbfounded, the alien looks like a human. Are you blind? That's a human, Professor Su from the Divine Dragon, the greatest scientist, especially Brother Dong, who was present and already confused. He was very smart. He instantly understood. There were no aliens at all. It was just new technology developed by the Divine Dragon. Brother Dong cursed himself silently. He must have been crazy to hold such a grand welcome for this jinx. The memory of being cheated out of 5 billion last time was still fresh. Stepping out of the hatch and onto the red carpet, Suyu smiled slightly and warmly greeted everyone. Hello everyone. You've worked hard. Suyu's behavior was like reviewing troops. It left everyone even more stunned. Scatterflowers, he kindly reminded the basket-carrying girl, who was still in a daze. The girl snapped out of it and began scattering petals. Her movements made Brother Dong gnash his teeth. Hello, Professor Su. We're not tired. The others responded enthusiastically to Suyu, raising their phones to snap pictures. It was evident that in their hearts Suyu's appearance was even more exciting than aliens. Suyu was slightly surprised. He didn't expect to have so many fans in Pia Piao. Even some soldiers joined in the fun, but they calmed down after a few glares from Brother Dong. Suyu walked over to Brother Dong, warmly shook his hand whether he liked it or not. Xiao Dong, long time no see. Only a few dozen days. With so many people present, Brother Dong had no choice but to play along. As the saying goes, one day apart feels like 3 years. For us, a few dozen days apart feels like billions of divine dragon coins. Suyu patted Brother Dong's shoulder and chuckled. You. Brother Dong's anger flared instantly. In this world he only hated 2 people, a man named Deng and Suyu. The one he hated most was undoubtedly Suyu. Calm down. How could he let such a lovely person as Brother Dong get angry? Right now you must want to drive me away, right? Suyu leaned in and said in a voice only Brother Dong could hear. Brother Dong didn't speak, just nodded. No need to kick me out, I'll leave in a few minutes, Suyu said truthfully. Brother Dong breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he relaxed, Suyu spoke, but Brother Dong's heart immediately tensed. He didn't want this jinx to stay a minute longer in Pia Piao. You don't want to let me go that easily, do you? Suyu chuckled. You're overthinking it. Pia Piao and Divine Dragon have always been good friends. If you want to leave, he'll certainly be willing, Brother Dong said cautiously. In his heart he wanted to riddle Suyu with bullets and send him back lying down. Let's be honest. I have an idea. As I'm leaving, have your men attack my ship. What do you think? Suyu smiled brightly. Brother Dong looked at Suyu suspiciously, wondering what game he was playing. He said nothing. I'm sure you'd like to say yes. Suyu looked like he had seen through everything. No, don't slander me. Even if Jesus came today, I wouldn't let him attack your ship. Brother Dong said firmly. Suyu smirked, leaned in and whispered in Brother Dong's ear, deal. The Divine Dragon's research on this spaceship contributes to human technological development. Pia Piao also wants to do its part, and is willing to fund the Divine Dragon with 500 billion. Brother Dong said pompously. Hearing this, the patriotic Pia Piao people present became angry. Wouldn't it be better to spend that money on ourselves? Isn't giving it to the Divine Dragon like throwing meat into a dog's mouth, never to return? We're just being suckers. Thank you for Pia Piao's support. Suyu walked over and cooperatively said, to live up to Pia Piao's support, I allow Pia Piao to attack my ship when I leave. My life is not Pia Piao's responsibility. The meaning was clear. Pia Piao spent 500 billion to buy Suyu's life. Brother Dong was delighted. But Suyu's fans on site were unhappy. They were all protesting, saying that the ship could be tested without a person on board. Without a person, Brother Dong certainly wouldn't pay. I have made up my mind. Suyu walked over and said to Brother Dong, once the money is in, we can start. It will be there immediately, Brother Dong said with a smile. In his view, spending 500 billion to buy Suyu's life was a huge bargain. As for the spaceship, Brother Dong didn't believe that Pia Piao's firepower couldn't destroy it. It's credited. Let's begin. Brother Dong sneered. It was time to clip the Divine Dragon's wings. They left the scene, boarded the spaceship, and the door closed. Can it really withstand their attacks? Longshi worried. In her view, it was completely unnecessary to risk it for 500 billion. If Suyu needed it, not to mention 500 billion, even a trillion would be approved by the higher-ups. It should be able to withstand it. Suyu's confidence was not 100 because he was not Brother Dong and did not know Pia Piao's trump card. Presumably Brother Dong had already sent someone to hastily bring out the trump card weapons. This is really too crazy. Longshi wanted to scold Suyu but ultimately didn't. If she were alone, she would feel excited. With Suyu, this big treasure around, she didn't want this kind of life-threatening challenge. Don't worry, trust me. Suyu walked over and patted her shoulder. The speed of this spaceship is beyond your imagination. And indeed, a tomboy's shoulder was also soft and delicate. At this moment, Brother Dong really wanted to laugh up to the sky. Today is really a stroke of luck. This Suyu must have lost his mind risking his life for 500 billion. As long as Suyu admitted that his death had nothing to do with Pia Piao and was entirely his own fault, Brother Dong could go all out and kill him. Everyone get ready. The moment the spaceship takes off, bombard it crazily. Don't be stingy with the rare shells. Fire as many as you have. Brother Dong issued the order. Understood. The Pia Piao soldiers replied. Among the others present, some were pro-Pia Piao individuals. They were all laughing. In their view, once Suyu died, the wings of Shenlong would be broken. Within a few years, Pia Piao could catch up with Shenlong and reclaim its former status. This Shenlong man should have died long ago. Exactly, even though he raised the technological level of humanity. For Pia Piao, we only want the position of the big brother, not the technological level of Blue Star. I am willing to exchange 50 years of my entire family's lives for Suyu's death today. Haha, he is doomed. If he doesn't die, I will eat all the shit on Blue Star. The pro-Pia Piao individuals were all madly discussing. Spending 500 billion to buy Suyu's life was a sure profit. Please Suyu, go to your death. Brother Dong muttered quietly just to satisfy his mouth, his eyes fixed on the spaceship. Around the spaceship, gas sprayed out, stirring sand and stones. Brother Dong knew it was about to take off. All units prepare. Bomb. As soon as Brother Dong's words fell, shells continuously bombarded the spaceship's position. Damn. Even Longshi, who was usually taciturn and calm as a rock, couldn't help but blurt a curse. There were at least 1,000 shells bombarding the spaceship. This move clearly intended to kill Suyu. Don't get excited. Quickly increase speed and you will find a surprise. Suyu sat in the chair, strapped on safety gear, looking completely calm. As if they were not the ones being bombarded. Longshi nodded and quickly increased the spaceship's ascent speed. Watching the thousands of shells bombarding the spaceship as if they cost nothing, Brother Dong smiled. Even if Jesus came, he could not change the outcome, that Suyu was doomed. This spaceship, no matter how strong its defense, could not withstand constant attacks. Time changes don't bully Pia Piao for being poor. Brother Dong was almost in tears. He was finally going to kill Suyu. So satisfying. A trace of madness appeared on Brother Dong's face. He couldn't let Suyu die so ordinary, it had to be spectacular. Continue bombing. Blast him until nothing remains. Ha! Brother Dong was stunned and quickly reached out to rub his eyes. Ha! Rub again. He rubbed until his eyes were red, then said in shock, "Fuck, where is Suyu's spaceship?" In just an instant, Suyu's spaceship had disappeared. Only a mess of scattered sand and stones remained. Lord Brother Dong, look up there.
A soldier shouted, pointing at the sky. Brother Dong looked up and saw a black dot the size of a fly high in the sky. It must be Su Ye's spaceship. Quickly! Quickly aim at the sky and bomb him. Brother Dong was frantic. No matter what, he must die today. Understood. Countless shells shot densely into the sky. Did you cuckold him? Brother Dong is insane to want your life so badly. Looking at the shells bombarding from below, Long Shi gasped. There were at least over 10,000 shells. And among them most were Piao Piao's trump card super shells that had never been revealed before. How could she tell? The speed and momentum of these shells were even more ferocious. They were hundreds of times more powerful than the best shells on the market. But unfortunately none of them hit. The spaceship was too fast. In just an instant, Long Shi could no longer see the shells. Piao Piao has strength but not much. Glancing back at the blue sky with only white clouds, Suyu smiled faintly. If not for the speed, the outcome might have been Long Shi poured cold water on Suyu. Her aim was just to stop him from being too reckless. Not necessarily. Suyu was not discouraged and said with a light smile, with the defensive capabilities of the spaceship, even if they bombarded it, they wouldn't be able to damage it in the slightest. Moreover, speed is also a kind of strength. Su Ye's words were not exaggerated. When he designed this spaceship, he had considered the impact of special meteorites. On the basis of being able to deal with special meteorites, he further increased the defense by 100 times. Then why did you still run? Long Shi asked, puzzled. To give Brother Dong some face, not to hurt him too much. Brother Dong, this big fool, after being cheated out of 5 billion, now cheated out of 500 billion. If hit again, he might just die on the spot. 500 billion. That's much more than the cost of building the spaceship. Suyu said happily. How should he spend this money? To be honest, with Shenlong's current welfare, everyone has become rich. Of course, most people are only moderately wealthy. They only have houses, cars and savings, still quite poor. Can't think of where to spend it. Then spend it on education. Suyu believed that the more money spent on education, the better. Improving the quality of students was equivalent to injecting a continuous stream of fresh blood into Shenlong. Do you feel burdened spending this money? Long Shi, who was focused on piloting the ship, suddenly asked. What burden? As the ancient philosopher Xuanzi said, take from the people and use for the people. Taking money from the Piao Piao people and using it on the Shenlong people, isn't that a wonderful thing? Indeed, it's wonderful. Long Shi agreed. After the spaceship incident was exposed, it shook the entire world. The vast majority of people were cursing Brother Dong. If Suyu suffered even the slightest mishap, Brother Dong's sins would be so grave that 10,000 deaths would not be enough to atone. After the cursing, netizens worldwide were praising the speed of the spaceship. The speed was simply incredible. In just an instant, it had already appeared tens of thousands of meters above the sky. It was the fastest device ever created by humanity. Some netizens were even fantasizing, if this spaceship reached the speed of light, would it really be possible to travel through time and space as Einstein suggested? Everyone was engaged in heated discussion. Only Brother Dong was alone, gnashing his teeth in fury, his face twisted beyond recognition. This pack of stupid dogs. Brother Dong angrily threw everything on the table. He was the one who had been swindled out of 500 billion, yet he was the one being viciously cursed by everyone. This world had truly gone mad. 500 billion Shenlong dollars, that was no small sum, and was enough to leave Piao Piao severely weakened. What a little fool I am. Brother Dong couldn't help cursing himself. He had been utterly blinded by greed and bewitched only to fall for Su Ye's trap. A staff member came in and reported the latest situation. Suyu of Shenlong has made a big move. He plans to pilot the spaceship straight to the moon. Straight line. Brother Dong was stunned. As everyone knew, a rocket cannot fly straight to the moon. It needs orbital acceleration involving many factors. Not just gravity, but also air resistance, acceleration, and so on. Wanting to fly straight to the moon was nothing but sheer fantasy. I get it now. Brother Dong, being a clever man, instantly understood. Suyu must have applied pseudo-anti-gravity technology to the spaceship. According to Piao Piao's experts' research, even adding pseudo-anti-gravity technology, let alone actual anti-gravity, would be like a drop in the bucket and would not produce immediate results. Because there were also stringent requirements for the spaceship. There were still a host of cutting-edge technologies to overcome. For all this, I must get my revenge. A cold smile curled at the corner of Brother Dong's mouth. Notify Asan, Pakai, Sakura, and the others. The sun was setting in the west, the distant sky glowing crimson like rolling lava, spectacular and breathtaking. Tonight, Su Ye's spaceship would make a straight line landing on the moon, witnessed by the entire world, creating a historic moment for humanity. A few days ago, the Shenlong side had already publicized this decision. Undoubtedly, it attracted worldwide attention. Billions of people were eagerly waiting, hoping to witness this momentous night.
Night fell. The moon quietly climbed up. Round, large, pure and flawless, as holy as a fairy's skin.
Moonlight poured down like water, gently spreading a thin layer of white sand over the earth. The moon was a naive sweetheart, unaware that the people on the ground were preparing to reach her with a new tool.
This moon, it's big and round.
Glancing at the sky, Suyu withdrew his gaze and stared into the livestream camera.
A global broadcast. The number of online viewers had reached 5 billion.
The count was still climbing rapidly.
Current time is Baidu 1925.
At 2000 we will launch the spaceship. Suyu smiled slightly and introduced detailed information to the audience. For this moon landing you won't have to stay up all night waiting.
The most conservative estimate is that we can reach the moon within 1 hour. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The closest distance from the moon to the blue planet is 363,000 kilometers. If it could reach the moon in 1 hour, that would mean the spaceship's speed is 183 kilometers. The first cosmic speed is 7.9 kilometers, the second is 11.2 kilometers, and the third is 16.7 kilometers. This already far exceeds the third cosmic speed. It was simply too incredible. Shenlong netizen, damn. Xiaoba netizen, Shenlong bro is really amazing. Asan netizen, even more magical than drinking Ganges water.
Brother Dong was also in the live stream.
Watching netizens unanimously praise Shenlong, he felt like cursing. This pack of stupid dogs. And what about Asan, Sakura and Pao Kai? Brother Dong was taken aback.
People of their caliber, when they commented in the livestream, had a unique display that made them stand out, not lost in the comment section. He had arranged with Asan and the other lackeys to come and mock Shenlong crazily tonight. But they were nowhere to be seen. These stupid dogs, they wouldn't stand me up, would they? Brother Dong's face was as dark as water. Truly, a dragon in shallow water is mocked by shrimps, a tiger on the plain is bullied by dogs. In the past those lackeys would have hurried to show their loyalty. But now not even a shadow was seen. Call them and urge them.
Brother Dong ordered.
At this moment he felt the fickleness of human relationships. Since Pia Piao was no longer the world number one, no one was willing to treat him as the big brother. Truly a bunch of fence-sitters. They all said that after you, Lord Brother Dong, have cursed, they will follow closely and viciously mock and insult Shenlong. The staff member returned and reported to Brother Dong. These people. Fuck. Brother Dong cursed, but there was nothing he could do. As the big brother, he was the one charging ahead and taking the lead. How ridiculous was that? The current time was Baidu 1945 and the spaceship launch was approaching.
Brother Dong took action.
He began to mock the spaceship in the live stream.
Pia Piao, Brother Dong V, if this spaceship wants to land on the moon in a straight line, I suggest the best time is during the day, because that's a pipe dream.
Brother Dong's comment was pinned at the top of the live stream, perfectly clear.
Every netizen could see it.
They were all stunned. After a moment of shock, they began to curse Brother Dong.
In just 3 seconds, Brother Dong's ancestry was cursed at least 100 million times.
Faced with the malicious attacks from netizens, Brother Dong was unconcerned. As long as he pretended not to see it, the curses didn't exist.
Ha! Brother Dong's heart grew uneasy. San Pakai, Sakura and the others. Where are their taunts?
As the saying goes, 3 people can create a tiger. As long as several powerful figures attack, they can turn part of public opinion.
If he was stood up and only he was alone, he would become the clown. Fuck these bastards.
Before Brother Dong could finish cursing, he saw the dazzling comments on the screen.
It was indeed San in them. Brother Dong instantly sighed in relief.
It seemed these lackeys were still obedient and regarded him as the big brother. This loyalty big brother Pia Piao will remember. At that moment Brother Dong actually felt a hint of emotion. But upon seeing the content of the comments, his emotion vanished instantly and anger surged forth. Asan Lao Xian de Rin V Pao Piao is jealous.
Pao Kai Lao Ban de Rin V Pao Piao is petty and narrow-minded.
Knowing that Shenlong is powerful and its technology far surpasses theirs, they start being sarcastic and twisting facts. Inghua and Darin V, how about Pao Piao? Inghua is ashamed to be associated with them.
XXXX Darin V long life Shenlong.
These people are all shrewd. They weigh the pros and cons, knowing which side to stand on to benefit themselves.
It is meaningless, they must choose Shenlong.
Those who choose Pao Piao have their heads in the clouds. Why did they agree to Donggu to attack Shenlong together? They only wanted to use Donggu as cannon fodder. There is a villain like Pao Piao who is recklessly courting death, constantly attacking Shenlong and attracting a full load of hate. Then they appear again, firmly standing on Shenlong's side, verbally condemning Pao Piao.
This way they can gain even more favor from Shenlong. Seeing the comments from his underlings, Donggu was instantly dumbfounded. Before he could react, he was backstabbed. These underlings are even worse than Shenlong, rotten to the core.
At this moment Donggu was completely a clown, making a fool of himself in the livestream comments.
Fuck. Donggu felt dizzy and lightheaded. His vision went dark, he fell down and fainted. Donggu to run.
The staff were frightened by the sight.
However, they remained very calm. They skillfully arranged to send Donggu to the hospital immediately.
For a long time in the perception of the world, a San Pao Kai and Ing Hua were all Piao Piao's underling. They served him diligently. They never contradicted Piao Piao's words. Even if Piao Piao said the sun rises from the south, they would go to great lengths to distort facts, attempting to rationally explain Piao Piao's words. But now they are all frantically cursing Piao Piao. It truly is a case of the sun rising from the west.
Rare indeed. Even Su Yu was surprised for 0.001 seconds. These people are dogs biting dogs. 0.001 seconds later, Su Yu understood that a San Pao Kai and Ing Hua were showing goodwill to Shenlong and wagging their tails. One does not strike a smiling face. You did well.
People like Piao Piao who maliciously spread rumors deserve to be fiercely countered.
Su Yu affirmed their actions and even gave them a thumbs up. Receiving Su Yu's praise, they cursed even more joyfully. It's just a pity that Donggu didn't curse back.
The sky was washed clean and the bright moon hung high. The white moon like a large silver plate, also like the face of a peerless fairy. It tempts people to approach. It is now Beijing time 1950, 10 minutes before the spaceship launches. Su Yu smiled politely, waved goodbye to the netizens in the livestream, strode briskly towards the spaceship and boarded it.
Yes, Su Yu is also going to the moon.
Initially the authorities did not agree to this request. But unable to withstand Su Yu's insistence and the formidable capability of this spaceship, they reluctantly agreed. When they agreed, they gave a lot of admonitions, thousands of times more nagging than Su Yu's mother. When Su Yu stepped onto the spaceship, a deafening sound erupted at the scene.
Professor Su returned safely.
The sound was so loud that it shook the entire sky.
These people were all citizens of Shenlong.
Standing at the hatch, Su Yu revealed a smile, waved back to them and then walked into the spaceship.
The hatch closed. Aboard the spaceship besides Su Yu and Longxi there were also 3 astronauts. These 3 astronauts all shared a common trait: they all possessed considerable medical knowledge. The authorities had them accompany him primarily to prevent any abnormalities in Su Yu's body.
You see, ordinary people have ordinary physiques. Going into space might lead to all sorts of unforeseen accidents. There were also cameras on the spaceship broadcasting Su Yu and the others throughout. Su Yu walked over, sat in his seat and fastened the safety device. After looking around and seeing that everyone else was ready, he ordered takeoff.
Roger, Longxi replied and began operating the spaceship.
Once we reach a certain altitude, set the speed to maximum, Su Yu commanded. To leave Earth the speed must reach
7.9 kilometers, which is the first cosmic velocity. This is conventional.
Su Yu's spaceship is unconventional, equipped with anti-gravity technology and a series of other cutting-edge technologies completely able to ignore Earth's gravity. He ordered it to reach maximum speed, not to escape Earth's gravitational pull but to reach the moon as quickly as possible.
Roger. Hold tight, we're taking off.
A faint sound of bang was heard. The spaceship lifted off. Due to the interaction of forces, a huge amount of gas was produced, blasting dust into the air and even creating a sizable crater on the ground. The ascent speed was not fast, only to allow the people of Shenlong on the ground to get a longer look at the spaceship, letting them witness the entire takeoff process. Although the speed was deliberately slow to the people on the ground, it was still too fast. In just a moment the spaceship disappeared from sight. This speed is damn fast. Professor Su is truly amazing, having developed such an incredible spaceship. Yes, this spaceship was still freely flying over Piao Piao and thousands of shells couldn't catch up.
Damn.
The speed of the spaceship was so fast that it made Su Yu utter a curse word. Fortunately, although fast, it was very stable. Taking the spaceship as his reference frame, standing inside, he actually couldn't feel how incredible the speed was. But looking outside, he realized how incredible the speed was.
The outside scenery was not clear.
The view rushed downward quickly like streaks of gray-black ribbons.
This scene was seen by the over 6 billion netizens in the livestream. They were instantly stunned. The speed was so unimaginable that the outside view felt like a time-space tunnel. The 3 astronauts were astounded internally.
They had never seen such a fast spacecraft.
No wonder it was called a spaceship.
Glancing at the astronauts, then shifting his gaze to Longxi, Su Yu asked, "How is the speed?"
"It's increasing." "So it hasn't reached maximum yet," Su Yu said with a faint smile.
"Operate it again to reach the maximum speed at the fastest rate."
"Roger."
Longxi nodded and confidently operated the spaceship. If on Earth such a speed would have long since crashed into a bunch of buildings and mountains.
Not in the sky. There aren't that many obstacles.
But there will be other obstacles such as meteoroids and other celestial bodies. The spaceship fears nothing. Faster. Reach the maximum speed, don't stop. Above the void of space, a black spacecraft glided in a uniform linear motion toward the moon. It had already reached its maximum velocity. This speed exceeded 150 kilometers per second, so astonishingly fast that it defied belief. In just 36 seconds it could traverse the Shenlong from east to west. The moon, slow to react, gazed upon this spacecraft with a look of utter astonishment. In her 5,000 years of witnessing human history, never had she seen a human ship move with such velocity. Swift, enduring, and undeniably stylish and cool. The moon itself grew excited. Aboard the spacecraft, Suyu's eyes sparkled with intensity. This was his first time ascending to the moon, and his heart brimmed with exhilaration. Amidst the excitement, he could not forget to take safety precautions.
We should be arriving at the moon in about 10 minutes.
Everyone put on your space. Suyu gave the order.
The others complied, donning their spacesuits.
Suyu did the same. Now he was entirely puffed up, resembling a zoo mascot, a bit clumsy in movement yet with a touch of endearing charm.
The spacecraft approached the moon. Its speed decelerated noticeably. It began its descent.
The spacecraft landed smoothly on a flat expanse of the lunar surface. A hatch opened and Suyu, along with the others, stepped onto the moon.
Finally, we've set foot on the moon, he murmured, gazing at the awe-inspiring vista before him. The vast lunar surface was uneven, devoid of any vegetation, a scene of desolation and bleakness. A lonely moon adrift in the endless river of stars, utterly solid.
The ancients once asked, "For whom does the bright moon wait?" Now Suyu understood the moon had been waiting for him. His arrival filled the void of her emptiness. "Why do I feel that your words sound a bit improper?" Long she rolled her eyes.
In space, sound cannot travel.
The spacesuit Suyu had crafted was extraordinary, allowing them to communicate normally. It even enabled the viewers in the livestream to hear their words clearly. At that moment the livestream audience was stunned beyond measure. They calculated that the spacecraft had taken only 45 minutes to reach the moon.
Absolutely terrifying. Traveling by high-speed rail from one province to a neighboring one takes several hours. Yet this spacecraft reached the moon in just 45 minutes.
It was truly the most awesome thing ever.
Shenlong female netizen Professor Su, my husband is simply amazing.
Day netizen, the terror of the Shenlong is beyond ordinary imagination.
Our day had better maintain good relations with them or there will be dire consequences. Zongdong netizen, if only I were a Shenlong person. Suyu turned around clumsily, looking toward the spacecraft.
He was not gazing at the spaceship but at the blue star.
Humanity's homeland. Truly a colossal entity.
It was akin to standing on the blue star and watching the moon, except this moon was not the normal one but a monstrous composite of 14 moons combined.
Frightening.
To be honest, Suyu's inner terror was a dozen times greater than that of anyone else present.
Yet he suppressed it.
The more afraid you are, the more you must face it, Hedon.
Suyu's gaze never wavered.
He opened his eyes wide, fixing them on the blue star.
This was merely a matter of unfamiliarity. After a few more glances the fear would subside dramatically.
After staring for a few minutes, Suyu's fear indeed diminished.
His psychological fortitude was admirable.
Dear viewers, the plan to build an amusement park on the moon, which was promoted some time ago, is not the pipe dream Xiaodong claimed.
It is a real undertaking.
Suyu smiled slightly, speaking directly into the camera. His words left the four people beside him dumbfounded.
Building an amusement park on the moon, this was truly a flight of fancy.
It was not that they doubted Suyu, it was simply too insane. In the entire history of humanity, no one had ever dared to claim they would construct an amusement park on the moon.
Suyu not only said it but also planned to put it into action. The livestream audience was even more shocked.
A lunar amusement park with affordable prices, how could they not be thrilled? They were frantically spamming the chat. In just a few seconds hundreds of millions of comments flashed by. The only pity was that they could not visit the moon themselves yet. Through the livestream they could see the lunar scenery, but that was completely different from experiencing it firsthand. The difference was like watching a tutorial video versus actually fighting. They would have to wait. The most critical factor in building an amusement park on the moon was solving the transportation of tourists. One spacecraft was not enough. More were needed. But using spacecraft to carry people was too costly. The netizens sighed. They all believed Suyu, but they would have to wait a while longer. Professor Su, keep it up. The viewers were cheering for Suyu. Everyone thinks it will take some time before you can visit the moon, right? Suyu remained calm and composed. Without waiting for others to respond, he said, "You are all wrong.
Tonight I can make it possible for you to come to the moon. Of course not everyone. But bringing a few people up is no problem." Hearing this, the clever ones understood.
Professor Su planned to use the spacecraft to ferry a few more people to the moon.
After all, the one-way trip only took 45 minutes, extremely fast. You are all mistaken. I am not going to use the spacecraft to bring you up.
Suyu smiled faintly. His words left everyone utterly astounded. The four people beside him were equally shocked. Even Longshi could not help asking, "If not the spacecraft, are you planning to throw them up to the moon from the ground?" The moon nearly laughed upon hearing this.
These humans were really going too far. 5 people were already on her and now they wanted to add more. Even a time management master couldn't be this audacious.
Fortunately, it was impossible to add more people. Without a spacecraft, there was no way to bring other humans up. The live stream viewers were stunned. A few netizens from Manhwa popped up trying to scrounge for food or even committing filial piety in a shameless way. "Manhwa Mbaga, if that little Shinlong named Su can bring a human to the moon without a spaceship, I will eat every single bit of SHT on the blue star, not just human waste but animal waste too. Manhwa little life is not bad, I bet my dad's 80-year lifespan that the little Shinlong named Su can't do it." These two comments from the little Japs were pushed up by other netizens.
Naturally, some people cursed them.
But they showed no fear, genuinely believing that Suyu could not succeed. Suyu saw those two comments too. With a playful tone he said, "Good heavens, one trying to scam a free meal, the other committing filial piety in a grand way." Suyu ordered the screenshots of comments from those two fellows to be displayed prominently for other netizens to browse. "As for how to send others up, I have my own clever plan." Suyu smiled mysteriously. His words successfully piqued the curiosity of others. They all eagerly awaited, wanting to see what Suyu would do.
Suyu's next action left everyone stunned.
He took out a black cylindrical object and smiled confidently.
"What is this thing?" asked an astronaut. "This is a good thing that can send others to the moon." Longshi asked succinctly, "What's its name?"
"I'll tell you later." Suyu, acting mysteriously, twisted the cylinder with his hand. In an instant a stream of black gas surged out, gathering in midair to form a black vortex. This vortex, like a small black hole, had no suction at all.
"This." Longshi was stunned.
The others were the same. None of them knew what this black vortex was, but they all felt it was extremely impressive, the so-called awe of the unknown. "I'm sure everyone is very curious about what this thing is and why it can send others to the moon." Suyu smiled slightly. He didn't reveal it immediately, but after keeping everyone in suspense he said, "This is a portal that can transport things from other places here. That is, as long as we install such a portal on Earth, we can send humans from Earth to the moon through it." Suyu's words struck like a bomb, stunning everyone with eyes wide as bells. Could such technology truly belong to humanity? It seemed more like divine magic. The knowledge involved in portals is vast and advanced, much of it is still in a blank stage in the market. Even if I explained it to you for 3 days and 3 nights, you might not understand. So you got straight to the point. "Let's do a test and let you see." Not to mention the netizens, even Longshi and the others hadn't reacted yet. Suyu's words shocked them for 10,000 years. "Long Lao, are you ready?" Suyu contacted Long Onping to check on his situation. "Let's do it now." Long Onping replied. Glancing at the bright moon, he smiled, withdrew his gaze and pulled out the black cylindrical object Suyu had given. He never expected to witness a scene that would astonish human history for millennia. Just yesterday Long Onping was still smug about the spaceship. Being able to reach the moon directly would be a milestone in human spaceflight history, perhaps even a key to the interstellar age. When Suyu gave him the cylindrical object and explained its function, Long Onping almost had a heart attack. He was shocked to the core, unable to react. A portal. Could planetary civilization humans possess such a thing? If realized, it would undoubtedly trigger earth-shattering changes once again. Even 1,000 Nobel Prizes would be insufficient. Clutching the cylinder, Long Onping suddenly felt like crying. Tears of excitement. "Professor Su, you are my YYDS. Suppressing his excitement, facing the live stream, Long Onping showed a confident smile. "Hello everyone, the object in my hand is another portal given to me by Professor Su. Look." As he spoke, Long Onping eagerly twisted the cylinder. It also formed a black vortex in the air. Under the moonlight everyone could clearly see this black vortex. Identical to Su, yes. "Professor Su told me that entering this portal will instantly transport you to the moon." Long Onping's trembling hand pointed to the black vortex in the sky. At that moment he wanted to enter immediately, but he couldn't yet. Safety measures had to be taken. If humans were directly exposed to space they could survive for a short time, but prolonged exposure would be fatal. The vast universe with its celestial bodies glittering like gems dazzled the eyes. Suyu stood on the moon. He smiled slightly and said the path is ready.
Now we just need people.
For the first time we don't need many, just 10. Before Suyu finished speaking, netizens in the live stream eagerly signed up.
10 spots out of billions, those who got them were truly lucky.
After signing up, foreign netizens worried whether Suyu would give all the spots to the Chinese people. After all, there were only 10 slots.
The Chinese themselves couldn't even get enough. I am very fair and want only favor the Chinese. Hearing this, foreign netizens breathed a sigh of relief.
Indeed, Professor Su had a broad vision. But then his next words stunned them. Out of the 10 spots, I decide to give one to a non-Chinese. Foreign netizens frantically competed for that one slot. They cursed their fate for not being Chinese.
If there were a next life, they would definitely be Chinese.
Suyu ignored the frenzy in the livestream, knowing that this spot wouldn't fall on those non-Chinese netizens. If he gave it to a netizen traveling long distances, to pick them up would be too troublesome.
This slot was reserved for foreigners who worked for China but hadn't yet obtained Chinese citizenship. The remaining 9 slots, 4 for researchers and 5 for Chinese netizens to win by luck. Now the slots are confirmed.
Looking at the livestream, Suyu said, this portal hasn't been tested yet, traveling through it carries some risk.
But don't worry, I'll test it for you once.
Suyu still trusted the system.
No way.
Longshi walked over and stood in front of Suyu, blocking his path.
Untested and potentially dangerous, even life-threatening, how could Longshi let him try? It's fine.
Suyu smiled slightly, sidestepping Longshi, but before he could go far he was grabbed like a chick and pulled back.
If you want to be knocked out, keep going.
Longshi handed Suyu to the other 3 astronauts and threatened, if you let him in, he'll shoot the 3 of you.
Understood. 2 astronauts grabbed Suyu from left and right like a prisoner. The remaining female astronaut, having no space, crouched down and grabbed his feet.
Seeing no danger around, Longshi moved toward the portal and leaped into it. Standing on the moon, the starry sky scene was incomparably beautiful, a sight that could never be matched on launching.
Yet such a dazzling spectacle failed to capture the attention of the crowd. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the portal.
In the sky, a mass of dark clouds rotated at a steady pace. Longshi walked toward the portal.
With light steps, as if flying, she instantly reached the portal and leaped into it. Her whole body was swallowed.
In the lunar sky, only the black vortex remained. Where was Longshi? The netizens in the live stream, eyes wide open to the fullest, stared at the portal on launching. They wondered if Longshi would appear there. As long as she appeared, it would mean the portal was successful and safe.
Damn. Shocked my deceased grandfather for 10,000 years.
The netizens in the live stream were all dumbfounded. In just an instant they saw in the live stream that Longshi appeared at the location on launching.
This thing is truly magical.
From the portal, Longshi glanced around. On the vast open ground a large crowd had gathered. Whether most were smart or not she didn't know, but they were definitely bald. In the distance, lush vegetation and encircling mountains.
Above, a bright moon hung in the sky. If not launching, where else could it be?
Upon seeing Longshi, Long Anping was extremely excited, hurried over to shake her hand and asked about the situation. What did it feel like stepping into the portal?
Nothing special.
Longshi recalled seriously and answered truthfully.
Inside the portal, did you see anything else like a time-space tunnel? Long Anping's eyes shone. No.
Longshi said solemnly, it was like opening a door and entering another room, just an instant with no other anomalies.
All right.
Long Anping sighed disappointedly. After a brief disappointment, overwhelming excitement was beyond words. The portal was a success. Not only Long Anping but everyone else on site was also extremely excited. They were all singing, dancing and cheering. Under the moonlight, countless divine dragon banners swayed rhythmically. Beneath the banners, a vast expanse of red. This was the divine dragon. Now the task is to send the lucky ones who got the spots to the moon.
Long Anping licked his lips, showing his inner turmoil. Because he had a spot.
All 9 of you put on your spacesuits. Looking at the other lucky ones, Long Anping began putting on his own spacesuit. The 5 lucky divine dragon netizens had already been transported by car. They were all putting on spacesuits.
All right, after putting them on.
Looking at the portal, Long Anping's voice cut off abruptly. The portal was too high. Longshi was a special forces ace with astonishing jumping power. She could jump up, but ordinary people couldn't.
Long Anping certainly couldn't. He was a little old man. Bring a ladder over. Long Anping directed the on-site staff.
Before the ladder was brought, Longshi rolled her eyes at them, quickly walked to the portal and leaped in. She returned to the moon. Seeing this, everyone else was amazed. Her jumping ability was truly terrifying.
It would be a waste not to be a thief.
Being looked down upon, but Long Anping wasn't the least bit discouraged. It was perfectly normal to not match a special forces ace. Waiting for the staff to bring the ladder, Long Anping then directed the 9 lucky ones to go. The 9 lucky ones entered in an orderly manner. Finally it was Long Anping's turn. Amid the envy of everyone present, they stepped onto the ladder, entered the portal and arrived at the moon. The netizens in the livestream were even more envious, to the point of being beside themselves.
Why am I not a lucky dog?
I would trade my deskmate for 10 years. 10 lifetimes of being single in exchange for a spot to go to the moon. I would give up 100 years of an ANS lifespan for a spot. Long she returned to the moon. The 10 lucky ones also arrived on the moon. They were like Granny Lou entering the Grand View Garden, everything they saw was novel. A few others were picking up sand, planning to bring it back to launching.
Don't wander too far.
Suya's voice cut off abruptly because he saw a spirited young man pulling up a Piao Piao banner and using the cloth to pack sand.
This was left on the moon from the last century.
Now on the moon only the divine dragon banners remained.
Suyu walked over. What are you doing? Packing lunar soil.
The spirited young man was surprised, thinking it wasn't allowed, so he pointed at others. They are also digging.
Others including Long Anping were digging lunar soil.
Suyu asked. What I asked is, why did you pull up the Piao Piao banner?
Isn't this trash?
The spirited young man was stunned. Suyu was speechless. Knowing it in his heart, he shouldn't have said it out loud. He didn't know if the spirited young man was being deliberate.
Judging by his appearance, it wasn't intentional.
But being over 20 years old and not recognizing the Piao Piao banner was really hard to justify.
This is Piao Piao's banner. This is Piao Piao's banner.
The spirited young man was stunned, pointing at the moon. I only know the divine dragon banner. Hearing this, Suyu really wanted to reach out and give him a big thumbs up. But he couldn't do that. He could only put on a stern face. Put it back.
Never mind, you can use it to pack soil.
What a speechless incident. This spirited young man, in order to pack different types of soil, actually tore the Piao Piao banner into 2 pieces of cloth.
How could it be put back? I'm really sorry.
Suyu apologized insincerely to the Piao Piao people.
This drove the Piao Piao netizens furious.
They were all cursing that spirited young man. Fortunately, Brother Dawn was still in the hospital, otherwise he would definitely have exploded with anger.
Now I have used other means to bring humans from launching to the moon. Those 2 Japanese netizens, please fulfill your promises. The 2 Japanese netizens, one was a filial son in a ridiculous way and the other said he would eat all the excrement on launching. Netizens all led these 2 Japanese netizens. Unexpectedly, one of the Japanese netizens couldn't take it and directly deleted his account and ran away.
Only one excrement hardcore guy remained.
Sakura, I am Baga. Everyone, don't worry, I want run.
It's obviously impossible to eat all the excrement on launching.
But now eating 25. 0 gene is still possible.
Room 1314-250, come watch me eat raw excrement. There really were heavy-taste netizens who went over to watch this Japanese tough guys event. Under the witness of hundreds of thousands of netizens, this Japanese guy ate 25. 0 gene of raw excrement, eating with a greasy face and beaming with joy.
Suyu was astonished. How could the Japanese possibly keep their promises? After a moment of thought, he finally understood. The most likely scenario was that this Japanese netizen actually enjoyed eating something repulsive.
Suyu had heard that some Japanese people enjoyed eating such repulsive things, and they even had experience in doing so.
This is truly too heavy in flavor.
Suyu nearly vomited, forcing himself to stop thinking about such matters. The urgent task at hand was to complete the system's mission.
Build an amusement park on the moon. Suyu glanced around and immediately felt overwhelmed. The lunar surface was rugged and uneven.
There were flat areas, but they were like deserts with poor soil quality that made construction difficult. To build an amusement park, a suitable location must be found along with special materials.
The entire process would take a considerable amount of time. It doesn't necessarily have to be a physical structure.
Suddenly a spark of inspiration struck Suyu.
An amusement park by definition is a place for amusement.
He only needed to find a venue where visitors could have fun and the mission would be complete.
Suyu instantly realized this. As long as he marked a certain area on the moon with the 3 characters amusement park and let visitors come to play, wouldn't that fulfill the system's mission?
Host, you really know how to exploit bugs, so is this method feasible?
I don't know, you've been upgraded and you still don't know.
This system has never seen such a shameless person in its entire existence. Faced with the system's taunts, Suyu decided to ignore it.
Try it. What if the bug exploit works? Viewers in the livestream, am now building an amusement park on the moon. Suyu walked over, marked out a zone on an empty area and placed the prepared toys inside. A box of Ludo. Suyu's actions seemed absurd, but in truth they were not. For ordinary people, the moon itself was a fascinating place. If they could land there, it would be even more appealing than an amusement park. You four come here for a moment.
Suyu beckoned to the four researchers.
They approached. Professor Su, is there something? Long Onping asked in surprise.
There's a box of Ludo here.
You can play it. What's so interesting about Ludo?
Long Onping was not interested, his focus was on the lunar soil and other minerals. Suyu thought for a moment and began to coax them. Surely no one has ever played Ludo on the moon before.
You four could be the first to try it and perhaps make history.
The eyes of the four researchers lit up.
For them nothing was more appealing than leaving a mark in history, not even money. As long as they could secure a good name in the annals of history, they wouldn't mind dying immediately.
Professor Su, you're a truly good person. One researcher gave Suyu a thumbs up.
Not bad, not bad.
Suyu's face flushed slightly. He was just trying to trick them into helping him with the system mission. But would it be troublesome to lay the Ludo board on the lunar surface?
Long Onping frowned. Don't worry about that, the material of this Ludo board isn't ordinary.
Before Suyu could finish speaking,
the system's voice rang out.
Good grief, you prepared in advance just to exploit a bug. The four researchers began their Ludo. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Build an amusement park on the moon. Received mysterious gift pack X2. The system's voice carried a hint of resentment, complaining about Suyu's bug exploit.
But Suyu was overjoyed. He couldn't believe he had actually exploited the bug. Sometimes the path less traveled might lead to success. One must try everything.
If you never try, you'll never know how useless you are.
I'll build the physical amusement park another time.
A smile spread across Suyu's face. Friends in the livestream, don't be discouraged if you didn't get a spot.
I plan to turn the moon into an amusement park for everyone to enjoy.
As for the ticket price, it's very affordable. 100 yuan for Shenlong people, 50000 yuan for non-Shenlong people. Upon hearing this, the Shenlong people were stunned.
100 yuan. That's absurdly cheap. Most amusement parks charge several hundred yuan for tickets. Shenlong netizen a petition with 10,000 signatures begs Professor Su to raise the price. This price is final after careful consideration.
It won't be changed.
Suyu was taken aback.
Good heavens, they wanted to raise the price instead of bargaining.
Non-Shenlong people were dying of envy. Shenlong people were so fortunate.
They wished they could be Shenlong people too, but it was impossible. Because Shenlong citizenship was the hardest to obtain in the world.
50000 yuan, though 500 times more than 100 yuan, was still within the acceptable range for foreigners.
Spending 50000 yuan to visit the moon once was actually a great deal, provided you could get a ticket. With such low prices, there would definitely be a huge demand.
Don't worry about the tickets.
Those who have already gotten a ticket once will have a significantly lower chance of getting one next time.
Suyu's ticket system didn't rely on speed but on luck. His goal was to give everyone a chance to visit the moon at least once. The allocation of tickets is also very reasonable.
Suyu smiled slightly.
Shenlong people get 90, non-Shenlong people get 10.
Hearing this, the foreign netizens in the livestream were envious beyond measure. If there was a next life, they wished they could be Shenlong people.
The world's landscape had already changed drastically. The West was no longer the most powerful. It was the East.
More precisely, a dragon in the East. Shenlong's technology was number one in the world, far surpassing others by 100,000 light-years. Shenlong University of Science and Technology ranked first globally, and more than a dozen other universities were also top-tier.
Shenlong people were the happiest people.
Their welfare was extremely generous.
They were the most envied people in the world. Most people worldwide wished to become Shenlong people. But none could. So you walked over and asked with a smile, after one round, who won? It must be me. Long Onping raised his head proudly like a rooster that had won a fight. The other three are just too bad.
Fortunately, we played Ludo. If it were chess, they would have lost even worse.
Suyu did not comment on his words. After all, Ludo relied more on luck than on skill like chess. We've been here long enough, it's time to return to launching. Upon returning to Blue Star, Suyu handed over the management of the Moon Amusement Park project to professionals.
He had little interest in such matters. What intrigued him far more were the two mysterious gift packs.
System, open one of the mysterious gift packs, Suyu said, his nerves taut. He wondered if the upgraded system would yield better rewards from the mysterious gift packs.
Opening mysterious gift pack. Congratulations to the host for obtaining appearance 5. Congratulations to the host for obtaining particle gun technology. Upon hearing the first reward, Suyu was stunned. His appearance, if not a perfect 100, was at least 99. How could it be increased by another 5?
Host, do you have any idea what your appearance score actually is? Shut up. Suyu frowned.
Since its upgrade, the system had become more intrusive and prone to flattery. His attention shifted to the second reward.
Ion gun technology. That was indeed an excellent piece of technology. There's still one more mysterious gift pack. Suyu grew excited. If the first pack yielded such good results, the second should be no different.
Open the second mysterious gift pack.
Open it.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining Brain Development X5. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Basic Mech Technology. Suyu's focus was not on brain development but on the basic mech technology.
This is another gem.
A smile blossomed on Suyu's lips.
The system had truly excelled after its upgrade, granting 2 technologies. There were still 2 more.
How do I use that appearance 5 reward?
Suyu asked. Though he considered himself already drop-dead gorgeous, he wouldn't mind an extra 5 points.
To reach the pinnacle of perfection. It has already been applied to the host.
Without a mirror nearby, Suyu pulled out his phone and used the selfie camera as a mirror. The person on the screen was an ultimate handsome man. Sharp features, exquisite facial structure, breathtakingly handsome. Not a delicate beauty but a masculine one.
Eyes like a hawk, bright and penetrating, a towering stature. He lifted his shirt to reveal abdominal muscles.
Good heavens.
Suyu never expected that the appearance 5 would also grant him 8-pack abs. The only flaw was that the abs weren't quite prominent enough.
But they were firm.
Such a handsome lad, I wonder which lucky girl will end up with him. Suyu began to narcissistically admire himself on the screen.
I almost died of my own handsomeness.
Suyu's eyes sparkled.
System, use this. All right.
The moment the system's voice faded, a sharp pain erupted in Suyu's brain. Cold sweat covered his forehead.
It took 5 minutes for the agony to subside.
Wiping the sweat from his brow, Suyu walked to the window, letting the breeze cool him down.
He hadn't cooled down enough when he received a message from Xiaowei. Something's happened at the DT Strait. That simple sentence made Suyu's heart leap. The DT Strait was a region where extraterrestrials had been sighted.
Suyu guessed that the cameras he had sent to install had captured something. He hurried to the monitoring room. Before he even reached it, he saw Xiaowei standing at the entrance. Wow, master, you seem much more handsome.
Xiao's eyes lit up instantly.
Although it was an artificial intelligence, Suyu was still pleased to receive its compliment.
Nonsense, when am I not handsome?
A smile curled at the corner of Suyu's mouth.
You weren't as handsome before.
Suyu asked what was my appearance score before.
About 80.
Suyu. This AI, like the system, had taken to lying after its upgrade.
Say nonsense again and it'll pull your battery.
Leaving that threat, Suyu stepped past Xiaowei and entered the monitoring room.
Suyu was baffled.
The screen showed nothing at all.
The cameras are broken. Xiaowei came and wiggled its bottom and climbed onto the desk. All of them.
Yes, Xiaowei replied truthfully.
Suyu frowned.
The cameras he had dispatched were his own inventions.
Their functionality and quality were the best in the world.
Unless someone knew their exact location in advance, it would be impossible to find all of them with current technology,
let alone destroy them.
Only the Shenlong people, the installers, and Suyu himself knew the locations.
Suyu trusted the installers.
Were all the cameras damaged at the same time?
Suyu asked Xiaowei.
It had been managing the DT Strait cameras for this period.
Yes, Xiaowei nodded.
This. Suyu inhaled sharply. This was definitely not human sabotage but destruction by some other technological product. Suyu had great confidence in his products. He believed that no one on Blue Star could create a technology capable of destroying his cameras. Furthermore, the top talent was essentially all at Shenlong. Other places had nothing. So the most likely possibility was technology from beyond Blue Star.
Aliens have come.
Suyu felt a chill. After a moment's thought, he instructed Xiaowei take over the antimatter bomb system.
Don't act without my order. Understood. Leaving the room, Suyu went to the lab to start developing a drone.
He needed to build a sufficiently stealthy drone to scout the DT Strait,
without attracting the aliens' attention. The drone's concealment must be many times superior to the cameras. Suyu immediately thought of biology.
He would model the drone after a living creature.
That would offer great concealment.
What creature?
Mosquitoes, flies.
These are too big.
Bacteria would be ideal.
Suyu decided to make the drone the size of a bacterium. Bacteria were tiny, making development difficult. But for Suyu it was not difficult, he had nanorobot technology. Applying nanorobot technology to the drone would allow him to create a reconnaissance drone as small as or even smaller than a bacterium. Not only must it be small and fast, but most importantly it must not be damaged by other technological products. Having made his decision, Suyu began developing the reconnaissance drone. For others this product would be as difficult as reaching the heavens. For Suyu it was a piece of cake. In just a few hours he had developed it. Although it's small, the images it captures are large enough. After developing the micro-unmanned reconnaissance drone, Suyu began to check its functionality. Only when its functions passed the test could it be considered a success. Suyu piloted the micro-unmanned reconnaissance drone. He made it fly outside. If it weren't for the instruments I wouldn't even know where the drone is, Suyu said with a gentle smile. The drone was truly too small, completely invisible to the naked eye. The captured images are still fairly clear. Looking at the screen, Suyu nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly Suyu noticed an inappropriate scene. On a tree two small birds were touching their beaks together. They must be fighting. Kindred should love one another, they shouldn't harm each other. Suyu smiled, looking harmless and innocent. He was a kind-hearted person who couldn't bear to see birds hurt each other. So he had no choice but to pilot the drone and ram it into the birds' beaks. The weather was clear with a gentle breeze. On a tree two birds were fighting. They weren't entirely focused on the fight, they kept one eye on their surroundings to guard against dangerous humans and natural predators. Everything around seemed safe. Suddenly, one small bird's beak was struck, and losing its balance it fell from the tree. Its beak had clamped onto the other bird's beak. Both fell. Midway down the two birds came to their senses, spread their wings and flew away. As they flew they turned back and chirped a few times, as if cursing, "Which little bastard disturbed our happy moment." Love one another, kindred. A smile lingered on Suyu's lips. As a single good person he simply couldn't stand such scenes. The reaction and speed of this reconnaissance drone are quite impressive. Suyu gave a thumbs up. Next Suyu had the high-end signal jammer target the drone, but it had no effect. The micro-unmanned reconnaissance drone was a success. Time is tight, I can't spare any more for development. Let's first send this drone to the DT Strait to check the situation. Suyu stroked his chin. To avoid attracting attention he decided to pilot the drone to the DT Strait. This was also the fastest method. Flying from Shenlong to the DT Strait required extremely high skill from the operator. I'll pilot it. Suyu sat in his chair staring at the screen, but before he could take control Yang Weigua arrived. Something big has happened. Sweat beaded on Yang Weigua's forehead. He was clearly very anxious. What happened? Suyu frowned. Truly, misfortunes never come singly. It was raining leaks on a leaky roof. At the Piao K region a group of unidentified creatures have appeared. K region. Suyu's frown deepened. After all, the K region was not far from the DT Strait. Instinct told Suyu that the two events must be connected. Are there any pictures? Suyu asked. No. Yang Weigua shook his head. To call them unidentified creatures isn't entirely accurate because they show no signs of life, they're more like a group of mechanical creatures. Yet their appearance doesn't seem like machines, they look like living flesh and blood beings. Suyu raised the key question, has anyone been attacked? According to incomplete statistics, over 100 dead, thousands injured. What's the Piao side doing? Suyu asked grimly. The severity of the situation far exceeded his imagination. A large number of soldiers have been deployed with advanced weapons, but they've had little effect against the unidentified creatures. Suyu was momentarily stunned. The power of these unidentified creatures surpassed his expectations. He couldn't stay still. No, I have to go to the K region. I'll report to the higher-ups. Yang Weigua didn't refuse Suyu's request. The Piao side had already requested assistance from Shenlong. If it were anything else, Shenlong would have ignored it. But the appearance of unidentified creatures attacking Piao's people was no trivial matter, it was a matter concerning all of humanity. After Yang Weigua left, Suyu went to find Yan Wenjun and entrusted her with the micro-reconnaissance drone. Based on the captured images and the local terrain, guide the drone to the DT Strait. Seeing Suyu's serious expression, Yan Wenjun knew the situation was grave and quickly assured him, I can do it. Good. Suyu nodded. Having the drone explore the DT Strait would give them an advantage, keeping them from being so passive. Detected large-scale alien machine invasion. Mission triggered. Mission eliminate them. Accept and complete mission, receive mystery gift pack X3. Reject mission, reward learning materials 500 T fairy panties X 5000 fairy black and white stockings X 5000.
Seeing this mission, Suyu had a moment of clarity.
Those unidentified creatures were not alive, they were a group of machines. As for their appearance, flesh and blood-like creatures, Suyu guessed it was due to technology.
And also,
the system's rejection reward was getting more and more absurd.
Man, 500T of data. System, where did you dig that up? Suyu was genuinely curious about this.
This system has gathered only the finest of the finest you can't even imagine.
So you've watched all of it. Of course, how else would I know if it's top quality?
No wonder your voice sounded a bit hoarse for a while.
Suyu rolled his eyes.
He didn't want to waste time on the frivolous system. He was a man of vast knowledge. He no longer needed the system's learning materials.
Accept the mission. Approved from above. Yang Weigwa came over and told Suyu. When do we leave? Now. All right. Suyu nodded. Soon 2 fighter jets landed nearby. They were here to pick up Suyu. Why 2?
Suyu was surprised.
Wasn't Longshi flying the other one? Yang Weigwa smiled slightly. The other one is mine. Ah. Suyu was stunned. He couldn't understand why the old man Yang Weigwa was coming along. A noble heart still harbors ambition in old age. In plain English, I represent Shenlong. Yang Weigwa said succinctly. Suyu understood. All right, enough talk. Let's go. With these words, Yang Weigwa boarded one plane. Suyu boarded the other. His pilot was Longshi. Suyu suddenly thought of something. Wait, we're not taking the fighter jet. Then what? Ride me. My surname is Long, but I'm not a dragon.
Longshi was utterly confused.
Upon hearing this, Suyu's mind immediately wandered to improper thoughts.
Blushing, she said, I mean not a fighter jet but a spaceship. Compared to a fighter jet, a spaceship has superior performance in all aspects and is more suitable for deployment to K area.
Hey, wait for me.
Yang Weigwa jumped off the fighter jet and rushed toward Suyu. He was a small old man, but he ran faster than a rabbit. His physique was still good.
I've never been on a spaceship before. Yang Weigwa came over to hitch a ride on the spaceship. Then come along.
One more or one less person made no difference. Inside the spaceship, the 3 of them sat in their seats and fastened their safety gear. Longshi was the pilot. She said, hold tight, we're taking off.
The spaceship shot straight up.
Holy crap, that fast.
Yang Weigwa was startled.
Even though he knew the spaceship was extraordinary, actually experiencing it left him astonished. The azure sky was cloudless and in the distance many fighter jets could be seen. They were all fighter jets dispatched by Shenlong to K area. In an instant the spaceship overtook the fighter jets, leaving them far behind. The pilots were stunned. We were sent here to protect Professor Suyu, but his spaceship is so incredible that it doesn't need our protection, we need its protection. The pilots sighed repeatedly. They were not primarily sent to deal with the unknown creatures. In terms of fighter jets, Shenlong and Piao Piao were roughly equal. What Piao Piao couldn't handle, Shenlong also found very difficult. It was to protect Suyu, to prevent any mishap from happening to him. But they had overlooked the fact that Suyu's spaceship was countless times more powerful than all of Shenlong's fighter jets combined.
How is the micro-unmanned reconnaissance drone? Suyu sent a voice message to Yan Wenjun.
After a few seconds she replied, it's about to reach the DT Strait.
Suyu instructed, report to me immediately if you detect any anomalies. Okay.
Yang Weigwa sitting nearby didn't speak but pricked up his ears to listen.
Micro-unmanned reconnaissance drone.
All the cameras I installed on the DT Strait were damaged, so I developed a micro-unmanned reconnaissance drone to survey the situation there.
Suyu explained truthfully. All damaged.
Yang Weigwa frowned, realizing something major had happened.
If it could damage Professor Su's cameras, it was certainly no ordinary thing.
Yang Weigwa was also a smart man.
He immediately thought of extraterrestrial beings, though he wasn't sure. It's extraterrestrial beings.
Suyu gave a definite answer, having confirmed it from the systems mission.
This. Yang Weigwa gasped.
This was a great catastrophe for humanity. The sky above was more beautiful than an ink painting. But beneath the sky was a hell on earth. The spaceship appeared over K area. From the ship they looked down at the scene below. Suyu was startled. Houses had collapsed, trees were broken and bodies lay everywhere. The water by the sea was no longer clear but stained crimson with blood. Even from a great distance Suyu seemed to smell a strong scent of blood. The fallen bodies included not only humans but also animals. Among them fish and shrimp were the most numerous. The sea surface was covered with a large number of dead fish and shrimp.
This situation is unexpectedly severe. Yang Weiguo's heart tightened.
Seeing such a horrifying scene, no one could remain calm. What is that? Longshi had excellent eyesight and spotted a strange object on the ground. The other two, not having such keen vision, couldn't see it no matter how long she pointed. Used the spaceship's function to capture and magnify it. Su Yu directed. The captured image, when magnified, was very clear. The three of them looked at the image and were dumbfounded. The object in the image was extremely strange, resembling a crocodile but not quite, and very ugly. It was pitch black all over, covered with thick sharp scales that gleamed chillingly. What kind of thing is this? Yang Weiguo was shocked. Judging by its appearance, it looks like a flesh and blood creature, but it turns out to be mechanical. Su Yu said solemnly. This alien machinery had astonishing destructive power. The holes in the houses, the wreckage of the trees, were evident. Mechanical. Yang Weiguo was surprised. But Su Yu didn't explain the urgent task was not to deal with these alien machines but to rescue the surviving humans. The place below was eerily silent. Apart from the humans lying in pools of blood, Su Yu saw no other people. Su Yu instructed, scan for any signs of life nearby. Okay. There are strong signs of life 2 kilometers to the southwest. Longshi reported. Let's go there. On a piece of open ground there was a group of POPL soldiers. They were burly and heavily tattooed with fierce looks, but their faces were filled with terror. These damn things are impervious to bullets and swords, a soldier said in fear. Behind them a group of alien machines was pursuing them. The speed of the alien machines was incredibly fast. Bang! 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 Gunfire rang out. The POPL soldiers opened fire at them with a burst of shots. All shots hit. Unfortunately, they had no effect. The bullets struck the alien creatures, producing only sparks and a clanging sound, nothing else. Why hasn't the backup arrived yet? Is it possible that the backup has been wiped out? Hearing this, the POPL soldiers' faces showed despair. They were going to die here today. FUCK, what's that black thing up there? We're at death's door and you're still looking at the sky. FUCK, we're doomed, that's a UFO. No, that looks like Professor Su's spaceship. Stop talking, a few more soldiers have died. While the POPL soldiers were speaking, a shell fell. It precisely hit an alien machine. A bang sounded. The alien machine was blasted into countless fragments. A pool of green liquid remained on the ground. What is this stuff? The POPL soldiers were astonished. They were not surprised by the green liquid but by the shell dropped from the spaceship. It was no ordinary shell. It looked like a laser cannon from a sci-fi movie. We're saved. Shenlong is truly formidable, what POPL couldn't handle they can. The POPL soldiers' faces showed the excitement of having survived a disaster. But they celebrated too soon. The danger was not completely over. As they were rejoicing, a few more soldiers were killed. FUCK, stop getting distracted and run. The soldiers ran for their lives faster than rabbits, wishing their parents had given them more legs. Aboard the spaceship, witnessing such a dazzling cannonball, Yang Weiguo was stunned. He had only seen similar shells in science fiction movies. The spaceship's cannonballs were even more dazzling and extraordinary than the special effects of science fiction movies. What kind of shell is this? Yang Weiguo asked. It's an energy cannon which I developed. It's much more powerful than current shells, but its power is far inferior to antimatter bombs, Su Yu replied. The alien machinery on the ground was truly troublesome. One energy shell only destroyed 1 or 2 of them. The more they bombed, the more there were. These damn things are crawling up from the seabed. Looking at the coastline below, Yang Weiguo felt his scalp tingle. On the shore, a large number of alien machines were climbing up like dense ants. The sheer number was chilling. If we use energy cannons to deal with them, it might take years to eliminate them. Su Yu stroked his chin. The best way was to gather them together and destroy them with an antimatter bomb. These soldiers. Long Zai's face showed anger. She saw that the POPL soldiers, in order to escape, not only ignored the POPL civilians but also threw them behind to buy time. The POPL soldiers were sent to protect the civilians. Yet they, for the sake of their own lives, left the civilians to die. This was the difference between POPL soldiers and Shenlong soldiers. Shenlong soldiers would sacrifice their own lives for the Shenlong civilians. How shameless! Su Yu also witnessed this scene. Not far away, Shenlong fighter jets appeared. Su Yu immediately commanded, let our fighters rescue the POPL civilians while our spaceship provokes the alien creatures to gather them in a large open area. To be honest, he was unsure if provoking them would work, as these were not living beings. In the distance, a large wave of alien machines attacked the POPL civilians, who were frightened out of their wits, crying incessantly.
Fortunately there was always a way out.
They saw the Piao soldiers.
It's our soldiers. They've come to save us. The Piao civilians were excited, some even crying with joy. This was their great Piao. The soldiers risked their lives for them.
With the soldiers covering our retreat, we can escape this dangerous place more safely. The soldiers' approach and the incessant gunfire gave the Piao civilians a sense of reassurance. However, before they could flee, a thin civilian was grabbed by a burly soldier and thrown backward.
Thrown in front of the alien machines. In an instant the civilian was torn apart by the alien machinery.
The civilians were dumbfounded.
My child! A Piao woman cried out and attacked the Piao soldiers, only to be kicked in front of the alien machine.
The woman showed no fear, swinging her fists at the alien machinery.
She ultimately perished. Everyone run!
These soldiers are more terrifying than the unknown creatures. Someone realized the truth and shouted, fleeing desperately.
A gunshot rang out. He was shot.
Anyone who dares to run in front of us will be shot down. A tattooed soldier said ferociously.
After threatening the defenseless civilians, they fled.
In the face of life and death, the dark side of humanity was fully exposed.
The Piao civilians were of ordinary physique. They couldn't outrun the alien machines. In just a moment more than a dozen people were killed by the alien machinery.
The death of the others was only a matter of time. The Piao civilians were in despair.
We are going to die. Watching the fleeing soldiers, they felt boundless rage. Soldiers were meant to protect civilians, not to drag the weak and defenseless to the rear for their own escape. Just as despair set in, someone noticed dozens of fighter jets in the sky. His eyes lit up as he pointed and shouted, "Look! Fighters! I knew the great Piao wouldn't abandon us. Our great Piao!" Others cried.
Having witnessed the soldiers' shamelessness, they felt deeply disappointed in Piao. But seeing the incoming fighters, their trust was rekindled.
A sharp-eyed person noticed the flag on the fighters. It was red. That's not our Piao flag, but Shenlong's. Shenlong's.
The others were stunned. In Piao territory, it was not the nearby Piao but Shenlong from thousands of miles away that came to rescue them. How absurd.
Even a pig wouldn't believe it. Bang bang bang. The fighters fired shells at the alien machinery.
The shells were powerful but could not destroy the alien creatures. They could only knock them back or slow their advance.
What are you waiting for? Run!
A voice in Shenlong language came from above. The Piao civilians snapped out of it and fled to safety, filled with endless gratitude toward Shenlong.
Even a clumsy voice rang out, "Long live Shenlong."
After temporarily safe, someone realized, damn it, these alien machines were attracted by those bastard soldiers. In the sky, the pilots' faces were grim. They had never seen such absurd unknown creatures.
Even powerful shells couldn't destroy them. As long as there are enough numbers, there will always be unexpected results.
The pilots did not lose heart and kept firing shells.
In an instant hundreds of shells rained down. It doesn't seem to have much effect. Look, there's Professor Su's spaceship. What the hell?
Where are Piao's fighters? Why haven't they come to rescue their civilians?
Nearby Manhwaedit saw only Piao soldiers, not their fighters.
Their fighters have already been deployed, Suyu said coldly.
Ha! Where?
Not here, they're over the wealthy district, Suyu said, a hint of pity for the poor Piao in his eyes. In the eyes of those in power in Piao, the poor were often overlooked, only the safety of the rich mattered.
This Piao. Manhwaedit and Long Zai's eyes were full of contempt.
Ahead are our fighters, let's go help them. The spaceship's arrival relieved the pilots of much pressure.
The energy cannon left only endless debris. Suyu also noticed that the alien machines only detected and locked onto them at a certain distance.
Beyond the distance, no amount of provocation worked. Order all fighters to retreat.
Well, attract the alien machines' attention, gather them together and annihilate them in one strike. Suyu commanded. Received. The sky was more picturesque than a painting. Beneath its beauty, however, lay a scene of utter chaos. After observing for a while, Suyu noticed a problem.
The alien machines could only sense living organisms, not inanimate objects. They would not dodge incoming energy blasts but simply stand there foolishly awaiting destruction.
Not so impressive after all.
At this moment, Suyu felt a measure of confidence. He instructed Longshi to lower the spacecraft and draw the attention of the alien machines. In an instant, a massive wave of alien machines like wolves spotting a fat sheep rushed toward the spacecraft. They were fast but far from matching the spacecraft's speed.
Don't fly too fast, let them keep up, Suyu said.
His plan was to lure the alien machines to a barren clearing and then annihilate them with an antimatter bomb. There's a clearing 10 kilometers to the west.
Let's head there, Suyu directed. Can they keep up? Long, she questioned. The 10-kilometer journey westward would require crossing a mountain and a small sea. If not, well, take a detour. Roger. Before he could relax, Suyu received a message from Yen Wenjun. The micro-drone has gone offline. Seeing this, Suyu frowned slightly but not deeply. It was offline, not destroyed. The result was tolerable. It indicated that there was a high-end signal jammer in the DT Strait. Before going offline, the micro-drone captured a strange species. Is it alien machines? Suyu briefly described the appearance of the alien machines. No. Yen Wenjun sent a picture. Suyu drew a sharp breath. What's wrong? Yang Weigua, noticing Suyu's unusual behavior, asked curiously. The micro-drone heading to the DT Strait captured an image of an alien, Suyu explained briefly. Not only Yang Weigua but even Long Shi turned to glance at Suyu. However, she still had to pilot the spacecraft and could not come over. The spacecraft flew smoothly without turbulence, so Yang Weigua unbuckled his safety harness and hurried over to Suyu's side to see the alien's true appearance. In the picture was a new species. Tall and imposing, it stood over 2 meters tall, its flesh like withered tree bark, yet as hard as rock, exuding a sense of immense strength. It bore a slight resemblance to the Hulk. Is this an alien? Yang Weigua was both shocked and dumbfounded. In human subconsciousness, aliens were short, monkey-like creatures. He never expected such a tall and powerful being. Humans like to see themselves as supreme. Like the ancient Central Plains, they gave themselves beautiful names while disparaging others, such as southern barbarians. Yang Weigua nodded. When he read a certain historical text as a child, he was filled with fervor, shouting, "Expel the barbarians and restore the Central Plains." Later he realized that the very objects of his hatred and desire to destroy were his own ancestors. Why doesn't it wear clothes? And even without clothes, how can we tell its gender? Yang Weigua put on his glasses and even took out a magnifying glass to closely examine the image. From top to bottom, left to right, even checking the ground beneath the alien. He found no sign of that one thing or three things. Not even a single hair. Perhaps it's hermaphroditic. Even Suyu could not convince himself with this explanation. He could only say that this alien species was truly bizarre. How does it reproduce? Suyu stroked his chin, unable to fathom this question. Yang Weigua was equally puzzled. Initially he thought the alien's anatomy differed from humans. But after another check he found no other anomalies. There was nothing at all. System, do you know? Unknown, recalling something, Suyu asked System, when you were watching. Evaluating learning videos, what were your hands doing? The System feigned death. Forget it, he would deal with the aliens later. The immediate priority was eliminating the alien machines. On the other side of the mountain lay a valley. Lush vegetation, verdant greenery. But no animals. They had sensed the threat and fled long ago. Suyu's spacecraft appeared above. Behind it a massive horde of alien machines pursued. At least 100,000 of them. Truly horrifying. Don't fly too high. Suyu cautioned. If they flew too high, the machines might lose their life signal and scatter. They would have to start over. The spacecraft hovered at a suitable altitude. Below a dense mass of alien machines. They all wanted to kill the people on the spacecraft but could not reach. Piled up, they formed a black writhing mountain, sending chills down one's spine. Little Suyu contacted Little A. I'm here. Lock onto my current position and launch a normal antimatter bomb. Suyu gave the order. A normal antimatter bomb is too powerful. It's fine, I can escape in an instant. Suyu felt a touch of warmth. He hadn't expected this AI, besides being clingy, to show concern. Roger. They're almost reaching our ship, Long Shi said with a chill. She hadn't expected these alien machines to be clever enough to stack higher and higher. Ascend a bit. Yes. A little higher. Stop. From the base of the Divine Dragon, an antimatter bomb shot into the sky. It headed toward the drifting location. The bomb was incredibly fast, like a meteor streaking across the sky, a dazzling light tearing through the air. Soon it arrived at the drifting location. It headed toward Suyu's position. A loud bang sounded. The bomb landed in the valley, erupting in a roaring blaze. In an instant it consumed all the vegetation and the alien machines. Endless smoke. The smoke is white. Long Shi was stunned. She had seen more bombs than an ordinary person had eaten salt, and they all produced black smoke. I made some improvements. A hint of a smile touched Suyu's lips. The antimatter bomb is far more powerful than nuclear weapons, yet without their environmental pollution. The bombed area won't suffer severe damage. It can be inhabited by humans in a short time. Nyo pai ku la si. Yang Weigui gave a thumbs up. Ripples stirred in Long Zai's eyes. Suyu remained calm, gazing at the smoke-covered area below. He believed that one antimatter bomb would surely annihilate this wave of alien machines. But reality contradicted his conviction. After the thick smoke dissipated, only charred remnants remained. Everything else was gone. Not to mention the alien machinery. Even a nearby mountain had been leveled to the ground. The facts aligned with Suyu's assessment. This wave of alien machinery had been blasted into nothingness. Such power. Yang Weigui was utterly dumbfounded. The power of this antimatter bomb far exceeded the one dropped on Pao Kai. It's acceptable, Suyu said with an air of nonchalance. With the extraterrestrial technology still not fully understood, the greater the bomb's power the better. This single shot eliminated over 100,000 alien machines, but it's still a drop in the ocean. There are countless more. Suyu felt overwhelmed. By his estimation, the total number of alien machines was no less than 1 million. Gathering them all would require considerable effort. Are the aliens planning to invade our blue star? Yang Weiguo's face grew grim as he pondered. If true, it would be an unprecedented catastrophe for humanity. The likelihood is extremely low. Yang Weiguo looked at Suyu, waiting for him to continue. I noticed that the alien machines only appear near the DT Strait, nowhere else. If they intended to invade, why not do so comprehensively? Suyu mused. What is their purpose? I suspect they are testing our technology. Suddenly Suyu hit upon this idea. Just as a person whips a horse to see how fast it can run, the aliens' intent was similar. To create a disaster for humanity and observe whether humans have the capability to resolve it. This. Yang Weiguo was astonished. Upon reflection, he found Suyu's words quite reasonable. Now. Wait, there's intelligence. Yang Weiguo received the latest news: all alien machinery had retreated. Now Yang Weiguo was even more convinced of Suyu's speculation. The aliens had tested that humans could handle these machines, achieved their goal, and ordered their retreat. Regardless, for humanity, the urgent task is to elevate our technological level and acquire means of survival. Suyu sighed. The K region was vast and populous. Yet few survivors remained. Houses were destroyed, trees felled, and corpses lay everywhere. Now the soil was no longer its natural color but red, stained with blood. The casualties in K region reached as high as 900,000. It was more terrifying than a natural disaster, truly appalling. The survivors with shattered families and lost loved ones could not help but wail bitterly. For ordinary people, the dust of history falling upon them is nothing short of a catastrophic blow. Astonishingly, in this disaster not a single wealthy person perished, even their dogs survived unscathed. Learning this, the survivors were even more heartbroken. They all envied the Shenlong people immensely. When Shenlong people encountered danger abroad, their country never abandoned them based on status or wealth. They were treated equally. They were resolutely brought home safely. But they, the lowly people of Piao, had been abandoned by their own country in their homeland. The heavy rescue efforts were for the rich. The spaceship landed, the door opened, and Suyu stepped out. He was greeted not by Piao soldiers but by the common people of Piao. They surrounded Suyu, expressing their gratitude incessantly. This scene was particularly glaring to Dong's eyes. The president appeared here, yet not only did he not receive a warm welcome from the people, but a large portion of them glared at him with hostility. Yet Suyu, a foreigner, enjoyed such treatment. Worshipping foreigners and licking up to Shenlong, Donggu muttered under his breath, then forced a smile and walked over to shake Suyu's hand. But Suyu brushed his hand away. You sure know how to arrange things. Suyu sneered. I don't understand, what are you talking about? Donggu truly did not understand, not feigning ignorance. They may not be wealthy, but they are still Piao people and should enjoy the same basic treatment as the rich. Yet you abandoned them. Hearing Suyu's words, the surrounding Piao commoners resonated deeply. Their goodwill towards Suyu instantly reached its. First, I am very grateful to your Shenlong for supporting Piao. Second, I did not abandon them, I dispatched a large number of soldiers to protect their safety. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, being accused like this, Dong's expression darkened. He was being wronged. As the president, he would certainly not neglect one for the other, it was merely a matter of different priorities. Still, he had sent a large contingent of soldiers to protect them. Your soldiers suffered heavy casualties, and as for what the remaining ones did while fleeing, you know well without me saying, don't you? The nearby commoners glared at Donggu with venomous eyes, as if those shameless acts were his own doing. Bring them up, Donggu said with a cold face. He was fully aware of what those soldiers had done. Frankly, he was also outraged by their behavior. As the president, Donggu had worked diligently with no major achievements but no small effort.
Now these people had ruined his image.
Execute them all. Dong Gu ordered.
Immediately they were brought forward forced to kneel before the people.
Despite their pleas for mercy, they were all executed. Bang! Bang! Gunfire rang out.
The scoundrels fell dead. But the hearts of the people would not heal simply because of their deaths. Take care of yourself, so you left these words, then boarded the spaceship and returned to Shenlong.
Rebuilding the K region was Dong Ge's task.
He had other matters to attend to. Seated on the spaceship, so you felt both joy and regret. Joyful that the K region was no longer in danger, regretful that he had not completely eliminated the alien machines and could not fulfill the system's task. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task and eliminating the alien robots. Obtained mysterious gift pack X3. Hearing the system's voice, Suyu was stunned.
He distinctly remembered the task was to eliminate the alien robots. How could it be completed before all were destroyed? System, what's going on?
Although the host did not eliminate all alien robots, resolving the crisis in the K region counts as completing the task, albeit not perfectly. The 3 mysterious gift packs have a lower chance of yielding good items.
Suyu suddenly understood. He was not disheartened. A lower chance of good items did not mean none. Moreover, he still had the ion gun and the mecha to manufacture. Seeing Suyu alternating between sighs and smiles, Yang Weigua was quite puzzled. Look at this fine weather, white clouds, a sun. Yang Weigua turned to look.
There were indeed white clouds, but where was the sun? Suyu was uncertain whether the aliens at the DT Strait were still there. Nor did he particularly care. With the current level of technology, there was no way to contend with them. The urgent task was to rapidly advance technological capabilities, not to seek out the aliens and attract excessive attention. Therefore Suyu did not head to the DT Strait but chose to return to Shenlong.
System, open the mystery gift pack.
Knowing beforehand that these 3 mystery packs were unlikely to yield good items, Suyu did not hold much expectation.
As long as it wasn't too disappointing. Opening the first mystery gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new avatar for little AX1. The system's voice had barely faded when a new avatar appeared beside Suyu. Suyu was startled. Fortunately, he was in his dormitory. If he had opened the pack outside and this appeared out of thin air, wouldn't it be a supernatural event? He examined the new avatar. It was human-shaped. 150 centimeters tall with delicate features, a refined face, hair like a waterfall and skin like congealed cream. Suyu bent down to pick it up. The touch surprised him, it felt just like real human skin even with warmth. The only difference was that it was too heavy, so you simply couldn't lift it. At 150 centimeters tall with a bulky body, it was obvious what it resembled without needing to say it. When the system does something, it's always premium quality. Suyu's gaze lingered on that area. His mind wanted to take a peek, but reason forbade it. He was a proper man. He ultimately gave up and decided to let little A enter the new avatar quickly. Open the second mystery gift pack. Opening the second mystery gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Brain Development 3. Note: usable only on others, limited to 50 people. This thing is not bad. Suyu's eyes lit up. The talents recruited to Shenlong as well as those originally in Shenlong were among the top in the world, but Suyu felt they were still not excellent enough. There was still much room for improvement. This Brain Development 3 would be most suitable for them. Open the last mystery gift pack. A smile tugged at the corner of Suyu's mouth. Initially he thought that since the task hadn't been fully completed, the mystery packs would certainly yield nothing good. Unexpectedly, it was decent. Opening the third mystery gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have obtained intermediate mecha technology. Holy crap. Suyu's eyes sparkled. He had only just obtained basic mecha technology not long ago, and before even manufacturing it he already had the intermediate version. Having mastered the technology, Suyu knew that the basic mecha was incredibly powerful with terrifying combat capabilities, and the intermediate was even more formidable. Just one mecha would be enough to make Piao Piao unable to withstand it. This mecha could perhaps become the best weapon to counter the aliens at present. Suyu smiled. It was truly a pillow arriving just when he was drowsy. The most important thing now was to manufacture the mecha. Of course, before manufacturing he still had to deal with other miscellaneous matters. Longshi, come in here. Suyu raised his voice so that Longshi outside could hear. Most of the time when Suyu was in the dormitory, Longshi never came in, she stayed outside. His dormitory was secure enough. In fact, at present there was hardly anyone who dared to assassinate Suyu. On Earth no power could withstand the fury of Shenlong. Longshi was more like his secretary than his bodyguard, half secretary. Longshi pushed the door open and was instantly dumbfounded.
her gaze fixed on the 150 centimeters object. In the first second she was stunned, in the second second she believed Suyu, in the third second she was half convinced, half doubtful. If it were little as Avatar, it would surely be small and exquisite like the 50 centimeters one. This one was 150 centimeters. It was not just similar, it was exactly the same as that kind of thing. Suyu was thinking about other things and didn't notice Long's eyes' unusual expression. Later, I'm going to the antimatter bomb base, help me move this thing over there. What he couldn't lift, Longshi being a soldier king certainly could. Longshi glanced at the calm and composed Suyu, suppressing her distrust of him. She persuaded herself in her mind Professor Su was a gentleman of integrity. How could he be so shameless as to not only buy such a thing but also want to move it to the antimatter base? Longshi bent down and lifted the object. Her expression changed. It wasn't heavy for her, she could lift it. But it exceeded her expectations. This thing is quite heavy for an ordinary person. Even though Longshi was a woman, she knew that such objects, except for cheap knockoffs, were all very heavy. Now she completely disbelieved Suyu. Sigh, Longshi sighed. You're an adult. If you want to have fun, wouldn't it be better to get a girlfriend? Even if you buy this kind of thing, you should keep it secret and move it to the base. Ha! This scene seemed familiar. Suyu snapped back to reality, glanced at Longshi and instantly understood. He was being wronged again. This is little as new Avatar, Suyu said, rolling his eyes. He was really speechless with this soldier king. She had too much imagination, and what she imagined was not good. The feel, the appearance. What's the difference from a real person? At that moment Longshi was holding the 150 centimeters object. The previous 50 centimeters object could be convincing as little as Avatar because its eyes were completely different from a human's. But this 150 centimeters one even had human body temperature. Holding it in her arms, Longshi could feel the warmth it emitted. Aside from being somewhat bulky, it was no different from holding a real person. Saying it was little as new Avatar, even a pig wouldn't believe it. Suyu was speechless. He had things to do and no time to explain to Longshi. Move it to the base first. Longshi obeyed, hoisting the 150 centimeters object onto her shoulder and heading toward the antimatter base. As if carrying a ball of cotton, she strode briskly. Suyu followed closely. He also took out his phone and called Yang Weigua. Select 50 scientific research talents who are outstanding in ability and utterly loyal to Shenlong. Okay. Yang Weigua went to arrange it without asking why. Upon arriving at the base, Suyu saw Little A. The bored Little A was on the internet bickering with others. Suyu also discovered that this Little A was toxic. It not only flamed people on Weibo but also on QQ groups. It single-handedly flamed everyone in the entire group. The whole group, over 1,000 people, couldn't outflame it. The most insane thing was that the group owner and admins couldn't even kick it out or mute it. Seeing Suyu's appearance, Little A finally let the netizens off, sat upright and behaved like a well-behaved kid. But its peripheral vision kept glancing at the thing on Long's eye shoulder. Stand right there. Don't leave. Suyu said to Longshi. Having been mistaken twice in a row as a respectable person, he was utterly speechless. Xiaowei sat upright, its gaze fixed on the 150 centimeters object before it. Its eyes shone brighter than the sun. But after only a dozen seconds the light dimmed. Because it saw that the front was flat, unremarkable and utterly disproportionate. Not even comparable to a chubby male's. Although Xiao's current vessel was only 50 centimeters, it had perfect golden proportions. Though the object in front was small, it still had something. Suyu fetched a thread intending to connect Xiaowei to the new vessel and transfer it over. But Xiaowei refused. Why? Suyu asked in surprise. This bear's chest is too small, Xiaowei replied, honestly looking pitiful, as if Suyu had done something terrible to it. Longshi, standing nearby, was still feeling guilty for misunderstanding Suyu again. But seeing Xiaowei like this, she almost couldn't help but laugh. This was definitely the most human-like AI she had ever seen. You're an AI and you're being picky. Suyu was dumbfounded. For an AI, isn't any vessel the same? No. Xiaowei refused adamantly. It would never enter the shriveled new body, even if it meant getting its battery removed. Even an AI has its bottom line. Suyu was utterly exasperated. He had lived long enough to see an AI complain about a vessel's chest size. Was it becoming a spirit? This bear can be enlarged. Suyu leaned in and began to coax. And this new vessel has more functions than your current one. It's more sensitive, can go underwater and even eat. Xiao's eyes lit up. It can eat. Ever since Luo Yanghui had struck it once, it had been fixated on the idea of eating. Yes, Suyu confirmed. The functions of this new vessel far exceeded his expectations. Not even the tech company let alone so you could easily manufacture such a thing.
The new vessel from the system possessed a technological level far beyond a first-level cosmic civilization. Can the bear really get bigger?
Xiao's primary concern remained.
Of course, Suyu replied, avoiding eye contact.
Longshi, seeing his expression, knew he was lying. But Xiao didn't.
Then hurry up and transfer me. It agreed naively.
Having a 150 centimeters body would be quite flashy for Xiao, who was confined to 50 centimeters. More importantly, the bear could grow bigger. In time it would need 2 bears larger than the moon.
First you ignore me, now you're all over me.
Suyu put on a sour face.
Master, you're the best.
Please switch me now. Before it could finish, Suyu interrupted. Shut up.
If you keep whining, I won't change you.
Okay. In an instant, Xiao was successfully transferred to the new vessel. The old 50 centimeters vessel lay still on the ground, its tongue lolling out like a neutered cat.
This vessel is totally awesome. Xiao was extremely excited after entering the new body. It moved around, getting used to it. It was remarkably agile.
If I hadn't known it was an AI, I would have thought it was a real person, Longshi remarked.
Indeed, Suyu nodded in agreement.
He had been observing for a while and felt it looked exactly like a real human. I feel like I could kill a tiger with my bare hands, Xiao said, raising its tiny fist and smashing it onto the table beside it. The table immediately collapsed.
That's a bit violent, Suyu said, shrinking his neck. He began to worry, if he didn't let Xiao whine, would it punch him? Would that send him to the afterlife?
Oh right, first let's eat. Xiao remembered scanning the surroundings. Seeing no food, it fixed its big watery eyes on Suyu.
The meaning was clear. I only have this, Suyu said, pulling out a piece of chocolate. Xiao took it, unwrapped it, and brought it to its mouth.
It chewed carefully and thoroughly like a human, then swallowed. The motion was so graceful and elegant that it was a pleasure to watch. But before Suyu could enjoy the sight for long, Xiao reached down. With a puff, the chocolate fell out. It had been expelled. Suyu was dumbfounded. Longshi was shocked. Xiao picked up the chewed chocolate, put it back in its mouth, swallowed, and expelled it again, repeating the cycle with delight.
Suyu. Longshi. The two bystanders were completely stunned. Was this the shortest energy transfer chain in biology? Stop it right now. Suyu quickly intervened. This is extremely indecent. If you don't stop, they'll remove your battery.
Xiao paused, looking at Suyu in surprise.
But this new body doesn't have a battery.
Suyu had miscalculated, but he had another trick.
Do you still want your bear to grow?
Yes. 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 Xiao immediately became obedient. Just behave, Suyu said with satisfaction. He actually had other methods. As Xiao's master, he had the power to destroy it and make it go up in flames.
But he wouldn't do that. Okay. Now follow me to the meeting room.
In the meeting room there were 50 researchers. Most were already members of the Divine Dragon. The rest were in the process of applying.
Investigations had confirmed their unwavering loyalty to the Divine Dragon. The moment Suyu appeared, they became excited.
When they saw the timid little girl trailing behind him like a tail, everyone was stunned. Professor Su had taken on another disciple.
Everyone was envious of this little girl.
They all wished they could be Professor Su's student.
But he didn't want them.
You are all the cream of the crop, contributing to humanity's progress. You've worked hard. Suyu began with a trivial remark.
Professor Su works the hardest. Have you all undergone nanorobot body enhancement? Suyu asked with concern.
We have, everyone replied. I'm sure you're curious why I've gathered you here.
It's good news.
Suyu smiled slightly.
I've manufactured some nanorobots that can not only improve the body but also develop the brain. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. But the process might be painful.
We're not afraid, they all said firmly. Among these 50 individuals, naturally there was Yan Wenjun.
She also declared with a resolute countenance, I am not afraid.
Having Yan Wenjun present did not surprise Suyu, but the inclusion of Yang Weiguo was indeed peculiar.
In the past, Yang Weiguo was undoubtedly a technical talent. However, now he was engaged in managerial duties, allowing his technical skills to atrophy.
He could no longer be considered a pure scientific researcher.
He could only be described as a manager of scientific research personnel. This batch of nanorobots is limited in quantity and will be prioritized for scientific research talents.
Suyu pointed out tactfully.
Yang Weiguo was a perceptive man. He grasped the implication behind Suyu's words. He merely let out a sigh.
Suyu cast him a glance signaling that he would definitely have a share in the next good thing.
In truth, the nano-robots this time were merely a pretext. The Brain Development 5 rewarded by the system would inevitably bring pain, which could later be attributed to the enhancement of the nanorobots. Everyone follow me. Suyu led them to the laboratory. He had them lie down in an orderly fashion. The nanorobots began to improve their bodies. The capabilities of the nanorobots were not yet so miraculous as to develop the human brain. They could only improve the body, cure diseases, and prolong life. System grant them a brain development of 3. Gazing at the 50 people lying down, Suyu addressed the system. Under development not long after, everyone's faces contorted with expressions of agony. Their willpower was commendable, not a single person emitted the slightest groan. After 15 minutes everyone's complexions returned to normal. Yet it was not over, for the nanorobots were still within their bodies, improving their physiques. After deeply developing everyone's brains by 3, Suyu left the laboratory and headed to his office. He intended to compile the data on the ion gun. Compared to the mecha, the ion gun was less challenging. First develop the ion gun, then proceed to develop the mecha. This weapon is formidable, but unfortunately it can only be used in space. Suyu sighed. Within the atmospheric environment, using the ion gun would incur tremendous energy loss, drastically reducing its power. Only in the vacuum of space could it unleash its full might. This was the ion gun's weakness. However, Suyu did not entirely concur. The ion gun possessed immense power. If deployed within the atmosphere, its destructive capacity upon launching would be inconceivable. To combat extraterrestrial beings, it was best to engage in space. Outside the window, the crimson sun was sinking in the west. The distant horizon was bathed in the glow of sunset, dyeing everything between heaven and earth a deep red. It was more exquisite than a painting. Finally finished writing, Suyu rose to his feet, stretching his waist. He had at last committed the knowledge of the ion gun to paper. Before he had finished twisting his waist, Suyu was struck dumb. He saw Xiaowei sitting nearby, a mirror of unknown origin on the table, admiring herself. Even an artificial intelligence could be narcissistic. Suyu felt as if he had witnessed a sow climbing a tree. Ahem ahem. Suyu coughed twice to capture Xiaowei's attention, then commanded, "Come over and massage my shoulders and legs." Okay. Every smile and frown of Xiaowei was indistinguishable from a real human. Suyu even extended a finger to test. Do not misunderstand, he intended to reach near its nose. The breath it exhaled even carried warmth. Unfortunately, it was still very immature. It resembled a young girl of about 16. Its technique was excellent, with a precise balance of pressure surpassing even Yin Wenjun's skill. In the mastery of details, humans indeed cannot surpass robots. Gazing at Xiaowei, Suyu could not help but sigh. Master, when can you give me the big bear? Xiaowei lifted her head, staring at Suyu with pitiful eyes. Suyu was speechless. It sounded as if he had stolen its big bear. Let's set that aside for now. I'll take you out tomorrow to buy some suitable clothes. Suyu glanced at Xiaowei. The clothes it wore were part of the reward. This frivolous system had truly terrible taste. This outfit was simply hideous. The adorable and soft Xiaowei, because of these clothes, lost its lowly charm and instead looked like a wild child from the countryside. Wow! Xiaowei's eyes lit up, and within its clear pupils it seemed as if countless tiny stars twinkled. It massaged even more vigorously. The next morning, as soon as Suyu opened his eyes, he was startled by Xiaowei beside him. It stood there motionless and silent, just staring at Suyu with its bright large eyes. It was truly terrifying. It nearly sent Suyu to the afterlife. When did you come in? Suyu calmed his emotions. I came in when you fell asleep. Xiaowei replied truthfully, eyes sparkling. When are you taking me to buy clothes? Suyu ignored it. Instead, he summoned Longxi and issued an order: from now on, when I am asleep, no one is allowed into my room, including artificial intelligences. Xiaowei. After finishing the trivial matters, Suyu found Yang Weigua and handed him the documents written yesterday. Ion gun technology. Yang Weigua was astonished. First develop the ion gun, then develop the mecha, and ideally mount the ion gun on the mecha. Suyu laid out his plan in full. Yang Weigua beside him was dumbfounded. Mecha. Compared to the ion gun, the mecha made his blood boil with excitement. In science fiction movies, mechas were often seen, such as Iron Man. With astonishing combat power, one person could crush a squad of soldiers, truly formidable. The mechas in science fiction movies are too low level. Suyu rolled his eyes. His mecha could ascend to the heavens and dive into the seas, capable of anything. Just one of them could take the head of Anan from heavily guarded Japan as easily as reaching into a pocket. Afterwards, wiping out all of Japan would pose no major issue. I can hardly wait. Yang Weigua's eyes gleamed. One step at a time. First, get the ion gun out. Alright, now I can take you to buy clothes.
After bidding farewell to manhwaedit, Suyu said to Xiaowei beside him. From morning until now it had been following Suyu silent, just staring at him with its big watery eyes.
One might have thought Suyu had bullied it.
Okay. Xiaowei smiled sweetly, extended a jade-like hand, hooked Suyu's arm and headed outside. Before reaching the door, Suyu received a message from Yan Wenjun.
The micro-unmanned reconnaissance drone has reacted. Seeing this, Suyu was stunned.
He had thought the micro-drone had been damaged.
Unexpectedly, it was quite resilient and still alive. Why aren't we moving?
Xiaowei stopped asking curiously.
We'll go later, I'll go to Yan Wenjun's place first.
Freeing his arm, Suyu left without looking back, leaving Xiaowei standing there stomping her foot in anger.
What is the status of the micro-unmanned reconnaissance drone?
Suyu asked eagerly as soon as she arrived.
It sensed something just 17 minutes ago. Yan Wenjun reported truthfully.
Suyu's gaze shifted to the screen. The display showed live footage captured by the micro-drone.
Scan the entire DT straight again.
Suyu pulled up a chair and sat down.
It's already been scanned. Suyu cast an approving glance at Yan Wenjun. She began reviewing the footage. Nothing majorly abnormal.
Just some vegetation damaged.
Suyu frowned, unable to extract useful information. Professor, there's something else.
Yan Wenjun leaned in and operated the controls. The footage from the micro-drone's recovery point appeared on the screen. Above the DT straight, a black vortex materialized.
Alien machines flew into the sky, entered the black vortex and vanished from launching. Suyu recognized the black vortex immediately as a portal. They can fly.
She paused, then dismissed the thought. If they could fly, they would have done so while chasing the spaceship rather than piling up into a mountain below.
It must be some other method, Suyu speculated.
The portal above the DT strait remains a huge threat to us. If not eliminated, unforeseen consequences may arise.
Yan Wenjun muttered. Suyu nodded in agreement. All alien portals left on launching must be destroyed. The problem was that with current capabilities they couldn't destroy them. Not even the antimatter bomb, the most powerful weapon, could obliterate the system's lower-grade portals, let alone the alien ones. It was a headache. We'll have to take it slow. Suyu sighed. You don't need to handle this anymore. Send all the data to the Alien Research Institute. Earlier, Suyu had established an Alien Research Institute hoping to uncover alien technology.
Progress had been limited, but these materials would surely bring a qualitative leap.
Okay. Then what do I do? Yan Wenjun asked. Suyu thought for a moment. Take a break first, then leave launching with me. Leave launching. To reach the moon. Yan Wenjun's eyes lit up. Though she was Suyu's student, she had never been to the moon. For people nowadays, visiting the moon was the ultimate bragging right. Unfortunately, Yan Wenjun wasn't lucky, nor did she want to use privilege. It's a secret.
Suyu smiled mysteriously. The more mysterious, the more Yan Wenjun looked forward to it. Suddenly her gaze fell outside. On a certain petite loli. Yan Wenjun was stunned. In all her life she had never seen such a flawless face. Perfect, without a single blemish, like a work of art. The only flaw was that it was flat and unremarkable, lacking curves. Who is this little sister? Yan Wenjun pointed outside. Anyone who could appear here was certainly not a random person. She's Xiaowei. Suyu briefly explained the situation. Buying clothes. That's easy. Let me submit the data and join you. At the entrance, Xiaowei kept peeking inside. Why isn't Xiao Jun here yet? Should we just go without her? Xiao's mind was entirely on new clothes. Suyu was speechless. He would never understand why an AI had such a strong obsession with new clothes. For an AI, wearing clothes or not didn't matter. The AIs he had seen outside didn't wear any. But since Xiao's new body was too realistic, not wearing clothes would be indecent. Wait a bit. Suyu gave her a knuckle rap. Xiaowei immediately quieted down, covering her head and glaring at Suyu angrily. You feel pain. Suyu was astonished. He gave her another harder knuckle rap. A crisp sound echoed. What are you doing? You can feel pain. Suyu stared at her. A little. Suyu froze. The new body provided by the system far exceeded his expectations. It's almost indistinguishable from a real human. After a while, Yan Wenjun appeared. They went together to the mall to buy clothes. The appearance of a handsome man and beautiful women naturally drew attention. When they recognized him, the crowd erupted. It's Professor Su.
I actually met Professor Su. My ancestors must be burning incense. Sun stopped staring. Face Professor Su and inhaled deeply, all that academic aura.
The crowd stirred and all the mall's customers surged over.
In an instant it was a sea of people.
But they were all well-mannered. They kept a distance watching and taking photos, unlike starstruck fans rushing for autographs.
Eh?
Who is that girl beside Professor Su?
That's his student Yan Wenjun. Not her, the other one. A new face.
Could she be Professor Su's girlfriend?
Nonsense. She looks about 16.
The crowd whispered.
Suyu walked over, greeted everyone and stirred even more excitement.
Especially the girls. If not for their sanity they would have rushed over.
Suyu entered a store. Honestly, he didn't know or care about the prices.
With his wealth, buying the entire mall was a drop in the bucket.
Pick a few outfits each, my treat. Suyu said to Xiaowei, Yan Wenjun and Long Shi.
Xiaowei shamelessly had already gone to pick clothes. Suyu walked over, looked at a young lady slumped on the table and asked her companion what's wrong with her. She fainted from excitement. The other young lady staring at Suyu breathed faster and trembled.
Clearly she was very excited. Glad it's nothing serious.
Suyu sighed in relief. In his mind he thought the fainted girl must have been overwhelmed by his handsomeness. After all, he was the pinnacle of human beauty.
Professor, could you pick something for me? Yan Wenjun approached meekly. She knew little about clothes.
The dazzling array of garments in the store left her bewildered.
Sure. Suyu gave an okay gesture. He had a good sense of fashion. Just this one.
Amidst a pile of clothes, Suyu picked out a nice top, mostly white with only a few pink patterns for embellishment.
Simple and beautiful. Perfect for a young, vibrant girl. Professor, you have excellent taste. Yan Wenjun's eyes shimmered with ripples of admiration. She liked it immensely.
Unable to resist, she took it down, carefully held it against herself and studied it in the mirror for a moment. Truly beautiful and perfectly suited for her. The waitress walked over, hesitating. Professor Su, I have something to say, but am not sure if I should say it.
Feel free to speak.
This top is a men's style, the waitress confessed honestly.
Men's?
Suyu was surprised. But it clearly had pink patterns.
Could it be that men nowadays are striving for self-improvement while adorning themselves with makeup?
This is a Korean-style design, the most popular men's top this year.
Too flashy. Suyu couldn't fathom such fashion. The top looks good, but the fabric is a bit lacking.
Yan Wenjun put the top back and suggested, how about I pick out an outfit for you, Professor?
Suyu nodded.
He had no particular preferences when it came to clothing. As long as it was moderately pleasing to the eye, he could accept it. Yan Wenjun's gaze lingered among the clothes, completely focused as she selected an outfit for Suyu.
This one has a nice cut, elegant and quite grand. Before long, Yan Wenjun had chosen a set of clothes. This outfit is indeed good, Suyu agreed. The colors were neither gaudy nor vulgar, simple yet majestic.
This outfit is a women's style, the waitress whispered weakly.
Yan Wenjun.
Suyu. It turned out that both teacher and student were clueless about clothing, and the choices they made were simply astonishing.
How beautiful.
Xiao's voice rang out, breaking the silence in the store.
Suyu followed the sound.
He was instantly dumbfounded. There stood Xiao, looking like a clothes rack draped in a massive assortment of garments.
These were no ordinary clothes. Among them were JK uniforms, Hanfu and Lolita dresses. And others. Even a maid outfit was included. 3-pit AI.
Suyu walked over and gave Xiao a gentle rap on the head, displeased.
Why are you picking these? Can't you pick something normal?
This is perfectly normal. Xiao hugged her beloved clothes and turned her head away. She presented only the back of her head to Suyu. Standing at 150 centimeters, Xiao was exquisitely delicate, like a work of art. She was undoubtedly a loli. When faced with the 50 centimeters version, Suyu could still treat her as an AI. But now that she had suddenly become 150 centimeters, he found it hard to see her as artificial intelligence. He regarded her more as a little sister.
You have no money.
If you want to buy, listen to me, put back those maid outfits and the black and white stockings, or I won't buy you anything. Suyu took a step back. As an AI wearing a maid outfit and black and white stockings, what kind of nonsense was that?
Fine. Xiao sighed.
Without money, she had no choice but to obey Suyu.
In the end, Suyu and Yan Wenjun each chose 2 sets of clothes. Xiao got 7. How much? Suyu went to pay. Professor Su, it's free. How much? Suyu asked again. How could selling clothes for a living be free? Our boss is a fan of yours. She said if it's you, even if you bought everything, it's all free. Charge the proper amount. Insisting, Suyu eventually made the waitress relent and quote the price 25800 yuan. And that was after a discount. Ha! Why is it so expensive? Suyu was taken aback. Despite having plenty of money, his own clothes cost only a few dozen yuan and he rarely spent more than 200 on an outfit. Professor Su, your outfit and Yan Wenjun's are each over 500 yuan, but this young lattice clothes average over 3000 per set. These three fashion subcultures are really expensive. Suyu sighed, looking at the huge bags in Xiao's arms. Only people of means could indulge in such hobbies. Now Suyu finally understood the saying 9 out of 10 Lolas are rich and the 10th lives in a villa. It was no empty room, not to mention anything else. The clothes and accessories for Lolas alone cost a fortune. After paying, Suyu tapped Xiao on the head. You budget-draining AI. He. A smile bloomed on Xiao's face. After leaving the store, other shop owners clamored to invite Suyu in. They declared that if Suyu would buy, not only would it be free, but they would even pay him. Their actions were not foolish. They were extremely clever. If Suyu bought a piece of clothing from their store, that item bearing Suyu's seal of approval would surely become the hottest style. Even the store itself would become a viral sensation. Just like in the last century when an idol ate at a restaurant, the place not only became famous but the money the idol paid became a family heirloom. Take Suyu for instance, the store he had just visited. It was already topping the Weibo trending list. A flood of people poured in, scrambling to buy clothes. The two waitresses were busy, drenched in sweat. In the past, Suyu would hardly buy a single outfit in a year. Not because he couldn't afford it, but because he was too lazy. His mother used to buy all his clothes. Having now bought 2 sets, he lost interest in shopping further. Yan Wenjun felt the same. Only Xiao's eyes gleamed brighter than the sun when she heard the shop owner's promises. If Suyu hadn't held her by the neck and pulled her away, she would have dashed straight in. All right, time to eat. Eat? Xiao calmed down, her eyes shining. Ha! Suyu recalled that disgusting he quickly warned, as an AI, you don't need to eat. Just stand outside and soak up the sunlight. Being in the sun would recharge her energy. If he let Xiao eat, she would eat it, then excrete it, then eat it again, an infinite loop that would truly be disgusting. I want to eat. Xiao tugged at Suyu's sleeve. Her clear bright eyes welled up with a few tears, looking so pitiful that anyone watching would feel heartbroken. Let her eat as much as she wants. They'll let you eat, but don't pull any of those disgusting stunts. Suyu said sternly. Okay. They headed to the restaurant. Xiao was loaded with bags and packages, but she showed no sign of fatigue. Instead, she walked briskly, striding ahead of everyone toward the restaurant. This little girl. Suyu and the others appeared in a high-end restaurant. This restaurant was decorated in an ancient style with a tranquil and pleasant environment that made one feel incredibly comfortable. In front of Suyu, a variety of delicious dishes were laid out, most of which were ordered by student A. Each of them held a cup of milk tea. Drink the milk tea and let it sit in your stomach first, don't let it out. That scene left a deep impression on Suyu, who reminded student A, before he had even taken a sip, to drink and then urinate in someone else's restaurant. That would be quite embarrassing for Suyu. All right. Student A stuck out her pink tongue, licked the straw and then took it in. Slowly sipping, the milk tea flowed through the straw into student A's mouth, finally settling in her little belly. So delicious. Student A's eyes sparkled with delight. This artificial intelligence has come to life. Suyu was dumbfounded at the sight. Student A looked nothing like an artificial intelligence, rather she resembled a little girl from the neighborhood. Choosing clothes, drinking milk tea and eating, isn't that coming to life? He. Student A giggled. The table was filled with delicious dishes, their aroma wafting through the air. The enticing scents made everyone drool. Let's eat. Suyu and Yan Wenjun had small appetites and couldn't eat much before feeling full. As for student A, she only took a bite of each dish and sent it to her mouth. She relied on electric energy rather than human food. Thus there was still more than half of the table's food left. You artificial idiot, you can't eat so much, yet you took so much. Suyu couldn't help but give her a few taps on the head. It wasn't that he was pained by the money, but he felt it was a waste of food. Fortunately, there was Longxi. I must say, despite Longxi being slim and having a small belly, her appetite was even more frightening than a dinosaur's. After eating for a while, she was still going. In the end, Longxi devoured the remaining dishes. What she consumed alone was 10 times more than what everyone else combined had eaten. You are quite fortunate. Suyu was left speechless. It was his first time seeing someone eat so much, especially a woman. Basic moves number 6.
This made Longshi feel accomplished. After finishing their meal they simply strolled around the street and half a day had passed before Suyu and the others returned. Everyone returned to their respective posts and got back to work. Suyu found Yang Weigwa and inquired about the progress of the ion gun.
If you want to speed things up, the best way is for you to join in. I have other work to do.
Suyu rejected the proposal.
What work? Yang Weigwa was astonished. What could be more important than developing the ion gun? I need to find materials for the mecha. Mecha materials. Yang Weigwa became excited. Where will we find them? Mars.
Suyu replied honestly. If it were just for basic mecha, the resources needed could all be found on Blue Star.
But intermediate mecha was different.
It involved a substance that did not exist on Blue Star.
Only Mars might have it. Mars. What substance? This substance hasn't appeared on Blue Star yet. I named it mecha.
This was not Suyu's naming but the character from the data provided by the system.
Mecha. Yang Weigwa was completely puzzled.
This substance was something he had never heard of.
Adding this substance to the mecha materials can greatly enhance its defense even against antimatter bombs.
Suyu briefly introduced the performance of mecha. It can defend against antimatter bombs.
Yang Weigwa was left dumbfounded. Currently the most powerful weapon was the antimatter bomb, not nuclear weapons.
Being able to defend against antimatter bombs was truly astonishing. The target of this mecha is primarily aliens. It not only has enhanced defense but also unprecedented offensive capabilities, Suyu stated.
Aliens had already tested humanity once. There was no doubt that the next interactions wouldn't be peaceful and there was a high possibility of major actions. Precautions must be taken. That was why Suyu wanted to integrate the ion gun into the mecha.
That's indeed the case.
Yang Weigwa nodded, his expression serious. After bidding farewell to Yang Weigwa, Suyu returned to the laboratory. He prepared everything before heading to Mars. Just as he entered the lab he saw Student A. Student A was wearing a red hanfu dress and standing by the window admiring herself in the glass.
Seeing her attire, Suyu was truly speechless. Although it was called hanfu, it didn't quite fit the traditional style, yet it was also somewhat hanfu. This particular hanfu was quite breezy, exposing her fair arms and legs.
Ancient women were generally conservative who would wear such revealing clothes. This was the new era's hanfu. Master, do I look like a little fairy or a little princess?
Student A walked over gracefully, sweetly asking, resembling a little fox waiting for Suyu's response.
I think you look like a silly dog. Pushing Student A aside, Suyu entered and began developing a device. He aimed to create an instrument capable of detecting mecha. The difficulty of development wasn't high.
It could be based on the chemical or physical properties of mecha.
What are you still standing there for? Come help. Okay. I really can't believe you wearing a hanfu makes you slow and clumsy.
Suyu expressed his disdain.
Take it off.
Wait a minute, after the development is done you can change back into normal clothes in a place where no one is around.
Okay.
Before half an hour had passed, Suyu had developed the mecha detection instrument. Outside the sun was already setting. Right now go to the restroom and change into a different set of clothes. With that, Suyu left the laboratory and returned to his dorm. Everything was ready and they could set off for Mars the next day. Just as Suyu was about to sleep he saw Student A and instantly lost his sleepiness. This artificial idiot. Suyu had to admit that Student A's work capabilities were exceptional, yet her daily life left much to be desired. At that moment Student A was no longer wearing the hanfu but a Lolita dress. To be honest, Suyu couldn't distinguish between Lolita and maid outfits. But he knew these were not normal clothes. Student A. Before he could step out, Suyu's voice rang out. I'm here. You. Suyu stepped out and gave Student A a few taps on the head. Didn't I tell you to change clothes? I changed. Student A replied innocently. I told you to change into normal clothes. Unfortunately, all I bought were these kinds of clothes. Student A sniffled. Suyu. He forgot to buy her normal clothes. You need to change too. The rising sun casts its first rays. The distant horizon is a sea of gold. Sunlight spills down, coating everything in a gentle golden hue. Bathed in the morning glow, one feels a warm, soothing sensation. This one. Suyu handed Xiaowei a piece of his own clothing, his tone leaving no room for argument. As an artificial intelligence, what was the point of wearing a Lolita dress being all cool and breezy? That was simply improper. Suyu's clothes were relatively loose. On Xiaowei they were quite ill-fitting. Now Xiaowei lacked the liveliness of a loli, instead looking as goofy and clumsy as a silly deer.
Now that's more like it. After sizing up Xiaowei, Suyu took it to the base. He was going to bring Xiaowei to Mars. The space base was crowded with people. Going to Mars was no small matter, it was an event that would shake the world and leave a profound mark on human history. To date, humans had never set foot on Mars. Only about 30 probes had been sent there, and our understanding of the red planet was still far from detailed and comprehensive. This journey must be approached with caution. These two are elite soldiers, just like Longxi handpicked to protect you throughout the entire journey. Yang Weiguo said solemnly. Humanity's understanding of the universe was still in a one-sided rudimentary stage. Whether other life forms existed on Mars remained unknown. If dangerous creatures existed, it would be disastrous for Suyu and his team. Therefore, protective measures must be taken. 2 male elite soldiers plus 1 female elite soldier, that was already an impressive lineup. Do not think that such soldiers are everywhere. Far from it. Elite soldiers are forged in the crucible of death, crawling out of piles of corpses. They have experienced more battles than ordinary people have eaten salt, braving hail of bullets and earning illustrious military achievements. In all of Shenlong there were no more than a dozen such elite soldiers. The 2 male soldiers were broad-shouldered and stout, standing like 2 meat mountains, straight and perfectly still. They did not even blink, as if carved from stone. The killing intent and hostility emanating from these two were extremely dense. It was not something a raw recruit could possess. Suyu guessed that the villains they had dealt with numbered at least 10,000. Hello, Professor Su. The 2 male soldiers simultaneously saluted Suyu. Suyu returned the salute solemnly. Among the 3 of you, who is the strongest? Suyu whispered to Longxi. These two. Despite their size, I can take them down single-handedly. Longxi said confident. Suyu was startled and couldn't help but look at Longxi. Her delicate features, skin as white as snow and not a trace of makeup, she was the epitome of a cool beauty. Those who didn't know her would surely think she was a tough-tempered but soft-bodied beauty. Only those who knew her understood that her combat prowess far exceeded her personality, reaching a level ordinary people could hardly imagine. Based on Suyu's understanding of her, he didn't think she was boasting. Longxi might show off and could be fooled, but she didn't lie. In Shenlong there is a ranking list of elite soldiers. These two are ranked 5th and 7th respectively. Longxi revealed something Suyu didn't know. What about you? Suyu asked curiously. From Longzai's tone, she was definitely ranked above 5th. 2nd. Then who is 1st? Suyu gasped. He hadn't expected Longzai's strength to far exceed his imagination. I don't know who is 1st either, Longxi shrugged. But I suspect it's highly likely that person is the bodyguard of the top leader. Whom? Suyu nodded, agreeing with her speculation. Is everyone ready? Ready. Board the spaceship. The spaceship also needed to carry instruments, so it couldn't hold too many people. Including Suyu, there were only 7. Suyu, Xiaowei, Yan Wenjun, Longxi, 2 male elite soldiers and 1 astronaut. Secure the safety equipment. Take off. Watched by the crowd, the spaceship shot into the sky and vanished in an instant. It left the atmosphere and entered space. Among the 8 planets, the order of distance from launching from nearest to farthest is Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus and Neptune. Among them, Mars is the 3rd closest to launching. The closest distance is about 55 million kilometers. It was truly far away. Even at the spaceship's top speed, it would take several months to reach Mars. These few months were incredibly boring. Once the spaceship was flying steadily, they could unfasten their safety harnesses and move freely. Yan Wenjun and the others gathered around the screen, watching the cosmos outside. It was quite like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, a scene of wide-eyed wonder. Although she knew what it was and had seen pictures or videos, when witnessing it with her own eyes she couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The surrounding environment resembled a static vortex within which countless celestial bodies gleamed like gems, dazzling and radiant. Wow, that's so beautiful. Yan Wenjun's eyes sparkled even brighter than the celestial bodies outside. It was the first time she had seen such a beautiful sight with her own eyes. During her undergraduate years she had once been impulsive and traveled alone to the western region to watch the stars. The starry sky in the west, closer to the universe, was truly magnificent. But compared to now, it was merely a small witch meeting a big one, a pale comparison. Being in space, the beauty she beheld was incomparable to anything on launching. It was a powerful visual impact. Suyu, however, lost interest after just a few minutes. His gaze settled on the silly dear Xiaowei. Xiaowei was beside him, chuckling with a suppressed smile, laughing for no apparent reason. What are you doing? Suyu walked over and gave it a flick on the head. Nowadays, whenever Suyu saw Xiaowei, no matter what it was doing, he felt like giving it a flick. It was all because it had such a good head for it. The questions on the internet are so refreshingly original. Xiaowei could access the internet without any electronic devices. Its body itself was a high-end electronic device. A netizen said white people can marry black people, so why don't Tang Dynasty people marry Qin Dynasty people? Su Yu.
No passage through the Qin passes.
Is this a brain teaser that requires deep literary knowledge? Su Yu found the answer strange. Someone else asked high-scoring students in the college entrance exam get into schools low-scoring ones don't. Why not let low-scoring students fill in their preferences first so they can also get into schools? Su Yu.
This was no brain teaser at all. Only someone with a century of cerebral thrombosis could ask such a stupid question. Stop looking at these nonsensical questions.
First preview some knowledge about Mars on the internet.
Su Yu said with a dark expression.
Okay. Was the birth of the universe a coincidence or a necessity?
Yan Wenjun murmured, gazing at the dazzling galaxy. Her words pondered whether the universe was born naturally or created. Since learning about Su Yu's classification of cosmic civilizations, Yan Wenjun had been pondering this question. She could never figure it out.
Not even Su Yu could provide her with an answer. Because Su Yu didn't know either. There are 3 hypotheses about the universe. The first is the steady-state theory.
This hypothesis suggests that the universe has been in a stable state since its birth, an eternal whole with only local small-scale changes. The second is the hierarchical universe theory, which posits that the universe's structure is layered from small to large. The third is the Big Bang theory. This theory holds that 20 billion years ago all matter was tightly packed together, underwent a violent explosion, and expanded infinitely to form the universe. The most famous and widely supported among scientists is the Big Bang theory. Su Yu remained non-committal about it.
Without sufficient evidence, even if supported by the majority, it remains a mere hypothesis.
When our technological level reaches that height, we will be able to know the answer.
Su Yu, though ignorant, felt no discouragement. Human cognition cannot be achieved overnight.
It must be attained step by step, gradually, just like the ancients who racked their brains but could not fathom the origin of life.
Yet today it is common knowledge.
Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye over 2 months had passed. Su Yu and the others were feeling moldy staying on the spaceship. No matter how beautiful the stars outside were, they had lost their appeal. They had grown tired of the view. It was like a middle-aged couple, respectful, harmonious, and rarely fighting, mainly because the husband was tired of fighting. Fortunately, there was signal on the spaceship so they could play on their phones and surf the internet.
Well, arrive at Mars in 1 hour, everyone get ready. Putting away his phone, Su Yu walked over and saw a massive planet.
Without a doubt it was Mars. Mars' diameter is 50 of Langsing's volume 10, mass only 1. From a distance it looked like a pale red sphere.
Although Mars can reach a brightness of 2.9
at its brightest, it is dim most of the time.
What Su Yu saw was not bright.
The others were all putting on special spacesuits.
After observing Mars for a few minutes, Su Yu also went to put on a spacesuit. You're an AI, you don't need to wear one. Su Yu glanced at Xiaowei.
Mars' atmosphere is mainly carbon dioxide, thin and cold.
Completely different from launching. Everyone be careful. If anything unusual happens, tell me and return to the spaceship to stay. Su Yu gave a solemn warning.
Roger. The spaceship landed steadily on the surface of Mars.
The door opened, revealing a panoramic view of Orangerd. It feels like we've arrived at the Huangtu Plateau. Yan Wenjun exclaimed.
The Orangerd you see is because Mars is filled with a large amount of iron oxide. In other words, Mars is rich in iron ore. After giving everyone a science lesson, Su Yu stepped off the spaceship and landed on Mars.
Su Yu became the first human to set foot on Mars.
The first footprint on Mars was extremely important. Su Yu stamped hard to leave a clear print on the Martian ground.
The others followed suit.
They also learned from Su Yu and left clear footprints around the spaceship.
Everyone, don't move freely, gather around me.
Not knowing much about Mars' situation, Su Yu did not act rashly. Instead, he chose to use an unmanned reconnaissance drone to survey the surrounding area. The drone rose into the air and flew into the distance. On Mars there were plains, hills and mountains, but no water.
It was a bit like launching. Yet it was extremely desolate, even more so than the lunar surface.
Most of the soil was not sand but looked like long-green cracked earth.
Eh? What's this?
Yan Wenjun's gaze fixed on a large crater on the screen.
This is a meteorite crater said to be over
3.5 billion years old with a diameter of 154 kilometers, named the Geyser crater by scientists. Su Yu smiled slightly and gave them a lesson. There are many meteorite craters on Mars, but this Geyser crater is the largest.
Oh.
The others nodded. Standing on the moon I felt a tiny bit of fear, but standing on Mars I feel no fear at all. Long, she said in surprise. She had been to the moon with Su Yu and knew the difference in fear between the two celestial bodies. Before Suyu could speak, Xiaowei said this is because Mars is quite similar to launching.
That's why humans think Mars might have life and even want to immigrate to Mars. Exactly. Suyu reached out his hand, almost giving Xiaowei a flick on the head. He managed to hold back and just patted its head. After an hour, Suyu had a rough idea of the surrounding situation. No danger.
Now we are near the Gaia crater.
All of you take the mecha detection instruments and scan the surroundings. Do not go far.
If you detect anything, notify me immediately.
Suyu gave the order.
Roger. Everyone took the instruments and began searching for mecha substance around Suyu. Suyu was also searching.
Is this a rusty iron ball? Suyu carried the instrument and detected mecha substance in the Gaia crater.
From bottom to top, then top to bottom, from left to right, then right to left. He found no mecha substance. Instead, he found a large pile of iron ore and other minerals, and even saw several enormous meteorites. This meteorite weighs at least 2000 gene. Looking at a massive meteorite nearby, Suyu exclaimed. Are meteorites valuable? Small ones are not valuable, large ones are.
If it's like precious jade emitting a unique glow under light, it's even more valuable. The one beside Suyu was large enough and very valuable. It seems there is no mecha substance here. After searching for hours, Suyu was exhausted but still hadn't found it. The area around the Gaia crater had been thoroughly searched. It seemed there was no mecha here. Everyone take a rest first, we'll search another place later. Suyu sighed helplessly. Not knowing where it was, they could only search for mecha like looking for a needle in a haystack. The entire Mars was not exclusively orange, or other colors embellished its surface. The most beautiful and renowned scenery on Mars was undoubtedly the Santa Maria crater. About 90 meters wide, it presented a vast expanse of azure with not a trace of black. Like a blue jelly. Suyu and the others appeared there. Gazing at such a novel landscape, they could not help but exclaim in awe. However, their purpose here was not to admire the scenery but to search for mecha. The group split up to search, but they stayed within close proximity. All were earnestly looking for mecha. Yan Wenjun was also searching. She looked up at the sky, a patch of orangerd. It was utterly different from the sky of the blue planet. This was because Mars had vast amounts of orangerd fine sand which was swept into the air by the wind, scattering the red light of the sun and causing the sky to appear orangerd. However, the Martian sky was not entirely red. The poles were not. This mecha substance is really hard to find, Yan Wenjun sighed. They had been on Mars for half a month. The instruments showed not the slightest anomaly. Suyu had told her that once the light on the instrument began to flash, it indicated mecha was nearby. Why isn't it lighting up? Staring at the light on the instrument, Yan Wenjun even began to hallucinate. She thought she saw the light flicker. She hastily rubbed her eyes to dispel the illusion. After rubbing, the light became even brighter. A blue light. Yan Wenjun exclaimed in astonishment. It was no illusion, the light on the instrument was truly glowing. Mecha existed nearby. Yan Wenjun became fully alert, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on the instrument's light. She searched the vicinity. The farther she walked, the brighter the light grew. A beeping sound rang out and Yan Wenjun halted. She knew that directly beneath the instrument mecha must be present. To be honest, she still had no idea what mecha was. She could only notify Suyu. Suyu arrived upon hearing the news, and the moment he reached the spot, the light on the instrument began to glow. He scanned the designated area with the instrument and an even sharper beeping sound erupted. Well done. Suyu gave a thumbs up, showering Yan Wenjun with praise. They had been searching on Mars for a month without finding a trace of mecha. Yet Yan Wenjun had found it, earning a great She certainly deserved lavish commendation. The praise made Yan Wenjun lower her head, her cheeks flushed though her heart leaped with joy. Mecha exists within these minerals, we need to chemically separate it. Now our task is to bring this pile of minerals back to the blue planet. Suyu asked Longshi to pilot the spaceship over and then joined the others in mining the minerals. There's too much mineral. We don't need all of it, just 500 kilograms, about 1000 gene will suffice. Fortunately, they had come well prepared. Now everyone had tools in hand and they were all laboring hard at mining. Among the 7, Yan Wenjun had the weakest physique. After only half an hour of mining, she was panting, utterly exhausted, and couldn't continue. Take a rest over there, Suyu said. He had brought Yan Wenjun along mainly to broaden her horizons and let her experience the wonders of the cosmos. He hadn't expected her role to be so significant. Okay, Yan Wenjun replied without overexerting herself and went to rest aside. It wasn't that she was incapable, the ore was simply too hard. The difficulty of mining was immense. Despite their prolonged efforts, the amount they had extracted was far from the target. No wonder mecha is used as a material for intermediate mechas, she mused.
Glancing at the Yan Wenjun suddenly understood. Such a hard substance when added to a mecha would certainly elevate its defensive capabilities to a terrifying level.
After resting enough, Yan Wenjun stood up ready to rejoin the mining.
But as she took a few steps, the ground beneath her foot gave way softly. She had stepped on something.
What's this? Yan Wenjun's eyes brightened. On Mars, treasures lay everywhere. The anomaly underfoot might well be something precious.
Lifting her foot, Yan Wenjun stared at the object on the ground.
It looked like a black withered branch. Could vegetation have once existed on Mars? Yan Wenjun's eyes sparkled. Since setting foot on Mars, she had yet to see any vegetation.
If this was vegetation, it would undoubtedly be a major discovery. It could prove that liquid water existed on Mars. Before departure, Yan Wenjun had thoroughly studied the publicly available information about Mars. One of the points was that some scientists suspected liquid water existed on Mars, but evidence was lacking. Yan Wenjun crouched down, reached out and carefully touched the thing.
Despite the spacesuit, Yan Wenjun sensed something unusual. This was not a withered branch. A dead branch would be somewhat hard and brittle. But this was soft like. Yan Wenjun gave it a squeeze. Why does it feel like flesh and skin?
After feeling and pinching, her confusion deepened.
She gripped it and bent it with force. She wanted to break it and see what was inside. A sharp hiss rang out. The piercing sound left Yan Wenjun dumbfounded. She had thought it was an inanimate object, but it was alive.
From the bent part, green liquid oozed out, staining her spacesuit.
The nearby rock pile suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Yan Wenjun was flung away, landing on an open space.
She stared in astonishment at the direction. On the shattered rock pile stood a pitch-black creature the size of a full-grown pig, resembling a spider.
Yet it wasn't entirely like a spider.
At its mouth were two huge sharp curved fangs gleaming with a sinister luster that made Yan Wenjun's scalp tingle.
What the hell is this thing? Yan Wenjun was utterly stunned. Could it be that life existed on Mars?
Was this the Martian alien? Then between her and this spider-like creature, who was the alien?
The monster's eyes, like two sinister lights, locked onto Yan Wenjun with deadly intent.
Clearly it wanted her life. The monster lunged forward, opening its gaping maw to tear at Yan Wenjun.
By then Yan Wenjun was scared out of her wits.
Her legs weak, she struggled to stand and dodged the monster's attack. But her speed was no match for the creature's. In a flash the monster pounced, knocking Yan Wenjun to the ground.
Its two hook-like fangs gleaming with menace shot toward Yan Wenjun's fair neck. The fangs cut through the spacesuit in an instant, reaching her delicate skin. The monster's bite force was terrifying.
If those fangs bit down hard on Yan Wenjun's soft white neck, it would undoubtedly cause a torrent of blood and she would die from blood loss before long.
Ah!
At the critical moment, long she shot over like a dragonfly and kicked the spider monster away. The others also noticed the commotion and rushed over.
Everyone was stunned. This monster was not large, resembling a spider, bizarre and extremely ugly.
It was completely different from the creatures on Blue Star. The skin of most animals on Blue Star was soft with moisture. This one was entirely different. Like withered wood, it had virtually no moisture but was extremely hard.
What is this thing? The two male war kings stood at the front, alertly watching the spider monster.
Even they who had seen great spectacles could not help but be amazed.
It looks like an ancient creature.
Suyu was shielded behind. He walked over, helped Yan Wenjun up, comforted her for a moment, then fixed his gaze on the spider monster's mouth where two sharp fangs were conspicuous. The spider monster crouched in the distance, staring coldly at the group.
Its unnaturally large, eerie eyes remained motionless, locked onto them, poised to strike.
Jia! The spider monster pounced, engaging Longshi in battle. It moved swiftly and attacked venomously, entangling Longshi like a venomous snake. Facing this monster, Longshi remained calm and composed, handling it with ease. It was clearly apparent that she could deal with the spider monster. This thing is not a machine, it's a living creature. Suyu stroked his chin as he observed the agile monster.
Life on Mars. Suyu pondered this question. In the past, humanity had been searching for new life in the universe. The search direction was for environments with water sources suitable for human habitation. In other words, humans only explored a planet for life if it was similar to Blue Star.
Suyu did not entirely agree with this approach.
Humans were searching for new life, not for humans. A suitable environment for humans did not necessarily suit other life forms. For example, there are aerobic organisms and anaerobic organisms. Excluding a planet from having life simply because it lacks oxygen is not rigorous, as anaerobic organisms might exist. Similarly, excluding a planet without water from having life is not rigorous. Humans and blue star organisms need water, but that does not mean organisms on other planets need water.
Take this spider monster for instance, its skin was dry and withered without a trace of moisture, yet it was a living being and quite powerful. If this is a Martian creature, it means there is more than one.
Xiaowei walked over looking at the battlefield without a hint of fear and even showed some eagerness. You and AI are all bravado online but timid in reality. Why that look in your eyes?
Suyu sneered. In his impression, Xiaowei was all talk, especially online, but lacked combat prowess.
My combat ability is also quite impressive, you know. Xiaowei defended himself. Can you beat this spider monster?
A piece of cake, Xiaowei said confidently. Longxi stepped back and let Xiaowei take over.
Suyu called out to Longxi. He wanted to see Xiaowe's combat prowess.
In the distance, Longxi was not like a soft woman but a tyrannosaurus. Her hands were soft, fair and smooth, as delicate as porcelain, yet when she struck they were like a fiend's claws.
Every move was terrifying.
The spider monster's death was only a matter of time. Just as she was in the heat of battle, Longxi heard Suyu's word side and kicked the spider monster. She then headed toward Suyu. In her hand she held several broken limbs of the spider monster which she had torn off. The severed ends still had flesh and blood attached, horrifying and hair-raising.
Don't throw them. Suyu's voice came.
Longxi walked over and handed the broken limbs to Suyu. He took them and examined them carefully.
The blood is green. Suyu frowned.
This green liquid was the same as that in the DT Strait and the alien machinery. The green liquid from the DT Strait and the alien machinery had been analyzed.
It was basically the same, a liquid rich in energy.
The residual green liquid on the broken limb in Suyu's hand was clearly identical to the green liquid that had been tested. This is life, flesh and blood, not a machine. Suyu examined the broken limb several times.
It was highly resilient. At first Suyu thought the green liquid was merely an energy source like gasoline for a car, enabling the alien machinery to move. That view was not entirely correct. This is also a type of blood, Suyu asserted.
Blood.
Yen Wenjun was surprised.
This was the first time she had seen green blood.
The world is full of wonders.
Meanwhile, Xiaowei walked with confident steps toward the spider monster. At 150 centimeters tall and with a petite frame, Xiaowei did not look formidable, rather he seemed like a walking snack. The spider monster showed no fear, only excitement.
It even opened its mouth and licked its fangs, clearly eager to devour Xiaowei.
Jia. The spider monster recoiled, gathered momentum and then pounced like a black cannonball, its speed astonishing. Xiaowei stood still like a foolish deer, showing no reaction. Seeing this, everyone's hearts clenched. Xiaowei isn't going to get barbecued, is it? It's fine if it gets barbecued, we can just switch it back to that 50 centimeters carrier and it'll be back to full health, Suyu said nonchalantly. I don't want that 50 centimeters dwarf carrier humph. Xiaowei snorted and threw a tiny fist.
In an instant the spider monster was blasted away.
The punch was so fast it was unbelievable, leaving only a streak in the air.
Suyu was astonished.
He had not expected Xiao's combat power to be so terrifying. With just one punch it sent that fearsome creature flying. Compared to you, how does Xiao measure up?
Suyu could not help asking Longxi.
Longxi was also surprised by Xiaowei. She answered honestly, its speed is comparable to mine but its strength is far less.
It is still inferior to me. Suyu nodded.
In his mind he thought if he gave Xiaowei a powerful carrier with overwhelming strength, could it beat Longxi?
Worth a try. A smile bloomed on Suyu's lips.
The spider monster lunged forward but was punched back to its original position by Xiaowei. It fell to the ground in disgrace, its green blood gushing from its body, clearly severely wounded. This petite girl's combat prowess was no less than that other one.
If it lingered any longer, death was certain.
Escape.
Absolutely impossible.
The spider monster rose to its feet, its venomous serpent-like gaze fixed on Xiaowei. It would make these humans understand that it was not to be trifled with.
Its first target was to kill this 150-centimeter tall wretched biped.
The spider monster recoiled, its remaining 8 sharp claws digging deep into the soil. It was poised to strike. This leap would undoubtedly be its most powerful attack.
Everyone's face grew grim. Xiaowei, be careful. Suyu couldn't help but warn.
A piece of cake. Despite her words, there was no trace of carelessness on Xiaowei's face.
Even a cornered rabbit would bite, let alone this spider monster. Driven to desperation, it demanded even greater caution. Let's settle this with one move.
Xiaowei extended her jade-like hand and beckoned the spider monster with a curl of her finger. She signaled for it to come.
Jia jia.
Under the light its 2 fangs appeared even more gleaming and sharp. The spider monster moved. Its speed was astonishing. It dashed toward Xiaowei.
Oh no!
It darted in the opposite direction, screeching as it fled. Its speed was so great that only after images of its 8 legs remained.
Xiaowei.
After a moment of stunned silence, she realized she had been tricked.
This coward.
Xiaowei was furious and prepared to chase it down and knock its head off. She believed that with her speed she could certainly catch the spider monster.
Don't pursue a desperate foe. Suyu quickly stopped Xiaowei.
Don't you think the screech of that unknown creature as it fled sounded like it was saying I'll be back?
Yan Wenjun suddenly remarked. Ha! Long Shi frowned. I get that feeling too. After a moment's thought the others agreed. Quite human-like. Suyu smiled faintly, but her face bore no lightness, only deep gravity. A tiny spider, if it returns I'll crush it.
Xiaowei dismissed it, thinking the weak spider monster was utterly clueless.
It actually ran away. How disappointing.
It should have been beaten to a pulp by her. Let it finish its grandstanding before fleeing.
Leaving before finishing its act was utterly infuriating. Every time I see it I'll pummel it.
Xiaowei gritted her teeth.
Don't be so violent.
Suyu walked over and tapped Xiaowei's head, then instructed the others hurry up, gather a bit more minerals, then return to the spaceship.
Suyu's heart was uneasy.
She felt something major was about to happen.
Bang!
Before anyone could move toward the minerals, the ground beneath them trembled.
Violently. Is it an earthquake? Yan Wenjun showed no fear.
The area was flat and open, even a major earthquake posed no immediate danger.
Just a great inconvenience. No. Look into the distance.
Long Shi with her sharp eyesight pointed ahead. Dust rose in clouds. Within the dust was the spider monster.
Finally back.
Xiaowei leaped up, brimming with excitement. She thought the bastard had fled, but it came back to give her a chance to show off.
Don't interfere, I can handle it with one finger.
Long Shi glanced at Xiaowei and rolled her eyes dramatically. Was this artificial intelligence or artificial stupidity?
Couldn't she see that behind the spider monster was an even larger one? Holy crap, what is?
Both male war kings were stunned. They had never seen such a creature before.
Its body was as large as a mud hut. Its eyes like lanterns glowed eerily in the dust, terrifying and sinister. Beat the small one and the big one comes.
Suyu's scalp tingled. Without even fighting, she knew that not even Long Shi, let alone all of them combined, could fill its teeth. Retreat to the spaceship, Suyu urged.
The spaceship's capabilities would be more effective against this massive monster. This huge monster. Its speed is too fast.
The 2 male war kings were astonished. They couldn't believe such a massive body could move so swiftly. It was beyond belief. Neither of them ran, they stayed to cover the others' retreat. Long Shi, get back to the spaceship.
Suyu gave the order.
Long Shi could pilot the spaceship and was fast. Having her return first to engage the massive monster with the ship was the wisest choice.
Protect him.
After a moment's hesitation, Long Shi instructed Xiaowei, then headed for the spaceship. If she escorted Suyu, none of them might reach the ship. No matter how formidable the 2 war kings were, they were still only humans, no match for the giant monster. Within 5 minutes they were gravely wounded. The small spider monster that had been beaten stood nearby, watching the group, occasionally screeching.
Its screeches sounded like mocking laughter. That wretched little spider.
Xiaowei gnashed her teeth. Suyu's gaze remained fixed on the 2 war kings. Knowing they couldn't hold out much longer, she shouted, both of you fall back.
If they continued to cover the retreat, they would be in mortal danger. Neither war king obeyed Suyu. That's an order.
Suyu's voice grew louder. Still the 2 war kings did not listen. Go help them, Suyu instructed Xiaowei.
No.
Xiaowei refused. She noticed that the small spider monster had been watching their side. If she left and got entangled with the giant spider, the small one might seize the chance to attack Suyu and Yan Wenjun, whose tender skins would surely be their doom.
Sigh. Suyu sighed. No one was listening to her. You. Stay close to me, Suyu said to Yan Wenjun. Okay. Yan Wenjun nodded. She was the only one still obeying Suyu.
Watching the 2 war kings, Suyu felt heavy-hearted. All she could do now was pray that Long Shi would arrive with the spaceship soon.
Jia Jia. The small spider monster licked its fangs, its gaze fixed on Suyu.
It had realized that Suyu was the key figure among these
Jia. The small spider monster suddenly lunged, opening its gaping maw toward Suyu's neck. Weakling, are you ignoring me?
Xiaowei sneered coldly. The small spider monster sprinted and leaped, attempting to bypass Xiaowei and charged straight at Suyu.
How could Xiaowei allow it? A thunderous bang echoed.
Her delicate fist swung out, striking with all her might, her absolute limit. It landed precisely on the small spider monster's head. The small spider monster was sent flying, crashing onto a rock that shattered into pieces. A horrifying dent caved in its skull, a sight that sent chills down the spine. A mere weakling, Xiaowei sneered with disdain. This pathetic creature had tried to flee yet dared to summon reinforcements. She would smash its head sideways. A piercing, grating shriek of agony tore through the air, revealing the immense suffering the small spider monster endured. The pain of a caved-in skull was far worse than 1,000 arrows piercing the heart. Its cries caught the attention of the massive spider monster. The colossal beast erupted in fury. With a roar, it made the two warrior kings look utterly helpless before its rage. In a single exchange they were flung aside, crashing onto the fiery ground, their bodies drenched in blood, motionless, their fate unknown. With a thunderous roar, the giant spider monster lunged toward Suyu and the others. The entire ground trembled, sand grains quivering in fear. "Master, remember to give me a new body, one like Big Bear," Xiaowei said before stepping forward to engage the giant spider monster. Among the remaining, only Xiaowei had any fighting capability. She had to fight. She knew she was no match for this colossal enemy, but she was prepared to die. Fortunately, she was an artificial intelligence, only her body would perish, not her program. "Let me show you the power of a new generation AI." Xiaowei moved with the lightness of a swallow, reaching the giant spider monster in an instant. She swung her tiny fist. The giant spider monster looked puzzled. "Curse these short arms." The giant spider monster's hand rested atop Xiaowei's head, creating a gap between them. No matter how hard Xiaowei punched, she couldn't reach the monster. So you watched in silence. A mocking screech echoed from the monster. Bang! Xiaowei was stomped down face-first into the fiery ground, her mouth full of sand. "Mn." She choked out with difficulty. Xiaowei struggled to rise, but her strength was no match for the giant spider monster. She was pinned down firmly. Bang! 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 The giant spider monster stomped repeatedly, embedding Xiaowei into the fiery ground. Even more outrageously, the small spider monster dragged a massive boulder and placed it on top of her. It even climbed onto the boulder and jumped up and down as if dancing on a grave. Xiaowei. Yan Wenjun's heart clenched with worry. She won't die. "We should worry about ourselves," Suyu said grimly. With Xiaowei dealt with, the spider monsters would surely target them next. "Let's run." The spider monster's target was indeed Suyu and Yan Wenjun. Before they could flee, the monsters pounced. A piercing screech rang out. The small spider monster crawled over its gaping jaws, revealing sharp, gleaming white fangs. It lunged to bite Suyu. Yan Wenjun, pale with terror, instinctively threw herself over Suyu without a second thought. She was determined to take the fatal blow for him. The deadly fangs descended and Yan Wenjun would surely meet her end. Boom! At the critical moment, an energy bolt shot from afar, striking the small spider monster's head with pinpoint accuracy. Its head exploded instantly, green fluid splattering everywhere. Without even a scream, the small spider monster collapsed headless, dead beyond doubt. The sudden change stunned the giant spider monster for a moment. Then endless rage surged. Its child had been slain. Lantern-like eyes glowed with an even colder, eerie light. The giant spider monster fixed its venomous gaze on Suyu and Yan Wenjun below. It would tear not only these two but everyone else to pieces. With a roar, the ground quaked, sand unsettled. The giant spider monster charged at Suyu. Once these two were dealt with, it would take care of the thing in the sky. Boom! A cannon blast struck the giant spider monster. "Don't just stand there, run!" Long Shi's shout rang out. She piloted the spaceship low, bombing around the giant spider monster. She drew its attention, successfully pulling its aggro. The giant spider monster's target shifted to the spaceship. That thing had killed its child, it would destroy it. With a roar, the giant spider monster lunged at the spaceship. The ship's importance was self-evident. If it were destroyed, everyone might be stranded on Mars, unable to return to Earth. They would have to wait for a ship from Earth, which would take a long time. Their supplies were insufficient, they might starve before rescue arrived. Thus Long Shi was extremely cautious. She flew at a height that seemed just within the monster's reach but was just out of grasp, luring it to an open area. "Now it's my turn." Long Shi smirked, glancing at the giant spider monster before pressing a button. A barrage of energy cannons fired. They streaked toward the monster. Dreading the devastating energy blasts, the giant spider monster dared not tank them directly and could only dodge. But there were too many, and Long Shi's predictive skills were terrifying, forcing the monster to take most of the hits. A massive energy cannon slammed into its head. Green liquid spurted out instantly. The giant spider monster collapsed, green fluid gushing from its mouth.
It was gravely wounded. Covered in injuries, it was clearly near death. Having killed its child, a blood feud was sealed. If not eradicated, unforeseen troubles might arise. A flicker of pity crossed Longshi's eyes. She glanced at the giant spider monster, then pressed the button. She would send it to reunite with its child, a family reunion. Boom! The energy cannon struck. Green liquid exploded. The giant spider monster was dead beyond doubt. A family should stay whole. With those words, Longshi piloted the spaceship to Suyu's location. Suyu was beside the two warrior kings and the astronaut. These three had sustained severe injuries. Without immediate treatment, their lives were in danger. Fortunately, the spaceship had basic medical equipment. Suyu said solemnly, "Carry them into the spaceship. I will perform the surgery myself." Aboard the spacecraft there were simple medical devices. For Suyu that was sufficient. "Longshi, lift the spacecraft into the air, then come over to assist me," Suyu instructed cautiously. He was uncertain whether there were only two monsters on Mars or if there were more. To be safe, he decided to perform the surgery in the air. Among Longshi and Yan Wenjun, only Longshi had passable medical skills. Yan Wenjun was a complete novice in medicine and could not be of much help. Before the spacecraft even lifted off, Suyu began operating on the three individuals. On Mars, the greatest advantage was that there was no need for sterilization, because the air was virtually devoid of bacteria. This process is extremely difficult and there is no anesthetic. Suyu frowned. The medical supplies on the spacecraft were too rudimentary. You'll have to resort to physical anesthesia. Physical anesthesia. Longshi was astonished. Knock them all out. He glanced at the three people. Although they were not moving, Suyu knew they were not completely unconscious. They were still conscious. Be careful not to kill them. Thinking of Longzai's terrifying strength, Suyu couldn't help but remind her. Okay. Once he confirmed they were completely unconscious, Suyu began the surgery. The astronaut's case was relatively simple. But the two male soldier kings were covered in wounds, each cut deep to the bone, a truly shocking sight. "First, stop the bleeding," Suyu said seriously. He had browsed through numerous medical books. He might not have eaten pork, but he had seen pigs run, hadn't he? Although this was the first time he had performed surgery in his life, he remained utterly calm, unhurried, and methodical in his treatment. 2 hours later, Suyu was drenched in sweat. Longshi was beside him, wiping away his perspiration. Finally, it's over. After much effort, Suyu had managed to save the lives of these three people. Now he finally understood what it meant for a doctor to be truly exhausted. This surgery of his had lasted 2 hours, every minute and second demanding extreme focus, allowing not a single moment of distraction lest disaster strike. If they show any signs of waking up, knock them out again. Leaving these words, Suyu could no longer hold on. He made his way to a soft, large bed. He lay down and slept. When he woke, it was 5 hours later. "How are the three of them?" Suyu inquired. "They're stable." Suyu let out a sigh of relief. "Have Wenjun take care of them. You get some rest, then go pilot the spacecraft." "Okay." Suyu glanced at the ores aboard the spacecraft. The quantity was insufficient. The majority was still on the ground, yet to be transferred. All because of those two spider monsters. Speaking of them, Suyu couldn't help rubbing his chin in contemplation. Were these two spider monsters native to Mars? If so, what did they eat? The surface of Mars was vast and rich in resources. However, these resources were ores, not food. Having been on Mars for a month, Suyu had discovered that aside from eating dirt, there was only stone. Nothing else, a desolate emptiness. At least this proves that these two spider monsters are not purely aerobic organisms. For Suyu and his companions to move about on Mars, they needed equipment to supply oxygen. Because the Martian atmosphere was composed overwhelmingly of carbon dioxide with very little oxygen. Yet those two spider monsters roamed freely. This indicated that oxygen was not a necessity for their survival. "This is the first time I've seen such large animals that don't need oxygen," Suyu muttered to himself. He still wasn't sure if they were anaerobic organisms. Perhaps they could survive with or without oxygen. The universe was vast and full of wonders. Not having seen something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. What overturns one's understanding may not necessarily be false. For now, the priority is to move the minerals onto the spacecraft. Thinking too much was useless. Suyu focused on the present, asking Longshi to pilot the spacecraft back to the original site. It landed between the minerals and the small spider monster. "You two go move the minerals onto the spacecraft," Suyu said to Longshi and Yan Wenjun.
He didn't go to move the minerals himself, instead he disembarked and headed toward the small spider monster.
The small spider monster was already a bloody mess.
Its body, the size of a full-grown pig, was blacker than soot. Its head had been blown off, splattering blood and flesh everywhere.
It was both horrifying and nauseating. Did I forget something? Suyu suddenly thought of something. He had forgotten about Xiaowei.
Xiaowei was still embedded in the ground, pinned under a large rock.
Because the 3 people were severely injured and Xiaowei couldn't die, Suyu had neglected it. Only now did he remember.
Poor Xiaowei. Hey, I've forgotten it for so long already, a few more minutes won't matter. Suyu pulled out a dagger, cut off a section of the small spider monster's leg and placed it on the spacecraft.
He needed to take it back for study. Passing by the 2 women, Suyu grumbled, "Why didn't you remind me that Xiaowei was still pinned under the boulder? I thought you were going to rescue Xiaowei just now, but..."
She didn't finish her sentence. It was obvious Xiaowei's presence was not very prominent.
Don't dwell on the details. The problem now is that we need to work together to move the boulder away,
Suyu said with a straight face, his shamelessness so thick that even the corners of a city wall would be left in the dust.
Ma'am. Yan Wenjun nodded like a chick pecking at rice. This rock. I can handle it alone.
She was full of confidence. She told the 2 to stand aside and watch her show off.
Move the rock.
She walked over, placed her hands on the boulder and exerted a little force. Her expression changed. The boulder was heavier than she had imagined. But moving it was still possible, it would just require a lot of effort.
She, standing over 170 centimeters tall, slender and graceful with a stunning face, was the epitome of a mature beauty.
She crouched into a horse stance, wrapped her arms around the boulder, lifted it and tossed it aside.
A loud thud echoed. The ground trembled. Suyu and Yan Wenjun were dumbfounded, their mouths forming an O. So this is the girl who can't open a bottle cap. Suyu was stunned. This is the sister who can rip off the top of your skull.
Yan Wenjun was wide-eyed.
What are you standing there for? Come over here.
She brushed the dust off her spacesuit.
With the boulder removed, Xiaowei's body came into view.
It was wearing Suyu's clothes, face down, embedded into the ground. It was incredibly hard to pry out.
How did it get wedged in so tightly? Suyu was baffled.
No wonder there was no sign of Xiaowei struggling, it was stuck too tight to move.
They couldn't pry it out either.
If forcibly pulled, it might tear little A apart. Loosen the soil around it first, then pull it out. Before the soil was fully loosened, little A struggled free. Its body was covered in dust, with sand and gravel crammed into its mouth, nose and ears. Fortunately, it was an artificial intelligence. If it had been human, it would have perished long ago. Whimper whimper, after being crushed for so long before being freed, little A was deeply aggrieved, unable to resist combining its little pincer with a whining tantrum.
Normally Suyu would have scolded and threatened it.
But now, feeling guilty, he refrained from stopping it.
He let little A freely whimper.
Yan Wenjun, who had witnessed this before, was not surprised. She, however, was worse off. It was her first time hearing such a blood-stirring sound. She clenched her fists, struggling to control herself, afraid that she might impulsively twist off little A's head.
All right, that's enough. After enduring the torments, Suyu finally spoke to stop it. Master, why did you take so long to rescue me? Little A glanced at the battlefield, feeling very wronged and a little angry.
The battle had ended so long ago, yet it had only just been freed.
How outrageous. I came to your rescue right away,
Suyu said without a blush or a racing heart, pointing into the distance. After dealing with the massive spider monster, I rushed over without a moment's delay and pulled you out.
She was speechless.
He spoke so convincingly that if she hadn't experienced it herself, even she would have been fooled. Clearly little A was fooled. Deeply moved, sand and gravel kept pouring from its mouth, nose and eyes.
Master, you are so good to me. I am so moved. The most urgent thing is to check your vessel. Suyu had a headache.
Little A was an artificial intelligence, but its vessel was a girl.
No one else understood this. He had to handle it himself. If he didn't clean out the sand and gravel, soon this vessel might be ruined. Is that area okay?
Suyu leaned in and asked softly. If there was a problem there, he would really find it hard to help clear the sand.
Which area? Little A was baffled. Suyu's voice became even softer. Oh, I see. Little A understood, it was an artificial intelligence and didn't know shame. That area isn't too serious.
It's just the mouth, nose, eyes and ears that were buried in the fiery ground and got filled with sand.
And the body was hit by boulders, causing some damage. But the body damage can heal itself. Hearing the last sentence, Suyu was stunned.
He hadn't expected to underestimate the vessel awarded by the system.
This new 150 centimeters vessel was far too overpowered. Self-healing wasn't that a biological ability. The body could heal itself. That area wasn't too serious.
Meaning there was a slight problem. Suyu was a gentleman, certainly not into such things. He had no choice but to do it. If he didn't clear the sand early, it would really damage this vessel. This vessel was a rare find. According to Suyu's conservative estimate, its value was no less than 20 billion.
Come with me,
Suyu said to little A. Okay. Now that many of its functions were damaged, little A could only follow Suyu into the spaceship. Yan Wenjun and Longxi, who were left behind, had no idea what they were going to do and didn't ask, simply continuing to move the minerals seriously.
Finally cleared all the sand.
Suyu wiped his sweat, his mind in turmoil.
Master, why are you having a nosebleed?
With the sand gone, little A was almost fully revived. When it spoke, no more sand came out of its mouth.
Ah, this.
Suyu wiped his nose. Indeed, he was bleeding. From birth until now, aside from seeing such things in learning materials, Suyu had never encountered them in person. He got excited and his nose started bleeding. But he would never admit it.
This is Mars, it's easy to get heatiness here. I'm just having a nosebleed from the heat.
Suyu was making up a story. Little A's knowledge base didn't contain any information about whether Mars could cause heatiness. So it believed Suyu's word.
That was so vivid.
The image reappeared in Suyu's mind. Before the image could fade, it was scared away by a voice. A swarm of spider monsters has appeared. It was Longzai's voice. Suyu was startled. A swarm of spider monsters, they would be hard to deal with.
Both of you get into the spaceship quickly.
Without fully understanding the situation, Suyu shouted. Fortunately, the two were near the spaceship and boarded in an instant.
Ascend to a high altitude.
Only when the spaceship had risen to a certain height did Suyu feel relieved and look down at the situation.
He immediately gasped.
Below was a swarm of spider monsters, at least 50 of them. Most horrifyingly, the smallest of these 50 was larger than the previous massive spider.
Like small hills. 50 hills stretching together were truly shocking and awe-inspiring. Cackle. An ear-piercing harsh sound rang out.
The spider monsters' movements shook the Martian ground.
Fist-sized oars on the ground could be seen bouncing.
The entire surface of Mars seemed about to collapse.
This.
Suyu was dumbfounded.
With the power of the energy cannon, it would be very difficult to eliminate them. They couldn't fight Hedon. Ascend a little higher. Fly toward the direction the spider monsters came from.
Okay. The spaceship flew toward the direction the spider monsters had come from.
Along the way, Suyu didn't find any other spider monsters. The number of spider monsters is quite large. In just a short time, Suyu had seen dozens of them. Yan Wenjun asked curiously, "Teacher, what are you suspecting?"
I speculate that these spider monsters are the native inhabitants of Mars. And there must be more than just this one kind of life on Mars.
Suyu frowned.
But humans have sent many probes to Mars and none have found life. Humans have launched dozens of probes to Mars, such as the Mars rover Phoenix and Spirit.
None have discovered new life.
Why have they found new life after only a little over a month?
Probes only detect the surface.
It's very likely that these spider monsters live beneath the Martian ground. Suyu stroked his chin, thinking seriously. If they live beneath the Martian ground, what caused them to come out? The surface of Mars was a vast expanse of orange-red.
It resembled the Lus Plateau. Yet it was vastly different. The Lus Plateau was the color of Earth.
The color of Mars came primarily from iron minerals.
The mineral deposits here are truly abundant, Suyu remarked with a sigh.
Although Mars was smaller than the blue star, its mineral wealth was no less and perhaps even surpassed it. The spaceship glided with remarkable stability. Suyu and the others were intently observing the terrain below.
There's something ahead.
Longxi suddenly spoke, her delicate face etched with gravity.
It was abundantly clear that this was no ordinary situation, it was dire.
Where? Suyu's eyesight, sharp as it was, could reach 5. 2 yet still fell short of Longxi's.
Longxi could see it, but he could not. How strange.
The spaceship accelerated, soaring over a hill. What came into view made everyone gasp, their scalps tingling and spines chilled. On the flat expanse lay a vast pile of spider monster corpses.
Dense and countless, stretching to the horizon.
Their bodies were riddled with holes, grotesque and horrifying, the blood they had spilled staining the ground a sickly green.
The entire clearing was no longer orange-red but a verdant green. An eerie green.
This. Yan Wenjun, witnessing such a gruesome scene for the first time, turned pale. Her stomach churned and she nearly vomited.
How many are there? Even Longxi, accustomed to dealing with death, could not remain entirely calm. At least 100,000. Suyu said, his brow deeply furrowed. Now he could confirm that the spider monsters were the native inhabitants of Mars. No one would be so bored as to transport such a massive number of them to Mars only to annihilate them. The wounds on their bodies are terrifying. Longxi's gaze lingered on the spider monster carcasses below. The corpses lying there were pierced through with gaping holes. Some were broken into several pieces. The most shocking sight was that some had been reduced to pulp. This weapon is far too powerful. Ripples stirred in Suyu's clear spring-like eyes. The weapon that had killed the spider monsters did not have the wide blast radius of an antimatter bomb, but its destructive power within a small area was immense. It was far more powerful than any current human firearm. Fly further ahead. Glancing once at the corpses below, Suyu closed his eyes, lost in thought. All right. The spaceship sped forward. It had only crossed half the clearing when it stopped. Longxi had detected something unusual. There's a cave on the hill over there. Suyu opened his eyes and walked over. Indeed, he saw a dark, yawning cave. At the entrance lay the massive corpse of a spider monster. Instinct told them this cave was no ordinary place. Shall we go down and investigate? Longxi's proposal was met with Suyu's refusal. We know nothing about this cave. Rushing in blindly could cost us our lives. Suyu was cautious, harboring no adventurous spirit toward the unknown. He valued prudence. A steady hand sails 1,000 years. First, send in a reconnaissance drone. Suyu piloted a drone and sent it into the unknown cave. Pitch black visibility near zero, the human eye could see nothing. Fortunately, the drone was equipped with lights. Under the illumination, the cave's interior on the screen was clear. It was vast with no end in sight. It slanted downward into the Martian depths. This is not the spider monster's lair, Suyu affirmed. The tunnel was far too narrow for the spider monsters. They could not crawl in. This tunnel looks like it was excavated by machinery. Judging from the walls, Suyu could deduce this. It meant aliens had dug it. Indeed, it does look machine excavated. Longxi leaned in, staring at the tunnel on the screen. She was sharp. What purpose did the aliens have in digging this? For resources, Suyu speculated. Every species' actions are driven by resources. Only the types of resources differ. What kind of resources? Not sure yet, but I suspect it's mineral resources. He maneuvered the drone deeper. After about 10 minutes, it finally passed through the tunnel and reached the bottom. The space below was very open. This feels like a coal mine. Longxi remarked. Suyu nodded. He continued to pilot the drone, surveying the underground chamber. There are traces of mining everywhere. Looking at the chaotic cavern, Suyu frowned. His guess was right, the aliens had dug this hole to extract minerals. But what mineral were they after? What's this? Longxi spotted something unusual. Following her direction, Suyu steered the drone over. They saw a highly irregular passage. This passage was much wider than the alien-dug tunnel. Suyu saw at the far end of the massive passage an open space. In that space lay the corpse of a spider monster. How did that spider monster get in here? Longxi scratched her head. Just as I suspected. Ha! The spider monsters lived beneath the Martian surface. When the aliens mined and encroached on their territory, they encountered resistance and killed them. Suyu laid out his reasoning. Makes sense. Longxi nodded. Our priority now is to find out what substance the aliens were mining. Suyu believed that whatever the aliens were after must be no ordinary material. He piloted the drone around the underground chamber for 20 minutes and finally found a partially mined mineral deposit. Some remnants remained. I hope this drone is sturdy enough. Offering a silent prayer for the reconnaissance drone, Suyu steered it to crash into the mineral. It scraped against the mineral a few times before returning to the spaceship. Fortunately, there was no wind on Mars, so the mineral powder the drone had collected wouldn't be blown away. When the drone returned, Suyu scraped off some of the powder. His eyes widened in astonishment. If he wasn't mistaken, this mineral powder was identical to what they had moved onto the spaceship. Bring the mecha detector over. Yen Wenjun complied and swept the mecha detector over the powder. A beep sounded. Unquestionably, the mineral powder contained mecha. The aliens need mecha. What for? Suyu rubbed his chin, pondering these two questions. Suyu's purpose for arriving on Mars was to obtain mecha to add to the materials of the mecha. Mecha was a remarkable substance. Not only could it bring a qualitative change to the hardness of materials, but it also offered other unexpected benefits.
If mecha were applied to other things.
For instance in buildings.
Suyu stroked his chin, pondering seriously. If mecha were added to buildings, the resulting structures, towering skyscrapers and grand edifices, would be as solid as rock, impervious even to the most violent earthquakes. I thought mecha was so rare that I only considered using it in mechas, Suyu murmured to himself. He had not anticipated that mecha on Mars was not so scarce. The Martians' objective was highly likely to be mecha. Bringing this substance back to their planet would enable a qualitative leap in both construction and equipment. What a pity. The number of reconnaissance drones I brought out this time is too limited, Suyu sighed. If he had brought enough, he could have had little A control them to comprehensively survey Mars in a short time. Were there other caves?
And how many?
From that one could infer how long the aliens had been mining mecha on Mars.
Here are 10 reconnaissance drones.
Take control of them, so you called little A over.
Few were better than none.
Okay.
Little A complied.
It simultaneously controlled 10 drones, dispersing them to search for other anomalies. The charm of artificial intelligence.
Suyu exclaimed.
In certain aspects, humans are indeed inferior to artificial intelligence. For instance, Suyu could not simultaneously control 10 drones himself. At most he could write a program to control them, which was still artificial intelligence in control. It is difficult for humans to multitask, let alone handle 10 things at once. But artificial intelligence could not just 10 drones but even 100,000. Yet there was no need for despair, for artificial intelligence existed to serve humanity. Long she continued surveying the surroundings. If there were no anomalies and enough minerals were obtained, Suyu would likely return to Earth soon. But now the situation had changed. All right. Longshi piloted the spaceship steadily under Suyu's command. The crimson sky bereft of brilliant stars was far from beautiful. The orangered earth littered with gravel and boulders was desolate and cold, with a hint of deathly stillness. As they flew, Suyu's attention remained fixed on the ground below. Besides the corpses of spider-like monsters, he also saw remains of other creatures.
Massive and ancient. Resembling animals from a bygone.
No wonder humanity has not discovered life on Mars, it's all beneath the surface, Suyu shook his head inwardly. Why did the animals on Mars all live underground?
There must be many reasons.
Suyu did not dwell on it, for now he had more important tasks. There's a situation. Little's voice suddenly rang out. One of our reconnaissance drones has been destroyed. Was it shot down or crashed?
Suyu asked for confirmation. Shot down.
Little A stated firmly.
What shot it down?
Suyu demanded in a low voice. It was destroyed before it could capture any footage. Little A shook its head, uncertain.
Send the remaining 9 to that location.
Okay.
10 minutes later, Little A's voice sounded again. All our reconnaissance drones have been destroyed. By aliens. Aliens. The faces of everyone turned grim.
There were still aliens on Mars.
They seemed to be heading in our direction.
Little A deduced from the last captured images. Retreat. Suyu quickly gave the order.
It was not cowardice. With humanity's current technological level, confronting aliens heathen would be like throwing an egg against a rock.
The best course was to avoid the brunt of the attack.
Copy that.
Longshi acted swiftly, ascending the spaceship to leave Mars.
Behind us. Yen Wenjun's eyes widened.
Suyu looked back and saw 2 small spacecraft, each carrying an alien. They were identical to the aliens captured on camera in the DT, straight over 2 meters tall, muscular, exuding a sense of power like green giants. Their spacecraft were astonishingly fast, closing in on Suyu's direction. Suyu's heart tightened. Maximize speed.
On it. Suyu's spaceship shot away from Mars like lightning. Don't head toward Earth.
The alien spacecraft gave chase, but their speed was far inferior to Suyu's. The distance between them slowly widened.
Boo!
A glowing projectile streaked across the sky like a meteor, bombing towards Suyu's position. Before long she could react, it struck the spaceship. Fortunately, the spaceship's defensive functions were formidable. The blast caused no damage.
Boo! Boo! Boo!
Several more shells bombarded them. Longshi, now alert, piloted the spaceship in an in-shaped pattern. The alien shells could not hit them, but the distance was gradually closing.
If this continued, they would eventually be caught. Attack them. Suyu ordered. Boo! Boo! Energy cannons blasted toward the aliens.
One alien spacecraft was struck unexpectedly, but it only wobbled, sustaining little damage.
Increase firepower.
Suyu said in a low voice.
Both sides exchanged fierce fire, yet neither could destroy the other's spacecraft. Because Suyu's spaceship was faster, they soon escaped. The aliens, unable to catch up, turned back. We finally got away. Longshi breathed a sigh of relief. The situation had been extremely perilous. Yet, wasn't alien technology supposed to be superior? How could they not catch up? It's the spaceship. Reflecting on the scene, Suyu stroked his chin. I suspect those two small spacecraft are just ordinary transportation, unlike our spaceship, which is humanity's most advanced spaceship. Longshi nodded. That was the only explanation. The aliens had traversed space to mine minerals on Mars, so their technology must be highly advanced. Humanity was not yet capable of such feats. Where are we now? Suyu asked, gazing at the dazzling stars outside. Near the asteroid belt. Between Mars and Jupiter lies the asteroid belt. The so-called asteroid belt is a region densely populated with numerous asteroids. Dazzling and brilliant, shimmering like a meteor shower, more beautiful than a painting. We are even farther from launching now. Suyu frowned. To return to launching, they could no longer pass through Mars. The aliens might be lying in wait on Mars, making it far too dangerous. Let's take a detour and then return to launching. Suyu sighed. This detour would delay them by at least a month. Alright, Longshi nodded. They controlled the spaceship to take the detour at maximum speed, heading back to launching. The return journey would take at least 3 months. Suyu did not want to waste this time. He studied the corpse of the spider monster. Fortunately, there are simple experimental instruments on the spaceship. Suyu revealed a faint smile. Insufficient instruments, but Xiaowei made up for it. After 7 days of research, Suyu finally understood the spider monster. He named them Or Beast. This name was quite casual, but it also described some of the spider monster's habits. The Or Beasts were massive in size, active beneath the volcanic ground, and fed on ores. Inside their bodies there was a special enzyme that could decompose ores and obtain the energy they needed. They hibernated for long periods. I estimate that the other animals on Mars are all similar to the Or Beasts. Suyu stroked his chin. He only had the corpse of the Or Beast, not any other animals. An analogy would suffice, though it was not very rigorous. If only I had an alien corpse. Suyu's greatest desire was not to study the aliens' animals but the aliens themselves. Unfortunately, there was no specimen for him to study. Let's first extract the mecha. With plenty of time before returning to launching, there was enough to extract all the mecha. From 500 kilograms of minerals, the final extraction yielded only 500 G of mecha, which is about 1 gene. The quantity was barely satisfactory. The minerals after extracting mecha still had great uses. Human understanding of Mars was limited, and studying these minerals could deepen their knowledge of Mars. They could bring these minerals back to launching and let specialized researchers study them. One more day and we'll be back at launch. Looking ahead, they could see a massive blue sphere. It was launching. Having arrived at Mars, encountered the spider monsters and alien attacks, and now seeing launching again, everyone felt a sense of relief. It was like a wandering child returning to their homeland. Suyu closed his eyes and slowly drifted off to sleep. He slept soundly. The time passed. When he opened his eyes, the spaceship had already entered Langsing's atmosphere. The spaceship was descending. It landed steadily on an open ground. Before the hatch opened, a crowd had already gathered around. They were all there to welcome Suyu and the others. The hatch opened and Suyu stepped out. The 2 warrior kings and the astronauts had long recovered from their injuries and were following behind Suyu. Due to the special nature of the spaceship, everyone felt no abnormalities upon returning to launching, just like ordinary people. How is the development of the ion gun coming along? As soon as he got off the spaceship, without even exchanging pleasantries, Suyu asked about the project he cared most about. It had been half a year since he left launching. That meant the ion gun project had been underway for half a year. It's already been developed. It was Yang Weigua who spoke, chuckling. The power is truly terrifying. Especially in space. Just one shot makes my scalp tingle. Suyu nodded with satisfaction. He was not surprised by the power of the ion gun. If the power were not immense, he would not have had it developed, as it would be meaningless. Next, we will develop the mecha. Mecha. Yang Weiguo's eyes lit up. If the mecha were developed, humanity would surely enter the mecha era, taking another giant leap forward. Suyu smiled faintly. He had the items on the spaceship dealt with. Gather the appropriate researchers and in 7 days we will begin developing the mecha. Leaving these words, Suyu got into a car and returned to his dormitory to rest. In the following days he stayed in the dormitory without going out. Besides writing down knowledge about the mecha, there was another major reason to let Longshi have a good rest. During the journey to Mars, no one was more tense than Longshi throughout. She was now extremely exhausted. The news of Suyu's arrival on Mars caused a worldwide sensation. The most sensational were 2 things. First, new life was discovered on Mars. Second, they were attacked by aliens on Mars. During this time, people all over the world could not calm down. In the universe where the strong prey on the weak, humanity had no ability to protect itself. What should they do? The leaders of various regions also wore solemn expressions and held a grand meeting to discuss what to do in the future, how to ensure survival. To date, aside from the DT Strait incident, there had been no catastrophic disasters. The aliens had not yet truly revealed themselves to the world. But it was clearly known that aliens existed with a higher level of technology fully capable of annihilating all of humanity. Like a sword hanging over their heads, it made everyone uneasy. The results of the meetings in various regions were surprisingly consistent: when prosperous benefit all under heaven, when poor strive to strengthen oneself. In simple terms, the weaker regions acknowledged Shenlong as their big brother to seek protection. After having a big brother, they still needed to rely on themselves and develop their own technology. Through comparison, the world was astonished to find that besides Shenlong, all other places were weak, including Piao. Mecha Development Base. Suyu stood in the center, having someone distribute a document to the audience. The document was thick, hundreds of pages. All about the mecha. About the mecha, it's like in sci-fi TV and movies, such as Armor Hero, Golden Armor Warrior, and Iron Man. Suyu raised his voice and carefully explained the mecha to everyone. In human technology, the mecha was still a blank slate. Currently, the most advanced were only large robots, extremely clumsy and with low combat effectiveness. A single shell could blast them to dust. The mecha Suyu wanted to develop was an intermediate type with astonishing destructive power, combat capability, and defense. A single mecha was enough to contend with the entire Piao. This mecha is a cross-era product. If it is developed, humanity will surely move from the energy age to the mecha age. I don't know what to say, so we'll just press 666 on my calculator. The audience was all stunned. Their admiration for Suyu was like the endless flow of the Yangtze River or the overwhelming flood of the Yellow River. The mecha blueprints drawn by Suyu were exceptionally sleek in appearance. Not only were they pleasing to the eye, but they were also highly practical. The technologies involved were all cutting edge. Any single one of these technologies, if taken alone, would be enough to win a Nobel Prize. This mecha can traverse the skies and seas, capable of anything, truly terrifying. From the technologies involved, one could roughly deduce its functions. Everyone gasped in awe. Among them was an astonishing feature: self-repair capability. This technology was derived from Suyu's research on the carrier of Xiaoe. It was an enhanced version. The time required for self-repair was greatly shortened, taking only an hour. Applying this technology to the mecha was like adding wings to a tiger. After suffering severe damage, the mecha would not need manual repairs, it could recover completely within an hour. It was absolutely spectacular. Thousands of words condensed into a single phrase: Professor Suyu, you are incredible. The audience below, every single one of them, looked up at Suyu with admiration. With the mecha, humanity might stand a chance against the aliens. Go back and digest this. As the sun set, night fell. Suyu stood on the balcony gazing up at the night sky. The darkness was like a piece of black jade adorned with diamonds and jewels, shimmering and dazzling, breathtakingly beautiful. Such a magnificent universe, yet it concealed infinite dangers. Suyu furrowed his brows slightly. In such a perilous cosmos, he had to ensure humanity's survival and keep the flame of civilization from extinguishing. Although there was no immediate cataclysmic crisis, the aliens' activities nearby constantly stirred unease. They must have weapons for self-defense. Can the mecha stand a chance against the aliens? Suyu stroked his chin, pondering the question seriously. The ancients said, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Regarding the aliens, Suyu knew only a fraction. It was a real headache. The alien spaceship. Suyu recalled the scene on Mars. The aliens chased them in their spaceship. The performance of their spaceship was clearly inferior to Suyu's. The alien spaceship was most likely just their ordinary means of transport. Still, this showed that the aliens were not as formidable as imagined. If Suyu were alone without any tools, he could crush a multitude of ants with a single finger. Yet two aliens couldn't even capture them. Humanity was not beneath the aliens like ants. Overthinking was useless. The urgent task was to rapidly develop the mecha, giving humanity greater confidence. The mecha project was rated SSS. The financial investment alone reached hundreds of billions, and the manpower was unprecedented in scale. In this project, all of Suyu's demands were met. Without exaggeration, even if he asked for the moon from the sky, someone would fetch the moon goddess down to warm his bed. Supreme authority did not stir the slightest ripple in Suyu. As a scientist, he cared nothing for such things. He only cared about his project. At the steel mill, Suyu's appearance instantly caused a stir. The workers, still busy, were as energized as if injected with adrenaline, their enthusiasm boundless.
The steel required for the mecha was not ordinary, it was refined through thousands of hammerings and special techniques to extract premium steel.
The plant manager came out to greet Suyu.
Professor Su, the technology you provided is like a divine martial arts manual for our steel industry, revolutionizing the entire field.
The plant manager looked at Suyu with reverence, almost wanting to kneel.
He deeply regretted that his child was a son, not a daughter. If it were a daughter, perhaps he could arrange a match. Although his child was unworthy.
How is the progress? Suyu asked.
What he needed was not just steel for one mecha but far more. After the mecha was developed, Suyu planned to establish a mecha core to protect Earth and combat dangerous invasive species.
Progress is very smooth.
As of now we have extracted 50 tons of steel, the plant manager reported honestly. It had to be said the technology Suyu provided was too incredible. In the past, extracting such 9 million steel, even 1 ton would have taken at least 2 years, let alone 50 tons.
Good.
Suyu nodded with satisfaction. When you reach 1000 tons, stop and then refine that 1000 tons down to 100 tons.
Refine again.
The plant manager was dumbfounded. In his understanding, the steel already produced was the essence. It had reached the ultimate level.
It couldn't be refined further. I say it can, so it can. Suyu's tone brooked no argument.
But the plant manager was at a loss.
Their mill couldn't refine it any further. Even others probably couldn't either. I'll give you another technology. Then you can refine it, can't you?
Suyu smiled slightly. The plant manager's eyes lit up.
With Professor Su's technology, even the impossible becomes possible.
The impossible becomes possible only because it was always possible, it's just that our narrow vision made us think it was impossible.
Yes, yes, yes.
The plant manager nodded repeatedly.
Whatever he didn't understand, Professor Su was right.
And what he did understand, Professor Su was also right.
After the final quenching, add mecha. Not during the quenching process, the plant manager asked in surprise. Suyu smiled. The effect is the same. But adding it during quenching would be too wasteful. I see.
Before leaving, Suyu also cheered on the workers.
Let's go.
With the materials ready, the research team began developing the mecha.
According to Suyu's rough estimate, the mecha involved over 500 new technologies.
It was truly a convergence of high-tech marvels. After 3 months of hard work, they finally built the prototype of the mecha. Standing 3 meters tall, it was as massive as a mountain. Most of its body was made of steel, gleaming darkly. Sleek and stylish. Every part was high-tech. The cost was astronomical. Just the prototype alone cost over 10 billion. The researchers' eyes lit up when they saw it.
In another month or 2 they could complete the full mecha. Professor Su is truly amazing.
An elderly researcher said, giving a thumbs up. Without Suyu, even with the technology, it would have taken them years to build this prototype. With Suyu, it took only a few months.
Professor Su, what's next?
Before he could finish, Suyu declared firmly, smash this mecha prototype.
Smash it. Everyone was stunned.
The prototype of this mech, not to mention the labor, cost tens of billions in materials alone. To destroy it so easily would be an utter waste.
To be precise, blow it up.
Glancing at the dumbfounded crowd, Suyu smiled faintly.
What I mean is to test its self-healing ability, not to destroy it.
Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They had misunderstood. There's a new bomb called the GBU-57 with immense destructive power.
Let's use it too.
No one old researcher objected.
The GBU-57 is too powerful. A single blast would reduce the mech to dust.
If it's turned to dust, how can it self-heal?
Everyone nodded, opposing the GBU-57 bomb.
GBU-57 it is, Suyu said calmly. If you're going to choose, pick the most powerful one.
If it can't even withstand humanity's top-tier bomb, how can it stand against alien high-tech?
Suyu's words were final. No one objected. Even if they did, it wouldn't matter. 6 kilometers northwest, there's a wasteland suitable for the experiment. Around the mech base there was vast uninhabited land, plenty of open space suitable for bomb testing. Suyu picked the most suitable spot.
The wasteland.
Everyone stood together watching the distant mech prototype.
Do we really have to blow it up?
Yang Legua hesitated, worried it might be damaged.
If it can be destroyed, then it's a useless piece of junk, Suyu said dismissively, his voice firm. Blow it up.
A massive bomb descended from the sky, landing precisely on the mech prototype.
Boom. It exploded.
A flash of fire blazed brilliantly. The residual shockwave swept outward, raising thick clouds of dust.
Will the mech be reduced to nothing? The bomb's power was truly terrifying. Everyone doubted the mech's defensive capabilities. After all, it was only a prototype, not the complete version. Its power was less than a tenth of the final form.
Suyu remained utterly calm, his expression unchanged. When the dust and smoke cleared, everyone was stunned. The mech prototype was intact, as if untouched. Aside from some soot marks, there was no other damage. It was as if the bomb had hit something else entirely. Everyone was deeply shaken. Even the GBU-57 bomb couldn't scratch the mech prototype. This was beyond incredible. If the prototype was this formidable, wouldn't the complete version be outrageously powerful? This GBU-57 bomb is too weak. Suyu was speechless. He had thought that even if the GBU-57 couldn't destroy the prototype, it would at least break off a piece or two. But the GBU-57 was too underwhelming. Hearing Suyu, the others were embarrassed. It wasn't that the bomb was weak, but that the mech prototype was too overpowered. An old researcher was puzzled. How could this mech prototype be so tough that even the GBU-57 can't damage it at all? His words echoed everyone's thoughts. Because of the substance called mech beta. Suyu glanced at the crowd and explained. Their focus was more on technology than materials, so it was normal they didn't know the mech's strength was so extraordinary. I see. Everyone suddenly understood. This mech beta substance is a treasure. If it could be used in other materials. We don't have much of it for now. Suyu didn't want to continue the topic. After a moment of thought, he made a decision that defied convention: use an antimatter bomb to blast the mech prototype. Absolutely not. Suyu's decision startled everyone. Antimatter bombs were far more powerful than nuclear weapons. Not just the prototype, even the complete version might be reduced to scrap metal by an antimatter bomb. The loss would be catastrophic. I say it's possible, so it's possible, Suyu stated unequivocally. It wasn't arrogance. This decision came after careful deliberation. Send the precise coordinates to the antimatter bomb system operators. Have them prepare to bomb the mech prototype, Suyu ordered. Understood. They wouldn't use the most powerful antimatter bomb. They would test with 1/10 of its power first. In the distant sky, a point of light flickered, growing brighter. It was clearly heading in this direction. It was the antimatter bomb. The light descended from the sky, landing precisely on the mech prototype. It exploded instantly. A raging inferno soared. Everything around was swallowed, turned to ashes. The terrifying shockwave made even the distant researchers tremble. This mech prototype is finished, the researchers sighed. They were certain that under such a devastating bombardment the mech prototype must have been reduced to after the blinding fire dissipated, everyone's mouths formed an O shape. This scene would shock them for 10,000 years. Everything on the open ground was turned to ash. Only the mech prototype remained standing in stark contrast to its surroundings, capturing all eyes. This, still not destroyed. Everyone was astounded. This reality defied their understanding. The mech prototype was simply too terrifying. Completely intact, Longshi standing beside Suyu said with excellent eyesight. Everyone gasped. Even Suyu was surprised. The mech prototype's defensive capability exceeded his expectations. This mech beta is really something. Suyu knew the credit went to mech beta. Use 70 power. After a moment of thought, Suyu gave the order. After the 70 power antimatter bomb detonated. Finally there was a change. Both arms of the mech prototype were blown off. Finally broken. Standing beside the damaged mech, Suyu smiled slightly. Put the arms back in place. Don't place them too close, leave a finger's gap. The mech prototype's self-healing function was truly astonishing. Everyone found it incredible. Just this prototype alone could go and make Donggo pull his hair out. One researcher joked. Others agreed. In theory, within 10 minutes the self-healing ability should allow the mech's arms to reattach automatically. It's been 2 minutes and nothing's happening. This auto-repair is too incredible and not optimistic. I trust Professor Su. As everyone was discussing, someone exclaimed in surprise, it's moving. It's moving. The broken parts of the mecha seemed to sense something slowly drawing together. They gradually healed. This scene was too astonishing. Everyone present was utterly astonished. This had far exceeded their comprehension. Is this the technology that a level 1 civilization can possess? An elderly researcher murmured to himself. Though his voice was low, it clearly reached everyone's ears. They all deeply agreed. According to Suyu's classification of cosmic civilization levels, a level 1 civilization definitely did not possess such technology. This could only mean that Professor Su was too terrifying. His mind had far surpassed the highest intelligence of a level 1 civilization.
Suyu was also moved.
What touched him unlike others was the system. The system was too heaven-defying. Even a single technology contained in the given carrier was astonishing.
I wonder if this system it is, Suyu thought seriously. After a moment unable to figure it out, he stopped pondering.
The urgent matter was the mecha prototype. The mecha prototype whose arm had been blown off had now healed itself, returning to its original state. It was as if it had never been blasted.
However, this was only the surface phenomenon.
The interior still needed inspection.
The scientists walked over in an orderly and methodical manner, violently examining the mecha prototype.
They pulled at the healed arm with all their might but could not budge it even a fraction. Maybe our strength is too little,
sighed an elderly researcher.
Among this group the vast majority were middle-aged and elderly, with the elderly being the most numerous. Their strength was naturally not great.
Don't bother. Suyu walked over and interrupted them. Human strength, even at its maximum, was ultimately limited.
Even if the healed part had major flaws, it still could not be moved.
Transport it back, let the equipment inspect the interior. Professor Su speaks wisely. Mecha base.
Staring at the three-dimensional pattern and data floating in the air, everyone was dumbfounded. After self-healing, it was not that it was unrelated to before, it was exactly the same.
This is really incredible, everyone exclaimed. If this technology could be applied to the human body,
even a scumbag cut off by one girlfriend could heal back to original and be cut by another girlfriend.
This technology is only suitable for machinery. Suyu shattered everyone's illusions.
The technology he extracted from the carrier of Xiaowei was restricted to machinery and could not be used for living organisms. To apply it to living organisms would require further research, but it was unnecessary.
The current limb reattachment, thanks to the addition of nanobots, had already reached its peak. Not to mention an arm severed an hour ago, even an arm from a day ago could be reattached and be completely normal.
For example, if a right arm was severed after reattachment, not only could it do fine needlework, but even lifting heavy objects was no problem.
Regardless, Professor Su is awesome. Everyone was extremely excited.
The technology on this mecha prototype was already too astonishing.
Wait until we develop the complete version, then rejoice. Suyu's words seemed like a bucket of cold water, yet also like encouragement. Upon hearing this, everyone's blood boiled.
The difficulty of the subsequent research and development was enormous.
They would not back down. Come on, charge. After having the prototype, the project's work became very clear. It was to perfect every part of the prototype to the extreme.
This involved over 500 technologies, enough to make everyone lose all their hair.
Professor Su, why is this system M4556? 541,541. Why is it like this here? I don't quite understand. Everyone encountered at least 10 problems during the research process.
They first had group discussions, but after discussing they found it was the same as not discussing, so they came to ask Suyu.
Suyu patiently and very thoroughly answered everyone. During the research process, the hardest working person was undoubtedly Suyu.
He not only had to be responsible for multiple key projects but also had to answer doubts for everyone. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye a month passed. The researchers at the mecha base had all become stronger, to be precise they had all gone bald. The bald ones need not be mentioned. Those middle-aged and elderly researchers who originally had a bald spot on top had now become completely bald. The younger ones directly skipped the bald spot stage and became bald. In the base, a bright expanse of heads reflected light more intensely than mirrors.
Only one person was an exception, Suyu.
His hair was still as lush as before, jet black and thick.
Each strand was crystal clear.
The only change was that his face showed more fatigue. He looked like someone who had done too much needlework, extremely tired. Everyone else couldn't understand why they had all gone bald while Suyu was still the same.
Could it be that natural beauty prevents baldness? No.
A young bald man figured out the reason.
They went bald because they became stronger. Suyu didn't go bald because he didn't become stronger.
The height Suyu had reached was already unimaginable to others. The work on this project was a piece of cake for him, only his body was tired, not his mind. After a month he was still at his original height, not having become stronger. So he didn't go bald.
The young bald man's view was unanimously agreed upon by others.
Through their process of going bald, Suyu had become accustomed to their baldness. He even thought they had been bald from the start.
When Yang Weigua entered, he was startled. How come so many bald heads? He walked over and seriously asked, "Does your research require everyone to shave their heads?" The crowd did not answer.
They only glared at him with sharp eyes. It wasn't until he saw Suyu that Yang Weigwa suddenly understood. It wasn't that the project wanted it but that the technology didn't allow them to have hair. Dean Yang, you've come at just the right time. Suyu warmly welcomed Yang Weigwa. Let me take you to see the first mecha in human history. Are you sure you don't need to rest for a while? Although Yang Weigwa very much wanted to see the mecha, seeing the deep fatigue on Suyu's face, he couldn't help but show concern. Oh. Suyu yawned. Lately he had been quite hard-working, sleeping at most 4 hours a day. He was really exhausted. He also couldn't understand why some celebrities could be so energetic on only 1 or 2 hours of sleep a day. Ill sleep after seeing the mecha. No sleep now, that's an order. Yang Weigwa insisted. Suyu's appearance was really too. If he didn't sleep he might drop dead. Alright, let me sleep for half an hour, then I'll take you to see the mecha. Unable to argue with Yang Weigwa, Suyu had to obey. He had planned to sleep for just an hour, setting an alarm accordingly, but he slept so deeply that he passed an entire day. When Suyu awoke it was already the next day. He twisted his waist and his bones cracked with a satisfying sound. Admittedly this sleep was immensely comfortable, like a long-awaited rain after a drought, leaving him refreshed and full of vigor. After attending to trivial matters, Suyu led Yang Weigwa to inspect the mecha. A complete mecha. Standing 3 meters tall, encased in steel, its body was pitch black. It was incredibly cool and striking. This is even more imposing than anything in sci-fi films, Yang Weigwa said, gazing fixedly at the mecha. He reached out to touch it and the cold sensation reached straight to his heart. He tapped it, producing a crisp sound. The material was good. What's impressive is not its appearance but its functions, Suyu said with a slight smile. The other researchers also wore smiles on their faces. Their gazes toward the mecha were tender, as if they were looking at their own child. This was the fruit of their labor. Oh. Yang Weigwa's eyes lit up as he awaited Suyu's demonstration. Suyu stepped forward. Professor Su. An elderly researcher tried to stop him. Trust our mecha, Suyu said with a smile. During its development the mecha had undergone numerous tests with no obvious flaws. Taking a small controller, Suyu pressed a button. The mecha's abdomen opened. The interior came into view for everyone. The control space. A person could sit inside and operate the massive mecha. This. Why is it so crude? Yang Weigwa was dumbfounded. He had expected an extremely complex interior with hundreds of buttons and countless other controls. To his surprise it was very simple. There were only a few buttons. It's about quality not quantity, Suyu said as he sat inside. This mecha isn't entirely manually operated, it also has system control. In simple terms, it has artificial intelligence. For instance, if a shell comes hurtling toward it, it's difficult for a human to precisely catch it, but the system can handle it. Yang Weigwa was a quick-witted man. He understood Suyu's meaning. The simplicity of the mecha's operation was a result of reducing complexity, and its functions were unimpaired and remarkably extraordinary. Words are useless, let me demonstrate it for you. Everyone gather 2 kilometers to the southwest. The mecha's door closed. Suyu sat inside and began to control the mecha. The mecha's body moved. Bang. It lifted its foot and stomped the floor. Instantly a loud noise erupted. Fine dust flew up. The ground under its foot cracked like a spider's web spreading outward. Damaging public property. Deduct 200 from my salary. Suyu sighed. When he controlled the mecha again he was already cautious. If he wanted to go wild he would wait until they left the base. Outside the mecha base, in an open area, everyone had gathered waiting for Suyu's arrival. Is this mecha really that miraculous? Yang Weigwa was not entirely convinced. A 3-meter steel colossus, like a small mountain, capable of freely darting around, even shaving off Brother Dong's hair under heavy guard and then making a stylish getaway. Although Piao Piao's strength was no longer worthy of being compared to the divine dragon, it was still a former big shot. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. The mecha's power is far beyond your imagination. As long as you can think of it, there's nothing the mecha can't do. A bald elderly researcher walked over and patted Yang Weigwa on the shoulder. Can the mecha go to Piao Piao and snatch Brother Dong's wife? You're not serious, the bald researcher spat. Can the mecha make your bald head grow thick hair? The bald researcher. Ahaha, Professor Su is coming. In the distant sky there was a dark figure. Upon closer inspection it was the massive mecha. Suyu was inside. The mecha flew through the air with no flames erupting from its feet or other parts. The aircraft relied primarily on anti-gravity technology. It could fly freely at extremely high speeds while consuming very little energy. With a whoosh the mecha appeared in an instant. The violent impact caused the soil beneath its feet to sink in. So fierce. Everyone put on your binoculars. Those without binoculars look at your phones. Suyu's voice came through. He had installed a small camera on the mecha's head so everyone could clearly see the mecha's movements. With a swish the mecha took off. Before anyone could react it was already at an altitude of 10,000 meters. This speed is truly incredible. Yang Weigwa exclaimed, his eyes shining. With binoculars he could no longer spot the mecha. They could only rely on the camera. At an altitude of 10,000 meters the sky was a vast expanse of blue. It resembled a blue cloth. I can fly. Suyu revealed a smile. Beneath his feet clusters of white clouds huddled together, surging like a sea of snow. As a child Suyu had always looked up at the sky wishing to transform into a bird and fly freely. Now it had come true. Though he had no wings, the mecha was even better than wings. Suyu was moved, controlling the mecha to fly at will. The mecha's speed was faster than a cheetah. In an instant it appeared in another place. It was as if it had teleported. We're still in the atmosphere. As everyone knew, Blue Star was wrapped in a thick atmosphere. The distance from the ground to the exosphere was over 1000 kilometers. Suyu controlled the mecha to soar upward straight into space. The mecha's speed was so high that it took only a short time to break through the atmosphere and reach outer space. The environment in space was vastly different from that within Blue Star's atmosphere. Fortunately, the mecha's advanced technology maintained the small space Suyu occupied as if it were still in the atmosphere. His physical sensations remained unchanged, but his mindset had shifted. Suyu looked down and through gaps in the clouds saw the ground. It was only a blur. Falling from here would undoubtedly result in complete disintegration, death beyond death. If someone with acrophobia were in Suyu's position, they would surely be terrified to death. Suyu did not have acrophobia, but he was still afraid. Regardless, as long as a person's feet were not on solid ground, there would always be some unease. I've gone up to the sky, now it's time to go down to the sea. Suyu's eyes lit up. The saying goes, ascend to heaven and descend to earth. Ascending was easy, but descending was almost impossible. Descending into the sea was simple. This mecha's capabilities exceed my imagination. Yang Weigwa was awestruck. Judging by the mecha's performance, reaching space was a trivial matter. It could even reach the moon or even farther, to Pluto. The era of mecha has arrived. The most formidable is yet to come. A glimmer of light flickered in the eyes of the researchers. Having participated in the project, they understood the mecha's terrifying prowess better than anyone else. Professor Su was about to enter the sea. The vast ocean stretched endlessly where the sky met the water at the distant horizon. Water was the greatest bane of machinery. Water could cause internal components to fail. Yet the mecha was not afraid. It was no ordinary machine, it was an exceptional combat elite. A faint plop sounded. The mecha descended into the sea. This was Suyu's second underwater journey, and he navigated with greater ease. The underwater world was resplendently colorful. Only the nightscape of a metropolis could rival its beauty. There are two fish doing something mischievous. A playful impulse seized Suyu as he maneuvered the mecha to a lush dense patch of seaweed. Gently parting the seaweed, what met his eyes were two colossal multicolored fish locked in battle. They were a mated pair. The ocean world was vibrant and exquisite, yet fraught with peril. A single moment of carelessness could lead to being devoured. The two unfortunate fish, even while fighting, remained vigilant of their surroundings. The sudden appearance of the massive mecha left them stunned. So colossal, so dark, so grotesque, they had never seen or heard of such a thing. Both were terrified. An overwhelming sense of danger enveloped them. Forgetting to cease their brawl, the two fish fled. The assembled scientists were speechless. Yang Weigwa stroked his beard and muttered, "We should find Professor Su a girlfriend, otherwise he's losing his decorum." Suyu was speechless. Ahem, this stone. Suddenly remembering that countless eyes were watching his every move, he hastily sought an excuse. There was no stone among the seaweed. What verdant grass, he remarked before turning serious. He roamed the seabed for over 10 minutes before resurfacing. Returning to the starting point, Suyu glanced at the researchers and smiled faintly. Next, there's something even more ferocious. No sooner had he spoken than the ground began to tremble. 5 tanks approached from the distance, parking side by side, their barrels all aimed at the mecha. No, you mustn't. Yang Weigwa was startled and hurriedly intervened. 5 tanks engaging the mecha would put Suyu's life in danger. Rest assured, it's fine, an elderly researcher chuckled. Even antimatter bombs had failed to harm the mecha. Tanks were utterly insignificant. Bang! 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 5 shells erupted from the barrels, hurtling toward the mecha. The projectiles were swift, but the mecha was even faster, evading them with ease.
Bang. 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 More shells rained down, incessantly bombarding the mecha's position with a ferocity akin to the Grim Reaper.
Witnessing this, Yang Weiguo's breath caught in his throat, deeply worried for Suyu. Yet Suyu remained utterly unruffled, so calm that he was whistling and not even manually controlling the mecha.
Had he given up? Not at all. He was letting the mecha system evade the 100-odd shells. The mecha system was extraordinarily adept, flawlessly dodging every projectile.
It was nothing short of miraculous, drawing cheers from those below. The shells continued to fire. Suyu curved his lips and began to manually control the mecha. The massive mecha surged forward, extending its hardened arm to deflect incoming shells.
It even caught one shell barehanded. This. Yang Weiguo was dumbfounded.
The shells were deflected and caught with violent impact. Why didn't they explode? Why did they become duds?
Haha, that's the mecha's uniqueness. Let me explain in detail. Do you understand now? Yang Weiguo was left with a question. Professor Su is back. The mecha returned from afar, halting some distance from the crowd. The hatch opened and Suyu stepped out. He breathed a sigh of relief. That had been a close call, not for him but for the tanks. When he caught the shell, his instinct was to hurl it back. Fortunately, he restrained himself. The mecha's incredible capabilities have truly opened my eyes, Yang Weiguo said, walking over and applauding. More importantly, it seems easy to operate. If they could produce more mechas, wouldn't humanity's strength soar? Exactly, Suyu nodded, revealing his plan. I intend to establish a mecha. How many personnel? The cost of each mecha is substantial. So the core will be modest. 500 will suffice, Suyu said thoughtfully. 500, only a third of a standard core. It seemed terribly small. Yet Yang Weiguo gasped in shock. 500 mechas. Yang Weiguo was stupefied. With 500 mechas, their strength would not just rise one level but many. If a small region possessed 500 mechas, or even 50, it could sweep across the entire planet and unify every territory. This is far beyond my expectations, Yang Weiguo said, recovering his composure. How much funding will this require? Approximately 2.5 trillion, Suyu replied. Upon hearing the figure, Yang Weiguo's eyelids twitched. 2.5 trillion, an astronomical sum. Nevertheless, Shenlong had the capacity to afford it. This is no trivial matter. I know. When I return, I'll apply for the funds from higher authorities. If necessary, I can contribute my entire fortune, Suyu said calmly. Suyu had no idea how much he was worth, but it was no less than 200 billion. Don't assume that all researchers are impoverished scholars living frugally. Some were very wealthy. Especially those with groundbreaking patents, they earned money effortlessly, rolling in wealth. Suyu was one such example. Even if Shenlong were not as prosperous as it is now, we couldn't use your money, Yang Weiguo said with a gentle smile. The mere fact that Suyu had such an idea was deeply gratifying. The thing is, money means nothing to me, it's just a number. Yang Weiguo was left speechless. Did he even speak human language? Back in his dormitory, Suyu began preparing the funding application. 2.5 trillion was a massive project that could not be taken lightly. He decided to let Xiaowei handle the writing. Xiaowei, standing at 1.5 meters, had a delicate, youthful face with exquisite features, so stunningly beautiful that even a celebrity would feel inferior. Her jade-like hand grasped the pen and she lifted her small face, looking at Suyu with hopeful eyes. Master, when will I get my big bear? Suyu was speechless. He couldn't fathom why an artificial intelligence was so fixated on a big bear. Had it become sentient? Soon, very soon, Suyu replied dismissively. First, write this application for me. Okay. Convinced Xiaowei to ghostwrite and submitted the application to the higher-ups. Within 2 days a reply came. Approved. 2 concise words, yet exuding a domineering aura. This was a 2.5 trillion megaproject. Before the funds were even allocated, Suyu eagerly launched the project. The technologies involved in the mecha were almost all cutting edge. The difficulty of manufacturing was immense. Although they had succeeded once before, replicating the feat was no easy task, let alone producing 500 units. This was a colossal engineering project. The required manpower and resources were countless. Suyu mobilized almost everyone he could: college students, graduate students, doctoral candidates and researchers in related fields. After 7 days, the higher-ups generously allocated the full 2.5 trillion. The project kicked off with great fervor. These college students are pretty good. In this massive project, what surprised Suyu the most was the capability of the college students. They were exceptionally excellent.
This cohort of college students was all like that. Ever since the college entrance exam reform and a series of other reforms, exam-oriented education had been broken. The selected students were no longer bookworms who only knew how to take exams but true talents. Therefore the performance of this batch of college students was outstanding. Just as Suyu was praising the college students, Yang Weigui entered. He moved hurriedly, his face bearing a flustered expression clearly indicating that something had happened.
Country A has fallen.
Suyu was baffled. Ever since Piao Piao lost his position as the boss, he no longer dared to cause trouble. The world now was quite peaceful.
What fall? Country A has been occupied by alien robots. Yang Weigui revealed the crucial information.
Extraterrestrial machines. Suyu's expression changed. He knew that the aliens would make a move, but he hadn't expected it to be so swift.
What about the people of Country A?
Casualties are severe, they are all fleeing. According to the most conservative estimates, at least half have died.
Suyu gasped. He was also very angry. Although Country A was just a small nation with a relatively small population, its research should not be underestimated, reaching 20 million people. Half dead meant 10 million people.
Adjacent to Country A was Asan. Suyu asked, what about Asan? At first Asan was very confident and sent a large number of people to support. After their entire force was annihilated, they closed their doors and stood on guard, each minding their own business, no longer caring about Country A.
Yang Weigui said. What about the refugees from Country A?
Suyu could guess that a large number of Country A people must have fled to Asan, because Asan was the closest to them.
Speaking of this, it's really infuriating.
Asan shut the door on the people of Country A, leaving them to their own devices.
Yang Weigui said indignantly. Asan was afraid that opening the door would let the alien robots in. This Asan. Suyu's face showed no anger.
He had no reason to be angry at Asan's behavior. He was inherently a selfish person, believing that as long as one place could protect its own people, that was enough. People from other places were not that important.
However, in the face of aliens, humanity was a whole.
Turning a blind eye to the dying was more or less inhumane.
What about the situation inside Country A? It's unknown.
Suyu frowned, wondering what the aliens were up to.
Just then the system's voice sounded.
Triggered mission: eliminate the alien robots in Country A. Accept mission. Portal destruction cannon X1 complete. Mission mystery gift box X1 can unlock multiple mysterious black technologies. Reject mission. Coolness 1 Lolita X10 JK X10 Fairy Panties X10.
Portal destruction cannon. Suyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Wasn't it through portals that the aliens arrived on Blue Star?
As long as the portals were destroyed, it wouldn't be so easy for them to come again. Suyu did not accept the mission immediately. If he accepted now, the portal might appear out of thin air and scare everyone. In the face of aliens, humanity must share the same fate. When the lips are gone, the teeth are cold.
We cannot stand by and do nothing. The fate of Country A today could be our fate tomorrow.
The urgent task was to solve the problem in Country A.
Suyu said with determination. I agree. Yang Weigui nodded solemnly. Back in the laboratory, Suyu said, accept mission.
Mission accepted successfully. A cannon appeared in an empty space in the lab. The cannon was not large, but it was very intelligent.
After just a moment of inspection, Suyu knew how to use it.
It was very simple. Input precise coordinates on it, then press the fire button.
Even if the position was slightly off, it didn't matter.
The shell, once fired, could lock onto the portal in that space and bomb it to destruction. Very intelligent. Suyu quickly sent people to obtain the coordinates of the Forbidden Lands. On Blue Star there were 5 forbidden life zones, all rumored to be mythical, with no living person allowed inside. Suyu had sent people to the other 4 forbidden lands and all had portals. Professor Su, we have the coordinates.
Good.
Suyu smiled and instructed Xiaowei, carry this cannon outside.
Xiaowei, who was 1.5 meters tall and slender, carried the heavy cannon with swift strides. Like a gorilla loli. Load the cannon.
Suyu input 5 coordinates in sequence on the cannon. The shell box contained 12 shells. 2 for each forbidden land, with the remaining 2 for emergencies.
Yang Weigui walked over dumbfounded.
Are you going to use these shells to remotely attack the alien robots in Country A?
This cannon looked rather low and far less powerful than an antimatter bomb.
Not at all. Suyu shook his head and briefly explained the cannon's function. Destroying the portals solves a major problem.
Yang Weiguo's eyes lit up.
The portals the aliens placed on Blue Star were no longer time bombs, they had already exploded. And they were at constant risk of exploding again, making people unable to sleep or eat. Like a fishbone stuck in the throat, must be removed to feel at ease. It's only been a short time and Professor Su has invented this cannon. Truly incredible. Whoosh whoosh. 10 shells ejected from the cannon barrel in sequence, soaring into the sky and heading toward the Forbidden Lands. Like a meteor shower, they streaked across the sky with fierce momentum. Over the DT Strait. Bang! Bang! 2 loud explosions. A fierce flame burst in the air. The portal was destroyed. Compared to the one the system gave Suyu, the alien's portal was more advanced. But in the face of the countermeasure shell, it was just a paper tiger. Before long it was completely destroyed. The sky above the DT Strait was empty with no more of that eerie space. The same happened at the other Forbidden Lands. The portals left by the aliens on Blue Star were completely eradicated. Above the sky, thunderous roars echoed one after another. They were all Shenlong's top-tier bombers along with that spaceship. Shenlong knew little about the situation in Country A. Apart from the alien robots, it remained unknown whether there were other formidable threats. They must not let their guard down. Those dispatched were all elites with extraordinary combat prowess. The mecha was among them, piloted by Suyu. Everyone follow me closely. With that command, Suyu controlled the mecha and soared into the sky. He arrived in front of the bombers. Over 200 bombers in a majestic formation headed toward Country A. In recent years, Shenlong had been continuously developing its fighter jets. Their combat capability had undergone earth-shaking changes, achieving a qualitative leap. In the sky, those 200 bombers were each extraordinary. If placed on the market, they would spark a frantic scramble everywhere. Undoubtedly, they ranked first among all fighter jets worldwide. The mecha speed could only be matched by the spaceship. Other fighters were far from catching up. Suyu slowed down. Fortunately, the others could follow. Though not fast, they soon reached Asan. The formidable bombers flying across the sky terrified the people of Asan out of their wits. When they realized it was Shenlong's fighter jets, their fear deepened. The people of Asan, who feared nothing else, now feared Shenlong most. The shadow Shenlong cast had permeated their souls. These Asan people, they're abandoning everything and fleeing in panic. And one person even hid in a cesspool. Seeing the scene below, Suyu's face darkened with exasperation. Shenlong was immensely powerful. Undoubtedly, it was the strongest in the world. But unlike Piao Piao, after becoming powerful, Shenlong did not bully the weak or casually invade other places. It was a well-regarded elder brother. Before setting out, Shenlong had already notified the Asan side. Now it looked as if they were coming to occupy Asan. These Asan people are truly bizarre. Suyu ignored them. He had no affection for Asan, a place without even proper toilets. Who would want to occupy it? The mecha landed outside the old immortal's office. Above, 200 bombers hovered awaiting Suyu's orders. The incessant roar of engines terrified not only ordinary Asan but even soldiers whose faces turned pale. Such soldiers can never achieve great things. Seeing a soldier's legs trembling, Suyu shook his head gently. The most basic quality of a soldier is to face everything, even death, without flinching. Otherwise they are not worthy soldiers. Before Suyu could enter, the old immortal came out to greet him. "Why is your hand trembling?" They shook hands amicably and Suyu asked with amusement. Glancing at the sky, then looking back, the old immortal forced a smile. "Maybe it's old age." "Old age means it's time to retire." Before Suyu finished, the old immortal suddenly straightened his back, his legs steady and his hand still. "I can still serve for another 10 years. The old immortal smiled broadly, but fear gnawed at his heart. Suyu could indeed remove him from power. It was well known that one place should not interfere with another. But when a place becomes unimaginably powerful, all rules are mere air to it. Shenlong had grown so mighty that the old immortal felt utterly outmatched. He was deeply afraid of Shenlong. "Our bombers are fighting for humanity," Suyu said, not wanting to frighten the old immortal further. His purpose here was to obtain more information about Country A from the old immortal. The palace was serene with dazzling lights. On the table, white as carved jade, were sumptuous delicacies and chopsticks. "Don't you Asan people eat with your hands?" "Why are there chopsticks?" Suyu had chopsticks in front of him, which he understood. But why did the old immortal also have chopsticks? "Eating with chopsticks makes the food taste better." The old immortal grinned sheepishly, his tone dripping with flattery. After a simple meal, Suyu got down to business. "I hope you Asan will open your doors to allow the people of Country A to take refuge." Though he said hope, it was in fact a command. Somehow, after Shenlong became sufficiently powerful, Suyu's tone when speaking to Dong Guanin and the old immortal carried a hint of command. It was as if they were all his subordinates. Such a tone was not advisable, but Suyu had no intention of changing it. Some people, if treated too kindly, would only become presumptuous. If you don't do this and something happens to Asan, don't think of asking Shenlong for help." Suyu's expression turned colder. "Asan is willing to open its doors," the old immortal declared resolutely. Being at odds with Shenlong brought him no benefit.
Open them now. Suyu allowed no dissent. He was not only concerned about the people of Country A but also about Asan. Be careful not to let anything else in. Hearing this, the old immortal felt a warmth in his heart. Professor Su truly possessed great love. His heart was filled with all of humanity, including the people of Asan. Now tell me everything you know about the anomalies in Country A. All right. The old immortal organized his thoughts. The fall of Country A was too swift. Just 3 days ago I received intelligence that explosions were heard in Country A. Within 10 minutes the country had fallen with countless casualties. According to refugees, they saw enormous creatures in Country A that could walk on 2 legs. Enormous creatures. Suyu immediately seized on the key information. It is said these creatures are over 2 meters tall with withered yet powerful bodies like terrifying giants. And they can operate technological devices. They must be aliens. Suyu was certain. The old immortal's description matched exactly the aliens he had seen on Mars, no difference at all. Aliens. The old immortal was startled. This alien phenomenon was entirely different from what he had imagined. In human sci-fi films, aliens were always depicted as short monkey-like creatures. Extremely ugly. Besides having UFOs, they were no different from monkeys. Suyu frowned. The presence of aliens in Country A was indeed unwelcome news. With current strength, Suyu was not confident of a direct confrontation with the aliens. If those 500 mechas had been developed, Suyu would have had immense confidence. Unfortunately, they were not ready. The current operations required extreme caution. After talking with the old immortal for a while, he ended the conversation when no more useful information was obtained. Suyu's decision remained unchanged to attack Country A, eliminate the alien robots and the aliens. This is Blue Star. Gods are forbidden and aliens shall not run amok. The gate of Asan swung open as countless citizens of a country surged in. Gazing at the fighter jets circling overhead, their eyes gleamed with tears of profound gratitude. It was the divine dragon that had saved them. Within a mere hour, hundreds of thousands of a country's people had poured into Asan's territory. Truly astonishing. Their future is shrouded in mist. Suyu sighed, moved by the sight. He flew toward a country. 600 fighter jets followed in an awe-inspiring thundering formation. Among them 400 were Asan's fighter jets. Though Asan's jets were notoriously low-grade, even scrap metal could serve its purpose. Beyond the perimeter of a country there was nothing but refugees and fleeing animals. Flying another 25 kilometers and the land lay barren and desolate, eerily silent, more like a dead silence. Venturing deeper might be dangerous. Suyu's expression shifted slightly. Intuition whispered that peril lay ahead. At this moment Asan's fighter jets had their stage to shine. Suyu ordered 50 of Asan's jet fighters to lead the vanguard. Asan's jets were truly unimpressive. They flew excruciatingly slow. Suyu felt exasperated, wondering how much junk Asan had procured from Pow Pow, treasuring it as if it were precious. A sudden bang rang out. One of Asan's fighter jets plummeted, crashing into the ground with a violent explosion. Thick black smoke billowed. Everyone was startled. They grew more vigilant. Were the aliens launching an attack? Suyu was puzzled. He had detected nothing striking at the forward Asan jets. Why did it suddenly fall and explode? Professor Su, it's a quality issue with the fighter jet. For some reason it just self-destructed. Hearing this report, Suyu's mouth twitched. Using Asan's people as cannon fodder. As the vanguard, this did not seem a wise decision. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a change occurred. Dozens of shells shot into the sky, bombarding Asan's fighter jets. In an instant more than half of the jets were struck, falling to the ground in a cascade of explosions. Thick smoke rose everywhere. The surviving Asan jets, terrified out of their wits, immediately turned tail and fled. Be alert! Suyu barked. He maneuvered his mecha, bolting forward like lightning, and then saw the culprit. Alien robots. Unlike the alien machinery in K-Land, these robots were more intelligent and agile. They could control artillery shells. They raised their arms, aiming at the fleeing Asan jets. Their palms opened, revealing a silver cylinder that ejected shells. The shells were the size of a fingernail but packed immense power. They were also highly precise. Almost 1 shell per jet. The fleeing Asan jets were shot down in an instant, all completely destroyed. The robots' heads turned, their gaze locking onto Suyu. Shells rained in. Just 3 robots and they have this much firepower. Suyu's expression shifted slightly. But he felt no fear. He dodged the shells, his body like a bolt of lightning, moving so fast that only a blur remained, reaching the side of the robots. He stretched out his massive iron hand, crushing one with each grip. Another was already stomped to pieces. This scene fell into the eyes of the others, leaving them utterly stunned. Professor Su was incredibly formidable. Especially the people of Asan, they were both shocked and terrified. The divine dragon people were too fearsome, even more terrifying than the alien robots. The 3 robots were eliminated, but the crisis was not over. More robots arrived. There were fully 100 robots. Shells filled the sky, rising like a dense curtain. The fighter jets, the divine dragon's jets fared better, fast enough to dodge the shells. Only one was shot down. Asan's jets were clumsy, not only slow but also extremely sluggish in reaction. Only one jet remained. All the others were destroyed. 400 jets, and before they even entered the inner perimeter of a country, only one was left. The strength of Asan was evident. Boom, boom, boom. The fighter jets began to counterattack. The 200 divine dragon jets were top tier with formidable attack power. Shells rained down. They landed precisely on the robots. Bang. 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 Explosions sounded. This thing. The pilots were dumbfounded. The robots were not destroyed, but they were visibly damaged. Constant dripping wears away the stone, blasts them to pieces. The robots were extremely hard with astonishing defensive capabilities, but far from being invincible. There was no need for constant dripping. About 5 shells could destroy one robot. The fighter jets reaped the robots like the Grim Reaper. Among them, the most outstanding performer was without a doubt the spaceship. The spaceship piloted by Longshi surpassed the fighter jets in every function. Just one shell was enough to destroy a robot. In less than 5 minutes, all 100 robots lay scattered, shattered, with broken machine parts everywhere. Suyu picked up a robot component and weighed it in his hand. It was a special metal, extremely hard yet surprisingly light, likely an alloy. With a crack, he crushed the component. Push forward. Deeper into a country, the scene was horrifying. Corpses lay everywhere. The earth was no longer gray-brown but stained red. Even the vegetation had lost its green, cloaked in an eerie red garment. All were citizens of a country. In this area alone, the number of corpses was no less than 100,000. They were discarded like garbage piled into mountains, a sight that made everyone's face pale with shock. These aliens, I will kill them all. Suyu was enraged. Although the dead were not of the divine dragon, they were still human. Each corpse lying on the ground represented a family. The shattering of one family, the tragic fate of several or dozens of people. These were unforgivable. Press on. His clear, fair face was covered in frost. This was the first time Suyu had been so furious. The people behind him felt the same. 1 kilometer ahead lay a forest. The trees were leafless, their trunks charred black. Behind the forest was the largest city in a country. Though a country was a small place, its largest city had a total population of no less than 5 million. That was a substantial number. A city with 5 million inhabitants would normally be filled with skyscrapers, rows of shops, bustling traffic, and clamorous crowds, a thriving metropolis. But now it was completely different. Broken walls and ruins, utter silence. Dark clouds gathered overhead, threatening rain. A cold wind blew, lifting withered leaves from the ground, swirling them into the air, uncertain where they would land. The whole world dimmed at that moment. This city. Not a single living soul. The vast city with sparse black smoke held not a single living person, not even a stray dog. Suyu's face was cold as ice, his fists clenched so tightly that the color drained. Kill. From the city a vast number of robots surged forth, no fewer than 10,000. Cannonballs danced wildly. Tens of thousands of shells shot into the sky, their radiance blazing, sending shivers down one's spine. In an instant, many fighter jets were shot down. The sheer volume of shells formed a net-like curtain rising into the sky, making escape nearly impossible. All fighters retreat. Given the fighters' capabilities, their presence here was of little help, and instead they risked their lives. Longshi, stay with me and engage them in a cat and mouse game. The mecha and spaceship hovered at the edge of the city sky. Their speed was sufficient to evade most shells. Even if hit by 1 or 2 shells, it was not a serious concern. The number of robots at the city's edge grew to 1,000,000, all aiming at the sky and continuously firing shells. You will all be buried with the dead citizens of Country A. Having confirmed that no living citizens of Country A remained in the city, Suyu stopped holding back. He prepared to bombard the city with an antimatter bomb. No matter what monsters or demons lurked within, they would all be reduced to ashes under the bombardment of the antimatter bomb. What a pity. Gazing at the broken neon sign on the ground, Suyu sighed. This neon sign was a microcosm of the city. Once radiant and dazzling, it now lay shattered, having suffered an undeserved calamity. Somewhere in Shinlong, a shell shot up into the sky, piercing through the air. Its radiance blazed like a meteor flying toward Country A. Seeing this light, the kimchi people were the most terrified. They nearly fell to their knees.
The power of the antimatter bomb was etched into their minds, unforgettable fear penetrating their very souls.
Fortunately it was not aimed at them.
Otherwise they would all be singing a swan song.
Hold on a little longer, Suyu said to Longshi.
The one who had the hardest time engaging the robots was Longshi. Piloting the spaceship, she had to stay fully alert without a moment's lapse or distraction, dodging the countless deadly shells.
They only evaded without attacking the robots.
The robots were already doomed, there was no need to attack them further.
Okay, Longshi replied. Though she did not know Suyu's purpose, following orders was always the right choice. Here it comes.
Suyu smirked.
A distant light spot shot rapidly toward them. Suyu knew this was undoubtedly the antimatter bomb.
When the antimatter bomb arrives, escape to a safe altitude at maximum speed.
Suyu sent a message to Longshi. Longshi nodded.
She finally understood Suyu's intent to use the antimatter bomb to sweep away all unknowns.
The situation inside the city was largely unknown. Venturing in would be extremely dangerous.
A single bomb was simple and brutal.
Run! The antimatter bomb arrived, landing in the center of the city. But the expected explosion did not occur.
The antimatter bomb like a dud sank into the void without a sound. Suyu and the others had already fled to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Seeing no explosion below, they were instantly stunned. It was Suyu who reacted first when the K region fell. We used an antimatter bomb once.
The aliens witnessed it, so they must have brought interception technology.
At these words, Longsa's face turned grim.
Suyu's expression hardened. Intercepting an antimatter bomb was extremely difficult, yet the aliens could do it. There will always be one that slips through. Suyu quickly made a decision.
He ordered all antimatter bombs to be launched. Even if the interception system was powerful, it could not intercept all of them. If just one got through, the goal would be achieved.
It was like nuclear weapons. Why do humans still fear nuclear weapons despite having interception systems?
If the interception success rate is not 101, eludes capture, the devastation would be unimaginable. Somewhere in Shenlong, beams of light continuously rose into the sky heading toward Country A.
Such a massive number of antimatter bombs startled Pao Pao and Sakura greatly.
In the Pao Pao office, Donggu stared at the screen showing the light in Shenlong's sky. His heart chilled. If Shenlong were to drop these shells into Pao Pao, it would be enough to erase the entire region from the map, turning it into an ocean. What demands did Shenlong make of us?
Donggu asked his subordinates.
Before heading to Country A, Shenlong had sent messages to the leaders of other major regions.
Humanity is one whole, we must help each other.
They hoped that others would contribute money if they had it, or manpower if they didn't.
They want money and resources. How much money? Donggu asked. 200 billion plus 500 tons of high-speed rail. Hearing the numbers, Donggu gasped. Was this Shenlong being too greedy? Could this be given? Of course it could.
A true man knows when to bend.
Send it to them immediately, right now. Donggu deeply regretted.
If only he had sent fighter jets to assist.
Those who assisted Shenlong did not need to pay. A single misstep led to eternal regret. Sakura's and did the same. Eager to meet Shenlong's demands, they hurriedly sent all the required supplies to Shenlong, afraid that a second's delay would bring the antimatter bombs upon them. Hundreds of beams of light shot over.
Watching these bombs, Suyu's heart bled.
Antimatter bombs were not cheap.
This batch alone was worth tens of billions.
It was all of Shenlong's current antimatter bombs. The beams struck the center of the city one after another. Still no explosion sounded. Is alien technology this terrifying?
Suyu's face was grave. Dozens of antimatter bombs had all been intercepted. The bombardment continued.
No explosion. Duds.
Suyu sighed. Even the interception system he had developed could not achieve a 100 interception rate. Especially when multiple shells struck simultaneously, interception became even more difficult.
He never expected the aliens. A loud bang rang out.
Before Suyu could finish his sigh, a violent explosion erupted below.
A towering blaze instantly engulfed the entire city. Countless buildings turned to ashes in an instant. It was not over yet. Bang. 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 3 more antimatter bombs fell, amplifying the destruction. Dust billowed skyward, blotting out the sun. Suyu could no longer see the situation below, as everything was obscured by dust.
The swirling dust would not settle for at least half an hour.
Suyu told Longshi to remain on standby there.
He descended alone to investigate. Entering the dust, Suyu could not see his hand in front of his face, he could only keep descending. When he reached a certain low altitude, visibility cleared. Below was a massive crater. The entire city was not merely razed to the ground but blasted into a deep pit dozens of meters deep. There was no water in the pit, it had all been evaporated.
Everything was gone.
The alien robots had been reduced to ashes, not even a residue remaining.
Are the aliens dead too? Suyu muttered.
Suddenly a chill ran down his back. An overwhelming sense of crisis enveloped him. A strange sound came.
Suyu turned to look and saw an alien.
It sat inside a small pod, fixing its gaze on him with ill intent. Though he could not understand its language, Suyu was certain it was not a compliment, more like a profane greeting.
No one would be in a good mood after being bombarded by antimatter.
Suyu was utterly astonished.
To survive such a devastating antimatter blast was nothing short of astounding.
A sharp whoosh sound followed. The alien's small pod shot toward him like lightning, its impact as fierce as a mountain collision. Suyu was sent flying, landing hundreds of meters away, kicking up endless dust. Interesting, he said, his face showing not fear but a faint smile. He had only been caught off guard. Now he intended to capture this alien.
The portal on Earth was destroyed, so the alien could not return to its home instantly. It was a trapped rat. Seizing it would allow him to extract valuable extraterrestrial intelligence. That was an irresistible temptation for Suyu.
Bang! A shell came hurtling toward him, powerful and menacing. Suyu did not take it heed and he dodged, leaving a massive crater behind him. The shell is formidable, but it cannot harm the mecha, Suyu remarked. Instead of attacking, he made an international friendly gesture, taunted the alien, then flew upward. He planned to lure the alien into space. Capturing it on Earth would cause devastating collateral damage, the cost was too high. The alien was momentarily stunned by Suyu's friendly gesture, unsure of its meaning. But seeing the expression on his face, it suddenly understood. In an instant it flew into a rage and pursued him, determined to tear that insignificant ant to pieces to quell its fury. In space, before the alien could catch up, Suyu fired a shot, hitting its pod with pinpoint accuracy. Yet the damage was negligible. The alien grew even angrier. That sneaky bastard had ambushed it. A dozen shells burst forth in rapid succession. They hurtled towards Suyu like death itself. After a series of evasions, he caught one shell barehanded and hurled it back. It hit and exploded. A faint wisp of black smoke rose. Suyu was surprised. He had not expected the alien's pod to be so resilient, rivaling his own mecha. How about trying this? A crooked grin spread across Suyu's face. He was about to deploy the mecha's most powerful weapon. It was his first time using it and he was curious about its efficacy. He was referring to the ion gun. Its ammunition was unique ion beams or clusters, and it was ill-suited for use in the atmosphere. In space it could unleash its full potential. The mecha's palm began to transform into a gun. A pistol. Not at all. A pistol was far too lowly for Suyu's taste. It had to be a Gatling. The mecha's palm bristled with countless tiny holes. All of them were gun barrels. Take the shot, Suyu said with a faint smile. He was honest. If he said one shot, he would not fire two. A blazing light gathered in the central hole of the mecha's palm and a beam shot forth, striking the alien's pod. A hole was pierced. The alien was shocked and terrified. It had never imagined human weapons could breach its small craft. This was its second surprise. Knowing humans possessed antimatter bombs, it had brought an interception system. Yet the humans, utterly unscrupulous, had bombarded it with hundreds of antimatter warheads. One of them got through. All its efforts were in vain. Now its pod had another hole. It was an absurdity piled upon absurdity. You're afraid of the ion gun? Suyu laughed. Knowing the alien feared it delighted him. Then I won't give you another shot. Multiple points of light flared on the mecha's palm and countless beams shot out, sweeping toward the alien's position. From a distance one could see the mecha's palm covered in glowing orbs, each emitting a thin radiant beam. The beams swept across like lasers, a breathtaking spectacle. The alien scrambled, desperately fleeing in panic. Its pod, tough enough to withstand antimatter, turned as soft as tofu under the ion gun. This horrified and alarmed the alien. That humans possessed such weapons was beyond its expectation. Strange sounds came again and the alien realized it could not sit idly. If this continued, its pod would soon be riddled with holes and explode. It decided to take the initiative, charging at Suyu like a gale. Let's see who's tougher. Suyu showed no fear, colliding with the alien like a meteor. The violent impact hurled both sides backward. They stabilized only after being flung several kilometers. Suyu felt dizzy and disoriented. The immense force, though mostly absorbed, still left him reeling. The alien was similarly affected, but its superior physique gave it an edge. This is a tough nut to crack, Suyu muttered. The alien's pod performance exceeded his expectations. It was evenly matched with his mecha and neither could gain the upper hand.
Suddenly dozens of beams pierced through the alien's pod. It was ambushed.
Suyu looked down in surprise and saw Long's Eye's spaceship. The alien had been so focused on Suyu that it had failed to notice the others, allowing the sneak attack to succeed. The pod damaged began to fall uncontrollably. Suyu's face lit up with delight. He praised Longshi for the excellent assist. He rapidly descended to catch the alien, preventing it from falling to its death. A live alien was far more valuable than a corpse. He would take it back for interrogation, extracting information about its home planet and its purpose in Country A. The pod plummeted like a meteor. Suyu, swift as a beam of light, left only a streak in the sky as he caught the alien's pod with all his might. The alien's body was riddled with holes, a ghastly sight, but no blood flowed. It was still restless, glaring at Suyu and trying to fight. Time to pass out. Suyu threw a punch, shattering the pod and striking the alien's head. The force was immense, but it did not knock the alien unconscious. He was slightly surprised. He delivered several more punches, yet the alien remained awake. He stopped, fearing he might kill it before it passed out. He tore open the pod, yanked the alien out, twisted its limbs into knots and slammed it onto the ground. Bang! Within the vast deep pit, the land was scorched and desolate, clearly having endured a great calamity. No one could imagine that such a bizarre chasm was once the site of a prosperous city with a population of millions. In just a few short days it had been reduced to dust, left only in history. Lying in the pit was an alien being. A colossal giant over 2 meters tall, with a grayish-brown body like a withered tree, devoid of moisture yet exuding a sense of immense strength. Its posture was exceedingly strange. Its arms and legs were twisted and knotted. "Does it have no bones?" Longshi asked indifferently, standing nearby. If it were a human, such a posture would surely break the bones, even exposing them. Yet the alien was different. Its limbs were extremely flexible, seemingly able to bend at will with no bones inside. "I don't know." Suyu shook his head. When he had twisted it, he felt the alien's limbs were as tough as high-speed rail, yet there was no crisp sound of bone breaking. In fact, there was no sound at all. "Let's take it back for study first." Fighter jets circled, surrounding the area. "Let me handle it." Fearing the alien might wake up and cause trouble, Suyu decided to bring it back himself. If it woke up during the journey and became unruly, he would give it a couple of good punches. He would knock its head off. Not long after, the entire world was shaken. Professor Su had solved the problem of the country city, and in the process he had also obliterated the city itself. What shocked everyone most was the capture of an alien. Ever since humanity began to understand the universe, they had been intensely curious about extraterrestrial beings. This curiosity had only grown in recent years, especially after the emergence of the cosmic zoo hypothesis, which added a layer of fear to the fascination with aliens. On the internet, blurry images had surfaced purportedly showing aliens. But without authoritative confirmation, it remained debatable. Netizens were extremely curious about the appearance of aliens. Now that one had been captured, how could it not cause a sensation? In Brother Dong's office. The country city has been bombed into a giant crater, all alien robots annihilated, and even the alien itself was captured by the Divine Dragon and brought back. The Divine Dragon's power is immense. For us the Piao Piao to surpass it, I'm afraid. Surpass what? Brother Dong scowled, reprimanding his subordinate. The Divine Dragon is our Piao Piao big brother. Follow the big brother and eat well and drink well. The subordinate. Alright, prepare some gifts and send them to congratulate Brother Divine Dragon on capturing the alien. Brother Dong said seriously. Also tell the people in other places that for the joint human alliance being formed, I recommend Brother Divine Dragon as the leader. It wasn't just Brother Dong, leaders from other regions were all trying to curry favor with the Divine Dragon. All 200 places around the world hoped to be on good terms with the Divine Dragon. In the laboratory, the alien was restrained by strong iron chains. A large crowd had gathered around it. Everyone, having never seen an alien before, was intensely curious and couldn't help but come to take a look. So this is an alien. It's so big. And so ugly. Is it dead? Suyu walked over and gave the alien 2 loud slaps across the face. It still didn't wake up. Let's study it first. He took out a sharp knife and cut off small pieces from different parts of the alien. They were taken for experiments. The results left Suyu dumbfounded. The alien cells contained only 0.01 water, almost negligible. In contrast, human cells are over 90 water, leading humans to declare water as the source of life. Yet the alien's body had almost no water. Suyu also discovered that this alien had no gender. Their reproduction was very simple. Once they reached a certain age, they could take a drug to split themselves into a child. This splitting could occur once every 10 years. The captured alien was about 536 years old, and at the age of 325 it had split off a child.
The lifespan of these aliens was extremely long.
According to experiments, if nothing unexpected happened, this alien could live up to 1500 years.
Truly astonishing. This alien is a real freak.
Suyu was quite displeased with its lack of gender. Human fighting wasn't just for procreation, much of it was simply for the sake of fighting itself. The pleasure in it was beyond words.
However, Suyu was very envious of the alien's lifespan.
With current human technology, the maximum one could live was 300 years, requiring constant use of nanobots to repair aging organs. Of course, if one wanted to live unnaturally, Suyu did have ways to extend a person's life to over 1,000 years, but only as a single brain. Compared to the alien, it was like a dwarf before a giant, utterly unworthy of mention.
Professor Su, the alien, has woken up. In the vast laboratory there was a sturdy iron cage in which the alien was imprisoned. It was locked inside. Suyu walked over and glanced at the dim lighting, suddenly feeling like a mad scientist in a movie. Turn up the lights. Replace all the old bulbs with new ones, Suyu ordered. Okay. Inside the iron cage, the alien struggled, bared its teeth at the people outside, and made strange sounds. The alien's voice came incessantly. But nobody could understand it. Someone give it a shot, Suyu commanded. A person nearby asked, puzzled, why hit it? Shouldn't we at least ask it first and only hit it if it doesn't answer? I feel like it's cursing me. A soldier came over, raised an ion gun, and fired at the alien. A beam of light shot out, striking the alien's body. In the atmosphere, the ion gun's power was greatly reduced, failing to pierce through the alien's body, leaving only a small hole. Suyu glanced at the alien, then swept his gaze over the crowd, feeling utterly frustrated. No one understood the alien's language. How could they communicate? Do you understand the divine dragon language? Suyu asked, approaching the cage. Unsurprisingly, the alien did not understand the divine dragon language. Truly heinous. Give it another shot, Suyu said coldly. The person beside him asked, Professor Su, is it cursing you again? No, Suyu shook his head, speaking seriously. Living in the universe, one should learn the divine dragon language just in case. This alien hasn't, which clearly shows it wasted its time and didn't study hard. The person beside him thought that reasoning is flawed, but I support Professor Su. Suyu summoned Little A. Be my translator and he'll give you a big bear, Suyu began to coax. Little A's eyes lit up, then dimmed. But I don't understand the alien language. So disappointing. Suyu was speechless. With different languages, communication was like speaking to a brick wall, utterly exhausting. Just as Suyu sighed, the system's voice rang out. Finally reminded that the task was completed. A trace of delight appeared on Suyu's face. He eagerly wished to open the mystery gift pack, yet he did not do so here. Instead, he went to another empty laboratory and hastily said, open the mystery gift pack. Compared to interrogating the alien, the mystery gift pack was undoubtedly more important. When he accepted the task, Suyu had noticed that the mystery gift pack awarded this time could yield black technology, and more than one item. What? Suyu was dumbfounded. This was black technology. It was clearly a useless ability. The intense disappointment on Suyu's face was unconcealed. The system's reward gave Suyu a tool to communicate with the alien, but it was still far from satisfactory. It was nothing like what Suyu had expected. This was not black technology. A large question mark appeared on Suyu's forehead. Star Destroyer Cannon Technology. Hearing this, Suyu became excited. The power of this technology was self-evident from its name alone. Star Destroyer. One shot could annihilate an entire planet. It was terrifying to the point of awe. As for the invincible laser cannon, Suyu naturally ignored it. In front of the Star Destroyer cannon, the laser cannon was nothing but a little brother. A smile appeared on Suyu's face. In the presence of the alien, the Star Destroyer cannon was the best weapon. It would surely intimidate them. The prerequisite was successful development. In Suyu's mind there was comprehensive knowledge of the Star Destroyer cannon technology. Thousands of small pieces of knowledge converged into a vast understanding. Undoubtedly, the development of the Star Destroyer cannon was unprecedentedly difficult. But no matter how great the difficulty, it had to be developed. The urgent task at hand was to interrogate the alien. Seeing the faint smile on Suyu's face, the others were a bit surprised and quickly asked what good news there was. Suyu did not answer but told them to leave. He wanted to interrogate the alien alone. This alien is in for it. Having witnessed Suyu's methods, everyone felt a second of sympathy for the alien. However, they had no confidence in Suyu's interrogation. No matter how strong his interrogation skills, if the language was not shared, it would be like talking to a wall, a futile effort. Inside the iron cage, the alien was bound with iron chains. The iron of both the chains and the cage was not ordinary iron. It was extremely hard, unbreakable even by cannon bombardment. let alone the alien.
Unable to escape, it stopped trying and closed its eyes, whether sleeping or something else.
Suyu approached the cage. But the alien never opened its eyes. Dead. Suyu wondered. No response. Are you dead? Suyu asked in the H20 planet's language.
At these words, the alien abruptly opened its eyes, staring at Suyu in shock.
Its astonishment was like a human hearing an ant speaking human language. You?
The alien was utterly stunned. Do you think it's unbelievable that a lowly creature like me can speak your language?
Suyu said playfully.
The alien remained silent, its expression still deeply shocked.
Even an ant, though small, should not be underestimated. Some ants can kill a person with a single bite.
Suyu smiled slightly.
Are you that poisonous ant? The alien asked. All humans are. In the face of invasion, not only humans but even a small animal would become a poisonous ant. Cut the nonsense. First tell me, what is your H20 planet's purpose in coming to our blue star? Suyu asked seriously. How do you know him from the H20 planet?
What is your purpose? Suyu's voice grew colder.
Do you think he'll tell you? The alien sneered. For it being captured by humans was a great humiliation. If it were also interrogated successfully, it might as well hit itself with a tofu brick. Not telling. Even better. Suyu's mouth twisted.
I'm not afraid of death, so why would I fear your torture? The alien sneered, looking at Suyu as if he were an idiot.
Suyu's face remained calm.
Death might not be so terrifying, but living a life worse than death was the most dreadful thing. Suyu intended to make it suffer a fate worse than death, to make it wish for death yet unable to die and enjoy the torment thoroughly. He picked up the ion gun beside him, fiddled with it a few times, then aimed it at the alien.
I have plenty of ways to pry open your... Before Suyu could finish, the alien eagerly said, "Ill talk."
Ill talk. The moment it saw Suyu pick up the ion gun, fear appeared on its face. It never wanted to experience the agony of being pierced by an ion beam again. You'll talk.
Suyu was taken aback.
He thought it was a tough nut, but it turned out to be a tofu bone, too soft.
Confessing before any torture. How boring. Suyu's mouth twisted. No, you don't want to talk yet.
Since the ion gun was already aimed, it would be a waste not to fire.
The alien. If I don't talk, you're unhappy. If I say ill talk, you're still unhappy. Whoosh. The beam shot out. Screams rang out, accompanied by Suyu's voice. Are you talking or not?
Ill talk.
Oh, still being stubborn. I'm talking, damn it.
The people outside heard the screams and felt their scalps tingle. But they were more concerned about what Professor Su was mumbling in an alien tongue. Professor Su, does he have some special hobby?
Probably. Are you willing to talk now? Suyu's face always bore a gentle smile.
But to the alien his smile was more terrifying than Satan himself. Suyu had no special hobby. He was not a sadist. He tortured the alien for the sake of the deceased people of country. So many had died, families destroyed.
Even executing the alien by 10,000 cuts would not be excessive.
The alien was covered in wounds.
Countless small holes dotted its body, all inflicted by Suyu.
If it were a human, having so many holes pierced would surely be fatal.
But the alien was different.
It was not life-threatening, yet it subjected it to immense torment.
Ill talk. Ill talk.
The alien roared hysterically.
This human was truly a demon.
It had shouted thousands of times that it was willing to confess.
But was ignored. It was tortured relentlessly. What is your H20 planet's purpose on Country A? Tired Suyu stopped the torture and got down to business. After brutal torture, Suyu learned the alien's purpose.
They had come to Country A in search of a new substance.
This substance was of immense significance to their planet.
It existed within the outer core of Lanxing.
To obtain it, they would need to dig a channel over 5100 kilometers deep.
This would cause catastrophic damage to Lanxing.
Suyu's expression turned stern, his heart churning with turmoil.
From this alien he learned that the H20 planet was determined to seize this substance. A large number of aliens were already en route to Lanxing. If precious resources existed in a place, humans would occupy and exploit them, perhaps relocating the native creatures elsewhere.
Would the aliens do the same?
After all, there was no planet near Lanxing suitable for human habitation.
The most likely course of action for the aliens would be to exterminate all humans on Lanxing.
Even if they refrained.
After extracting the substance, Lanxing would be left riddled with holes, severely undermining human survival.
What should we do with this alien? Someone asked. Suyu thought for a moment and said, lock him up for now and continue interrogating him for more information. If he proves useless, kill him.
Understood. Leaving the lab, Suyu returned to his dormitory. He stood on the balcony gazing at the distant sunset glow. Where the mountains met the sky, countless crimson rays burst forth, painting the surroundings in a blaze of fiery red, a beauty beyond compare. Yet Suyu had little heart to appreciate it. His mind was in turmoil, pondering countermeasures against the aliens. The Star Destroyer cannon possesses immense power. It can serve as humanity's greatest trump card. Suyu's brows slightly relaxed. The urgent task was to develop the Star Destroyer cannon. In the face of such a weapon, even the most formidable aliens would be paper tigers. Gather all scientific researchers for an emergency meeting, Suyu said, pulling out his phone and dialing a number. Also recruit an additional 200,000 top-tier doctoral students. Developing the Star Destroyer cannon was extremely difficult. Both the ammunition and the launching mechanism involved vast and complex technologies. It required immense manpower and material resources. According to Suyu's estimates, even using all available resources of Lanxing, they could barely produce one Star Destroyer cannon. Having made the arrangements, Suyu heaved a sigh of relief and left the balcony. Without any rest, he headed straight to the meeting room. At this moment he felt profoundly grateful. Fortunately, he had previously destroyed the portal the aliens had left on Lanxing, buying humanity precious time to prepare for their arrival. Interrogating that alien, he learned that the H20 planet had numerous portals on other planets near Lanxing. The fastest could reach Lanxing in 2 years. These 2 years were crucial for Suyu and all of humanity. They must be fully prepared. Any slightest oversight could lead to utter catastrophe. After the meeting, the scientific researchers were deeply unsettled. Their faces wore grim expressions as if mourning their own doom. But they were not resigned to despair, waiting idly for death. Instead, they chose to fight Hedon. Following Suyu, they would develop the Star Destroyer cannon and take on the damned aliens. When the news was announced, the entire world was shocked and fear gripped everyone. Despite the constant conflicts between human regions, they united remarkably in the face of survival. Of course, for those who refused to unite, Suyu said nothing and simply made them disappear. Even an entire region he would erase from the map. Shortly after the recruitment announcement for doctoral students, the number exceeded expectations, reaching 500,000. With the miscellaneous tasks completed, the Star Destroyer cannon project proceeded in an orderly manner. Time flowed like water, and 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 years, Suyu and his team had been tirelessly working day and night on developing the Star Destroyer cannon. The expenditure had reached 100 trillion. An amount so staggering that it was shocking. Fortunately, the progress of development was good and everyone's efforts were not in vain. Professor Su, the alien fleet is getting closer and closer to us. In less than 10 days it will reach Lanxing. During this period, humanity's instruments had been constantly scanning the sky, gaining considerable knowledge of the aliens' positions. Deploy all mechas to engage them. Suyu issued the command. His brow did not relax. The alien forces were formidable and aggressive, and the most critical thing was that this was highly likely not their main force. After eliminating this batch, there would surely be another, perhaps even more powerful. A permanent solution was necessary. The best plan was to eliminate all life on the H20 planet. Suyu was not an evil person. In his heart he still held humanitarianism. At first he had hoped to resolve the issue peacefully, with both sides sitting down to discuss and find the best solution. However, from the captured aliens he learned that his idea was a pipe dream, more aptly described as naive. The H20 beings were extremely arrogant. They regarded humans as ants that could be crushed at will and would never negotiate with humans. It was just like how humans would not negotiate with ants. That was understandable. In this world, the weak naturally had no voice. Fortunately, we have already developed one Star Destroyer cannon. Suyu forced a faint smile. The cost of this Star Destroyer cannon had been immense. In terms of talent alone, over 1,000 people had died from overwork. To be safe, let's develop another small-scale Star Destroyer cannon. Suyu sighed. These people had not rested properly for 2 years. They were extremely exhausted. But they could not rest yet. They had to continue. Suyu went to the restroom, immersed his face in cold water for 10 seconds to refresh himself, and then convened an emergency meeting. This Star Destroyer cannon does not need to achieve peak power, only 1% of the first one will suffice. However, the development speed must be fast. It must be completed within 2 months. Suyu said solemnly. No one at the scene objected. For launching for humanity, even if they had to sacrifice themselves, they would have no regrets. After the meeting, Suyu gave everyone a day off. He told them to go home and get a good sleep to avoid all of them dying from exhaustion. Soon after, the sky turned pitch black. It was not clouds but the fleet of the H20 planet. They obscured the blue sky and the sunlight, weighing heavily on people's hearts and causing panic among humanity.
Humanity immediately tried to expel them.
All efforts were in vain. When friends come we have wine, when wolves come we have guns. We humans have decided to expel the H-20 beings by force. Shenlong declared war immediately.
At this moment Shenlong represented not only itself but also the entire world.
Shenlong declared war. That was a declaration of war for all humanity. Thousands of massive mechas soared into the sky heading toward the position of the H-20 fleet.
This scene greatly inspired people and the panic among humans immediately subsided by more than half.
Everyone was cheering for the mechas, hoping they could eliminate the invaders.
Humanity was in panic again. Humanity was in panic again. Because they realized that the aliens' power had far exceeded their imagination.
Activate the invincible laser cannon.
Suyu with a heavy heart gritted his teeth and issued the command. Professor Su, do we really need to fire all 3 laser cannons at once?
Exactly. Suyu nodded.
He only had 3 invincible laser cannons. Firing them all without reservation was intended to make the H-20 beings believe that humanity possessed a formidable arsenal, thereby deterring them and buying more time.
After issuing the command, Suyu did not return to the planet-destroying cannon base.
His heart was heavy. He glanced at the oppressive dark sky and let out a deep sigh.
He could only hope that the invincible planet-destroying cannon's immense power would intimidate the aliens. Otherwise his plans would be thrown into disarray. You no longer need to be my bodyguard,
Suyu said to Longshi.
No. I have a mission for you, one more important than protecting me. However, this mission is extremely dangerous.
Even if you don't lose your life, you may never return home.
Are you willing?
Suyu asked solemnly.
I am willing.
Longshi nodded. It wasn't that she insisted on being Suyu's bodyguard. Without her, the higher-ups would simply send another.
Good, let me tell you. Suyu leaned in.
After destroying over 1,000 human mechas, the H-20 beings' confidence soared.
They believed humans were even weaker than ants. They dispatched a single fleet. Its mission was to annihilate all of humanity.
They held no grudge against humans. They simply found humanity's presence on Blue Star annoying. Like mosquitoes that, though not lethal, are vexing enough to swat. Thus, to avoid being bitten by humans while mining resources, the H-20 beings decided to eradicate all humans.
The fleet began its descent.
Like the Grim Reaper, it slowly approached humanity, unleashing immense panic.
People were in despair. Bang! Bang! Bang!
3 shells shot into the sky.
The shells burst with dazzling light as if shattering the darkness and struck the alien fleet. The aliens, dismissive of human projectiles, did not bother to dodge. Arrogance always exacts a price. A earth-shattering explosion roared. The light devoured the entire fleet.
When the radiance faded, the fleet was no more, not even a trace of debris remained. They were completely annihilated.
This result was electrifying.
Humanity regained its confidence, no longer believing the H-20 beings were invincible, and a glimmer of hope for the future emerged.
The H-20 beings were astounded.
They had never imagined that such a weak species could possess weapons capable of killing them. They ceased their reckless actions. Instead, they chose to probe humanity cautiously before launching a full-scale assault.
Finally succeeded. Suyu said wearily inside the planet-destroying cannon base. He was now utterly disheveled with no semblance of dignity.
His face was haggard, his beard untrimmed, and his clothes reeked of a strong odor. He hadn't bathed in over a month.
Darkness envelopes all things. I shall be the last ray of light within the darkness. Shatter the darkness with thunder.
An extremely stirring passage flashed through Suyu's mind.
He was physically exhausted but not mentally. Prepare. Launch the small planet-destroying cannon to eliminate all H-20 beings in space. Suyu commanded. Understood.
A researcher asked in confusion, Professor Su, why not use the first planet-destroying cannon to wipe them out instead of waiting for the second one to be developed? The first one is no longer in the Milky Way galaxy, Suyu said with a faint smile. A colossal explosion resounded so loud that it could be heard in every corner of the world. A blinding radiance flared up so intense that it turned every corner of the world bright as day.
The small planet-destroying cannon had fulfilled its mission. Its terrifying power far exceeded human imagination, obliterating the H-20 beings in space completely. All that remained in the void were dust-like fragments scattered across the cosmos. Humanity was victorious. Everywhere people of all skin colors shed tears of joy.
They shouted, Professor Su, the greatest of all time.
Longxi'll wait for you to come home.
Suyu stood on the balcony gazing at the sky, at the universe, as if he could see a distant land, and a faint smile appeared on his face.